Suin abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Instinctively reaching for a weapon beneath his pillow, he found it empty, grasping at nothing. Momentarily stunned, he slowly surveyed his surroundings. The familiar dormitory bed, the well-known posters of anime adorning the walls. I clearly died. How am I in university dormitory? A sudden realization struck Suin, causing his pupils to constrict, and he hurriedly pulled out his phone. November 11th, 2026, 9:30 a.m. I have been reborn 10 years ago? Though incredulous, the 10 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world had fortified Suin's resolve, allowing him to calm himself swiftly. With less than half an hour before the impending apocalypse, there was no time for further contemplation. He quickly jumped out of bed, changing his clothes in haste before heading out. Anzi, could you grab me a meal? I'll pay you back next month with the money from the previous times. Anzi, please pick me up a portion too. Egg fried rice, without scallions. Thank you. Point one. Don't forget me. Ignoring his opportunistic roommates, Suin retrieved a watermelon knife from beneath his bed and left without another word. Do not inquire about how he came to possess a watermelon knife. There was no time to waste with such trivialities before the apocalypse. Upon exiting the dormitory, Suin pondered what preparations he should make to enhance his chances of survival. Stockpiling food and supplies was impractical due to time constraints and financial limitations. Acquiring weapons was even more far-fetched. It would be nearly impossible to obtain anything more lethal than a watermelon knife in the short term. Securing advantageous terrain was equally unfeasible, as he was situated in University Town, densely populated, where the onset of the apocalypse would swiftly turn many into a horde of the undead. There was not a single place within the University Town that could offer him refuge. After much contemplation, he resolved to rely on his memories and experiences from his previous life, taking each step as it came. Suin swiftly made his way to the rooftop of the teaching building. Following the apocalypse, hordes of zombies would appear out of nowhere, attacking anyone in sight. Those bitten would turn into zombies themselves within a time frame of 30 seconds to 3 hours, plunging the entire world into a paradise for the undead. His reason for ascending to the rooftop was not merely for its elevation to facilitate survival. Rather, it was known that a supply crate would spawn there after the apocalypse. The only one at Su University that in his previous life, Suin had fortuitously obtained this supply crate, which had been crucial for his survival. Leaning against the railing, Suin gazed out over the campus. Groups of young men and women laughed and played, blissfully unaware that in merely 20 minutes, this place would transform into a hell on earth that he silently observed, savoring this fleeting tranquility. A decade of survival in the apocalypse had dulled his edges, rendering him indifferent towards people and circumstances alike. He had long grown accustomed to the dark side of human nature. In the apocalypse, the only one he could trust was himself. Even family and lovers would betray you without hesitation when faced with self-interest. A sudden thought struck Suin, and he recalled his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyan. Exceedingly beautiful with an alluring figure and a soft, melodious voice, she was the undeniable goddess of Su University, with admirers aplenty. His ability to be with Su Xiaoyan was largely due to his handsome appearance, but more so, his exceptional skill in flattery. Su Xiaoyan was a quintessential gold digger, extremely vain in private, demanding only the finest clothes, bags, and phones. When she couldn't afford them, she would insist Suin purchase them, threatening to break up if he refused. Blinded by love, Suin had complied with her every demand. Clothes? Bought. A new phone? Acquired. An expensive bag? Even if it meant delivering takeout, he would purchase it. At the onset of the apocalypse, not only did he survive, but he also managed to escape from Su University alongside Su Xiaoyan. Subsequently, he risked his life to scavenge for supplies, solely for the sake of finding her favorite snacks. With his protection, Su Xiaoyan not only survived the apocalypse, but even gained weight. One could say he was unwaveringly devoted to her, pouring his heart and soul into their relationship. Yet a devoted admirer is destined to end up with nothing. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Xiaoyan attached herself to the leader of a powerful faction, secretly sabotaging Suin, and eventually led to him losing a leg, leaving him to fend for himself. Had it not been for his strength, he would have perished long ago. Suin could never forget the condescending glint in her eyes. Reflecting on the past, Suin retrieved his phone and dialed Su Xiaoyan's number. When the call connected, her impatient voice came through. Hello, Suin? It's early, and I'm still catching up on beauty sleep. Are you bothering me? Darling, could you come to the rooftop of the teaching building? Why would I go there? Are you crazy? Just come, I have a surprise for you. Did you buy that bag I wanted? You'll find out when you arrive. I promise you won't be disappointed. All right, I'll be there soon. Can't you just bring it to my dorm? In less than 10 minutes, Su Xiaoyan arrived at the rooftop, striding gracefully. Typically, if Su invited her, being an hour late would be normal, but when it came to gifts, she was always punctual. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her expression filled with suspicion. Where's the gift? I don't see anything, Su, and if you dare to deceive me, it's over. I'll break up with you. I don't care about the gift. I despise being lied to. Now you're telling me about deception? What will it be like when we get married? Will you abuse me? Looking at the furious, beautiful girl before him, Suin felt a moment of disorientation, a warm smile breaking across his face as he slowly approached her. Smack! Without warning, he seized her soft throat, revealing the glinting watermelon knife from behind him. Is this surprise sufficient? Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoyan trembled in fear. Su, dear, what are you going to do? Calm down, I'm joking. We won't break up? I love you, truly love you, and I could never bear to leave you. Su's expression remained unchanged, a warm smile still gracing his lips. When you sneaked off to the hotel with those men, did you ever think of me? Oh, I probably did, since you were the one paying for the room. Is this what you call love? You haven't deleted the videos on your phone, have you? Suin had initially been unaware of these events until Su Xiaoyan revealed them when he lost his leg in his previous life. Su Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How do you know? Don't. Darling, let me explain. I was forced into it. Setting aside the situation, do you bear no fault? You promised to protect me, yet when I needed you most, you were nowhere to be found. Are you even a man? Suin shook his head with resignation. You're still throwing punches when death is upon you. After saying this, he took a step back and swung the knife. A head rolled away. He flicked the bloodstains from his clothing, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the railing, awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. Having just taken a life, that of his own girlfriend, Suin felt not a shred of turmoil within him, as if the cold corpse on the ground were entirely unrelated to him, maintaining a languid demeanor. A thought had merely crossed his mind. That moment. Thunder cracked in the sky, and beams of crimson light cascaded from above. A horde of zombies materialized within the campus. The apocalyptic game had begun. As the chaos unfolded, the zombies unleashed a relentless wave of slaughter. They lunged at anyone in sight, tearing flesh and causing a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. Those bitten were swiftly transformed into new undead, and the air was filled with anguished cries and desperate pleas for help. In mere moments, the entire academy descended into a nightmarish hellscape. Suin, choosing not to linger, grasped his watermelon knife and turned away. In the center of the rooftop, he noticed a bronze chest quietly awaiting him. Supply crates came in various forms, the most basic being wooden boxes, followed by bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. At the onset of the apocalypse, wooden crates were the norm, with bronze and silver being exceedingly rare. Suin hastened to open the chest, revealing 3 items within: an X1 basic defense jacket, an X1 zombie virus immunity serum, and an X1 blue enhancement pill. Each item was invaluable. While the defense jacket was merely basic, its protective capabilities were astonishing, rendering ordinary zombies incapable of breaching it. The blue enhancement pill was a potent oral medication that could permanently augment human capabilities. The immunity serum was even more precious during the apocalypse. A single vial could be bartered for a ton of essential supplies, along with a handful of attractive female servants, underscoring its rarity. Alas, in his previous life, Suin never had the chance to utilize it, as the moment he found Su Xiaoyan, she had already succumbed to the virus, compelling him to selflessly administer the precious serum to her. Suin first swallowed the enhancement pill, feeling a surge of power coursing through him as his physique noticeably improved. He donned the defense jacket, secured the immunity serum, and grasped his watermelon knife, making his way downstairs. The university town was not a place for prolonged stay. He needed to depart swiftly. A dense population would inevitably give rise to vast hordes of zombies, and once their numbers reached a critical mass, they would undergo automatic mutations. The mutated zombies exhibited a significant increase in aggression, strength, and speed, a threat Suin was ill-equipped to confront at present. His best course of action was to seek refuge in the outskirts, away from the impending horde. Beep, detecting that the host is facing an apocalyptic threat. The system has activated automatically. Congratulations, host has acquired the god-level ability, Plunder. Plunder, unique god level. Ability description, bring it to me. This ability allows for the infinite replication of all other abilities, and upon plundering others' wealth, can directly strip them of their powers. Activation condition, touch the target and silently recite, bring it to me. Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Suin stumbled slightly. Had his golden opportunity finally arrived? In his previous life, he had not awakened any powers until a week after the apocalypse began, only gaining a lackluster ability. To think that in this life, right from the start, he had been bestowed a god-level power, truly, a stroke of fortune. Plunder indeed. In this post-apocalyptic world, Suen grinned widely, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he remained relatively weak, as he had yet to replicate anyone else's powers. The act of plundering in itself bore no offensive capabilities. Thus, his current strength could only be deemed mediocre, sufficient merely to contend with ordinary zombies. However, the future brimmed with infinite possibilities. As long as he continued to replicate others' powers and amass wealth, soaring to greatness would be an inevitable outcome. Consequently, Suen abandoned his plans to venture into the suburbs. His immediate priority was to locate other ability wielders and replicate their powers, particularly those of a higher grade. He pondered as he organized the memories in his mind. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of awakened individuals at Tsu University was scant, with even fewer of notable caliber. Most possessed only G-grade abilities, which he considered subpar. The only one who left a lasting impression on him was the renowned Black Widow, Xue Qingyu, an S-grade wielder of lightning abilities. Xue Qingyu was also a student at Tsu University, a year below him, celebrated for her beauty, sweet voice, and pure demeanor, making her one of the 4 campus goddesses. However, their interactions had been minimal, with only a few fleeting encounters. Though he was aware that Xue Qingyu had certainly awakened her lightning powers, he was oblivious to her exact whereabouts, which posed a significant challenge for him. Moreover, with the onset of the apocalypse, the global network had vanished in an instant, rendering all communication devices inoperative. Attempting to reach Xue Qingyu via phone was futile. He was left with no choice but to search for her, even if it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had to muster the courage to proceed. S-grade abilities were not commonplace. In the future, every S-grade wielder was a formidable force, underscoring the immense value of such powers. Additionally, Xue Qingyu harbored a profound disdain for men. She was known to eliminate any male she encountered, earning her the moniker Black Widow due to her mercilessness. As her powers had only recently awakened, she likely had not yet mastered them, making this the optimal moment for replication. Failing to seize this opportunity would render future attempts exceedingly difficult. With this thought in mind, Suen grasped his watermelon knife and set off toward the dormitory building where Xue Qingyu resided. Upon descending, he was immediately surrounded by a group of zombies. But he remained unfazed, swiftly dispatching one with a decisive strike. He had no intention of lingering, deftly evading the zombies' attacks as he fought. After eliminating another, he slipped out of their encirclement, moving like a wraith toward his destination. Having run a few hundred meters, he spotted a relatively attractive girl being dragged by a zombie beside a car. The girl clung desperately to the car door, clutching the keys, while a zombie gnawed at her calf, eliciting heart-wrenching screams of agony. Without a second thought, Suen rushed to her aid. Upon seeing him, a flicker of hope ignited in her despairing eyes, and she pleaded, "Please save me. I am willing to do anything." Before she could finish her sentence, the sharp blade of the watermelon knife responded. Suen swiftly severed her head. The girl had already been infected by the zombie, and salvation was beyond reach. Moreover, he had no intention of rescuing her. Even assisting in her passing would be a form of merit accumulation. Suen crouched to retrieve the car keys from the corpse, jumped into the vehicle, and revved the engine, sending the car roaring forward. He plowed through both humans and zombies alike without hesitation. In no time, he arrived at the base of the dormitory where Xue Qingyu resided, only to frown at the scene before him. The entire building had succumbed, teeming with zombies. Survivors could be seen fleeing in terror, drawing the horde's attention, while some, unable to bear the horror, leapt from the heights. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and pools of blood. Given the chaos, he wondered if Xue Qingyu was still inside. If not, it would pose a significant problem. Just as Suen contemplated exiting the vehicle, he spotted a petite girl on the staircase, fiercely wielding a gas canister to fend off the approaching zombies. She stood under 5 feet tall, her slender arms and small frame adorned in a pink dress, yet her strength was astonishing. Each swing of the gas canister sent a zombie flying. Alone, she managed to keep the horde at bay. Suen was taken aback and directed his gaze toward her, noticing 2 lines of small text above her head. Power amplification ability, D-grade, wealth value, 5. To his surprise, she was an awakened ability wielder, albeit of D-grade. The girl seemed to notice him as well. She cleared away several zombies and hurried to his vehicle, banging on the windshield. "Please, let me in. I beg you to take me with you." A smile graced Suen's face. The opportunity to replicate an ability had presented itself right before him. With a sudden motion, he flung open the car door and yanked the girl inside, silently reciting, "Bring it on." Target detected for plunder. Ability replication activated. Wealth acquisition initiated. Please select Chapter 3. The Desperate Dash in the Apocalypse. Searching for the campus bell, ability replication successful, acquired ability, power amplification, grade D. In the blink of an eye, the grade D ability was his. And Suin felt a surge of elation. At last, he possessed a practical power, albeit of only D rank. It was better than nothing. As for the target's wealth, it amounted to a mere 5 points, likely just the clothes on her back. He had no peculiar interest in women's attire, so there was little use in stealing it. Thank you, big brother. You scared me to death. Is this the apocalypse? The girl remarked, still shaken as she settled into the vehicle. Suin did not respond, but instead inquired, do you know Xueqingyu? The girl nodded eagerly. Of course, we share a dorm. Suin's spirits lifted at this fortunate revelation, and he pressed on. Do you know where she is now? After a moment's thought, she replied, I remember she went to her uncle's photography studio today to be a cover model. Do you know where her uncle's studio is? Yes, I've accompanied her there twice. It's next to the television station, building to the north. Having obtained Xueqingyu's whereabouts, Suin wasted no time, swiftly turning the car towards the school gate. I can take you along, but you must help guide me to Xueqingyu. Sure, no problem. The girl nodded eagerly in agreement. With a few presses of the accelerator, the car successfully exited the school grounds and headed towards the television station. At this moment, Sioux City had already descended into chaos, with zombies roaming the streets and crowds of people screaming in panic. Countless abandoned vehicles lined the roadside. Thick smoke mingled with the sounds of agony, echoing through the streets like a hellish nightmare. Fortunately, as the apocalypse had only just begun, many individuals were preoccupied with evading the undead, and the roads were not completely obstructed. Occasionally, zombies and frightened crowds could be simply plowed through. The girl gazed out at the harrowing scene, her face paling. To distract herself, she hurriedly initiated conversation with Suin. Big brother, what is your name and what is your major? I'm Li Xiaoyu, 18 years old. And I love eating fish, hee. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sent 2 zombies flying and replied coolly, Suin hello, Suin Gij. From now on, I'll call you Gij. What is your relationship with Qingyu? Are we going to rescue her? Suin remained silent, merely nodding slightly, his focus entirely on driving. Seeing Suin in silence, Li Xiaoyu refrained from further inquiries, her large eyes brimming with curiosity, tinged with a hint of envy towards Xueqingyu. In her eyes, Suin and Xueqingyu must surely be lovers, for Suin was willing to risk his life to save her, even in the face of impending doom. A sense of melancholy washed over Li Xiaoyu. With such a remarkable boyfriend as Suin, she herself had nothing. Those boys who once professed their affection for her, claiming they would die for her, were likely too preoccupied with their own survival at this moment. Even if they possessed the means to protect themselves, they would scarcely risk their lives to save her. How she wished Suin were her boyfriend, handsome as he was. After a journey of approximately 20 minutes, Suin abruptly halted the car, retrieving a watermelon knife before exiting the vehicle. Not yet, he replied coolly, we need to change cars. After a tumultuous drive marked by collisions, the small car could no longer withstand the strain. If they did not switch vehicles soon, a breakdown was inevitable. Oh, Li Xiaoyu hastily disembarked to follow him. Suin approached a Hummer, tapping on the windshield, prompting a portly, middle-aged man to roll down the window and lean out. Get lost, kid. Don't obstruct me waiting for someone. Without a moment's hesitation, Suin seized the man by the collar, yanking him from the vehicle, before sliding into the driver's seat. The middle-aged man scrambled to his feet, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging at Suin. With a swift kick, amplified by his enhanced strength, Suin sent the man flying, who crashed violently into a nearby trash bin, his fate uncertain. In the passenger seat sat a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman, likely the mistress of the middle-aged man. Appearing to be no older than 20, she possessed an exquisite beauty, undoubtedly a campus belle. Suin expressionlessly pulled her over and unceremoniously kicked her out of the car. As he retracted his foot, he gently nudged the door shut with the tip of his shoe and signaled to Li Xiaoyu with a glance, urging her to hurry and get in. Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Okay, brotherin. She had been observing Suin's actions, noting his mercilessness in dealing with both the living and the undead who dared to obstruct their path, effortlessly commandeering any vehicle he desired. While she found his brutality unsettling, she refrained from voicing her concerns, as she relied on Suin for her own safety. After all, this was the apocalypse. Notions of goodness and beauty had long since vanished. Though she had not personally experienced the end of the world, she had seen enough apocalyptic films to understand that self-righteous characters often met grim fates early on. Being young and yet to experience love, she certainly did not wish for her life to end prematurely. As they resumed their journey, what was expected to be a 30-minute drive stretched into an hour before they finally reached their destination, the photography studio that Li Xiaoyu indicated in the distance. Suin parked the car at the entrance, pocketed the keys, and wielded a watermelon knife as he exited. Wait for me, brotherin. I'll go with you. Li Xiaoyu called out. Although the car offered relative safety, she lacked the courage to remain inside alone. Inside the studio, Xue Qingyu curled up in a corner of a photography room, trembling with fear. Outside, the occasional screams further drained color from her already pale face. Qingyu, don't be afraid. Your uncle will protect you, a voice reassured her. Thank you, uncle, Xue Qingyu replied, nodding obediently. In the room with her was another middle-aged man in a suit, who was quietly comforting her. This man was Lu Qingyu, Xue Qingyu's uncle and the owner of the photography studio. Xue Qingyu had always been naturally beautiful, growing into an even more radiant and ethereal presence. Her appearance and grace rivaled that of many celebrated stars, perhaps even surpassing them. However, her family was not well off, prompting her to work as a cover model at her uncle's studio to earn some living expenses. Lu Qingyu welcomed this arrangement, as her striking looks and demeanor attracted numerous clients to his studio. On what was supposed to be a typical day of shooting, terror struck shortly after they began. Around 10 o'clock, chaos erupted outside as a horde of grotesque maniacs began attacking people, biting and tearing into flesh, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. Those who were bitten quickly revived and turned into attackers themselves. Before the studio could secure its doors, the crazed individuals burst in, leading Lu Qingyu to hastily take Xue Qingyu into a small photography room, narrowly escaping disaster. Reflecting on the tumultuous events, Lu Qingyu felt as though he were trapped in a scene straight from an apocalyptic film. It seemed that the end of the world had arrived. With the onset of this catastrophe, the photography studio he had painstakingly built over a lifetime would likely perish, along with all his wealth and reputation, evaporating into nothingness. As these thoughts consumed him, he felt an inexplicable surge of agitation. Glancing at the youthful and beautiful Xue Qingyu, an unsettling impulse drove him to reach out toward her, a flicker of madness crossing his eyes. Qingyu, come to me. You won't be afraid if you're in my arms. Your uncle will protect you, he urged. Seeing the crazed expression on Lu Qingyu's face, Xue Qingyu's heart raced with terror, prompting her to instinctively step back. Thank you, but I'm fine, she stammered. Lu Qingyu's demeanor shifted abruptly, his face hardening. Qingyu, are you being disobedient? I have watched you grow since childhood. Is there any harm in a hug? Xue Qingyu shook her head and continued to retreat until she found herself cornered against the wall. Please don't do this. Lu Qingyu, upon hearing her words, let out a sinister laugh, his eyes glowing ominously as he coldly proclaimed, the apocalypse has arrived. Everything is lost, utterly gone. I have struggled for most of my life, only to end up with nothing. Qingyu, now that the world has ended, morality and ethics hold no significance. Can't you help me just this once? I have never been unkind to you. Isn't it only right to assist me? As he spoke, he lunged toward her. Xue Qingyu was already terrified. The earlier encounter with zombies had left her shaken, and Lu Qingyu's beastly behavior was beyond her expectations. She struggled desperately, crying and pleading for mercy. Yet, Lu Qingyu remained deaf to her cries. Seeing her fierce resistance, he could only step aside momentarily and began to strip off his clothes. Qingyu, you must keep your voice down. Outside, there are monsters that devour humans. If they detect you, your delicate body will be torn apart. Wouldn't it be better to succumb to me than to those creatures? He reassured her, rest assured, I will treat you well. I have long desired this. With tears streaming down her face, Xue Qingyu shook her head, filled with despair. Don't come any closer, you beast. Lu Qingyu grinned wickedly, resolutely determined to embrace his primal instincts. The more she cursed him, the more exhilarated he became. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, and a man and a woman entered. It was Su En and Li Xiaoyu. Qingyu, are you all right? Li Xiaoyu rushed in first, immediately noticing Xue Qingyu's tragic state. Though thankfully her clothing remained intact, she had merely been frightened. Li Xiaoyu quickly grabbed a set of clothes from a nearby rack to help cover her. Seeing his plans interrupted, Lu Qingyu erupted with fury, yelling at Suin, who allowed you to enter? This is my studio, get out. Suin cast a calm glance at Lu Qingyu before turning his attention to the sobbing Xue Qingyu. With a mere guess, he pieced together the events that had transpired. Lu Qingyu's actions did not surprise him, as he had witnessed countless horrors over the 10 years of surviving in this apocalyptic world, far worse than this. The apocalypse is a ravenous beast. Once unleashed, it devours all notions of ethics and morality. Yet, it seemed Lu Qingyu had adapted far too quickly. At that moment, Suin also realized the reason behind Xue Qingyu's animosity towards men in her past life. Seeing Suin ignore him, a cold glimmer flickered in Lu Qingyu's eyes. He grabbed a stone intended as a photography backdrop and hurled it at Suin's head. Die! Watch out! Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaoyu hastily called out a warning. Lu Qingyu's speed was remarkable. His strike was executed with a decisive force, devoid of any hesitation. Yet, before Suan, it appeared somewhat trivial and ineffectual. When it comes to the art of killing, Suan was indeed a seasoned expert. In an instant, the glint of the blade flashed, and Lu Qingyu missed his target entirely. In a panic, he discarded the heavy stone and clutched his throat tightly. But the crimson blood continued to surge desperately through his fingers, soon creating a pool upon the ground. Lu Qingyu yearned to articulate his thoughts. Yet when he attempted to speak, only the rasping sounds of his throat and a torrent of bloody foam emerged. With a sudden thud, he collapsed to the earth, convulsing uncontrollably. It seemed he would not perish immediately. His survival was now contingent upon the volume of blood he had left. However, just then, the previously sobbing Xue Qingyu sprang up and threw herself into Suan's embrace, weeping sorrowfully. Suan was taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. He longed to inquire, "My dear lady, are we so well acquainted?" Despite his confusion, he instinctively tightened his hold around her, silently contemplating. "Come forth, if you will." Beep. Detected plunderable target. Please select plunder direction, power replication successful. Acquired ability, S-Class lightning manipulation. Finally, the S-Class ability is in hand, and Suan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This truly is an S-Class ability, providing a reliable foundation for the days to come. However, in Li Xiaoyu's eyes, Suan's smile seemed somewhat akin to feeding someone lemons. The handsome man had a beautiful woman by his side, and Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. After all, she was not the first to arrive. Shortly after, the three exited the photography studio and returned to the car. Suan sat in the driver's seat, while the two girls occupied the back. Whispering to each other and occasionally stealing glances at Xue Qingyu's cheeks were flushed, too shy to meet Suan's gaze, while Li Xiaoyu observed the two closely. Suan, on the other hand, furrowed his brows. The apocalypse had arrived suddenly. It had only been 2 or 3 hours since the chaos began. Many people were already reacting, hastily escaping the city to avoid the hordes of zombies. However, as everyone fled, the roads quickly became congested, impeding any chance of escape. The zombies took advantage of the situation, pounding on car windows, turning it into a deadly game of chance. Once the box was opened, those inside were essentially doomed. Death was a minor concern. Pressing the accelerator before perishing was the real danger. Traffic had come to a standstill, effectively extinguishing Suan's hopes of leaving the city. Walking out of the city would take several hours, a perilous endeavor not worth the risk. After much contemplation, Suan abandoned the idea of leaving the city and called the two girls to exit the vehicle. They then made their way to a nearby wealthy residential area, where the security guards had long since fled, leaving the gates wide open. Inside, the distant roars of zombies could be heard. The trio entered the community, with Suan first proceeding to the security booth, lowering the barriers and locking the gate. He didn't expect the barriers to stop the zombies, but he hoped that their destruction would trigger an alarm. This upscale neighborhood consisted mainly of luxurious villas, beautifully landscaped. Yet now a desolate scene with a few scattered zombies roaming about. There were no living souls to be seen. The affluent not only lived in better conditions, but also fled more swiftly. With vehicles rendered useless, many had taken to the skies. Consequently, most residents had already evacuated, leaving behind only a handful of survivors. As Suan cleared out the sporadic zombies along the way, he selected a villa near the community entrance as their temporary stronghold. After thoroughly inspecting the premises and confirming the absence of zombies, they officially took residence. Chapter 5. Ambition. While neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile weaponry. Of course, before fully settling in, Suan deemed it essential to gather some basic supplies. He instructed Xue Qingyu to remain in the villa and organize usable items, while he took Li Xiaoyu to search other residences for resources. Simultaneously, they would also clear out the zombies in the community, allowing Li Xiaoyu to hone her personal abilities. Li Xiaoyu possessed D-class strength amplification powers, which, while not showing great potential for growth, were highly practical in the early stages. At the very least, her abilities were straightforward to wield. Unlike Xue Qingyu's lightning powers that required time to master, Li Xiaoyu was more than willing to comply with Suan's arrangements. She feared not being treated as mere labor. Rather, she dreaded being cast aside entirely in this vast apocalypse, devoid of support. As a power-type awakener with considerable strength, she was well suited for manual labor. Choosing a baseball bat as her weapon, she wielded it with ease, effortlessly smashing the heads of zombies and creating a gruesome scene. Suan followed behind at a leisurely pace, occasionally offering guidance and addressing Li Xiaoyu's questions about her abilities. When Li Xiaoyu discovered she was an awakener, her excitement was palpable as she gleefully proclaimed, "I am an awakener." No wonder my strength has increased so much. Suin shook his head in amusement, unwilling to dampen her confidence. Her ability, like a particular part of her body, was a D-class skill, leaving little room for advancement. Just days prior, it had seemed manageable. But soon, as the zombies evolved, this close combat simpleton with only strength enhancement would likely struggle against even elite adversaries. Is Xueqingyu an awakener too? Li Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Indeed, she possesses lightning abilities, Suin replied. Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with fascination. Wow, that sounds impressive. Suin concurred. After all, lightning abilities were indeed formidable. Not only could they generate electricity, but their speed and lethality were among the highest in the realm of powers. Additionally, during thunderstorms, they received buffs, enabling the wielder to manipulate lightning to their advantage. Reflecting on his own newfound abilities, Suin summoned the lightning power within him and directed it towards a nearby zombie. A bolt of lightning arced from his fingertips, piercing through the zombie's chest and creating a charred cavity. Although he had aimed for the head, he had missed, indicating that he needed more practice. Moreover, Suin noticed a slight increase in his proficiency with lightning manipulation. In this initial apocalypse, individuals themselves could not level up. Only abilities could grow. Mastery was easily attained through usage, with proficiency leading to automatic upgrades until reaching the maximum level. Thus, in this first apocalypse, the quality of one's abilities was paramount. Upon accessing the skill panel, he discovered some changes. Strength Amplification D, 15 Proficiency, 80, Lightning Manipulation S, 125 Proficiency, 1, Plunder God Level Unique, 1 Proficiency, 20. All three abilities had seen varying degrees of proficiency enhancement. With Strength Amplification nearing its next upgrade, it appeared the maximum level was 5, while Lightning Manipulation could reach a cap of 25. Using abilities would increase proficiency. As for the Plunder ability, its mechanics remained a mystery. He could only speculate that it too could evolve, though its upper limit was yet unknown. It is not difficult to discern the disparity between the ratings of extraordinary abilities. Setting aside the notion of plunder, let us compare the powers of lightning manipulation and strength enhancement. In terms of initial potency, strength enhancement pales in comparison to lightning control. And when it comes to growth potential, the difference is even more pronounced. One maxes out at level 5, while the other reaches its peak at level 25. In purely numerical terms, it is a crushing defeat. Suin could not help but cast a sympathetic glance toward Li Xiaoyu. The comparison among awakened ones can be rather disheartening. Fortunately, he possesses an impressive advantage. Li Xiaoyu, oblivious to the pity in Suin's eyes, stared at him with wide-eyed astonishment. Brotherin, you can generate electricity. Are you also an ability user of the lightning element? I suppose so. Suin replied with a nod, somewhat evasively. But I noticed that you possess considerable strength as well. I thought you, like me, wielded strength enhancement abilities. Indeed. I also have strength enhancement abilities, Suin clarified. No wonder you are so formidable, Brotherin. Li Xiaoyu beamed sweetly, refraining from further inquiries. The more impressive Suin appeared, the happier she became. This is the fundamental self-awareness of a supportive companion. When the mainstay is strong, the supporter can rest easy. After toiling for most of the day in the community, the two finally managed to clear out the zombies and also scavenged a considerable amount of supplies. Upon returning to their base, Suin walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Li Xiaoyu followed behind, burdened with several hundred pounds of supplies. The various bags and bundles nearly engulfed her petite frame, leaving only her large, watery eyes visible. Xueqingyu also organized the supplies within the base, meticulously cleaning and arranging all the rooms, giving the temporary shelter a semblance of home. A preliminary inventory revealed a bounty of resources: 9.5 barrels of cooking oil, over 300 pounds of rice and flour, 13 boxes of beverages and juices, 629 bottles of white and red wine, over 60 pounds of fresh vegetables, 40 pounds of fresh meat, and more than 20 boxes of canned goods, though these were primarily pet food. Seasonings such as soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, cooking oil, and iodine salt were scant, with only 6 boxes in total. There were also 2 large sacks filled with assorted snacks and delicacies, 2 more filled with abalone, bird's nest, and sea cucumber, and 4 large sacks of various medicines and herbs. These provisions were sufficient for the 3 of them to comfortably sustain themselves for 2 months. However, it is important to note that this represents the entirety of supplies from over 20 luxurious villas, a significant portion of the community. This is the drawback of residing in a luxury district. The food reserves are woefully inadequate. The total quantity of edible supplies in the entire luxury district may not even surpass that of a single building in an ordinary neighborhood. This is largely due to the proximity of commercial streets, where affluent individuals often dine out. Even when they cook at home, they tend to prioritize quality over quantity when purchasing groceries, leading to a lack of stockpiling. Pet food is the only exception. On the other hand, the wine collection is quite abundant, boasting a total of 629 bottles, including exquisite red and white wines, many of which are rare vintages worth thousands of dollars per bottle. In a few months, the value of these hundreds of bottles will soar to astronomical heights. Additionally, there are many precious medicinal herbs favored by successful middle-aged entrepreneurs, such as ginseng, deer antler, and tiger bone, making them highly sought after by powerful factions in the post-apocalyptic world, thus holding significant value. With the inventory completed, it was time to categorize and preserve the supplies appropriately. After a long day of toil, the two young ladies were utterly exhausted, their stomachs growling with hunger. They busied themselves in the kitchen, washing vegetables and preparing a meal with great enthusiasm. Sue-An retreated to the spacious balcony on the third floor, lazily reclining on a lounge chair, occasionally sipping on fruit juice as the fading rays of the sunset cast a warm glow. In that moment, Sue-An couldn't help but reflect. In his previous life, he would have been hiding with Su Xiaoyan in a drainage pipe, shivering at this hour, rather than basking in the sun so leisurely. At present, he was reluctant to venture outside in search of supplies, even though the early days of the apocalypse were indeed the prime time for stockpiling food. The dilemma, however, was evident. Where would he store such an abundance? It was impractical to bring everything back to this temporary base. Transportation alone posed a significant challenge, and managing storage would be another issue altogether. Additionally, relocating to a new base would complicate matters further. The immediate priority was to find other awakened individuals to replicate their abilities. Food could be hoarded by others. While neighbors stockpiled provisions, he would arm himself. Neighbors served as his granaries. Chapter 6. Guiding Xueqingyu. Late-night conversations between the two girls. Chicken soup is ready. The two girls prepared a sumptuous meal of 3 dishes and a soup, featuring both meat and vegetables, a true feast in this apocalyptic world. The food was delectable, and Sue-An relished several bowls, his appetite insatiable. Li Xiaoyu, rubbing her round belly, reclined fully on the lounge chair, her face glowing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xueqingyu took out a small notebook, calculating their supplies and planning their daily consumption, occasionally tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Qingyu, have you been able to control your abilities? Sue-An inquired, sipping his tea as he turned to her. Huh, what abilities? I don't know, Xueqingyu replied, her cheeks flushing as she returned to reality. She always appeared shy and reserved in Sue-An's presence. Seeing that she still had no idea about her S-rank extraordinary powers, Sue-An could only shake his head in exasperation. It was difficult to reconcile this bashful girl with the formidable assassin she had been in his past life. He proceeded to explain everything to her, and Xueqingyu listened intently. I'll give it a try, she said, rising and closing her eyes to concentrate. Before long, arcs of electricity began to crackle around her, and she raised her hand, conjuring a bolt of lightning that shot forth, incinerating a small sapling below. I did it. I succeeded, Xueqingyu exclaimed softly, beads of sweat forming on her brow from excitement. Sue-An smiled reassuringly. Your talent is quite impressive, he remarked, summoning arcs of electricity in his own hand. With a flick, he sent a nearby watermelon knife soaring, embedding it firmly into the wall. Practice in that direction for now. There are many applications for lightning-based abilities, including using electromagnetic force to control metal. This is one of the most efficient and effortless methods of employing your powers, he instructed. All right, I will strive to improve, Xueqingyu replied earnestly. Sue-An then stretched, declaring, tonight, you two will take turns keeping watch. Should you encounter any zombies, try to eliminate them quietly to avoid attracting too many. At night, the zombies' vision diminishes, but their hearing becomes significantly sharper. Yes, sir. I assure you I will complete the task. Li Xiaoyu sprang up, lively and mischievous, and offered a respectful bow. Sue-An could not help but smile as he turned and entered his room, collapsing onto the bed to close his eyes and rest. In his mind, he meticulously organized the memories of his past life while contemplating his future plans, particularly how to interact with the two women, Xueqingyu and Li Xiaoyu. Xueqingyu was one of the campus beauties at Su University, possessing an innocent charm and striking looks. Li Xiaoyu, with her adorable and vivacious demeanor, was a small figure brimming with energy, rivaling Xueqingyu in appearance. To claim that Sue-An was entirely unaffected would be a falsehood. Had it been someone less attractive, he would have dismissed them without hesitation. However, after the incident with Su Xiaoyan, he had developed a degree of PTSD, making it impossible for him to fully trust any woman. If only I had the powers of a master, Sue-An lamented helplessly. As for the option of friendship, he quickly eliminated it from consideration. In this apocalyptic world, there were no friends, nor any semblance of camaraderie. He had no intention of seeking friendship in this life. Is it tragic? Indeed it is. Such is the reality of the apocalypse. Such is his way of survival. He would rather perish in solitude than place his hopes in the ephemeral nature of humanity. On the balcony, Li Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the railing, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the community. Her expression was exceedingly serious, and with her petite frame, she resembled a small cat awaiting its prey. Qingyu, you should go rest. I will keep watch here, and when I can no longer manage, I will let you take over. Although Suan did not voice it, Li Xiaoyu could sense, to some extent, that among the three of them, she was the weakest. She did not wish to be discarded by Suan. Therefore, she resolved to find ways to contribute more, doing her utmost. It's still early, and I can't sleep. Let me keep you company. If you feel tired, you can rest first. It's the same if I stand guard. Xue Qingyu shook her head, skillfully manipulating a fruit knife with her electromagnetic powers while chatting casually with Li Xiaoyu. Before the apocalypse, they had been roommates and had shared a good relationship, leading to plenty of topics for conversation. Qingyu, how long have you been with Brotherin? I never noticed you had a boyfriend before. At this, Xue Qingyu stumbled, the fruit knife veering out of control and soaring dangerously close to Li Xiaoyu's head. Startled, Li Xiaoyu quickly ducked. Wow, Qingyu, are you trying to kill me? Just because I learned your secret doesn't mean you need to silence me. Xue Qingyu's face flushed crimson, and she waved her hands in a flurry. I'm sorry. It was not intentional. I'm not dating Suan. We have only met a few times. Li Xiaoyu was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. How is that possible? Then why would Brotherin risk his life to save you? To this, Xue Qingyu could only respond, I swear. We have merely crossed paths a few times, and he has always had a girlfriend. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy shadowed her features. What? Li Xiaoyu refined her tone before softly inquiring. Do tell me, is it that little vixen Su Xiaoyan from the Chinese department whom you must have encountered? She is indeed strikingly beautiful. Li Xiaoyu's expression turned peculiar as she exclaimed, Oh, isn't she just a green TBTCH? How could Angwa possibly be taken by her? I would surpass her if I were just half a head taller, merely a petite 20 centimeters more. Then I too would be the belle of Su University. Both Su Xiaoyan and Xue Qingyu boast statuesque figures, each standing just over 1.7 meters tall. The matter of height has long been a sore point for Li Xiaoyu, who at just 1.55 meters feels the pain acutely. Fortunately, her looks are commendable, allowing her to maintain a certain standard. It is said they have been together for 2 years, though Su Xiaoyan never speaks of it, only seeking Su and when gifts are in question. Among the girls, Su Xiaoyan's reputation is far from pristine. Rumors suggest that during high school, she was known for playing both sides, and since entering university, her escapades have only multiplied, entangling herself with several affluent young men. Xue Qingyu cannot fathom why Su is enamored with Su Xiaoyan, having witnessed her link arms with other boys while entering hotels. Wow, that little vixen Su Xiaoyan is truly repulsive. Wait a moment, Qingyu, aren't you and Angwa not that familiar? How come you know so much about him? Li Xiaoyu discerned a blind spot. Xue Qingyu's cheeks flushed as she fell silent. Li Xiaoyu suddenly enlightened. You can't possibly have a secret crush on Angwa, can you? No wonder you practically leaped into his arms at the photo studio. Tut. In terms of unrequited love, you truly are the school belle, Xue. Oh dear, what nonsense are you spouting? Xue Qingyu, having her feelings laid bare, blushed deeply. Do share, how did you come to like him? Li Xiaoyu teased. Xue Qingyu bit her lip and softly confessed. When I first arrived at Su University, he helped me carry my luggage. Is that all? One time, I fell off my bike, and he was the one who helped me up. Is that all? Two young girls frolicked on the balcony, their laughter echoing in the fading light of the sunset as dusk gradually enveloped the earth. A corpulent figure, resembling a mountain of flesh, staggered down the street, emitting guttural sounds while black, foul-smelling liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth. Its path led directly toward the community where Su In and her companions resided. As time slipped away, midnight approached. Li Xiaoyu remained vigilant on the balcony, while Xue Qingyu, wrapped in a blanket, slept soundly on the sofa. The two had agreed that Li Xiaoyu would keep watch during the first half of the night, while Xue Qingyu would take over the latter half. Stifling a yawn and stretching, Li Xiaoyu suddenly noticed a shadowy figure by the community gate. The streetlight illuminated the grotesque sight, a towering, 2-meter-tall behemoth, grotesquely bloated, with dark, putrid flesh bursting through its clothing, oozing black liquid like a swollen corpse marinated in water, an utterly disturbing sight. A chill ran down Li Xiaoyu's spine as she instinctively grabbed a baseball bat. She was certain this creature was a zombie. Initially, she contemplated rushing down to strike it down, but hesitated at the thought of its massive size, at least 400 to 500 pounds, an imposing force that would be difficult to vanquish. After much deliberation, she decided to awaken Xue Qingyu. knowing that her companion possessed ranged attack capabilities. The two girls stealthily descended the stairs, tiptoeing toward the community entrance, careful to remove their shoes to avoid making noise. When they were within 20 meters of the grotesque zombie, Xue Qingyu summoned lightning in her palm and launched a fruit knife at the creature. The blade glinted ominously as it struck true, severing the zombie's head, causing the massive body to fall lifelessly to the ground. However, before they could celebrate their triumph, the corpse of the zombie suddenly swelled as if inflated, and with a resounding bang, it burst apart, sending a shower of foul, gelatinous flesh splattering everywhere and obliterating several sections of the community's railing. The explosion triggered car alarms from vehicles parked nearby, their shrill cries piercing the stillness of the night, echoing through the streets. As the cacophony of alarms rang out, more zombies emerged, drawn to the noise, shrieking in a frenzy. Realizing the impending doom, Li Xiaoyu cursed under her breath and dashed forward with her bat. Suen had previously warned that zombies' hearing heightened at night, and such a jarring alarm would undoubtedly attract a horde. They needed to silence the alarms. Yet, before Li Xiaoyu could reach the cars, waves of zombies surged toward the community, numbering well over 100. She quickly pivoted and ran back, shouting for Xue Qingyu to follow her. Hurry! This many zombies are beyond what you can handle. Without hesitation, Xue Qingyu joined Li Xiaoyu in sprinting toward the villa, pursued relentlessly by the throng of zombies. Some of the zombies were particularly swift, their emaciated legs appearing grayish-white, yet displaying alarming strength, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Just then, a shimmering blade sliced through the air, decapitating the two foremost zombies, their bodies rolling several meters before coming to a halt. Suen leaped from the third-floor balcony, the gleaming knife spinning in the air as it dispatched several more undead before returning to her hand. Guard the entrance. Do not let the zombies breach the supplies. Suen commanded the two girls before charging into the fray. With swift, precise strikes, she severed the heads of several zombies. After a flurry of attacks, she successfully diverted the zombies' attention toward her and dashed toward the gate, banging the knife against the ground to further attract them. Hundreds of zombies followed Suen toward the community entrance. However, the incessant blaring of car alarms continued to summon more undead, flooding the area. With a flick of her wrist, she utilized her magnetic powers to lift sections of the railing, forming a triangular barrier in front of her, and charged into the throng of zombies, unimpeded. As she maneuvered through the horde, Suen quickly reached the car that was still wailing. Channeling electricity, she disabled the alarm, silencing it instantly. With the source of noise extinguished, the zombies in the distance halted, standing bewildered. Yet, around 200 zombies remained in furious pursuit behind Suen. While she wielded her knife, she also manipulated nearby metallic objects with her magnetic force, swiftly dispatching dozens of zombies. Yet, the relentless tide of undead continued to surge forward, some exhibiting a grayish-white exterior, revealing a bony shell that rendered them impervious to her strikes. Suen furrowed her brow, narrowing her focus on one particular grayish zombie. Above its head, small text appeared: Zombie, Hardened Type LV2. As she suspected, the zombies had begun to evolve. In just a matter of hours, LV2 hardened types had emerged. These evolved zombies possessed speed and strength several times greater than their ordinary counterparts, with significantly enhanced defenses. While an ordinary person could still contend with several typical zombies armed with a melee weapon, facing hardened types spelled certain doom, unless one wielded heavy artillery, at least a shotgun caliber or above. Moreover, the strange stench lingering in the air suggested that these zombies had not only evolved into LV2 hardened types, but had also given rise to LV3 explosive types. Dubbed fatty zombies, their attacks were relatively low but posed a considerable threat. Once injured, a violent explosion would ensue, resulting in immediate death for anyone too close. Following the blast, a pungent and unpleasant odor would linger in the air, attracting hordes of zombies from hundreds of meters away. Those who became tainted by this scent would find themselves the primary targets of the undead. Even if one were not killed in the explosion, they would likely be torn apart by the approaching zombies. It seemed that Xue Qingyu and her companion inadvertently triggered the explosive breed, leading to the ensuing zombie horde. Suen ceased his contemplations, maneuvering through the streets while retreating and engaging the zombies, striking a balance between withdrawal and attack. After approximately 20 minutes of combat, the undead numbers were halved. Brother Su, we come to assist you, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, sprinting from the community with a baseball bat, swiftly dispatching a zombie with a powerful swing. Xue Qingyu followed closely behind, unleashing bolts of lightning from her palms as she valiantly eliminated the undead. With their assistance, the horde was nearly vanquished in under 10 minutes, leaving a gruesome collection of corpses strewn across the ground, numbering at least 100. Li Xiaoyu delivered the final blow to a zombie's head, signaling the complete eradication of the horde. Xue Qingyu approached Suin, biting her lip in guilt as she lowered her head. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Chapter 8. The mutant lizard man seeing the remorse etched on her face, Suin waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for excessive guilt. It was my oversight. He had not anticipated that on the very first day, zombies would evolve into level 3 explosive breeds, a clear indication of his negligence. Fortunately, it was Xue Qingyu who acted. Had it been Li Xiaoyu, a single swing of the bat could have resulted in a disastrous trade-off. It seemed prudent to take the time to educate them about the various types of zombies. You both should return for now. I'll conduct a nearby inspection. Ordinary zombies typically fell into a brief slumber at night, only awakening in response to unusual sounds. However, zombies of level 3 and above were distinctly different, capable of moving freely throughout the night. While ordinary zombies were merely corpses animated by the virus, those of level 3 and above had fully evolved into a new species, exhibiting rudimentary biological awareness and independent movement. The significant commotion here could easily attract other level 3 zombies in the vicinity, if not dealt with promptly. Allowing them to continuously evolve near the stronghold would pose a considerable threat. Suin had scarcely taken a few steps when a brilliant light illuminated the road ahead. A large dual-bridge truck was slowly approaching, eventually halting at the community entrance. Instinctively, the two girls moved behind Suin, their eyes fixated warily on the vehicle. Suin squinted at the truck. Driving aimlessly at this hour suggested either foolishness or substantial capability. Given the bloodstains on the truck's exterior, it was likely the latter. They were probably awakened individuals. As the doors opened, two young men in vests jumped down. One of the robust men glanced at the scattered corpses and grinned. Nice skills. Buddy, I'm Hu, and this is Xiao Shan. We were searching for survivors nearby, and came over after hearing the commotion. Suin nodded in acknowledgement. Scanning the two men, Xiao Shan appeared to be an ordinary person, while Hu was clearly an awakened individual. Ability, Iron Arm F. Wealth value, 100. His ability was merely a basic enhancement, rated F, even lower than Li Xiaoyu's, and his wealth value was not impressive either. Brothers, would you like to join us? The world has become chaotic. There's strength in numbers, and our chances of survival will be greater together, Hu suggested earnestly, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu pouted, turning her head away in silence, while Xue Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor, her eyes flashing with cold intensity. Following the incident with Lu Qingyu, she had developed a subtle animosity towards males. Although it hadn't reached the extreme levels of hatred exhibited by the Black Widow in her previous life, she still harbored significant hostility toward unfamiliar men. No need. Suin replied nonchalantly, for he had no intention of joining any faction or group. With his understanding of the apocalypse and his own capabilities, he saw no reason to place himself beneath others. To be realistic, there was no faction capable of providing him shelter, at least not at this stage. Should one join a certain group, the entire collective may become a burden, rendering the endeavor futile. Dear brother, do not act so recklessly. As you can see, the number of these zombies increases with each passing day, and it is exceedingly difficult for just the three of you to survive. Heed my advice and accompany us. We can look out for one another. We have stockpiled a considerable amount of provisions, with ample food and drink, which is certainly preferable to starving outdoors. A man of your stature can manage, but those two young ladies cannot endure such hardship, would you not agree? Noticing Suin's hesitance to immediately decline, it seemed he was somewhat swayed. Huzi hastily added, I shall be straightforward. It is evident that you are a skilled fighter. If you join us, our safety will be secured. Rest assured, I guarantee 3 hearty meals a day. The supplies we have can sustain us for years. The truck is overflowing with provisions. If you doubt my words, I can show you. As Huzi spoke, he approached Suin, casually draping his arm around his shoulder and leading him toward the truck. Let me tell you, there is plenty of seafood as well, but the northern fellows find the strong odor unpalatable. If you are fond of it, you shall be in for a treat. Really? Do not deceive me, Suin replied. Why would I deceive you? Just take a look. At that moment, the hand that Huzi had placed on Suin's shoulder began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, and in the blink of an eye, his entire arm transformed into a formidable steel appendage. Huzi's previously unassuming expression morphed into one of ferocity. Suddenly, Huzi's steel arm tightened, attempting to constrict Suin's head. In a flash, Suin was enveloped in a surge of electric energy, and Huzi was horrified to realize that his metallic arm had become uncontrollable, resisting any effort to move. Boss, act quickly. There is something amiss with this fellow. My hand does not obey. In panic, Huzi shouted toward the top of the truck. Useless. A chilling, ominous snort reverberated from atop the vehicle, followed by a shadow that leaped down, swiftly advancing towards Suin. In an instant, a flash of light erupted, and a gleaming watermelon knife was hurled forth, striking the shadow with precision. However, instead of the anticipated grotesque spectacle of blood and flesh, a sharp clang echoed as the knife ricocheted away, sending the shadow sprawling to a nearby spot. At last, Suen could discern the true nature of this shadowy figure. It was a humanoid creature standing over 2 meters tall, its entire form cloaked in dark greenish-black scales from ankle to crown. Its limbs were equipped with elongated, menacing claws, and its teeth were razor-sharp. A thick, muscular tail, measuring over a meter in length, trailed behind it. The creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a bipedal lizard. As Suen scrutinized the creature, 2 lines of text materialized above its head. Ability: Beast Transformation B, Irreversible, Wealth Value, 16,000. Suen was slightly taken aback upon observing the creature's abilities and wealth. A wealth value of 16,000 could indeed be considered a substantial prize. His own wealth barely exceeded 3,000. This indicated that the lizard man was the leader of this small gang, the true possessor of their collective wealth. As for its ability, it was a combat-oriented beast transformation ability, rated at B level. Regrettably, it was not fully awakened, as once the beast transformation commenced, it would be irreversible, leaving the creature in a half-human, half-lizard state for eternity. Suen could not help but feel a twinge of pity. Such a fundamentally flawed ability was of no interest to him. The lizard man turned its gaze towards Suen, its earthy yellow eyes glinting with a cold light. It lightly traced its claws over the wound on its chest, the tips stained with blood. Though the watermelon knife controlled by Suen had failed to inflict serious harm, it had nonetheless left a faint mark on its chest. "Kid, it seems your awakened ability is quite impressive," the lizard man sneered. "I'll give you a choice. Either kneel and pledge your loyalty to me, and you can join my crew. One of those 2 women will be left for you once I tire of them, or face death. I've yet to savor the taste of awakened human flesh." As it spoke, the lizard man flicked its forked tongue to taste the blood on its claws, its expression morphing into one of savage ferocity. Chapter 9. The First Clash with Humanity. A bounty of gains in the face of the lizard man's threat, Suen maintained an impassive demeanor. With a single hand, he seized the immobilized tiger, lifting him effortlessly, while silently invoking his thoughts. "Bring it forth." Detected potential for plunder. Please select plunder direction, duplicate ability, acquired ability, Iron Arm F. Though the Iron Arm ability was somewhat lackluster, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Suen considered it an opportunity to hone his skills. "Boss, save me." With a flushed face, Huzi, in a state of helplessness, sought salvation from the lizard man. Suddenly, the lizard man unleashed its powerful legs, transforming into a dark shadow that surged towards Suen with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Suen flung Huzi towards the lizard man. Just as Huzi thought he had narrowly escaped, the lizard man, undeterred, swung down with a vicious grip. "Get away." In a matter of moments, Huzi was silenced. His screams cut short as he was torn apart, his remains scattered across the ground like a grotesque pile of flesh. The lizard man continued its relentless pursuit of Suen. Electricity crackled around Suen as a watermelon knife spun through the air, aimed directly at the lizardman's eyes. The lizard man roared in fury, hastily shielding its eyes with both hands. The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying, as the watermelon knife was deflected once more. Remarkably, the lizard man remained unscathed, the blade merely leaving a faint white mark on its hand, a testament to its formidable defense. "You're useless, boy. I am impervious to blades and bullets." Ha! However, in that fleeting moment when the lizardman's vision was obscured, Suen surged forward, closing the distance in an instant, his right arm shimmering with a metallic sheen. Alarmed by Suen's swiftness, the lizard man lunged its claws towards Suen's head. Die? Yet, Suen was swifter still. With a surge of enhanced strength, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at the lizard man's jaw. A muffled thud resounded as the lizardman's massive form was sent soaring several meters into the air, emitting a beastly wail. Electricity surged anew as Suen emitted a cold snort. Lock! A series of steel barriers surged forth with astounding speed, twisting and coiling like a soaring serpent, swiftly enveloping the lizard man within. Moments later, the lizard man had transformed into a massive iron sphere ensnared in steel, crashing to the ground and stirring a vast cloud of dust. Despite this, the lizard man remained resolute, roaring in defiance as its scaled limbs exerted tremendous force, causing the surrounding steel to creak ominously. Suddenly, another surge of electric energy assaulted the sphere, enveloping it in blinding currents. Under the immense electrical assault, the lizard man succumbed within a minute, collapsing onto the ground, its body charred and emitting a foul scent of burnt flesh. Suen approached the lizard man with an expression devoid of emotion, placing a single hand upon its forehead while silently invoking, "Bring it forth." Detected potential for plunder. Please select plunder direction. Plunder wealth. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired 17,000 points of wealth resources. Remaining 1,000 points of population wealth could not be plundered due to insufficient skill proficiency. Please select resource storage location. Let us place it in the Stronghold Villa, he decided. Resources have been transferred. Please check promptly. Big brother, I beg you spare my life. I will follow you from now on, obeying all your commands. The lizard man pleaded weakly. Suen cast a dispassionate glance at the creature, rising to dust off his hands before turning to leave. I'm sorry, but you hold no value for me any longer. The iron sphere tightened its grip, and several steel rods pierced through the lizard man's orifices, swiftly reducing it to a grotesque mass, silencing its cries for good. Brother, are you hurt? Li Xiaoyu approached, wielding a baseball bat and wearing a concerned expression, while her other hand dragged along a severely beaten man. 3 had come in total, 2 had perished, and the sole survivor had been captured after being injured by Li Xiaoyu during his escape. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Suen replied, glancing at the moaning man. Finish him. He is of no further use. Am I to kill him? Li Xiaoyu recoiled slightly, while she showed no hesitation in dispatching zombies. The thought of taking a human life weighed heavily upon her conscience, given her upbringing in a civilized society. You find it hard to do? Confronted by Suen's indifferent gaze, Li Xiaoyu felt a tightening in her chest, unable to meet his eyes as she lowered her head and stammered, I understand. After much hesitation, she bit her silver teeth and swung the baseball bat, bringing an end to the hulking man. As she gazed at the pool of blood, her hands trembled involuntarily. Suen reached out to gently pat her head in a gesture of comfort, reminding her that to survive in this apocalyptic world, one must be willing to dirty their hands. Otherwise, it would be one's own life at stake. In this desolate reality, one could even feel pity for the zombies, but never for other human beings, as the hearts of men in such times were more fearsome than floods or beasts. After a brief acquaintance, Li Xiaoyu exhibited a performance beyond Suen's expectations. Her combat awareness was keen, and she demonstrated remarkable intelligence, prompting Suen to contemplate nurturing her potential. All right, I will heed Brother N's guidance, Li Xiaoyu replied with a sweet smile. She understood that Suen had her best interests at heart, yet she still required time to adjust her mindset to this new world. As for Xue Qingyu, she remained aloof, displaying little discomfort regarding the deaths of the 3 men. Suen chose not to elaborate further, turning to the back of the large truck and opening the cargo door. He did not seek any supplies. As he had already plundered everything of value, he assumed the vehicle was devoid of resources. His primary intention was to dispose of the zombie corpses, moving them a considerable distance away. The decay of hundreds of bodies would breed a multitude of pathogens, contaminating the vicinity of their stronghold, not to mention the foul stench that would be unbearable while enjoying the breeze on the balcony. Furthermore, the accumulation of corpses could attract unsavory entities. There were many kinds of zombies. Some not only feasted on human flesh, but also consumed their own kind, evolving more rapidly the more they devoured. Thus, it was prudent to clear the bodies around their stronghold. However, upon opening the cargo area, Suen was astonished to discover it contained several living individuals, approximately 17 or 18, both male and female. Yet, they were bound tightly, their mouths sealed with tape, and upon seeing Suen, they emitted muffled cries, seemingly pleading for rescue. It appeared these individuals had been captured by the previous lizard men, likely intended for forced labor or worse. Suen surmised both possibilities were likely, as the lizard men had wholly devolved into beasts, devoid of humanity, bearing no psychological burden when it came to consuming humans. Moreover, living flesh preserved better than that of animals. Suen maneuvered a shard of metal through the throng, swiftly freeing everyone from their bindings. Thank you, young brother, for saving us. When that monster captured me, I thought I was doomed. That creature is incredibly formidable. We must leave quickly, or we shall lose our lives. The group clamored to exit the truck and flee. Suen struck the side of the cargo area with a fist, producing a thunderous sound as the impact created a sizable dent. Casting a cold gaze over the panicked crowd, Suen's voice rang out with chilling authority. Did I permit your departure? Chapter 10. Do you still desire human rights in the apocalypse? Rest assured, the monstrous being that once captured you has met its demise, and you are now free. However, this freedom comes with the condition that you must load the corpses scattered in the vicinity onto the vehicle and take them away. A bit of labor in exchange for your lives seems a fair bargain, does it not? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Yet none showed any inclination to lift the bodies. With the reptilian creature vanquished, what was there to fear? A young woman donned in professional attire brushed off the dirt from her clothing, expressing her discontent. Why should we heed your commands? We are not your slaves. There is no reason for us to comply with your demands. The surrounding individuals echoed her sentiments, voicing their objections. What? You expect us to work for free? I refuse. I'm willing to help, but I expect payment or food in return. I've been starving all day and have no strength left. Asking me to carry corpses is inhumane. I am a woman, after all. Where is your chivalry? You are nothing but a straight man, destined for solitude. You may have saved us, young man, but please respect our rights as individuals. We are free people entitled to our rights. If you could adopt a more respectful demeanor and engage with us kindly, we might consider your request, but your commanding tone leaves much to be desired. How can you expect us to listen? Young people today truly lack basic manners, they lamented, their dissatisfaction growing as the prospect of work was presented. A cacophony of accusations erupted against Suen, ranging from moral coercion to condescending lessons on how to conduct oneself, simply because they were slightly older than him. Li Xiaoyu, unable to contain her outrage, exclaimed, "Hey, have you no shame? Brethren has saved your lives. He is merely asking for your assistance in transporting the bodies. And you are already taking advantage of him. If that monster had captured you, you would not have known how you would meet your end. Little girl, this is not your place to speak." They retorted, "Did we ever ask him to save us?" As tensions escalated, Suen intervened, halting Li Xiaoyu's impassioned defense. He swiftly approached the outspoken young woman, seizing her by the throat and lifting her effortlessly before crushing the life from her. He then carelessly tossed her lifeless body into the vehicle, where it landed with a resounding thud. Without hesitation, he repeated the grim act, dispatching another, and then the next, until he had silenced 5. You seek rights, do you? Allow me to expedite your journey to the next life, where you may claim them. Do you wish to challenge me? He taunted. You presume to teach me how to navigate this world? In mere moments, chaos ensued as the remaining individuals screamed in terror and attempted to flee, only to be apprehended one by Suen. Those who managed to escape with agility were swiftly incapacitated by Xue Qingyu, who, with Li Xiaoyu's assistance, dragged them back. Now, is there anyone left who desires to advocate for their rights? Suen gazed down upon a trembling group of individuals, his expression icy. The frightened assembly fell silent, with the timorous among them so terrified that they had lost control, sitting on the ground and shaking uncontrollably. My patience is rather limited, he declared. I hope you will refrain from provoking my blood pressure. You have 10 minutes to either load the nearby corpses into the vehicle and depart, or become corpses yourselves, to be discarded in the same manner. Choose wisely. The group, their souls nearly escaping them, hastily scrambled to gather the bodies, their legs no longer aching, backs no longer strained, and hunger forgotten, each working fervently. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was cleared of corpses, even those from the surrounding area being crammed into the vehicle. Who among you can drive? Suen inquired. I can, quavered one individual, timidly raising his hand. You then, get behind the wheel and take everyone with you. I care not where you go, the farther the better. However, it would be prudent to avoid excessive speed and noise. Otherwise, should you meet with misfortune, do not blame me for not warning you. The group, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, swiftly boarded the large truck and sped away, seemingly disregarding Suen's caution, driving at a breakneck pace and vanishing into the distance. Suen shook his head, pondering how difficult it was to counsel those intent on courting disaster. Such noise would surely attract countless zombies along the route. The already poor road conditions could lead to dire consequences should they be forced to stop. Let us return, he beckoned to the two women. The evening had yielded satisfactory results, as he had replicated a special ability and gathered a considerable amount of resources. However, before reaching the villa, Suen instructed Li Xiaoyu to position several cars in a line at the entrance of the community, while he himself employed his magnetic powers to draw metal railings from the street, stacking them atop the vehicles. Thus, a simple yet effective barricade was established. Though it might not withstand a horde of zombies, it would suffice to prevent wandering corpses from infiltrating the community, allowing them to enter and exit through the car doors. Upon returning to the villa, they opened the door to find an abundance of supplies spilling forth: meat, eggs, milk, fruits, vegetables, snacks, drinks, and kitchenware, all present in profusion. It appears that the lizard man must have directly raided several small to medium-sized supermarkets, Suen mused, his wealth value at 17,000 points proving quite substantial, filling the entire villa. The two women stared in astonishment at the sudden influx of resources, their mouths agape. What are you standing there for? Hurry and organize everything, Suen urged. Snow Qingyu turned, bewildered, and asked, Suen, where did all this come from? I made a vow to the Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva manifested, granting my wish without hesitation. Suen casually brushed it off, while Xue Qingyu refrained from further inquiries. instead beckoning Li Xiaoyu to begin organizing the supplies. These provisions were vital for the three of them to survive in the apocalypse. With such an abundance, they could easily sustain themselves for a year. The two girls took charge of sorting and categorizing the supplies, while Suen ventured to other villas to lift refrigerators. The situation was dire. A significant portion of this batch consisted of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, amounting to at least a ton or two. Given that it was midsummer, the sweltering heat made these fresh ingredients susceptible to rapid spoilage. If left outdoors, the vegetables and fruits would decay within 3 days, and the meat would turn foul overnight. Thus, refrigeration was imperative. Suen tirelessly transported over 20 refrigerators, placing them in a nearby villa and connecting them to power outlets. This villa would serve as a dedicated storage facility. Once the refrigerators were operational, Suen scoured the community for generators and fortuitously discovered 4. Now, even in the event of a power outage, they could rely on the generators to supply electricity to the refrigerators. If all else failed, they had Xueqingyu, a human generator of sorts, albeit with a significant limitation on endurance. After all the supplies were arranged, the sky had already begun to lighten at dawn. This endeavor had consumed an entire night. Suen felt a twinge of soreness in his back and a sense of discomfort from the grime he had accumulated, exclaiming his exhaustion. It soon became evident that an overabundance of supplies, while beneficial, could also be burdensome. He then summoned the two girls to the indoor swimming pool of the community. What else could they do but indulge? After a night of labor, they deserved to enjoy a moment of respite. Chapter 11. Preparation of medicines and the corpse species Suen, adorned with sunglasses and clad in swim trunks, reclined comfortably on a lounge chair. He casually picked up a piece of steak, savoring it as he took a sip of red wine, the aroma of meat mingling delightfully with that of the wine on his palate. The steak was a personal indulgence, meticulously prepared by Xueqingyu using an induction cooker. Two young ladies frolicked in the pool, their alluring swimwear accentuating their enticing figures, captivating the attention of onlookers. Suen couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of life, thinking it ought to be lived in such a manner. "Brethren, come down and play with us." He, Li Xiaoyu called out, waving enthusiastically at Suen. With a broad smile, he rose and approached the pool's edge, then leaped into the air. He executed a graceful 900-degree spin, plunging into the water with the flair of a Filipino diving style, sending splashes everywhere, which elicited peals of laughter from the two girls. The atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter and the unseen vigor of youthful hormones. After a delightful romp, they returned to the villa. Before departing, Suen drained the two large pools and replenished them with fresh water. It wouldn't be long before the entire Sioux city would experience a cessation of water and electricity. While power could be managed, water needed to be stocked in advance. Fortunately, the two pools were ample in size, and being indoors, they evaporated slowly and remained less prone to contamination. However, with just 3 individuals, the water could last for quite some time. Upon returning to the villa, Suen did not indulge in rest. Instead, he took Li Xiaoyu and exited the community, leaving Xueqingyu to guard the premises. With her S-rank abilities, no ordinary person could infiltrate their hideout. Despite feeling exhausted, there was no time for respite. It was the second day since the apocalypse had descended, and the situation remained relatively secure. The zombies had only begun to evolve, and most individuals were still processing the events, not yet venturing out to seek supplies, but rather hiding in safer locations, waiting in vain for an elusive rescue. If a few more days passed, people would surely awaken to the reality, plunging into a chaotic era where zombies roamed freely and robbers lurked. In places with resources, conflict would inevitably arise. Venturing outside necessitated vigilance against both zombie threats and other survivors, who could be even more terrifying than the undead. The stronger the survivor, the greater the danger. Seizing the moment, Suen resolved to gather as many medical supplies as possible, particularly antibiotics. After the apocalypse, pharmaceutical factories had come to a complete standstill, cutting off the supply of medicines, which would never again be produced. Each usage diminished their availability. Life in the post-apocalyptic world was exceedingly harsh, with injuries being commonplace. Infections leading to fevers and colds were rampant. Those who could not endure would perish. Consequently, medicines became extraordinarily precious, far more so than high-end delicacies like wine and meat. The duo casually selected a motorcycle from a bike shop as their mode of transport and set off towards the city center. They encountered few zombies along the way, opting to evade those they could. When avoidance was impossible, Suen wielded his control over metal objects to dispatch them. In the concrete jungle, metal products were in abundance. After a swift journey, they arrived at a pharmacy where Li Xiaoyu swiftly dispatched 2 approaching zombies. Suen then proceeded to the shelves, embarking on a zero-cost acquisition spree. He dismantled all packaging that occupied space and categorized each type of medicine into separate bags. Before long, he had swept away over 20 bags of medicine and found 2 large burlap sacks to contain his bountiful haul. Yet, Suen could not summon a flicker of joy. There was still so much left behind. He had barely filled half of the counter, let alone the small warehouse within the pharmacy. A pang of regret gnawed at his heart, for these were treasures easily within reach, yet he was unable to seize them all. After a moment's contemplation, Suen instructed Li Xiaoyu to venture into the warehouse and retrieve all the remaining medicine, while he dashed out onto the street in search of a truck. He had not gone far when he spotted a dual-bridge truck parked at the roadside, surrounded by dozens of zombies wandering aimlessly. The vehicle seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the same truck from the previous day. Fate, it seemed, had a sense of humor. However, the truck was now devoid of any occupants. It was likely that the individuals from yesterday had either fled or become the prey of the undead. Suen recognized one of the zombies. A remnant of yesterday's group. A rough count revealed around 40 zombies encircling the truck, not including those aimlessly roaming the streets, which totaled at least 100. With his current strength, he could eliminate them all, though it would require considerable time and effort. After surveying the surroundings, Suen stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor of a nearby shop, casting his gaze down upon the horde. With a surge of electricity crackling in his hands, he manipulated a metal table and hurled it several dozen meters ahead of the truck. The table landed with a resounding thud, prompting the zombies to howl and rush toward the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Suen clambered to the adjacent balcony and once more sent a table crashing further away. His control over electricity extended roughly 200 meters, necessitating this cumbersome method to gradually divert the zombies' attention without revealing his presence, lest he encounter trouble. As time passed, Suen continually shifted his position, guiding the metal objects to lead the horde away until he finally reached the vicinity of the truck. He approached the driver's seat and inspected it, finding everything intact. The fuel tank still had enough to cover 200 miles, though the windshield was shattered. He then leapt from the vehicle and opened the cargo bay, only to be met with a wave of rancid odor. The sweltering heat had baked the truck under the sun for hours, and the bodies within had begun to rot in the confined space, releasing a stench that was quite overwhelming. Fortunately, Suen was no stranger to such horrors. He had faced many storms in his life and had encountered his fair share of rotten flesh. Entering the cargo area, he began kicking and tossing the corpses out. Just as he finished disposing of the last body, a harsh crunching sound reached his ears from outside the truck. Suen froze, halting all movement, and cautiously approached the cargo door. Pressing his back against the truck, he leaned to peer outside at the source of the noise. At the edge of the pile of corpses, a pale, naked humanoid creature was crouched, ravenously gnawing on the flesh of the dead, the sound of its chewing echoing ominously. Above it, a small inscription materialized: Zombie, Corpse Eater LV4. Suen could not suppress a grimace. Encountering a LV4 special evolved type on merely the 2nd day of the apocalypse was indeed a stroke of ill fortune. This corpse eater, a unique evolutionary variant of zombies, had gained rapid evolution through consuming flesh, advancing swiftly from LV3 to LV6 within just a few days. Highly aggressive and insatiable, it preyed upon both animals and humans, and even its own kind. Its speed was astonishing, able to scuttle along walls with remarkable agility, and its acute senses made it a formidable foe. In the hierarchy of zombies, the corpse eater stood as a significant threat. Its only weaknesses were its poor defensive capabilities, inferior even to LV2 hardened types, and a lack of ranged attack methods. Suen then levitated a piece of scrap metal from the roadside, directing it to hover ominously above the corpse eater's head before launching it downward. Yet, what appeared to be a certain strike missed its mark as the corpse eater evaded with an uncanny agility, vanishing from sight. Suen cursed under his breath and leapt from the cargo bay just as the corpse eater lunged at the spot he had vacated. The creature clung to the side of the truck, its pale eyes devoid of emotion, its rows of sharp teeth clicking rhythmically as blood dripped from between them. The area where Suen had just stood was now a gaping hole, a testament to the creature's lethal speed. For anyone unfamiliar with the corpse eater's attack patterns, the outcome would have been fatal in an instant. Suen crouched down, preparing for a counterattack, while the corpse eater screeched and launched itself at him. A smile crept across Suen's lips. He had underestimated the creature. Lightning surged forth, striking the ghoul in midair, while his steel-encased right arm swiftly grasped its throat. With a powerful motion, he slammed it into the ground. The ghoul emitted a mournful cry as it writhed in pain, its claws poised to retaliate. However, Suen was swifter, having already controlled a piece of iron to pierce the ghoul's skull, stirring it within. After a few futile convulsions, the creature lay still. The insatiable desire for aggression inherent in these zombies meant that any hint of an attack would provoke them into action, and with the right timing, this trait could be exploited for a decisive strike. Suen spat disdainfully, kicking the ghoul's lifeless body away. He secured the compartment and jogged back to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle to crush the corpses scattered across the ground, making his way to the pharmacy where Li Xiaoyu awaited. While he could manage the ghouls, Li Xiaoyu would undoubtedly meet her demise if confronted by one. He could only hope she had not encountered such a fiend. Upon his return to the pharmacy, he found Li Xiaoyu had already salvaged all the medications, hiding behind the counter in anticipation of his arrival. Seeing her safe, Suen let out a sigh of relief, urging her to load all the supplies back into the vehicle. The two then set off in the truck towards the next pharmacy, determined not to overlook a single pill. The dual-bridge truck had a capacity of several tons, allowing them to load it to the brim without concern for weight. After sweeping through over a dozen pharmacies, they had barely filled half the truck, with ample space still available. Yet, Suen had no desire to continue the search for more pharmacies. Finding them was easy, but the labor of transporting the supplies was exhausting. Despite both he and Li Xiaoyu possessing enhanced strength abilities, the repeated hauling had taken its toll. Enough for today. Let us head home, Suen declared, downing a bottle of honeysuckle drink and waving his hand in resignation. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu had already collapsed in the passenger seat, obediently following Suen's lead. With a press of the gas pedal, he turned the vehicle around, retracing their route back to their stronghold. To avoid creating excessive noise and due to road conditions, the vehicle was not moving quickly, merely at a speed of 30 miles per hour. Nonetheless, it attracted quite a number of zombies trailing behind. Suen had to multitask, driving while using his abilities to control metallic objects to block the horde behind him. The truck not only captured the attention of the zombies, but also drew the interest of several survivors along the way. Individuals peered out from the buildings lining the road, pleading for assistance. "Brother, could you bring up some food for me? I'll pay you 1,000. I'll give you 5,000 for a box of instant noodles. I'll offer 200,000 if you can bring me a pound of steak. Just grade 2A will do. Brother, I'll pay 1,000,000 for a bag of rice and a pound of pork. I'll write you a check." Suen disregarded all these entreaties. In this apocalyptic world, money held no value at all, being useless for even the most menial tasks. As Suen frequently utilized his abilities, his proficiency was rapidly increasing. His lightning ability had grown from level 1 to level 5, with strength amplification also reaching its maximum at level 5. The plundering ability remained at level 1, with a proficiency of 30, while the iron arm ability was already at its maximum level. Level F abilities provided little room for growth. With a level 5 strength enhancement, Suen could lift objects weighing around a ton with ease. His level 5 lightning ability allowed him to manipulate metal objects weighing about 2 tons from a distance, significantly amplifying the power of his electricity, which could obliterate a zombie into charred remains with each strike. As time passed, and they drew closer to their base, the number of zombies trailing the truck swelled to an alarming extent, numbering in the thousands, including various evolved types. There were the bloated explosive types, the fully calcified hardened types, and the remarkably agile jumping types. This was despite Suen's efforts to clear the path while driving. If he continued driving straight back to the base, he would undoubtedly flatten it under the weight of the horde. Suen promptly pressed the accelerator, increasing the speed of the truck while unleashing the full force of his lightning ability, frequently hurling small vehicles from the roadside directly into the mass of zombies. He particularly targeted the explosive types, hitting them with precision, resulting in explosive bursts of blood and flesh. Under Suen's intervention, the horde soon fell behind the truck, and before long, it vanished from their sight. The zombies, deprived of their target, stood bewildered for a moment before dispersing aimlessly, chasing after any living beings they encountered with frenzied zeal. The earlier survivors who had peered out from the buildings inadvertently attracted the attention of the mutated jumping types, which leaped and climbed into the high-rise buildings, breaking through windows. This was soon followed by a cacophony of screams. Attracted by the sound of the screams, more zombies converged, crashing through the doors of the residential buildings, flooding inside. The cries for help intensified. As time wore on, the number of mutated zombies would only increase, making life increasingly difficult for ordinary people, a struggle that could only be described as a slow descent into despair. The awakened ones were no better off. The abilities were categorized into 8 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, under the assumption of maximum proficiency. A, F, or G level awakened individual could only contend with LV2 mutated zombies, facing LV3 ones with a glimmer of hope. D and E levels could handle LV3 to LV4, B and C levels could manage LV5, while a level could tackle LV7. The S level was the most formidable, capable of confronting LV-7 to LV-8 top-tier mutated zombies, or even higher. However, these classifications were not absolute. High-level awakened individuals could falter against advanced zombies if their proficiency was lacking. For instance, an S-level awakened individual theoretically had immense potential. Yet during this period with low proficiency, it would not be surprising if they fell to a LV-4 zombie. The current stage was a race against time. Zombies evolved daily, and awakened ones grew stronger, with the competition being who could develop better. There were various types of abilities, broadly categorized into 3 types: combat, functional, and supportive. The first 2 excelled in combat, whereas the supportive type lagged in terms of combat prowess. In isolated combat, even an S-level could struggle against a LV-3 zombie. Ultimately, abilities were inert. Humans were living beings. The same ability could yield different results in different hands. Some could surpass their limits, while others could not even maintain their minimum capacity. This was the true essence of an apocalyptic era, where every moment tested the limits of survival. Chapter 13. Abundance of supplies in a cramped space. After returning the truck to the base, Suen first removed the roadblocks and drove the vehicle directly into the community. The task of transporting goods would have to wait until the following day, as both he and Li Xiaoyu were utterly exhausted. Xue Qingyu, lacking the strength amplification ability, found the moving labor particularly strenuous. Nevertheless, the supplies remained secure in the truck, protected from rain and sunlight, making it safe to leave them overnight. Upon arriving back at the villa, Li Xiaoyu was too fatigued to return to her room, collapsing onto the sofa in an instant. Having been awake all night and laboring throughout the day, both Suen and Li Xiaoyu were worn out, with Suen also succumbing to fatigue on the sofa. Seeing this, Xue Qingyu first covered Li Xiaoyu with a blanket to prevent her from catching a chill. She then walked over to Suen, speaking softly, "You've worked hard." Suen weakly replied, "It's all right," though in truth, it was far from that. The lightning ability, while powerful, was not boundless. He felt utterly drained, as if his energy had been completely expended. "I can help massage and relax you," Xue Qingyu offered, kneeling and placing her delicate hands on Suen's back. Her touch was gentle, though her technique was inexperienced, yet Suen found solace in the moment. Reflecting on the past, where Xue Qingyu had been known as the Ice Beauty Black Widow, it was a peculiar satisfaction to have her now attending to him. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had been too intimidated to even lift his head in her presence, fearing that a mere flick of her whip could spell his doom. Now, however, the tables had turned. While Suen's thoughts wandered, he contemplated that 3 people were simply insufficient. While they possessed combat strength, laborers were in short supply. He found himself doing everything personally, which slowed down their efforts. For instance, regarding today as supply gathering, with just a few more hands, they could have filled the truck to capacity. He considered whether to recruit a few more loyal individuals to assist with labor, keeping watch and moving supplies. Overall, they faced an abundance of materials but lacked the means to store them effectively. Beyond recruiting laborers, he had other, more advantageous options, such as replicating space-related abilities. Space abilities, while not combat-oriented, were incredibly precious. Each awakened individual with a space ability possessed a separate space, capable of storing anything except living beings, while also providing permanent preservation. Regardless of how long items were stored, they could be retrieved in their original state, an almost cheat-like existence. However, space abilities were exceedingly rare, coveted by major factions. And in his previous life, he had encountered very few. These factions would keep the identities of their space ability awakened individuals a closely guarded secret. Consequently, Suen had little information on them, and meeting one would be a matter of luck. He could either wait for some major factions to form and then seek them out, or hope to stumble upon one by chance. As drowsiness overcame him, Suen gradually drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already midnight. Xue Qingyu was still on the balcony, keeping watch, occasionally stifling a yawn. Upon seeing Suen, she smiled warmly. "You're awake." Suen nodded. "You should go to sleep. I'll keep watch." Xue Qingyu shook her head. "It's all right. I'm not tired." "You must be hungry. I'll go prepare some food." "Thank you," Suen replied, as Xue Qingyu rose to head to the kitchen. In no time, she returned with steaming dishes, a soup, stir-fried meat, and seaweed egg drop soup. It appeared she had prepared these in advance, waiting for Suen to wake. Suen eagerly dug into the meal while Xue Qingyu quietly observed, smiling, occasionally serving him more food. After finishing, she cleaned up the dishes and even prepared a cup of hot tea for him. Suen reclined, sipping the tea while gazing at the vast night sky. Under the moonlight, several dark figures circled above before suddenly diving toward him. Suen remained unfazed, controlling a fork with his thoughts, which swiftly shot out, piercing the oncoming shadows. They fell onto the balcony, struggling momentarily before lying still. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were several large, grotesque black bats. These were LV2 bloodthirsty bats, which hunted at night, carrying a virus that could infect a person, turning them into a zombie upon being bitten. After tonight, the number of such bats would increase exponentially, and within 3 days, their presence in the vicinity would surpass 10,000. By the 6th day, the number of bats would far exceed the total population of humans and zombies combined, darkening the skies. At that point, the global population would diminish by 60% within a mere 2 days. Xueqingyu gasped, covering her mouth in horror. The harsh reality of the apocalypse far exceeded her imagination. If what Suen claimed were true, did humanity still have a glimmer of hope for survival? He was merely stating the facts while simultaneously providing a precautionary warning to Xueqingyu. What was even more desperate was what he had yet to reveal. The bloodthirsty bat only operates at night, remaining dormant during the day. However, this does not signify safety in daylight. Most zombies are active during the day, and besides them, there are also bloodthirsty crows, similar to the bats. Both the crows and bats multiply exponentially, culminating in vast swarms that obscure the sky. One hunts in the day, the other by night, both with the singular purpose of preying on the living. In comparison, zombies are merely child's play before the millions of bats and crows. Even the mightiest S-class mutant would meet an untimely demise in an instant. Of course, the crows and bats will not persist indefinitely. After the 14th day, they will vanish without a trace. Their emergence resembles a grand funnel, sifting out those unfit for survival in the apocalypse, merely to usher in an even harsher phase of the end times. Indeed, there are multiple apocalypses, each with distinct stages. We have merely reached the first phase of the first apocalypse. Everything has only just begun. While zombies are undoubtedly terrifying, they pale in comparison to the bizarre monsters that will follow, rendering them almost endearing. Chapter 14. Chaos. Stockpiling oil the following morning after breakfast. Suen and Li Xiaoyu set out once more. Their objectives for the day were twofold. Firstly, to locate an oil tanker and secure a supply of fuel for future needs. Secondly, to search for additional awakened individuals to replicate their abilities. The pair found a motorcycle and sped towards the city center. Compared to the previous day, the streets were now teeming with zombies, and the number of evolved zombies had significantly increased. The once predominant ordinary zombies had become a rarity, while the LV2 hardened variety dominated the scene. And there was an abundance of both bloated explosive types and the leaping varieties. After 3 days of the apocalypse, most people had adjusted to the new reality, abandoning any hope for rescue, venturing out from their shelters to scavenge for supplies. However, for ordinary individuals, the time to gather resources had already passed. Zombies had evolved to high levels, and bloodthirsty crows were now hunting selectively, making every outing a potential death trap. Yet they had no choice but to risk their lives in search of sustenance. In the days to come, the zombies would level up daily, increasing the danger with each passing moment. To falter today could very well mean the complete loss of hope for survival. It was destined to be anything but a tranquil day. A multitude of survivors braved the streets in search of supplies. Those fortunate enough might find something to stave off hunger, but many would meet their end at the hands of zombies. Simultaneously, conflicts erupted among survivors vying for resources. The zombies grew restless, plunging the entire neighborhood into chaos, where screams, cries, curses, and the roars of the undead echoed through the streets. Suen and his companion arrived at a gas station. Inside the small convenience store, a group of survivors was desperately snatching items from the shelves. Upon noticing Suen and Li Xiaoyu, they adopted wary expressions. One individual wielded a fire axe, standing guard at the entrance, vigilant against any attempts to contest their supplies. Clearly, these survivors were united in their apprehension of Suen and Li Xiaoyu encroaching on their resources, hence the need for a sentinel. Suen paid them no mind, instead assessing the fuel reserves at the gas station. There was a substantial supply, but regrettably, no tanker was available to transport it, rendering immediate extraction impossible. Soon, the survivors inside the gas station completed their looting, emerging with several bundles they hurriedly gathered. We only have a box of instant noodles and bottled water. This won't last long. What should we do? Perhaps we should search elsewhere, suggested a middle-aged man. After some deliberation, he proposed, you all continue searching nearby. I'll take these back. The children haven tea eaten in 2 days. All right, hurry back, they replied. After reaching a consensus, they decided to split up. The middle-aged man, tasked with delivering the supplies back to their stronghold, noticed the motorcycle that Suen and Li Xiaoyu had arrived on. His eyes lit up at the thought of riding it. It would enable him to return to the stronghold more swiftly and return to scavenge for more supplies. Rushing towards the motorcycle, one could see Li Xiaoyu sitting sideways, playfully swinging her feet. A middle-aged man brandished a fire axe at her, barking a warning, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." Unfazed, Li Xiaoyu replied cheerfully, "Uncle, you're so fierce." The man's expression darkened at her response. "Little girl, don't force me to strike you," he warned, reaching out to grab her. In his eyes, Li Xiaoyu was merely a naive child, sheltered from the harsh realities of the world, oblivious to the perils that lurked in this apocalyptic era. However, in a swift motion, Li Xiaoyu delivered a powerful kick, catching the man off guard and sending him sprawling several meters away, where he lay groaning in agony. With that single strike, several of his ribs had been shattered. Witnessing this, the other companions rushed to assist the fallen man. "Ah, damn it! I think my ribs are broken," they exclaimed, staring at Li Xiaoyu in astonishment. Utterly unable to comprehend how such a seemingly fragile girl could have inflicted such grievous injury. "Seize her and drag her inside for a reckoning." One of the men, upon gazing at Li Xiaoyu's exquisite features, could not help but lick his lips. The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. After all, this was the apocalypse. One could do as they pleased, and who knew if they would survive until tomorrow. The group swiftly surrounded Li Xiaoyu. Yet they all laid down their weapons, intending to capture her alive by virtue of their numbers. As for Suan, who was fiddling with an oil tank in the distance, he was completely disregarded. A mere boy, still fresh-faced and spineless, too timid to approach even when his companion was encircled. Li Xiaoyu maintained a cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of panic. Meanwhile, Suan paid no heed, busily inspecting the oil tank. He had already assessed that these were mere ordinary folk, posing no real threat to Li Xiaoyu. Even unarmed, they were no match for her. With her enhanced strength at its peak, she could fell a bull with a single blow. She had already shown restraint in her previous actions. Unaware of the danger they courted by attempting to capture her, they were courting death in the most direct manner. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as a dagger, glinting coldly, pierced the skull of one man, killing him instantly, his body collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the roar of several motorcycles filled the air as they thundered into the gas station, each rider a young man in his 20s, about a dozen in total. The youths emitted wild cries, brandishing pre-prepared machetes, ready to strike at anyone they encountered. The men who had encircled Li Xiaoyu were caught off guard. In their fright, they turned to flee, but alas, their legs could not outrun the wheels of the motorcycles. They barely escaped a short distance before being overtaken and knocked down. The young men dismounted en masse, surrounding the wailing individuals and hacking at them indiscriminately, their strikes aimed at limbs and fleshy parts, as if deriving amusement from their torment. The gas station was soon filled with the echoes of their cries. "Enough of the games, check how much fuel is left in the tank," barked a bald man, his dissatisfaction evident. At his command, the youths reluctantly ceased their assault, yet they did not spare the groaning victims. Instead, they took turns severing heads, treating them as if they were footballs to kick about. The bald man turned his gaze to Li Xiaoyu, his eyes lighting up. Today was indeed fortunate. He had encountered a beauty. "Hey there, little lady," the bald man grinned as he approached Li Xiaoyu. "Wandering about alone is quite perilous, don't you think?" Li Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "I came with my husband. I'm not alone." "And where is your husband?" "I don't see him," he replied. Li Xiaoyu pointed towards Suan, who was squatting by the distant oil tank. "There he is." The bald man signaled to a nearby youth, who understood immediately and brandished his machete as he made his way towards Suan. "How about you join me and my crew from now on?" the bald man suggested. "May you always have enough to eat. In this world, your useless husband cannot provide for you." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaoyu's expression turned cold, but she quickly replaced it with a smile, extending her hand toward the bald man. "Very well, then take me away." The bald man, filled with delight, exclaimed, "How clever! I assure you, I will ensure you live in comfort." As he spoke, he moved to wrap his arms around Li Xiaoyu's waist. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She braced herself against the motorcycle and delivered a fierce kick to the bald man's chest. For an ordinary person, such a kick would surely incapacitate them, but the bald man's reflexes were remarkably swift. He raised his arm to block Li Xiaoyu's strike. However, he gravely underestimated her strength and was sent flying, his left arm broken by her blow. "You are the real waste, and your entire family is worthless," Li Xiaoyu spat, unable to tolerate the insult directed at her beloved brethren. The bald man staggered to his feet, his left arm hanging limply by his side, cold sweat trickling down his forehead from the excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, are you also an awakened?" Cursing his misfortune internally. The bald man realized that Li Xiaoyu's power exceeded the realm of normality. Only an awakened could possess such strength. As a fellow awakened, he understood the terrifying nature of their powers. It was imperative not to provoke them lightly, yet now that animosity had been established, he felt compelled to eliminate the threat. Not daring to underestimate her, the bald man hastily drew a dagger from his waist, barking a command as he activated his ability, Eagle Eye Tracking. He hurled the dagger straight at Li Xiaoyu. Anticipating his move, she deftly sidestepped the incoming blade. Strangely, the bald man laughed with a sinister glee. Die, you wretched woman. The dagger that had originally been hurled suddenly veered in a graceful arc, once more lunging towards Li Xiaoyu. By the time Li Xiaoyu became aware of its approach, it was already too late. The dagger, glinting with a menacing chill, was mere inches away, and evasion was no longer an option. Just as the blade was about to pierce Li Xiaoyu, it froze mid-air, suspended in a tranquil silence. The grotesque smile on the bald man's face was abruptly halted. His ability, known as Eagle Eye Tracking, allowed his thrown weapons to achieve near-perfect accuracy against their targets. Even if evasion was attempted, the weapon would autonomously pursue its target until it struck. One could assert that the daggers he flung were more terrifying than bullets. Yet, at this moment, this infallible dagger remained motionless. What is happening? What have you done? The bald man bellowed in fury towards Li Xiaoyu. Seems like your B-rank ability isn't all that impressive, came a calm voice as Suin slowly approached Li Xiaoyu, playfully flicking his forehead. Next time, make sure to deliver the finishing blow immediately, and don't grant your opponent a moment to breathe. There are numerous types of abilities. You must remain vigilant to avoid being caught off guard. In theory, the higher the rank of an ability, the stronger it is. But this does not imply that advanced abilities can effortlessly overpower their lower-tier counterparts. The efficacy of an ability is significantly influenced by its wielder when wielded adeptly. Even a lower-tier ability can triumph over a more advanced one. Had Li Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to press the attack without granting the bald man a chance to throw his dagger, he could have utilized his immense strength to defeat him before his ability could be unleashed. Li Xiaoyu, covering his forehead with his hands, sheepishly stuck out his tongue. I got it, dear. Suin, wearing an odd expression, replied, When did I become your dear? Since when am I aware of this? Isn't it said that one must repay a life-saving grace? You've saved me twice now, so I am merely offering my gratitude in kind. I believe I am being quite restrained, Li Xiaoyu retorted with a playful grin. Suin chuckled softly, teasing, repaying kindness doesn't necessarily mean offering oneself. One could also be of service, like a horse or an ox. What do you mean? Li Xiaoyu pouted in dissatisfaction, then seemingly struck by a clever thought, broke into a mischievous smile. It's quite similar, isn't it? Suin couldn't help but smirk, raising his thumb in approval. Your driving skills are unparalleled. Crushing my face under your wheels. Li Xiaoyu giggled as she embraced Suin suddenly. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as several daggers flew towards them in rapid succession. Enraged that the two were disregarding him, the bald man hurled a series of daggers in a sneak attack. Die? Suin merely cast a nonchalant glance, and the daggers froze in midair. You did this, didn't you? You are also an awakened. The bald man, trembling, pointed at Suin, realizing that even a fool could discern that he had encountered a formidable opponent. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He stammered, instinctively retreating and casting his gaze around, silently cursing his subordinates for their tardiness. However, upon surveying the scene, his soul nearly fled in terror. The ground lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of his men, all of whom had been silently pierced through the mouth and throat by steel rebar and blades, leaving no room for cries of anguish. In that moment, the bald man felt a surge of dread, collapsing onto the ground, unable to suppress his trembling. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Consider our position in the Longhu gang. The tides may turn, and should you ever need my expertise in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. My boss is Lord Tiger, an awakened one, a formidable awakened one. If you were to kill me, Lord Tiger would not let this go unpunished. Suin paused for a moment, contemplating the Longhu gang and Lord Tiger. A vague recollection surfaced in his mind. He knew of such a force, albeit not in great detail. He was aware that the Longhu gang had originally been a clandestine organization in Sioux City, and following the apocalypse, awakened individuals had emerged within the gang, allowing it to establish a significant presence in the area, thus forming a notable power in this new world. It appeared imperative to pay a visit to the Longhu gang. Suin casually gestured, and several daggers returned to him, embedding themselves into the ground before the bald man. He then approached, placing a hand upon the man's head, silently invoking, Bring it forth. Chapter 16. In the Dragon and Tiger Gang, brother, this is the place. Under the guidance of a bald man known as Wild Dog, the trio arrived at a district of towering buildings. This area, once the most vibrant entertainment street in Sioux City, boasted numerous bars and nightclubs, collectively referred to as the Night City. Prior to the apocalypse, the Dragon and Tiger Gang had already established their dominance here, and in the aftermath, they continued to use it as a stronghold. At this moment, the once intricate streets of Night City had been thoroughly transformed. Most intersections were barricaded with fences and iron nets. leaving only a single straight road leading deep into the heart of the district. Brother, allow me to lead the way. Lord Tiger will surely be delighted to see you. He holds individuals like you in the highest regard. Wild Dog stumbled ahead, wincing at the pain from his wounds, yet maintaining an outwardly subservient demeanor. However, a flicker of resentment occasionally danced in his eyes as he contemplated how to eliminate Suen. He may be unable to defeat him, but that did not imply Lord Tiger would share the same fate. With hundreds of brothers in the Dragon and Tiger gang, a mere spit from each could drown this wretch. Having navigated the streets for over a decade, Wild Dog had never suffered such a grave humiliation. He could not swallow the bitter pill of leaving Suen alive. You need not guide me any longer. I know the way from here. Your usefulness has run its course, Suen declared, gesturing dismissively. A dagger flew forth, piercing Wild Dog's throat, clutching his neck. Wild Dog's eyes widened in shock as he fell straight to the ground. Suen swiftly relieved him of his daggers, which were of decent steel quality and could serve well as throwing knives. With Li Xiaoyu in tow, Suen proceeded down the straight street, encountering scarcely any zombies, suggesting a thorough cleansing had occurred. Occasionally, a couple of leaping zombies would spring forth from the shadows to attack, but all were effortlessly dispatched by Li Xiaoyu with her baseball bat. Before long, the pair reached the end of the straight street, where a bar named Blood Queen stood. The entrance and windows on the first floor had been reinforced with steel plates from the outside. The sole access point was a shattered floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor, which required a soft ladder for entry. At that moment, two young men were squatting beside the window, presumably on watch duty. Hey, what are you two doing? Upon spotting Suen, one of the men hastily rose, brandishing a handgun and eyeing Suen warily, surprised to see a firearm. Suen noted that it was merely a handgun, adequate against humans, but ineffective against zombies, incapable of breaching even the defenses of a level 2 hardened zombie. Nevertheless, these individuals displayed a degree of intelligence by positioning their entrance on the third floor, as hardened zombies could not ascend, while leaping zombies would struggle against gunfire. Overall, it was relatively secure, at least for the moment. The situation could change in a couple of days. We come to pledge our allegiance to Lord Tiger. May we ascend? Suen inquired with a smile. The two men exchanged hushed words before one shouted down. All right, the woman may come up first. The men must wait below. After speaking, one of them discreetly disengaged the safety on his handgun, clearly intending to deny Suen entry while allowing Li Xiaoyu passage. In a post-apocalyptic world, women have become a valuable resource, particularly the young and beautiful ones. Naturally, they would not refuse someone as enchanting as Li Xiaoyu, who has presented herself before them. With the enhancement of his eagle eye ability, Suen's vision is several times sharper than that of an ordinary person, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement of those around him. Initially, he intended to blend in discreetly to avoid alarming anyone, but it seems that maintaining a low profile is no longer an option. Without hesitation, Suen propelled himself upward, scaling the wall with remarkable agility. The floor-to-ceiling window was merely 8 or 9 meters from the ground, a distance he could easily traverse. A height of 5 or 6 stories, however, would have posed a significant challenge. As he ascended the wall, the two guards, bewildered, cried out in shock and fired their weapons at him. The bullets whizzed through the air but, in an astonishing twist, curved back and struck the guards, resulting in their immediate demise. Suen effortlessly leaped through the window, surveying the room and finding it empty. However, given the gunfire, it was evident that attention would soon be drawn to him. He beckoned to Li Xiaoyu below, inviting her to join him. She nodded, took a few steps back, and leapt 2 to 3 meters into the air, grasping the soft ladder and climbing up with swift efficiency. Yet, in terms of strength enhancement, she still lagged behind Suen, unable to match his graceful running along the vertical wall. Just as Li Xiaoyu entered the room, the door was forcefully burst open by a group of over a dozen individuals wielding machetes and axes. Upon spotting the two lifeless bodies on the ground, one of the leading figures, without seeking clarification, ordered coldly, "Kill the man and dispose of him to feed the zombies. Keep the woman." His subordinates, upon hearing this command, charged towards Suen with wild cries. In an instant, several daggers shot forth from behind Suen, darting around the room with deadly precision. Within moments, the floor was strewn with the warm corpses of the assailants. The leader, witnessing this carnage, was struck by panic and hastily drew his handgun, directing a barrage of fire at Suen. However, the bullets curved back, piercing the limbs of the small leader. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Suen approached him, placing a foot on his chest, his demeanor cold as he inquired, "Where's Tiger Lord?" The small leader's face turned pale. "Tiger Lord is in the office on the 5th floor. Please spare me. I can." Before he could finish, a dagger flew through the air, silencing him forever. Suen kicked aside the corpse blocking the doorway and stepped inside with measured strides. Li Xiaoyu hastily tightened her grip on the baseball bat and followed closely behind. Exiting the room, Suin found himself in a corridor where several armed individuals approached, coldly interrogating him. "Who are you, kid?" Suin preferred brevity. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded his daggers to strike, dispatching them with lethal precision. Blood spilled across the floor, saturating the air with an acrid scent of iron. As he traversed the corridor, he reached a grand door behind which the cacophony of piercing rock music reverberated. The daggers flew forth, eliminating the 2 guards stationed at the entrance, and Suin pushed the door open. Before him lay an expansive dance hall, illuminated by flickering neon lights, the deafening music pounding against his eardrums. Dozens of men and women writhed to the rhythm of the music on the dance floor. In the center stood a large iron cage, within which a zombie, its mouth sewn shut and nails clipped, pursued a terrified woman. A group of ruffians jeered at the spectacle, occasionally dousing the cage with water. Suin frowned in distaste, while Li Xiaoyu squatted down, retching at the sight. "Stay by the door and ensure no one escapes." Suin gently patted Li Xiaoyu's back. This scene was merely a mild affront to him, but for Li Xiaoyu, it was unsettlingly grotesque, more so than the carnage of flesh and blood. Nodding in compliance, she covered her mouth and exited the dance hall, shutting the door behind her. Meanwhile, the attendees within the hall had become aware of Suin's presence. "Hey kid, who are you? I don't recognize you. Who brought you here?" With a wave of his hand, several daggers whirled through the air, eliciting screams from the men and shrieks from the women, their cries drowning out the blaring music. 5 minutes later, with a resounding crash, one dagger pierced the sound system, restoring silence to the hall. The ground was strewn with bodies and blood, leaving only a few women huddled in the corners, trembling, while all the men lay lifeless. It was not that Suin was merciful toward women. Rather, most of them were mere playthings of the Dragon Tiger gang, seeking shelter to survive, their ties to the gang superficial. Killing them would only add unnecessary bloodshed. He was no bloodthirsty demon, unwilling to expend effort on those uninvolved. Of course, a few women who had shown hostility towards him were swiftly dealt with. As for the gang members, none would escape his wrath. He believed in uprooting the source of evil. He then ascended the stairs, daggers floating behind him in a menacing display. Encountering each adversary, he dispatched them with surgical precision, leaving a trail of blood and corpses in his wake. His demeanor remaining eerily calm. He would not be swayed by pleas for mercy, nor would he succumb to madness amid slaughter. In the blink of an eye, Suin reached the 4th floor, only to be intercepted by a burly man covered in tattoos. "Kid, this isn't a place for you. I might overlook your slaughter of my Dragon Tiger gang members, but if you leave now, I might spare your life," the man growled. Suin's gaze fell upon the man's head. Ability, steel body, A. Wealth, 2,000. Seeing the information about the man, Suin silently congratulated himself on his fortune. An A-grade ability was the strongest he had encountered since Xue Qingyu, and the rarity of the steel body made it even more formidable. This ability could turn one's body into steel, boasting exceptional defense, capable of withstanding even shotgun blasts, while also being immune to most abilities, impervious to water and fire. With an astonishing offensive capability, surpassing many enhancement abilities in explosive strength. A veritable human tank, a bane in close combat. Suin sent forth his daggers, which the burly man met with a metallic sheen enveloping his body. In an instant, he transformed into an Iron Man, impervious to the oncoming daggers that merely sparked against his form, failing to pierce even his skin. Upon seeing the daggers, the Iron Man squinted, seizing one of the daggers in hand. "This is Old Sans dagger. Where did you get it, kid?" Suin shrugged his shoulders. "Of course it was taken from the corpse, something like a wild dog, but rest assured, my methods of killing are quite exquisite." He departed in peace. Upon hearing this, Iron Man's eyes widened in fury. "You dared to kill Lao San." His voice was low and menacing, teetering on the edge of rage. He had always shared a deep bond with the wild dog. Though not blood brothers, they were as close as kin. They had known each other since childhood, roaming the streets together. When the apocalypse erupted, they both awakened their extraordinary abilities and subsequently allied with Lord Hu, becoming the second and third in command of the Dragon Tiger gang. They had hoped to leverage their powers to carve out a fortune in this chaotic world. Yet before they could enjoy their newfound freedom, the wild dog had met his untimely demise. His favorite dagger was snatched away, and his remains were nowhere to be found. "You bastard, I will peel your bones and crush them one by one." Iron Man roared as he lunged at Suin, swinging his metal fist down with ferocity. Suin, fearing a direct confrontation, leaped back to evade the attack. With a resounding crash, Iron Man's punch shattered the wall, creating a large hole and sending debris flying. He withdrew his hand from the wall, brushed off the dust, and charged at Suin once more. Suddenly, 3 steel bars shot out from the wall. ensnaring Iron Man like serpents, while one bar aimed straight for his rear. As the clash of metal echoed, sparks flew. Such trivial skills, Iron Man scoffed, effortlessly tearing the steel bars apart, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. With a single blow, he smashed through the wall. Is that all you've got? Suen gasped in disbelief. Compared to this brute, even the likes of Lao AI seemed like a mere child. How about that? Am I not impressive? I've changed my mind. I no longer wish to kill you. Since you've slain Lao San, you shall take his place to serve me. But I assure you, I won't treat you as gently as I did him, he cackled. Suen, taken aback, stumbled back several paces. I will lead you. He never anticipated that this Iron Man would be so cunning. Thoughts of the wild dog and his cheerful demeanor flickered in his mind. How could such a small frame withstand this menace? A chill ran down Suen's spine. Don't just stand there, kid. Keep running. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. The Real show is just beginning. Iron Man bellowed with maniacal laughter as he lunged at Suen once again. Yet, Suen remained composed, standing still, which Iron Man interpreted as shock. Just as Iron Man hesitated, contemplating whether to hold back his strength to avoid killing Suen with a single blow, he suddenly froze, his body locking in place. Chapter 18. Do you think you're quite humorous? Your abilities are indeed formidable, yet they are not invincible. Lightning-based powers can easily counter you. Once you undergo steelification, your defensive capabilities and mass will become terrifying, yet due to your transformed state, you will be directly influenced and even controlled by electromagnetic forces. Suen slowly approached the motionless Iron Man, raising his palm where lightning crackled and flickered. Quite unfortunately, I happen to possess lightning abilities. Your defeat is justly deserved. The Iron Man remained fixed in a punching posture, his eyes filled with horror and reluctance, wanting to utter something but unable to even move his lips. Do you have any last words? Never mind. I fear your speech might disgust me. Suen placed his hand upon the opponent's head, silently reciting, Bring it forth. Detection of plunder target. Please select plunder direction. I desire it all. Replication of abilities successful. Acquired ability, Aegis of Steel, wealth plundered successfully. Acquired 2,000 points of resources. Please select resource transfer location. Suen quietly chose to transfer the resources back to the courtyard of the base. Done. Though 2,000 points of resources may not be substantial, the A-grade Aegis of Steel is precisely what he needs to fortify his defensive shortcomings. Merely replicating this singular ability renders this expedition worthwhile, yielding abundant rewards. Suen patted Iron Man's shoulder, saying, Brother, I must express my thoughts. You two brothers are truly monstrous in your endeavors. With that, he snapped his fingers, and Iron Man began to contort and reshape, his head and body twisting in opposite directions. Before long, with a resounding thud, the head and torso separated, the head thumping to the ground. Thus, the Iron Man met his demise, and the ability was subsequently dispelled, causing the corpse to revert to its original form. Suen stretched lazily and proceeded up the stairs toward the 5th floor. The Tiger Master resides on the 5th floor. I wonder if he is also an ability wielder. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Suen surveyed his surroundings and found it eerily empty, the entire floor astonishingly tranquil. After kicking open several rooms without encountering any figures, he pondered, have they fled? It should not be so. The esteemed Lord Tiger should not be so timid. However, after Suen thoroughly searched the entire 5th floor, he still found no trace of anyone. He entered a lavish office, reclined in a chair with his feet resting on the desk, feeling exceedingly disgruntled. Had he known, he would have dealt with that iron lump sooner. For now, he faced a significant loss. In frustration, Suen kicked the table, sending it crashing against the wall with a dull thud. Wait, something was amiss. The sound that echoed from the table striking the wall was not what he expected. It was muffled, with a hint of resonance. The office's dimensions seemed off as well. Judging by the decor and opulence, it undoubtedly belonged to Lord Tiger. Yet its size was surprisingly small, barely 40 square meters. A flicker of realization crossed Suen's mind as he approached the wall for a closer inspection. He then pushed aside a bookshelf, revealing a faint crack in the wall behind it. After tapping it twice, he discerned a metallic echo. Indeed, there was a hidden chamber. Stepping back, Suen summoned his strength, exclaiming steel body. Immediately, a metallic sheen enveloped him, transforming his entire form into steel. He charged forward, crashing against the wall with a resounding bang, breaking open a large hole. As he cleared the debris and poked his head through, a sinister grin spread across his face. Found you. What responded was a frying pan smacking against his face. Suen's expression darkened as he exerted more force to push the wall aside, fully entering the room. Before him lay an opulently furnished secret bedroom. At the center stood a grand bed, beside which sat a computer playing martial arts films. A rotund man in a bathrobe stood before the bed, brandishing a frying pan. Upon seeing Suin burst through the wall, the man promptly discarded the pan and chuckled nervously. Brother, your iron head skill is truly impressive. I admire you, Lord Tiger. Suin tilted his head. Do you consider yourself humorous? The man's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. I am sorry, please do not kill me. I can offer you anything you desire. Take whatever you wish. All of the dragon and tiger gang belongs to you. As he spoke, the man rushed to the side of the bed, pulling out a voluptuous, exquisitely beautiful woman from beneath it. Look, brother, this is Xiao Bingbing, a top-tier starlet. I gift her to you. I have prepared her well for your liking. Suin's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting as his breath quickened. Lord Tiger, noticing his reaction, hurriedly nudged Xiao Bingbing. Hurry and go to him. Xiao Bingbing shot Lord Tiger an icy glare, her expression filled with resentment. Humph, I won't go. What do you take me for? I am a first-rate actress. What status does he have to deserve me? I refuse to go. You should go instead. At her words, Lord Tiger nearly choked with anger, clearly having failed in his attempts at persuasion. Yet, what could he do? After all, he was quite fond of her proud demeanor. Yet at this moment, one's own life hangs by a thread, leaving little room for concern about other matters. With a resounding slap, a fierce blow struck across Xiao Bingbing's face, accompanied by a thunderous roar. You've crossed the line. Do you not realize we are living through the apocalypse? A top star? Nonsense. Were it not for me, you would have long since been devoured by zombies. You will do as I command, or I shall reduce you to pieces to feed the undead. Faced with the wrath of the formidable Tiger Lord, Xiao Bingbing clutched her stinging cheek, tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly aggrieved. All right, I shall heed your words, she replied, her teeth clenched, casting a fierce glance at Tiger Lord before striding towards Suin. She had encountered many young men like him, and she possessed absolute confidence in her beauty. With a touch of allure, she could surely captivate him entirely. Perhaps he might even be one of her ardent admirers, already breathing heavily. Humph. It seems this wild lad will have to suffice for now. Once she had tamed him, that rotund fellow would truly regret his actions, reduced to mere fodder for the zombies. Young sir, you must stand up for me. Sob, Xiao Bingbing said as she attempted to burrow into Suin's embrace. With a swift motion, Suin delivered a forceful blow, sending the mysterious whimpering creature flying. His gaze fixated firmly on Tiger Lord. He then licked his parched lips. It is you who should come forth, Tiger Lord. Chapter 19. Expansive space, abundant resources. Good sir, do not jest. My corpulence is scarcely to your liking. Tiger Lord covered his rear and retreated, his face drained of color from fright. He never anticipated Suin would have such peculiar tastes, akin to those of his two bumbling subordinates. Should you fancy such preferences, I possess two subordinates who share your inclinations. Perhaps you could engage with them? In a flash, Suin appeared before Tiger Lord, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground while bellowing, I will take everything. Detected potential targets for plunder. Please select plunder direction. I want it all. Successful replication achieved. Gaining the ability. Wide area space S. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired 50 million points of wealth value resources. Please select the resource transfer location. All transferred to wide area space. Resource transfer successful. Please collect promptly. Hee ha ha. Suin shook his shoulders and laughed uncontrollably. At last, the spatial ability was in his grasp. And it was the pinnacle of wide area space, vast enough to encompass 100,000 football fields. No longer would he worry about a lack of storage for resources. To his delight, Lord Tiger had also stored a considerable amount of resources, with wealth value reaching 50 million points, which, when converted to RMB, amounted to at least several billion. 1 million tons of various meats, eggs, and dairy, 2 million tons of vegetables and fruits, over 100,000 tons of fresh produce, 100,000 tons of seasonings, and 500,000 tons of beverages. It is worth noting that the over 10,000 wealth value resources he plundered from the lizard men were already substantial. But Lord Tiger's bounty was a staggering 5,000 times greater, enough to fill several basketball courts, an amount he could never exhaust in several lifetimes. There were even over a dozen fuel tankers brimming with oil. One must admit that Lord Tiger's foresight was truly exceptional. He must have begun collecting resources from the very first day of the apocalypse, accompanied by two awakened individuals serving as bodyguards, making the initial resource gathering remarkably smooth. With zero-cost acquisitions wherever he went. No wonder that Iron Man cared little for the deaths of his subordinates. The true foundation of the Longhu gang lay with Lord Tiger. The loss of other subordinates was inconsequential, hardly worth lamenting, had it not been for Suin's emergence. Who knows if these individuals would have survived until the end of the apocalypse. This is the rarity of the wide area space ability, its inherent flaw. Allowing for remarkable survival, surpassing even the most potent S-class combat abilities in rarity and utility. Globally, it surely does not exceed 100, truly a one-in-a-million find. Lord Tiger could be said to have an incredibly fortunate start, possessing capable aids and awakening the wide area space at the onset of the apocalypse. Alas, he encountered Suen, turning his fortune into calamity. At that moment, Lord Tiger screamed in horror, "My belongings are gone. Everything in my space is gone. It's all missing. You did this, didn't you? Return my things, give them back to me." Lord Tiger's eyes blazed with fury as he frantically clawed at Suen. This was his entire fortune and support. He had expended tremendous effort and sacrificed over 100 subordinates to acquire these resources. Without them, how would he survive? Enough. Suen dismissed him with a wave, sending Lord Tiger crashing against the wall. "Considering you have helped me hoard so many items, I shall grant you a death devoid of suffering." Lord Tiger glared at Suen with venomous hatred. "I curse you to an untimely demise, even as a ghost. I shall not spare you." Suen retorted, "Your wish may be in vain. Very few possess the capability to kill me. You might as well pray for a favorable rebirth in your next life. Furthermore, I suggest you refrain from cutting in line when reincarnating. Be patient and wait until after the apocalypse to be reborn." Upon finishing, Suen unleashed a surge of electrical energy from his palm, instantly reducing Lord Tiger to a handful of black ash. Upon witnessing the scene, the petite Bing Bing let out a piercing scream and attempted to dash towards the door, nearly forgetting the presence of witnesses. The matter concerning the vast resources of Lord, who could not be carelessly disseminated. A common man may remain innocent, yet possessing treasures may invite calamity. The abundance of resources was enough to incite envy and scrutiny from various factions. A bolt of lightning struck, sending the once celebrated actress away with delight. One can only hope that she will create timeless cinematic classics in the afterlife, provided she ascends to heaven rather than descends to hell. Thus, the Longhu gang was utterly obliterated. This outing proved to be immensely rewarding, filling Suen's heart with joy. Subsequently, he approached Lord Hu's computer to inspect it and was astonished to find an extensive collection of learning materials stored on dozens of USB drives, encompassing all genres of action films, both domestic and international. Such treasures were invaluable. He resolved to take them. Suen, along with the computer, stored the items within his vast spatial realm and then hummed a tune as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, he noticed that the women in the dance hall had not yet departed, still cowering in the corner. Upon seeing Suen, they shrieked and hid away. Li Xiaoyu, leaning against the door with a baseball bat in hand, stood over two lifeless bodies, likely remnants of the Longhu gang, who had attempted to flee during Suen's absence, only to have their heads crushed by the vigilant Li Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Suen descend, Li Xiaoyu leaped into his embrace, eager to boast. "Just now, two tried to escape, and I dispatched them. How impressive am I?" she exclaimed, grinning. Suen affectionately ruffled her hair. "Look at you, so capable. Why did you not stay outside? Did you not find it repulsive to come in?" Li Xiaoyu shook her head, glancing at the nearby women, her words faltering. Did she feel sympathy for them? Yes, she admitted. Seeing the plight of these women stirred profound compassion within Li Xiaoyu, especially since they were all women too. At the same time, she felt fortunate to have encountered Suen. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of where she might be now, perhaps starving or, like those women, being kept as playthings for others. There were many such individuals, far too many to feel sympathy for. "I understand," Li Xiaoyu nodded somberly. She grasped the reality of their situation and would not implore Suen to assist them, yet her heart ached, particularly for the young girls among them, many of whom were merely 11 or 12 years old. Suen, observing her distress, sighed and addressed the group of women with a gentle tone. "I have left some food for you on the 5th floor. Please ration it wisely." The food was a small token from the resources of Lord Hu, intended as an act of kindness. In poverty, one may cultivate personal virtue. In prosperity, one may extend aid to the world. I do not aspire to save the world, but occasionally performing a good deed is commendable. After speaking, Suen turned to leave with Li Xiaoyu. Joyfully, Li Xiaoyu jumped onto Suen's back and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "You are truly wonderful, my dear." Suen smiled silently as the women wept, some even kneeling in the direction he departed, bowing their heads and repeatedly expressing their gratitude. In a world that had grown as frigid as hell, even the faintest glimmer of compassion felt overwhelmingly warm and fervent. Chapter 20. The zero-cost shopping craze. Having left the Longhu gang's stronghold, Suen and Li Xiaoyu made their way toward the commercial street. "Xiaoyu, would you like to explore the mall?" Suen inquired. "Absolutely. The food at the stronghold is more than sufficient, but other supplies are rather scarce, particularly items specifically for girls, which are nearly non-existent." Soon, the duo arrived at a Wanda Mall. Such malls primarily featured clothing, bags, and cosmetics, with scarce food options, if any, as most had long been plundered. Leaving few survivors to frequent these places, Li Xiaoyu eagerly bounced into a clothing store, joyously embarking on a zero-cost shopping spree, examining this piece and that, which proved quite time-consuming. Su En, with a grand gesture, swept all the items from the store into his vast spatial realm. Li Xiaoyu was taken aback, letting out a shriek. What on earth? Hush, Su En replied, covering his ears. There's no need for alarm. I have stored everything in my ability space. You can take your time to choose when we return. Spatial ability? What does that mean? Li Xiaoyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Quite literally. I possess an immense spatial realm where I can store anything except for living creatures and people, Su En patiently explained. Really? Then I can take many more items with me? Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled brightly. However, the tedious task of meticulously selecting items from each household proved to be a hassle. Thus, Su En swiftly transferred all the goods from an entire shopping mall into the vast space he commanded. He proceeded to the next mall, then another, and another, emptying each one in turn. As he passed by a 4S car dealership, he collected everything. The hardware store was no exception, completely cleared out. At the hospital, he seized all the medical equipment and pharmaceuticals, and from the steel yard, he gathered hundreds of tons of steel, not sparing the cement and lime either. The paper mill was an opportunity he could not overlook, nor could he resist the spice factory, practically wishing to strip the land bare. The library, a bastion of human cultural heritage, was also raided. He left no trace in the distillery and the cigarette factory, ensuring not a single drop or stick remained. As night fell, after a day that saw Su En amass a staggering inventory, enough to fill over 100 football fields, he felt an insatiable urge to continue. Yet, he finally paused his endeavors. By the time he and Li Xiaoyu returned to their base, it was well past midnight. Upon seeing Su En's return, Xue Qingyu hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, Su En, you must come see. This afternoon, an array of items suddenly appeared in the yard, and I dared not touch them. Su En surveyed the pile in the yard, which consisted of various aphrodisiac herbs, silicone trinkets, whips, candles, and gym equipment, items previously plundered from the Iron Brothers. With a slight grimace, he waved his hand to absorb everything into his vast space, including a truck laden with pharmaceuticals. Xue Qingyu was left speechless, while Li Xiaoyu quickly relayed Su En's prior words to clarify the situation for her. Having long grown accustomed to Su En's extraordinary abilities, Xue Qingyu regarded him as a mysterious man, vastly different from the Su En she once knew. He seemed to possess boundless knowledge and capabilities, exuding a sense of safety despite his unfamiliarity. You must be hungry, she stated. Dinner is ready, come eat. Yay, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, bouncing back to the villa. Su En, too, felt hunger pangs, but instead of rushing to the table, he directed his gaze skyward. Under the dim night sky, hundreds of bloodthirsty bats could be seen fluttering and swirling, their numbers having multiplied tenfold since the previous day and set to increase further. The villa's defenses were beginning to falter against this onslaught. Without hesitation, Su En retrieved steel plates from his vast space, using electromagnetic force to cover the entire exterior of the villa, leaving only a few steel mesh vents for air circulation, transforming the abode into a veritable fortress. Only with such fortifications could he lie at ease during the challenging fortnight ahead. Having completed this task, Su En returned to the villa to partake in dinner, which consisted of 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried potato shreds, 3-flavor tofu soup, and garlic stir-fried pork. It must be said that Xue Qingyu's culinary skills were commendable, with flavors that could rival those of many restaurants. However, the variety was lacking, and the dishes were too scant. The provisions he possessed were more than sufficient for the 3 of them to live comfortably for a lifetime, rendering their frugal meals unnecessary. There was ample opportunity to indulge extravagantly. Yet, it was likely that Xue Qingyu was only adept at preparing simple country dishes, lacking the strength to create grand feasts. Moreover, Xue Qingyu devoted a significant amount of her time to honing her abilities, leaving little for culinary pursuits. Li Xiaoyu was even less reliable, while she could eat heartily. Her cooking skills were less than commendable. In a moment of contemplation, Su En considered hiring a chef. After dinner, he took a refreshing shower and changed into new clothes before returning to the living room, where he produced a plethora of women's clothing, shoes, and various feminine items from his vast space. Choose what you like, he said, and you need not keep watch tonight. With that, he stretched and retreated to his room. Seeking rest, the 2 girls eagerly began to sift through the array of garments and cosmetics. Do you think Su En is a bit too serious? Li Xiaoyu mused, holding up a pair of white stockings while continuing her selection. Does he feel nothing for us? Xue Qingyu, finding a pair of black stockings she liked, replied casually. I think it's fine. He is not very familiar with us, so it's normal for him to be a bit distant. Li Xiaoyu shook her finger, exclaiming, "Oh no. Qingyu, that is not normal at all. We're in the apocalypse, where desires run rampant. You wouldn't believe what I saw today. Let me tell you." Li Xiaoyu recounted her observations from the past few days, continuing, "Look at those men. They live indulgently. Yet Suin seems utterly uninterested in such matters. Why? He is far superior to them and should be more indulgent, yet he hasn't taken advantage of us at all. I'm starting to doubt my own allure. And yours too." Xue Qingyu's face flushed as she retorted, "You're incorrigible. Isn't this precisely what makes him special? Unlike those beasts, he is a trustworthy gentleman." Li Xiaoyu, exasperated, held her forehead in dismay. "Oh dear, my pure and innocent school beauty, you're being too one-dimensional. I would rather Suin be a bit more beastly. What if the reason he hasn't come near us is because of Li Xiaoyan? What if he is still searching for her?" In the 21st chapter, Snow Qingyu found herself momentarily paralyzed upon hearing the words of Li Xiaoyu. "If we engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation, victory shall be ours." Uncertain of Li Xiaoyu's conjecture, Snow Qingyu pondered the intricacies of Su En and Su Xiaoyan's relationship. She had observed Su En's genuine affection for Su Xiaoyan. Despite being treated like a mere fish in a tank, he still made it a point to buy gifts for her, demonstrating the depth of his love. It was entirely plausible that Su En still harbored feelings for Su Xiaoyan. Reflecting on this, Snow Qingyu found herself unconsciously swayed by Li Xiaoyu's hypothesis. "Think about it, Qingyu." Li Xiaoyu continued. "If brother-in locates Su Xiaoyan and brings her back, given Su Xiaoyan's temperament, we might find ourselves in dire straits, possibly even cast out." Snow Qingyu replied, "It does seem like a possibility. What shall we do about it?" Li Xiaoyu raised her small fist, feigning a grasp. "We must act decisively. Seize the crystal before finding Su Xiaoyan, and by then, we will have secured our status as the mistresses of the house. We have the advantage in numbers and cannot possibly lose." Li Xiaoyu looked earnestly at Snow Qingyu. "I've even thought of our titles. You shall be the primary wife, and I shall be the concubine. Together, we will encroach upon Su Xiaoyan's territory and expel her, or perhaps persuade brother into abandon his quest to find her altogether. Anyone else would be acceptable. I simply cannot tolerate Su Xiaoyan in this home. She is both insipid and foul. Who knows what ailments she might bring with her? I certainly do not wish to be indirectly infected by any unsavory diseases." Snow Qingyu stood, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is that truly an option? Was Li Xiaoyu devoid of any sense of shame? How could she so brazenly articulate such thoughts? Previously, Snow Qingyu had not recognized her as such a bold individual. Her worldview had been profoundly shaken, leaving her momentarily speechless. Sensing Snow Qingyu's lingering hesitation, Li Xiaoyu grew anxious. "Qingyu, this is no longer a time for shyness. Indecision leads to defeat. Seize the opportunity while it presents itself. If you do not take action, I shall proceed alone. Though I would prefer to form a sisterly alliance with you, united against external threats to enhance our chances of success." However, Snow Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson. "There is no room for buts. We are in an apocalyptic world, where hesitation is a luxury we cannot afford. I do like brother-in, and I wouldn't mind a little generosity. I believe he harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to rescue you. Qingyu, you must seize this chance. There may not be another." Under the relentless persuasion of Li Xiaoyu, Snow Qingyu's principles began to waver, and she gradually found herself aligning with Li Xiaoyu's perspective. Her face burned with embarrassment, and perspiration beaded at her brow. The truth was, she had harbored a secret affection for Su En for quite some time. The idea of yielding to him did not repulse her. In fact, it brought a certain joy. Thus, the two girls officially formed their sisterly alliance, with Li Xiaoyu devising a strategic plan and both committing to the execution of their objectives, which could be succinctly summarized in 3 tenets: generosity, generosity, and once more, generosity. As two girls secretly conspired in their clandestine alliance, Su En remained blissfully unaware. Nestled in his warm bed, pondering what to eat the following day or where the cook might procure ingredients. The next morning, with the sun well above the horizon, Su En lazily rose from his slumber, having not enjoyed such a restful night in quite some time. Free from the burdens of scarcity, he felt a considerable lightness envelop him. After freshening up, he descended the stairs into the living room, where Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu were already awake. Whispering to each other on the sofa, Li Xiaoyu spoke animatedly, her expressions vibrant, while Xue Qingyu blushed as she listened intently. Upon seeing Su En, Li Xiaoyu beamed and rushed over, linking her arm through his. "Darling, you're awake. You must be hungry. Breakfast is all ready for you," she exclaimed, guiding him to the dining table and seating him firmly on a chair. Xue Qingyu, her face flushed, served a bowl of porridge before him. "Thank you," Su En said, lowering his gaze to drink the porridge. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaoyu nudged Xue Qingyu with a knowing glance, but Xue Qingyu turned her head away, feigning ignorance, clearly flustered. Frustrated by her hesitation, Li Xiaoyu shot her a playful glare before turning back to Su In with a mischievous grin. Why don't you let Qingyu feed you, darling? Su In, caught off guard, nearly choked on the porridge he had yet to swallow. No, I can manage on my own, he insisted, as Xue Qingyu quickly grabbed a napkin to assist him. Observing the unusual behavior of the two girls, Su In's intuition hinted that they were certainly plotting something. Could it be that they were vying for his affections? Surely not. One must never be overly confident. Self-awareness is key. He merely possessed a modicum of charm. An abundance of resources, a dash of extraordinary abilities, and familiarity with the apocalypse, alongside a touch of charisma. In other respects, he considered himself quite ordinary, just a bit of playful self-indulgence, harmless enough. Li Xiaoyu, with her spirited nature, was manageable, yet Xue Qingyu, being more reserved and shy, could hardly be conceived as someone who would engage in such antics. But pondering further yielded no clarity, and Su In grew weary of speculation. After finishing his breakfast, he resolved to head out. You two should stay indoors. It's perilous outside, he advised. Li Xiaoyu pouted. You're not taking me with you today? Not this time. The zombies have escalated in threat level, and a horde has formed. It would be too dangerous for you to accompany me. It's best you remain at home. Very well, then. If you have nothing else to do, perhaps you could practice your abilities in the basement gym while I go find someone. I may not return until evening. All right, darling. Be careful on the road and return swiftly. I'll have dinner prepared for you. Bidding farewell to the two girls, Su In pushed open the heavy iron door and stepped outside. Li Xiaoyu crossed her arms, smirking. Humph, I knew it. Brother In is off to find that little green tea girl. We must accelerate our plans. Indeed, Xue Qingyu murmured softly, biting her lip in agreement. It seemed, as Li Xiaoyu had suggested, that Su In was indeed on his way to find Su Xiaoyan. She suddenly felt a surge of fear, concerned that Su Xiaoyan might be discovered and that she too would lose this sanctuary. She truly did not wish to part ways with Su In. As Su In stepped out of the community, he ambled along the street. The telephone poles flanking the road were now teeming with bloodthirsty crows, their cacophonous cawing echoing through the air. Upon catching sight of Su In, they fluttered down, their crimson eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Su In deftly wielded his dagger, piercing them one by one, causing feathers to rain down like confetti. Chapter 22. Haitan Hotel. After slaying over 100 bloodthirsty crows, the swarm seemed to multiply rather than diminish. Su In, feeling exasperated, realized this was an endless ordeal. He had no choice but to extract a motorcycle from his spatial inventory, revving the throttle and surging forward, disappearing at the end of the street. It appeared that time was slipping away for him to find a chef. The number of crows would only escalate, and soon enough, even he would not be guaranteed safety when stepping outside. In the face of millions of bloodthirsty crows, no supernatural ability could offer protection. He had to locate a suitable chef by the end of the day. Otherwise, the disappearance of the crows would take half a month. And who knew if he would even be able to find a good chef by then, perhaps already having been fed to the crows and bats. Su In outlined several potential locations to search for a chef and immediately sped off, casually stabbing a fat zombie blocking his path with his dagger, causing it to explode. At Haitan Hotel, on the day the apocalypse descended, an annual charity auction was underway. Elites and luminaries from various sectors gathered, including numerous prominent officials, corporate magnates, and a plethora of stars and celebrities. The charity event drew over 1,000 attendees, the ground adorned with a red carpet, while media reporters clamored to cover the event. Grand and solemn. However, as the apocalypse struck, everything changed. Zombies suddenly surged into the crowd, unleashing a merciless slaughter. The deceased were either devoured by the zombies or reanimated to drag their mangled bodies into the ranks of the undead. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. Some risked their lives to flee the hotel, while many were trapped inside, desperately scrambling to the upper floors. In the chaos, numerous individuals were even trampled to death. The pandemonium persisted for an entire day and night before gradually subsiding. Originally over 1,000 people, by the end of the first day, fewer than 200 remained. These survivors took refuge on the 18th floor and above, clinging to life. With communication devices rendered completely inoperative, the hotel transformed into an isolated fortress, surrounded by thousands of zombies roaming the lower floors, while those above were stranded at heights of over 100 meters, unable to descend, with no one daring to venture in. In this desperate predicament, the survivors could only pray for a swift rescue. However, as time passed, the zombies began to mutate. The obstacles that had once impeded them in the hallways were no longer a deterrent for these bloodthirsty monsters. The mutated zombies broke through doors and windows, devouring one survivor after another. By the second day, the 18th floor fell, followed by the 19th and 20th. By the 4th day, only the 22nd floor remained occupied by survivors. The 22nd floor was not comprised of guest rooms, but rather a narrow storage area at the top of the hotel, containing only 3 rooms. In the largest room, over 20 survivors, both men and women of various ages, huddled together on the floor, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with despair. "I'm so hungry. Does anyone have anything to eat? I'll pay $1 million for just a small bite," a glamorous woman in a black evening gown weakly lamented. She was Ma Yingying, a top-tier actress from Longhua, once a national goddess, now disheveled, her lips cracked, and her complexion pale. A middle-aged man in a suit scoffed. "Who isn't hungry? Don't talk about a mere $1 million. I'd gladly part with $10 million for a pack of instant noodles." Known as Brother Hua, he was a celebrated director, renowned in the industry for having helmed numerous blockbuster films with substantial box office success. Others present nodded in agreement. After all, they were not impoverished individuals. Regrettably, at this moment, money was utterly useless. Not even a grain of rice could be procured. In the past 4 days, they had scarcely consumed anything. Driven to the brink of madness by hunger. Only the previous day had they shared 3 loaves of bread, generously provided by a woman named Lu Hui. At this thought, everyone's gaze turned toward a pair of women in the corner. The mother, Lu Hui, appeared to be around 30, clad in an elegant ink-washed qipao that accentuated her curves. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisite, as if the passage of time had left no mark upon her. She still radiated youthfulness, her beauty surpassing that of most actresses present, despite being a mother. Even in such a desperate environment, Lu Hui maintained her composure, her hair neatly arranged, and aside from a hint of melancholy, she did not appear overly disheveled. Curled up in her arms was a girl of about 14 or 15, dressed in a pink dress, with large eyes and a heart-shaped face, her rosy cheeks adorning 2 adorable dimples. The girl, named Yu Xiaoqiao, hailed from a prestigious family and had debuted as a child star, possessing an undeniable screen presence that, combined with her beauty, made her a well-known young actress. Both mother and daughter had attended the charity auction, but when the apocalypse struck, they were unable to escape and became trapped in the hotel. Furthermore, this mother and daughter were the first to seek refuge on the 22nd floor. When other survivors arrived, it was they who opened the door for everyone. The entrance to the 22nd floor was rather concealed, making it difficult for the zombies to detect this haven, which is how they managed to survive until now. "Lu Hui, do you still have any food? Please share it with everyone," Hua urged Lu Hui, his eyes filled with hope. Lu Hui shook her head. "There's nothing left." "Then where did your previous bread come from? You must have hidden some," Hua pressed on, not willing to give up. Lu Hui furrowed her brow. "I truly have none left. The last 3 loaves have already been shared among everyone." Hua became increasingly agitated. "That's impossible. You must have food stashed away. You too were the first to come here. Who knows how much you've concealed? Bring it all out now, quickly." As he spoke, Hua's voice grew more fervent and frantic. "Lu Hui, it's best to reveal what you have sooner rather than later. We are all in this together, so there's no need to hoard," another voice chimed in. "If you share your food, we'll owe you a favor. Consider our circumstances, you 1T lose out. Once rescue arrives, and we are out of here, you'll reap the rewards. I happen to have a major film project about to commence. If you produce your supplies, Xiao Xiao will be guaranteed the lead role," another added. Rather than discouraging Hua, the crowd echoed their encouragement for Lu Hui to surrender her food. With a resigned sigh, Lu Hui responded, "I truly have none left. I'm not deceiving you. Those loaves were taken from the cafeteria on the 21st floor, and there weren't many to begin with. The remaining 3 have been shared. If you really want more, you'll have to go to the 21st floor yourself. There should still be some left." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to volunteer for the task. The 21st floor was likely a haven for zombies by now. Venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone present belonged to the affluent class. Their lives were far too precious to risk. Who in their right mind would volunteer for such a perilous endeavor? "Lu Hui, why don't you go to the 21st floor? You've been there before and know the route well. If you succeed, I, Li Dagong, will owe you a favor." "You should understand the weight of my gratitude," a lean middle-aged man interjected. This man, known as Li Dagong, held a prominent position among the group. Famously recognized as the leading director in Long Country, with countless artists under his belt and numerous blockbuster films to his name, a towering figure in the industry. "Director Gang is right. Lu Hui, you should make the trip. Everyone will be grateful," another voice chimed in. Yes, Director Gang is correct. After all, you are most familiar with the route," yet another urged. With the collective insistence of the crowd, Liu Hui's complexion turned ashen. This was clearly a sentence of death for her. The chances of returning alive were exceedingly slim. "Mom, please don't go," Yu Xiaoqiao cried out, stepping in front of Lu Hui, glaring at the others. "If you want to go, then you go. Don't you have legs? We kindly opened the door for you and shared our food. And now you want my mother to risk her life? You are all despicable, ungrateful wretches. Upon hearing Yu Chao's words, many averted their gaze in shame. After all, what she spoke was the truth. Without the efforts of her and her mother, the rest would have long succumbed to the zombie bites. Yet, what could be done at this juncture? Surely they could not merely starve to death. Sacrifices must be made. How dare you speak so? Li Dagong's expression darkened. Lu Hui, whether you wish to go or not, you must go. You alone know where the bread is located, and it is your duty to procure it for everyone. If you refuse, not only will they perish, but what of your daughter? Are you so callous as a mother not to consider her? His voice grew more menacing. If you insist on staying, you will incur the wrath of the masses, and you shall no longer remain here. Li Dagong abruptly rose, compelling Lu Hui to ascend to the 21st floor for provisions. Lu Hui pressed her lips together, her demeanor gradually transforming into one of calm resolve, maintaining her poised and cultivated appearance. Very well, I shall go. With a nonchalant glance at the others, she grasped Yu Chao's hand, preparing to depart. Stop. Li Dagong intercepted the mother and daughter. Who permitted your daughter to accompany you? She is but a child, with a bright future ahead. If you seek to court death, do not drag her into your folly. If you leave, it must be alone. At these words, Lu Hui's countenance turned icy. This despicable lot intended to use her daughter as leverage against her. Were she to depart alone, it was clear what fate awaited her daughter. They had cast aside all semblance of conscience and could commit any atrocity. With a sardonic gaze, Lu Hui surveyed the crowd. Do not speak of uncertain rescue. Even if salvation were to arrive, would those rescued from here still be human? You all wear the guise of civility, yet beneath it, you are but beasts in human skin. Even wild dogs exhibit gratitude, yet you are beneath them. Very well, I can assist in retrieving the food. I hope that when I return, you can stomach the sustenance obtained at the cost of a helpless woman's life. Lu Hui, after finishing her words, gently released Yu Chao's hand and slowly embraced her, tenderly saying, Chao, I am sorry. Mother could not protect you well. Yu Chao began to sob. Her voice choked with emotion, unable to utter a word as she clung tightly to Lu Hui, unwilling to let her mother go. Lu Hui gently wiped away Yu Chao's tears, a loving smile gracing her face. Crying will ruin your pretty face, my little diva, she whispered softly into Yu Chao's ear. If mother is not back by nightfall, when no one is watching, you must jump down from upstairs. Do not be afraid, just close your eyes. If you must go, do so with grace, understand? Yu Chao trembled slightly, nodding earnestly, her hoarse voice responding, Yes, I understand, mother. Good girl. Lu Hui smiled faintly, turning to leave. Still composed and graceful. In her heart, she held on to one conviction. If she were not to return, even if she became a man-eating demon, she would claw her way out of the depths of hell to devour the flesh and blood of those who had wronged her. Meanwhile, Suen wandered the city for hours yet failed to find a chef to his liking. His aim was to seek a top-tier hotel, where he believed he might find a suitable candidate. Unfortunately, despite his extensive search, he encountered numerous zombies and many survivors, but no fitting individuals. Most chefs in the hotels had perished, turning into mindless, moaning zombies. The few who remained were unsatisfactory, either too unattractive or too old, mostly being robust, portly men. With only two delicate sisters living under the same roof, it was inevitable that moments of intimacy would arise. He merely wished to enjoy the view without bringing a man back to disturb his peace. After much deliberation, Suen finally arrived at the entrance of the Haitian Hotel. This establishment was the most luxurious in Sioux City, favored by celebrities and socialites alike. It was reasonable to assume that the chefs here would possess considerable skill, even though he had never dined within its walls. With a per capita consumption exceeding 10,000, such a price was beyond his previous means. Yet now, he had the capability, though opportunities had slipped away. How unpredictable life is. He mused as he retracted his motorcycle into the vast space and walked into the Haitian Hotel with his hands tucked into his pockets. Chapter 24. You disturbed the witch with a swift motion. Suen dispatched a lone zombie and ascended the steps at a leisurely pace. The interior of the Haitian Hotel was in an even worse state than he had anticipated, with a considerable number of zombies present. It was evident that, during the apocalypse, this place had attracted a large crowd. Otherwise, so many zombies could not have emerged from such a confined space. A zombie clad in a suit lunged at him with a ghastly shriek. Suen took a closer look and could not help but find the creature familiar. Oh, isn't that the big star, Gage? What brings you here? It looks like you haven't slept in ages. Those dark circles are hanging down to your chin. You really shouldn't work so hard in your acting career. It's time to rest. With a swift strike, Suen ended Gage's existence. Another finely dressed zombie in suspenders charged at him. Kunzi, what happened to you? Do you have oral ulcers? It looks terrible. Where's your basketball? Go back and continue your practice. Suin kindly sent Kunzi back to the spring to fetch the basketball. His benevolence was immeasurable. As he ascended the stairs while dispatching zombies, he disregarded the floors overwhelmed by the undead, presuming there would be no survivors. Upon reaching the 20th floor, he noticed a reduction in the number of zombies. The Hai Tian Hotel comprised a total of 22 floors, and the possibility of finding survivors depended on the remaining few levels. Suin meticulously searched each room on the 20th floor. Aside from encountering dozens of zombies, he did not see a single living soul. Just then, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, it was the cry of a woman. It is well known that zombies do not weep. Ah, there is still a survivor. Following the sound of the crying, Suin arrived at the door of a room at the end of the corridor. The door was slightly ajar, and the sorrowful cries emanated from within. Without a second thought, Suin gently pushed the door open, and the weeping grew clearer. Inside the room sat a woman in a white dress, her hair disheveled, facing away from him. Although her face was obscured, it was evident that the sorrowful cries originated from her. The sound was low and filled with profound sadness. Just as Suin was about to speak, he caught sight of the small text above her head, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly swallowed back the words he intended to say. Zombie, which LV7, skills, pursuit, tear. Suin couldn't help but gasp in shock. He never anticipated encountering such a creature. The witch, also known as a female ghost or witch, is a type of evolved zombie, representing the pinnacle of the undead hierarchy. With a terrifying initial level of 7, it reaches a height unattainable by most mutated zombies, possessing unique skills. Moreover, its desire to attack and its offensive power are exceedingly high. So high that not only ordinary individuals, but even the vast majority of awakened beings would face life-threatening peril when confronted with such a foe. This was merely the 4th day of the apocalypse. Logically, such entities should not yet appear. Why had he encountered one? Suin had no desire to provoke this monster and cautiously began to retreat. Suddenly, he accidentally stepped on a soda can, producing a crisp sound. Iron Body. Without hesitation, Suin activated his Iron Body ability at once. A piercing scream erupted from the witch as she abruptly turned around, revealing a ghastly pale face. Then, a white shadow surged towards Suin with astonishing speed, outpacing even the keenest of eagle-eyed abilities. By the time Suin reacted, the witch had already materialized before him, her crimson claws extending a formidable length of 30 to 40 centimeters. The talons, aglow with a sinister red light, descended like lightning, leaving Suin no time to evade. A series of sharp metallic clinks echoed as the claws struck, sending sparks flying. In the blink of an eye, Suin's chest bore the marks of dozens, if not hundreds, of scratches. Fortunately, his ironclad defense spared him from a fatal blow, merely etching a myriad of white claw marks upon his skin. However, if this relentless assault continued, it would inevitably breach his defenses. Without hesitation, Suin gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch, striking the witch squarely in the abdomen and propelling her backwards. Several daggers flew forth, pinning her to the ground. The witch screamed in desperation, attempting to rise. But Suin waved his hand, releasing a torrent of electricity that enveloped her. As the electric currents crackled and surged, the witch's screams gradually faded, ultimately reducing her to a mere pile of charred remains. Only after confirming the witch's demise did Suin slowly retract his abilities. His chest now flushed with a deep crimson hue. The upper garment had transformed into tattered rags, and it was fortunate for him, had it been another awakened individual. Even someone of Snow Qingshu's S-rank caliber, a moment's carelessness could result in being swiftly dispatched by the witch. This infernal entity possessed a defensive capability that verged on zero, excelling instead in speed and offensive power, capable of annihilating its opponent in an instant. Due to its tracking ability, any prey it focused upon was nearly impossible to escape from. Its tearing force was both devastating and formidable. Even when besieged by a multitude, it could achieve a one-for-one elimination at the very least. Just as Su Onsong exhaled in relief, a piercing scream erupted once more from outside the window, sharper than the witch's own cries, reverberating painfully against his eardrums. After a grueling hour of exploration on the 21st floor, Lu Hui, having endured myriad hardships, finally succeeded in locating several baguettes in the kitchen. She intended to stealthily retrace her steps, but a zombie staggered into the room, forcing her to lie flat and wriggle away, refraining from uttering a single sound. Fortunately, her composure allowed her to consistently evade the zombie's line of sight. Just as she was about to escape the kitchen, a bloodthirsty crow, through the window, spotted her silhouette. The crow screeched and lunged at her, but the window obstructed its advance, causing it to repeatedly batter against the glass with a clanging sound. This cacophony drew the zombie, which lunged directly towards Lu Hui, who was lying on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet and fled, the zombie howling in pursuit. Exiting the kitchen, Lu Hui dashed towards the 22nd floor, with the zombies trailing behind her in increasing numbers. Realizing the horde had amassed to such an extent, Lu Hui dared not return directly to the 22nd floor. Instead, she darted into one of the nearby rooms. This was the entertainment hall on the 21st floor, distinct from the guest rooms, as it had both a front and a back door. She first lured the zombies into the entertainment hall, then, taking advantage of the blind spot around the corner, she slipped out through the back door. After securing the door behind her, she hastily returned to the 22nd floor. Arriving at the door of a room on the 22nd floor, Lu Hui felt a wave of relief wash over her upon noticing the absence of zombies and knocked gently on the door. Soon, a crack opened, revealing Li Dagong's pockmarked face. "I've brought back food," Lu Hui announced, holding out the baguettes, eliciting a look of delight from Li Dagong. "Hurry, pass it in," he urged eagerly. However, Lu Hui's expression turned icy as she replied, "You need to open the door first." Li Dagong let out a cold laugh, his countenance shifting to a menacing glare. "Heh, you wretched woman, you lack the standing to negotiate. If you don't want your daughter to become sashimi, you'll pass the food in first, and then fetch me a bucket of water. I'm parched to the point of burning, and your daughter is still a virgin." Isn't the adorable and ethereal appearance suggested that her blood might be as sweet as honey. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui's heart trembled. Her face drained of color as she hastily presented the precious food she had arduously procured. "No, please don't harm Xiao Xiao. I will give you what you want. I will fetch water for you," she pleaded. Having long abandoned any hope in humanity, she had previously instructed her daughter that if she did not return, she should leap from the building to end her life. Yet, she still underestimated the grotesqueness of human nature. From the very beginning, these beasts sought not mere bread, but her daughter herself. Indeed, how could a few loaves of bread possibly compare to the value of a living, breathing human being, brimming with flesh and blood? Chapter 25. If you wish to make a wish, go pray to the Buddha. As Lu Hui offered her fervent prayers, an abrupt shadow silently materialized behind her. Sensing something amiss, she quickly turned to look. There, at the stairwell, squatted a small boy, completely naked. His body was covered in bruises, and his large eyes were devoid of the whites, the entire sclera an inky black. Suddenly, the boy opened his mouth, and as he did, the sound of clattering teeth echoed ominously. Then, he widened his mouth, and in an instant, his entire face seemed to split apart, revealing a blood-red throat that dangled and writhed grotesquely. In the next moment, the throat quivered, erupting into a piercing scream. "Ah!" The shrill cry reverberated throughout the hotel, inciting a frenzy among the horde of corpses, who surged recklessly towards the 22nd floor. The shriek nearly caused Lu Hui to faint. She desperately covered her ears, barely managing to withstand the assault on her senses. Li Dagong, with half his head protruding, was directly pierced by the sound, his eardrums agonizingly throbbing. And he cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his ears. Seeing this, Lu Hui gritted her teeth and crawled towards the door, forcefully slamming it open, then bracing herself against it. The commotion caused by this unknown monster would surely attract numerous zombies. The 22nd floor was no longer safe. She did not wish for her own survival. She only hoped that all those vile creatures within the room would perish. None should be spared. The others in the room, witnessing Lu Hui barricading the door, were instantly struck with panic, rushing over to pull at her, exclaiming, "Quick, throw her out. This wretched woman wants to doom us all." However, in the brief span of time, a horde of zombies surged forward, rendering it too late to close the door. As the overwhelming tide of corpses approached, despair enveloped everyone, who collapsed to the ground. Lu Hui maintained a placid expression, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, quietly awaiting her demise. A sudden crash resounded as a dagger shattered the glass, spinning in the air to decapitate a small boy, silencing his piercing scream. A dull thud echoed, causing the ground to tremble, as the staircase from the 21st to the 22nd floor completely collapsed, sending countless zombies plummeting down, while the remaining ones could only circle in place, unable to ascend. A figure leaped onto the windowsill, crouching down, and casually cleared their ears. "Damn those incessant screams," they complained. "It's utterly maddening." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on the chiseled features of the newcomer, whose dark eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss. Several daggers, gleaming with a frigid light, hovered majestically behind him, exuding an air of purity and nobility. Lu Hui gazed up, spellbound by the unexpectedly handsome man. If there were deities in this world, he surely epitomized one. She had never believed in gods nor fervently prayed for salvation, yet in this moment, an impulse to kneel surged within her. She did not wish to die. She yearned to survive alongside her daughter. "Oh God, have mercy on me," she thought, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, opening her mouth yet unsure of what to utter. Suen shook his head and surveyed the survivors before him. They were all dressed as the affluent elite, with a few familiar faces recognizable from television. TSK. Suen clicked his tongue in discontent, realizing that finding a chef would be another challenge. Nevertheless, adhering to the philosophy of "since I am here, I might as well ask," he inquired with a glimmer of hope, "Is there anyone among you who can cook? I mean, a chef proficient in all 8 culinary traditions? I am in need of one at home, and the compensation is quite reasonable. Anyone with the skills and interest?" The group of survivors stared at him, bewildered. Cooking? A chef? What nonsense was this? They were all individuals of stature. Why would they ever deign to cook? They typically dined at upscale restaurants. To work as a chef? Do not jest. Those present are either illustrious celebrities or renowned directors, who would willingly assume the role of a servant. I possess culinary skills, capable of preparing a multitude of dishes. I am well versed in the 8 major cuisines. Lu Hui spoke softly, and she was not being untruthful. Coming from a single-parent household, she had always lived with her daughter, dedicated to preparing meals at home for the sake of her daughter's health. Moreover, she found joy in creating culinary delights, which was one of her few cherished hobbies. Not only did she have a grasp of the 8 major cuisines, but she also excelled in many international dishes. Upon hearing Lu Hui's response, Suen's interest was piqued. She was the most satisfactory chef he had encountered thus far, and she possessed an appealing beauty. "Let us first discuss the terms of compensation," Suen suggested, lightly leaping over the threshold into the corridor, extending his hand to assist Lu Hui, who was seated on the floor, to her feet, and then proceeded directly into the room. Inside, approximately 20 individuals, comprising men, women, the elderly, and children, were present. In the corner, a young girl was bound, her hands and feet restrained, with her mouth gagged. Suen paid little heed to the others and approached a table. Seating himself comfortably, beckoning Lu Hui with a casual wave, "Do not dawdle. Come and sit down for a discussion. When it comes to hiring a chef, mutual consent is paramount. Coercion is counterproductive, as one might find themselves poisoned in their own meal." It was only then that Lu Hui realized, rushing into the room. But instead of joining Suen, she hurried to the corner to untie the girl. As soon as the bindings were removed, the girl cried out and flung herself into Lu Hui's embrace. With a face full of remorse, Lu Hui comforted Yu Qiao Qiao, saying, "Do not cry, Qiao Qiao. It is my fault for allowing you to suffer." Through her sobs, Yu Qiao Qiao lifted her head. "It is not your fault, mother. It is I who have burdened you." A source of distress. Lu Hui shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes, before quickly leading Yu Qiao Qiao to Suen, apologetically saying, "I am sorry for keeping you waiting." Suen waved his hand dismissively, looking at Yu Qiao Qiao. "It is quite all right. Is she your daughter?" Lu Hui nodded affirmatively. "Yes. This is my daughter, Qiao Qiao." Yu Qiao Qiao wiped her tear-stained cheeks and managed a polite smile. "Hello, big brother." "Hello, little sister," Suen replied with a slight smile, appreciating the girl's politeness. "Please, do not stand. Sit down so we can converse. If you agree, you may commence work today." Lu Hui nodded solemnly, taking a seat alongside Qiao Qiao. As the trio engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, Brother Hua approached. "Hey, who are you? Are you from the rescue team sent to save us? I knew that Guijiao would not abandon us." Suen cast a disinterested glance at Brother Hua. "Have I spoken to you?" Brother Hua paused in surprise. "Little brother, could you perhaps adjust your demeanor? Be mindful of your standing. Not everyone can be trifled with. Believe me, once I am rescued, a single phone call could cost you your job. Get lost." Suen retorted coldly, delivering a powerful kick that sent Brother Hua flying. He crashed against the wall with such force that his back teeth were dislodged, blood streaming from his mouth. Witnessing Brother Hua's punishment, several others could no longer remain silent. "Why are you resorting to violence? This is where you have gone astray." The youth are often too impetuous, entirely oblivious to the hierarchy, provoking those they ought not to offend, thereby jeopardizing their futures. The rescue team should be downstairs, awaiting Brother Hua's rescue. Yet, with just this slap, it seems unlikely that matters will resolve amicably. You must hasten downstairs and urge the rescue team to act swiftly. Suen gazed at the crowd in silence. "Surely, you do not believe that any rescue team will come to your aid? This calamity is global. Not only is there no rescue team, but the situation is bound to deteriorate further. Everyone is too preoccupied with their own survival to risk their lives to save you." A group of ancestors. "If you wish to make a wish, pray to the Buddha. If you enjoy daydreaming, sleep." One must be pragmatic in life and refrain from indulging in fanciful illusions. Chapter 26. The new employee. Upon hearing Suin's words, the crowd fell into a stupor. A global catastrophe? No rescue? No one would come to save them. Could it truly be the end of the world? Impossible. You must be lying. I refuse to believe it unless you provide evidence to substantiate your claims. Others, unable to accept reality, voiced their doubts. Believe it or not, your lives are of no concern to me, Suin shrugged nonchalantly. The most pitiable individuals living in the apocalypse are those who cannot discern reality, clinging to unrealistic fantasies. Such individuals often meet their demise the quickest, unable to endure even a single phase. Let us continue our discussion. I shall outline the conditions and benefits I am offering. See if they are acceptable to you. Suin turned back to speak with Lu Hui. Very well, please proceed. Lu Hui nodded in agreement, having little expectation for excessive benefits. As long as she and her daughter could enjoy a warm meal each day, she would be content. In truth, without Suin's prompting, she had already realized that this was indeed the end of the world, and no rescue team would arrive. One must prepare 3 meals daily, ensuring the quality of the dishes is adequate and the variety plentiful. Occasionally, you will need to prepare supper, and you'll also be responsible for maintaining household cleanliness, essentially working year-round without respite. As for remuneration, you may dine with me. What I eat is what you shall eat, ensuring you are well fed 3 times a day. In terms of material benefits, you will receive a new outfit each month, from which you may choose your preferred style and type. Cosmetics will also be provided monthly, along with 2 packs of sanitary products and 1 bottle each of shampoo and body wash per month. Should you fall ill, medication will be supplied. If you wish to keep a pet, you must submit a request, and I will consider it on a case-by-case basis. Currently, entertainment options are quite limited. I can only provide fitness equipment, books, and music. Of course, if you have additional requests, you may also apply, though I cannot guarantee fulfillment. Upon hearing Suin's terms, Lu Hui stood there, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is this truly the kind of treatment one receives in the apocalypse? The treatment exceeded her expectations by 100-fold. It was utterly extravagant, almost dreamlike. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hui exclaimed her willingness. Suin waved his hand. I haven't finished speaking, so don't rush to agree. The system I employ is one of lifetime employment. You cannot unilaterally breach the contract unless I were to dismiss you outright. Suin grinned. In other words, you are bound to work for me for life. Once you consent, your freedom will essentially come to an end. Think carefully before you respond. Lu Hui replied, lifetime employment? Cooking for a lifetime? My goodness. Are you sure this isn't a benefit? She didn't need to ponder. Her answer was swift. I am willing, as long as you do not mind. I will cook for you for the rest of my days. Suin nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand to shake Lu Hui's. Welcome to my household. I hope we can enjoy our time together. Thank you, boss. Thank you, she replied. But may I bring Chow Chow along? If not, I shall refrain from coming. Suin glanced at the anxious girl sitting nearby, pondering for a moment. With a cook already in place, there was still a need for someone to handle the cleaning. This arrangement was quite fortuitous, a buy-one-get-one free offer. Having one more wouldn't be a burden, but it was imperative that I wouldn't support someone who merely consumes without contributing. She could join, provided she undertook the majority of the household chores, laundry, sweeping, mopping, serving tea, and so forth, at the same compensation as Lu Hui. Chow Chow is very obedient and diligent. She will not disappoint you. Thank you for taking us in. I am truly grateful, Lu Hui said, her eyes reddening as she quickly stood to bow in gratitude. Yu Chow Chow followed suit, expressing her thanks. Thank you, big brother. Chow Chow will be obedient and will work hard. I promise I won't be a freeloader. Life's ups and downs had come too swiftly, and the 2 women were on the verge of tears from their excitement. Suin smiled slightly, waving a hand to summon a steaming bucket of KFC chicken and 2 bottles of cola from the vast space. You both seem to have gone a long time without food. Please, have something to fill your stomachs. Once you finish, I will take you away. The sudden appearance of fried chicken and cola on the table left the 2 women astonished, covering their mouths in disbelief, gazing at Suin as if he were a deity. What sorcery is this? Is it not to your liking? Suin inquired, noticing their lack of movement. No. They both hastily shook their heads in unison. They then abandoned their reservations and eagerly began to devour the meal. Yu Chow Chow was eating while crying, not out of sorrow, but rather from the exquisite flavor. Observing the 2 indulging in meat and sipping cola, the onlooking survivors were taken aback. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, accompanied by the audible sounds of saliva being swallowed. Could you spare a bucket of fried chicken for me, good sir? I would offer 10,000. Cried one. Another chimed in. Make that half a bucket for 100,000. I'll raise you 1,000,000. No, 1 billion. Just a chicken leg would suffice. Pleaded another. Brother, I can write you a check. Fill in whatever amount you desire. Just a half chicken leg is sufficient. Even a bone will do. I'm not picky. The survivors, driven by hunger, began to bid frantically. Xun, growing impatient, waved dismissively, "Go find somewhere cooler." Seeing his indifference to money and checks, the crowd felt defeated. As they had little else to offer, some, in a moment of desperation, contemplated seizing the food from the two. However, with a mere glance from Suin, a dagger flew from behind, swiftly incapacitating the would-be thief. The reason for not killing was simply that his two new employees were currently dining. A bloody scene would surely ruin their appetite. With Suin's display of prowess, it became evident that they were dealing with someone beyond the realm of ordinary mortals, almost superhuman. The collapse of the corridor must have been orchestrated by this young man, a being they could not afford to antagonize. Chapter 27. Director Li's boundless virtue. Once they had finished their meal, Suin rose and stretched. "Let us leave here. I will take you away." The two hurriedly stood up, with Yu Qiao quickly gathering the remnants of the chicken bones, cradling them like treasures. "Why are you holding onto those bones?" Suin asked, bemused. With a serious blink, Yu Qiao replied, "To make soup when we get back." Suin chuckled softly, patting her head. It appeared that the two had endured considerable hardship recently. In his previous life, he might have done the same. "Don't worry, you can discard them. As long as you behave, you may have as much as you desire." Thank you, big brother." Qiao will be very obedient. She beamed. Upon hearing that she intended to throw away the bones, the others became animated. "Don't throw them away, Qiao. Give them to Auntie. I'll give you money. How about Uncle? Remember when he treated you to ice cream when you were little? Come on, Qiao. I acted in a film with you, remember? Just last year." Yu Qiao, observing their smiling faces, pouted and turned her head away, unwilling to engage. These were the very people who had pressured her mother into a perilous situation, who had bound her and threatened to harm her if her mother failed to return with food. She has not forgotten at all, no matter what. She would never relinquish the bones to them, not even if they knelt down and begged. With this thought, Qiao dashed to the window and hurled the bones along with the packaging out. "I won't give you a thing, humph." A middle-aged woman, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. "You ungrateful girl, I gave you face." She raised her hand, poised to slap Yu Qiao. However, upon catching a glimpse of Suin's icy gaze, she reluctantly withdrew her hand. "Give yourself 10 slaps, Suin commanded coolly. The middle-aged woman's face flushed crimson. She dared not retort, yet was unwilling to inflict harm upon herself. "My patience is limited. Do not force my hand, or it will be as simple as a few slaps. I would not hesitate to throw you from this building." The woman's complexion turned pale. I'll do it myself. Please don't kill me." She began to slap her own face repeatedly. At that moment, Li Dagong, who had remained silent, approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Hello, young brother. I am Li Dagong, a director. You may have seen me on television. It is a pleasure to meet you." Suin glanced at Li Dagong, but did not take his hand. "Is there something you need?" Li Dagong awkwardly retracted his hand with a dry chuckle. "Well, young brother, I would like to hire you as a temporary bodyguard to help me leave this place. You can name your terms." Suin found it amusing. "I fear what I desire is beyond your means." Li Dagong shook his head with a smile. "Not necessarily. You should understand the extent of my connections and influence. Everyone would give me a little face. If you assist me in leaving here, I would owe you a significant favor. You must comprehend the weight of my gratitude, right? I believe this is a deal that you can see is not a loss." Suin inhaled sharply. How inflated must one be to utter such shameless words? If only he possessed half of that audacity, he might withstand the witch's onslaught without faltering. "Big brother, do not believe his words. He is a man of no integrity, a scoundrel, a disgrace." Qiao interjected angrily, her expression adorably fierce. "Oh, in what way is he lacking integrity? Please enlighten me," Li Dagong inquired. Qiao promptly recounted the events leading up to their current predicament. After grasping the full context, Suin shook his head at Li Dagong. "I do not wish to judge whether your actions were right or wrong. In this apocalyptic world, such matters have become commonplace. Right and wrong often lose their significance. Survival is paramount. However, it is unfortunate that self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. They are now my employees, and as their employer, it would be unreasonable not to assist them in reclaiming their debts. Director Li, have you contemplated how you intend to repay them?" Li Dagong revealed a grotesque smile, instinctively retreating a few steps. "I assumed you, young brother, were a person of strong opinions. Surely you would not be so easily swayed." Suin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "You have 10 seconds. Either you leap from the building of your own volition, or I shall force you to do so. Choose wisely. If you fail to decide, I shall take your silence as an acceptance of the latter option." Li Dagong clenched his fists tightly, his pockmarked face shadowed with gloom. "You little brat. Do not presume to think I fear you. Do you believe I cannot find someone to eliminate you? I have ended many lives over the years. I wouldn't mind adding yours to the list. Suen nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Excellent. It seems you have made your choice. I am pleased you could deduce a third option. In a flash, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Li Dagong, seizing him by the throat and dragging him towards the door. In ancient times, the Buddha offered flesh to feed the eagles. Today, Director Li offers himself to the undead. I commend your selflessness, Director Li. With that, Suen effortlessly hurled Li Dagong into the throng of ravenous corpses in the hallway. Li Dagong was swiftly engulfed, his screams barely escaping his lips before he was gruesomely torn apart. Suen returned to the room, surveying the others. Those who previously coerced her stepped forward. Yet, silence enveloped the room, no one daring to respond or reveal themselves. Suen grinned, his teeth gleaming ominously. Very well. It appears you have all chosen the same path of audacity and seeking merit as Director Li. Xiao, who was it that bullied you? Name them one by one. Chapter 28. The little hands are not clean after feeding the horde 8 portions of sustenance. Suen finally ceased his efforts. The debts owed by the mother and daughter were now settled. Time was of the essence. It was time for us to depart. As for the others, let them fend for themselves. Suen levitated an iron table outside the window, beckoning the mother and daughter to approach. With a swift motion, he embraced them on either side and leaped onto the table, gently descending towards the ground. With his current control over electromagnetic forces, executing such a feat was not overly challenging, though it felt slightly disconcerting, akin to the sensation of pushing off with one foot while the other remains grounded. The mother and daughter clung tightly to Suen, hesitant to peer down. As they inhaled his masculine scent, Lu Hui felt her cheeks flush, her heartbeat quickening. This formidable man, appearing as if a deity, had unexpectedly entered her life, rescuing her from despair. He was both powerful and reassuring. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy, realizing he likely was younger than she. Before long, the trio landed safely. A few zombies lunged at them frantically, but Suen dispatched them with swift strikes of his dagger. After some time, the number of zombies on the street had increased significantly, along with a troubling rise in mutated varieties. After a moment of contemplation, Suen retrieved a motorcycle from his spatial domain and mounted it. Hop on. I shall take you back. Initially, he had intended to drive a car, as it provided more space and comfort for 3 passengers. However, given the current road conditions and the abundance of zombies, driving a car had become impractical. Encountering a massive zombie could easily result in a forced halt or a collision, which would pose grave dangers for the 2 ordinary women. For safety's sake, it was wiser to ride the motorcycle, swift and agile. Certainly not for any trivial matter. Lu Hui sat behind him, while Xiao, being smaller, nestled in front of Suen's embrace. Hold on tight. I drive quickly, he informed Lu Hui before revving the engine, sending the motorcycle roaring forward. Lu Hui hurriedly wrapped her arms around Suen's waist, resting her head against his back. Just as Suen had stated, his speed was indeed impressive. He adhered to the principle that true speed lies in navigating curves with finesse, pressing the throttle to the maximum without a hint of concern for tipping over. With the support of electromagnetic forces, stability was greatly enhanced. Not only could they maneuver on the ground, but when necessary, they could also soar over hordes of zombies, gliding effortlessly. After racing several kilometers, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by the cacophony of bloodthirsty crows. Glancing upward, they spotted a helicopter hovering above, trailed by a legion of ravenous crows. However, the helicopter soared at an altitude beyond the crows' ascent, rendering them powerless against it. Occasionally, the helicopter dropped sheets of paper, which danced in the wind. Suen uttered a soft exclamation, controlling the motorcycle to ascend the wall of a single-story building, grasping a flyer. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a notice, the contents of which were as follows. Survivors are urged to proceed to the Jinlong Reservoir. We are stationed here and can provide ample food and water, ensuring the safety of you and your family. The back of the flyer featured a simple map directing to the coordinates of the Jinlong Reservoir. The message was succinct and compelling. The village is distributing gold bars. No, it's raining good fortune from the sky at the Jinlong Reservoir. Come quickly. Food and drink are plentiful, and safety is guaranteed. Suen disdainfully crumpled the flyer and discarded it. Such words were fit only for deceiving spirits. No ghost would fall for them. Yet it was undeniable that, at times, people were more gullible than phantoms. His disbelief did not negate the likelihood that many would take the risk to investigate, driven by the primal desires for food and safety in such chaotic times. In his memory, he indeed recalled the Jinlong Reservoir. It was a uniquely formidable organization formed by inmates who escaped during a prison riot after the apocalypse. Armed with weapons from the prison, they swiftly seized control of the reservoir as a base for development. Their occupation of the reservoir was entirely due to its advantageous geographic conditions. Adjacent to a power station, they lacked for electricity, while the reservoir itself offered an inexhaustible water supply. Furthermore, as fishing was prohibited for years, the waters teemed with fish and shrimp, providing ample sustenance. The reservoir's elevated position allowed for a singular mountain path to the summit, enabling them to defend against enemies descending from above while retreating to the central island by boat for seclusion. From energy to food, water resources to terrain, everything was exceptionally favorable. In certain respects, the Jinlong Reservoir could indeed be considered a remarkably secure haven. However, while the place may be ideal, the character of its occupants remains uncertain. It is essential to recognize that those who inhabit it are ruthless criminals. Would they truly offer food and shelter to survivors out of the goodness of their hearts? I fear that may not be the case. Moreover, the Jinlong Reservoir has since been renamed Sinner Island, demonstrating a certain self-awareness. However, many have mistakenly interpreted Sinner as drunk, believing Drunken Island to be some kind of idyllic paradise, a veritable feast of wine and revelry. As the thunderous roar of the helicopter gradually faded into the distance, Suen regained his composure, turned the vehicle around, and drove down from the rooftop, intending to escort the mother-daughter duo, Lu Hui and her child, back to their residence. Suddenly, an impulse struck him to explore the Jinlong Reservoir. Having already claimed dominion over the area, it seemed reasonable to assume that resources would be plentiful. For reasons unbeknownst to him, ever since acquiring the ability to replicate in this vast space, Suen often felt an insatiable itch to procure something. The thought of not taking anything left him quite uncomfortable, especially upon discovering that others had stockpiled considerable supplies. Even during his aimless wanderings at the hotel, he had casually taken a few hundred bedding sets, rendering his hands somewhat less than clean. Chapter 29. Bringing the new employees home after approximately half an hour of rapid travel, they finally returned to their stronghold. Suen maneuvered the motorcycle over the high wall and sped into the community, halting at the entrance of the villa. All right, we've arrived. Lu Hui, feeling a bit dizzy from the swift ride, stumbled out of the vehicle. Xiao Qiao fared slightly better, yet still appeared pale from the speed. Before Suen could knock on the door, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu hurriedly emerged. Li Xiaoyu, with a playful tone, exclaimed, "Honey, you're back." But upon taking a few steps, she froze. What is this? Who are these two women alongside Suen? Li Xiaoyu quickly turned to Xue Qingyu. They don't look like Su Xiaoyan at all. Xue Qingyu nodded. No, she is not Su Xiaoyan. Phew, that's a relief, Li Xiaoyu sighed. Suen beckoned the group to enter. Let us go inside. Staying out here too long might attract the bloodthirsty crows. Dealing with them isn't particularly challenging. But it's worrisome to think they might target us in the future, ambushing us every time we venture out. Upon entering the living room, Suen plopped down onto the sofa with a flourish. Don't just stand there, take a seat. Xue Qingyu brought over several glasses of water. Thank you. Thank you. Sister, the mother and daughter duo expressed hurriedly. You're welcome, Xue Qingyu replied with a warm smile, quietly settling beside Suen. Allow me to introduce you, he said. This is Sister Lu Hui, the chef I specifically hired. From now on, our daily meals will be entrusted to her expertise. And this is Yu Qiao Qiao, Sister Lu Hui's daughter, who will serve as our apprentice maid, responsible for cleaning and managing household chores. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu and the others quickly understood. It turned out that Suen had hastily ventured out to recruit a cook and a young maid. The two individuals harbored no particular thoughts on the matter. As long as it was not Su Xiaoyan, they were grateful. Ultimately, this was Suen's decision, and they would not interfere. In this household, Suen possessed absolute authority and a veto power. Furthermore, as they needed to dedicate considerable time to practicing their abilities, having assistance with household chores was indeed a blessing. Welcome to our little family. I am Xue Qingyu, and it is a pleasure to meet you, she said warmly. I am Li Xiaoyu, and I extend a heartfelt welcome to you both, she added. Observing the two beautiful girls before her, Lu Hui couldn't help but glance at Suen, contemplating the dynamics of their relationship. Thank you. I will strive to do my best, she replied earnestly. Xiao Qiao tilted her head slightly and inquired, Sisters, are you both the wives of my elder brother? Xiao Qiao's words were astonishing, and Suen sprayed water directly. Xue Qingyu appeared awkward, unsure of how to explain, while Li Xiaoyu chuckled, saying, it's not time yet. The speaker was oblivious, but Lu Hui pondered inwardly. If it's not time now, then it will be in the future. Upon reflection, this notion seemed plausible, not to mention Su and celestial-like abilities. His handsome appearance made it quite reasonable for such a divine man to have several close companions in this chaotic apocalypse. In Lu Hui's eyes, Suen held an esteemed position, one that required admiration. Even her gaze towards him was tinged with a sense of unexplainable reverence and admiration, as a feeling akin to faith quietly took root in her heart. Whatever Suen did must surely be for a reason. Suen then arranged 2 rooms for the mother and daughter, retrieving a large assortment of clothing from the vast space for them to choose from, followed by some feminine necessities. Since his rebirth, he had been overwhelmed with tasks, barely having slept more than twice, let alone anything else. Sister Lu Hui, you can take a rest tonight. We can prepare meals tomorrow. Just let me know what ingredients you want. I lack nothing except for food supplies. As long as you can cook, I have everything from Yangtze River knife fish to Yellow River carp. Thank you for your concern, but I would like to work today. She replied. No need to be so polite. Just call me Suen, he said. Familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I need to step out again. After settling the mother and daughter, Suen ventured outside once more. Today, he had already encountered a witch-level zombie. Who knew what other horrors awaited him tomorrow? Especially with the number of crows set to increase tenfold. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He planned to thoroughly explore the Jinlong Reservoir today. After tomorrow, he would refrain from venturing out, choosing instead to endure in hiding for half a month until the second phase of the apocalypse commenced. He mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the outskirts of the city, aiming for the Jinlong Reservoir. As Suen distanced himself from the urban area, the concentration of zombies began to decline gradually. Conversely, the number of survivors he encountered increased. At the onset of the apocalypse, many had fled the city at the first opportunity. In the expansive countryside, the number of zombies was significantly lower, making it safer. For a short while, one could rely on wild vegetables and grasses to stave off hunger and avoid starvation. However, as time passed, the shortcomings of outdoor food resources became increasingly evident. The vast number of survivors would soon deplete the limited resources of wild crops and vegetables. At that point, one would either continue to suffer from hunger and cold in the wild, subsisting on tree bark and insects, or dare to venture into the city, gradually advancing to search for hidden supplies. This peril was accompanied by the potential for abundant rewards. Consequently, many survivors began to establish camps at the city's edge, scavenging for supplies during the day and retreating to the outskirts to spend the night, never daring to approach the city center. For them, the city center had become a hell on earth, entirely dominated by zombies. During this time, many survivors spontaneously formed teams, with each member assuming specific roles. Some searched for food, others kept watch, while some defended against zombies, and others took turns. The world was gradually transforming into a semblance of what he was familiar with. It must be said that humanity is indeed a remarkable species. They are fragile, as a mere illness, a stumble, or a small cut could lead to their demise, sending them into eternal slumber. Yet, in the face of high-pressure environments, they exhibit an incomprehensible resilience, thriving like wild grasses. Chapter 30. Survivor Camp. After half an hour of swift riding, Suen arrived at the outskirts of Sioux City. Along the way, he encountered numerous survivors, all casting envious glances in his direction. Their admiration was not due to his good looks, but rather because of his exceptionally tidy appearance. At this moment, almost everyone was struggling for survival. They barely had time to attend to their grooming and were often in a state of hunger, alternating between feasting and famine, constantly risking their lives against zombies. They appeared grimy, with pallid faces and tattered clothing, resembling refugees. In stark contrast, Suen was clad in pristine, branded attire, looking clean and well-groomed, with a complexion that was rosy and vibrant. The sleek, stylish motorcycle he rode made him resemble a wealthy heir who had inadvertently wandered into a refugee camp, creating an unsettling dissonance. While some gazed at him with envy, others harbored jealousy. Just as Suen exited the city, he was intercepted by a group of approximately 10 young men, each armed with weapons. Hey kid, nice ride. You must have found quite a haul in the city, huh? Come on, show it all. A man approached leisurely, carrying a steel pipe, his gaze continually sweeping over Suen. Not everyone was willing to brave the risk of zombie attacks to scavenge for supplies in the city. Many had resorted to the nefarious practice of banditry, waiting for others to risk their lives for resources while they lay in wait to rob them. In the current situation, humans were far easier to deal with than zombies. The group before Suen consisted of robbers who specifically targeted other survivors. Suen scanned the crowd, finding no awakened individuals among them, only ordinary people. The number of awakened ones at the dawn of the apocalypse was still too meager, making encounters quite rare. It was only when the second stage commenced that a significant number of survivors would awaken, leading to a substantial increase in their ranks. However, the prerequisite for this was simply surviving until the second stage. In the ensuing days, each ordinary person would have to exert every effort to stay alive. Within a mere half-month, the global population would face another culling of 50. Only those who survived would have the opportunity to awaken. Controlling his motorcycle, Suin sped through the crowd without looking back, leaving behind a trail of metal that reaped the lives of the unfortunate. The band of robbers met an inevitable fate. Shortly thereafter, Suin arrived at the entrance of a small survivor camp. Peering inside, he observed approximately 200 to 300 individuals of all ages gathered there. The camp was surrounded by makeshift barricades of abandoned vehicles and scrap metal, providing minimal protection. There were no guards on watch, rendering it quite unsafe. Such temporary camps were numerous, primarily serving as small markets where individuals did not settle permanently but came to trade. Transactions typically involved bartering for essential goods or engaging in more dubious exchanges. Within the camp, there were several dilapidated small huts, hastily constructed, serving as venues for these exchanges. Once the price was agreed upon, the door could be closed for privacy. Often, one could procure such services for the price of half a loaf of bread, transparent, affordable, and fair. The quality, however, was a matter of chance. At that moment, many individuals in the camp were seen carrying their belongings outwards, their faces alight with excitement, tightly clutching flyers for the Golden Dragon Reservoir. Numerous people were eager to head to the reservoir for a better life, hastily packing their families for the journey. The camp was less than 30 kilometers from the reservoir, and with a brisk pace, they could arrive before nightfall. After a brief contemplation, Suin stowed his motorcycle in his spatial pocket and ventured into the camp, intending to blend in with the crowd heading to the reservoir. However, his conspicuous attire necessitated a change to something more tattered and inconspicuous. After only a few steps, a middle-aged woman, with a flirtatious demeanor, beckoned to Suin. "Hey there, handsome, just a pack of instant noodles, and I can show you a good time. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Another youthful woman, not yet 20, chimed in with a more appealing offer. A scruffy man approached Suin, winking suggestively. "Looking for a girl, little brother? My wife is quite attractive. One meal, and you can have her for the night. If you want me around, that's an extra charge." Beside the man stood a voluptuous woman in her 30s. Her features commendable enough to score at least an 80. A small girl, around 8 or 9, peeked from behind the woman, her big eyes studying Suin curiously. It was evident this was a family unit. Suin's gaze shifted to the girl, and he noticed 2 lines of text appearing above her head. Ability, Dreamweaver A, Wealth Value, 3. A smile crept across Suin's face. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a treasure. The girl was indeed an awakened one, and her ability was quite rare. This psychic talent did not lend itself to direct combat, but allowed her to manipulate dreams, crafting them at will. Hence, those with such abilities were often referred to as Dreamweavers. If wielded properly, this ability could also serve for assassination, destroying a target's psyche within the dream realm, leading to a collapse in reality. However, this was merely the most rudimentary application. The more sophisticated use involved opening a shop, curating dreams for clients to indulge in. In his previous life, Suin had encountered several such dream shops, immensely popular, where purchasing a dream required prior appointments and came at a substantial cost. Noticing Suin's intense scrutiny of the girl, the man chuckled awkwardly, shielding the girl behind him. "She's just a child. Just a child. Heh." Suin shook his head. "Don't worry. I have no such inclinations. Lead the way to a more secluded spot." "All right, brother. This way," the man replied, leading Suin to a dilapidated hut containing a bed and a table, with pots and pans piled in the corner, but no food in sight. "Brother, this is my wife's first time. Please be gentle." Suin ignored the man, retrieving an 80-inch cream cake from his spatial pocket, holding it out to the girl. "Here, little sister, would you like this?" Upon seeing the cake, the little girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Having gone 2 days without sustenance, she instinctively dashed to Suin's side, her gaze fixed on the cake as she swallowed repeatedly. "Is this cake truly for me, big brother?" Suin smiled gently, patted the girl's head, and placed the cake into her embrace. "Of course, it is yours now." A sudden notification appeared. Detected plunderable object. Please select plunder direction, replication of abilities, replication successful. Obtained ability, Dreamweaving A, Chapter 31. The whimsical minds having effortlessly acquired an A-class ability, Suin felt a surge of joy. When he produced a large cake seemingly out of thin air, the couple was left speechless, their mouths agape. The man stuttered, unable to articulate his astonishment. "Brother." Suin, unfazed, rummaged through the room until he found a set of men's clothing. The garments were tattered and filthy, but he decided they would suffice. He promptly changed into the soiled attire, which fit him surprisingly well. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 boxes of instant noodles from his expansive storage and placed them on the floor. "Your daughter is also an awakened one. She can manipulate dreams with a bit of practice. If you wish to avoid peril, it would be wise to find a safe haven for the next fortnight," Suin advised before turning and exiting the small dwelling. quickly joining the throng of refugees until he vanished from sight. It was only then that the family of three processed what had transpired. The man hurriedly burst out of the door, scanning the surroundings, but Suin was nowhere to be found. He hastily retreated, closing the door behind him. Overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity, the man felt tears welling in his eyes. He didn't even know the stranger's name. It was no exaggeration to say that even if they sold their entire family, it would not equate to a single box of instant noodles, let alone 3 large boxes and a cake. The weight of this kindness was immeasurable. Turning to his daughter, he choked out, "Xian, you must remember the appearance of that big brother. No matter what, you must repay his kindness in the future. Do you understand?" The girl nodded earnestly, her expression resolute. At this moment, Suin had already honorably become a refugee, joining the throng of displaced individuals as they surged towards the Jinlong Reservoir. Their group comprised around 70 to 80 individuals, with more joining their ranks continuously, causing their numbers to swell. Although a considerable distance remained to the reservoir, and despite being in a desolate area, they still encountered numerous zombies along the way. Acting alone posed significant danger. Thus, traveling in a group offered a modicum of safety. The able-bodied men instinctively took the lead, warding off the zombies. With sheer numbers on their side, they could easily handle the occasional encounter with a few zombies. It was not until dusk that the crowd finally arrived at the Jinlong Reservoir. By then, a considerable assembly of people, numbering in the hundreds, had gathered at the foot of the reservoir. The entrance to the mountain road had been fortified with barricades and watchtowers, where a contingent of armed individuals stood guard. The refugees pushed forward, eager to enter. "Do not shove. One at a time for inspection. Anyone who disobeys my orders will be shot. Damn it." A burly man at the entrance cursed impatiently. "Everyone line up properly." He fired several shots into the air. The sound of gunfire gradually restored order among the crowd, which began to form an orderly queue. Those who completed the inspection were allowed to pass through the checkpoint. Although referred to as an inspection, it merely involved a cursory search and the confiscation of weapons, taking little time. Suin noticed that the man who had fired earlier had 2 lines of small text above his head. Ability: Scent Tracking E. Wealth Value: 300. The man was also an awakened individual. While his ability level was somewhat lacking, he could remember the scent of zombies, enabling him to track odors and easily identify those infected with the zombie virus among the crowd. Being stationed here at the checkpoint was indeed fitting for his expertise. After a moment's thought, Suin jogged over to the man, tapping him on the shoulder, and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his spatial inventory, offering it. "Brother, just a small token of appreciation." Without hesitation, the man snatched the cigarettes and tucked them away. This was a prized item. A pack could be exchanged for 3 pounds of pork on the island. "You're quite perceptive, kid. Go ahead. You don't need to queue for inspection." "Oh, thank you, brother." Thus, Suin successfully bypassed the inspection queue, and in the process, he adeptly replicated an ability. His proficiency in ability plundering reached 80. With just 2 more replicates, he could level up. Within half an hour, all individuals had been inspected. Those carrying the virus were executed on the spot, while the infected, regardless of age, were herded together and transported to the dam. A cargo ship was docked by the reservoir, and the refugees were herded into the hold. As the ship set sail towards the small island at the center of the reservoir, the dimly lit cargo hold buzzed with whispers among the refugees. "Do you think we might be taken to work as laborers?" "The laborers are merely laborers. As long as there is food to eat, it is preferable to starvation. At least we need not fear being devoured by zombies. Regardless, I would willingly toil. It is unrealistic to expect sustenance without effort. Some work is inevitably required. A schedule of 5 days on and 2 days off, with 8 hours of work each day, is acceptable to me. If it's a 996 work schedule, the compensation must be substantial. At the very least, we should enjoy meat every couple of days. It is imperative to negotiate the terms of our remuneration from the outset. The living conditions should not be deplorable, and whilst the food need not be luxurious, it must at least be nutritionally balanced. We must reach a consensus and adopt a firm stance. We should not concede easily. Otherwise, future negotiations will become exceedingly difficult. Do you all agree? Indeed, there is wisdom in your words. With our numbers, we possess the leverage to negotiate. Amidst the crowd's indignant rhetoric, Suin could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. A few vegetables had incited such a ruckus. Setting aside the awakened individuals stationed at the helm, didn't they all possess firearms? A single burst could silence any discussion on compensation. If they treat you like a human being, one should be grateful. This group, having lived in peaceful times for so long, has become severely entrenched in their thinking. Still dreaming fancifully at this critical juncture, Suin leaned against the cabin wall and closed his eyes to rest, finding that even a single additional word felt like an insult to his intelligence. It was not just the managers here. Even he felt his blood pressure rising. Comrade, want to you voice your opinion? If you have anything to say, please do. I will summarize everyone's demands to facilitate the upcoming negotiations, inquired a bespectacled man as he adjusted his glasses. Suin repeatedly waved his hands. No, this matter is best handled by you scholars. I, a mere fish out of water, shall refrain from meddling. The bespectacled man looked down on Suin with disdain before rising and addressing the crowd loudly. Now, I will summarize everyone's collective demands. If there are any omissions, please feel free to add. Firstly, regarding accommodation, we request gender-segregated dormitories, and for couples, we hope for married quarters. In terms of meals, we require at least 2 substantial meals a day, with at least 1 containing meat. As for entertainment, Chapter 32, the true face of the island of sinners. As the refugees indulged in their dreams, the cargo ship gradually approached the small island. The cargo hold was opened, and several armed men stood outside, bellowing into the hold. Get the hell out, now! Don't dawdle. The crowd disembarked and could not resist looking around. They beheld the small island surrounded by a towering earthen wall, adorned with watchtowers, where searchlights occasionally swept across, making the entire island resemble a colossal beast of mud and stone, crawling upon the surface of the water. Led by the armed men, the group passed through the city gate and arrived at a square, illuminated by several bright lights that enveloped the refugees. A man clad in a prison guard uniform stood on a platform, holding a megaphone, and commanded loudly, "Now obey my orders. Men on the left, women on the right." The crowd stirred, yet no one complied. The bespectacled man who had previously encouraged everyone to boldly voice their opinions stepped forward, raising his hand and calling out to the platform, "Comrade, could you please clarify what kind of treatment we can expect? We have traveled a great distance to seek refuge with you. It would be disheartening to feel unwelcome. Moreover, we have yet to decide whether to stay. We are not your employees, nor your subordinates, and you have no authority to command us. Let us engage in a sincere discussion." The bespectacled man spoke with resolute conviction, prompting a chorus of agreement from the crowd. "Yes, we demand sincerity. Indeed, given our numbers and the diversity of talents among us. If you wish for us to remain and contribute, appropriate compensation must be provided. We require sincerity, or I shall turn and leave. Those who wish to stay may do so. I feel the same." The guards, overhearing the exchange, erupted into raucous laughter. "Huh, did you hear that? They want us to show sincerity. How absurd. Do they really expect compensation?" The man on the platform wore a mocking smile, casually waving his hand. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a spray of blood. The leader of the bespectacled men fell lifelessly to the ground. Panic ensued among the crowd as numerous refugees turned to flee, only to discover that the doors had been locked shut. Several guards unleashed a torrent of gunfire into the crowd, and the air was filled with screams and chaos. In the blink of an eye, dozens of refugees lay on the ground, lifeless. Moments later, the gunfire ceased. The man on the platform coldly commanded, "You have 3 minutes to organize yourselves. Men on one side, women on the other. I trust you comprehend the consequences of noncompliance." The refugees fell silent, quickly aligning themselves as instructed. As they cast fearful glances at the heavily armed guards, many trembled uncontrollably, their legs barely able to support them. "Now, choose your preferences, take whom you desire, and the rest will be confined for later." At the man's command, the guards surged into the line of women, seizing them by their hair and dragging them away. "What are you doing? Let go of my wife. Bastard, stop. Don't touch my girlfriend." The sound of gunfire silenced those who dared to resist, whether wife or girlfriend. None could escape the grim fate that awaited them, and many lost their lives in the process. Some guards, however, sought out men instead, their eyes sharp and predatory. "Come with me. Let us see how tough you really are." Suin shuddered at the scene, fortunate that he had concealed his appearance with mud to avoid drawing attention, or he too might have faced dire consequences. After approximately 10 minutes, the guards had completed their selections, leading the remaining individuals away to their confinement. The cells were divided into 3 tiers, housing hundreds of rooms, each barely 20 square meters, yet accommodating a dozen or more individuals. In addition to the newly imprisoned, many cells were already filled, with no fewer than 700 or 800 people trapped within. Suin found himself confined in one such cell. Damn these despicable beasts. They deserve to rot in hell. One individual, filled with rage, struck a fist against the iron bars, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. He had hoped that his arrival at the Golden Dragon Reservoir would bring some relief, yet little did he know he had entered a den of dragons and tigers, where each person was a merciless demon, capable of killing without a second thought. "You must have been deceived by the flyers too, right?" sneered a portly inmate, already confined within these walls. "In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. We have all been tricked." He continued, Have you also been lured here? How long have you been here? Not long. Just 2 days earlier than you, came the reply. I suggest you conserve your energy and try to appear spirited, otherwise. That portly fellow might just turn into the meat broth we'll be having for breakfast tomorrow, he said ominously. What do you mean? Leaning against the wall. The portly man scratched his belly and grinned wickedly. What else could it mean? Do you know what they call us? Meat pigs. Pigs raised for slaughter. Hearts and livers will be kept for drinking, while the intestines and fatty meat will be stewed together and brought back to feed the prisoners. Either you obediently consume human flesh, or you will be dragged out to be slaughtered for broth. People used to call me a fat pig. And now I truly have become a meat pig, ha ha ha. Upon hearing the words of the hefty man, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, with some being so frightened that they fainted. There is neither bread nor milk here, and safety is a mere illusion. He lures those who harbor delusions to willingly come here and become fodder for bloodshed. This is Sinner's Island, a cannibalistic den built upon lies. Chapter 33. Pillaging under the veil of night. That night, the once boisterous prison gradually quieted down. Several guards patrolled the cell block with flashlights, occasionally knocking on the cell doors, admonishing the prisoners to keep silent and go to sleep. Suen slowly opened his eyes and walked to the cell door, peering through the iron bars to observe the situation outside. There were 3 patrolling guards, 1 on each floor, all of whom were ordinary men, making them easy to deal with. The more troublesome aspects were the surveillance cameras and alarm systems that needed to be circumvented. After a brief contemplation, Suen turned around and rendered all his fellow inmates unconscious, then stood quietly at the cell door, awaiting the arrival of the patrolling guard. After about 10 minutes, a guard approached, flashlight in hand. Suen seized the opportunity to quietly call out to the guard, "Officer, could you come over here? I have something interesting to show you." The guard, looking puzzled, grumbled as he approached. "You little brat." However, before the guard could finish his sentence, the thick iron bars automatically parted. Suen reached out with a powerful hand and seized the guard by the throat, pulling him into the cell. With a slight exertion, he silently dispatched the guard. He then donned the guard's uniform and swaggered out of the cell. Navigating through the corridors, he made his way out of the cell block and headed towards the guard's living quarters. He barely glanced at the dormitory areas, knowing that awakened individuals, due to their higher status, would not reside in ordinary accommodations. As he wandered through the living area, he encountered only ordinary people and decided to check only the independent dormitories. Passing by one such dormitory, Suen caught sight of 2 rugged men engaged in a fierce confrontation through the window, which was a painful sight for his eyes. One was an ordinary man, while the other was an awakened one. Ability, Amplification B. Wealth, 1800. With the amplification ability, the user could significantly enhance their body, increasing strength and speed, and could even control localized amplification if applied skillfully, a rather commendable ability. Suen first retrieved a chain from his expansive space, then controlled the door lock to open silently, slipping into the room unnoticed. In a flash, the chain shot out, ensnaring the 2 men who were oblivious to his presence. He swiftly activated his plundering ability, first replicating the ability, then seizing the wealth. In an instant, he decisively silenced them and closed the door behind him, continuing his search for the next target. Within less than 10 minutes, a new target appeared. Ability, Auditory Amplification D. Wealth, 700. This awakened individual was fast asleep, and Suen did not rouse him. Instead, he activated the dream manipulating ability he had recently acquired, weaving a horrific dream of being devoured by a horde of corpses. The target soon displayed an expression of extreme enjoyment, his face contorting until his entire body convulsed. Suen boldly entered the room to activate his plundering ability. Bring it on, I want it all. Ability replication successful. Obtained ability, Auditory Amplification D. Wealth plunder successful, acquired 700 wealth. Plundering proficiency reached 100, skill upgraded. Plundering unlocked new ability, stripping. Stripping, completely deprive the target of their ability, which can then be transferred to others. Transfer conditions, favorability over 60. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Suen was greatly surprised. He had not anticipated that upgrading his plundering ability would unlock a new function. Previously, he could only replicate the target's ability. But now he could not only replicate, but also completely strip the target of their ability, reducing them from an awakened individual back to an ordinary person, kicking them from the heights to the depths. This was far more brutal than mere killing. How excessive, how cruel. I am utterly satisfied, haha. Moreover, the ability stripped could be given to others, making it an essential tool for building his own power. This entirely eliminated the cumbersome process of recruiting other awakened individuals. He could potentially create a batch of awakened individuals himself, provided there were enough targets to strip abilities from. For now, this seemed unrealistic, but as the apocalyptic events increased, the number of awakened individuals would similarly rise, making future plundering significantly easier. Let us start from this Sinner's Island. Suen transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the night. He scoured the entire dormitory area and found only one awakened individual left. Ability, Water Vapor D. Wealth, 1,500. Without hesitation, he acquired this target, replicating and stripping in one seamless motion, then thoughtfully reactivated the target afterward. After inspecting the dormitory area, he moved on to the more upscale independent villas. There were only 4 or 5 such villas on the island. Suen stealthily approached the furthest 3-story villa. After a few agile movements, he reached the second-floor balcony. The lights in the villa were still on, and through the curtain's gap, he could see that the owner had not yet gone to bed. Instead, he was in the living room playing multiplayer poker with a group of young women, with lewd sounds occasionally emanating from the room. The villa's owner was a slender young man with dyed red hair. Ability, Pyrokinesis A. Wealth, 200,000. Upon seeing the small text above the red-haired young man's head, Suen's eyes narrowed. An elemental combat ability rated A was quite impressive, and with a wealth value of 200,000, he appeared to be a small boss-level character, a veritable fat sheep. It must be said that Sinner's Island was remarkably strong. Thus far, he had discovered 5 awakened individuals. Compared to smaller factions like the Dragon and Tiger Gang, Sinner's Island's overall strength was significantly superior. It was likely one of the top forces even in the entire Sioux City region. If small bosses possessed A-level abilities, then the big boss must surely have S-level powers. Contemplating the prospect of S-level abilities, Suen couldn't help but lick his lips. So far, he had accumulated 11 kinds of abilities, but most were of inferior quality. He possessed only 2 S-level abilities, an S-level functional ability of expansive space, and an S-level elemental combat ability of lightning manipulation. He was still far too weak, unable to reach an invincible state. If he could simultaneously harness 17 or 18 S-level abilities, would he still need to be so cautious? Charging forth, one might as well uproot the very soil beneath him. The journey is arduous and long. Chapter 34. Slaying the minor boss, the red-haired beast. At this moment, the red-haired beast was engaged in an intense 5-player cooperative battle, showing no signs of respite. If it had been a mere duo, he could have stealthily infiltrated and dealt a swift blow without alarming the other awakened ones, systematically eliminating them one by one, ensuring none could escape. However, in a 5-player scenario, he would inevitably be detected regardless of his entry point. Confronting combat-oriented superhumans would necessitate a skirmish. Although he was supremely confident in his ability to prevail, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of other awakened beings. For a moment, Suen found himself in a quandary. Yet, upon observing the bloodthirsty bats soaring above, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop, extending his arms towards the flock of bats. Come, there's a delightful feast here. The bats, instantly aware of Suen's presence, swooped down with lightning speed, only to become ensnared in the vast electrical net he had meticulously prepared. With precision, Suen manipulated the voltage to sear the neural pathways of the bats, rendering them incapacitated while maintaining an outward appearance of normalcy. He then retrieved iron wires from his spatial domain, binding them to the bats' wings and directing them to mimic their natural flight patterns. Controlling a small cadre of bat puppets, he guided them back to the balcony, scattering dozens of steel nails upon the ground before stealthily retreating into the shadows. Under the influence of the wires, the bats flapped their wings and incessantly collided against the window. The sounds of combat within the room gradually faded, prompting the red-haired beast to curse as he approached and flung open the window. "You filthy rats, daring to disrupt my enjoyment," he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. The bats were reduced to ashes, their iron wires melting into molten metal. Yet, unbeknownst to the red-haired beast, several steel nails had quietly risen from the ground, with a few stealthily entering the room, while the others pointed menacingly at him. Now is the moment. Suen transformed into a shadow, darting from the darkness, his arm morphing into an iron fist aimed squarely at the red-haired beast. The beast, being an A-grade awakened one, possessed an acute sense of smell and narrowly evaded the lethal strike by sidestepping. "You're courting death." Furious at the ambush, the red-haired beast retaliated with a blast of flames directed at Suen. Anticipating this, Suen ducked to evade the inferno, charging forth with a powerful punch. The red-haired beast ignited his fists in flames, meeting Suen's strike with his own. The impact resonated with a dull thud. Despite the amplified strength of Suen's iron arm, he could not force the red-haired beast back. The two were evenly matched in this exchange. This was the ingenious application of A-grade fire abilities. The flames spiraling from the red-haired beast's fist generated several miniature fire whirlpools, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities, indicating his proficient mastery over his powers. Huh, you think you can kill me? You're still too green. The red-haired beast cackled with derision. Suen smiled faintly. You are already dead, my friend. Remember to watch your footing in your next life. All of this unfolded precisely as Suen had anticipated. If he could be defeated with a single blow, he would not be worthy of being called an A-grade superhuman. At that moment, several steel nails shot towards the red-haired beast with great velocity. The sudden turn of events startled him, prompting a hasty retreat as he unleashed flames to melt the approaching steel. However, before he could catch his breath, a tremendous current surged through his body, causing him to freeze in place, paralyzed by the electric shock. Several wires shot forth, ensnaring the red-haired beast. Losing his balance, he collapsed to the ground, letting out a couple of panicked cries as he attempted to breathe fire once more. Just then, Suen closed in, brandishing a palm-sized steel nail, which he thrust upward, piercing the red-haired beast's jaw and driving through his tongue to impale it into the upper palate, effectively sealing his mouth forever. Here you go. Detected plunderable target. Please select plunder direction, replicate abilities, strip abilities, plunder wealth, ability replication successful, obtained ability, fire ability stripping successful, obtained transferable ability fire wealth plunder successful, obtained wealth value 200,000, objective accomplished. Suen released the steel nail in his hand, which, under his mental control, pierced through the upper jaw of the red-haired creature and emerged from its head. The red-haired creature fell, lifeless. Suen stood up, brushed off his hands, and proceeded into the room. Inside, several women lay sprawled on the floor, each with a steel nail driven into their throats, utterly lifeless. At that moment, as Suen acted, he directed the steel nails to fly into the room, eliminating those women who could have served as alarm systems if they had screamed. However, one woman remained, her mouth bound with wire. Suen sat down on the sofa, leaning forward to gaze at her. You will answer my questions without hesitation. If you dare to scream, you will join your sisters. The woman, tearful and panicked, nodded vigorously. Suen waved his hand, releasing her from her bindings. Who was the red-haired creature I just killed, and what is his rank here? He is Ho Chi, nicknamed Monkey San, the third in command on the island. The woman replied, trembling. How many leaders are there on the island? 3, she answered, almost breathless. Name them one by one. I will. The second in command is Huang She, and the first in command is Zhu Tai. Both the first and second in command were originally prisoners from Heishan prison. After the disaster broke out, they led a rebellion and escaped here, while the third in command joined later. What are the abilities of the first and second in command? I don't know, she stammered. Really? Suen furrowed his brow. Truly, please don't kill me. I will tell you everything I know. The woman pleaded, dropping to her knees. I heard that all the earth walls on the island were built by the second in command alone, and he completed them in just one day. Surprised by her words, Suen pondered. This small island spans an area comparable to over a dozen football fields, and the notion that one person could erect towering walls encompassing the entire island in a single day seemed rather far-fetched. What a construction marvel, he mused. And what of the first in command? Are there no rumors to speak of? I have never encountered the formidable leader myself, yet I have heard whispers from others that he possesses a peculiar taste for human flesh, indulging in such appetites daily. Chapter 35. The cannibalistic leader Suen rose from the confines of the red-haired monster's villa, deftly closing the door behind him, transforming into a shadow that vanished into the night. The woman, having been rendered unconscious, would not awaken for several hours. On this dark and windy night, the others remained oblivious to the fact that their third leader had hastily departed from the mortal realm. Suen's next course of action involved confronting the remaining 2 leaders. He had an instinctive feeling that both the first and second leaders likely possessed S-level abilities. Even if they were not S-level, they were undoubtedly among the pinnacle of A-level powers. They would represent the most formidable adversaries he had encountered thus far. The most prudent strategy would be to conquer them one by one, as facing 2 S-level awakened beings simultaneously would prove to be quite overwhelming, even for him. A guard, stifling a yawn while on patrol, was suddenly ensnared by several strands of wire, dragged into the shadows. Before him appeared a pair of icy eyes. Reveal to me the whereabouts of your first and second leaders. If you value your life, you may test your luck by calling for help, or choose silence. The guard nodded fervently, the wire around his mouth gradually loosening. Please, spare me. I will tell you everything. The first leader has always been in the basement, while the second leader resides in the highest villa. Where's the basement? At the rear mountain. A mere glance will reveal the entrance to the basement. The first leader is alone there, and typically, no one dares to approach. Not even our own kind, for when the first leader is enraged, he may even consume his own. Is it true that your first leader has a penchant for human flesh? As the expression on the chief's guard's face paled, it became evident that the chief did not merely have a penchant for consuming human flesh. Rather, he was known to relish it, particularly the hearts and livers of his victims. Several of our comrades from the island had met their demise in such a manner. This grim reality was the reason for luring outsiders. Those unfortunate souls served as livestock for the chief. Upon hearing the guard's response, Suen could not help but furrow his brow. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, cannibalism had become increasingly common. Yet it was typically born from the desperate need to survive. Human flesh was notoriously unpalatable, and the act of eating one's own kind carried with it the grave risk of contracting prion diseases, which often led to a slow and agonizing demise. Hence, those with options generally refrained from resorting to cannibalism. It was only those teetering on the brink of death who would resort to such extremes. Suen had never encountered anyone like the chief, who consumed humans for the mere thrill of it. Such a being could only be described as either a deviant or a monster. Yet, regardless of the label, Suen was eager to witness this phenomenon firsthand, to broaden his horizons. With a swift motion, he tightened a strand of wire around the guard's neck, severing his head, and stealthily made his way toward the back mountain as directed. True to the guard's words, the area was eerily silent, devoid of any sign of life, a testament to the fear the inhabitants harbored toward the chief. Navigating around a large stone outcrop, Suen's gaze fell upon a half-open iron door, through which a dim yellow light filtered, casting an eerie glow. The night air was heavy and still, the wind whistling through the creaking door, creating a foreboding atmosphere. Suen approached the door, peering inside. What lay before him was an immense underground passage, hewn by human hands, measuring over 5 meters in both width and height. Fresh chisel marks adorned the walls, indicating that the passage had been excavated not long ago. Numerous electric wires crisscrossed the walls, with incandescent bulbs illuminating the corridor at intervals. At that moment, the elongated passage was devoid of any figures, with no discernible end in sight. Without hesitation, Suen gently pulled the iron door open and slipped inside. As he entered the passage, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, eliciting a wave of nausea. This odor was all too familiar to him. It was the foul scent of decaying flesh. As humans are long-lived omnivores, the stench of rotting corpses far surpassed that of putrefying herbivores, bearing an aroma more akin to a plague than mere decay. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the passage began to widen, yet it grew increasingly sinister. Human skeletal remains hung suspended from the walls and ceiling, reminiscent of the bone cave from Journey to the West. However, these bones were freshly stripped, still bearing remnants of sinew and flesh, which, under the oppressive summer heat, had begun to rot and emit a foul odor. Swarms of flies buzzed around the bones, and maggots writhed, occasionally dropping to the ground, while a small mound of them crawled determinately in the corner. The noxious stench in the passage emanated from this gruesome scene. Delving deeper for several dozen meters, Suen encountered a fork in the passageway. He casually chose one of the paths. This corridor was not lengthy. Within 20 meters, he reached its terminus. At the end stood a massive iron door, the temperature noticeably warmer in its vicinity, oppressive and stifling. This door resembled those found in cold storage facilities, designed to open from the outside. Driven by curiosity, Suen approached, turning the handle to slowly swing the door open. A rush of cold air enveloped him instantly. As he had anticipated, behind the door lay a vast cold storage room. The refrigeration unit connected to the passage accounted for the slightly elevated temperature. This cold storage was approximately 200 to 300 square meters in area. Currently, an array of iron hooks hung from the ceiling, each suspending a body encased in frost, numbering roughly 4 to 50 in total. It became clear to Suen that this was the chief's refrigerator. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. With so much meat, could the chief possibly consume it all? However, a psychologically deviant mind is naturally incomprehensible to a normal person. Departing from the cold storage, Suen retraced his steps towards the other end of the corridor, soon arriving at an impasse, where a large iron door obstructed his path. The door was not completely shut, and faintly, through the cracks, the joyful sound of humming could be discerned from the other side. Suen leaned closer to the gap to peer inside. What lay before him was an exceedingly bizarre room, where the kitchen and bedroom coexisted as one. To be precise, the kitchen was the bedroom. In one corner of the room stood a large bed, stained with dark, viscous oil, its bedding and mattress glistening ominously from the grime. Beside the bed was a hefty iron table, upon which lay unfinished meat, still uncooked and bearing traces of blood, while a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly around the dining surface. The walls of the room were adorned with either desiccated or salt-cured corpses, and at the very center stood a large stove, still ablaze. bubbling with an unknown concoction. Beside the stove, a massive meatball figure was busily chopping ingredients on a cutting board, humming a cheerful tune. Upon seeing this grotesque figure, Suen could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. Towering over 2 meters and nearly 2 meters wide, its upper body was bare, the excess flesh nearly dragging to the ground. Was this still a human? In comparison, even the most grotesquely obese zombie seemed emaciated next to this behemoth. Chapter 36. The fierce battle with the half-corpse at the same time. Suen noticed 4 lines of small text emerging above the meatball's head. Half-corpse, gluttonous tyrant LV8. Skills, super evolution, gluttony, frenzy. Bloodlust, super ability, super accumulation S. Wealth value, 26, 800, 000. Upon reading these lines, even Suen, with his extensive experience, couldn't help but twitch his lips in astonishment. What in the world was this? A zombie with levels and skills, an awakened individual's abilities and wealth? Was it a zombie or an awakened one? Or perhaps both? It is highly likely that this creature embodies both the attributes of a zombie and an awakened being. The term half-zombie indicates that it has not yet succumbed entirely to the infection. Generally speaking, once infected by the zombie virus, even an awakened individual will inevitably undergo transformation into a corpse, unless they have received the zombie vaccine. This hybrid of human and zombie is indeed a rare sight for me, expanding my understanding of such beings. This must be the leader of the group. And no wonder the inhabitants of the island fear him. He has undeniably evolved into a grotesque entity that straddles the line between human and undead, with a primal instinct for cannibalism. Given his substantial mass, one can only assume that his appetite is equally immense. Consuming perhaps 100 to 180 pounds of human flesh in a single sitting would not be unreasonable. If he were to be particular about his dietary choices, he might require several fully grown men to satiate his hunger in one meal. In light of this, the stockpile of frozen meat in the cold storage may not last him for long. At that moment, the leader, who had been butchering meat, suddenly froze. Lifting his head to sniff the air like a dog, a guttural sound emanated from his throat. Ah, the scent of fresh human flesh, how delightful. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the door, his grotesque visage laden with excess flesh, one piece of which he had torn off to avoid obstructing his view. His enormous mouth, several times the size of a normal human's, bore teeth that resembled serrated shark fangs. Emitting a series of guttural growls, he reached for 2 oversized cleavers from the wall, each over a meter long, and charged towards the door, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Suen inwardly cursed the situation, unhesitatingly kicking the door to propel himself backward. He had forgotten that this leader was akin to a zombie, having dined on human flesh daily, rendering him remarkably sensitive to human scents. In such a confined space, the essence of living flesh he exuded would be easily detected by the creature. Just as he retreated a short distance, the door was violently flung open, revealing the leader's bulk emerging from the dust. Brandishing a cleaver in each hand, the blades scraped against one another with a piercing sound. Where did this little mouse come from? Such a delectable aroma. I long to feast upon your heart and liver. He cackled. The leader's gaze locked onto Suen, eyes glistening with greed and savagery. Suen, without uttering a word, summoned dozens of steel rods from his spatial pocket, crackling with electricity, and launched them towards the leader. Unfazed, the leader raised his cleaver to shield his head, allowing the steel rods to pierce his flesh, blood erupting and electricity crackling in every direction. However, Suen found no joy in this. The rods penetrated only a shallow depth, barely breaking the surface of the leader's substantial layer of fat. Moreover, he sensed the power of his electrical assault diminishing rapidly, as the leader's fatty tissue weakened the voltage while his unique ability, super energy absorption, came into play. This ability allowed him to absorb the damage inflicted upon him for his own benefit, simultaneously storing energy to amplify subsequent attacks exponentially. Such a power is extraordinarily formidable in combat, excelling in counterattacks with terrifying bursts of strength. If one fails to eliminate him in a single strike, they will face a retaliatory force magnified several times over. Ah, little mouse, your blows are quite painful. I shall slay you and feast upon your heart and liver. The leader's fury suddenly escalated, his pupils tinged with crimson, as he activated his berserk skill. His physical capabilities surged, enhancing both speed and strength, coupled with his energy absorption. His destructive potential had reached an exceedingly terrifying level, transforming him into a mindless, gradually enraged monster. Die, he roared. The leader, enveloped in a crimson glow, charged directly at Suen with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a swiftly advancing war chariot, a stark contrast to his corpulent form. Aware of the impending danger, Suen activated his iron body, instantly transforming into a figure of steel. However, Even with this formidable defense, he refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he harnessed magnetic energy to propel his ironclad form into the air, delivering a powerful kick that embedded him into the rocky ceiling. The leader, taken by surprise, missed his target, leaving 2.5-meter deep gashes in the ground with his twin cleavers. Undeterred by his failed strike, he leapt upward without a moment's hesitation, his massive body soaring towards Suen like a cannonball. Anticipating this, Suen deftly evaded the assault. With a resounding thud, the leader crashed into the ceiling, producing a dull echo. Debris cascaded down as the ceiling succumbed to the force of the impact, leaving a gaping hole, with half of the leader's body lodged within the rock. Retreat. Suen sprinted towards the exit of the passageway without hesitation. The terrain was exceedingly confined, and the formidable leader's speed and strength reached their zenith here, where he held no advantage and could only lure the foe into a more spacious arena for a prolonged skirmish. A deafening roar erupted from the leader as he tore through the stone wall, and his colossal form crashed to the ground. In a fit of rage, he wielded a cleaver and pursued Suen, causing the very ground to tremble beneath his feet, leaving deep imprints with each thunderous step. In Chapter 37, titled The Veiled Leader, Suen leaped from the underground passage and casually retrieved several hundred pounds of fine steel wire from his spatial domain, casting it onto the ground. Under the manipulation of electromagnetic forces, the wires wove together to form a vast net spread across the floor. With a resounding crash, the basement door was flung open, and the leader burst forth, furious, declaring, "I will kill you, cursed rat." At this moment, he was consumed by sheer rage, teetering on the brink of madness. Upon spotting Suen in the distance, he charged forward with a thunderous roar. Just then, the steel wire net that Suen had previously set up suddenly sprang up, ensnaring the leader's corpulent form. The unexpected turn of events caused the leader to lose his balance, tumbling to the ground and rolling several meters due to his immense inertia. Prepared for this moment, Suen dashed forward, seizing the wire net and bellowing with exertion. With a Herculean effort, he lifted the leader's weighty form and began to slam him against the ground repeatedly, creating a cacophony of destruction and leaving numerous craters in his wake. After a relentless barrage of blows, Suen hurled the leader towards a nearby stone wall, where the impact resounded with a loud crash. Though the leader believed himself gravely injured, he was dazed and disoriented, stars dancing before his eyes. Suen, seizing the moment, followed up with a powerful punch that struck the leader's ample frame without resistance. Upon contact, Suen activated his ability to plunder. "Come forth," he commanded. Detected plunderable target. Please select plunder direction, reproduce, strip, plunder wealth. Immediately, a triumvirate of plunder actions was executed upon the leader. Reproduction succeeded, acquired ability, super accumulation S, stripping ability successful. Acquired transferable ability, super accumulation S, wealth plunder successful. Acquired wealth value of 26.8 million. Resources have been transferred to the spatial domain. Please check promptly. Another S-grade ability was secured, along with resources valued at 26.8 million. If there were a narrative voice to comment, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Behold, golden legends abound." With a guttural roar, the leader unleashed a surge of strength, tearing through the steel net as if it were mere parchment. He launched a devastating punch towards Suen, whose resolve did not waver. He stood firm, adopting a defensive stance while conjuring a sphere of lightning within his palm. The leader's fist collided with Suen's arm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, and he was sent staggering several meters back, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth. "Super accumulation," Suen intoned coldly, and a crimson aura enveloped him, causing the lightning in his palm to swell to tenfold its size. With a powerful thrust, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking the leader with unstoppable force. His fist tore through the sound barrier, ripping through the leader's thick flesh and penetrating deeply into his being, nearly engulfing Suen's entire forearm in the leader's blood and sinew. The leader expelled a mouthful of blood, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading, and his frenzy subsiding as lucidity returned. "No, it cannot be. Why does your ability mirror mine? How is this possible?" "Because it was originally your ability, you fool," Suen retorted. The leader's pupils constricted in shock. "How can this be? Where has my power gone? Return my ability. I will kill you." As the leader spoke, he reached out towards Suen, declaring that the opportunity had slipped away. With a gentle grip, Suen unleashed a torrent of thunderous lightning that erupted from his palm. The ferocious power of the lightning surged from the leader's body, tearing apart his flesh with ruthless ferocity. A resounding crack echoed as the leader's form was utterly obliterated, reduced to countless mangled pieces strewn across the ground, leaving only a grotesque head perched atop the heap of carnage. The leader opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter words, Yet the destruction of his trachea rendered him voiceless, his vocal cords rendered useless. Ultimately, amidst a tumult of resentment and fury, his eyes gradually lost their focus, and his life was frozen in that singular moment. The leader met his demise. Suin lightly leaped onto a massive stone, surveying the surrounding carnage and grimacing at the sight of blood and dismembered flesh. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from employing this technique in the future. While detonating lightning within one's adversary was undeniably lethal, the visual aftermath left much to be desired, and becoming splattered with bits of flesh was decidedly revolting. This leader was indeed formidable, possessing a half-corpse and awakened abilities that combined to nearly reach the threshold of S-class powers. With the amalgamation of physical strength and defensive capabilities, he was a force to be reckoned with, augmented by S-class energy accumulation as well. Yet, the drawback lay in his lack of intellect, particularly following his descent into a frenzied state that rendered his intelligence nearly negative. He became stronger, yet his mind devolved into a state of impairment. One could only speculate whether excessive consumption of human flesh had corrupted his mind. The mere thought of the leader's fondness for cannibalism sent a chill down Suin's spine. He wondered if the resources he had plundered from this creature were, in fact, composed of human flesh. Hastily, he began to inspect his expansive storage. To his relief, he discovered a wealth of resources newly added: 100 tons of rice, flour, and cooking oil, 30 tons of fruits and vegetables, 80 tons of pork, mutton, and beef, and 10 tons of alcoholic beverages. A sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, it was not human flesh. All were ordinary supplies, and Suin felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, a question lingered. If the leader had an insatiable appetite for human flesh, why were there no other supplies hoarded in his underground lair? Where did these provisions originate? After much contemplation, it seems that the supplies were likely pillaged from the island's stockpile. Although the leader holds no fondness for these items, they undeniably belong to him. And the meat bears traces of having been frozen, suggesting it was previously stored in a cold storage facility. It stands to reason that there exists a vast storage warehouse somewhere on the island, though it remains uncertain how much is left. The spoils acquired this time nearly equal half of what was obtained from Lord Hu. If the warehouse still contains such an abundance, it would be immensely profitable. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is indeed a challenge. Reflecting upon the day the apocalypse first descended, he recalls scavenging an entire community and only managing to gather a few thousand points of resources, a stark contrast to the current bounty, which is pathetically insignificant by comparison. Clearly, swift acquisition through theft is more effective. Just as Suin was lost in thought, a colossal hand of sand and stone descended from the sky, forcefully slamming him into the ground, creating a crater several meters wide. Chapter 38. We are all cowards. A man clad in a prison warden's uniform approached the heap of debris where the leader lay, kneeling down with trembling hands. He cradled the leader's severed head, meticulously wiping away the bloodstains with white gloves. "Brother, I am late. I am so sorry," the man choked out, tears welling in his eyes. With a resounding crash, a figure of pure steel emerged from the debris, gradually rising to its feet. Suin spat out a mouthful of sand-laden saliva. The force of the blow was relatively moderate, appearing more intimidating than it truly was, and paled in comparison to the monstrous strength of the leader. However, his attire was thoroughly ruined, torn to shreds by the debris. Turning his gaze to the sorrowful figure nearby, it became apparent that this man was the second in command. 2 lines of small text caught his attention. Ability: Sand Sovereign S. Wealth value: 38,000,000. Another S-level ability. An elemental type, capable of manipulating sand and similar materials. It serves both combat and functional purposes. In his previous life, he had encountered another individual with the same S-level sand manipulation ability, who single-handedly constructed a massive city made of sand, claiming dominion over a territory and earning the moniker Lord of the Yellow Sands. This exemplifies the formidable nature of such abilities. No S-level power is mediocre, especially one of this multifunctional caliber. What brought Suin even greater joy was the staggering wealth value of this individual, amounting to a full 38 million, coupled with the leader's supplies. The total had surpassed even that of Lord Hu. The combined resources of these two factions had already exceeded 100 million in wealth value, equating to at least tens of billions in monetary terms. No wonder he had struggled so much in his past life. It felt as though the resources in Sioux City had evaporated into thin air, inexplicably scarce. How limited could the resources in Sioux City truly be, when in reality, much of it had been plundered by these two factions? Upon further reflection, the situation seemed less coincidental and more a matter of inevitability. Lord Hu, with his advantageous beginnings, had seized the opportunity. The sinful Al relied on overwhelming strength to dominate all. Both factions awakened at the most opportune moments, equipped with their own teams, allowing them to swiftly gather immense resources. Lord, whose ability to amass supplies in vast quantities posed little challenge, while the sinful Isle, guided by two S-level monsters, faced no such difficulty. Moreover, both factions operated in the shadows, with little regard for sparing others. A malignant force indeed, a true blight upon the apocalypse. Having seized so many resources, how can others possibly survive? Am I now also a malignant tumor? Well, that's settled then. How delightful. The second-in-command turned, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at Sue-in, a profound hatred radiating from his gaze. Who are you? Why? Why did you kill my elder brother? We bear no grievances against you. Sue-in shifted his body, easing the ache within. The sound of bones clashing echoed like metal striking metal. With a graceful leap, he landed not far from the second-in-command. Sue-in regarded him with a dismissive snort. We are all wolves. Why pretend to be sheep? When you distributed flyers to lure those innocent souls to their demise, did you not consider that you might also attract the very demon capable of claiming your lives? Unfortunately for you, I am that demon, and meeting me is merely your misfortune. The second-in-command glared furiously at Sue-in. You killed my brother solely for those ordinary people? Sue-in shrugged. Not quite. If I were to be honest, you and I share more similarities than you care to admit. At our core, we are both predators who prey on the weak. You revel in seizing the fates of ordinary individuals, imprisoning them to dictate their lives and deaths. Once prisoners yourselves, you too lost control over your destinies. When you gained formidable power, your first thought was to dominate others' fates. You are cowards, fearful and terrified, which is why you donned the most dreaded attire of a prison guard, transforming into the very oppressors you once feared. You and your brother must have been mere underlings in prison, frequently bullied. Am I right? Your brother often went hungry. And that scar upon your forehead was surely from a burning cigarette. How is your backside faring? Did I guess correctly, dear prisoner clad in the guise of a guard? Struck by Sue-in's words, the second-in-command rose abruptly, a colossal fist of sand and stone hurtling towards Sue-in. Enough. Silence. Unyielding, Sue-in activated his energy, raising his fist to meet the oncoming blow. With a resounding crash, the sandy hand shattered upon impact. Are you anxious? I know you are, but hold on. I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you know why I didn't flee immediately after killing your brother? It is because I was awaiting your arrival to deliver your head to me. As Sue-in's words resonated, hundreds of steel rebars lifted from behind him, hurtling towards the second-in-command. Who kills whom remains uncertain. I demand you accompany my brother to the grave. The second-in-command let out a cold snort, and a golden hue enveloped his form as colossal hands of sand and stone erupted from the ground beneath him. These mighty hands alternated in the forefront, effortlessly blocking the incoming steel rods. Sue-in had long been poised for action. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped high into the air, surrounded by a crackling aura of lightning, and descended upon the second-in-command with tremendous force. Upon witnessing Sue-in ascend into the sky, the second-in-command displayed a hint of disdain. With no leverage in the air, Sue-in was left vulnerable, ripe for defeat. The second-in-command stomped his foot lightly, and a massive hand, towering 10 meters in height, broke through the earth, transforming its palm into a fist aimed directly at Sue-in. Die, you fool, he bellowed, channeling all his strength into this strike, one that could crush even the most resilient of bodies. Only one individual could withstand such a blow, the elder brother with extraordinary energy reserves, yet he had already perished. In that moment, an icy sequence of syllables echoed from above, sending shivers down the second-in-command's spine. Super energy accumulation. Just as the gigantic hand was about to strike, Sue-in activated his super energy accumulation for a counterattack. With a resounding impact, Sue-in transformed into a projectile, effortlessly piercing through the massive hand. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the second-in-command, deftly maneuvering to seize his throat and forcefully drive him into the ground. As he pressed the second-in-command down, they slid several meters across the earth, leaving behind a deep gouge before finally coming to a halt. The second-in-command felt a rush of blood rise in his throat, and he coughed violently. Sue-in's voice resonated slowly. In truth, you and I are alike. We are both cowards. I too fear impotence, betrayal, and the manipulation of my fate. I dread the thought of being thrown into a mass grave, like last time, reduced to scavenging like a beast. Therefore, in this life, I shall become stronger than anyone else, and I will pay any price to achieve that. Chapter 39, Prosperity. All that is mine. Ability replication successful. Golem mastery S acquired. Ability plunder successful. Golem mastery S can be bestowed. Wealth plunder successful. 38 million wealth points acquired. Transferred to the vast space. Please check promptly. After a triumphant triad of plunder, Suin dispatched the second-in-command without hesitation. Henceforth, all three leaders of the island of sinners met their demise, their resources thoroughly ravaged by Suin, leaving the supply warehouses nearly barren. Yet, Suin did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned back to the island to continue his exploits. With the three leaders absent, he felt emboldened to raid the enemy's base with audacity. In an instant, alarms blared across the island, and guards emerged in droves, some wielding cold weapons, others brandishing firearms. Suin transformed into a shadow, embarking on his plunder. 300 wealth points? Consider it taken, he declared. This one holds 500 points. Perfectly acceptable. 30 points? Quite meager. But I'll take it. 8 points, and you dare to show your face? I'll clean you out. In a moment, Suin found himself in a desolate realm. Seizing everything in sight, regardless of its worth, including the weapons of his adversaries. Witnessing Suin's invulnerability, the prison guards were soon engulfed in panic. For their formidable trio of leaders had yet to make an appearance. Consequently, the guards discarded their firearms and fled towards the water's edge, hoping to escape by boat. However, Suin would not allow them such a reprieve. Get off my ship. All of this is mine. He cackled as he kicked each fleeing individual into the water, effortlessly absorbing all the vessels into his expansive space. With no other option, the escaping guards retreated to the island's center, huddling together in trembling fear. This time, Suin refrained from pursuing them. Instead, he gazed contemplatively at the vast reservoir. Having arrived at this juncture, he realized that the water resources remained uncontaminated. But in a few days, that could change. Perhaps he could extract some for future use, especially since the impending apocalypse would render water more scarce than food. Thus, he utilized his will to conjure a reservoir within his expansive space, subsequently transferring all its water into this realm. Once the reservoir was drained, a plethora of fish and shrimp became visible, amounting to no less than 100,000 tons. Additionally, there was an unexpected boon. He could not resist collecting another 1,000,000 tons of sediment from the reservoir's bottom, a valuable resource for cultivating crops. Regardless of its immediate utility, he decided to take it. As there remained ample space in his expansive realm, which was yet to be filled even to 1/10 of its capacity. Satisfied with his acquisitions, Suin finally departed. Initially, he had seized a helicopter with the intention of flying back, but alas, he had no knowledge of piloting an aircraft. He was adept at subduing, not flying. Thus, he resigned to this fate, traversing the parched reservoir until he reached the road. He retrieved his motorcycle, revved the engine, and rode back along the path. Once Suin had left, the surviving guards dared to cautiously emerge. Upon witnessing the reservoir completely depleted, they were left in shock. The monster has finally departed. How terrifying it was. A mere glance from him felt like death itself. I wonder if our leaders fell victim to him. What transpired? Where has all the water gone? As the guards were engulfed in confusion, a cacophony of screams erupted from the direction of the prison. This is bad. The inmates have escaped. What shall we do? Our weapons were taken by that creature. What can we do now? Run. The total number of prisoners amounted to 800 or 900. Yet only 70 or 80 remained alive, a mere fraction of the original count. With no weapons at their disposal, they stood no chance and could only flee in despair. Thus, a chaotic escape ensued at the Jinlong Reservoir, where the enraged inmates launched a relentless pursuit against the prison guards. Unbeknownst to this turmoil was Suin, who had departed early, riding his motorcycle with a carefree spirit along the highway, humming a cheerful tune, in high spirits and contentment. This journey had yielded him a remarkable bounty of 8 extraordinary abilities, among which were 2 of S rank, alongside a wealth of over 50 million in resources. He had amassed 4 S-rank abilities in total, with resources valued in the hundreds of billions. In the entirety of this apocalyptic world, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone who had developed as well as he had. Whenever he chose, he could easily flaunt his prowess. At that moment, he felt as if even the air around him was imbued with sweetness. It was then that his gaze was drawn to a nearby survivor camp. This modest encampment, occupying merely a few hundred square meters, was surrounded by iron fences. In the center, a roaring bonfire blazed, around which a dozen survivors cheered in jubilation. Beside the fire stood a small wooden stage, upon which rested a large iron cage. Inside the cage was a feline creature, the size of a calf, covered in black scales, while a zombie was chained beside it. The zombie, seemingly terrified of the bizarre creature within the cage, struggled incessantly to escape. A woman draped in a white sheet stood before the cage, passionately addressing the crowd below. Behold, this is the divine beast sent to us by the heavens. It shall lead us away from suffering. When the divine beast arrives, the skies will clear. When the divine beast arrives, good fortune will follow. The vile and filthy zombies will soon be vanquished by the divine beast, which will protect its loyal and devout followers through the trials ahead. O lost lambs, offer your loyalty and tributes to the divine beast, and it shall bestow its blessings upon you. Under the woman's spell, the crowd erupted into applause, with many even producing food to place in the iron barrel at the edge of the stage, offering it to the so-called divine beast. Suin remarked to himself, having seen such a creature in his previous life, this is no divine beast. It is merely a mutated domestic cat. It will neither protect people nor offer salvation. It will devour them. Chapter 40. Taming a new pet. One cannot entirely blame these individuals for being bewitched. The presence of this mutated soil cat has instilled such fear in ordinary zombies and bloodthirsty bats that they dare not approach the camp. Naturally, the onlookers are captivated. It is worth noting that during this time in the past, they would not have even dared to step outside, as a moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal encounter with a blood-sucking bat. Yet, here they are, boldly congregating around the campfire, seemingly unharmed. Strictly speaking, mutated animals are also new species evolved from the infection of the zombie virus. Due to varying levels of individual evolution, some mutated creatures possess capabilities that far surpass those of ordinary zombies. To the average zombie, this represents a pure bloodline suppression rather than any form of protection for its followers. Furthermore, felines are inherently ruthless predators. They exhibit extreme brutality towards creatures smaller than themselves, often capturing and toying with them to death, even if they do not intend to consume them. After mutation, this characteristic has not only persisted but has been exacerbated. In the wake of the apocalypse, humanity has unequivocally descended to a subordinate status, existing at the bottom of the food chain, viewed as prime prey by mutated beings. This mutated cat may have sustained an injury. Otherwise, it would have long since escaped the iron cage, swiftly dispatching its followers. Yet, should it continue to be fed in this manner, once the cat's wounds heal, these individuals will find themselves unable to evade their own demise. What surprises Suin, however, is the cat's remarkable tranquility. It languidly reclines within the iron cage, occasionally nibbling on the offerings from its followers while gazing intently at the crowd with its large, bell-like eyes, filled with a distinctly human-like mockery. It appears as though it is observing a group of simpletons. Is it possible that this creature is not injured? If the mutated cat were unscathed, such a cage would hardly be capable of containing it. The only plausible explanation is that it has willingly entered, refraining from resistance solely to indulge in the free offerings of its devotees. A truly audacious freeloader. When the devotees can no longer sustain it, they may very well become its prey. It seems to have evolved. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Most mutated creatures lose their sanity and become bloodthirsty and frenzied due to the virus. However, a select few have evolved more completely, enhancing their intellect. Before evolution, a cat's intelligence could easily be likened to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child, and post-evolution, its cognitive abilities have multiplied several times over, allowing it to rival the intellect of an average person. This elucidates why this mutated cat exhibits such remarkable cleverness. Of course, these are merely conjectures. The truth will reveal itself through experimentation. Suin could not resist the urge to dismount his motorcycle, entering the camp and approaching the stands. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the platform, making his way toward the iron cage. Who are you? Why have you come up here? Hurry and leave. You have not yet earned the approval of the divine beast and have no right to stand here. Before receiving the divine beast's acknowledgement, your only duty is to offer your loyalty and tributes. A woman draped in a white sheet obstructed Suin's path, her expression one of displeasure. Suin cast a fleeting glance at her, a chilling aura of malice enveloping him. The woman felt an involuntary shiver and took several steps back. What do you intend to do? Ignoring her, Suin approached the iron cage and smiled at the mutated cat. I find myself rather tempted by cat meat. Your ample flesh should suffice for quite some time, wouldn't it? The mutated cat abruptly turned its head, an expression of fury reflected in its emerald eyes, the scales on its neck bristling in agitation. Observing the cat's reaction, Suin nodded slightly. Not bad. It can comprehend human speech, which makes communication easier. However, Suin's words not only incited the wrath of the mutated cat, but also provoked the surrounding devotees. Impudent! Who gave you the audacity to insult the divine beast? Who is this insolent wretch? Drive him away. There will be retribution. The divine beast will surely unleash divine punishment upon you, insolent one. Suin paid no heed to the scathing remarks of the crowd. Slowly, he raised a finger, a faint crackle of electricity visible at his fingertip. Meow? The mutated cat sensed a threat emanating from Suin, letting out a strange cry before charging through the iron cage, leaping a distance of 5 or 6 meters. The mutated cat warily regarded Suin, its body hunched, scales flaring, and it emitted a series of low, menacing growls. Ah, it's over. The mighty divine beast is enraged. You wretched fool, you have provoked the divine beast. O divine beast, please quell your anger. Witnessing the mutated cat effortlessly burst through the iron cage and leaped several meters away, the devotees' faces turned pale with fear. This was far more terrifying than any lion or tiger, surpassing their comprehension, solidifying their belief that this was indeed a divine beast. Observing the mutated cat's performance, Suen felt increasingly satisfied. High intelligence and a keen perception of danger made it an excellent guardian. How about you come with me, little one? Return home to assist me in guarding my house. The treatment at my residence is quite generous, Suen remarked as he advanced towards the mutated cat. The creature, sensing the imminent danger, retreated, perceiving this human as far more formidable than any creature it had encountered before. It was no match for him. Escape was paramount. Instinct drove it to flee, as even the most elite predators are not exempt from this primal urge. When faced with an adversary far too powerful to resist, fleeing becomes the sole option. Don't rush off, Suen gestured, and suddenly, iron bars rose from the ground, encircling the mutated cat. Alarmed, the creature struggled to leap out of the confinement, but regardless of its frantic attempts to jump and claw, it remained ensnared by the relentless iron barrier. Ultimately collapsing under the weight of numerous metallic objects, immobilized on the ground. Yet, it continued to roar defiantly at Suen, desperately gnawing at the bars in an attempt to escape, revealing its fierce nature. TSK, Suen clicked his tongue in annoyance. I have always preferred to persuade through reason. Let us have a proper discussion. He then retrieved a large kitchen knife, over a meter long, seized from the chief, and plunged it into the ground with a thud. Upon seeing the imposing blade, the mutated cat abruptly ceased its struggles, overwhelmed by the ominous aura emanating from the knife, causing it to feel dizzy. Without a doubt, it believed this peculiar individual would cleave it in two at any moment. Instantly, it ceased its frantic movements, adopting a submissive demeanor. Meow, it mewed softly. The previous ferocity gone, its attitude shifting as swiftly as the dramatic face changes in Sichuan opera. Chapter 41. The Origin of the True God Sect Now. That's more like it, Suen observed as the mutated cat surrendered. He waved his hand, releasing its bindings. Once liberated, the creature refrained from attacking. Yet its emerald eyes darted around, seemingly searching for an opportunity to flee. Being at the pinnacle of the food chain, it could not easily submit to a human, no matter how powerful that human might be. This pride was ingrained in its very DNA. Cats shall never be enslaved. Have you given it some thought? Would you care to return with me to help guard my home? Suen smiled warmly, retrieving a box of cat food and a case of gourmet cat treats from the vast space. This is for you. There's plenty more if you finish it. You'll be well fed. Upon seeing the entire box of cat food, the mutated cat's eyes widened in astonishment, its DNA reacting, unable to look away. And this, Suen added, tossing out several pounds of fish jerky. And this, he continued, producing dozens of pounds of chicken breast. Do you not fancy these? Then forget it, Suen said as he retracted the vast spatial domain. Meow, the mutated cat let out a cry, leaping to Suen's feet and rubbing against him desperately, its face adorned with a sycophantic expression. It was no surprise that the cat lacked dignity. The offerings had been too generous. Not only was it merely a mutated feline, but even the other followers were tempted. Brother, how about I accompany you back? I can help guard your home. Stay away. I'm a dog, perfectly suited for my role. Brother, I too am a dog. I'm not picky. I only need cat food to thrive. At that moment, the notions of faith and divine beasts became insignificant. Witnessing the followers attempting to usurp its meal, the mutated cat's fury ignited. It flared its scales and glared at the followers, as if to declare, step aside. I arrived first. Seeing the mutated cat so easily won over, Suen felt a sense of satisfaction. If the cat had resisted stubbornly, he would not have insisted. For a forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. He would have had no choice but to dispatch it. In 2 lifetimes, he had yet to savor the taste of a mutated cat. All right, henceforth you shall be my pet, Suen declared, leaping onto the back of the mutated cat. Let us return home. The mutated cat. Wasn't he agreed that I would be a guardian pet? Why have I become a mount? This is not what was promised. As a proud apex predator, how could it submit beneath a human? Suen casually tossed a hefty fish weighing several dozen pounds. Meow. The mutated cat leapt high, catching it in its jaws. A single bite released a burst of rich oil, delicious. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the followers, their divine beast was whisked away, vanishing after a few hops. Ah, a true deity has descended. The divine beast heeds the summons of the supreme, true God, and departs with him. The leading woman knelt in the direction Suen had taken. The followers were even more perplexed. Sister, The divine beast was clearly lured by cat food. She shot them a glare. "Call me High Priestess. Ignorant mortals. Can you conjure such sustenance from thin air? Only a god can accomplish this. He is the supreme, true God." Upon hearing this, the followers fell silent, pondering. It seemed indeed plausible. It was said that in the West, Jesus once miraculously provided food for the suffering by the banks of the Red River. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the young man manifesting sustenance from nothing. This was a genuine miracle. It must be that the true deity has heard our calls, which is why he has manifested before us. His departure is solely a test of our faith. Oh, I have heard the divine summons and pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Supreme Lord. Let us heed the divine guidance and forge ahead. All suffering is but a trial bestowed upon his faithful servants. As long as we remain devout, the true deity shall return to lead us away from our afflictions. Under the fervent call of the so-called priestess, an increasing number of souls were persuaded to kneel. And soon the entire camp transformed into a congregation of Su and its devoted followers. Thus, a sect known as the Cult of the True God took root. At this moment, Suin rode swiftly on a mutated cat, blissfully unaware that he had been deified by others. The speed of the mutated cat exceeded 100 miles per hour, effortlessly disregarding the terrain, moving in a straight line, and leaping over small rivers and buildings with ease. Its endurance was remarkable, with merely a few cans of cat food. It could traverse over 100 kilometers, showcasing an impressive energy conversion efficiency that would leave even Thomas Young, the founder of the law of energy conservation, shaking his head in disbelief. Furthermore, it possessed an innate ability to sense danger, causing ordinary zombies to shy away from confrontation. This mode of transport was far superior to riding a motorcycle, efficient and practical, though the experience was somewhat uncomfortable due to the thick, hard scales enveloping the cat's body, which made for a rather abrasive ride. Suin silently contemplated designing a saddle upon his return. Thus, the pair swiftly made their way back to the city. In the darkness, the scaled cat carried Suin as they weaved gracefully between the buildings, akin to a specter, and within 20 minutes, they returned to the small complex that served as their stronghold. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Suin noticed a faint, warm candlelight flickering within the villa, indicating that someone was still awake. Without further thought, he entered, accompanied by the scaled cat. "Welcome home, master," greeted Lu Hui and her daughter, dressed in contrasting black and white made uniforms, standing at the entrance. Lu Hui's cheeks flushed as she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Suin's eyes, while Qiao Qiao sported a radiant smile, her dimples and small canine teeth adding to her charm and vivacity. "Darling, are you pleased?" she chimed, her voice playful. While Li Xiaoyu peered out with a mischievous grin, Suin raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You really know how to have fun." Chapter 42. Prosperity. The noble scaled cat matures, my dear. You have finally returned. Everyone has been terribly worried. Although they were aware of Suin's prowess, his prolonged absence had inevitably caused concern, especially in these perilous times of the apocalypse. As Li Xiaoyu pushed Suin inside, she was taken aback by the sight of the cat, which was about the size of a calf. "What a large tiger!" she exclaimed in surprise. "That is not a tiger, it is a cat," Suin explained casually. "I rescued this pet, and it can help guard the house." "Is this really a cat?" she responded incredulously. "Is it appropriate to keep such a massive creature as a pet? Is it going to eat people?" "Generally not. It is quite well behaved, wouldn't you agree?" Suin gently patted the head of the scale cat, a name he had chosen for the creature. Simple yet auspicious, embodying elegance in its unpretentiousness. "Meow," responded Wang Kai, affirming its disposition. Li Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. No wonder she had an eye for him. His confidence extended even to naming a cat, although the name did resemble that of a dog. Soon, they returned to the villa and entered the dining room, where two grand tables were laden with an abundance of dishes: shrimp in tomato sauce, dompa pork, crispy sea cucumber, steamed base, beef in lemon sauce, spicy hot pot, goji berry sautéed cabbage, white fungus and lotus seed porridge, fluffy cinnamon soup, sour and spicy salad, Thai-style chicken feet, seafood stone pot rice, pan-seared snow fish, charcoal grilled foie gras, sashimi platter, seafood pasta, and rosemary grilled steak. The array included both meat and vegetables, sweet and spicy, sour and fresh, representing various culinary traditions, even featuring the distinctive flavors of Yunnan. There were over 20 dishes in total, a feast far surpassing what most families prepare for the new year. This was the result of Lu Hui and Xiao Qiao's dedicated efforts throughout the day. "You must try it," said Shui Qingyu, smiling gently as she served Suin a bowl of soup to warm his stomach. She felt a pang of inadequacy regarding Lu Hui's culinary skills. Even contemplating a desire to learn from her, she had never encountered such a remarkable cook. No, she should be called a gourmet. "It looks quite splendid." Suin nodded in satisfaction. Lu Hui smiled modestly. It was prepared rather hastily. These are just simple home-cooked dishes. I hope you find them to your liking. Suan raised an eyebrow. Was this truly mere home cooking? It seemed this chef possessed considerable talent. He was in for a treat. Let's all sit down together. Lu Hui. Xiao Qiao. There's no need for formality. Consider this your home. Suan encouraged everyone to take their seats. Having eaten little throughout the day, he was already famished. Having subsisted on some fried chicken during their travels. As he sampled the dishes, his eyes lit up. To describe the food as a feast for the senses would be no exaggeration. He soon indulged heartily, prompting the others to join in. During Suan's absence, they had hardly eaten, waiting for him to return for a meal, and now they were all quite hungry. As they dined, laughter and conversation filled the air. Li Xiaoyu animatedly shared her admiration for Qiao Qiao, recounting the numerous films and television dramas in which she had starred. Declaring herself a fan and praising Qiao Qiao's charm and remarkable acting skills, causing Qiao Qiao's cheeks to flush with shyness. Xue Qingyu, on the other hand, listened quietly, occasionally serving Suan more dishes, while Lu Hui poured wine, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, squatting at the kitchen door, thought to itself, "It seems you have forgotten something." Upon reflecting deeply, Lu Hui was reminded of the pitiful gaze of Wang Kai, which led her to recall that Suan had brought back a pet. She promptly fetched a large iron basin to serve as a food bowl for Wang Kai and filled it with some dishes. Upon seeing this, Wang Kai excitedly spun in circles, meowing incessantly. After finishing his meal, Suan casually remarked that Wang Kai should remember to wash his bowl. Wang Kai nodded eagerly, demonstrating an unexpected level of understanding. Witnessing such a display of intelligence, Qiao Qiao couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Wang Kai is so clever." Hearing the compliment, Wang Kai elegantly lifted his head and meowed gracefully, his expression radiating a human-like pride, as if to say, "Of course." He then dove headfirst into the basin, voraciously devouring his meal. After a mere half hour, the feast concluded, and Suan, feeling fully satisfied, reclined on the sofa, reluctant to move. It had been a long time since he had eaten so abundantly, and he felt somewhat bloated. The 20-odd dishes had nearly vanished, with not a drop of soup remaining, primarily due to Wang Kai's insatiable appetite. However, Suan was unfazed, pondering that this was merely the beginning. Even if Wang Kai's consumption increased tenfold or 100-fold, he could afford it. In fact, he found it rather convenient. Leftovers could be entirely devoured by Wang Kai, alleviating any concerns about food waste. What a splendid cat. True to Suan's earlier instructions, Wang Kai cleaned his bowl after finishing his meal, prompting the women to praise him for his cleverness, which made Wang Kai puff out his chest with an air of superiority. As midnight approached, Suan began to feel drowsy and reminded Wang Kai, "Be mindful while sleeping tonight. Don't sleep too soundly. Always be aware of your surroundings and remember your duty to guard the house." Wang Kai meowed in acknowledgement. Suan then thought for a moment before retrieving several hundred pounds of cat litter from his space and scattering it on the ground. "Later, you can dig a hole outside and use this as your toilet. Just remember to clean it regularly. You're a grown cat now and must learn to handle your own affairs, understand?" Li Xiaoyu, Xue Qingyu, Yu Qiao Qiao, Lu Hui, is it possible to raise a pet like this? Suan, is there a problem? It is indeed Wang Kai. Not an ordinary cat, but a noble scale cat, which is entirely reasonable. Wang Kai meowed in agreement, affirming the truth of this statement. Yes, a noble scale cat is indeed like this, and with a dismissive glance at the few women, it seemed to convey a sense of disdain for their astonishment. Chapter 43. The situation unfolds. The following day marked the 6th day after the apocalypse. The number of bloodthirsty crows had reached a terrifying magnitude. Gazing upwards, one could see a massive swarm, each group containing thousands of crows. The entire city of Su was enveloped by these ominous flocks. Just the day before, ordinary people could still venture out in search of supplies amidst the crows, but today was different. Anyone daring to show their head would be besieged and devoured by the crows, their very marrow consumed. Even in the suburbs where the crows were relatively fewer, venturing outside was fraught with peril, as a moment's carelessness could lead to instant death. Nevertheless, many survivors found themselves compelled to risk their lives in search of food or to hoard supplies. By now, it was evident to many that the populations of crows and bats were exponentially increasing each day. If this continued, it would soon be too late to venture out and gather resources after today. In stark contrast to the harrowing existence of the survivors, Suan enjoyed a more leisurely life. Reclining lazily on a sun lounger on the balcony, the little maid Qiao Qiao was behind him, helping to massage his shoulders. Wang Kai was dozing nearby, exuding an aura that deterred the crows from approaching the villa. Suan had completely relaxed, after several days of effort. His survival in this apocalyptic world was assured. With over a dozen abilities at his disposal, He had more resources than he could ever exhaust. The only matter left for him to ponder was what he wished to eat today. As for the other women, each had their own pursuits. Lu Hui was in the kitchen preparing delectable dishes, and in her leisure time, she enjoyed languidly leaning on the sofa to read or retreating to the study to write and paint. She was a woman of profound depth, exuding elegance and nobility at all times and in all places. Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu had transformed the neighboring villa into a training ground where they practiced their abilities. Both still had significant room for improvement in their control over their powers, particularly Xue Qingyu, whose S-rank ability held immense growth potential. In contrast, Li Xiaoyu's growth capacity was rather limited. This made Suen reflect on the several abilities he had extracted from the Sinful Island, including 2 S-rank powers. If he were to grant one to Li Xiaoyu, it would greatly enhance her potential. Suen then glanced at Xiao Qiao, noticing a small progress bar above her head, which had reached 71. This progress bar represented her affection for him. Since the upgrade of his abilities through plundering, he had discovered he could now perceive others' feelings towards him. Xiao Qiao had an affection level of 71, Li Xiaoyu 85, Xue Qingyu 90, and Lu Hui an astonishing 98. Even Suen himself was perplexed by Lu Hui's high regard for him, especially since they had only known each other for 2 days. Moreover, the seemingly demure Xue Qingyu had a higher affection score than the more openly affectionate Li Xiaoyu. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he still struggled to comprehend the intricacies of women. Fortunately, the existence of the progress bar simplified everything. A score of 50 represented a watershed moment, indicating sufficient trust had been established. Each additional 10 points thereafter signified a new stage: 60 for infatuation, 70 for romantic love, 80 for being the one and only, 90 for unwavering devotion, and 100 for deification. Naturally suspicious by nature, he was reluctant to trust others, even Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu. However, with the progress bar in place, discerning sincerity from pretense had become much simpler, allowing him to feel more at ease, at least with the women around him, whom he deemed trustworthy. The prerequisite for bestowing abilities was an affection level of 60 or above, and currently, all the women had met this criterion. Suen contemplated the idea of manually empowering them. He had a total of 4 abilities available for bestowal: Water Vapor D, Fire Energy A, Supercharge S, and Sandstone Mastery S. Since Xue Qingyu already possessed the S-rank ability of lightning control, there was no immediate need for her to receive another power. Otherwise, she might be overwhelmed. Unlike him, who had lived 2 lifetimes and encountered various abilities, she required time to familiarize herself with her powers. As for Lu Hui and her daughter, they were primarily focused on logistical support, so there was no urgent need for them to be endowed with new abilities at this time. However, if he were to grant one, Fire Energy, it would be a practical choice, especially since they were currently without electricity or water. Cooking would necessitate gas, which, while he had in abundance, was always more appealing when it could be acquired for free. What is the flavor of dishes made with supernatural abilities? He has yet to experience it, and the thought fills him with anticipation. Moreover, Lu Hui's admiration for him is exceedingly high, providing him with a deep sense of reassurance. Lastly, there is Li Xiaoyu. Suen plans to cultivate her into a formidable ally. Li Xiaoyu possesses a strong combat instinct, making her worthy of development. Once she awakens her powers, the future indeed looks promising. The reason he contemplates empowering the women is primarily because he wishes to delegate responsibilities. It is unfeasible to undertake everything personally. In life, one must seize joy in moments of success. He called Lu Hui over, removing his sunglasses and gently patting Xiao Qiao's small hand. "All right, master." Xiao Qiao replied with a sweet smile, revealing her adorable little fangs. Initially, Suen found it somewhat awkward that both Lu Hui and her daughter referred to him as master. Yet their steadfastness in this address led him to relinquish his concern. Surprisingly, after acclimatizing to it, he found a certain enjoyment in it. Soon, Lu Hui arrived on the balcony, casting a gentle smile towards Suen Master. "Is there anything you require?" The reason the mother and daughter insisted on calling Suen Master was entirely Lu Hui's decision. This was her way of demonstrating loyalty. Though unspoken, it conveyed much. Gazing at this woman of refined grace, Suen could not help but silently commend his own taste. She epitomized femininity, embodying intellectual beauty to its fullest extent. It is said that women are like water, but in Lu Hui's case, she resembles a fine aged wine, rich in beauty and charm. Even though Lu Hui repeatedly addressed him as master, it still felt somewhat surreal. It was difficult to imagine such a woman, exuding nobility, displaying an attitude so meek and gentle. Chapter 44, The Price of a Lifetime. Are you familiar with supernatural abilities? Suen asked directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui nodded, having come to understand the existence of awakeners after 2 days of contact. Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu are both awakeners. Li Xiaoyu possesses immense strength, able to lift a small car, while Xue Qingyu can summon lightning with her bare hands and control metallic objects. Neither of them is ordinary. This realization stirred a sense of unease within Lu Hui. Both she and her daughter are merely ordinary individuals. Aside from her culinary skills, her capabilities are quite limited. In this chaotic era, individuals like her are plentiful. Should Suin express a desire, there would be no shortage of women willing to wash his clothes and prepare his meals, filling the entire neighborhood. She and her daughter are always potential candidates for abandonment. After all, she perceives her own value as exceedingly minimal. In this cold world, where is home? Where can they find a place to settle? If they were to leave, what path would she and Xiao Qiao take? The most likely scenario would be to bid farewell to this world together. She possesses a certain confidence and awareness regarding her appearance, yet in this morally unbound reality, what once was a source of pride has become a burden. As for Xiao Qiao, her status as an adorable starlet only amplifies the peril, transforming her into a harbinger of doom. Do you desire supernatural abilities? As Lu Hui was consumed by anxiety, Suin gazed at her and spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, Lu Hui's heart raced. What did you say? I believe I must have misheard. You did not mishear. I can grant you a supernatural ability. Would you like that? Lu Hui's eyes brimmed with disbelief. To her knowledge, both Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu had awakened their powers independently. Puzzled, she nonetheless blurted out, "Yes, I want it." Suin smiled faintly, extending his slender finger to gently tuck a strand of Lu Hui's silky hair behind her fair neck. Her cheeks flushed, yet she exhibited no resistance or aversion. Rather, she felt a sense of honor. Indeed, it was honor. Every gain comes at a price. To acquire one thing inevitably means the loss of another. I can bestow upon you a remarkable power, but in return, you will relinquish your entire life. Have you truly contemplated this? Are you willing to exchange your existence for it? Lu Hui gazed up at Suin, her eyes misty. In her heart, this man resembled a deity, rescuing her from despair in her direst moments. He was so powerful and enigmatic, and even in proximity, she could not fathom him. His profound black eyes seemed to peer into an unfathomable abyss, drawing her deeper into its depths. To surrender her entire life to him, was that not a form of destiny's guidance? Perhaps from the day she encountered him, she had embraced her fate. Slowly, Lu Hui knelt down, declaring, "I am willing, master." The title master was uttered with unwavering resolve, devoid of hesitation or pretension, a genuine expression of submission. Suin nodded in satisfaction. "One day, you shall take pride in your decision today. I will lead you to the end of the apocalypse." He then pressed a single finger against Lu Hui's crimson lips, silently invoking, "Supernatural ability granted. Fire power. Supernatural ability successfully bestowed. Recipient has obtained fire power A." Thus, the first artificially awakened individual was born. The awakening process proved simpler and more effortless than Suin had anticipated. Lu Hui's admiration for him soared instantly to 100, reaching a stage of reverence akin to that of a deity. Yet, just as Suin was momentarily lost in thought, he suddenly felt warmth at his fingertips, witnessing Lu Hui's flushed face as she parted her lips. Suin's eyelids flickered. "My dear girl, what are you about to do? Is there some misunderstanding? Moreover, Xiao Qiao is still here. Can we not be so overt?" Suin has finally witnessed the power of high affection levels. In no time, an entire day has swiftly passed. Throughout this day, Suin has engaged in little more than basking in the sun, enjoying meals, and receiving massages from his maids. Occasionally, he listened to music to refine the sensibilities he had nearly forgotten, thus spending the day leisurely. This has been the most relaxed day since his rebirth. He no longer needs to concern himself with gathering resources from the outside. The existing supplies are abundant enough to last indefinitely. In fact, the entirety of Sioux City's remaining resources might not even surpass half of what he possesses. The notorious Sin Island and the Longhu gang have aided him in stockpiling everything he could conceive of. Tonight's dinner is equally lavish, featuring a total of 18 dishes that harmoniously blend the culinary traditions of the North and South. It showcases the rich and aromatic flavors of the imperial capital's royal cuisine alongside the spicy and appetizing dishes of Sichuan. Lu Hui is truly a treasure of a chef. She never disappoints when it comes to gastronomy. As they dine, laughter fills the air, while Wang Kai squats nearby, devouring food with the fervor of a famished ghost. Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu occasionally seek Suin's guidance on matters concerning their abilities. Suin is open and forthcoming, sharing all he knows without reservation. Abilities are not fixed martial arts techniques. Even individuals with the same powers will yield different effects based on their understanding and habits. Take Suin's mastery of electricity. For instance, He prefers to use electromagnetic fields to control metallic objects in combat, which is efficient and effective, especially in modern society where metal is abundantly available as an ideal weapon. Xue Qingyu, however, favors harnessing the raw power of electricity itself, forming it into spheres that unleash electromagnetic storms upon separation. Neither method can be deemed superior. One is more labor-efficient, while the other boasts greater destructive power. Xue Qingyu's choice of the more potent method stems from her desire to prove herself before Suen. As for Suen's preference for efficiency, it is entirely due to the frugality instilled in him by a past life marked by poverty. He has learned to conserve energy, as every ounce of strength is precious in a world ravaged by catastrophe. This instinctive thriftiness continues to influence him to this day. However, to become a competent and formidable awakener, one must learn to adeptly employ various methods of utilizing their abilities. Therefore, Xue Qingyu has a long road ahead. The more powerful an ability, the more challenging it is to master, requiring extensive time for learning. All Suen can do is guide her in the diverse applications of lightning control. But how long it takes for her to achieve proficiency ultimately depends on her own efforts. While Suen instructs Xue Qingyu, Li Xiaoyu notices a change in Lu Hui's gaze towards Suen. Lu Hui's eyes are filled with a palpable fervor and admiration. Not only Lu Hui, but Xiao Qiao also exhibits a similar reaction. However, in contrast to Lu Hui's enthusiasm, Xiao Qiao blushes as she eats, neither daring to meet Suen's gaze nor glance at Lu Hui. A woman's intuition tells her that something has transpired among the three. Chapter 45. Li Xiaoyu's Great Crisis. Sister Lu Hui, the dishes you prepared today are delightful, even better than yesterday's. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Lu Hui replies with a gentle smile, delicately removing the bones from a piece of fish and carefully placing it into Suen's bowl. Without needing Li Xiaoyu to point it out, Lu Hui has recognized her culinary skills have improved. The reason lies in the new ability Suen bestowed upon her. Dishes prepared with her fire ability indeed possess a unique aroma that surpasses those made with ordinary gas. Moreover, she has conceived of countless cooking methods that she previously dared not imagine. With the assistance of fire ability, she can control the heat precisely, being a seasoned cook. Her familiarity with flames allows her to grasp this quickly. When she spontaneously conjures intense flames, she feels both astonished and elated, moved to tears by the excitement. All of this is made possible by the extraordinary man before her. Lu Hui's gaze towards Suen has grown even more fervent. Li Xiaoyu, noticing this, feels a pang of anxiety. Sister Lu Hui wouldn't dare to cut in line, would she? That would be rather unbecoming. Li Xiaoyu's Great Crisis. She must take the initiative. That evening, Little Fish came to see me, bringing something along. After dinner, Suen casually remarked, eliciting curious glances from several girls. Huh, what's going on? Little Fish was taken aback, not expecting Suen to invite her. Is a big event about to unfold? She felt a flutter of nervousness. Despite her usual speed on the road, she had never been in a relationship, and it was only fair to admit that she was a master of words, yet felt anxious. However, she quickly transformed her trepidation into excitement. Often self-conscious about her height, she realized she was the shortest among the 4 girls present. Even 15-year-old Xiao Qiao towered over her by half a head. Yet now, Suen had chosen her first. A clear testament to her allure. What did it matter if she was a bit shorter? Perhaps Suen preferred petite and adorable companions. How remarkable I am. With that thought, Little Fish felt liberated, her insecurities about her height dissipating. Lu Hui smiled subtly, finding nothing amiss. In fact, she believed Suen had shown considerable restraint. In her eyes, every woman in that house was destined to be Suen's, herself included. She would obey his every command unconditionally, even if it meant sacrificing her own life in the process. Her feelings for Suen had evolved into blind admiration and fervent devotion. From certain perspectives, he had become her faith, and she was the most devout of followers. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyu trembled slightly, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes. Her emotions complex and tumultuous. Suen remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the women present. In all honesty, his intent in sending Little Fish to her room was merely to bestow upon her a blessing, granting her an ability. As an innocuous young man of good character, what ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Little Fish took a few casual bites of her meal, unable to finish it, and promptly poured the remainder into Wang Cai's food bowl. Wang Cai, if it could speak, it would surely ask, what do you mean? Do you take me for a garbage can? Though slightly disgruntled, Wang Cai began to munch contentedly. Delicious, exclaimed the cat. Little Fish dashed back to her room, first taking a cold shower, then rummaging through her closet for the victory outfit she had prepared long in advance. Suen, on the other hand, returned to his room and pulled out a notebook. Intent on drafting training plans for Little Fish, Xue Qingyu, and Lu Hui, aiming to enhance their strength in the shortest span of time. In just half a month, the first zombie apocalypse would enter its second phase, bringing greater chaos. Yet simultaneously, a wave of awakened individuals would emerge, and various factions would begin to establish themselves. It was inevitable that he would come into contact with these powerful groups, making it essential to prepare in advance. At the very least, he could not allow those around him to become burdens, lest they hinder him. After all, his expertise lay in pilfering others' possessions, and his greatest fear was being robbed himself. About half an hour later, Little Fish knocked on the door and entered. Suen turned to look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her appearance. How do I look in this short white skirt and twin ponytails? Adorable, right? Li Xiaoyu rose on her toes and spun around, while Suen stroked his chin and surveyed her from head to toe. To be frank, it was indeed. Li Xiaoyu flashed a mischievous smile and leapt into Suen's embrace, whispering in his ear, I heard someone say this is called a victory move. Even Suen, with the composure of a seasoned monk, found it hard to maintain his poise. He quickly set Li Xiaoyu down on a chair and subconsciously adjusted his thoughts. Ahem. I summoned you here to bestow upon you a supernatural ability. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu's lips pursed in disappointment. What? It turns out it's not. Wait a moment, what did you just say? Bestow what upon me? An S-level supernatural ability. Don't you want it? You can give me a supernatural ability? How is that even possible? Nothing is impossible. If I say it, I can make it happen. Seeing Suen's serious expression, which suggested he was not joking, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but believe him, though she remained utterly astonished. Suen had previously informed her that every awakened individual only awakens once and can only obtain one supernatural ability. Once awakened, their fate was essentially sealed, whether as a dragon or a worm. Through her interactions with Xue Qingyu over the past few days, she realized that although both she and Xue Qingyu were awakened, their strengths differed significantly. Initially, she could spar with Xue Qingyu, but now she couldn't even withstand a single move from her. Moreover, Xue Qingyu continued to grow stronger every day while she remained stagnant. As time passed, the gap between them would only widen. It was painfully clear she was the worm, while Xue Qingyu was the dragon. Life seemed unfair. It had endowed Xue Qingyu with perfect beauty and a flawless figure, crafting her into a delicate treasure, even granting her an extraordinarily rare S-level ability. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu felt more like a defective product. She had often found herself ensnared in deep self-doubt. Yet now, Suen was telling her he was going to give her a supernatural ability, and it was an S-level 1 at that. How could she not be astonished? She couldn't help but think, could it be that I, Li Xiaoyu, am finally destined to change my fate? Chapter 46. Li Xiaoyu joyfully receives a new supernatural ability as a gratitude gift. Supercharge S. Ability gift successful. Recipient has acquired Supercharge S. Amidst her bewilderment, Suen completed the awakening ceremony with a swift motion. Alright. That's it. Isn't that a bit too quick? You can check for yourself to find out. Li Xiaoyu promptly examined her newfound ability and discovered an extraordinary power surging within her, far more potent than she had ever experienced. Suen handed her the training plan he had previously written. I have outlined how to utilize and train with it. Just follow the instructions. Li Xiaoyu stared blankly at the notebook, gazing at Suen with a dazed expression, her nose tinged with emotion as her eyes grew misty. In a sudden burst of excitement, she tossed the notebook aside and leapt towards Suen with a joyful shout. The following morning, a ray of warm sunlight poured into the room. Suen slowly sat up, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, basking in the radiant morning sun, and mused, Ah, Su, you truly are a man of wavering resolve. Li Xiaoyu poked her head out from under the covers, giggling heartily, her bright eyes curving into lovely crescents. Master, breakfast is ready, came the gentle voice of Lu Hui from outside the room. Suen casually replied and got up to dress and wash up. I'll bring some food up shortly. You can sleep a bit longer. Alright. I didn't sleep well last night. Ugh, so tired. Li Xiaoyu yawned and snuggled back under the covers for some extra rest. By the time Suen descended the stairs, the others had also risen. Lu Hui was preparing breakfast while Qiao Qiao and Xue Qingyu tidied up. Upon seeing Suen, Xue Qingyu greeted him with a smile, her eyes subtly glancing towards the upper floor, while Qiao Qiao obediently curtsied and sweetly called out, Good morning, master. Breakfast consisted of congee, eggs, and milk, accompanied by a fruit salad. Given the greasy meals of the past few days, Lu Hui opted for a lighter breakfast. It was now the 7th day since the apocalypse had descended. Due to the cannibalistic tendencies of many zombies, their numbers had significantly decreased after days of mutual consumption. However, this also rendered them far more dangerous, as a qualitative change emerged from the quantitative shift. The zombies had nearly all evolved, with close to 2/3 transforming into advanced types. The predominant form was the LV2 hardened variety, followed by LV3 and LV4 mutants, while those above LV5 accounted for about 1%. LV6 to LV7 were classified as boss level, remaining relatively scarce. The large-scale evolution of zombies was not the most troubling aspect. Even more alarming was the explosive surge in the population of bloodthirsty crows, which had reached a terrifyingly high number. Their cacophonous cries filled the air, and through the window, one could see flocks of crows swirling ominously. In the confines of the community stronghold alone, the number of bloodthirsty crows had already exceeded 100,000, perching on the ground, rooftops, and power lines. If these crows were to feast on zombies, it might be bearable, but they chose to attack only the living and animals. Any survivor daring to show themselves during this perilous time would be swiftly devoured. Even the most powerful of ability users could not escape their fate. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty crows were exceedingly cunning. Once they discovered a survivor's hiding place, they would take turns assaulting the safe house. Even a reinforced concrete structure would gradually crumble under the relentless claws of the flock. If they could not breach the shelter, they would remain in place, waiting until the occupants, out of desperation for food, dared to emerge, only to be overwhelmed and consumed. Survivors had to remain silent, refraining from attempting to observe the crows. Their only recourse was to hide quietly in the darkness of their safe haven, patiently awaiting the slow passage of time. Countless lives were halted on this day. They had endured the initial zombie apocalypse, only to fall beneath the onslaught of the crows. In such a perilous situation, even Sue-Ann could only seize the opportunity to bask in the sun. In just 2 days, the crows would blot out the sun, leaving no chance to enjoy its warmth. The presence of wealth-attracting and evil-repelling crows ensures that they do not easily approach this villa. Even if a few audacious ones occasionally dare to venture close, they pose no significant trouble. Once they tire of basking in the sun, they return to the villa's private cinema, where the young maid accompanies and serves them while they indulge in films. Although the electricity has long ceased to flow, there is an abundance of generators and fuel, so power is not a concern. The films are copies obtained from the computers of the villa's former owners. Liu Hui has thoughtfully selected several movies and television dramas featuring Qiao Qiao for Sue-Ann to enjoy. Qiao Qiao, who debuted as a child star, participated in her first film at the tender age of 3, and by now, her body of work exceeds 40 or 50 productions, ranging from supporting roles to leading characters, in both historical and contemporary settings. Even someone like Sue-Ann, who harbors no interest in the entertainment industry, has heard of Qiao Qiao and has witnessed some lecherous roommates mesmerized by her videos, reflecting her popularity as a charming young actress reminiscent of the girl-next-door archetype. It must be said, Qiao Qiao possesses an exceptional on-screen charisma, embodying the pure and lively essence of a neighborly sister, with a smile that is profoundly infectious. Her radiant, youthful grin evokes an undeniable fondness. Undoubtedly, a significant factor in her early fame is the continuous availability of film opportunities, resulting from substantial financial backing. Liu Hui has casually revealed that prior to the apocalypse, Qiao Qiao owned 2 companies, while she herself managed several, one of which is publicly traded. The family's total assets were valued at over 100 billion, truly placing them among the elite. However, in the wake of the cataclysm, all the wealth and prestige accumulated over the years have vanished without a trace, leaving only these films, copies that continue to play on the screen, as if recounting the past and reminiscing about a soon-to-be-forgotten era. Chapter 47. The end of the end times. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Sue-Ann and Li Xiaoyu were awakened early by the cacophony of crows. Ever since the act of gratitude 3 days prior, the girl has taken up residence in Sue-Ann's room, relocating her clothes and cosmetics, creating a semblance of cohabitation. Fortunately, Sue-Ann's room, being the master suite of the villa, spans over 100 square meters, so Li Xiaoyu's presence does not render it cramped. However, the room has been transformed into a pink haven by her, leaving him, a man, somewhat bemused. Unable to endure the incessant noise of the crows, Sue-Ann reluctantly descended the stairs, exclaiming, "Wang Kai, meow, go outside and chase away some of those nearby crows, it's too noisy. And take out the trash while you're at it. Meow." The art of capturing birds and chasing dogs is something he excels at. The noble-scaled cat is capable of anything. As for discarding refuse, that is merely a trivial task. Wang Kai, with a garbage bag in tow, dashed out to pursue a crow. Sue-Ann hastily finished his breakfast and made his way to the living room on the first floor, where he impulsively kicked a large hole in the wall. After spending several days cooped up in the villa, the monotony of merely eating, sleeping, and engaging in dual cues with Li Xiaoyu for entertainment had begun to wear on him. In a fit of spontaneity, he utilized his sand and stone abilities to construct a passageway leading to the community swimming pool, inviting several young ladies to join him for a swim. He didn't even return to the villa for meals. Instead, he organized a barbecue at the swimming pool, indulging in wine and meat while having the little maid play a piano piece to elevate the atmosphere. Life, in this manner, was still bearable. 18 days had passed since the apocalypse. The flock of crows had ceased to grow, their numbers stabilizing. The reason behind this was that any further increase would leave no space for them. Wherever one looked, there was a dense mass of bloodthirsty crows. Utility poles and signal towers had succumbed under the weight of the avian horde, transforming the flock into an ocean of crows. The plight of the survivors had deteriorated to a point beyond verbal description. While those with sufficient food reserves could endure for a while longer, the majority were nearing their limits, having depleted their supplies of sustenance and drink. Coupled with 11 days of unrelenting darkness, fear and despair loomed over everyone's hearts. An inescapable shadow, leaving them uncertain of how much longer such a life would persist. There were also many astute individuals who contemplated hunting the bloodthirsty crows to satiate their hunger. However, the outcome was invariably tragic, leading to viral infection and their transformation into zombies. Suen similarly suffered significant losses, having completely forfeited his right to bask in the sun. This incited a profound dissatisfaction in Suen towards the wretched, bloodthirsty crows. Consequently, Wang Kai found himself tasked with the daily duty of expelling these crows, undertaking this endeavor 3 times a day, each session lasting 2 hours. Simultaneously, Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu were compelled to relocate their training grounds from the neighboring villa to the basement. Lu Hui, amidst her culinary pursuits, would also practice her supernatural abilities in the basement. Alas, with only one Wang Kai capable of warding off evil, it was a challenging situation. A glimmer of good news, however, emerged as the 3 women exhibited rapid advancements in their abilities, growing stronger with each passing day, which provided Suen with a modicum of solace. In his moments of ennui, Suen devised a new form of entertainment, watching the little maid, Xiao Xiao, sing and dance. After several days of cohabitation, the relationships among the women blossomed. Xue Qingyu found a kindred spirit in Lu Hui, often seeking her out to learn the art of cooking and baking. Li Xiaoyu, on the other hand, coaxed Xiao Xiao into singing and dancing, performing nightly for Suen's appraisal, or serenading the night with her melodious voice, leaving Xue Qingyu blushing and sleepless through the night. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, Suen found himself plagued by insomnia, not due to Li Xiaoyu's incessant antics, but rather the havoc wrought by the bloodthirsty bats. By day, crows tormented him, and by night, bats echoed their cacophony, creating an unbearable torment. With only one Wang Kai to fend them off tirelessly, it was evident that a change was needed. Suen reluctantly resolved to spend the nights in the basement. He was not alone in this thought, as others shared the same sentiment. On this particular day, Suen did not idly pass the hours as usual. Instead, he utilized his sand manipulation abilities to construct a vast workshop outdoors, where he began crafting essential items for the future. The first order of business was to modify transportation vehicles, 3 buses, trucks, and cars, encasing them in steel plates and sharp nails to bolster their defensive and offensive capabilities. Next, he turned his attention to weaponry. His diverse abilities did not necessitate a reliance on any one type of weapon, thus he had no strict demands regarding arms. The other women, however, required suitable weaponry to enhance their combat prowess. For Li Xiaoyu, endowed with both strength amplification and supercharging abilities, close-range weaponry was ideal. Suen forged her a massive broadsword from fire-forged steel, measuring 60 centimeters in width, 15 centimeters in thickness, with a blade length of 1.2 meters and a handle of 30 centimeters, culminating in an impressive total length of 1.5 meters, nearly matching Li Xiaoyu's height. It weighed over 580 pounds. Featuring a large iron ring at the end of the handle, to which a chain was attached for use as a colossal throwing knife, if necessary. Each swing produced a fierce whoosh, capable of cleaving not just ordinary zombies, but even vehicles in two. Its only flaw was its somewhat crude appearance, which felt somewhat incongruous in the hands of a young woman. Yet, astonishingly, Li Xiaoyu adored it to the point of not wanting to part with it. As for Xue Qingyu, her weapon was designed with elegance in mind, a set of 900 steel lightning rods, each measuring 7 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in diameter. They could serve as long-range weapons and were designed for optimal conductivity. While she could not yet control such a multitude of rods, her capacity would surely grow in the future. Lu Hui found herself without suitable weaponry, as her pure fire abilities could withstand only a few materials capable of enduring the high temperatures of A-grade fire powers, and even those were not particularly useful. Her only hope lay in the prospect of discovering a suitable weapon from treasure chests in the future. As the second phase approached, the number of treasure chests would significantly increase, raising the chances of acquiring valuable items. including special amplification bracelets for elemental awakeners. Despite lacking appropriate weapons, Lu Hui accepted a flat-top pot forged from steel from Suen, as it seemed her preference leaned more towards culinary tools than weapons. As for the little maid, Xiao Xiao, Suen generously gifted her 10 sets of white silk skirts for swift movement. Chapter 48. The second phase approaches on the 25th day of the apocalypse. As the dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the once dominating flocks of crows vanished as if they had never existed. After more than half a month, the surviving souls slowly emerged from their dark shelters, embracing the long-awaited sunlight. With the cacophony of cawing silenced, tranquility returned to the world, albeit with an unsettling stillness. The aftermath of the relentless onslaught from the bats and crows left little life intact. Aside from zombies and a few mutated animals, no other creatures could be seen. Even flies and mosquitoes were conspicuously absent. The once majestic buildings and structures lay in ruin, reduced to decay and collapse, with power lines, signal towers, and trees utterly toppled, leaving no upright remnants. In just 2 weeks, the world had transformed into a wasteland, signaling the decline and regression of past civilizations. Even if the apocalypse were to cease now, and all zombies vanished, the journey to rebuild civilization would require decades, if not centuries. This prospect was evidently unattainable. Humanity's plight had worsened rather than improved. The devastation wrought by the bats and crows had decimated food supplies, draining rivers, and trampling the remaining flora. Under such dire circumstances, every morsel of sustenance became extraordinarily precious. Survivors had no time for respite, frantically searching for anything edible amidst the looming threat of mutated zombies. It was on this day that numerous factions formed by survivors began to sprout across the globe. Only by banding together could they navigate the treacherous landscape of this perilous world. In the suburbs of Sioux City, several major factions convened for the inaugural Survivor Alliance Conference. Driven by a singular purpose, to unite all available forces to reclaim the city, eradicate the zombies, and reclaim their former homes. With the suburbs stripped bare of food, the only remaining supplies lay buried within the urban ruins. Even with the knowledge that the city had become a veritable paradise for zombies, inhabited by countless mutated creatures, hope for reclaiming it remained dim. Yet, the people felt compelled to act, to risk countless lives for a chance at survival. Amidst the rallying cries of various factions, more and more individuals converged towards the city's outskirts. As the largest metropolis in Sioux Province, Sioux City once boasted a resident population of approximately 12 million before the apocalypse. Now, fewer than 4 million remained, including those hiding in the ruins. The fringes of Sioux City had already gathered no less than 1 million survivors, with factions both large and small emerging in response to the crisis. While the call to reclaim their homeland was sincere, the true objective was the acquisition of resources. Presently, the situation was dire, a multitude of people with scarce supplies, leaving no guarantees that when resources were found, they would not be betrayed by others. Thus, amidst the common goal, conflicts of interest arose, rendering survivors both allies and adversaries. The optimal strategy became to form diverse factions, each advancing in different directions toward the city, pursuing their own agendas. Simultaneously, many began to awaken to their abilities. Initially, the ratio of awakeners was 1 in 10,000. Now, it had improved to 1 in 1,000, with the number of awakeners skyrocketing from around 100 to several thousand. However, relative to the million-strong population, this was still woefully insufficient. These awakeners represented strength and hope, quickly becoming coveted assets for the burgeoning factions. Everyone understood that the faction with the most awakeners would more swiftly unearth resources. In this new world, resources had become the ultimate currency, symbolizing power and wealth. Those with abundant supplies wielded significant influence and could secure their position amidst the chaos. Thus, the Survivor Alliance Conference devolved into a recruitment fair for awakeners. Any individual with awakened abilities, regardless of their potency, found themselves in high demand. The Wolf Adventure Group eagerly sought awakeners, offering positions with salaries that varied based on their abilities. G-Grade could interview for membership, earning half a loaf of bread every 2 days. F-Grade received half a loaf per day. E-Grade earned a half bag of instant noodles. D-Grade received a package of instant noodles with a seasoning packet daily. C-Grade got 2 complete bags of instant noodles per day. B-Grade enjoyed 2 meals a day with guaranteed meat every 5 days. A-Grade received 3 meals, accommodation, 2 meat servings every 10 days, 1 bottle of soda each month, and a glass of wine, while S-Grade could become deputy leaders with total autonomy over their desires. Recruitment calls echoed everywhere, but not all factions could afford such generous offers. The Wolf Adventure Group was among the more affluent, while most factions, including their leaders, struggled for survival. let alone consider salaries. Thus, those factions capable of providing remuneration became particularly appealing to awakeners. While half a loaf of bread might seem meager, it could be a lifeline in critical moments. When one finds themselves deprived of sustenance, even a single grain of rice becomes more precious than gold. As for the ordinary individuals, their plight is even more dire. Joining a faction offers no tangible benefits. The sole advantage lies in the protection afforded by the faction, along with the opportunity to accompany the awakened into the city to scavenge for supplies. However, the spoils are not solely theirs. The distribution is a paltry 70-30 split, with the majority going to the faction. Is 70% insufficient? That is indeed the share of the faction, leaving the scavenger with merely 30%. Even this meager portion is fiercely contested. One can choose not to scavenge, but that would lead to starvation. Operating solo is also an option, but only if one can evade the relentless undead. In most scenarios, the efficiency of a lone scavenger pales in comparison to that of a coordinated group, resulting in lower yields and an ever-present risk of demise. Thus, despite the awareness of their exploitation, individuals press on, for they have little choice. The only ones with options are the esteemed awakened. Amidst the fervor of a talent recruitment fair, a heavily armed black double-decker bus slowly emerged from the heart of the city, drawing the attention of many. In this era, even large adventuring groups hesitate to drive into the urban center, as the noise of vehicles attracts hordes of zombies. Even those with awakened members dare not take such risks. Yet, this bus exited the city unscathed. How audacious! Who would dare drive in and out of the city? The last adventuring group to do so has long since met their end. It is likely that this bus belongs to an S-level adventuring group, led by an S-level ability user. Otherwise, no one would possess the audacity to act so recklessly. Ah, how I wish to join such an adventuring group. I would gladly accept an 80-20 split. If you're agreeable, I would be content with a 90-10 division. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the black bus came to a halt in the recruitment area. The door swung open, and a striking man donned in sunglasses, beach shorts, a floral shirt, and flip-flops emerged, carrying a table, followed by 4 women. With a thud, he set the table down. A radiant young woman hurriedly brought over a small sofa, and the man settled himself comfortably. The 4 women, each distinct in beauty, stood gracefully behind him. The man retrieved a megaphone from the table and cleared his throat. Good afternoon, everyone. The Chongqing Adventuring Group is officially recruiting members, offering exceptional benefits. Successful applicants will receive 3 meals a day, including 1 meat dish, a bottle of soda every 2 days, a new outfit, and a bar of soap each month, along with 3 pounds of fruit. We will organize a movie outing every week, a concert or stage play every fortnight, and a festival every 2 months, with abundant provisions of food and drink during the festivities. Additionally, accommodations will be shared between 2 members, with access to communal baths and restrooms. New members will receive a set of clothing, a towel, a toothbrush, and toothpaste upon joining. Spots are limited, so interested applicants should act quickly, as time waits for no one. After concluding his announcement, the man turned off the megaphone, falling silent. A stir erupted within the crowd. What unparalleled benefits are these? I would never dare to dream of such conditions. Why wait? Let us rush to apply. Onward. Chapter 49. The recruitment of new members is officially underway as a multitude of survivors surged forward, men and women of all ages. Suen couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had underestimated their yearning for a stable life. Hey, you forgot to mention the recruitment criteria. Li Xiaoyu urgently seized the megaphone and shouted. We are only accepting female members. No men will be recruited for the time being. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the male crowd was left dumbfounded. You tell me this after we've already run halfway? Is this a joke? What is the meaning of this? Are we facing gender discrimination? Jin Fu was the first to voice his discontent. We men are the primary resource gatherers. Why should we be excluded? I am an E-class awakened. Do you understand the significance of an awakened individual? We're not leaving today. What are you going to do about it? If you don't want to hire us, then no one gets hired. As tensions escalated, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Lu Hui, dressed in office attire, took the megaphone from Li Xiaoyu and suddenly conjured a towering flame in her hand. The fire was hurled to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that created a pit over a meter deep. Those nearby were even thrown back by the blast. She was indeed an A-class awakened. Such power was astonishing. A mere touch could result in certain death. Lu Hui surveyed the terrified crowd and coldly declared, I hope no one attempts to upset my master, or you will face the consequences. Those wishing to apply, please line up properly. No cutting in line will be tolerated. Once again, we are only accepting female members. And there are no special abilities required. Ordinary individuals are welcome as well. With her words, women of all ages quickly formed a long line, while the men could only watch helplessly. It was futile to protest against someone who possessed such might. They lacked the courage to retaliate, fearing they could be incinerated. Moreover, it was evident that this group was not comprised of just one awakened individual, especially the girl wielding the enormous battle sword. The blade appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. Yet she carried it with ease. Who knew what level of awakened she was? An A-class was certainly not out of the question. A single stroke could be fatal. Forget it. We are not worthy of this. I can't join, but my daughter can, right? Didn't they say ordinary people are welcome? Yes. I'll go fetch my niece. I have a cousin. I have a wife. The conditions offered by the Eternal Adventure Group were unparalleled throughout Sioux City. The only comparable positions might be held by S-class awakened individuals in large factions, but how many S-classes could there possibly be? Out of the millions in Sioux City, perhaps not even 10 could be found. If given the chance to join, they would gladly toil like beasts of burden. Soon, the news of the Adventure Group's recruitment of female members without any awakening conditions spread rapidly. Within an hour, tens of thousands of applicants gathered, young and old. Even those well over 100 years of age. Suen observed the throngs of people, a wave of anxiety washing over him. You all carry on. I'm going back to the car for a nap, he declared, hastily retreating to the vehicle with Xiao Xiao in tow. The three women could not help but smile. Subsequently, Xueqingyu took charge of record-keeping. Lu Hui handled inquiries, and Li Xiaoyu ensured order as they methodically began the recruitment process. Of course, they were not interested in just anyone. Firstly, appearance was paramount. They required candidates to be striking, if not stunning, then at least on par with the class beauty, with an absolute minimum standard of 80 points in looks. Secondly, and most crucially, they sought loyalty and obedience. Those with insufficient obedience would be dismissed outright, regardless of their beauty. Originally, there were only these two stringent criteria, but Li Xiaoyu unexpectedly added one more, cleanliness. This referred specifically to physical cleanliness, indicating an absence of any unremovable filth. As Li Xiaoyu put it, she did not wish to recruit women of questionable repute, as Suen's minor indiscretions could lead to far more troubling consequences. Her concern was for the collective. If Suen were to become tainted, none of them would escape unscathed. Lu Hui cast a knowing glance in Suen's direction and, with a slight smile, incorporated this criterion. Xueqingyu rolled her eyes at Li Xiaoyu, yet tacitly agreed. Although Li Xiaoyu's expression was somewhat crude, her reasoning held merit, better safe than sorry. Though there were only 3 requirements, they were already quite stringent, indeed a selection process akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, they did not intend to recruit a large number of individuals. According to Suen's initial plan, a maximum of 200 would suffice, with 100 being a reasonable compromise. Gazing at the sea of applicants, the process was sure to take considerable time. Yet, with the 80-point appearance benchmark firmly in place, the preliminary screening would not be overly laborious. While the women were busy with their tasks, Suen lounged in his seat, sipping juice and listening to music, with the attentive maid Xiao Xiao at his side. As he enjoyed his leisure, he scanned the crowd through the car window, searching for signs of awakened beings. His intention to recruit members was entirely a preparatory measure for the impending second apocalypse. To thrive in the chaotic times ahead, a sufficient number of hands was indispensable. Having lived once more, he held no grand ambitions, only a desire to venture further and live longer, much like the name of his adventure group suggested. Based on his initial estimates, 200 elite individuals would be adequate, transforming them into a formidable force of awakened beings, an unimaginable strength in this apocalyptic world. Here, it was not the quantity of people that mattered, but their quality. Too many would only become a burden. Chapter 50. Simultaneously courting 200 maidens? Before he could forge this elite squad, he needed to resolve 2 pressing issues. Firstly, he required 200 transferable abilities that were not too mediocre, and secondly, each of the 200 members must possess a favorability rating exceeding 60. The difficulty of either of these tasks is substantial. The former could be accomplished over time as the number of awakeners increased, allowing for an aggressive acquisition of abilities through diligent effort. However, the latter presented a distinct challenge, as a favorability rating of 60 signifies a level of affection akin to admiration. This implies that he must charm 200 individuals, each of whom must be won over to achieve a favorability score of 60. This is not merely a question of difficulty or effort. It inspires a sense of overwhelming powerlessness at the mere thought of such an endeavor. One can only strive to do their best. Once certain decisions are made, retreat becomes impossible. What is a scoundrel in the face of such challenges? As he stands on the brink of the second phase, a myriad of tasks await him. Recruitment opportunities should be seized now. Once the second apocalypse arrives, the chance to enlist others will become a mere matter of fate. Unlike the current situation, where he can carefully select from a multitude of candidates, Rather than waiting for a moment of regret in the future, it is wiser to act decisively in the present. Opportunities often favor the audacious. A C-grade ability, Stone Skin. At last, he has found one. After scanning the crowd for some time, Suen finally spotted an Awakener. He quickly donned a hooded jacket, stealthily exited the vehicle, and approached the Awakener with caution. It was not that he preferred to skulk in the shadows. Rather, he wished to keep his ability to seize others' powers a secret. Perhaps on one or two occasions he might remain undetected, but if he continued to accumulate powers, even the most oblivious would begin to suspect him. The consequence of that would be a relentless pursuit by all Awakeners. The mere thought of such a scenario was enough to unsettle his resolve and weaken his resolve to act. Thus, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. Suen ambled casually to the Awakener's side, discreetly retrieved a loaf of bread from his spatial pocket, and silently dropped it at the man's feet. He then patted the Awakener on the shoulder. "Brother, you dropped your bread." The man quickly glanced down, perplexed. "I didn't bring any." "Oh, haha. Thank you, my friend." After a moment of confusion, he chuckled and, with a smile, bent down to pick up the bread, tucking it into his jacket. No need for thanks. Exchanging one loaf for an ability seems quite reasonable, does it not? In the end, his kindness may have been his downfall. He could have taken the ability without compensation, but chose to offer bread in return. Truly, he was exasperated. Moreover, he was performing a noble deed. By stripping away the Awakener's ability, he rendered him no longer an Awakener, theoretically allowing a chance for reawakening. A C-grade ability is hardly desirable. Who knows what he might awaken into next time? Perhaps a B-grade, an A-grade, or even an S-grade ability. Therein lies boundless potential and a bright future. This act of kindness was akin to a rebirth. Not only did he not charge a fee, but he also gifted a precious loaf of bread as a gesture of goodwill. Such benevolence was immeasurable. With that, Suen strolled away, hands in his pockets, only to be startled by a terrified scream from behind. "Where's my ability? Why can't I use it?" Suen wandered through the crowd for nearly half an hour before discovering another awakened individual, possessing a D-level sharpened perception, marginally acceptable. "Excuse me, is that half a loaf of bread on the ground yours?" "Oh yes, thank you. I almost lost it, which would have been quite distressing, haha." "No need for thanks. Your happiness is what truly matters." This newfound ability, being merely of D rank, could be approximated to the worth of half a loaf of bread. With yet another ability in hand, Suen resumed his aimless wandering. However, after an extensive search, he still failed to locate any other awakened individuals. Gazing into the vast sea of humanity, one could not quite label it disappointment, but it certainly bordered on profound disillusionment. Upon reflection, though, such a reality seemed quite reasonable. Across the entirety of Sioux City, there were approximately 4,000 awakened individuals scattered throughout, and this talent market was but one among many. It was hardly likely to encounter an awakened person with ease. Furthermore, most awakened individuals were highly sought after by various factions, seldom needing to traverse the land in search of employment. Once their abilities were revealed, they were typically pursued with fervor. How could such exceptional talents willingly endure the sweltering sun in search of trivialities during these trying times? Having come to this conclusion, Suen decided to cease his search. Those who wished to seek would do so at their own discretion. Others might assist him in stockpiling food, so why not abilities as well? One must learn to be adaptable. Once others had recruited sufficient awakened individuals, he could return bearing a basket of bread as a gesture of goodwill. If one basket seemed insufficient, he could always bring two. He was hardly one to be stingy. Now, he awaited the arrival of Tiger Lord 20. Upon returning to the recruitment point, Suen found that the recruitment process was proceeding rather smoothly, albeit the two corpses lying nearby hinted at some turbulence in the operation. Quite a number of individuals had already been recruited, over 200, to be precise, all strikingly beautiful women. Even in the picturesque city of Suzhou, it was a rare sight to behold such a gathering, especially during these apocalyptic times. As Suen returned, Lu Hui gracefully approached him, reporting, "Master, we have successfully recruited 218 individuals, exceeding our expectations by 18. However, I recommend we recruit a few more. With today's influence, news will spread swiftly, and we can anticipate a greater influx in the coming days. Let us continue recruiting for another 2 days, followed by a thorough evaluation to eliminate those who do not meet our standards, retaining only those who qualify. After several rounds of selection, we shall ultimately narrow it down to the top 200. What are your thoughts?" Suen nodded without further thought, extending his hand to brush away a speck of dust from Lu Hui's collar. "Let us proceed as you suggested. You may take full responsibility for the recruitment process. There is no need to consult me on every detail." He had complete confidence in Lu Hui's capabilities. As a former owner of a publicly listed company, She was undoubtedly more adept at hiring than he was. "Thank you, Master," Lu Hui replied, gazing at Suan with tenderness, her expressive eyes shimmering with emotion. The intensity of her gaze made Suan feel slightly bashful, as he awkwardly touched his nose. "What is the situation with those corpses?" Lu Hui snapped back to reality. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she explained. "The ones who caused trouble earlier were dealt with by Xiao Yu, who dispatched them with a knife." "Well done. In the future, if anyone comes looking for trouble, regardless of their identity, eliminate them on the spot. By the way, were any of them awakened?" "It seems 2 of them were awakened. One possessed a B-grade ability, while the other had an E-grade ability, but neither could withstand Xiao Yu's strike and were swiftly dispatched." Upon hearing this, Suan couldn't help but wince. A pang of sorrow struck his heart. Those were no mere troublemakers. They were his prized assets. 2 exceptional abilities lost just like that. Punishment is necessary. Tonight, she must play an instrument for half an hour without pause, he declared resolutely. "Also, in the future, if you encounter any awakened individuals, try to capture them alive. They could be invaluable for my research on abilities. If you come across an S-grade awakened, report to me directly without engaging." "Understood, Master," Lu Hui affirmed. The recruitment efforts continued until dusk, hastily concluding at last. Originally set to recruit 200 individuals, they had astonishingly amassed 400 within a single day, far exceeding expectations. The large buses that arrived could barely accommodate 200, and doubling that was an overwhelming challenge. The vehicles would surely be pushed to their limits, likely overheating in the process. Chapter 51. Bringing 400 maidens home? Suan had no choice but to clandestinely retrieve his motorcycle and ride back to the city. In the shadows, he extracted a spare bus from his spatial abilities and drove it back. Although it was troublesome, it was all for the sake of safety. Such spatial powers were exceedingly rare, even more so than S-rank abilities. Anyone witnessing him conjure a bus from thin air would undoubtedly deduce that the entire supply of the Chongqing Adventurers Group resided with him. It was imperative to keep this under wraps, at least until the Adventurers Group was fully established. With 2 buses, it was just barely enough to accommodate 400 people. And even then, it was an uncomfortable squeeze. Suan took the wheel of one bus, while the other required a skilled driver to be found on site. Fortunately, a young woman who could drive was indeed present. Thus, the 2 buses, brimming with passengers, slowly made their way toward the city. Riding ahead on the motorcycle was Li Xiaoyu, carrying Xue Qingyu. They were clearing the path. The women inside the buses, upon seeing the vehicles heading into the city, began to scream in fright. To ordinary individuals, the city resembled a den of cannibals, teeming with flesh-eating zombies. Driving boldly into such a place felt akin to courting death. Immediately, over 20 women demanded to stop the buses, leaping out and fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Suan did not intervene. Viewing it as a natural selection process, the more who left, the better. He could inform everyone that their destination was indeed the city and could not guarantee their safety. Those who wished to withdraw were free to do so now. He would not compel anyone to remain. Lu Hui understood Suan's intention and immediately stood up to speak. The women were even more terrified upon hearing this, and again, dozens more exited the buses. In the blink of an eye, the number of remaining passengers dwindled from 400 to merely 300. The ones who stayed clung to a mindset of taking a gamble, gritting their teeth to persist. In the worst-case scenario, they might perish. Yet if luck favored them, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a place of unprecedented comfort in this arduous apocalyptic world. Were there any who wished to leave? As the bus approached the city center, those who wished to turn back would find it too late. After repeatedly asserting her stance, Lu Hui noticed that no one left, and only then did she produce the employment list to call names. The names of those who departed were circled, rendering them ineligible for reapplication in the following days. Following this brief interlude, the bus resumed its journey, gradually penetrating deeper into the city. Faced with this forsaken domain where few dared to tread, the hearts of the young women aboard raced with trepidation. Initially, they encountered only sporadic hardened zombies. But soon they were beset by an unending tide of corpses and advanced evolutionary types of zombies, bloated ones that exploded, airborne jumpers, those with tongues extending several meters, and corrosive types that spewed green acid. The variety was staggering, many of which were unfamiliar to them. At this juncture, they comprehended why the depths of the city were deemed a forbidden ground for humanity. This place had long ceased to be suitable for human presence. It belonged solely to the undead. As they ventured further into this perilous territory, the timid among them stifled whimpers behind their hands. As Lu Hui had warned, once they arrived here, it was too late for regrets. They could only resign themselves to fate. Fortunately, these zombies were merely a fright to the novices who had long evaded such encounters. With 2 S-class awakened individuals leading the way, there was little cause for concern. Especially with Suan, the humanoid walking cheat, providing support and assurance against any unexpected mishaps. Li Xiaoyu and her companion, Xue Qingyu, had long grown accustomed to facing peril. Occasionally, they would venture out to practice against a few zombies, as those nearby were becoming insufficient for their needs. Most of the time, Li Xiaoyu would ride her bike, while Xue Qingyu remotely controlled lightning to dispatch zombies. They would only join forces against particularly formidable foes, such as the giant variants, aiming for a swift resolution. After approximately an hour of unsteady travel, the bus finally reached its destination. Li Xiaoyu, carrying her saber, charged towards the trailing horde of zombies, swiftly cleaving through several with each swing. The hardened types crumbled before her as if made of mere paper. Gradually, she found herself reveling in the chaos, laughing maniacally. Die. Die, all of you die. Ha ha. It seemed she had awakened something peculiar within herself. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyu focused on eliminating specialized zombies from a distance, such as the explosive and corrosive types, which were ill-suited for close combat. Under the coordination of these two S-class awakened individuals, the once dreaded horde was swiftly vanquished, their numbers decimated in less than 10 minutes. It was not that the zombies were weak, it was simply that their adversaries were overwhelmingly strong. In this world, it was rare to find a pair of S-class awakened beings paving the way. With the zombies eradicated, Li Xiaoyu returned, still craving the thrill of battle. These creatures seemed to be getting smarter, she muttered, recalling a moment when dozens of mutated zombies, realizing their defeat, had turned to flee, lurking in the shadows. As she had suspected, the zombies were indeed evolving. Many had transcended mere instinctual actions, now displaying a nascent intelligence, aware of fear and the instinct to escape. Such alarming evolutionary speed surpassed that of any creature on Earth. At this rate, within 4 to 5 years, zombies would completely evolve into a new species, potentially supplanting humanity as the dominators of this world. The two buses slowly approached the designated safe zone, where the unsettled young women disembarked, glancing around nervously. Suin stepped forward, clapping his hands to gather their attention. With a warm smile, he greeted, "Welcome to the headquarters of the Chongqing Adventure Team. I hope you all have a pleasant time here in the days to come." Chapter 52. Preparing free meals for the ladies. That young man is quite handsome. He seems to be the leader of the adventure team. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Suin clapped his hands again, interrupting their murmurs. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suin, the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Team. You may refer to me as leader, provided you successfully pass the assessment. It's getting late. Let's have something to eat." Everyone took a seat on the ground, their faces filled with curiosity as they complied with Suin's request, eagerly anticipating the meal. No one had expected to arrive to such a feast. How delightful. If only there were some porridge to drink. A piece of bread would suffice. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Suin retrieved 4 large iron pots and a stand from a truck, placing them before the group. He filled the pots with water, piled on firewood, and with a flick of his wrist, ignited the kindling with 4 precise flames. Before long, steam began to rise from the boiling water. Next, he pulled out 4 large burlap sacks, opening 2 to reveal them filled to the brim with potatoes. He promptly dumped the contents into the pots. Upon seeing the abundant potatoes, the young women could hardly contain their excitement. Such fresh ingredients had not graced their eyes in ages, let alone their mouths. It is said that only the upper echelons in large adventure groups are privileged enough to consume potatoes. Many have already begun to salivate. Suin once again opened the remaining 2 burlap sacks, revealing them to be filled to the brim with fresh pork. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the ladies, their eyes widening in disbelief. This was an entire 2 sacks of meat, weighing at least 100 pounds. Since the apocalypse, they had never encountered such a bounty. Most had not even laid eyes on meat, subsisting instead on grass and tree bark. Now, faced with such a feast, the ladies could hardly contain themselves, their mouths watering, almost wishing to plunge directly into the iron pot, the sounds of swallowing echoing all around. Suin calmly poured the meat into the iron pot and retrieved a bag of salt, dividing it into 4 portions to add to the mixture. At this moment, the ladies could no longer contain their excitement. There were even seasonings. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, seasonings had become exceedingly scarce, especially salt. It had been ages since anyone had tasted its flavor. Is this truly for us? They wondered. Suin smiled subtly, offering no answer, but instead instructed. You have 5 minutes to form 4 teams, with each team designating a temporary representative to assist in the distribution of the food. Upon hearing this, the ladies beamed with joy, realizing that this food was indeed meant for them. It was almost beyond belief. In no time, they organized themselves into 4 orderly lines, each consisting of 75 members, totaling 300 individuals. Each group swiftly selected a temporary representative. Thus, 300 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the 4 large iron pots. Awaiting the food to be thoroughly cooked, the young maid Xiao Qiao brought over a stool for Suan to sit upon, while holding a small tray with a glass of red wine, standing by in readiness for Suan to indulge at any moment. It must be said that Xiao Qiao's performance during this time has greatly pleased Suan, who pondered the possibility of finding a suitable ability for her as well. After approximately half an hour, the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, indicating that it had indeed reached perfection. "It's ready. The 4 representatives may come forward," Suan announced. The bowls and chopsticks were retrieved from the truck and distributed. Once the utensils were set, the food could be served. Each person would receive a potato, 2 spoonfuls of meat, and a bowl of meat soup. The 4 representatives hurriedly rushed to the truck to fetch the bowls and chopsticks and began the distribution as per Suan's prior instructions. The young women lined up to receive their portions, returning to their spots to devour the food ravenously. Some even wept as they ate, overwhelmed by the experience. It seemed as though everyone was lost in a dream, hardly believing they could enjoy such exquisite cuisine. Before long, the 4 large pots of food had been entirely consumed, the soup drained, and not a scrap of potato skin remained. Observing that the women had finished their meal, Suan smiled and remarked, "It appears you are quite satisfied with the culinary skills of your captain. Delicious beyond words." "Thank you, Captain. Long live the captain. Captain, I want to bear your children." A chorus of cheers erupted among the women, creating a lively scene. Suan raised a hand to quell the jubilations. "Your enjoyment is delightful. But now we must discuss your terms of service. Before you officially become members of our team, you will receive 2 meals a day, with meat served every other day, at a standard similar to what you have experienced today. If there are any queries, feel free to voice them now. After today, I shall not provide further elaboration." A round-faced girl raised her hand to speak. "Go ahead." The round-faced girl stood, her expression puzzled. "Are we not formal members yet?" Suan shook his head, refraining from a direct answer, instead gazing at the women with a wry smile. "What do you think of the terms we offer in our adventuring team?" "Exceptionally favorable. Far better than any adventuring team I have encountered. Even A-grade awakened individuals do not receive such benefits." The other women nodded in agreement. Suan then spread his hands, asking, "So, what can you contribute to our adventuring team?" The young women exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the astonishing treatment they were receiving. Akin to that of an S-rank awakener, they were merely ordinary individuals, capable at most of scavenging for supplies and engaging in menial labor, yet likely to find that their efforts yielded less than they consumed. Previously preoccupied with the job application process, they had little time to contemplate their worthiness of such exceptional treatment. Each woman present possessed a modicum of confidence in her appearance, for they were indeed selected from a multitude for their beauty. However, in this current world, the allure of an ordinary person holds little value. It is the Awakener sisters whose beauty commands true worth. The benefits afforded by the Longxing Adventure Group were staggering. Not even a month's worth of food would suffice to match the cost of acquiring them all. "I can manage on just 1 meal every 2 days, one remarked. "So can I." Even that is a considerable improvement. After having tasted meat, none of us wished to relinquish the opportunity to join the Longxing Adventure Group. Suan shook his head once more. "I lack nothing save for food. Whether you dine twice a day or once every 2 days bears no significance to me. Frankly, the value you provide is far outweighed by the resources expended in your upkeep. I am no philanthropist. However, you are not entirely devoid of worth. Your sole contribution can be an unwavering loyalty to me. Do you understand?" Chapter 53. The selection begins, an unexpected encounter in the ensuing 7 days. You will be subjected to assessments. Those who pass will remain, enjoying the same benefits as during the recruitment phase, while those who fail will be dismissed without hesitation. Additionally, I must caution you, the assessment process is not without peril, and fatalities are commonplace. You have one last opportunity to reconsider after tonight. Your fate, life or death, will rest solely in my hands. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to step forward. Tomorrow, I will ensure your safe departure. Consider this meal a complimentary gesture, with no strings attached. You remain free." As these words fell, the young women exchanged glances, yet none chose to abandon their aspirations. After the meal, each contemplated the implications of their situation. The wealth and power of the Longxing Adventure Group surpassed ordinary comprehension, and the treatment they received was indeed akin to that of an S-rank awakener. If they could merely secure a place within the group, they would awaken from their dreams with smiles. Such a rare opportunity lay before them. If not now, when would they dare to strive? The prospect of death? What does it matter? It is not as though death is inevitable. To speak bluntly, we are all but a single thread of life, destined to scurry like rats in the sewers or become mere playthings for the whims of others. In the face of potential perversion, One might even be toyed with to the point of demise. Yet, everyone wears a resolute expression, unwilling to yield. It is the fool who would choose surrender. I sincerely hope that you will not come to regret the choices you have made. Suan then summoned the 3 ladies of Xueqingyu. First, he pointed to Lu Hui and announced, "This lady will serve as your chief examiner, Lu Hui." He then gestured to Qiao Qiao, stating, "This is your logistics minister, Yu Qiao Qiao." Next, he introduced Li Xiaoyu. "This is your chief instructor, Li Xiaoyu." Finally, he indicated Xueqingyu, "And this lady is your vice captain, Xueqingyu." Upon hearing Suan designate her as vice captain, Xueqingyu was taken aback. She believed Lu Hui was far more suited for such a role. She would have been content merely serving as a secretary to Suan. Suan seemed to sense her thoughts and gently reassured her, "Qingyu, I have faith in your capabilities." Though she appeared serene and demure, Xueqingyu was astute and discerning, embodying the essence of loyalty and intelligence. It was indeed fitting for her to occupy this position. "Thank you. I shall not let you down," Xueqingyu responded, her fist clenched gently. Since Suan had chosen her, she was determined to dedicate herself wholeheartedly in return. "I believe in you," Suan affirmed, before providing further instructions regarding the assessments. "Just follow your instincts. I have but one request. The higher your compliance, the better." After relaying his instructions, Suan stepped aside, adopting the role of an onlooker. This assessment served not only to evaluate the new members, but also to gauge the abilities of the ladies around him. The women, far from discontent with Suan's decision to take a back seat, displayed expressions of excitement. For too long, it had been Suan who tirelessly labored for their collective benefit. They had contributed little. Now, an opportunity had arisen to repay him, while simultaneously proving their worth. And their spirits were buoyant. Ultimately, after deliberation, the 4 women agreed that Lu Hui would devise the assessment plan, with Li Xiaoyu and Qiao Qiao assisting, while Xueqingyu would oversee the final review and approval. Thus, the assessment commenced in earnest. Lu Hui first shuffled the 300 individuals and divided them into 10 small teams, each selecting a temporary captain to lead. Li Xiaoyu and Qiao Qiao fetched 150 blankets from the storage room. Each team would share a blanket, and the participants would spend the night in the courtyard, erecting temporary tents for shelter from the elements. Although the community had several vacant villas capable of accommodating them, those residences were reserved for official team members, accessible only upon passing the assessment. Failure to qualify would result in sleeping on the ground in the courtyard, serving as a subtle yet effective incentive. These individuals were accustomed to residing in dilapidated shelters and sewers, so sleeping on the ground was not unfamiliar. However, the prospect of living in luxurious villas upon successful admission to the team sparked a yearning within them. Most had never experienced such opulence, even before the apocalypse, and it was only natural to feel a longing for it. As for Xueqingyu, her responsibilities included approving the distribution of supplies and reviewing the participants' backgrounds, scrutinizing their pre-apocalyptic professions, experiences after the collapse, educational histories, relationship statuses, and personal details such as addresses, ages, heights, and measurements. Any discrepancies discovered would result in immediate disqualification, while those who reported falsehoods would receive additional evaluation points. Once everything was meticulously arranged, the new recruits stood in orderly formation, divided into 10 lines. Lu Hui stepped forward and calmly declared, "The assessment officially commences now. I hope you will not disappoint the master." "Excuse me, examiner, does the master refer to the captain?" "Yes. You can call the leader master like I do, or you can just call him leader, but you can't use his full name, understand?" "Understood. Very good. Now, listen to my command. Take off all your clothes, pants, and underwear." Hearing Lu Hui's command, the girls hesitated, but many silently obeyed and began to undress. "There are only women here. What's there to be shy about? As for the leader looking, so be it. If the leader takes a liking to you, you've got a huge advantage indeed." "I said this is an order," Lu Hui repeated calmly. Although the order was somewhat insulting, it was a way to cultivate obedience. Besides, this was nothing. If taking off clothes meant joining the Longevity Adventurer group, there would be tons of people vying for it. The neighborhood couldn't be expanded tenfold. The girls hesitated for a moment and then began to undress, but many were still very shy. Their faces flushed as they glanced at Suan, who was watching the scene unfold not far away. In an instant, spring's first rays peeked through the air, a riot of colors catching the eye. Suan spat out a mouthful of red wine and hurriedly rose to take his leave. Don't look, as if remembering something. He turned back and pointed to a girl in the crowd. "Come with me for a moment." All eyes turned to the girl. She was a woman in her early 20s with fair skin, a stunning figure, and a delicate face. Even among a crowd of beauties, each at least an 80 out of 100, she stood out like a crane among chickens. This natural beauty aroused envy in many. especially since the leader had singled her out immediately. She was probably favored by the leader. She was incredibly lucky. The girl froze, quickly covering her face with her hands. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Didn't you hear your master calling you? Hurry up and go over there. It's an honor that the master has taken a liking to you. What you should do is obey the master's orders with a sense of honor. I'll say it again. From now on, everything you have belongs to the master. The master's orders are absolute, even if it means your death. You must obey. Suin was speechless and rubbed his forehead. He felt like Lu Hui was some kind of cult priest, brainwashing these naive girls. Could his adventuring group have turned into a cult? However, it has been suggested that allowing someone to take full responsibility is not appropriate for interference. Thus one must acquiesce. Moreover, he is not enamored with the young lady. Rather, it is astonishing that this young girl is, in fact, an awakened one, and to some extent, a familiar acquaintance, having crossed paths twice in a past life during the apocalypse, though the memories were somewhat faint until now. The girl bit her lip, picked up the clothing from the ground to cover herself, and, with her head bowed, approached Suin. Commander, she said. Upon witnessing the uncontainable beauty before him, Suin discreetly averted his gaze, touching his nose. Put on your clothes and follow me. Chapter 54. Memories like smoke. Suin sat on the sofa, calmly observing the flustered girl before him. Ability, healing A, wealth, 3. He had previously noted that this girl was an awakened individual. Her ability level reaching an impressive A rank, second only to S rank. Her power, a rare type of supportive healing, could prove more effective than many S ranks in certain situations. Yet, it was peculiar that she had not disclosed her identity as an awakened from the outset. Such a revelation would yield only benefits, not drawbacks. Why, then, did she remain silent? Suin once suspected that she might be a spy sent by another faction. But upon further contemplation, he deemed it improbable. Who would willingly send their precious gem into the jaws of danger? Furthermore, he had yet to encounter any other forces, making it unlikely for him to attract unwanted attention so soon. Thus, he chose to quietly observe her. It was only when the girl shed her clothing that a long-buried memory surged forth, flooding his mind like a tidal wave. It was the 4th year since the apocalypse had befallen humanity, marking the onset of the 4th cataclysm. At that time, he had become a disabled man, having lost a leg. Although he had managed to survive until then, the absence of a limb left him without refuge or companionship. He was a lone wolf. In his desperate quest for survival, he dared to engage in any act, consuming whatever he could find. He had resorted to theft and robbery, desperate to stave off starvation. Ultimately, in a bold act of thievery, he found himself at the mercy of the Black Rose, the notorious women's military faction founded by Xue Qingyu in his previous life. Upon being caught, he anticipated a brutal punishment, convinced he would meet his end, for no man had ever survived defending the Black Rose. Strangely, however, he was inexplicably released, becoming the sole man to walk away alive from their grasp. Not only did the Black Rose grant him freedom, but they also bestowed upon him over 100 pounds of food, a staggering fortune in an era where food scarcity was tenfold worse than in the initial days of the apocalypse. Such a gift was unprecedented. Moreover, they offered him a wife, an A-class healer named Qing Xia, one of the 10 most beautiful women of the Black Rose, renowned as the Angel of Midsummer. It was said that some would willingly trade 2 jars of cherished spicy sauce just for a glimpse of her, a testament to her overwhelming popularity. After the 3rd apocalypse, a single jar could easily barter for 2 school beauties, illustrating Qing Xia's esteemed status. At the time, Suin accepted the food but dared not claim the beauty. It was not a matter of desire, but rather the impossibility of doing so. Her admirers were fervent, and accepting her would surely lead to his demise at their hands. Weakness, in essence, was a crime, and even a windfall from the heavens might prove too heavy for one so frail to bear. Indubitably, it was the largesse of the Black Rose that enabled him to endure the 4th apocalypse, allowing him to survive into the 10th year of the end times. Yet, he never fathomed why the Black Rose had chosen to assist him, leaving him with an unrepayable debt of gratitude. The girl before him now was none other than Qing Xia, once one of the 10 beauties of the Black Rose. However, he had not dared to scrutinize her closely at the time, resulting in a rather vague recollection of her features. Clothed, she was unrecognizable. Yet even amidst his extensive encounters with women throughout his lives, Qing Xia's form would rank among the top 10. As the past faded like smoke, Suin gradually regained his composure. He never anticipated encountering Qing Xia so swiftly in this life. It seemed a twist of fate. He approached her and inquired gently, I am curious as to why you conceal your identity as an awakener. With your A-class status, any adventuring group would offer you commendable treatment. Upon hearing Suin's words, Qing Xia's face turned pale, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. How do you know? She stammered. Suin smiled, refraining from elaborating. Do share the reason behind your choice to hide your identity within our adventuring group. Do not claim it is solely for better treatment, for that has no bearing on your concealment and would only render you more suspicious. Qingxia bit her lip, unable to meet Su En's gaze, vacillating between speaking and remaining silent. Are you reluctant to share? Or is it something you cannot disclose? Su En's expression gradually turned cold. Qingxia immediately waved her hands in desperation. No, I only applied after I saw you. Oh, do we know each other? I don't recall. Su En replied. I saw you at the Longhu gang. It was you who killed all the members, allowing me to escape. Qingxia explained, her voice trembling. Su En furrowed his brow. Did I? Although he had only passed through the Longhu gang briefly, he was certain he had not seen Qingxia there. Moreover, the women inside the gang had been scantily dressed, and given Qingxia's impressive stature, it was unlikely he would have forgotten her entirely. There were circumstances. I was locked in a cage behind the dance hall at first, so you didn't see me. After Xiao Yu and others helped me out, I spotted you in a corner, Qingxia hurriedly clarified. Su En stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before glancing at the progress bar hovering above Qingxia's head, which read, Affection level 50. Such a high level of affection indicated a considerable degree of trust and fondness. It was improbable that someone with whom he had no connection would possess such a level of affection. Considering Qingxia's previous statements, it was very likely that her account was indeed true. Were you clothed at that time? He inquired. Yes, the Tiger Master wanted me to obey his commands. When I refused, I was imprisoned. They didn't harm me, just withheld food, Qingxia replied, her complexion slightly reddening as she tugged at her tattered clothing. Su En chuckled, half amused. You are so confident that you can conceal your identity as an awakener and still join our adventure group? Qingxia, feeling guilty, lowered her head and buried it in her chest, choosing silence. Su En shook his head, laughing helplessly. Little girl, trying to take shortcuts? It must be Xiao Yu who assured you she could help you join, right? Qingxia, flustered, lifted her head and stammered. It's not Xiao Yu's fault. I. Su En raised his hand. No need to be so nervous. This is not a big deal. With your qualifications, you are entirely eligible to join our adventure group. I just hope you won't attempt to conceal anything in the future, understood? I understand, Captain. I swear I won't do it again. She promised earnestly. All right, you may leave. Also, bring Xiao Yu here. It really isn't Xiao Yu's fault. I never told her I have abilities. Ever since I was captured by the Tiger Master, I dared not speak of my powers. Over time, I unconsciously began to hide it. I've already said this is just a small matter. It's in the past. I have other things to discuss with Xiao Yu. Really? I'll go right away. Please don't be angry. Upon noticing Su En's dissatisfaction, Qingxia quickly bowed her head and hurried out. Moments later, Xiao Yu appeared, all smiles, clinging to Su En and offering a back rub and leg massage, eager to appease him. Honey, I was wrong. Please don't be upset. At the Longhu gang, you were probably trying to help her, right? You knew each other beforehand? I've seen her a few times at the comic convention. Qingxia is quite a renowned figure in the Sea Circle. When she cosplays as Ari and Sona, she is incredibly authentic. You will definitely love it after seeing her. She is exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 55. Qingxia joins the group. Half an hour later, Su En walked out of the villa, invigorated, with Xiao Yu trailing behind. At that moment, the new members in the courtyard were each filling out a form with their details. Sister Xiao Yu, why is your face so flushed? Xiao Qiao, with a hint of confusion, inquired as she noticed Li Xiao Yu's rosy complexion. The weather has been extremely hot lately, and I indulged in some spicy snacks, which has caused a bit of a heat rash, Li Xiao Yu explained with a dry chuckle. Make sure to invite me whenever you have delicious food in the future. As good sisters, we should share both joys and hardships, Xiao Qiao insisted. Absolutely, I promise, Li Xiao Yu nodded vigorously. Nearby, Lu Hui overheard their conversation and shot Li Xiao Yu a flirtatious glance. Her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she said nothing. Xiang'an approached the focused Qingxia, gently tapping her shoulder while activating his ability to seize. Let's see what I can acquire from you, he mused. Detected a potential target for acquisition. Please select the direction of acquisition, ability duplication successful, acquired ability, healing A. I almost forgot about duplicating abilities. However, it's merely duplication, not extraction. I shall observe Qingxia for a while. If she proves inadequate, I can simply extract it. If her compliance and affinity increase swiftly, extraction may not be necessary. Startled by the sudden tap, Qingxia turned to find Xiang'an before her, hastily greeting him, her expression filled with concern, fearing he had come to address the earlier incident. Captain, please don't be so tense. I'm not a monster that devours people. Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. Welcome to the Chongqing Adventure Group. As the first new member, you may choose which villa you wish to reside in, and you can move in tonight. For supplies, You can collect them from Xiao Xiao, he announced. Upon hearing Xiang An's words, everyone's gaze turned toward Qingxia in unison. What? She passed the assessment so quickly? It's over before it even began. Damn connections. She must have pulled some strings, they muttered, frustration evident in their expressions. Many girls felt a pang of jealousy. Their sentiments sourer than consuming 10 lemons. They thought their appearances were no less than Qingxiao's. So why had fortune favored her? I could do it too. It was truly a case of different fates for the same kind. Qingxia, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and bowed gratefully to Xiang'an. Thank you, Captain. I will certainly do my best. Xiang'an nodded. I look forward to your performance. I recall your primary profession is a doctor, correct? You will accompany the examiner during assessments, assisting in checking the team members' health and treating the injured. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Qingxia nodded repeatedly, confident in her abilities. Before the apocalypse, she was a gynecologist, and after awakening her healing powers, she felt assured in her medical prowess. After delivering his instructions, Xiang'an turned to leave. The others regarded Qingxia with increasing envy. Not only did she join the group directly, but she also leaped into a management position. Just then, Xiang'an's voice echoed back. I forgot to mention, she is an A-class healer. How to manage her, you can figure that out yourself. Upon hearing this revelation, the girls suddenly understood, their expressions shifting to astonishment. An A-class awakened? I find myself quite at a loss. It seems that the essence of this experience cannot be replicated. Those who possess an innate advantage when joining such groups truly cannot be imitated. It is far wiser to humbly accept the evaluations at hand. The preliminary assessments persisted until 11 o'clock at night, at which point the young women formed pairs and settled down on the ground to sleep. The courtyard's lights extinguishing in tandem. Beneath the inky night sky, however, the women found themselves too exhilarated to slumber, whispering secrets to one another while gazing dreamily at the opulent villa that loomed nearby. The urban night was shrouded in darkness, occasionally pierced by distant, eerie howls emanating from the shadows. In the moonlight, colossal silhouettes could be seen leaping across the distant buildings. It suddenly dawned on the women that they were indeed in the heart of a city notorious for its dangers, exposed beneath the open sky. A mere thought of this sent shivers down their spines, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Do you think a zombie might burst in to devour us at midnight? Stop saying such things, it's utterly terrifying. This is the city center, after all. Who knows what kind of creature could stealthily approach us in the dead of night? Please, stop. I'm afraid. These exchanges diluted their earlier excitement, fear creeping into their hearts. The more timid among them buried their heads beneath their covers, unwilling to show themselves. At that moment, one young woman pointed towards the entrance, exclaiming, Look, what is that? Following her gaze, the group beheld a shadow the size of a calf, quietly crouched by the community gate, observing them intently. The figure resembled a four-legged creature, its enormous eyes reflecting a green light in the moonlight, akin to two luminous bulbs. A monster. Ah! Several women shrieked in terror, scrambling to a nearby villa, trembling and too frightened to show their faces. They completely disregarded the earlier warning from Lu Hui, which strictly prohibited leaving the courtyard after dark. The creature slowly rose and approached a trash bin, discarding something it had been holding in its mouth before ambling into the courtyard. Those who had not fled were no longer calm. A few more were so frightened that they ran away, while others gritted their teeth, determined to endure. Some were so paralyzed by fear that their legs weakened, rendering them unable to run. Just as they anticipated the creature would pounce upon them in a frenzy, it unexpectedly turned, striding away with an elegant, cheerful gait. It appeared some had not taken my warnings to heart. At that moment, Lu Hui emerged from a distant villa, her expression composed, as a flame flickered to life in her hand, illuminating the dark courtyard. Bathed in the glow of the fire, they finally discerned the creature's true form, a massive black cat adorned with azure scales. Its name was Wang Kai, the pet of the owner, who had merely descended to dispose of some trash. Wang Kai cast a glance at the still terrified women, meowing, How absurd. I have long since lost my taste for such tough and sour human flesh. Now I have an abundance of leftovers to savor. Chapter 56. The Malevolent Bloom of Lu Hui. Ultimately, Lu Hui publicly declared that the 8 girls who attempted to flee had failed the assessment, thus forfeiting their chance to join the Chongqing Adventure Group. Several of the girls immediately sank to the ground, weeping in despair. However, there was little sympathy to be found among their peers. Lu Hui had previously reiterated her stipulations time and again. Having defied them, they must now brace themselves for elimination. Were they not afraid? They merely gritted their teeth and endured. I hope you will steadfastly remember each requirement I previously articulated. Any transgression will result in immediate expulsion. Furthermore, the courtyard may indeed be infiltrated by zombies, so it is advisable not to sleep too soundly. Your only recourse is to fight with your lives on the line. Should there be any further attempts to escape, the consequence will be death, Lu Hui coldly remarked before turning and returning to the villa. The entrance assessment for the Chongqing Adventure Group was even more stringent than they had anticipated. This was merely the first day, and they could only speculate about the grueling trials that lay ahead. The girls had no choice but to deliberate and select a few among them to take turns keeping watch. Thus, amidst their trepidation, the night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Suen descended the stairs after having breakfast with a few girls, while Qing Xia had already been waiting downstairs. "Good morning, Captain," she greeted. Suen nodded after breakfast. "Come join us." "Thank you, Captain," Qing Xia replied, somewhat taken aback. Li Xiaoyu gave Qing Xia a knowing wink, clearly attributing her good fortune to the whispers of the previous night. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a sea of girls sporting dark circles under their eyes. A night spent in fear meant that only a few had managed to find sleep, barring the few who could effortlessly drift off as soon as they touched their blankets. "Lu Hui, today you and Qing Xia shall remain to continue the assessment. The rest will accompany me to recruit new members." "Understood, Master." Suen casually instructed before departing with Xue Qingyu and the others, driving the bus out of the community. Lu Hui revealed a benevolent smile to the assembly of young women, expressing her confidence that they had all experienced an unforgettable night. Yet, this was merely the beginning. "In the forthcoming moments, I shall endeavor to instill in you the understanding that dignity is utterly worthless. Your lives are even less significant than wild grass." Lu's expression swiftly transformed into one of brutality as she gnawed her nails. After partaking in the Master's personally crafted meal, the audacity of not kneeling in gratitude was intolerable. "I, too, have never tasted such honor and cannot bear your arrogance. It is a sacrilege against the Master, utterly unforgivable. You are merely the Master's dogs, or rather, his followers, the most devout acolytes, servants willing to offer everything to him." Lu Hui's eyes brimmed with fervor and madness. From the moment Suen rescued her from the Hai Tian Hotel, she became irreversibly enamored with that godlike man. When Suen bestowed upon her extraordinary abilities, her infatuation instantly morphed into fervent devotion. She regarded Suen as a deity. Her affection for him was overwhelming, a fervor born from 30 years devoid of romantic experience, now festering within her heart to an extreme degree. However, when Li Xiaoyu suggested an additional requirement for joining the group, maintaining purity, the casual remark struck her deeply. At 15, she had been coerced into bearing the child of that scoundrel, already a mother, her innocence long lost. The girls surrounding Suen appeared as pristine as clear springs, and the mere recollection of that scoundrel's visage made her feel nauseous. Moreover, she was a full decade older than Suen, her youth a distant memory. "You were born before I was, and now I am old." This disparity bred her insecurity and anguish, leading to nights filled with tears and despair, ensnared in profound self-doubt. Ultimately, under the influence of these distorted emotions, the flower of madness quietly blossomed, as she surrendered everything, even her soul. Should Suen glimpse Lu Hui in her current state, he would undoubtedly be astounded, unable to fathom that the elegantly poised young matron could possess such a frenzied side. Akin to the most fervent of cultists. At this moment, he had arrived with Xue Qingyu and others at the recruitment site from yesterday. To his astonishment, the crowd was even larger than before. As the bus came to a halt, a tide of women surged forward. "Here they come. The Chongqing Adventure Group is recruiting. Hurry. Line up, or you'll miss your chance." "Oh dear, can't you young ladies show a bit of courtesy to this old woman?" "Hiss, how old are you, Granny?" 70, but I still get around quite well." "Granny, it's quite a feat to have lived this long. Take my advice, go back where you came from. The Chongqing Adventure Group only recruits beauties." "Humph, I was quite the beauty in my youth. Who knows, I might just get selected." "Oh, will they choose you to fulfill your filial duties?" As on the previous day, Suen was tasked with idling, while Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu were responsible for gathering candidates. However, leveraging the experiences from yesterday, they directly inquired about the candidates' romantic histories and other essential information during the interviews, swiftly eliminating those deemed unsuitable. This, however, significantly increased their workload, compelling the little maid Xiaoqiao to lend a hand. Suen could only lie back in the car, lost in thought, or intentionally seek out other awakened individuals. The outcome was as expected. He did not find a single one. Yet, he harbored no great expectations, so disappointment was not a concern. The only matter requiring attention was whether the awakened individuals from other families had gathered sufficiently, and if he could pay them a visit. His gilded bread was already prepared. In his boredom, Suen decided to take a nap in the car. "I say, young lady, is this how you recruit people? This isn't a beauty pageant. Let me teach you." You need to choose those robust and capable individuals, he murmured in his half-sleep. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices roused Suen from his slumber, prompting him to exit the vehicle out of curiosity. He observed a woman in her 40s animatedly recruiting candidates near Xue Qingyu and her companions, her words flying through the air like spit. Xue Qingyu and the others appeared to be seething with anger but refrained from acting, striving to endure the situation. With a puzzled expression, Suen approached and inquired, "What is happening here?" Before Xue Qingyu could respond, the woman interjected, "Young man, you must be the one in charge. You are quite handsome, resembling a star from television. But you're still too young. Just look at the sort of people these girls are recruiting. It resembles a beauty contest. With their slender arms and legs, they seem pampered. What can they accomplish if you take them home? They'd only be a burden. The world is chaotic. You need to select individuals who are strong and capable of hard work. If you ask me, let me assist you in this matter. With me around, these young girls won't stir up any trouble." Suen was immediately filled with questions. "Who are you, madam?" "Master, she is an awakened individual. You mentioned yesterday to keep those who possess awakening abilities for you." Qiao Qiao interjected, drawing closer to offer an explanation. Upon hearing Qiao Qiao's words, Suen finally understood. Above the woman's head, 2 lines of small characters glimmered. Ability, Jump C. Wealth value, 60. Young man, this is for your own good. Even if your family is prosperous, bringing home so many delicate flowers will only lead to your financial ruin. You cannot afford it. Heed my advice. Let me handle the recruitment. You young folks should observe and learn how I can manage this beautifully." As she spoke, the woman grew increasingly presumptuous, even intending to push Xue Qingyu aside to assume the position of reviewer. Suen, at a loss for words, felt compelled to respond. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap, sending the hefty woman flying. In that instant, he activated his ability to steal, replicating, and extracting wealth value in a swift threefold action. "Teach me how to conduct my affairs." The elderly woman slowly sat up, clutching her swollen cheek. Her once healthy teeth were now few and far between, and her mouth was filled with blood. With a sudden outcry, she exclaimed, "Help! There has been a murder. Someone has been killed at the Alliance Conference." Xian raised his hand and flung a lightning sphere, instantly reducing the woman to mere fragments. "Now, that is what I call killing," he remarked, retracting his hand and instructing Xue Qingyu. "In the future, when encountering such awakened ones, reduce them to mere sticks, leaving just a breath of life." At that moment, a middle-aged man adorned with a hood and a bushy beard emerged from the crowd, applauding with gusto. A smirk played upon his lips, and a cigar hung from his mouth, accompanied by a man and a woman by his side. "My dear brother, you possess quite the temper. Were you not aware that one cannot kill indiscriminately at the Alliance Conference?" Noticing the 2 lines of small text above the man's head, Xian narrowed his eyes. Ability, Incendiary Corruption S. Wealth, 18,000. Another S-class, specializing in the most potent form of venom, Incendiary Corruption. This ability is rather unique. Ranked extremely within S-class combat abilities, it boasts maximum lethality and a fatality rate to match, yet its combat effectiveness and sustainability are severely lacking. The venom released by this ability is nearly instantaneously lethal. Even fellow S-class awakened ones who come into contact with it may find themselves on the brink of death, if not severely injured. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. The range of this ability is extremely limited to less than a meter, and the number of releases is also restricted. Yet, due to its ability to poison discreetly, once the gastric mucosa comes into contact with the venom, salvation becomes nearly impossible. Thus, its lethality is maximized. He is the leader of the Viper Adventure Team, Ma-san. Hiss. The Viper Adventure Team is a large-scale organization, and their leader, known as Ma-Road Top-Han, is rumored to be an S-class awakened one, with venom far more potent than that of the Top-Han snake. A single drop could annihilate hundreds of zombies. What brings him here? How formidable. It is my first encounter with a real-life individual of such stature. The Chongqing Adventure Team is doomed. All major adventure teams have collectively agreed that killing at the Survivor Alliance Conference is prohibited. Violating this rule invites retaliation from other teams. They had already committed murder yesterday and seem indifferent to the consequences. Now they have killed again. This spells disaster for them. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Xian took a moment to recall that there indeed existed such a regulation. In a past life, he had attended this Survivor Alliance Conference. While he was aware of it, Xian paid it little heed. The knowledge of the past belonged to a different existence. What relevance did it hold for this life? Apologies. I must admit I am unfamiliar with this rule. Suen leaned against the car, speaking languidly. The man, observing Suen's audacious demeanor, felt a fleeting chill in his gaze, yet it quickly vanished as he broke into a hearty laugh. "It's not surprising you don't know. You seem unfamiliar to me, as I haven't seen you at the 100 Alliance Conference. The 100 Alliance Conference? I didn't attend. If his memory served him correctly, it had been convened 3 days prior by various factions, though the details remained elusive. After all, he had neither participated in his previous life nor in this one. While others were engaged in serious discussions, he was enjoying a barbecue by the poolside with companions. Initially, he had contemplated attending, but upon further reflection, he decided against it. Following the conference, the Survivor Alliance Assembly was established, accompanied by a multitude of regulations. For instance, one must apply in advance to recruit members at the Survivor Alliance Assembly. It is prohibited to kill indiscriminately, and one cannot seize awakened individuals from other adventurer groups, among other intricate rules. Consequently, he opted not to attend at all. Having never participated, I am entirely unaware. Ignorance of the rules equates to a lack of rules. All regulations exist solely beyond the realm of his powers. Within his sphere of influence, his words are the law. While it is often said that ignorance is bliss, it is rather unacceptable that my brother has already taken a life yesterday and shows no signs of restraint today, Ma-san remarked with a smile. Oh, so according to Captain Ma's implication, you seek an explanation from me? Ma-san waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I am merely curious if your adventuring group hails from afar, as I have never heard of you before. In the current climate, rules serve merely to constrain the weak. Yesterday, Lu Hui unleashed the power of A rank, and an adventuring group boasting an A rank awakened individual can easily disregard such regulations. Ma-san had heard tales of a peculiar adventuring group recruiting ordinary individuals at exorbitant rates, which piqued his curiosity. On one hand, he was intrigued by the rumored A rank fire user. On the other, he was fascinated by the financial prowess of the Chongqing adventuring group. No other organization in Su would dare offer such generous terms. Even he would not be so magnanimous. He could scarcely afford a fraction of such benefits. Although the Viper Adventuring Group is a renowned force, it remains resource-strapped, struggling to sustain its awakened members, sending numerous individuals into the city daily in search of supplies. If they were to pause for just 2 days, their grain reserves would run perilously low by the 3rd day. This plight is not unique to the Viper. Various adventuring groups, large and small, share the same fate. Ultimately, everyone is merely striving for survival, with ordinary individuals managing a meal every 3 days. While adventurers may only secure 1 meal a day, yet they prefer to divide that single meal into 3 portions for appearance's sake. With the standards set by the Chongqing Adventuring Group, it would not take long before all would be in dire straits. It is merely a small group of individuals. It is unsurprising that Captain Ma has not heard of them due to their limited numbers, hence their recruitment initiative. Ah, I see, Ma-san mused thoughtfully. The Chongqing Adventuring Group likely falls into the category of those with ample food, yet few members. Perhaps a mere 10 tons at best, which is a generous estimation. Presuming they possess greater resources than his Viper Adventuring Group, he was certainly holding the Chongqing Adventuring Group in high regard. In this post-apocalyptic world, many young individuals, upon gaining power, have completely abandoned restraint, becoming infatuated by the mere presence of women. The young man before him surely embodies such a persona. I perceive that you are a straightforward and candid individual, my young brother. Would you kindly escort me to your adventuring group? If the opportunity arises, our 2 groups could cultivate a beneficial relationship, aiding one another. What do you think? Chapter 58. Captain Ma, you dropped your bread. Li Xiaoyu had quietly positioned herself behind Suan, her expression resolute as she gripped the blade of the Zhanma knife. With a mere glance from Suan, she would not hesitate to strike down this smiling tiger. Not far away, Xue Qingyu also heightened her vigilance, though her attention was predominantly focused on Xiao Qiao, who remained an ordinary person. Should a conflict arise, she would be the first to shield Xiao Qiao. Noticing the escalating tension, Ma-san chuckled heartily. Ladies, do not be overly anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. As he spoke, Ma-san extended his hand towards Suan. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Ma-san, the captain of the Viper Mercenary Group. May I inquire your esteemed name, young brother? Upon witnessing the scene, Suan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the old man harbored intentions of poisoning him. Fully aware that his adversary might resort to such treachery, Suan nonetheless did not decline the handshake with Ma-san, instead flashing a broad smile. I am Suan, the leader of the Eternal Adventure Team, he declared as their hands clasped. Ma-san's grin widened, his serpent-like eyes sparkling with delight. Suan reciprocated the joy, appreciating the enthusiasm of the elder who had rushed to deliver goods. What a splendid uncle, arriving in haste to bestow gifts upon me. Detected plunderable target. Please select plunder direction. Reproduce supernatural ability, plunder wealth. Reproduction of supernatural ability successful. Acquired ability, scorching divine corruption poison S. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired 18. 000 wealth points, transferred to the vast space. Ah, Team Leader Ma, you've dropped your bread, Suin remarked, feigning surprise as he noted a half loaf at Ma San's feet. The older man looked down in bewilderment, indeed spotting the bread. This isn't mine, ahem. Thank you for the reminder, brother. He chuckled, bending to retrieve the loaf. One cannot fathom the value of rice and oil without managing a household. This half loaf could easily hire 2 awakened individuals, regardless of its ownership. I'll take it. Suin mused, unable to suppress his admiration. This bread is undoubtedly gilded. One would require at least 10 tons of resources to procure such a delicacy. Team Leader Ma, you possess remarkable audacity. Ma San, bewildered, questioned, what nonsense is this? Is this lad unwell? In this day and age, who would trade resources for gold? A gilded loaf cannot possibly equate to 10 tons of goods. He must be a fool. Clearly, this was a naive youth, unacquainted with the perilous world, yet his household must be well stocked, at least 20 tons. Ma San's heart raced, his thoughts fixated on the wealth he desired to seize. He exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby man, who nodded in understanding before vanishing into the crowd. Having observed Suin release lightning earlier, he had discerned the underlying power. Although fleeting, the aura he exuded suggested an A-level electrical ability, potentially even S-level. In a confrontation, Ma San doubted his own chances of victory. However, during their handshake, he had discreetly implanted a poison seed in Suin. With a mere thought, the poison could erupt, compelling even an S-level ability holder to submit. Unless, of course, the adversary also possessed the scorching divine corruption poison ability, an unlikely scenario. For no individual could wield 2 powers simultaneously. His only concern lay with the few women nearby, who appeared to be awakened as well, though their levels remained uncertain. He surmised they wouldn't be too formidable. Once subdued, they could fetch a handsome price at auction, for awakened beauties were a rare commodity. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar erupted from the direction of the city, as a towering 3-meter-tall, giant zombie burst forth, shattering the ground beneath its feet. With brute strength, it effortlessly lifted a discarded car and hurled it into the crowd, where it crashed down upon those unable to evade the onslaught, reducing them to mere pulp. Panic ensued as the crowd shrieked in terror, scattering in all directions. Run! It's the giant zombie tank. Tank is coming. Help! If one were to designate a king within the realm of zombies, the tank before us undoubtedly claims that title. True to its name, the tank is a veritable juggernaut among the undead. With a level of LV8, its defensive capabilities, strength, speed, and regenerative powers are unparalleled, marking it as an apex predator within the zombie hierarchy. Its terrifying prowess could easily annihilate several awakened individuals simultaneously. Even an A-class awakened would consider it a grave misfortune to meet its gaze, as its chosen prey seldom escapes. It pursues its quarry at a staggering speed of 100 yards per hour, relentlessly hurling projectiles with uncanny precision. Furthermore, it possesses innate magical resistance, rendering it immune to most elemental powers below A-class, and its physical defenses are so formidable that even sniper rifles struggle to breach them, let alone ordinary melee weapons. Its recovery rate is equally astonishing. Unless struck by a lethal blow, it can restore itself in the blink of an eye, proving to be an exceptionally vexatious adversary. When confronted with such a creature, one faces a stark dichotomy. Either one vanquishes it or succumbs to its might. There exists no third option. Equipped with a tracking ability, it can reach your doorstep regardless of the distance you flee. To draw a parallel, one might liken it to a zombie version of the notorious Warden of the Island of Sinners, albeit devoid of any supernatural abilities. As Suin observed the tank charging out of the city limits, he was somewhat taken aback. This creature possesses a territorial instinct, typically patrolling its domain and seldom venturing beyond, unless lured or pursuing a target. Upon noticing a figure sprinting ahead of the tank, Suin's realization dawned upon him. It was the man previously seen alongside Ma San. Above his head, 2 lines of text frantically proclaimed, Ability, Provocation C. Wealth Value, 100. It became apparent that this individual had deliberately used his ability to draw the tank out of the city. Once the creature was lured to a designated location, he would deactivate his ability and evade its pursuit, leaving the tank to attack nearby individuals instead. This was a blatant act of misdirection, executed with remarkable finesse. Suin glanced at the composed Ma San, surmising that this old rogue was no stranger to such schemes. At this moment, the tank was engulfed in a frenzy, unleashing a brutal slaughter among the crowd, leaving no victim unscathed beneath its powerful blows. The ground was soon littered with dismembered corpses and mangled flesh. The tank rapidly approached Suin and his companions. Given the creature's rampage, one had to wonder, would Captain Su take measures to eliminate this menace? At a glance, Ma could discern that Captain Su was a master of profound skill, a chivalrous soul deeply committed to loyalty and righteousness. The phrase "a hero with a chivalrous heart" aptly describes a person of Su's caliber. Those who embody the essence of chivalry serve their nation and people. And Ma was certain not to mistake his judgment. Immediately, Ma began to flatter Suin, albeit with a hint of forced enthusiasm. Suin, taken aback, regarded Ma San with astonishment. "Captain Ma, you are absolutely right. You truly understand me," he exclaimed. "Then, Captain Su, please take the lead. I shall assist you. But I would never dare overshadow your brilliance." Suin, feeling somewhat awkward, waved his hand dismissively. "No, that's too weak. This hulking brute is on par with my family's guard dog. If I intervene, it would undermine my dignity." Su's comment was not unfounded. Wang Kai, the guard dog, originally started at level 6. After 2 weeks of leftover food, it had bulked up to level 8, rivaling the strength of a tank. Whether Wang Kai was a cat or a dog was of little consequence. Ma San's lips twitched at these words. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. He nearly lost his composure, contemplating how to exact revenge on this insolent youth. He resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would deliver a couple of slashes to his face to test the limits of his thick skin. Just as Ma San contemplated how to continue his charade with Suin, Li Xiaoyu charged towards the tank, brandishing a large sword. Ma San nearly leapt in delight. Relieved at the prospect of resolving the situation with the women, he discreetly signaled another female subordinate, who understood the cue and also rushed towards the tank. However, her target was not the tank, but rather Li Xiaoyu. The moment Li Xiaoyu faltered, she would launch a surprise attack. Li Xiaoyu, like a tempest, darted before the tank, prompting the ability wielder guiding the tank to gleefully release the taunt ability. With its attacking target gone, the tank momentarily stood bewildered before unleashing a furious roar and locking onto Li Xiaoyu, raising its massive fist to strike her down. Yet, rather than retreating, Li Xiaoyu surged forward, ready to withstand the blow with her sword held high. Observing this, Ma San could not suppress a derisive smile, remarking, "Ah, seeking death. The tank's attacks are not so easily met. Even an A-grade ability wielder specializing in strength would not dare confront a tank head-on. The disparity in physical strength is simply insurmountable." He envisioned the grim scenario of the young girl being sent flying or even meeting her demise at the hands of the tank. What a pity it would be for such a fine female awakener to perish. She was worth a considerable sum. However, the tank's colossal fist struck the edge of Li Xiaoyu's sword with a resounding clang. Contrary to the anticipated carnage, the scene unfolded differently. In an instant, Li Xiaoyu unleashed a flurry of strikes with her sword, a dazzling display of cold light that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. A second later, she slowly sheathed her sword behind her back, the broad blade nearly concealing her petite figure. While Li Xiaoyu became momentarily obscured, the tank remained visible. With a crashing sound, the tank's massive form crumbled into dozens of meat fragments scattered across the ground, having no chance for recovery. The awakener who had initially aimed to ambush Li Xiaoyu was left paralyzed with fear, desperately trying to maintain a facade of nonchalance as they circled back to stand behind Ma San, their head bowed in silence, their calves trembling uncontrollably. Even the well-informed Ma San stumbled momentarily, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What just transpired? He wondered, bewildered. Was the tank defeated in a single blow? Is this sweetness personal? An S-rank awakened. Undoubtedly an S-rank awakened. The Chongqing Adventure Group boasts not one, but 2 S-rank awakened. This was indeed a tough nut to crack. Ma San cursed inwardly, realizing that he had underestimated the strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Had he known, he would never have approached so naively, at the very least. He should have allied with other adventure groups to confront them. Fortunately, they had not yet engaged in open conflict. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. For he had no confidence in defeating that terrifying girl. Moreover, there were still 2 others who had yet to take action. Who could tell what rank their awakened members might possess? Ma San suddenly felt a desire to retreat. He had set his sights on the juicy prize of the Chongqing Adventure Group, but not at this moment. He was a viper, not a lion. An ambush was his forte. "Captain Ma, didn't you say you wanted to visit my home? Why don't we go now?" Suin said with a smile. Looking at Ma San immediately broke into a cold sweat, hastily waving his hands. No. I suddenly remembered there are urgent matters at home. So I want to visit your esteemed adventure group today. I will come by another time when I have the leisure." "Oh, Captain Ma is in a hurry to return home, is he?" Suin chuckled. "Urgent matters indeed. We cannot delay." In that case, Suin's expression turned slightly disappointed. And then he seemed to have an idea. "How about I visit your adventure group instead? Just as a casual visit." Ma San paused for a moment. "Just you alone?" "For a casual visit, I'm more than sufficient on my own." Ma San couldn't help but size Suin up, secretly astonished. This lad must be out of his mind to voluntarily seek his own demise. He burst into hearty laughter. Captain Su, if you have the intention, how could I refuse? I shall ensure you are well entertained, my brother. By the way, may I inquire how many awakened members your esteemed adventure group possesses? Ma-san, without much thought, casually mentioned a figure that was somewhat accurate. Not too many, just around 40 or 50, merely a bunch of oddities that wouldn't catch Captain Su's eye. Is that so many? Suen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then turned and returned to the bus. Please wait a moment, Commander Ma. I shall prepare a small token of appreciation. Before long, Suen emerged, carrying a basket filled with bread that, upon cursory inspection, seemed to number around 40 or 50. A modest gift, not worthy of your esteem, Suen remarked politely. Ma-san, beaming with delight, accepted the bread, feeling a sense of familiarity with it. Commander Ma, do take care, it is especially heavy. Rest assured, I can manage however much there is. These breads are gilded, after all. You are quite the humorist, Commander Su. And you are not too shabby yourself, Commander Ma. The two shared hearty laughter, each harboring their own secret intentions. Chapter 60. The Venomous Snake Adventure Group, we will accompany you. Upon hearing that Suen intended to visit the Venomous Snake Adventure Group, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu exhibited expressions of concern. Villains are not to be feared. It is the smiling tiger like Ma-san that poses the true challenge. No one can predict when such individuals might stab you in the back. The brighter their smile, the more unnerving they are. Moreover, the Venomous Snake Adventure Group was a large organization, and Ma-san had mentioned that there were at least 40 or 50 awakened individuals. Although they were unaware of Suen's true strength, facing so many awakened beings simultaneously was no trivial matter, especially with an S-class awakened like Ma-san overseeing them. No need. It is merely a visit. I can manage on my own. But, before the two could voice their concerns further, they were embraced, one on each side. And Suen whispered, do not worry. I will be fine on my own, as it is more convenient. You should remain here to continue recruiting. Raise the standards today. Aim to keep the numbers around 200. If anyone else tries to cause trouble, and if a B-class or higher awakened appears, resolve it, and then retreat to the base without waiting for me. As Suen held the two women close, Li Xiaoyu was at ease, accustomed to such intimacy. But Xue Qingyu trembled slightly, her face flushed, her heart racing. Suen had never initiated such closeness with her before. Please take care of yourself. We will await your return at home. Watching Suen whispering with the two women, Ma-san's serpent-like eyes glinted with malice, and his gaze towards Suen became increasingly contemptuous. Such a lecherous insect is hardly a threat. Once we return to the adventure group, we'll capture this young man first, then devise a way to absorb the entire Chongqing adventure group. With their considerable resources, the Venomous Snake Adventure Group will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In these times, resources are everything. After sharing whispered words, Suen approached Ma-san. Shall we depart, Commander Ma? I have long admired your adventure group. Of course, of course. Ma-san cheerfully instructed his subordinates to lead the way. Commander Ma, are we walking there? Ma-san paused momentarily. What else would we do? In this day and age, who still thinks of taking a vehicle? How precious gasoline is. Every drop must be conserved. Fortunately, the distance is not far, merely a few dozen kilometers. This individual is more frugal than one might imagine. Despite possessing a substantial wealth of 18,000 points, equivalent to several tons, which is almost a mere fraction of his fortune, it is still considerable. Oh, it has already diminished? No matter then. Let us proceed with a few steps. Under Ma-san's guidance, the group made their way towards the stronghold of the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team. In his previous life, Suen was preoccupied with mere survival and never truly observed the apocalyptic landscape. In this life, devoid of want and with a more serene disposition, he could not help but gaze upon the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, desolation reigned supreme. The land lay bare, stripped of foliage due to the ravenous crows. Even the most resilient weeds were a rare sight. Survivors huddled in small groups, scouring the earth like wild dogs. The remnants of food on the ground had nearly vanished. Hope resided solely beneath the surface, in the form of grass roots or insects hidden within the soil. If fortune favored them, they might unearth a plant with a higher starch content, thus deeming the day a bountiful one. Should they find a few small insects, the taste of which rivals that of chicken and boasts a protein content 6 times greater than beef, it would be a significant boon. Most individuals clung to life through the consumption of plant roots and insects, with the earth's sustenance nearly depleted. Everyone bore a sickly, waxen hue. Their eyes were sunken, and rib cages protruded alarmingly. A mere cold could prove fatal, rendering their plight more despairing than famines of yore. The various dilapidated camps resembled dying beasts, sprawled across the wilderness, lamenting in the winds. The cries of anguish echoed, while the laughter of children was conspicuously absent. A gust of wind stirred the sands, stinging the eyes. Suin maintained a placid demeanor, indifferent to the scene before him. Once, he had been among these refugees, struggling alongside Li Xiaoyan. Yet, his sustenance came from roots. While she survived on the supplies he had risked his life to unearth. Eventually, under Ma San's leadership, Suin arrived at the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team's stronghold. It was a slightly dilapidated community, previously a relocation settlement situated at a distance from the urban center, resulting in fewer zombies. After the apocalypse, Ma San had led his people to occupy this area, successfully evading the crows and bats. However, most of the upper floors of the buildings had collapsed, ravaged by the relentless crows and bats. The walls bore countless claw marks, and not a single pane of glass remained intact. All windows were boarded up with wood and cardboard. Despite its decrepit appearance, this was considered a relatively luxurious abode compared to the makeshift shelters of the ordinary populace. Ma San guided Suin directly into a living room, furnished with a table, sofa, carpet, and paintings. Along with a tea table graced by a potted plant, one might call it a living room, though it would be even more appealing if it were not drafty. As guests arrived, a striking woman sauntered in, pouring Suin a cup of hot tea, and before departing, she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Suin found himself repeatedly glancing back at her retreating figure. Another awakened one, he mused. Leader Ma, what do you think of the ambience here? How does it compare to your esteemed adventure team? It is not merely Ma San's self-praise. There are few who can still enjoy such a level of treatment. This is rather commendable, exuding a certain rustic charm. It nearly rivals the amenities of our own employees' restroom, indeed possessing a certain elegance. Commander Su, I shall not beat around the bush. I am quite intrigued by your organization. I wonder if your esteemed group would consider joining my Viper Adventure team. I could certainly offer you a position of some authority. Ma San, no longer inclined to feign modesty, laid his cards on the table. Chapter 61, Commander Ma, what extraordinary abilities do you possess? It is merely an illusion. Hearing Ma San's words, Suin was entirely unsurprised, as he had intentionally walked into this situation. Being straightforward is preferable. It saves everyone time. He then spoke slowly. Commander Ma, your appetite seems quite large, still coveting my meager rations. However, perhaps you should first inspect your own granary. What if it is already empty? With a bang, Ma San slammed his hand on the table, narrowing his eyes as he coldly replied, do not think that just because you are an S-rank awakened, you can act with impunity. I will be honest with you. I have already planted a poison seed within you. Whenever I wish, I can take your life. Be wise and divulge the location of your adventure team's stronghold, the quantity of supplies, and the number of awakened members without reservation. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to die. Have you ever tasted the venom of an S-rank ability? I will reduce your bones to powder and your organs to mere blood. Just as Ma San menaced Suin with a vicious glare, a figure suddenly burst into the room. Not good, Commander. Ma San furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Do you not see that I am busy? Speak quickly. Must you disturb me over the smallest matters? Are you still not weaned? His subordinate hastily waved his hands. It is not a trivial matter, Commander. Our supplies. A chill ran through Ma San's heart. What has happened to the supplies? They have all vanished. The granary is completely empty. Everything was fine this morning. The brothers were on high alert and never left their posts. Yet just now, upon checking, we discovered that the entire granary is devoid of goods. Ma San sprang to his feet, seizing his subordinate by the collar and bellowing. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you mean to say that so much provision could sprout wings and fly away? The subordinate was nearly in tears. It truly has nothing to do with us. It simply disappeared. Ma San's demeanor darkened as his mind spiraled into chaos. The supplies in the granary were the very lifeblood of the Viper Adventure team. Without them, not only could wages for the awakened not be dispensed the following day, but over time, morale would wane. Everyone needs sustenance to survive. If there is no food, what purpose remains in staying here? Commander, did I not forewarn you? Your granary is empty. Suin took a sip of tea that was neither refreshing water nor fine leaves, rather distasteful, especially in comparison to the Da Hong Pao brewed by his own hand. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the teacup onto the table, splattering tea across the surface. Ma San fixed a fierce gaze upon Suin. It was you, wasn't he it? You are responsible for this, are you not? How did you accomplish this? The most fortified location within the entire Serpent Adventure Corps is the granary, where 8 awakened individuals are stationed, complemented by infrared alarms. To power these alarms, the entire gasoline supply of the Serpent Adventure Corps has been diverted for electricity generation. And even the leader himself opts for eco-friendly transportation. He cannot fathom how Suin managed to silently evacuate the entire granary, especially since Suin has been by his side throughout. Could there be other accomplices? Is it not he who has set his sights on the Eternal Life Adventure Corps? but rather the other way around? No matter how hard Ma San racks his brain, he cannot comprehend how a mere handshake with Su-in could lead to the plundering of his granary. Were he to realize this, he would wish to sever his own hand. It is futile. Su-in's delicate hands are tainted with unclean deeds. Captain Ma, I have already informed you that the bread I offer is adorned with a golden edge. It is quite precious. A mere half loaf could exchange for an entire warehouse of supplies. Did I not previously provide you with 40 to 50? Guess how much you must offer in return. Su-in remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he leisurely approached Ma San. You seek death, daring to take my belongings. I will make you repay it tenfold. Poison seed, explode. Ma San scoffed, promptly detonating the poison seed embedded within Su-in. A muffled thud resonated as a green fog erupted around Su-in, swiftly enveloping him entirely. The green plants on the table, upon mere contact with the smoke, decayed into sludge in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I will not kill you just yet. Your life still holds value. Allow me to confide a secret. I will soon dispatch someone to locate your adventure team's stronghold. Within half a day, I shall find it. And then your entire team will meet their demise alongside you. Those women I have toyed with will be sold in the market, he threatened. You are still too young. Do not presume that possessing abilities grants you the freedom to act recklessly. Experience outmatches youth, and compared to me, you are still naive. As Ma San continued his tirade of insults, a large hand swiftly emerged from the haze, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Ma San struggled to break free, but his efforts were futile. Despite being an S-class awakened, his close combat skills were woefully inadequate. Once the poison lost its potency, his strength dwindled to that of an ordinary person. Simultaneously, numerous fine wires shot forth from the mist, binding his subordinates like dumplings. Su-in's chilling voice echoed from within the fog. Are you not aware of the law of smoke and harm? The film was lacking, and as the smoke abruptly contracted, it swiftly converged into Su-in's palm, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing his own poisonous mist being absorbed by Su-in, Ma San's eyes widened in disbelief. Only abilities of the same level and type can mutually absorb toxins. How could you possess the same power as mine? It's impossible. You are clearly an electrical ability user. Su-in smiled faintly. What nonsense are you uttering, Captain Ma? Where would you acquire such abilities? It must be an illusion. Why not check for yourself if you possess any powers? At Su-in's words, Ma San hurriedly examined his abilities, and as expected, he found that he truly lacked any powers. His corrosive poison had vanished. Where are my abilities? How could this happen? Why have they disappeared? Connecting the dots to the mysteriously vanished supplies in the warehouse, Ma San seemed to realize something, staring at Su-in in horror. It was you. You must have stolen my powers. With a swift motion, Su-in silenced Ma San's words, tightening his grip around the man's throat. Shoo! Su-in placed a slender finger upon his lips, signaling for silence. Captain Ma, such matters should not be spoken of. As Su-in's hand tightened further, Ma San's eyes began to bulge, blood vessels rising prominently on his face. Ultimately, amidst the suffocation and pressure, Ma San gradually ceased his struggles. Su-in slowly released his grip, and the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. A searing flame enveloped the corpse, reducing it to a pile of charred remains in mere moments. With a single wave of his hand, Su-in released the bindings from one of his subordinates. All right, start shouting for help. The terrified man began to scream, help. Someone. The captain has been murdered. A steel rod pierced through the concrete, impaling his thigh. Louder. Have you not eaten? Chapter 62. The best way to combat the apocalypse is to become the apocalypse. It's him. He killed the captain. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Quickly, kill him. Avenge the captain. At the man's cries, the entire poisonous snake mercenary corps surged forward, numbering 400 or 500 in total. Among them stood several awakened individuals, at least 40 to 50 in number, their abilities ranging from G to B grade, with one being an A grade. You bastard. You actually killed our captain. You must die today. Don't waste words. Incapacitate him first, then interrogate him slowly. Vice Captain, you are an A grade awakened. Now that the captain is dead, you shall lead us. This matter can be discussed later. First, we must avenge the captain. Since his rebirth, it was the first time Su-in had encountered so many awakened beings simultaneously. Observing the furious crowd, Su-in felt an inexplicable thrill. His blood surged with excitement. He was about to face dozens of awakened individuals. How exhilarating. He now possessed nearly 20 abilities, 5 of which were S-grade. Even he was uncertain of his true strength. He was undoubtedly powerful, but to what extent? Regrettably, it seems that no one can provide a definitive answer anymore. Even when confronted by an S-class awakened, he is capable of instantaneous annihilation. But is that sufficient? No, it is far from enough. The augmentation of strength, the ironclad physique, enhanced hearing, heightened sense of smell, eagle-eyed tracking, leap enhancement, mastery over lightning, supercharged abilities, fiery energy, stone skin, and multiplication. All of these powers converged as Suin roared skyward. His form suddenly expanded several-fold, reaching a height of 4 to 5 meters, his body transforming into steel, encased in a rocky exterior. A tempest of electric sparks intertwined with flames surged around him, coalescing into a storm of thunder and fire. Suin gradually raised his hands. As thousands of steel rods erupted through the walls, clustering behind him, each tip imbued with the essence of divine flame and corrosive poison. The sudden turn of events left the members of the Venomous Serpent Adventurers Guild in a state of shock. He possesses S-class abilities. No, not merely one, but many. He wields an array of powers. A monster. How could a mere human possess such an arsenal? He is truly a monstrosity. Suin regarded the astonished crowd with indifference. He has endured 9 apocalyptic trials. He has witnessed the earth being consumed, civilizations obliterated, the sky collapsing, and has gazed upon the eye of the end amidst an endless sea of desert. He has witnessed the azure behemoth at the edge of the ocean and locked eyes with deities in the new world. Beneath the cataclysm of disaster, even the mightiest S-class awakened is but a humble ant. What if he can annihilate an S-class in an instant? In the face of calamity, he too cannot control his destiny, merely surviving in a state of desperation. Human strength is, after all, finite. The best way to confront the apocalypse is to become the apocalypse itself. I am the embodiment of doom. A thunderous rumble shook the earth, as clouds of dust and debris ascended skyward, obscuring the sun and veiling the heavens. It was as if a furious beast of the earth had emerged, devouring the entire base of the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild in one swift motion. Within its maw echoed Suin's chilling proclamation, "Welcome to the apocalypse." As the last rays of the setting sun cascaded upon the land, the colossal sand fortress that loomed over the guild's stronghold began to crumble, eventually collapsing into ruin. Once a formidable presence, the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Suin sat atop a mound constructed of charred corpses, quietly observing the sunset. He retrieved a cigarette from the vast expanse of his space, placing it between his lips, and ignited it with a piece of still-burning flesh. Taking a deep drag, he reflected on the grim reality before him. All members of the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild had perished, awakened or ordinary. Even the young and old alike lay here. None had survived, for he spared no one. The secrets he had unveiled today were too numerous. Only the dead could guarantee absolute confidentiality. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. A story lingered in his memory. A large adventurers guild had brutally mutilated a C-class awakened being, discarding him in a mass grave to fend for himself. To them, he was merely an insignificant ant, unworthy of concern. Yet, this very ant ultimately led to the guild's downfall, exacting vengeance by devouring the heart of the one who had severed his leg. This tale served as a reminder to never underestimate any adversary, no matter how feeble they may appear. The most effective means to sever the cycle of hatred is to extinguish the flames of revenge before they can ignite. With a determined leap, Suin descended from the mound of corpses and donned a fresh set of clothes retrieved from his spatial realm. Though new, they did little to mask the stench of charred flesh that clung to him. A bath awaited him upon his return, with Qiao Qiao tasked to scrub him clean. The odor was unbearable. He then retrieved his motorcycle from the vast space and sped away. The commotion caused by the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild had drawn a crowd. Yet all that remained were ruins and heaps of burnt bodies. Not a single soul was left alive. Astonishingly, within the span of mere hours, the once prominent guild had been completely obliterated. Sources revealed that the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild had provoked another guild known as the Eternal Life Guild, leading to their swift annihilation. Having stirred trouble in the morning, they were gone by afternoon. Such rapid extermination was nothing short of shocking. Before long, news of the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild's demise spread like wildfire across Sudi, reaching every corner, as guilds both large and small absorbed the alarming tidings. Meanwhile, Suin, the orchestrator of this upheaval, had already returned to the talent market. Chapter 63, A Bountiful Harvest of Abilities After Another Day of Recruitment. Suin had amassed an additional 200 stunningly beautiful women, their overall quality surpassing that of the previous day. Upon his return, Xue Qingyu rushed to greet him, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" "All is well. I managed to acquire quite a few treasures," Suin replied with a grin. He had thoroughly plundered the resources of the Venomous Snake Adventurers Guild. Yet, the mere 18,000 points of supplies were hardly a cause for celebration. What truly brought him satisfaction was the acquisition of a total of 58 abilities, all available for bestowal. 1 S-class, 1 A-class, 8 B-class, 12 C-class. with the remainder consisting of lower-tier D, E, F, and G abilities. These powers represented the greatest spoils of his undertaking, and his strength had once again undergone a transformative leap. Previously, it had taken him half a day to annihilate the venomous Snake Adventurers Guild. In contemporary terms, an hour would be more than sufficient. Upon confirming that Suen was safe, Xue Qingyu let out a sigh of relief. "We have gathered enough individuals. Shall we depart now?" "Let us go," he replied. "I am utterly reeking and must return for a bath." As before, the bus was filled to capacity with a multitude of charming young women and made its way back into the city. However, as they left, news was disseminated that the Chongqing Adventure Group would be conducting its final recruitment for new members the following day. Missing this opportunity would render future entry nearly impossible. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived back at their base. Suen was taken aback by the scene that greeted him. In the courtyard, numerous young women lay sprawled out, completely bare. Some were sobbing on the ground, others huddled in corners trembling, while a few had vacant expressions, as though their souls had been stripped away. It was unimaginable what inhumane treatment they had endured in such a brief span of time. "Master, you have returned." Lu Hui approached with a gentle smile, her demeanor still radiating nobility and elegance. Beside her, Qing Xia remained silent, her head bowed, her body quivering slightly, and her pallid face suggested she had been deeply frightened. Suen glanced at the disheveled women, puzzled. "What has happened to them?" "There is no need to concern yourself, Master. It was merely a slight admonition to ensure they become more obedient," Lu Hui responded with her persistent smile. Suen hesitated, contemplating the severity of what he had witnessed. Was this truly a mere admonition? They appeared nearly broken. Nonetheless, he ultimately refrained from probing further. As Lu Hui's loyalty was unwavering, and she would not act against his interests, he decided to let her proceed as she wished. The objective had been achieved. After all, the conditions within the Chongqing Adventure Group were not easily attained, and those who chose to remain must be prepared for the psychological toll it entailed. "Master, we have selected 20 suitable candidates, 2 of whom are particularly beautiful and clean. Would you like to see them?" Suen waved his hand dismissively. No. I need to take a bath first." With that, he swiftly retreated to the villa's bathroom. While Lu Hui's high loyalty was indeed a positive aspect, at times, her fervent devotion veered into madness. His intention in recruiting these individuals was not for personal indulgence, but rather for future endeavors. Moreover, with so many women, he could hardly manage. He had no supernatural abilities to enhance his stamina, and he was well aware of the risks involved. Yet, aside from Suen, everyone assumed these women were brought in for his pleasure. Even Xue Qingyu shared this sentiment. There might have been other motivations at play, but this was irrefutable. Otherwise, why not recruit stronger and more practical men? If Suen were aware of this perception, he would certainly feel wronged. What could he do? He could not simply bring in men to cultivate goodwill. The conditions for bestowing supernatural abilities require a minimum level of 60, which equates to at least a level of admiration. Just imagining a large group of men harboring a special brotherly bond towards him is enough to send chills down his spine. While he could endure a surprise attack from a girl, a nocturnal ambush from his good brothers would genuinely drive him to commit murder. Reflecting on his middle school days, he recalls being a boarding student, where during the summer break, most of his roommates returned home, leaving him and 2 others to spend the night in the dormitory. The memory of that scene left an indelible mark on his young heart, prompting him to request a room change from his homeroom teacher the very next day. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that those 2 roommates looked at him with unsettling eyes, leading him to avoid staying overnight in the dormitory, even opting to sleep in internet cafes during holidays. The notion of swordplay was merely a shadow of his childhood, eliciting feelings of aversion and fear. After preparing a warm bath, Suen comfortably settled into the tub. With no crows around and the solar water heater functioning again, he luxuriated in hot water. In this desolate world where most water resources had run dry, bathing had become a luxury. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open, and the young maid, Qiao Qiao, blushed as she entered. "Master, may I assist you in scrubbing your back?" Suen did not refuse, lying on the edge of the tub, relishing Qiao Qiao's ministrations. The day had indeed been exhausting. Had it not been for the replication of Qing Xia's restorative ability, he would have long succumbed to fatigue. Killing was a laborious task, especially when targeting awakened beings. As he indulged, Suen quietly catalogued all the supernatural abilities available for bestowal, totaling around 60. However, most were of inferior quality, classified as C rank or lower, which were not worth considering. The individuals he summoned were meant to bolster combat strength. Abilities below C rank were indeed not commendable and had very limited combat potential. After a rough calculation, he found about 20 abilities suitable for transfer, while his goal was 200 or even more. He had barely amassed 1/10 of what he required, implying he needed to annihilate at least 10 more venomous snake adventurers to meet his needs. The only silver lining was that his proficiency in ability plunder had reached 75. With just 25 more points, he could advance to level 3. The progression from level 1 to level 2 required the acquisition of 10 abilities, while moving from level 2 to 3 necessitated 100. Thus, he was merely 25 abilities short of enhancement. He pondered whether a new feature would unlock upon reaching level 3. As Suen sighed in contemplation, Xue Qingyu stealthily slipped away from outside the bathroom. Although he longed to invite her in, he lacked the courage at that critical moment. Chapter 64. The 3 phases of the first apocalypse after bathing. Suen donned a bathrobe and made his way to his exclusive office, a luxurious space specifically crafted for him by Lu Hui. The decor was lavish, with the velvet carpet being the least ostentatious element. Countless antiques and artworks adorned the room, and his desk was carved from a solid piece of high-quality golden Namu wood, valued in the millions even before the apocalypse. Given its rarity, it remained a coveted item among the upper echelons of various adventurer groups post-apocalypse. However, Suen was perplexed by the stacks of Qiao Qiao's sultry photo albums on his desk and the walls adorned with her alluring posters, many of which Lu Hui had recently arranged for her. Suen could not fathom Lu Hui's intentions and could only attribute it to maternal affection, as she seemed intent on fulfilling her daughter's dream of stardom even in the apocalypse. Without further thought, he retrieved his notebook and began to sketch and jot down notes. At noon on the day after tomorrow, the second phase of the zombie apocalypse would commence punctually. The first phase, known as the zombie apocalypse, comprises 3 stages. The initial phase lasts for 31 days, with the first 7 days being relatively mundane, featuring only a few zombies and perhaps some mutated variants. After 7 days, there would be a transitional period from the first to the second phase, marked by an influx of bats and crows. This transitional phase, characterized by a minimal number of awakened beings and an extended duration, would prove to be the most arduous time for survivors. After enduring the onslaught of crows, there would be a 3-day respite before entering the second phase. The second phase serves as an upgraded version of the first. The zombies during this phase are naturally evolved, but it is also when bioorganic weapons, BOW, emerge, modified biological weapons that are significantly more formidable. If the tank represents the pinnacle of the current phase, then it would merely be a bottom-tier threat in the second phase. The initial level of BOW is at least LV8, representing the apex of ordinary zombie evolution. The danger level in this second phase escalates by more than 10-fold compared to the first phase. However, this heightened risk comes with substantial opportunities. Numerous abandoned laboratories will appear, concealing advanced technological items, high-tech combat suits, alloy combat knives, enhancement potions, and more. The size and danger level of these laboratories vary, with larger labs housing superior resources but also harboring stronger BOWs. Furthermore, the second phase will yield a significantly greater number of supply crates, exponentially more than in the first phase, with many concealed within laboratories. If the first phase's objective was survival, the second phase's goal is combat. Only through relentless assaults on laboratories to secure high-tech resources can one hope to confront the final phase of the zombie apocalypse. The third phase, known as the zombie rampage, will see all zombies and BOWs frantically attacking humanity, creating a relentless tide of corpses wherever living beings are found. This unceasing assault will persist for a week, and those unable to withstand it will be consumed entirely, while only those who endure will qualify to enter the second apocalypse. Suen's task at present is to leverage his past experiences to outline potential laboratory locations, their sizes, and resource richness to ensure he can swiftly conquer the most cost-effective laboratories and acquire the desired items. Among them, there are a few laboratories with unique and precious outputs that must be monopolized to gather everything within. After a preliminary recollection, he estimated that approximately 200 laboratories of varying sizes would emerge in the Sudi region. Based on their safety levels, they are divided into 6 categories. Those with a safety level of 6 are the most perilous, yet also the most resource-rich, with no more than 10 in existence. In contrast, those rated as level 1 are the least favorable, abundant in quantity, yet utterly worthless, to the point where he couldn't be bothered to glance at them. His focus lies on the 3 tiers with safety levels of 4, 5, and 6. Laboratories with a safety level of 6 refresh once every week, and he is confident in his ability to conquer each one. However, the same cannot be said for levels 4 and 5, which emerge all at once. Time is of the essence, yet he finds himself lacking personnel and abilities. With a resigned sigh, Suen reflected on the newly recruited members, who were still few in number and in need of rapport building, as he had yet to enhance the girls' affection levels to bestow them abilities. Time is truly scarce, and the preparation period insufficient. After some contemplation, he instructed Lu Hui to bring over the 20 new members she had selected today. He could only hope to see if they would prove useful. Given that Lu Hui had chosen them, their obedience would certainly be high, though he wondered if building rapport in time was feasible. If not, he would have to resort to swift measures, as it is often said that the most direct way to a woman's heart is through genuine desire. He pondered if the restorative ability could enhance such desires. In the evening, I decided to seek out Li Xiaoyu. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hui arrived at the office, accompanied by a carefully selected group of 20 young women. Approaching Suan from behind, Lu Hui gently massaged his temples and casually commanded the new members, "Disrobe, please. Master, take a moment to observe and decide whom you prefer for tonight." Without hesitation, the young women complied, their obedience unwavering. Suan quickly intervened, urging, "Please put your clothes back on." He realized that Lu Hui had misconstrued his intentions. He was not in a position to indulge in such matters. There were too many pressing concerns at hand, and it was not yet the time for enjoyment. With a hint of regret, the young women donned their garments once more. Only then did Suan scrutinize this new cohort of members. While their beauty was noteworthy, what truly mattered was their level of affinity. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. The lowest affinity score was already above 70, while some had reached an astonishing 99. Suan was bewildered. What had transpired? He had never actively endeavored to cultivate their fondness. How had their affinity risen so inexplicably? Had they been somehow brainwashed? Suan couldn't help but cast a glance of admiration towards Lu Hui. There is indeed something remarkable here, and much more to discover. Does the master not fancy it? There are even younger and equally beautiful ones. Suan hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I am utterly satisfied, more than delighted. From now on, you shall have full authority over the assessment of new members. Handle it as you wish, and I shall support you wholeheartedly." Suddenly, he found himself presented with 20 new tools to enhance his rapport, a veritable blessing. In his exuberance, he couldn't resist pulling the enchanting young woman into his embrace and kissing her passionately. Lu Hui stiffened, her eyes widening in shock, utterly unprepared for Suan's willingness to touch her. Overcome with emotion, she trembled, and the repressed feelings within her surged forth like a tidal wave. Chapter 65. Misunderstanding and Generational Shift. Suan quickly diverted his gaze, reminding himself of the pressing matters at hand. He needed to bestow abilities upon these new members. Addressing the 20 young women, he casually instructed, "Come to my room tonight." Realizing the gravity of his words, he swiftly corrected himself. "Actually, let us just do it here tonight. No need for my room." Lu Hui shot him a sultry glance, biting her crimson lip as she rose to assist him with the buttons of his garment. Whatever he desired, she would comply. Before him, she held no principles. Her very soul belonged to him. "Wait, what are you doing?" "That is not what I meant. I intend to grant them abilities, not what you might be thinking," he stammered. Lu Hui's face flushed crimson as she quickly stepped aside, murmuring, "I apologize, master." Suan waved her off, assuring her, "It's fine." He then approached the new members, gently tapping each of their cheeks. In an instant, the transformation into awakened beings was complete. "I now bestow upon each of you a unique ability, which means you are all awakened now," he declared. The young women felt the changes within themselves, their eyes widening in astonishment. It seemed, just as Lu Hui had said, that their master was omnipotent, akin to a deity. By offering absolute loyalty, they could receive unexpected gifts and blessings. At that moment, no one doubted Lu Hui's words. Suan's gaze was met with fervent admiration, and their fondness for him surged. With 8 of them reaching a perfect score of 100, the lowest being 91. In unison, they knelt, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your benevolence, master." Suan, satisfied with the rapid increase in rapport, nodded approvingly. "No need to kneel, rise. Just remember to keep this matter forever secret in your hearts and refrain from discussing it among yourselves. This is the highest level of confidentiality within our group, and not a whisper of it must escape. Do you understand?" "Understood, my lord. We shall never speak of this again. Now, you may proceed downstairs to seek out instructor Li Xiaoyu, who will guide you to the underground training grounds. Strive to master your abilities swiftly, for your time to train is limited. Do not become complacent." In an instant, the new members joyfully descended the stairs to train with Li Xiaoyu. The transformation from ordinary individuals to awakened beings felt surreal, akin to a dream. Reflecting on the lavish treatment within the team, which even S-rank awakeners envied, the girls were moved to tears. Their master had been exceedingly kind to them. Joining the Changshengmen adventure team to serve their master was undoubtedly the proudest decision of their lives, without exception. Lu Hui, however, did not follow the new members. She had noticed Suan's slight bend when he stood up, and she understood the implications. She gently approached Suen from behind and, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, inquired, "Does my lord require my assistance?" Suen hesitated before replying, "Perhaps another day. Let Xiao Qiao come over first." "You wish for Xiao Qiao?" Lu Hui bit her lip, deliberating for a moment. "Very well, I shall summon her." Fearing Lu Hui might misunderstand, Suen quickly added, "I intend to grant Xiao Qiao an ability. After all, she is part of the senior management of the team. It would be inappropriate not to bestow her with one." Over this period, the little girl's fondness for him inexplicably soared to 99, surpassing that of Xue Qingyu by 2 points. This led Suen to doubt. Had Lu Hui perhaps brainwashed Xiao Qiao as well? It seemed unlikely. Lu Hui smiled faintly and said nothing further, heading downstairs to call for Xiao Qiao. Suen sighed and slumped into his chair. He feared everyone now regarded him as a mindless fool, unable to cleanse himself of such a reputation. By all that is sacred, he had only a minor connection with Li Xiaoyu. He had not engaged with anyone else. He felt somewhat wronged, yet could not refute it. It was impossible to confront others and reveal that he possessed a system and had been reborn. Everything was merely preparation for the future. Disclosure was out of the question. Such a revelation would never occur in this lifetime. If he was to be labeled a fool, so be it. One day, he would indeed solidify that title. Once the first apocalypse had passed and the adventure team stabilized, he would unleash his true potential. Soon, Xiao Qiao arrived at the office, where Suen gently pulled the obedient little maid onto his lap and casually activated a power. At present, he had 2 S-tier abilities to offer her. One was the recently acquired Divine Scorching Corruption, and the other was the Stone Dominion obtained from the second-in-command of Sin Island. The former was fraught with limitations, presenting a high fatality rate, insufficient combat capability, and stringent usage conditions, making it ill-suited for Xiao Qiao. In contrast, the Stone Dominion was far more advantageous. Xiao Qiao, as the logistics supervisor of the team, would greatly benefit from the Stone Dominion's high combat strength and its capacity to temporarily establish strongholds and relocate resources. Thus, Suen decided to bestow the Stone Dominion upon her. "I present to you an ability. Let us see if you like it." Suen playfully pinched Xiao Qiao's petite nose with a smile. As she felt the newly acquired power, she merely lifted her hand, causing the dust in the room to float gracefully. Subsequently, Xiao Qiao dove directly into Suen's embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. You are the best." Suen tenderly caressed her silky hair, his expression softening. Despite her young age, Xiao Qiao was exceptionally well-behaved and perceptive. Whenever he caught sight of her pure, unclouded smile, he felt an undeniable sense of relaxation wash over him. In this dark, post-apocalyptic world, she resembled a delicate and pristine blossom, a rarity to cherish. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard this considerate little maid as akin to a beloved younger sister. "Master, when it's just the 2 of us, may I call you something else?" she inquired. "Of course, you may call me whatever you wish," he replied. Xiao Qiao nestled closer, mumbling softly. Suen was taken aback, sensing an unexpected shift in their sibling-like bond. Chapter 66. Li Xiaoyu requests support to share damage. As night fell, Suen lay in bed, propping his legs up, reading while awaiting Li Xiaoyu's return. What was he waiting for? Certainly, it was the routine submission of assignments. The day's events had been rather stimulating, and for the sake of his mental and physical health, it was essential to occasionally divert his focus. However, after a lengthy wait, with no sign of Li Xiaoyu, Suen reluctantly succumbed to sleep. In recent days, the influx of new recruits had been rather overwhelming. With today's additions, there were already over 400 candidates to assess. As the team's head coach, it was understandable that Li Xiaoyu had many responsibilities. Yet, unbeknownst to Suen, Li Xiaoyu was not occupied with the new members, but was instead engaged in persuading Xue Qingyu. "Qingyu, let me be direct. Please save the child." Xue Qingyu's face flushed a delicate crimson upon hearing the words. "You chose this path for yourself. How could I have known his attack power was so formidable? Each strike a critical hit, more terrifying than the endless abyss," Li Xiaoyu remarked, still haunted by the experience. I cannot. I know nothing and cannot assist you." Xue Qingyu shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattledrum. Observing Xue Qingyu's unwavering timidity, Li Xiaoyu urged her on. "You must seize this opportunity. Just look at how, in a matter of days, the courtyard has filled with hundreds of beautiful girls. And look at Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Qiao. They are practically glued to Suen's bed. If you delay any longer, you shall miss the last train." "Surely not." Xue Qingyu's gaze flickered evasively. "How could it be otherwise? I tell you, in no time, you may find yourself left out. Look at those newcomers. Which of them isn't eager to climb into his bed? Just wait and see. You will regret it. The girls in the courtyard are certainly not inferior to you, and one wonders how long Suen can endure this. If it were me, I could not bear it. I would change partners daily. No, 3 times a day. Someone as timid as you would need years to even consider it, and forgetting is only natural. Xue Qingyu found herself momentarily speechless, fully aware of her own timidity. After all, she had harbored a secret affection for Su throughout her university years, unable to muster the courage to even ask for his phone number. After 2 years of silent admiration, she had scarcely exchanged a few words with him. Yet, in matters of this nature, she felt utterly lost, unable to discern the truth in Li Xiaoyu's words. Noticing Xue Qingyu's hesitation, Li Xiaoyu promptly ignited encouragement. If you do not understand, I can teach you. We are the best of sisters. How could I not assist you? No one understands my old friend better than I do. Let us go tonight. Is tomorrow acceptable? Next time for sure. All right, it's settled then. Just don't back out again when the time comes. Li Xiaoyu could only return in frustration to confront the fierce winds alone. The following morning, after breakfast, Su, accompanied by several ladies, returned to the talent market. Due to the announcement made the previous day, today marked the final opportunity for recruitment to the Chongqing Adventure Team, resulting in an exceptionally large turnout. Furthermore, given that Su had obliterated the Poisonous Snake Adventure Team the day before, the reputation of the Chongqing Adventure Team had soared, especially considering their extraordinary benefits. The number of applicants could only be described as a sea of people. Even before their arrival, individuals had already formed long lines, having endured the night to apply. Some ladies had even walked overnight to be considered for a position. Though the number of zombies in the wild was minimal, the long-distance trek across regions still posed significant dangers, even potentially lethal ones. Nevertheless, this did not deter the ladies' aspirations for the Chongqing Adventure Team. Su couldn't help but wonder if every beautiful woman in Su Di had come to apply. Even if not, the difference would hardly be substantial. Fortunately, 20 ladies had officially joined the team the day before. To prevent overwhelming Snow Qingyu with too many applicants, Su had brought along 10 new members. As he anticipated, the turnout was indeed explosive. One recruitment point was insufficient, necessitating the division into 5 simultaneous recruitment locations. However, the recruitment process was not without its challenges. There were always individuals seeking trouble. An off-road vehicle arrived at the recruitment site and came to a halt. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit, accompanied by several awakened individuals, slowly descended from the vehicle and approached Su. You must be team leader Su. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Wu Xin, president of the 100 Alliance. The visitor introduced himself politely. Su raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man's attributes. Ability, instant teleportation S. Wealth value, 110,000. A spatial ability, not of the storage type, but rather inclined towards combat. It was indeed a commendable power, one of the highest tiers among escape abilities. The wealth value was notably high, a full 110,000, several times greater than Ma San's. And even his bodyguards comprised 2A level and 2B level awakened individuals, showcasing the significant standing of this 100 Alliance president. The 100 Alliance spearheaded the Survivor Alliance Conference. Where there is a conference, there must be a leading force, and Wu Xin was evidently the leader of that force. Despite his polite demeanor, he maintained a high level of vigilance, keeping a safe distance from Su and showing no intention of shaking hands. Su felt it inappropriate to approach him directly to replicate his abilities, as he was an expert in escape, making him nearly impossible to catch. What brings the esteemed President Wu Xin to our humble gathering? Su asked with a slight sneer. Was it your team that dealt with the Poisonous Snake Adventure Team? Without any preamble, Yuzhen directly inquired. Was it I who did it? Is there a problem? Su shrugged his shoulders. Noticing Su's casual demeanor, Yuzhen remained unperturbed. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. We shall not interfere in the grievances between your guild and the Venomous Serpent Adventure Group. Victory and defeat shall rest upon one's own capabilities. The Venomous Serpent Adventure Group is responsible for overseeing this venue. Since your guild has eradicated them, you ought to rightfully possess the authority over this area. However, your guild has not previously attended the 100 Guild Conference. Thus, there is considerable skepticism regarding whether the jurisdiction over this venue can indeed be granted to you. I hope, Guild Leader Su, that you might attend the 100 Guild Conference to provide an explanation, thereby justifying your claim to the jurisdiction of this venue. What say you, Guild Leader Su? Upon hearing Yuzhen's words, Su exhibited no particular interest. His stronghold was not located outside the city. Taking control of such a vast area offered him little advantage. To put it positively, it was governance. To put it negatively, it resembled being a caretaker, offering these survivors free sanctuary. Other factions could utilize this opportunity to recruit high-level awakeners, but he found no necessity for such actions. Why should he go to the trouble of recruiting when he could simply seize from others? Free riding could indeed become an addiction. However, Suin then recalled something and promptly inquired, "Are you holding a meeting today? How many will be attending?" Yuzin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, today's meeting is of great significance. The resources in the outskirts of the city are nearly depleted, and everyone is discussing when to initiate a large-scale counteroffensive into the depths of the urban area. Most adventure groups will participate, and both in public interest and private regard. I genuinely hope the Chongqing Adventure Group can attend." Suin's interest was piqued. With most adventure groups present, he would be thrust directly into the midst of awakeners. "We must go. It is our duty to counterattack the urban area." Chapter 67. The 100 Guild Conference. Subsequently, Suin exchanged a few words with Xue Qingyu and others before following Yuzin into the vehicle. "Guild leader, will you not bring a few guards along?" Most leaders of adventure teams are accompanied by personal guards, as even an S-rank awakener possesses vulnerabilities and faces dangers. Thus, it is a common practice among leaders to be accompanied by protectors. However, with limited manpower at home, Suin lazily remarked that he could not afford such treatment. His words rang true. He indeed lacked the resources to spare for guards, and seemingly, he had no need for them. He possessed no apparent weaknesses. Even if someone were to discover a flaw and attempt to exploit it, the moment they touched him, that vulnerability would vanish. He was, at present, a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who crossed his path would find themselves in dire straits, with the mildest consequence being utter ruin. With Suin's dismissal of the notion of guards, Wu Xian chose not to press the matter further, attributing Suin's remarks to youthful arrogance. After traveling over 100 kilometers, they finally arrived at the 100 Alliance Conference. It was a venue hastily constructed from rudimentary materials, featuring a tattered carpet, roughly 100 sets of tables and benches, and a large blackboard. Rather than a formal conference hall, it resembled a small classroom in a mountainous region. Given the constraints, it was an acceptable place for a meeting. By this time, many individuals had already arrived at the venue, numbering no less than 200 to 300. However, only about 70 or 80 were in charge, while the remainder stood as guards. Without exception, all present were awakeners, and notably, they were all high-ranking awakeners, with the lowest among them starting at C rank. Suin's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing this. When Wu Xian arrived, several leaders stood to greet him. Wu Xian exchanged some pleasantries before making his way to the podium, beckoning to Su and leader Su, "Please take a seat in the front row." The closer ones sat to the front, the more formidable their adventure team's strength. The Viper Adventure Team was a first-rate force, and having defeated them, the Chongqing Adventure Team undoubtedly possessed considerable power and deserved a seat at the forefront. Suin leisurely strolled to an empty seat in the front row and sat down with an air of confidence. "Allow me to introduce to everyone," Wu Xian began. "This is the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Team, Suin. I trust the name of the Chongqing Adventure Team is not unfamiliar to you all. Not merely unfamiliar. In recent days, the reputation of the Chongqing Adventure Team had exploded within the circles of Su Di. The emergence of this team, which had risen to prominence overnight, stirred great curiosity among the attendees, especially due to their exorbitant recruitment offers that made everyone envious. Some held reservations, however, considering that they had annihilated the Viper Adventure Team in mere hours, a display of strength surpassing that of 99% of all adventure teams. Only those ranked within the top 5 could rival such prowess. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. Today, Leader Su has also come to participate in the counteroffensive meeting, contributing to the cause of the counteroffensive while also vying for jurisdiction over Conference Room 16. The strength of the Chongqing Adventure Team is beyond question. Is there anyone who dares to oppose this? The venue on the 16th, once under the jurisdiction of the Viper Mercenary Corps, fell into a hushed silence upon hearing Yuzin's words. The attendees exchanged glances, each opting for silence. Prior to the arrival of Suin, dissenting voices had been louder than ever, yet now, with the principal present, no one dared to speak up. While it is easy to stab someone in the back, confronting them openly requires a different kind of courage, one intricately linked to power. No one wished to become the next victim of the Viper Adventure Group. At that moment, a scarred-faced brute audaciously propped his legs on the table, defiantly staring at Suin. I expected the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group to be a formidable character, but he turns out to be just a young pup. He sneered, stretching his neck towards Suin. I've heard you lure young ladies with exorbitant offers, deceiving hundreds daily. Can your little frame handle that? Ha! Hearing the scarred man's taunts, Yuzin on the podium shook his head in exasperation. It seems that fears often manifest in the most unexpected ways. This scarred man, called Quanglong, is the leader of the Wolf Fong Adventure Group, a recognized S-level awakened. He commands a formidable following of over 200 awakened individuals, placing his group among the top 3 in the realm of adventurers. Quanglong is notorious for his violent temperament, having been a notorious enforcer in the underworld before the apocalypse. With blood on his hands, after awakening during the cataclysm, he ruthlessly annihilated his original gang, turning his former leader's skull into a drinking vessel. The number of lives claimed by him may well surpass that of the zombies he has slain, a veritable god of death. Few dare to provoke him in the entirety of Sud. With Quanlong's opposition voiced, it was evident that matters would not resolve amicably. Suin cast a disinterested glance at Quanlong. Ability: Endless Fury S. Wealth value: 78,000. This S-class enhancement ability is renowned for its high recovery and lethal power. Once activated, every cell in the user's body undergoes explosive enhancement, dramatically elevating combat prowess. The longer the ability is maintained, the greater the increase in strength, with no lingering effects post-cessation. However, this remarkable ability imposes significant psychological strain on its wielder. Prolonged use can lead to an overwhelming anger that transforms the user into a mindless killer. Thus, most who can master Endless Fury appear genteel on the surface, only to become savagely brutal when the ability is unleashed. It was evident that Quanlong had yet to fully harness this power. Suin regarded Quanlong's considerable wealth, second only to Yuzin, with indifference, merely a mosquito's leg, unworthy of excitement. Though, even a mosquito's leg is still sustenance, and he begrudgingly accepted it. Yuzin, may I inquire which venue number falls under the jurisdiction of this Quanlong? Numbers 4, 5, and 6, Yuzin instinctively replied. Suin slowly rose, a smile gracing his lips. From this day forth, venues 4, 5, and 6 shall belong to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Who is in favor, and who is against? Chapter 68. The Black rose upon hearing Suin's words. Everyone was taken aback. My goodness, this lad is truly audacious, more audacious than a wild wolf. He is nothing short of a madman, or rather, a fool. I would wager that within 5 minutes, he will be torn to shreds by the wild wolf. That rascal, the wild wolf's leader, has long been a thorn in my side. Yet, one must consider, what if he, too, is an S-rank awakener? The outcome remains uncertain, even among S-ranks. Disparities exist. Do you comprehend the value of boundless fury? This boy is undoubtedly doomed. Mark my words, let us wager on it. I bet a bag of rice. Let us not bet, he retorted defiantly. Come on, if the wild wolf loses, I will give you 10 bags of rice. If that boy loses, you need only provide me with half a bag. Don't be such a sore loser. I want to participate. I simply can't afford to. Everyone knows the wild wolf's prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, no one present could rival him. Not even President Wu Xin might stand a chance. The wild wolf, with a temper as volatile as dynamite, is easily provoked. Only this newcomer dares to challenge him. Youth certainly brings a reckless boldness, speaking without understanding the consequences of inciting the wild wolf's wrath. Initially taken aback by Suin's brashness, the wild wolf soon erupted in laughter. You wish to claim my territory? Boy, are you trying to make me die from laughter? Ha! He then smashed the table into splinters and rose slowly, his body emanating a crimson hue as his eyes transformed into a vivid scarlet. Clearly, he was on the verge of unleashing boundless rage. It seems some fools have yet to witness the wild wolf's true capabilities. Boy, I have taken more lives than you have consumed meals. Come here. Let the wild wolf teach you how to behave. A wretch like you should know your place. Suin, unfazed, activated several enhancement abilities simultaneously. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before the wild wolf. With a fist charged with explosive force, he aimed to strike at the wild wolf's abdomen. The wild wolf, laughing heartily, chose not to evade, confident in his defensive prowess. Bang! The punch landed with a muffled thud, a gust of wind erupting from behind the wild wolf, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Yet, he remained as steadfast as a mountain, not retreating an inch. Ha ha ha! Wretch, are you merely tickling me? Come on. I'll let you hit me again. Even a step back would count as a victory for you. Suddenly, the wild wolf's laughter froze on his face. A wave of weakness washed over him. The enhancements granted by his boundless fury rapidly dissipated, vanishing in an instant. No matter how he attempted to activate his abilities, they bore no effect. He felt as if he had reverted to an ordinary person. With a swift motion, Suin seized the wild wolf's head with one hand, effortlessly lifting his robust frame off the ground. I am not negotiating with you. This is an order, do you understand? The ferocious wolf felt a chilling crack in its skull, as if its head were on the verge of exploding, releasing a series of anguished cries. It seems you cannot comprehend, Suin remarked, suddenly exerting his strength to crush the wolf's head, sending a spray of crimson and ivory matter in all directions. In a flash, he incapacitated the bewildered guard standing beside the wolf, seizing him effortlessly. After completing this grim task, he slowly turned to face the assembly and stated calmly, "I shall ask once more, who is in favor and who is against?" In that instant, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every individual present gaped in astonishment. Even the usually composed Wu Xin was left speechless. One punch, merely one punch, and the feral wolf was vanquished? Its brain obliterated? What manner of monstrosity is this? It had become so outrageous that it hardly resembled a human being anymore. Who would dare to oppose him now? Even the president, Yuzhen, lacked the courage to voice a dissenting opinion, let alone others. Those with timid natures felt as though merely gazing at Su-in was an act of transgression. And whenever an opportunity presented itself, they were eager to ingratiate themselves. In the absence of opposition, the Venus numbered 4, 5, 6, and 16 would henceforth belong to the Black Rose Mercenary Corps. Su-in had no intention of claiming these 4 Venus for himself. Rather, he intended to transfer them to the Black Rose. Indeed, the Black Rose had arrived, and he was somewhat taken aback, having initially believed that without Xueqingyu, the Black Rose would cease to exist, yet it had emerged regardless. At this moment, the Black Rose was led by the so-called Ice Witch, Bai Li Bing, a cold and aloof woman clad in black, wielding a black umbrella. In her youthful years, she bore a strikingly delicate visage, yet her expression betrayed little emotion. She was a woman whose abilities, personality, and mannerisms were all imbued with an extreme chill, resembling more of a sculpted ice artifact than a mere human. When the Black Rose was initially founded, it boasted 2 S-Class Awakeners. One was Xueqingyu, and the other was the present Bai Li Bing. Xueqingyu's ability was the S-Class Control of Lightning, while Bai Li Bing possessed the S-Class Peak Ice ability, Momentary Eternal Frost. With the presence of these 2 formidable S-Class Awakeners, the Black Rose swiftly ascended to a position of superpower in Su-di. Although Xueqingyu was no longer present, the Black Rose still retained the backing of Bai Li Bing, allowing it to remain among the foremost of the many adventurer groups in Su-di. Upon his arrival, Su-in had indeed noticed Bai Li Bing, from which he deduced that the Black Rose still existed in this life. Although he was uncertain why the Black Rose had aided him in his past life, he recognized the debt he owed them. In this lifetime, he was willing to lend a hand to the Black Rose, viewing it as a means of repaying the gratitude from his previous existence, while also compensating for the abduction of Xueqingyu. Upon hearing Su-in's words, Bai Li Bing furrowed her delicate brows. In her memory, she and this man had no prior connection, neither before nor after the apocalypse. This was their first encounter. She could not comprehend why he would bestow such vast territories upon her without cause. Instinctively, she prepared to refuse. However, at that moment, Su-in spoke again, casting a benevolent smile upon the assembly present. "I have a pressing matter to attend to, so I must take my leave. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall visit each of your residences to express my apologies, especially to the friend who quietly disparaged me earlier. Rest assured, I shall listen attentively." With that, Su-in coldly chuckled, grasping the person beside him, and turned to exit. The Mad Wolf was dead, and he needed to swiftly take over the Mad Wolf's affairs. Losing even a single Awakener would be a significant loss. As for the others, they could be dealt with gradually. The more assertively he presented himself, the greater the fear he instilled, and the more that fear would compel others to strive for their own growth and self-preservation. This was precisely the outcome he desired. A lamb that understood how to fatten itself was truly a source of great ease. Chapter 69. Presenting an exorbitant gift to the Chongqing Adventurer Corps after Su-in's departure. The venue fell into a prolonged silence, with no one daring to speak, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Who was it that claimed Captain Su would be slain by the Mad Wolf? Not me, I didn't say that. Don't look at me, I never uttered such words. WDNMD. It was I who said it. My cabinet has moved, and I no longer wish to play. It had merely been a casual remark, surely. It wouldn't result in any lasting resentment, would it? What a sudden calamity this was. No one had anticipated that Su-in would arrive and depart within a mere 3 minutes, taking the Mad Wolf's life and leaving behind some rather unfriendly remarks. If previously the adventurers had only felt trepidation towards the Chongqing Adventurer Corps, now they were enveloped in profound fear, each one wary of being marked by Su-in, becoming the next Mad Wolf. "Captain Zhang, you were the loudest just now. Don't you still have half a Yunnan ham at home? I suggest you offer a portion as a gift." After over a month of apocalyptic trials, fresh meat had become almost non-existent. Even if one managed to unearth fresh meat from the urban ruins, it was often rotten and foul. Fresh rat meat had become a luxury, with most references to meat being little more than sausage. A meal that included a small morsel of sausage the size of a finger joint could easily be dubbed a lavish feast. The most coveted delicacies at present were cured meats and hams, but their availability was exceedingly scarce. Even the leaders of various adventurer groups could scarcely afford them. Those who possessed a piece or two were reluctant to consume them, hoarding them as treasures within their homes. To present half a ham as a gift was an act of unparalleled extravagance. What grievances or grudges could not be resolved with such a gift? It could be surmised that the Chongqing Adventurer Corps would certainly cherish this exquisite delicacy. Captain Zhang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple, contorting in agony. He understood the reasoning, but that was still half a Yunnan ham. In this present moment, it is a rare and precious delicacy, one that even he is reluctant to consume. Each day, merely inhaling its aroma transports him to a realm of ecstasy. The thought of gifting it to another brings forth a pang of sorrow, so profound it renders him breathless. The Chongqing Adventurers Guild, after all, is not in want of provisions. Their recruitment offers generous benefits, ensuring a daily feast of meat. Yet, the leader's eyes betray a flicker of hesitation. He truly cannot part with it. Old Zhang, he muses. Let us not dwell on mere platitudes. When we recruit others, do we not promise them sustenance? Reflect upon it. What we provide can hardly be called meat. A morsel the size of a fingertip, divided into 10 portions, can hardly qualify as a meal, can it? It is permissible to deceive others. But let us not deceive ourselves. Who among us is not in need of meat? Who is not in want of grain? Who does not yearn for ham? Let us not speak ill of one another. If you were to gift me half a ham, even if it meant sacrificing my steed, I would gladly let bygones be bygones. Perhaps losing wealth can avert disaster, but do not let the day come when they extinguish you, leaving even the ham unprotected. Chairman Zhang, deflated like a punctured balloon, sank into his chair. No one found his display to be inappropriate. Anyone would feel the ache, and many would rather perish than relinquish such a treasure. Meanwhile, on the podium, Wu Xian found himself lost in profound contemplation, for he perceived more than others. When Suan had made his move, he had failed to discern the nature of the opponent's ability, let alone its level. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a formidable power, likely at least of S rank. In contrast to the others, who trembled in fear at Su An's ambiguous yet fierce words, Wu Xian maintained his composure. He surmised that Su An was merely indulging in bravado, seeking to bolster his reputation in front of others, a common trait among the youth. As long as he remained a rational individual, it was inconceivable for one to take on many adversaries simultaneously, especially when contending against the united might of the Baiming Alliance. Even the most formidable Chongqing Adventurers Guild could not stand as their equal. Chairman Zhang, you must deliver the ham to Chairman Su tomorrow, he declared. Not just you, but all of us should contribute. Let us pool our resources, offering half a ton of rice and flour for Chairman Su. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter bewilderment. We are to send ham, and now rice and flour as well. And such a substantial amount. Half a ton of rice and flour? Most present would have to empty their entire savings to amass that much. It is rice and flour, after all. Even gathering dozens of adventure teams is no easy feat. Wu Xian discerned the doubts among the crowd. Everyone has likely witnessed Captain Su's prowess, which surpasses even that of the Mad Wolves. The most crucial task now is to incorporate the Eternal Life Adventure Team into the 100 Alliance, as they could play a significant role in the forthcoming counteroffensive against the urban area. However, such a priceless gift is not easily obtained. One must contribute commensurately to what they receive. Otherwise, well, Wu Xian chuckled darkly, and the others brightened at his words. It appears that President Wu Xian intends to push them into action. The enormous amount of food being offered is indeed a lavish gift, one that would tempt anyone and be hard to refuse. Yet, once accepted, it would ensnare them. They would either have to obediently take the lead in the upcoming counteroffensive or face the wrath of the 100 Alliance. Half a ton of rice and flour is substantial, but when compared to the vast resources hidden within the city, it pales in significance. While Su An is undeniably strong, he remains but one individual. And against the 100 Alliance, he is merely a small fry. What a clever scheme, President. I concur. I agree. Let us go for it. Count me in. Soon. All the adventure teams unanimously supported Wu Xian's decision, except for the Black Rose, which declined to participate. Bailey coldly regarded Wu Xian, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Those who survive in this apocalyptic world and establish their own factions are not to be underestimated. While Wu Xian appears to want the Eternal Life Adventure Team to take the lead, he secretly aims to consume the entire team. Everyone present is acutely aware that the counteroffensive will be perilous. The current state of the city center is unclear to most, yet danger is inevitable. As the vanguard, the Eternal Life Adventure Team will face the unknown and terrifying horde of mutated zombies, likely suffering devastating blows. Unless the Eternal Life Adventure Team resides within the city center and possesses intimate knowledge of the area, is it even feasible? Is the city center truly a place where humans can dwell? The Longxing adventure team, diminished in strength, would soon be devoured by the masses. Wu Xian, appearing refined and cultured, harbored a heart darker than ink. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of president. Bai Li Bing remained silent, rising to depart the venue with her guards. Suen directly bestowed 4 territories upon the Black Rose, although she was unaware of his motivations. The substantial wealth represented by those territories was undeniable, especially since the Black Rose possessed only one. Such a favor carried immense significance. She could not reciprocate with kindness in the face of enmity. Furthermore, as a female adventure group, the Black Rose faced immense challenges in these chaotic times, making neutrality the wisest choice. Observing Bai Li Bing's silent exit, Wu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and instructed a subordinate to investigate the relationship between the Longxing adventure team and the Black Rose, while also dispatching another to uncover the location of the Longxing adventure team's stronghold, intending to position a portion of his men in ambush nearby. As he spoke, Wu Xian tightened his bow tie, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 70, New Function, Ability Fusion. At this moment, Suen emerged from the stronghold of the Wolfang adventure team and returned to the recruitment point. After greeting a few women, he boarded the bus. His time at the Wolfang adventure team had been less than an hour, yet in that brief span, he had annihilated the entire mercenary group. He had lost count of the number of lives he had taken within that hour, with the echoes of screams and cries still resonating in his ears. His heart bore no trace of pity or sympathy, only a flicker of anger still smoldering within him, a residual effect of his boundless rage. Yet, one must acknowledge that the relentless fury of the Mad Wolf proved formidable. Otherwise, he could not have dismantled the Wolfang adventure team so swiftly. Renowned as one of the top-tier mercenary groups, the Wolfang boasted 318 awakened individuals, including 18 of grade A. Indeed, the Wolfang adventure team stood as one of the most prestigious forces in Sudi. This time, he similarly acquired 318 abilities and approximately 30 tons of supplies from the entire Wolfang adventure team. Although the quality of these supplies was rather ordinary, they represented a substantial fortune within the realm of Sudi. Not everyone possessed the luxury of the Tiger Lord and the Island of Sinners. Opportunities to stockpile resources were fleeting, and now, regardless of one's strength, it was too late to amass supplies. Simultaneously, due to the recent acquisition of 318 abilities, his ability to plunder had successfully risen to level 3 with a proficiency of 395. He also unlocked a new function, Same Attribute Fusion. Same Attribute Fusion allows the fusion of abilities of the same attribute to obtain a higher grade ability. This Same Attribute Fusion was indeed a game-changing ability. With it, he could merge those inferior abilities into advanced ones, transforming any ability, regardless of its grade, into a treasure in his hands. This was the true essence of a golden finger. With the existence of fusion, the prospect of creating an entire team of S-grade adventurers was no longer mere fantasy. Thus, Suen spent the better part of the day in the bus, diligently fusing abilities: Iron Arm F, Stone Skin F, Calcification E, Muscle Enhancement E, Iron Hide E, Steel Body A, Diamond Skin A, Resplendent Form S, Fire Power A, Scorching Breath A, Infernal Flame S, Water Power A, Pure Ice A, Eternal Moment S, Infinite Perception A, Toxin Enhancement A, and failing in middle school physics. By evening, he had successfully synthesized 8 S-grade abilities and 40 A-grade abilities, with only a limited number remaining. While several hundred abilities seemed plentiful, they were insufficient when utilized, leaving him with only a few to work with. Not all abilities of the same grade and attribute could be upgraded to higher levels through fusion. There existed a hierarchy, even among identical grade abilities. Merging 2 low-quality F-grade abilities would yield only 1 high-quality F-grade ability. To create an E-grade ability of random quality, one required either 2 low-quality F-grade abilities or 1 high-quality F-grade ability. As the process advanced, it became increasingly complex, especially when attempting to synthesize S-grade abilities, which often necessitated 4 to 5 A-grade ones. This indicated that the 40 A-grade abilities he possessed might not yield 10 S-grade abilities. Suen had no choice but to concede. Currently, the household was overpopulated with inadequate resources, making it impractical for everyone to possess an S-grade ability. Moreover, with the second phase commencing the following day, he lacked the time to leisurely pursue ability synthesis and would have to make do with A-grade abilities. As twilight descended, the recruitment efforts of the Longxing adventure team concluded, having successfully enlisted a total of 500 young women today. Alongside the 400 from the stronghold, the total approached 1,000. To put it bluntly, the majority of the beauties in Sudi had been recruited by the Longxing adventure team. The remaining candidates were either undesirable to the Longxing adventure team or sought after by others. 3 buses, carrying 500 attractive women, proceeded towards the city in grand procession. However, this time, a few clandestine figures stealthily trailed behind. Suen noticed the tailing presence but paid it no mind, lacking any intention to take action. His choice of a stronghold in the city was entirely strategic, intended to deter potential threats. In the urban landscape, zombies surged like a tide, and mutated beings roamed unchecked in diverse forms. Without 2 combat-ready S-grade awakened individuals leading the way and possessing extensive knowledge of zombie identification, safely reaching the city center was virtually impossible. For him, returning to the city center felt as effortless as returning home. However, for others, the journey was fraught with peril. Within 10 minutes, the pursuers were left far behind, faced with a formidable horde of zombies that preyed upon the weak. The likelihood of them locating the Longxing adventure team's stronghold was slim, and their survival was far from guaranteed. The 3 buses returned safely to the stronghold. After handing over the newcomers to Lu Hui, Suen retreated to his office to organize data, filtering out the laboratories scheduled for refresh the following day and categorizing them according to safety levels. With 40 A-grade abilities and 8 S-grade ones available for distribution, he could augment his ranks by 48 individuals, bringing the total to 68 when combined with the previous day's 20 recruits. He planned to divide these 68 individuals into 8 smaller teams, each led by an awakened individual and supported by ordinary people. These teams would strategize their approach to the laboratories. Ideally, the ordinary individuals selected would be those marked for elimination. Thus, their potential demise would elicit no remorse. If they survived, it would grant them a second chance to prove themselves for inclusion in the team. Suen summoned Lu Hui to his office, inquiring about the number of successful assessments conducted today. Returning to the master, today I have screened 60 new recruits. 60, is that sufficient? Bring over 8 for now. Very well, master. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hui arrived at the office, accompanied by 8 exquisite young women, each possessing fair skin and striking beauty. These 8 new members were all stunningly attractive, each like a unique blossom in a garden, some tall and others petite. It seemed apparent that Lu Hui had deliberately selected those with the highest allure. She issued the same command as the previous day. He understood that Lu Hui was being intentionally provocative, and though he had been striving to maintain his composure to avoid disruption, her repeated taunts, compounded by an excess of pent-up anger, ignited a fire within him. He decided to disregard it entirely and coolly remarked, "Is this your measure for evaluating the candidates?" In Chapter 71, 8 teams, Lu Hui presented herself before Suen with an air of subservience, as humble as a mere speck of dust. The prolonged distortion of her emotions had seemingly transformed her into a different person as she endeavored to please Suen to the best of her abilities. Suen reclined in his chair, feeling a slight headache. He had observed Lu Hui's gradual transformation, recognizing that her feelings for him were complex and multifaceted. Yet, he had never sought to correct her nor provided her with guidance or comfort. Perhaps it was her fervent and almost fanatical loyalty that he found most desirable. Throughout, he remained a selfish coward, terrified of betrayal. Like the inhabitants of Sin Island, he was a man who reveled in controlling the fates of others, a villain at heart. Were there the possibility of enslavement through extraordinary powers, he would not hesitate to shackle everyone around him. He too was deeply flawed, harboring malice and fear towards the world within the recesses of his soul. Despite possessing an advantage, he remained himself, a mere weed shivering in a filthy gutter during the harsh winter, born of mediocrity, his only impetus for growth being the dread of an uncertain future. Time passed, and then Xiao Qiao entered the office, appearing somewhat flustered, a mixture of anxiety, fear, and an indescribable anticipation. She moved forward like a marionette. The night air was cool, and Suen leaned against the balcony, surrounded by his 2 female attendants. He was not troubled by anything. Instead, he felt a profound sense of relief, an indescribable ease enveloping both his mind and body. A total of 48 abilities had been dispatched, including the 20 from yesterday, bringing the total number of awakened individuals to 68. Tomorrow, they would be divided into 8 teams, each tasked with infiltrating 8 different laboratories. 6 of these teams would be led by an S-rank awakened individual, accompanied by 8 additional awakened members and 20 ordinary people. These 6 teams would primarily focus on laboratories with a safety rating of 4. The remaining 2 teams would be led by Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu, targeting laboratories with a safety rating of 5. As for the laboratory rated 6, he would tackle it alone. Lu Huiqiao and Qing Xiao were responsible for logistical support and the treatment of the injured. They aimed to conquer several high-quality laboratories before the main forces could react. That night, everyone slept uneasily. The newly awakened women were diligently mastering their abilities, while Xue Qingyu lay awake, troubled by the fact that a new occupant had moved into Su En's room. In the early hours of the next day, before dawn broke, 17 large trucks rolled out of the base, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Su En rode Wang Kai at the forefront of the convoy. It had been a while since he had the chance to stretch his legs, and Wang Kai was visibly exhilarated, bouncing around energetically. After Su En delivered a few light taps to his head, the exuberant creature begrudgingly settled down. Only as the convoy exited the city did the first light of dawn begin to appear. "Look, so many vehicles are coming out of the city. Incredible," one onlooker exclaimed. "It seems to be the Longxing Adventure Group. No wonder, only they would dare to drive in and out of the city. They have the resources for it. I heard that even the Wolfang Adventure Group was annihilated by the Longxing Adventure Group just yesterday. Can you believe how powerful they are? What a shame my daughter didn't get the chance to join them. Where could they be headed? How does one venture into the wilderness? Who knows? Perhaps Captain Su is taking the ladies on an excursion. I've heard that in the Eternal Life Adventure team, Captain Su En is the sole male among a bevy of beautiful women. Just imagining it is enough to evoke envy. Yet, such envy is futile. Even if bestowed with numerous beauties, one could hardly sustain them, especially when one's own situation remains precarious. It would be wiser to forage for roots while they still exist, as they are becoming increasingly scarce. Under the watchful eyes of the survivors, 17 buses traversed the densely populated camp, heading towards the wild. Initially, some curious individuals trailed behind, but human stamina could not match that of the vehicles, and they soon fell behind, resigned to return. After traversing for over half an hour, the convoy gradually came to a halt in the desolate expanse. "Let us set up camp here," Su En commanded, and the ladies promptly began unloading the pre-prepared tents and rudimentary building materials from the trucks to establish the encampment. Lu Hui and Xiao Qiao led the logistics team to kindle a fire and prepare the meal, while Li Xiaoyu, accompanied by a group of those with abilities, scoured the vicinity to clear away wandering zombies. This would become the stronghold for the Eternal Life Adventure team for an extended period. The Su region is a plain, stretching endlessly with vast expanses that, in the past, were fertile fields, now transformed into endless wasteland. Not a single survivor was in sight, only the occasional aimless wandering of zombies. At noon, various laboratories of all sizes would emerge across the wilderness, and their current location happened to be an open area within the laboratory respawn zone. Laboratories would spawn around the camp, but this spot would remain untouched by their resurgence, allowing them to launch assaults on the laboratories without interference. It was indeed the most perfect location for their encampment. Su En stood at the forefront of the wilderness with Xue Qingyu, comparing their map to confirm the laboratory respawn locations in advance. Su En led the confirmation while Xue Qingyu diligently recorded the findings. Everyone was bustling with activity, while the Eternal Life Adventure team was engrossed in their tasks. The 100 Alliance was also busy. Under Wu Xian's leadership, a grand offering composed of half a ton of rice and flour along with a ham was being prepared. Dozens of team leaders gathered, intending to present a farewell feast to the Eternal Life Adventure team. Observing the truck brimming with rice and flour, many could not help but swallow hard. Such fine provisions. The ladies of the Eternal Life Adventure team would surely be wide-eyed upon seeing it. Even I felt tempted, let alone those women. Has the stronghold of the Eternal Life Adventure team not been located yet? Indeed, the dispatched individuals should have returned by now. Chapter 72. The second phase officially commences. Standing at the forefront of the group, Wu Xin wore a grim expression. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that the Chongqing Adventure Group had utterly annihilated the Wolfang Adventure Group, leaving not a single survivor. Perfectly mirroring the fate of the Venomous Snake Adventure Group, the Wolfang Adventure Group was significantly stronger, with their combined strength several times greater than that of their predecessors. Yet, the outcome was the same. Both were obliterated within a single day. This instilled within Wu Xin a profound sense of crisis. A vague premonition that his position as president was under threat. Undoubtedly, Su En emerged as a formidable contender for the presidential seat, prompting him to solidify his resolve to absorb the Chongqing Adventure Group. In this realm, there could only be one dominant leader. However, the individuals he had dispatched yesterday to locate the Chongqing Adventure Group's stronghold had yet to return, as if they had vanished into thin air. As for the rumors claiming that the Chongqing Adventure Group's base was situated in the city center, Wu Xin dismissed them as sheer fantasy. It was impossible for anyone to establish a stronghold in the heart of the city. This was an absolute certainty. At most, it could be at the periphery of the urban area. Thus, early in the morning, Wu Xin gathered dozens of large adventure groups from the 100 Alliance, convening in this location with the intention of uncovering the Chongqing Adventure Group's stronghold. Time was of the essence. It was time to counterattack the city. As the seconds ticked by and news from the dispatched individuals remained elusive, Wuxin had no choice but to order a counteroffensive toward the city. The assembled army of thousands of awakened beings began to advance slowly into the urban area. This endeavor served both as a counterattack and as a means to unearth the lair of the Chongqing Adventure Group. However, despite the alliance, each faction harbored ulterior motives, unwilling to take the lead, forcing them to cautiously explore the periphery of the city. Wuxin remained unperturbed, treating this as a training exercise. He had no intention of penetrating directly into the city center. Such perilous endeavors should be left to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Yet, even on the outskirts, the sheer size of their force attracted an overwhelming tide of zombies, one-third of which were mutated variants, interspersed with several tanks. Zombies were not merely mindless creatures content to guard their territory. If the noise became too great, even the zombies in the city would emerge. Consequently, despite advancing at the outskirts, the Alliance faced significant challenges. Within half an hour, several individuals fell prey to the undead, each person valuing their life, fearing death, retreating at every moment of hesitation. As the morale of the group waned, progress ground to a halt. From the rear, Wuxin, overseeing the unified front, felt incensed to the point of nearly jumping in frustration. Grabbing a megaphone, he bellowed, "Comrades, do not fear. Do not falter. Let us unite and advance together. Before you lies the resource-rich city. With each step forward, we draw closer to abundance. Bread will be ours, and milk too. Let us move forward. Let us strive. The food awaits ahead. The sweet bread lies beneath our feet. Today, we shall witness history and relish a feast long denied." Under Wuxin's encouragement, the crowd gradually became invigorated, each individual envisioning the sweet bread and sustenance, as if rejuvenated with newfound vigor. For bread, for instant noodles, for my dear mother's spicy sauce, let us fight. Roar, let us fight. Today, I shall feast, and no one can stop me. I declare, let us fight. Wuxin's encouragement proved to be quite effective, but it had an even greater influence on the horde of zombies. The cacophony of the crowd attracted even more undead. Despite being merely on the outskirts of the city, the number of zombies was already comparable to that in the heart of the urban area. As Wuxin beheld the relentless tide of corpses surging forth, a chill ran down his spine. Is this truly the city? What horrors await in the center? It is a mystery how the Chongqing Adventure team managed to establish a foothold on the fringes of the city and survive so resiliently. In this apocalyptic world, survival is a struggle for everyone. Meanwhile, the new outpost of the Chongqing Adventure team had been initially constructed. Though rudimentary, it was sufficient for temporary habitation. Today's meal consisted of a meat dish, 2 vegetable sides, and white rice, ensuring that everyone would be well fed before the impending battle. Suen reiterated during the meal that the upcoming operation to breach the laboratory must be swift while ensuring absolute safety. Safety must take precedence in all matters. If a laboratory cannot be captured, it will be set aside for now, and other options will be pursued. Each of you is a treasure to our adventure team. Your lives are mine. Your fates are to be determined by me. Until I grant you permission, you must not take death lightly. Do you understand? The demise of an ordinary individual may not evoke much concern. However, the loss of an awakened being would indeed be a tremendous setback. Such abilities are perilously acquired, and each casualty diminishes our strength. Upon hearing Suen's seemingly reprimanding yet profoundly caring words, the women felt a surge of emotion, their fondness for him increasing significantly. They echoed in unison, affirming his sentiments. As for Suen's assertion regarding the emergence of laboratories, none doubted the veracity of his words. Within the Chongqing Adventure Group, Suen stands as the unwavering core and pillar, a beacon of faith for many. If he claims something will manifest, it surely shall. This time, Suen opted not to bring forth all the awakened individuals, leaving 2 A-level awakened ones to safeguard their base, while meticulously screening new members. For safety's sake, he had employed his sand manipulation abilities to construct towering walls of several dozen meters around the stronghold, fortified with numerous traps. Furthermore, the high-level zombies surrounding their enclave had largely been eradicated, ensuring absolute security. As for human threats, one would need considerable capability to reach the city center, locate the base, and breach the formidable walls without being ambushed by zombies in the process. As time progressed, with the sun reaching its zenith at noon, a rumbling tremor coursed through the earth. One by one, steel fortresses erupted from the ground like mushrooms after a rain, varying in size, some merely 5 or 6 stories high, while others comprised interconnected towers soaring to 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the previously barren wasteland transformed into a veritable jungle of steel fortifications. The women of the Chongqing Adventure Group gazed in awe at the magnificent structures, their astonishment beyond words. These fortresses were predominantly a deep greenish black, their surfaces enshrouded in unknown vines and fungi, resembling monstrous creatures that had emerged from the depths below, exuding an air of both majesty and eeriness. Remember my words, do not attempt to harvest any plant within this area. Every flower harbors deadly toxins, and the fungi contain lethal viruses. To fall victim to poisoning or infection is to court certain death. Within lie numerous monsters, each with their own types and weaknesses. I have compiled this information into a dossier for your reference. Commit it to memory. Bring back any resources you procure from within. The squad leader will instruct you on their proper use. This represents your final trial. For those who previously faltered, as long as you return alive, a second opportunity awaits. I hope you will cherish this last chance to join our ranks. As Suen spoke, he leaped onto Wang Cai's back. Well then, I have said all that needs to be said. Let us embark. Chapter 73, The 100 Alliance. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city once more. A small team remains to guard the stronghold, while the remaining 7 teams have embarked according to the previously established routes. Before their departure, the young women each bestowed a heartfelt embrace upon Suen, some with tears brimming in their eyes, for to some, this farewell may indeed be eternal. Each one embarked on this journey with a resolute acceptance of their fate. Yet, no one harbored resentment towards Suen for her perceived indifference. This was their own choice. During their time with the Eternal Life Adventurers, their lives had been nothing short of idyllic, far surpassing the comforts of paradise. They were free from the need to subsist on roots or insects, enjoying hearty meals and daily servings of meat broth, as if caught in a dream. However, this did not grant them the right to relish such privileges without a sense of duty. Now was the moment for Suen to call upon them. A time for them to affirm their worth. As they bid farewell to the 7 departing teams, Suen prepared to embark on her own solitary journey. Xiao Qiao leapt into Suen's embrace. Gently patting Xiao Qiao's back, Suen softly reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall return shortly." After exchanging a few words with Lu Hui, he mounted Wang Cai and vanished into the depths of the fortress jungle. It was the first day of the laboratory refresh, promising only a top-tier laboratory with a safety rating of 6. This laboratory was located deep in the southwestern part of the fortress jungle, a considerable distance from the temporary base, requiring at least an hour of travel for Wang Cai. His decision to undertake the challenge of the top-tier laboratory alone stemmed from its extraordinarily high danger level. Most would face near certain demise upon entry. Even S-class awakened individuals had to tread cautiously within. In his previous life, despite reaching the end of the first apocalypse, Sudi's top-tier laboratories remained unconquered, and the few that were breached required the combined efforts of numerous adventurer groups, who bore tremendous costs in the process. This highlights the perilous nature of the electric laboratories. In essence, anyone accompanying him would be a burden, incapable of offering assistance and likely to hinder progress. Only a creature like Wang Cai, a mutated being, could keep pace with him. Following Suen's directives, Wang Cai sprinted ahead, encountering occasional obstacles such as monsters and writhing mutated plants, all of which Suen dispatched with his ranged abilities. When faced with larger barriers, Wang Cai adeptly maneuvered around them, using its agility and explosive power to traverse walls. After approximately an hour of relentless running, the duo emerged from the fortress jungle into a vast circular plain. This expansive area lay isolated within the heart of the steel fortress, adorned with a sea of blood-red flowers that appeared almost like a crimson ocean. Upon closer inspection, each flower's petals writhed like tentacles, creating an unsettling spectacle that might induce fainting in those with trypophobia. At the center of this sanguine floral expanse stood a colossal black iron fortress, resembling a giant octopus with its guts spilled open. Numerous thick pipes, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, extended from its interior, deeply rooted in the earth. This fortress represented their destination, the safety-rated 6 laboratory. Suen retrieved a piece of beef brisket from his spatial pouch and tossed it to Wang Cai as a reward. He then threw a palm-sized piece of pork into the flower sea. Before the meat could land, the floral expanse erupted into motion, the flowers shooting forth like red tentacles, swiftly devouring the meat, only to retract as if nothing had occurred. These blood-red blooms constituted the first line of defense for the laboratory. Their attacking range was extensive, and they were both flexible and resilient, capable of regenerating almost instantaneously after being severed. They only feared flames. Exposure significantly reduced their recovery speed. Apart from A-class fire-type awakened beings, others could scarcely traverse this floral barrier. Calling out to Wang Cai, Suen advanced toward the flower sea. In an instant, the dense red tendrils surged toward him. A searing flame erupted from Suen, forcefully clearing a path through the floral mass. In under 3 minutes, they reached the laboratory's entrance, only to observe that the flower sea had already restored itself. The laboratory's entrance had been utterly destroyed, leaving only a doorframe. Yet a large mass of pink fungi completely obstructed the entryway. As if sensing the presence of the living, the fungi began to creep towards Suen. Another blast of S-class flame incinerated the fungal mass, revealing the passageway within. With an air of confidence, Suen and Wang Kai strode into the laboratory. Outside the city, the Baiming army had been engaged in fierce combat within the urban area for 4 to 5 hours, with progress remaining painfully slow. Wu Xin commanded his forces around the perimeter, scavenging supplies along the way, but the resources were limited, and losses outweighed gains. The once formidable army of awakened individuals appeared diminutive against the relentless tide of corpses, suffering increasing casualties. What further frustrated Wu Xin was the continued inability to locate the hideout of the Chongqing adventurer group. To make matters worse, a sudden earthquake shook the ground, lasting less than a minute but resulting in the collapse of already precarious high-rise buildings. The awakened army was thrown into disarray, their formation shattered. While the horde of zombies pressed their advantage with renewed ferocity, even Wu Xin, with his resilient demeanor, felt the strain of the situation and had no choice but to order a retreat, vowing to regroup and fight again the following day. Chapter 74. Artificial Organic Controllable Biochemical Weapons. Suen had already entered the inner sanctum of the laboratory. True to its designation as a Level 6 secure facility, he encountered a plethora of grotesque mutated creatures with every few steps. Enormous mutated spiders the size of millstones, wasps as large as basketballs, and cockroaches the size of dogs, all of which were at least Level 4. These were merely the most ordinary beings infected by the virus, not the Baos. At that moment, a crimson figure crawled slowly around the corner. It was a humanoid entity devoid of skin, with its muscles exposed to the air. Swollen brain tissue had dislodged the skull, leaving the brain matter exposed. Its elongated limbs ended in razor-sharp claws. Liquor. LV7. This was also not a Bao, but a virus-infected evolved zombie. Its brain tissue had proliferated, rendering its vision non-existent, yet its hearing was remarkably acute, coupled with a considerable jumping ability. It had evolved a retractable, spiked tongue and claws, exhibiting predatory instincts akin to a beast, with a voracious desire to attack. It had transcended human limitations, evolving into an entirely new species. With a gentle wave of his hand, Suen dispatched the creature with a steel lightning rod that pierced through its skull. The creature's shortcomings were evident. It possessed no sight, making it susceptible to silent attacks. After eliminating the liquor, Suen continued deeper into the laboratory. It was apparent that these laboratories were reminiscent of Earth's civilization. Despite the dilapidated state of the surrounding facilities, traces of similarity to earthly implements were discernible. The origins of these laboratories, and whether they were indeed remnants of Earth's civilization, remained a mystery. Each apocalypse brought forth its peculiarities, leaving no one capable of elucidating the origins of the phenomena that appeared on Earth. Only those who reached the end of the apocalypse might uncover the answers. Having survived for a decade through the apocalypse and witnessed 9 calamities, Suen had yet to arrive at a conclusive end. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope, provided that the apocalypse did not outlast his lifespan. A dozen liquors sprang forth from the shadows once more, yet Suen pressed on, effortlessly dispatching them with a wave of his hand. Just as he finished off the last liquor, a dark figure lunged from the corner. It was a bipedal, clawed humanoid lizard, its skin enveloped in green scales. LV-8 Hunter. Development Code MA-121. A product of fusing reptilian fertilized eggs with human genes combined with the T-virus. Social. Average intelligence, with numerous weaknesses. This lizard-like humanoid was indeed a BOW, an organically controllable biological weapon, a specialty of the laboratory. With high defense and speed, it posed a significant challenge for ordinary awakened beings. Unfazed, Suen advanced, transforming his fist into a brilliant diamond and delivering a powerful blow that sent the creature crashing into the wall. Suddenly, a dozen more hunters charged from the surrounding corners. Suen snorted, and flames erupted around him like a tempest, incinerating the Baos in an instant. As he ventured deeper, the number of Baos surged dramatically. Nearly every 100 meters, he encountered another small group. Each BOW was a fearsome entity, akin to a tank-level boss in the outside world. Yet here they were reduced to mere fodder. This was the true value of a Level 6 secure laboratory. One misstep could result in eternal entrapment within its confines. The laboratory comprised 3 floors and hundreds of rooms. Suen meticulously searched every room, leaving no stone unturned. Before long, he stumbled upon a golden treasure chest nestled in a corner of one room. Fortune smiled upon him with a golden chest. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 items: intermediate alloy impact-resistant armor, intermediate alloy battle blade, and low-level temporary strength enhancement potion. His expression soured slightly. For a golden chest, the contents were rather meager. Suen stowed the potion and armor in his expansive storage, gripping the battle blade in his hand. Although merely an intermediate alloy weapon, its strength and sharpness far surpassed the weapons forged from his powers. It could slice through iron effortlessly. Lacking a reliable weapon, he had to make do with this for the time being, as ordinary metal items struggled to inflict fatal harm on Bao's. After spending nearly 2 to 3 hours, Suen had thoroughly scoured the laboratory's rooms. He had gathered 46 silver chests, 21 golden chests, and 8 platinum chests. There were 168 pieces of alloy equipment, including 18 high-grade alloy weapons, 268 bottles of various enhancement potions, 1,800 vials of catalytic liquid, and 100 bottles of nutritional fluid. He also obtained 12 elemental ability enhancement devices and 8 pairs of strength-enhancing gloves, along with 6 pairs of speed-enhancing boots. Additionally, there were 3 design blueprints for intermediate and low-level alloy equipment. Nutritional fluid served as the primary sustenance for individuals in the second stage of survival. 1 bottle could sustain an adult male for 2 days. However, the taste was indescribable, overwhelmingly foul. While the equipment was manageable, the design blueprints were particularly rare. Such items could only be found in platinum-level chests, which were astonishingly scarce. They were nearly impossible to encounter in laboratories with a safety rating below 4. These blueprints were rarer than high-grade alloy equipment. Yet, they were of little use without manufacturing equipment. At least, in his previous life, he had never witnessed anyone uncover manufacturing devices. Thus, these theoretically valuable blueprints became mere scraps of paper. Suen did not disdain them, packing them all into his expansive storage. Who knew when they might be useful? Moreover, it is not merely the design blueprints that are rendered useless, but also the 1,800 bottles of catalytic fluid. This substance is a unique treasure found within chests after the initiation of the second stage. Consuming it leads to instantaneous death for humans. While animals that ingest it may explode, it can only be used to irrigate plants, hastening their maturity from half a year to merely 3 days. However, this rapid growth comes at a perilous cost. The plants, though ripe, are laced with lethal toxins. Anyone who consumes them faces certain death, with some even mutating and rising to pursue and devour the living, transforming into monstrous predators. At this juncture, these catalytic fluids are utterly devoid of value, even harmful refuse. Despised by all, their production rate is alarmingly high, yet this is merely a temporary state. The true potential of the catalyst will only be realized with the advent of the second apocalypse, when what was once deemed refuse will suddenly become a coveted treasure. At that point, a single bottle of catalyst will be worth more than an entire sack of meat, prompting Suen to consider large-scale acquisitions of the catalyst. Currently, the purchase price for these catalysts is likely to be shockingly low. How many bottles could one obtain in exchange for a loaf of bread? A sack? Or perhaps a cartload? Or maybe 1 grain of rice for 1 bottle? No, perhaps 2 bottles. Chapter 75. Chests, an abundance of chests, piled high like a small mountain. After circling the entire laboratory, Suen still refrained from departing. There was a sense of insufficiency. The yield was far too meager. Is this truly the output expected from a danger level 6 laboratory? Although Bao's number in the hundreds and the mutated creatures are in the thousands, an ordinary large adventure group would likely suffer severe injuries or even annihilation here. However, Suen perceived the danger level to be far from sufficient. The variety of Baos was too limited, and the sole product of the laboratory with a safety coefficient of 6 had yet to be discovered. After wandering around for several circles, he finally uncovered a straight downward passage beneath a collapsed metal plate. With newfound determination, Suen casually cast a fireball into the abyss. The flames flickered as they descended, and in an instant, a swarm of shadowy figures surged towards the light, consuming the fire in the blink of an eye, plunging the passage back into darkness. Thanks to the fleeting glow before the flames extinguished, Suen caught a glimpse of the monstrous visage. It was a humanoid giant frog, its back adorned with a mass of gray-green, protruding, keratinous growths. LV9 Hunter. Development code MA124. A product of the fusion of amphibian fertilized eggs with human genes. Combined with the T-virus, social, cunning, and vicious, it fears cold. This was a new model of BOW, exhibiting superior attack, defense, and speed compared to its predecessor, the Hunter. However, it also possessed the inherent flaws of most amphibians, a fear of cold and a necessity to dwell in dark, damp environments. Otherwise, its mucous membrane would evaporate rapidly, leading to dehydration and death. Due to its amphibious genetic makeup, the Hunter lacked sharp claws, instead featuring a massive maw with 4 fang-bearing mandibles and an extraordinarily corrosive gastric acid. The Hunter preferred to swallow its prey whole. employing its potent acid to dissolve the unfortunate victim, with resilient stomach walls ensuring a prolonged and torturous demise. It also possessed the leaping ability and explosive power characteristic of amphibians. After a moment's contemplation, Suen unleashed his water-based abilities, flooding the passageway. The sound of rushing water drove the giant frogs into a frenzy as they rushed towards the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Suen cast an electric arc, paralyzing the frogs in place. He then invoked his ice powers, encasing the damp frogs in crystalline sculptures. Finally, he activated his radiant form and leaped down. With a resounding thud, a sculpture shattered into chunks of flesh. Suen conjured a fireball to illuminate the surrounding gloom. He found himself in an area reminiscent of a sewer. The water that had pooled on the ground had solidified into thick ice, and surrounding him were dozens of frozen frog statues. Though these hunters appeared immobile, they were merely in a temporary state of dormancy, not yet deceased. Suen wielded his advanced alloy combat knife, methodically carving them into morsels. Meow, Wonkai leaped down, unabashedly seizing a piece of frog flesh to munch on. Suen's lips twitched. "Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself?" "Meow, it's delicious," Wonkai replied. This creature was beyond saving, unhesitatingly consuming whatever crossed its path. The previous bows had already provided it with ample sustenance. Only a mutated being like Wonkai could indulge in such a feast, for ordinary humans or pets. Even a mere lick could lead to T-virus infection and a transformation into a mindless zombie. Suen, however, paid it no mind. Wonkai, though a bit foolish, was aware of what was safe to eat, and promptly followed Suen deeper into the sewer. Wonkai, clutching a frog leg, hurried after him. In this environment teeming with bows, a mere LV-8 mutated being was hardly sufficient. The sewer was a complex web of interwoven pathways, with intersections appearing one after another, leaving Suen uncertain of the route to his destination. The number of hunters continued to swell, and within 10 minutes, he had dispatched over 1,000. Simultaneously, Suen discovered numerous treasure chests, the lowest of which were of golden grade, 86 golden chests and 12 platinum chests, along with several pieces of alloy equipment, potions, nutrient solutions, and 8 design blueprints. Additionally, there were 200 bottles of catalytic fluid. Catalytic fluid had a higher drop rate in lower-grade chests, making it a common but detested nuisance. The dismay of opening a hard-earned chest only to find it filled with useless catalysts was indescribable. This expedition proved fruitful, and Suen was in high spirits. It was no wonder that this top-tier laboratory was brimming with valuable items. In his previous life, he had struggled to obtain even a single platinum-grade chest. Not only was Suen elated, but Wonkai also relished its feast, even gaining experience from it. It could confidently declare that no one in this world understood the flavor profiles of hunters better than it did, what offered a delightful taste, and what combined the right balance of fat and lean. After meandering for about 2 hours, Suen finally reached the end of the sewer. Before him stood a heavy alloy door, towering several meters high, tightly sealed and immovable, whether pulled or pushed. Beside the door stood a small screen seemingly designed for fingerprint verification. Suen attempted to verify his fingerprint, but the match failed, denying him access. The verifier emitted a series of mechanical sounds. If his conjecture was correct, there must be a fingerprint key hidden somewhere within this laboratory to unlock the imposing door. The sewer was an implausible option. Thus, the only alternative lay in the offices above. This meant that to procure the key, he would have to return upstairs to search. He despised the very notion of deciphering codes. In a sudden surge of power, his form expanded dramatically, transforming into a diamond-like physique, as numerous abilities manifested. Flames and lightning roared, while ice and fire clashed incessantly. He then unleashed a series of military-style punches towards the alloy door, demanding it yield to his will. The resounding impacts echoed relentlessly. Before long, the alloy door was battered into a considerable dent, creating a fissure wide enough to pass through. The decryption was successful. Suen dispelled his powers and slipped inside. Upon entry, an intense blaze of light engulfed him, revealing an underground plaza approximately 100 yards wide. At the center of the plaza lay a dazzling mountain of treasure chests, the least of which were of platinum grade, with several dozen at the diamond grade. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered diamond grade chests, let alone so many at once. What a bountiful harvest. Chapter 76, Catastrophic Beings. Goddess of the Night, Suen spent half an hour opening the mountain of treasure chests, totaling 842. Among them, there were 800 platinum grade and 42 diamond grade chests. What a truly remarkable bounty. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a plethora of treasure chests. The contents of the platinum-grade chests were predominantly comprised of advanced alloy equipment, alongside blueprints and pharmaceuticals that permanently enhance physical capabilities. From these platinum-grade chests alone, he had unearthed over 200 pieces of high-grade alloy gear and 528 bottles of permanent physical enhancement elixirs. As for the diamond-grade chests, their treasures were even more astonishing. Although the number of items within each diamond chest was limited, each was of exquisite quality. Firstly, every chest contained a permanently auto-recharging handheld electromagnetic cannon. The cannon boasted an average firing rate of 1 shot every 5 seconds, with each shot delivering power equivalent to the full force strike of an A-grade lightning element awakener, capable of achieving a maximum of 20 continuous shots. However, after 20 shots, a cooldown recharge period of 3 minutes ensued. A mere ordinary individual wielding this handheld electromagnetic cannon could even contend with S-grade awakeners. Such a formidable technological weapon could only be found within the diamond chests. In addition to the electromagnetic cannon, there were other remarkable items. 16 sets of high-tech exoskeleton armor. This armored suit was bulletproof, explosion-resistant, and impact-proof, equipped with 8 small electromagnetic cannons and a nano-grade alloy combat knife, capable of autonomously seeking targets and possessing flight functionality. Donning this suit would render one a diminished version of Iron Man. The sole drawback was its limited endurance, lasting less than an hour. Moreover, it could not afford delays in activating the electromagnetic cannon and flight capabilities. Under full power, it would only endure for less than half an hour before requiring a halt. Nevertheless, even an ordinary person in this suit would approximate the prowess of an elite warrior. If worn by a combat-oriented S-grade awakener, it would render them virtually invincible in solitary combat. Such high-tech battle armor was indeed extraordinary, boasting not only overwhelming combat capabilities, but also a convenient self-regulation feature that adjusted to the wearer's physique, ensuring optimal comfort while maintaining a stable body temperature in varying external environments. Its lightweight, moisture-wicking material made it both practical and convenient, an indispensable asset for domestic travels or illicit endeavors. In his previous life, Suen had only glimpsed such a high-tech exoskeleton once, during the Second Cataclysm. A complete set of this armor could be deemed priceless, irreplaceable by any amount of provisions. Yet now, he had acquired 16 sets. Without hesitation, Suen donned one. Its material surprisingly light, reminiscent of silk undergarments, and it felt exceptionally smooth against his skin, automatically adjusting to fit his form. The only drawback was that it transformed into a tight-fitting suit, adhering closely to his body. While its flexibility prevented any sense of confinement, its snugness could be deemed somewhat excessive for public appearance. Beyond the high-tech armor, there existed a particularly unique blueprint, the automated defense turret for electromagnetic towers. An evidently impressive invention. Unfortunately, like other blueprints, it lacked the necessary manufacturing apparatus, rendering it merely a tantalizing vision rather than a tangible reality. In the end, he was left with 9 top-tier nano-grade cold weapons, which could transform into accessories for easy portability. When needed, they could revert to his preferred armaments. Suen, in dire need of a reliable weapon, felt a wave of relief as these 9 nano-weapons came to his aid. Delighted, he securely stowed his newfound treasures and surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring nothing was overlooked. His attention was drawn to a large alloy canister at the edge of the square. There was something grander still. The enormous iron canister stood several meters tall, measuring approximately 10 meters in height and 8 meters in diameter, entirely forged from a high-grade alloy. Its mere existence was undoubtedly of significant value, and it was evident that it contained something extraordinary within. A barely perceptible thin thread ran along the side of the canister, likely indicating its opening. With that thought, Suen activated his extraordinary abilities once more, preparing to tear open the canister. This time, equipped with advanced combat armor, he would not suffer from any wardrobe malfunctions. As Suen exerted his strength, the alloy canister emitted a series of piercing friction sounds as the gap widened. It was opening, yet just then, a colossal fist suddenly erupted from within the canister, hurling Suen across the room, embedding him into the wall so firmly that he could not extricate himself. Emerging from the canister was a gigantic figure, standing over 9 meters tall, resembling a humanoid creature, its body grotesquely covered in swollen, pulsating flesh. It possessed 2 large hands protruding from its sides, while its neck was devoid of a head. Rather, its head was integrated into its torso. And not just one but several. Dozens of distinct faces were grotesquely scattered across its form, their mouths continuously opening and closing, giving the unsettling impression of a massive tumor formed from the amalgamation of numerous corpses. The sight was distorted, repulsive, invoking a visceral sense of disgust. Night Goddess, LV-29, Catastrophic Biological Entity, Civilization Destruction Threat Level, LV-6, posing a significant threat to civilizations of LV-1 and below. Intelligence Assessment, 5. Relatively low. Possessing basic biological instincts, vital weakness, energetic pathological core, skills, infinite proliferation, organic fusion, infinite recovery. Ultra pathological mutation, infinite proliferation, no limit on cellular division, organic fusion, capable of devouring and merging with all organic matter, infinite recovery, enhanced repair speed for damaged cells. Unlimited self-repair. Ultra pathological mutation, infects and assimilates all fused organic matter, never facing rejection. Upon observing the extensive system description above the monster's head, Suen was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was this creature? At level 29, the creature classified as a disaster-grade entity seems to have inadvertently unleashed something truly formidable. Chapter 77. Divine Abilities, Guardian of Civilization. Undoubtedly, this is the most powerful being Suen has encountered thus far, boasting a staggering initial level of 29, rendering Bao merely trivial in its presence. Its abilities are alarmingly grotesque. Truth be told, Suen finds himself regretting his impulsiveness. How could he have released such a menacing creature? This entity poses a terrifying threat to an entire civilization. It is no wonder there are so many treasure chests here. It is evidently a boss room. An oversight Suen should have anticipated. While Suen is momentarily stunned, the goddess of night charges at him with a frenzied intensity. Her massive form, weighing several tons, trembles the ground beneath her as she runs. Suen, just emerging from the wall, can only react in a panic, receiving a solid punch that sends him crashing through a wall several meters thick, reinforced with alloy. He is propelled into the sewer, rolling for dozens of meters before colliding violently with the wall. Thud, thud, thud. The goddess of night obliterates the alloy door and follows suit. However, instead of immediately lunging at Suen, she extends her enormous hand to gather the corpses of the Bao scattered on the ground, swiftly absorbing and merging with them. Her form grows continuously, expanding several meters in the blink of an eye. While assimilating the Bao corpses, she indiscriminately hunts down other creatures in the sewer, cockroaches, bats, spiders, devouring whatever she encounters. With each consumption, her level rises to 30. Suen watches in horror. This is merely within the confines of the sewer. Should she escape the laboratory and absorb the tide of corpses and other organic matter, who knows how immense she could become. If that were to happen, even the most numerous of humanity might not suffice to satiate her hunger, potentially leading to the annihilation of civilization itself. With no time for contemplation, Suen unleashes his powers, amplifying his defenses, elemental abilities, and perception. He ignites the corpses of the BOW, incinerating them before the goddess of night can grow even stronger, vaporizing the other creatures in the sewer to prevent her from expanding further. Enraged by the loss of her food, the goddess of night locks onto Suen, descending upon him in a frenzied assault. Suen, with no option to retreat, charges forward. There is no turning back now. If this creature escapes, it could destroy entire cities, and the collapse of civilization would ensnare him as well. The proverb, when the nest is overturned, how can the egg remain unbroken, rings true in this dire situation. He realizes that it is his own impulsiveness that has led to this chaos. The two collide with tremendous force. To Suen's surprise, the creature's defenses are far weaker than he anticipated, and he pierces through its massive form, leaving a gaping wound. Yet, within mere seconds, the wound rapidly heals, as if it had never been injured at all. This adversary proves to be remarkably tenacious. Suen must strike again and again, piercing the goddess of night repeatedly. No matter the severity of his attacks, even when he cleaves her into pieces, she regenerates instantaneously, seemingly impervious to the concept of injury. Upon noticing the information above the creature's head, vital point, energy mutation core, Suen ponders. It appears that within this beast lies a core-like entity. To vanquish it, he must destroy this core, lest it continue to regenerate. The location and size of this core remain a mystery, perhaps even shifting within its being. Resolute, Suen channels his fire abilities to their fullest, unleashing searing flames that evaporate the surrounding water, rendering the damp sewer exceptionally arid. The temperature of the flames climbs, shifting from red to yellow, and finally to a brilliant blue-white. Under the intense heat, the walls begin to crack and peel, with the ceiling of concrete emitting explosive crackles as debris scatters. Simultaneously, he activates supercharging, amplifying the potency of his fiery abilities. Sensing the escalating threat, the goddess of night instinctively begins to retreat. Suen cannot allow her to escape. He commands the flames and advances, transforming the fire into a colossal fire tornado that envelopes the goddess. Amidst the onslaught of blue-white flames, the goddess of night emits agonizing shrieks as her corpulent form begins to carbonize and evaporate. But this is merely the beginning. Suen employs his wind abilities, merging fire and wind, creating a tempestuous blade of heat that rends her form mercilessly. The synergy of three S-rank abilities, coupled with supercharging, maximizes the flame's destructive potential, producing a whirlwind of fire capable of tearing through steel, magnifying its power tenfold. In less than half a minute, the colossal form of the goddess of night is reduced to countless fragments, unable to reassemble before being consumed by the flames. Eventually, she is reduced to mere ashes, leaving behind only a blood-red orb the size of a fist. Suin quickly extinguishes the flames, retrieves his nano-weapon, and cleaves the orb in two with a swift stroke of his blade. Thus, this disaster-grade creature is eradicated, taking him a full 5 minutes to accomplish. What overwhelming power! Thus far, no creature has withstood his assaults for such an extended period. The primary reason remains the night goddess's constraints imposed by her environment, having not assimilated an excess of organic matter. Otherwise, whether she could be vanquished is another matter entirely. Beep. Host has slain a catastrophe-level creature. Acquired title, Guardian of Civilization. Acquired divine ability, unique Seed of Civilization, daily. One may randomly draw 10 items of level 12 civilization. Upon hearing the system's notification, Suin momentarily froze, his heart racing with excitement. Another divine ability? He had risen to prominence solely through the exploitation of this divine power. He was well aware of the formidable nature of divine abilities. Any S-level power pales in comparison. Unexpectedly, a bounty from defeating a boss. The Seed of Civilization, akin to his plunder, is not a combat-oriented ability, but rather a functional one, primarily serving as a lottery mechanism. Each day, he may indulge in a 10-pull draw, randomly selecting items of civilization levels 1 to 2. Earth's civilization hovers around a level of approximately 0.7, suggesting he might acquire technological marvels surpassing earthly advancements. Controlled nuclear fusion? Artificial intelligence? Gravity vehicles? His limited knowledge rendered him unable to fathom. Let us initiate a 10-pull and summon some golden treasures. Beep. Acquired level 1 civilization items. Pressure cooker, stainless steel frying pan. Bicycle, tractor, rice cooker, lemon-flavored ultra-thin TT, 9-section battery. Suin, truly beyond imagination. What a letdown. Beep. Acquired level 2 civilization item. Self-energizing faucet, nice. Chapter 78. Level 2 civilizational item, prosperity evolution. Although his expression was somewhat grim, he nevertheless managed to procure a level 2 civilization item, albeit merely a faucet. Its appearance bore little distinction from an ordinary faucet, resembling those found in public restrooms, equipped with automatic sensing capabilities that activated upon hand proximity. Remarkably, it required no water source to generate water. It could produce it independently. Regrettably, the flow was rather meager, akin to the width of a pinky finger, yielding little water throughout the day. Nonetheless, Suin was thoroughly satisfied with his acquisition. In the impending apocalypse, water resources would be exceedingly valuable, perhaps even more so than food. This faucet would not dispense mere water, it would flow with liquid gold. With this faucet in his possession, he secured a fundamental water resource for the second apocalypse. As Suin envisioned the future, Wang Kai unexpectedly emerged, darting towards the core left by the night goddess. Gazing at the crimson core, now shattered into two halves, Wang Kai's mouth watered uncontrollably. Seizing the moment when Suin was distracted, Wang Kai audaciously consumed one half of the core in a single gulp. What the hell, foolish creature? Are you trying to meet your demise? Suin, realizing the situation, leapt in shock. Although the core had been destroyed, who could tell if consuming it would allow Wang Kai to resurrect? Should the night goddess return, it would necessitate yet another battle, and perhaps another divine ability would be bestowed upon him from the system. Suin's eyes lit up, and she immediately bestowed a fond smile upon Wang Kai. There's still half left, don't waste it, eat it all. Wang Kai, expecting to be scolded, was profoundly touched. Her master was truly too kind, not only providing her with delicious leftovers daily, but now also allowing her to enjoy such a delectable treasure. With tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, Wang Kai swallowed the remaining half of the core. Ah, yes, just like that. Suin's smile blossomed even brighter. Meow? Wang Kai let out a peculiar cry before collapsing, her limbs twitching uncontrollably as she rolled about on the ground. Seeing this, Suin instinctively drew her nano-battle knife and, after a brief moment of silence, prepared to send Wang Kai to the afterlife. At that moment, however, Wang Kai began to swell and morph, her body fluctuating in size until she stabilized at the dimensions of an ordinary house cat. With a sudden leap, Wang Kai sprang up, bouncing around excitedly, her form shifting continuously. Super mutated creature, energy-devouring scaled cat LV-15. Abilities, infinite growth, infinite recovery. The goddess of night did not resurrect. Rather, Wang Kai had fortuitously inherited some of her powers, evolving into a new mutated being. Upon noticing the information above Wang Kai's head, Suen smirked and sheathed her nano battle knife, considering it merely an upgrade for her mount. Better than nothing, she thought. Let us go, foolish creature. This laboratory has been thoroughly conquered. It's time to return to the base, Suen called, leading Wang Kai outside. Wang Kai joyfully meowed and quickly followed suit, though she made sure to take the alloy canister with her, dismantling and packing the alloy door as well. With the commencement of the second phase, numerous laboratories erupted from the ground, and the oblivious survivors gradually approached the laboratory area. No one knew what these sudden steel fortresses were. The bolder ones stealthily entered, hoping to find something valuable inside, but most who ventured in never returned. It was likely that misfortune awaited them. Yet, driven by curiosity, more and more people ventured into the laboratory, until eventually, one individual successfully escaped. This person had discovered a silver treasure chest within, acquiring an unprecedented low-level alloy battle knife and a bottle of nutrient solution. The alloy battle knife was sharp enough to slice through iron effortlessly, dispatching hardened zombies with ease. The nutrient solution, once consumed, instantly quelled hunger and filled the drinker with vigor. People went wild, frantically surging into the steel fortress. However, faced with the bow and mutated creatures within the laboratory, they were nearly powerless, often resulting in hundreds falling to their demise while failing to conquer a single laboratory. Most present were ordinary individuals, with very few awakeners among them. The main force of the awakeners, the 100 Alliance, had only just retreated from the urban area, battered and exhausted. Their first counterattack had ended in failure. By the time the 100 Alliance received word and arrived at the laboratory area, night had fallen. Upon learning that the laboratory could yield treasure chests and abundant resources, the 100 Alliance decisively chose to convene a meeting. The content of the meeting was roughly as follows. Discussions centered around the ownership of the laboratory and the allocation of specific areas, the qualifications and order for undertaking challenges, and whether to have a meal first. After much deliberation, they ended up debating throughout the night before reaching a consensus. Ultimately, the Alliance issued a public statement, asserting that, in the interest of establishing an orderly and harmonious environment, as well as ensuring the safety of the survivors, the Alliance would temporarily impose restrictions on the laboratory area. Any unauthorized exploration of the laboratory without the Alliance's consent would be deemed illegal and improper, with violators facing penalties that could include the death penalty for severe infractions. To explore the laboratory, one must first choose to join an adventure group affiliated with the Alliance, which would grant them the legal right to conduct such explorations. However, not all laboratories are accessible. Explorers are limited to the areas governed by their respective adventure groups. Furthermore, to compensate for the significant resources expended by the Alliance in maintaining order within the laboratory regions, individuals must pay personal income taxes on their exploration gains. The tax rates vary based on the abilities of the awakened, with those of grade A or above exempt from taxation, while ordinary individuals are required to pay 80 of their personal income. As Su Xian returned to the temporary base, the sun was setting. All 8 squads had returned, completing their exploration tasks. A total of 16 individuals had perished, averaging 2 fatalities per squad, resulting in a mortality rate of 10%. This was still a commendable outcome, considering Su Xian had previously informed them of the laboratory's precautions and the weaknesses of various bows. Fortunately, none of the awakened had died, which was indeed a stroke of luck. In contrast, had it been another adventure group exploring a laboratory with a safety rating above 3 for the first time, even with an S-grade awakened leading, the casualty rate would likely have reached at least 80%. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xian instructed the most skilled driver, Li Xiaoyu, to return to the city base the following morning to bring back 100 individuals. This was intended for replenishing the lost personnel and also for the purpose of creating a new batch of awakened to conquer more laboratories. If there were insufficient powers, then they would seek assistance from other adventure groups. With his current prowess, he could indeed traverse the entirety of Su District with ease, disregarding the motley crew of the 100 League as mere trifles. 8 squads collectively returned with over 1,000 pieces of alloy equipment, hundreds of vials of nutritional solution, numerous physical enhancement potions, and tens of thousands of catalyzers, alongside 4 designs for alloy equipment. However, the majority of these alloy pieces were of intermediate grade, with advanced ones constituting less than 1/10. Among these, 3 were antiviral serums, including one that Suen had acquired in the early days of the apocalypse, giving him a total of 4 serums. These items were exceedingly rare, with an astoundingly low yield, yet their demand was immense. Both awakened individuals and ordinary people were susceptible to the zombie virus. The former merely possessed slightly higher resistance, but neither could claim immunity. Consequently, The scarcity of the virus serum was unparalleled, for serums could potentially be exchanged for 4 tons of supplies. Yet for Suin, this was of little allure. It was far more prudent to retain them for his own people. Suin first summoned the 68 capable women, administering to each 3 doses of permanent physical enhancement potion to bolster their collective combat effectiveness. However, they were limited to just 3 doses, as any further injections would render the potions largely ineffective. Suin, on the other hand, found little incentive to inject himself, as the benefits to his own abilities were negligible, barely worth consideration. It was more judicious to reserve them for others. Subsequently, he distributed a complete set of advanced alloy equipment to each individual, encompassing weapons, armor, helmets, and shields, ensuring that even ordinary folk were equipped. He now possessed over 600 sets of advanced alloy gear, not hesitating to share. Additionally, he outfitted the 8 S-class Awakened Women with electromagnetic cannons. With such enhancements, the arduous tasks within the laboratory could proceed more swiftly, yielding richer rewards. The equipment reserves of the Chongqing Adventure Group were nothing short of splendid. In the entirety of Su District, aside from the Chongqing Adventure Group, it was unlikely that any other entity could assemble even a single set of advanced alloy equipment. Merely a few low-grade sets would be a cause for celebration. Ordinary adventure groups, even upon reaching the second phase, could scarcely muster a single low-grade alloy set, while only the higher echelons of large adventure groups were privy to intermediate and advanced gear. In most instances, even these senior members might struggle to procure an advanced alloy suit for themselves. Possessing even 1 or 2 pieces would allow them to boast of wearing an advanced ensemble. In a single day, the Chongqing Adventure Group achieved what other adventure groups could scarcely dream of. As night fell, and after a meal, Suin returned directly to his quarters. Though it did not rival the opulence of urban strongholds, it was quite satisfactory and well-appointed, with a particularly spacious bed. Now, as the Chongqing Adventure Group began to find its footing, the matters requiring his personal oversight dwindled. The initial group of women surrounding him proved to be exceptionally capable in every regard. The following morning, Suin and Li Xiaoyu temporarily departed the makeshift stronghold. Stepping beyond the laboratory confines, Li Xiaoyu drove back to the stronghold to fetch more personnel, while Suin strolled about with Wang Kai, contemplating which adventure group to visit. There was ample bread, though it remained uncertain who might be fortunate enough to partake. Meanwhile, survivors gradually relocated their encampment from the outskirts of the city to the laboratory's perimeter, a throng so dense it seemed endless. However, progress in breaching the laboratory was notably sluggish. A day had passed, and even the most rudimentary laboratories with a security rating of 1 had seen only a few conquered. The primary reason was that most awakened individuals hesitated to mount an assault on the laboratories, instead responding to the summons of the 100 League to enforce a blockade around the laboratory area, intimidating ordinary people from daring to cross the established perimeters. Anyone daring to breach this boundary faced ruthless extermination, their corpses displayed as grim warnings. The laboratory zone, perilous beyond measure, posed nearly certain death for ordinary individuals. Yet, in the struggle for survival, they felt compelled to rush in, desperately seeking any low-grade alloy equipment, vials of nutritional solution, or physical enhancement potions that might safeguard their lives. Such items were deemed essential for further exploration of the laboratories or for returning to the city in search of supplies. The laboratories harbored not only danger, but also the hope of survival. Yet, the grim reality was that even the most fervent efforts might yield no opportunity. A life was valued at mere pennies. Only those who could furnish a requisite amount of supplies as membership dues to the 100 League could qualify for this perilous endeavor. This world had irrevocably transformed, yet it bore the semblance of remaining unchanged. Chapter 80. Suin, do you wish to extort me? Suin meandered to the periphery of the laboratory, with Wang Kai, now resembling an ordinary domestic cat in size, playfully bounding behind him. Upon Suin's emergence from the laboratory area, 2 members of the Bai Meng Association swiftly approached him. What is your name? Do you possess the Alliance's sanctioned exploration credentials? Please present your findings. We will tax you according to your exploration qualification level. Suin was momentarily bewildered by this barrage of inquiries. Are you attempting to extort me? I, Su, have never encountered a situation where I was forcibly robbed by others, especially not when my own hands are unclean. Enough of the pleasantries. Promptly present your Alliance exploration permit. Unable to do so, are you? Such audacity. Kneel and clasp your head. We now suspect you of illicitly exploring the laboratory area, and you shall face punishment. It would be wise to cooperate, or we possess the authority to execute you on the spot. Suin could not help but gasp in disbelief. What formidable authority! Is this truly the apocalypse? Have these individuals deluded themselves into believing they are the governing body? Without the need for further signals, Wang Kai suddenly expanded to a height of several meters, effortlessly devouring the two henchmen in mere moments. After casually chewing for a few moments, Wang Kai regurgitated the remains. Human flesh had lost its childhood flavor. The two minions, still clinging to life, were gently buried by Wang Kai, who dug a small grave for them, witnessing the brutal demise of their comrades. The Bai Meng Association members stationed outside were struck with shock. This is insurrection. To dare slay members of our Bai Meng Association, he must be executed and displayed as a warning. There was that monstrous tiger, eliminated as well. Two awakened comrades joined me in the fray, charging at Suen. Regardless of whether you are an awakened one or some other uncanny being, if you dare provoke our 100 Alliance, be prepared for death. Before Suen could make a move, Wang Kai darted forward with lightning speed, biting down and returning the remnants to Suen. After executing a triple plunder, Suen no longer cast a glance. Wang Kai devoured the two wailing awakened ones, crunching them down with a satisfying sound. Though somewhat unpalatable, they were still awakened beings, providing a substantial boost. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrades, the remaining members of the 100 Alliance were filled with rage, howling as they surged towards Suen. At first glance, there appeared to be 30 or 40 awakened ones, yet the highest among them was merely of C rank. Faced with such subpar opponents, Suen couldn't be bothered to intervene. He let Wang Kai leap upon them, gnawing and bringing back the remnants for Suen's plunder. With Wang Kai's current prowess, awakened beings below S rank could essentially be disregarded. Even against S rank awakens, unless 2 or 3 attacked simultaneously, they couldn't inflict harm upon him. And even if they did manage to wound him, they could never kill him. Wang Kai had inherited the infinite recovery skill from the Goddess of Night. As long as the core within his body remained intact, he would not perish. At this stage, he was an existence of a bug-level nature. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of awakened ones had fallen, unable to escape. The other members of the 100 Alliance, who were not awakened, dared not charge forward. You're finished. Someone has already gone to inform the president. Just wait. You will be strung up and whipped. One trembling member of the 100 Alliance threatened. Pointing a finger at Suen, Wang Kai, however, showed no mercy, sending him on his way with a swift claw. To be honest, Suen was deeply dissatisfied with the 100 Alliance. Having lived a second life, he found that the 100 Alliance had not changed in the slightest. In his previous life, it was precisely due to the 100 Alliance that he had failed to conquer even a tenth of the laboratory by the end of the second phase of the experiment. Many had desperately sought to enter the laboratory area, only to find no opportunity. Originally intended to be the main force in the assault, the awakened ones instead hid outside, waiting for ordinary people to venture in and risk their lives to bring back supplies. Ultimately, many perished from starvation. Never having the chance to enter the laboratory area in search of a glimmer of hope, he had little concern for the lives of ordinary people. But now he wished to see everyone desperately attempting to breach the laboratory. The Everlasting Adventure Group primarily targeted advanced laboratories, shunning the lower levels due to their low value. However, the catalyst output from lower-level laboratories was the highest, which was precisely what he needed. If no one ventured to conquer the lower-level laboratories, how could he procure the catalysts? One cannot possibly traverse each laboratory in search of resources alone. While it may be effortless, time is of the essence. The second phase also imposes a time constraint. The most prudent course of action would be to rally all survivors to scour the lower-tier laboratories in a desperate bid to gather catalysts. In due course, he could acquire them at a discounted rate. With this thought in mind, Suen forcefully dismantled the barriers encircling the laboratory area and called out to the crowd. In the name of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, I hereby solemnly declare that from this day forth, all individuals may freely enter the laboratory area for exploration, without the need for any approval or qualification. Enter at your will and depart as you please. Anything you acquire within shall belong solely to you, with no need to surrender even a fraction to others. Comrades, for the sake of survival, for tomorrow, for our families, and for our friends, let us fight together. Let us endure in this wretched world. With his impassioned words, the crowd's spirits ignited. To hell with the 100 Alliance. Why should they monopolize the laboratories? Why must we risk our lives while they stand by to collect taxes, demanding 80% in tribute? Captain Su is right. We must fight for survival and unite to weather this storm. With the Eternal Life Adventure Group leading us, what is the 100 Alliance to us? Even if it costs us our lives, we shall not allow them to exploit us. Indeed, with the Eternal Life Adventure Group and Captain Su at our helm. To hell with the 100 Alliance. Long live the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Long live Captain Su. Long live the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Long live Captain Su. At that moment, the cheers of the crowd surged like a tidal wave. Suddenly, an explosion of flames erupted within the throng, incinerating several jubilant souls into ash. The fervor abruptly ceased. Emerging from the smoke was Wu Xian, accompanied by several prominent figures from the adventure group, his expression dark and foreboding. Yesterday, the 100 Alliance had paid a hefty price in pursuit of the Eternal Life Adventure Group's stronghold, yet the location remained elusive. Just as Suen, with his uncanny ability to appear out of nowhere, instigated further chaos by slaying dozens of their awakened members, Wu Xian's blood pressure reached its zenith. Captain Su, who granted you the audacity to speak so recklessly? The rules established by the 100 Alliance are unyielding, and you have no right to alter them at your whim. Chapter 81. Suen, you have gone too far at this moment. Behind Wu Xian stood several hundred individuals, all of whom were awakened, including numerous high-ranking A-level awakened and even 5S-level awakened. These individuals were either members of Wu Xian's Jinwu Adventurers Guild or key figures from various prominent adventurer groups, including guild leaders. It could be said that Wu Xian had amassed the absolute core strength of the entire Su region, which explained his ability to wield such immense power in this chaotic world. Wu Xian was astute enough to provide Suen with ample opportunities. Upon hearing that Suen had come to stir trouble, he promptly summoned his main forces to confront him. As people beheld Wu Xian's entourage, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. In the presence of high-ranking awakened, ordinary individuals were as insignificant as mere weeds. Though they appeared numerous, most of them were gaunt and pale, barely able to satisfy their hunger, lacking vitality and abilities. Faced with Wu Xian and his formidable group, they possessed neither the courage nor the capacity to resist. Upon witnessing Wu Xian approach with such a formidable assembly of high-ranking awakened, Suen's spirits soared. Wu Xian was indeed a man of action, providing exactly what he needed, superior abilities. With a wry smile, Suen addressed Wu Xian. What? Does the 100 Alliance speak with authority while my Chongqing Adventurers Guild does not warrant the same regard? A woman beside Wu Xian stepped forward boldly. You arrogant wretch. Do not presume that slaying the mad wolf grants you free reign. Before our 100 Alliance, you amount to nothing. Do you dare challenge me? I could take your life today without a second thought. Wu Xian raised a hand to calm her, signaling for restraint. Suen's abilities were too enigmatic. He could not gauge them fully. The Wolf Fang Adventurers Guild had fallen swiftly, and Wu Xian sought to avoid direct confrontation if possible. Although he was confident in his ability to eliminate Suen, he knew that a final desperate act from Suen could claim the lives of several awakened, who were invaluable pawns in his game. Losing even one piece would diminish his leverage significantly, for if the ordinary populace rose in rebellion, he would struggle to maintain control. With a smile directed at Suen, he said, I believe there are no grievances between our 100 Alliance and you, Guild Leader Su. If your adventurer group feels slighted for not joining the 100 Alliance, I hereby extend an invitation for the Chongqing Adventurers Guild to join us. The benefits and territories to be shared will be substantial, and your guild shall not be left wanting. To express my goodwill, we are willing to offer half a ton of rice and flour along with half a ham as compensation. What say you, Guild Leader Su? Wu Xian's willingness to compromise stemmed solely from a desire to placate Suen temporarily. The moment Suen had dispatched the mad wolf with a single blow, Wu Xian had resolved that Suen must be eliminated. Such a threat to his position could not be tolerated. With half a ton of rice, flour, and ham as bait, he felt confident that Suen would not refuse. No one could resist such temptation, and he himself would not have been able to turn it down. Suen regarded Wu Xian's offer with a look of derision. You think to lure me with such trifling scraps? Wu Xian, whom do you take me for? Do I appear to be a person suffering from famine? This meager amount is hardly sufficient to feed my dog. Wang Kai, meow, I am a cat, not a dog. Upon hearing Suen's words, Wu Xian's expression fluctuated between pale and dark. Half a ton of rice and flour. Does this trivial amount even warrant such a description? His Golden Crow Adventure Group, the largest in Su Di, gazed upon it with envy. One cannot be so ostentatious without reason. It can only be interpreted as a desperate attempt to save face at the cost of suffering. So what does Captain Su desire? It is not a matter of desire. Rather, as I previously stated, from now on, these individuals may enter or exit as they please, and no one has the authority to intervene. We bear no grudge. Yet you must not overstep your bounds. Wu Xian's demeanor grew increasingly somber. Wu Xian, I am not negotiating with you, do you understand? Xian let out a cold laugh, sensing that negotiations were on the verge of collapse. The awakened beings behind Wu Xian began to stir restlessly. Chairman Wu, why waste words with him? Just eliminate him. With our numbers, are we to fear a mere child? At that moment, Bai Li Bing, clad in black and holding a dark umbrella, stepped forward slowly. I too concur with Captain Su's sentiment, she calmly remarked, casting a glance at Xianen. Her alignment with him was not by choice, but rather a matter of necessity, due to Xianen's prior dealings with the Black Rose regarding territorial matters. Wu Xian harbored suspicions that Black Rose had clandestine ties with the Chongqing Adventure Group. Consequently, Black Rose was excluded from participating in this laboratory regulation, effectively barred from the experiment. The members of Black Rose were equally denied access to the laboratory for exploration, receiving no share in the spoils. To gain eligibility, they could only choose to subordinate themselves to Wu Xian's Jinwu Adventure Group, a prospect Bai Li Bing was unwilling to entertain. She understood well the dire consequences of a female legion becoming a subordinate of another adventure group. Moreover, Wu Xian had long harbored intentions towards her, a fact that was well known among them. To be candid, she held little affection for Xianen. Her private investigations revealed that the Chongqing Adventure Group had only recruited 3 times, solely enlisting beautiful women, none of whom were awakened. It was evident that Xianen had done so to toy with them, akin to those distasteful men she despised. Being a plaything was one thing, but in this chaotic world, merely securing a meal was the aspiration of many. There was little distinction between being a toy or a member. However, the Chongqing Adventure Group deceived naive young women with promises of exorbitant rewards, luring them into a trap. This was what she found most contemptible. In her view, Xianen was merely fixated on the Black Rose female legion, seeking to ingratiate himself, especially given the number of beautiful girls within. Were it not for dire circumstances, she would never align herself with Xianen. Now, she could only hope that he possessed sufficient leverage to compel Wu Xian to compromise. Otherwise, Black Rose too would be in jeopardy. She had no alternative. Seeing Bai Li Bing, the ice beauty, voluntarily aligning herself, Xianen was somewhat taken aback, as she resembled the sorrowful figure of Xue Qingyu from his past life. He presumed that the prior territorial dealings had prompted Bai Li Bing to join forces with him, and he was too indifferent to ponder further. Today, he had no intention of letting things slide. Even if Wu Xian refrained from anger, he would not spare these individuals. His purpose was to seize the abilities. With a malevolent glance towards Wu Xian, he addressed the crowd loudly. From now on, you may freely enter the laboratory area without the need to pay taxes to the Bai Ming Association. Do we all agree? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Many wished to raise their hands, yet under Wu Xian's icy gaze, they obediently lowered their heads, refraining from any actions. I agree. A frail and disheveled little girl timidly raised her hand and spoke in a soft, childlike voice. She had not eaten for several days. Her parents had starved to death days prior, and her sister had been taken away. By the time she found her sister, only a lifeless body remained. Now, she was all alone, navigating the world in solitude. Unaware of the perils lurking within the laboratory area, she had merely heard whispers of a beverage that could quench hunger. She yearned to drink it, to honor her parents' last wishes, and strive to survive. This is no place for you to speak, little beast. A fire-wielding awakener behind Wu Xian hurled a ball of flames toward the girl, just as the flames threatened to reduce her to cinders. Su Wen exchanged a glance with Wang Kai, who leapt forth with lightning speed, shielding the girl and swallowing the flames whole. He then let out a satisfied burp, releasing a large smoke ring, his mockery palpable. Wu Xian, your 100 Alliance possesses quite the audacity to harm a member of my Eternal Adventure Group. Su Wen grinned. Wu Xian's teeth ground together in fury, as he felt this was an outrageous distortion of reality. Su Wen, do not speak such nonsense. She is not one of your Eternal Adventure Group. Ignoring the retort, Su Wen beckoned the girl over. She, trembling, mustered the courage to approach, keeping her gaze cast downward, as her parents had instructed her to avoid looking at men directly. Su Wen, unfazed, gently placed a hand on her head and said, from this moment on, she is a member of my Eternal Adventure Group. Turning back to Wu Xian, he demanded, now, the 100 Alliance owes me an explanation. Why did you attack my group member? This is excessive. Such blatant oppression. Chapter 82. One-on-one duel at the 100 Alliance meeting witnessing Su Wen's obstinate behavior. Wu Xian's temper flared, and he completely abandoned any intentions of temporarily placating Su Wen. He then addressed the crowd behind him with a nonchalant tone. Kill him. And do it swiftly. This fellow is quite peculiar. No sooner had Wu Xian's words left his lips than the pent-up fury of the crowd erupted as they charged towards Su Wen. Damn it. I've long wanted to eliminate this brat. Just hearing him raises my blood pressure. We should have acted sooner instead of wasting breath. Be careful not to damage him too much. He has a rather handsome appearance. Leave a complete corpse for me to toy with. Ha ha ha. Su Wen remained composed, standing still without making a move, leading the onlookers to believe he was simply stunned, their mocking laughter echoing around him. Suddenly, Wang Kai leaped into the fray, swiftly targeting the awakened. With each bite, it either left them maimed or shredded their limbs, flinging the remains before Su Wen. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the cries of the wounded. Su Wen nodded in satisfaction, This was the behavior one would expect from a loyal pet. It was essential for it to protect its master at the right moment. Under Wang Kai's relentless assault, dozens of Awakened were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Suen took charge of the plundering while Wang Kai focused on capturing, their teamwork exhibiting remarkable synergy. Wu Xian had not anticipated that the large cat accompanying Suen would be so ferocious. Initially, he had assumed it to be a mere ordinary mutated creature. Yet, a B-grade Awakened was swiftly incapacitated with a single encounter, while even A-grade individuals could scarcely endure a few swipes. Wu Xian's gaze towards Suen grew increasingly frigid, tinged with deep jealousy. Such a divine pet was meant for someone of his caliber. How could a mere youth command such a formidable mutated beast? He had attempted to tame mutated creatures in the past, but invariably met with failure. These beasts were notoriously savage and bloodthirsty, viewing humans merely as prey, utterly resistant to any form of obedience, let alone domestication. Let us all attack together, he commanded. A portion of the group would restrain the large cat, while the rest would focus on eliminating that young man. However, as the losses among the Awakened continued to mount, Wu Xian's composure began to waver. Such losses were intolerable for him. The remaining 5 S-grade Awakened expressed their dissatisfaction, clicking their tongues. Fine, you may be the leader now. But I expect a 20% share of the supplies from the Chongqing Adventure Group. Don't forget, I'm still here. Though Wu Xian held the title of leader, it did not signify that everyone regarded him as their subordinate. Their alliance was merely a temporary arrangement based on mutual interests. Among S-grade Awakened, who did not harbor a hint of pride, the resources of the Eternal Adventure Group shall be equally divided among us. Wu Xian felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had originally intended to methodically seize the resources for himself, but now he was compelled to relinquish a portion. The remaining 5 S-rank Awakeners, now satisfied, sprang into action. 3 of them, skilled in close combat abilities, swiftly charged towards Suen, while the other 2, wielding elemental powers, positioned themselves at the rear to unleash ranged assaults. As the 5 S-rank Awakeners descended upon him, Suen flashed a confident smile, choosing to advance rather than retreat. Activating his resplendent form, he transformed into a dazzling figure of indomitable strength, though his other abilities proved ineffective. The 6 engaged in a fierce and spectacular battle. The cacophony of explosions reverberated through the ground, leaving behind gaping craters from the relentless assaults. The onlookers had long since retreated to a safe distance, watching in awe and horror, their hearts heavy with concern for Suen. They all wished for his victory, yet the odds of 1 against 5, especially against 5 S-rank Awakeners, seemed insurmountable. Alas, Captain Su's predicament was a consequence of his selflessness for their sake. It was a lamentable truth that he had been left to face such overwhelming odds alone. The despicable individuals of the 100 Alliance were indeed cowardly for resorting to such tactics. In a battle of S-rank Awakeners, even other Awakeners dared not intervene lightly. The residual shockwaves alone could claim lives. Suen could have easily exploited the 100 Alliance, yet he chose to stand for justice on behalf of others. His resolute form shone brightly in this indifferent apocalypse, embodying a remarkable nobility. The survivors bowed their heads in reluctant submission, a mix of shame, anger, worry, and despair etched upon their faces. Bai Li Bing neither assisted nor fled. Instead, she observed Suen struggle with a calm demeanor. Yet, she was not merely a spectator. She awaited the opportune moment. Should Suen falter, she would intervene to rescue him. If he were to achieve a Pyrrhic victory, she would strike down the remnants of the 100 Alliance. Previously, she would never have involved herself, irrespective of the outcome. However, Suen's selfless act of confronting the formidable 100 Alliance for the sake of others had shifted her perspective. Though foolish, there was a semblance of chivalry in his actions. She herself would never sacrifice her own safety for strangers. Moreover, Suen's ability to hold his ground against 5 S-rank Awakeners without immediate defeat spoke volumes of his formidable prowess, one she believed she could not match. Perhaps this man was worth her gamble. As long as Suen survived today, the tides of fate remained uncertain. Given time to recuperate and strengthen, he could yet become a formidable adversary to the 100 Alliance, allowing the Black Rose to thrive and reach greater heights. The battle raged for less than 3 minutes. Suen found himself increasingly overwhelmed, clearly falling into a disadvantage, eliciting gasps from the survivors. Some began to cheer him on softly, their encouragement swelling into a chorus of support. Observing the fervor among the crowd, Wu Xian sneered disdainfully at the rabble. Then, with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was at Suen's rear. He recognized that under the relentless assault of the 5 S-rank Awakeners, Suen was beginning to falter. His resplendent form was showing signs of wear, the diamond coverage on his back having dissipated, leaving a gap in his defenses. Seizing the moment, Wu Xian swiftly moved behind Suen, brandishing a dagger to deliver a lethal strike. Despicable. Captain Su, beware of your rear. As soon as they witnessed Wu Xian's sudden assault, many gasped in shock. Those of timid disposition had already shut their eyes, unable to bear the thought of Su and being brutally stabbed to death. I've caught you now, ha ha ha, to everyone's astonishment. The seemingly defeated Suin suddenly broke into a strange smile. In a flash, he reached behind him and seized Wu Xian's throat with pinpoint accuracy. What? Wu Xian exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he swiftly realized he had fallen into Suin's trap. He attempted to activate his teleportation ability to escape, but to his horror, he discovered that his powers had inexplicably failed him. He could not free himself from the grip that constricted his throat. You've already met a fitting end, Suin declared. I have never needed an excuse to kill, and you shall be the first and the last. With that, he crushed Wu Xian to death in his grasp. Wu Xian, even in his last moments, could not comprehend why his powers had ceased to function, leaving him with a lingering sense of injustice. He held a position of great power and a promising future ahead. He could not accept this fate. Why could someone possess such overwhelming strength? It was simply unfair. With his final breath, Wu Xian succumbed. Chapter 83. Driven to Madness. Have you heard of the True God sect? Unfair, you say? Suin flung Wu Xian's lifeless body aside. No, this is quite fair. To Wu Xian and his cohorts, Suin appeared overwhelmingly formidable, yet to the ordinary person, Wu Xian was also an unreachable entity. If one were to argue, it could be stated that fairness has never truly existed in this world. Neither before nor after the apocalypse. Suin willingly endured the blows from 5S rank awakened beings, all to deliberately expose a weakness, awaiting Wu Xian's ambush. Otherwise, with Wu Xian's teleportation ability, he would have escaped before Suin could catch him. With Wu Xian dead, Suin faced no further concerns. His despair lifted. He delivered a crushing blow to one of the S-rank awakened beings, simultaneously initiating a triad of plunders. Suin withdrew his bloodied hand, stretching his sore shoulder, the bones cracking with a crisp sound. Did that feel satisfying? Now it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his companions lay dead, including Wu Xian, the S-rank teleportation wielder. The remaining 4 were instantly engulfed in dread. Not good. Retreat. They had little time to contemplate. Even a fool would recognize that they had encountered a formidable foe today. No, they had met a harbinger of death. The adversary was capable of effortlessly eliminating 2 companions. Thus it was certain they could also eliminate the others. The 4 individuals hastily turned to flee, fearing they would be outpaced by their foe, even resorting to utilizing their abilities against one another. In the act of retreating, it was not imperative to outrun the enemy, merely to outpace their companions sufficed. What brotherhood? What camaraderie? Let them be damned. Should you be my brother, kindly shield me from the blade first. You cannot escape. Suin's ominous words echoed as he activated his teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind one of the individuals, dispatching him with effortless precision. His swordsmanship had become increasingly exquisite. With a single stroke, only a meager breath of life remained, just enough to execute a triple steal. Upon completion, there was no need for a follow-up strike, as the opponent departed peacefully. With such skill, no one would believe he hadn't spent months honing his craft in the West. Once more, he teleported and delivered a decisive blow, securing another triple steal. Again, he vanished and struck, achieving yet another triple steal. The proficiency of his adversaries was lamentable. Suin flicked the nano sword, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Thus, all 6 S-class awakeners of the 100 Alliance were transcended by Suin's 6 S-class abilities were firmly within his grasp. Naturally, in the spirit of benevolence, he would assist the remaining individuals in their transcendence, for rather than enduring suffering in this apocalyptic world, it was far more beneficial to facilitate their rebirth. Suin felt as though a halo of merit was forming above his head, overflowing with virtue. Glancing back, he saw Wang Kai surrounded by a multitude of awakeners. It was no longer a matter of retreating. The feline was physically torn apart, intestines strewn about. The scene was as grim as it could be, yet the creature continued to fight valiantly, its indomitable and bloody struggle evoking a pang of sympathy in onlookers. Suin, exasperated, covered his head. This foolish creature was truly a performer at heart. Were it not for the moments when Wang Kai cast intelligent glances in his direction, Suin might have been convinced. Stop the charade, you dead dog. Hurry up, and I'll add extra rations for you tonight. Meow? You're a cat, not a dog. Upon hearing of the extra rations, Wang Kai instantly regained vigor, its injuries miraculously healing in an instant, impervious to the attacks of others. It rose with renewed strength. With the formidable prowess of Wang Kai, these awakened individuals would find it impossible to subdue him within a mere 2 or 3 days. Suin swiftly teleported into the throng, unleashing a rampage of slaughter and plunder. Several S-rank awakened members of the 100 Alliance had already perished. It was only a matter of time before their defenses crumbled, at which point the pursuit would prove troublesome. Before they could breach their defenses, he aimed to eliminate as many as possible. Those who managed to escape would be pursued later. In an instant, anguished cries echoed as the number of awakened dwindled at a visible pace. In less than 3 minutes, more than half had fallen. And this was under Su-en's deliberate restraint on his lethal capacity. Were it not for his desire to seize their abilities, he could have wiped them out entirely within a minute of unleashing his full firepower. Witnessing Su-en, resembling a deity of death, the other awakened could no longer withstand the terror. They turned to flee. Help! Sorry, Lang. Sorry, Lang. Mommy, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. Su-en would not permit their escape. Losing even one would amount to a grievous loss. He immediately maximized his abilities, pursuing and plundering relentlessly. Those he couldn't capture were incapacitated for later finishing blows. Thus, the scene transformed into a relentless chase, a man and his cat pursuing hundreds of awakened individuals. Laughter intertwined with cries of despair echoing through the air. The distant onlookers were left in awe. In less than 30 seconds, the tide had turned dramatically. The once desperate duo had, as if possessed by divine spirits, commenced a massacre of the 100 Alliance with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Insane. Absolutely insane. By the heavens. Commander Su is magnificent. Long live Commander Su. Witnessing Su-en's miraculous turnaround, the survivors erupted with excitement, jubilantly raising their arms in celebration. What is a savior? This is it. What does it mean for a deity to descend? This is it. The once revered awakened individuals, perceived as untouchable, now appeared utterly vulnerable before Commander Su. As they beheld Su-en's slaughter, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over the crowd. They had long been oppressed by the 100 Alliance, struggling to survive, and these scoundrels even sought to rob the grassroots. Watching Su-en eliminate the members of the 100 Alliance brought them immense satisfaction. Kill them all. Total annihilation. Well done. 5 minutes later, Su-en dispatched the last passenger with a swift stroke. Though slightly delayed, one could only hope he managed to catch the final express to paradise. As for the reason for not descending into hell, it was likely because it had been overcrowded long before the apocalypse. Scanning the surroundings, not a single awakened individual remained. Only a dozen girls, clutching black roses, huddled together, trembling in fear. Even Bai Li Bing, the icy beauty akin to a frozen mountain, could not suppress her slight shivers. Su-en's power had transcended her comprehension entirely. As an S-class awakened being at the pinnacle of her kind, she acutely felt the overwhelming sense of helplessness when confronted with such a godlike force. Perhaps, in his eyes, there was little distinction between S-class and G-class awakened beings. The strength she once took pride in now appeared minuscule in comparison, akin to an ant gazing at the stars. She had previously considered offering assistance, but now realized how ignorant and arrogant such thoughts were. She, like the others in the 100 Alliance, had persistently placed Su-en on the same level as herself. Yet, his might existed in an entirely different dimension. Those who deserved death had been slain, and the spoils had been seized. Only then did Su-en leap onto Wang Kai's back, preparing for the next endeavor. Many members of the 100 Alliance were still idling at their base. With news yet to spread, it was imperative to make a timely visit. Delays would render it too late. After today, awakened beings would likely steer clear of him, and capturing so many again would prove challenging. It was essential to seize this opportunity. Observing the throng of survivors still dancing with excitement, Su-en couldn't help but roll his eyes. What were they waiting for? They should explore the laboratory. No one was hindering them now. With that, he mounted Wang Kai and swiftly departed, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Shortly after Su-en's departure, a group of figures cloaked in black appeared quietly. A small figure among them approached the survivors, slowly lifting the edge of their hood to reveal a face as exquisite as a porcelain doll. A radiant smile gracing their lips. Are you familiar with the True God sect? Our deity is none other than Commander Su, Lord Su-en. My name is Xian Xian, and I warmly welcome everyone to join our True God sect and become faithful servants of our esteemed deity. Chapter 84, Bai Li Bing. I have glimpsed a paradise on earth. After the 100 Alliance was decisively breached by Su-en, all rules and regulations vanished into thin air. Consequently, a throng of individuals armed with whatever weapons they could find surged toward the laboratory area, disregarding any safety protocols. Seizing the last vestiges of their strength, they charged forward. The outcome was painfully evident. Survival was a grim battle, but even this was preferable to the hopelessness of starvation. As the number of conquered laboratories increased, more individuals acquired alloy equipment, thereby reducing the casualty rate. For now, they had no choice but to risk their lives. Su-en's reputation soared. Upon mentioning Commander Su, admiration and reverence lit up the faces of the people. It was thanks to Sue that they had the opportunity to explore the laboratories, and most significantly, they were not burdened with exorbitant taxes. Any treasures found were entirely theirs. Some even brought their families to join this so-called True God sect, rumored to be a faith dedicated to Commander Sue. As long as one devoutly worshipped him, they were considered family within the sect. The True God sect would never abandon a single believer. They would face adversities together. However, one must never renounce their faith. Doing so would render them a heretic, and the sect would pursue them relentlessly, subjecting them to severe judgment. With Sue's name resonating, the True God sect rapidly gathered thousands of followers, including awakened ones, and continued to grow. They quickly established a foothold in Sue as the demise of the 100 Alliance left many territories vacant, some of which were seized by the True God sect, hinting at a potential transformation into a formidable power. Simultaneously, the True God sect dispatched its own exploration teams toward the laboratories. Faith alone cannot provide sustenance. It merely imbues one with the courage to wield a blade or face death with composure. In the moment when death arrives, let faith temporarily overshadow the pain. For the benevolent deity will guide you to a beautiful realm devoid of hunger, zombies, and suffering. Is this not a form of happiness? Meanwhile, the Black Rose, one of the few remaining large adventure groups, embarked on the journey to explore the laboratories. However, given their substantial strength and the presence of several awakened sisters, they could not merely linger at the periphery but press deeper into the unknown. There are downsides to being a large adventure group. More individuals to sustain means that the yields from low-level laboratories are often insufficient for their basic needs. After half a day, the Black Rose successfully conquered 2 laboratories with a safety rating of 1, yielding a bounty of valuable items, including 2 pieces of intermediate alloy equipment, an impressive harvest indeed. Across Sue, the speed at which the Black Rose was advancing was remarkable, largely due to Commander Bai Li Bing leading the charge. As a powerful S-rank awakened being, she was the backbone of the large adventure group. Bai Li Bing ordered a deeper exploration, believing that, given the strength of the Black Rose, they might challenge a laboratory with a safety rating of 2. Though danger loomed, they had no choice but to muster their resolve. Such is the nature of the times. Only through daring can one prevail, and a hearty meal is the ultimate goal for all. As they delved further, the environment grew increasingly treacherous. They encountered many unfamiliar mutated creatures and the menacing undead dogs, swift and relentless, capable of launching surprise attacks from the shadows. A bite was often a death sentence, leading to inevitable infection and transformation. The viruses carried by the mutated creatures in the laboratory far exceeded those of the zombies in urban areas, posing a challenge even to the awakened. After a while, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, and they longed to rest. Just then, in a moment of haze, they caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma, meat. Suddenly, fatigue faded away. It was unmistakably the scent of pork, braised pork, to be precise. They had not encountered such a fragrance in over a month, and the mere scent stirred their appetites, making their mouths water. Drawn by the alluring aroma, they could not help but move toward its source. Even Bai Li Bing found herself compelled to investigate. Turning a corner, their view opened up to a vast clearing within the laboratory fortress, where a camp was established. Surrounding the camp were poles adorned with the carcasses of unknown creatures. Within the camp, figures moved about, young and beautiful women, all smiling and engaged in lively conversation or busy with various tasks. Each of these women donned striking high-tech alloy armor, wielding weapons of a design they had never encountered before. To their astonishment, it appeared that a fire was lit for cooking. Some were stir-frying, others steaming rice, while a large pot simmered with delectable braised pork. The tantalizing aroma wafting from this camp was irresistible. The members of the Black Rose stood frozen in disbelief. What was this scene? A paradise on earth? Oh my, they have meat to eat, stir-fried dishes, and steaming white rice. Their equipment is utterly dazzling. Reflecting on my usual diet of dry grass mixed with coarse grain cakes and my rudimentary armor made mostly of iron sheets, the comparison is almost cruel. Each heart feels as though it has suffered a heavy blow. They had previously believed that the Black Rose's treatment was the best among all adventurer groups. Yet, how can the disparity be so vast among human beings? Bai Li Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. As the leader, she understands all too well the concept of sustaining such a large group while still enjoying white rice and braised pork. It's simply inconceivable. At this stage, fresh pork is no longer available, and no amount of resources could procure it. Just having cured meat would bring one to tears. Not only is fresh meat scarce, but fresh vegetables are also unavailable for vitamin supplementation. They are left to nibble on wild greens. Yet, these people at the camp are genuinely simmering braised pork and stir-frying fresh vegetables. What kind of individuals are they? The camp's inhabitants have also noticed the presence of the Black Rose and swiftly assembled in a trained formation, poised for action. A colossal hand, constructed of sand and gravel, suddenly rose from the camp, and a girl of exquisite beauty, donned in a maid outfit, stood in the palm, coldly declaring, "This is the territory of the Chongqing Adventurer Group. Unauthorized personnel, please detour." Chapter 85. A Reunion of Sisters. Bai Li Bing enters the Grandview Garden upon hearing the girl's voice. Bai Li Bing paused for a moment. Is this the Chongqing Adventurer Group? It was her first encounter with them. For a long time, the Chongqing Adventurer Group had existed in the realm of legends, with no one having witnessed their true form. Her understanding of them was limited to rumors of their generous treatment or the overwhelming strength of their leader, Suen. Now, seeing them in person, she felt vindicated in her skepticism of the rumors. The tale spoke of daily consumption of sausages, yet this was no mere sausage. They were serving braised pork. This is what one calls good treatment? It is nothing short of a paradise. Is the leader Suen truly powerful? She seems almost superhuman. In a daze, Bai Li Bing was overcome with a profound sense of defeat. She suddenly realized Suen was not deceiving anyone. Not only was she truthful, but the conditions and treatment offered by the Chongqing Adventurer Group might have been described rather conservatively during recruitment. At that moment, a similarly luxurious group of beautiful women emerged from another direction. Upon seeing the Black Rose, they immediately assumed a defensive stance. "We are the Black Rose Adventurer Group. We mean no harm, merely passing through," Bai Li Bing hurriedly explained, setting aside the fact that the girl standing on the giant hand is also an S-Class Awakener. Even these lavishly equipped ordinary members are beyond their capability to handle. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Xue Qingyu stepped forward from the crowd, jogging towards Bai Li Bing. "Qingyu?" As she beheld Xue Qingyu, Bai Li Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated encountering Xue Qingyu in this place. The two sisters embraced each other with palpable excitement, for they were close cousins, though attending different universities in the same city. They maintained regular contact and would often gather on weekends, fostering a deep bond. However, when the apocalypse descended, their communication ceased abruptly. Bai Li Bing had attempted to locate Xue Qingyu, but, ultimately, her efforts were in vain due to her limited capabilities. "Xiao Qiao, she is my cousin. There is no need for concern," Xue Qingyu explained with a wave of her hand towards Xiao Qiao. Nodding in response, Xiao Qiao replied, "All right, Sister Qingyu." Gradually, she lowered her massive hand, allowing the girls in the camp to relax their guard and resume their activities. "Cousin, let us converse inside," Bai Li Bing suggested. "All right," Xue Qingyu agreed, leading the group into the camp. Upon closer inspection of the Chongqing Adventure team, Bai Li Bing was astounded by the sheer opulence surrounding her. The attire and footwear of the individuals here were astonishingly new, in stark contrast to their own tattered garments. Each person emanated a delightful fragrance, unmistakably the result of shampoo, soap, and even perfume. It was not that they lacked cleanliness. After all, who would wish to endure the stench of sweat all day? Yet, due to their constrained circumstances, they could hardly afford soap, let alone perfume, and with limited water resources, even bathing regularly was a luxury. Not only were their clothes pristine, but their utensils were as well. Several doorways were adorned with brand new carpets. Some of the girls were even engaged in the act of applying makeup. What an absurdity! At such a time, who had the luxury to indulge in cosmetics? Bai Li Bing, typically stoic and unyielding under pressure, felt her defenses begin to crumble. "Qingyu, is this how you all live on a daily basis?" she inquired. Xue Qingyu chuckled sheepishly. "Not quite. We have just stationed here, and the conditions are slightly inferior to those at our headquarters." "This is what you call inferior?" Bai Li Bing was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Were it not for her understanding of Xue Qingyu's temperament, she might have suspected her of boasting. "By the way, how did you come to be part of the Chongqing Adventure team?" Bai Li Bing, fearing that Xue Qingyu would continue, hastily redirected the conversation. "It is this way," Xue Qingyu said, leading Bai Li Bing to a table where she recounted her experiences after encountering Su, and Bai Li Bing listened with astonishment, her expression betraying her confusion as she regarded Xue Qingyu. Why did it seem as though the narrative was awry? Xue Qingyu appeared to have endured no hardships during this time. Her life resembled that of a vacation, filled with good food and restful sleep, devoid of concerns for safety or supplies. Was this the reality of an existence in a world rife with despair? The only worry seemed to be that she had gained several pounds and was fretting over how to lose weight. "Is this truly what you are saying?" Bai Li Bing exclaimed. "Wait, are you telling me that you are now the deputy leader of the Chongqing Adventure team?" "Yes, Suen appointed me," Xue Qingyu replied. Bai Li Bing furrowed her brow at this revelation. Hasn't he coerced you into anything, has he?" Xue Qingyu waved her hands dismissively, saying, No. He treats me very well." In her heart, she secretly wished Suen would compel her to do something. Bai Li Bing raised an eyebrow, harboring doubts. Yet she held great trust in Xue Qingyu's words. From her understanding, Xue Qingyu was a woman of gentle exterior but indomitable spirit. Certainly not one to be easily coerced or manipulated. Given Xue Qingyu's strong disposition, she would prefer to take her own life rather than endure humiliation or subjugation. This raised a perplexing question. Why would Suen assign such a pivotal role to Xue Qingyu? She could not believe there was nothing more between them. At that moment, Xiao Qiao approached with 2 glasses of juice in hand. Ladies, please enjoy. If you prefer soda or chilled beer, just let me know, and I will bring you some. Thank you. Xiao Qiao, Xue Qingyu replied with a nod. Bai Li Bing felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensing that she resembled a beggar in comparison. What they had was truly a life, while hers felt more like an escape. Let me introduce you, cousin. This is Xiao Qiao. You may have seen her on television. She is quite famous and currently serves as the logistics minister for our adventure group. Bai Li Bing nodded, hello. She had sensed some familiarity with Xiao Qiao. And after Xue Qingyu's introduction, she recalled having seen her frequently on TV. Xiao Qiao, what is your relationship with Suen? Bai Li Bing inquired, her tone laced with intrigue. Xiao Qiao beamed, tilting her head playfully, I am his maid. Is there a problem, master? Indeed, most people refer to their masters in such a manner, she added. Bai Li Bing turned to Xue Qingyu, asking, don't you find that a bit inappropriate? She had assumed Xue Qingyu addressed Su in the same manner. To casually call a man master seemed out of character for her resolute cousin. Xue Qingyu paused momentarily, acknowledging that it was indeed rather unsuitable. To this day, she still addressed Suen by his full name. She was the only one in the entire group to do so. Truthfully, she had considered adopting a different title, preferably something akin to husband, as Li Xiaoyu did. Other forms of address were out of the question. She would never refer to him, as Lu Hui did. She had always maintained strict principles regarding this matter. Chapter 86. Equality amidst plunder. At that moment, Suen was wreaking havoc at the Adventure Group's base, which fell under the auspices of the Bai Mingwei. Regardless of the abilities, he replicated and stripped them bare, seizing all wealth, leaving not a single point of wealth unexploited. Not only did he target abilities and wealth, but he also spared nothing that could potentially be of use. Chairs and benches? Taken. Bedding and mattresses? Hauled off to serve as a dog bed for Wonkai. Steel bars and iron plates? Who knows when they might come in handy? Refrigerators, televisions, washing machines? This is truly magnificent. Take it away, take it away. Although there are still thousands of beasts roaming the vast expanse, and countless adventurers have met their demise at his hands, every stronghold he has visited lies in ruins. One by one, adventurer groups have crumbled under his relentless onslaught, and countless awakened beings have boarded the express train to paradise. In just a short span of time, dozens of adventurer teams have been completely annihilated. Particularly, many of the larger, prominent adventurer factions have been almost entirely wiped out. The remaining groups, regardless of any past grievances with the Chongqing adventurers, have hastily retreated. Some astute awakened beings have even buried themselves in advance, leaving only their heads exposed and covered with makeshift concealment, merely to evade Suen, the harbinger of death. This vividly illustrates what it means to be half buried in the earth by one's own volition. In an instant, an eerie scene unfolded where all adventurer strongholds stood deserted. Suen could only curse in frustration, lamenting that he had not been swift enough in his endeavors, having only eliminated about 1,000 awakened beings in that brief period. His professional skills and efficiency certainly require enhancement. Nonetheless, it is likely that the awakened beings he has dispatched account for over half of the entire population in Su District. The higher-tier awakened beings have nearly all perished. Perhaps in the eyes of the awakened, Suen seems more akin to an apocalyptic figure. Compared to other regions, the number of awakened beings in Su District is significantly lower, but assessing overall strength is more complex, as this harbinger of death resides in Su District. Equipped with a unique advantage against awakened beings, no matter how many more awaken, they merely serve as fodder. After a day of extraordinary plunder, Suen's proficiency in his ability to seize powers has reached its zenith. Leveling from 1 to 2 requires 10 powers, each corresponding to a proficiency of 10. From 2 to 3 requires 100 powers, each corresponding to a proficiency of 1, and from 3 to 4 requires 1,000 powers, with each corresponding to a proficiency of 0. 1. Currently, he has achieved a proficiency of 100 at level 3, thus meeting the requirements for advancement. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your level of power acquisition has increased, granting an additional new functionality. Equality in plunder. The ability to seize the inherent skills of all carbon-based life forms. Upon hearing the system notification, a twitch crossed Suen's lips. Well, now he can even plunder skills from entities that are not human. He is certainly straying further down the path of inhumanity. This raises a question. Can the skills acquired from mutated creatures or zombies be utilized by humans? One might wonder if they can indeed be employed. For instance, the Night Goddess's ability of infinite proliferation, once activated, might lead to a transformation akin to that of a Cthulhu-like entity, turning him into an endlessly swollen mass. Just the thought of it sends shivers down his spine, especially with so many beautiful maidens awaiting him at home. He certainly does not wish to become such an indescribable creature. While taking the skills might be feasible, using them himself is another matter entirely. Let us give it a try, Suin decided, as he delivered a swift slap to Wangsai's head. Wangkai meow? Bring it here, he commanded. Detecting a plunderable target, please select the plunder direction. The skill replication was successful, resulting in the acquisition of the mutated creature's abilities, infinite growth and infinite restoration. The plunder of wealth was also fruitful, yielding 1024 points of wealth value, now stored in the expansive space. Do check it promptly. He had successfully replicated both of Wangsai's primary extraordinary abilities, even seizing his wealth. Within the vast space, several boxes of fish treats and numerous cans of cat food appeared, along with a tome titled The Comprehensive Guide to Cat Breeding. Remarkable indeed. While the food was understandable, that book was rather indecent for a cat. Simultaneously, Suin discovered he could now perceive the affection level hovering above Wangsai's head, an astonishing 100. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. He was Wangsai's provider, a godlike figure in the eyes of this gluttonous feline. Since he could plunder the skills of mutated creatures, he decided to test whether he could do the same with zombies. Suin promptly retrieved the small fish treats and cat food cans he had just taken from Wangkai and placed them on the ground. He instructed Wangkai, "Go fetch me 2 zombies, one weak and one stronger. These treats will be yours." Upon seeing the abundance of fish treats and cans, Wangsai's tongue lolled out, drooling profusely, and he nodded eagerly before darting off towards the city. Before long, Wangkai returned, proudly carrying 2 zombies, one a mere ordinary zombie and the other a witch. Both zombies were incapacitated. The ordinary one barely clung to life, while the witch continued to emit piercing shrieks. Annoyed by the noise, Suin casually grabbed a can of cat food and stuffed it into the witch's mouth, silencing her. Wangkai stared in utter disbelief. Wangkai hurriedly gathered the remaining cat food and dried fish into his embrace, vigilantly eyeing Suin's not-so-clean little hands. Suin first attempted to loot a standard zombie, but to no avail. It seemed that without skills, nothing could be claimed. He then directed his attention to the witch, executing a series of 3 loots. During the process, he specifically instructed the system to loot fiercely, and thus acquired 2 skills from the witch, tear and track. Simultaneously, a filthy piece of clothing appeared in his hands. Startled, Suin promptly discarded it, realizing his hands were now genuinely unclean. As the afternoon approached 4 or 5 o'clock, it was nearly time to return home for dinner. He mounted Wangkai and headed towards the temporary stronghold. Upon arriving at the periphery of the laboratory area, Suin observed a throng of survivors streaming inside, many of whom were returning with bountiful spoils. The sight of Suin riding in on his tiger prompted the crowd to halt in admiration and gratitude. Some bowed their heads in silent respect, expressing their unspoken appreciation. Suin, however, paid little heed to the crowd, instead focusing on a girl huddled in the corner. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, her face smeared with dirt, her large eyes scanning the surroundings for something. Upon spotting Suin, her eyes brightened, and she instinctively began to rise and run towards him. Yet, glancing down at her tattered and filthy clothing, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her and lowered her head, her little finger unconsciously tracing a stain on her pants. Almost forgetting about her, Suin had earlier taken her in as a new member under the pretense of needing an excuse to deal with Wu Exine. He beckoned to the girl with a gentle smile. "Come here, I will take you home." The girl's face lit up with joy as she raised her head and dashed to Wangkai's side, gazing up at Suin with hopeful eyes. "Come on up," Suin urged, turning slightly to help the girl. She hesitated, wiping her dirty little hands on her clothes before daring to grasp Suin's hand. "Thank you," she shyly expressed. Suin smiled in response, unreservedly accepting her gratitude. Wangkai then leapt high into the air, entering the laboratory area, and in a few bounds, disappeared from the crowd's sight. Onlookers watched with envy as Suin led the little girl away. Everyone wished to join the Chongqing Adventure Group. Yet the group was no longer recruiting, leaving many with no opportunity to join. The young girl had seemingly struck gold. However, it couldn't solely be attributed to luck. Earlier, when Captain Su faced off against the 100 Alliance and sought the opinion of the crowd, it was this naive little girl who dared to raise her hand in support. Thus, it was only natural that Captain Su would admit her as an exception. The crowd couldn't help but chastise themselves for their lack of initiative. Had they raised their hands back then, who knows, they might have joined the Chongqing Adventure Group. The benefits were irrelevant, with Captain Su as a towering figure. One could walk with pride wherever they went. Who wouldn't want to gain a little favor in such company? Within a mere 10 minutes, Suin returned to the temporary base. Upon his arrival, the young women rose in unison to greet him, calling out in chorus, "Commander, welcome home." Lu Hui also approached him. Suin nodded and brought the little girl before him. "This is my new recruit. Please make her comfortable and assign her some minor tasks." Given her tender age, it was unlikely she could undertake any significant responsibilities, especially exploring the laboratory. Lu Hui glanced at the little girl and then at Suin. "Do you have a fondness for such young ones, master?" Suin was momentarily taken aback. "No, that's not permissible. There are rules to adhere to. And I would face dire consequences." Lu Hui stifled a laugh, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief, and then turned to the little girl. "What is your name, little sister?" "Hello, sister. My name is Bing Tang, just like the sweet rock candy that you can eat." Lu Hui chuckled softly, her gaze towards the girl growing increasingly fond. Typically, children of this age would refer to her as Annie. Truly living up to her name, the little girl had a sweet tongue. "Come now. Sister will take you to wash up and change into clean clothes." Thus, Bing Tang followed Lu Hui, turning back every few steps. Still a bit apprehensive in this unfamiliar environment. It would take her a few days to acclimatize. "Suin, are you unhurt? I heard from my cousin about your encounter with the 100 Alliance." Xue Qingyu rushed over, her face etched with concern. Bai Li Bing followed closely behind. Suin was somewhat surprised to see Bai Li Bing. He hadn't anticipated that these two sisters would come together. It seemed that their collaboration in their past life was anything but coincidental. "Rest assured, I am fine. Are you and Captain Bai Li cousins?" "Ah, distant cousin." It is no wonder. Upon closer inspection of their features, there exists a faint resemblance, and both are undeniably striking beauties. However, their personalities are worlds apart. One is as gentle as jade, while the other embodies the chill of a millennium, regarding everyone with a countenance that suggests they owe her an insurmountable debt of supplies. Such a frosty demeanor does not appeal to Suin, who finds her to be a rather uninviting presence. Once more, Captain Bai Li has encountered Suin, who casually greets her. Bai Li Bing nods slightly, refraining from further conversation. Her gaze towards Suin is laden with profound wariness. As the display of strength Suin exhibited today has instilled a measure of psychological apprehension within her. She harbors no doubt that if Suin so desired, she could obliterate the Black Rose without a trace of resistance. Moreover, the strength of the Chongqing Adventure Team extends beyond Suin alone. Through her meticulous observations, Bai Li Bing has discerned that the team boasts at least a dozen S-Class Awakeners. Such an extraordinary assembly is unparalleled. Even the Su region does not possess such numbers. Had the 100 Alliance been aware of the Chongqing Adventure Team's formidable prowess earlier, they would have likely thought twice before provoking them, bending the knee to their every word. Yet, alas, there are no if-onlys left to consider. "If Captain Bai Li does not mind, please stay for dinner," Suin offered with a token of politeness. Bai Li Bing hesitated to decline, the enticing aroma of the meal wafting through the air making her falter. The eager gazes of her companions from the Black Rose further tugged at her resolve, making it difficult to refuse. "Thank you," Bai Li Bing murmured, feeling a slight warmth in her cheeks. She was not one to take advantage, yet this meal was an irresistible temptation. "You are lightly spoken's cousin. It is merely a meal, no need for formality," Suin stated before turning and retreating to her chamber. There remained much to attend to. Over 1,000 abilities to assess and integrate. Li Xiaoyu had already brought the personnel from the headquarters. Time was of the essence to merge their abilities and forge a new batch of Awakeners, the members of the Black Rose. Upon hearing of the opportunity to dine with the Chongqing Adventure Team, erupted in joyous excitement. "Hooray, we get to eat meat. Surely, I am not dreaming. Long live the captain. Long live Captain Su." Xue Qingyu watched Suin's departing figure, feeling a twinge of emotion. Though it was merely a meal, she understood the rarity of such an occasion with the Chongqing Adventure Team. Perhaps she ought to find him later to express her gratitude properly, she mused, her cheeks warming at the thought. After dinner, Bai Li Bing and her crew hurriedly departed, not out of desire, but from an overwhelming sense of trepidation. They could hardly bear to stay longer. Their team members seemed eager to abandon ship, as if they would rather perish than remain in the current conditions. The living standards within the Chongqing Adventure Team had reached an astonishing level, to the point where even she found it somewhat overwhelming, especially with the unexpected offering of fruit post-meal. Before leaving, she contemplated inviting Xue Qingyu to join her at the Black Rose as a vice-captain, to spare her from Suin's potential whims. Yet, she lacked the courage to voice such a proposition. Would she truly ask someone to return to a life of meager rations? Only a fool would willingly accept such circumstances. However, Knowing that Xue Qingyu is thriving brings her a sense of peace and comfort. Her sole concern lies in whether Xue Qingyu might be mistreated by Suan, a beast who spares no one, not even the most innocent. Within the entire Chongqing Adventure Group, Suan stands as the only man. While the rest are a bevy of beautiful women, fair-skinned and lovely. It is evident what intentions Suan harbors. He might as well rename the group the Harem Adventure Team. Thus, she earnestly implores Xue Qingyu to take care and protect herself. Xue Qingyu nods repeatedly. Yet her mind is preoccupied with how she might express her gratitude to Suan later that evening. The admonitions from Bai Li Bing seem to enter her left ear and exit through the right. If Bai Li Bing were to discover this, she would surely be left astounded. Her cousin has changed indeed. At this moment, Suan leaned quietly in the chair of the temporary office, silently merging his abilities. The integration of over 1,000 powers was indeed a cumbersome task, requiring considerable effort. Fortunately, he had prior experience and had already developed a synthesis chart in his mind, outlining how to combine abilities of the same attribute to produce new powers. He had gradually grasped the nuances involved. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully synthesized 14 S-grade abilities. Together with the 6 from Wu Xin and others, he had accumulated a total of 20 S-grade abilities. The overall quality of this batch of powers was markedly superior to any previously acquired, as the 100 Alliance was the strongest awakening force in Su Di. Even though they were already dwindling, they still held some weight. However, the resources of the 100 Alliance were lamentably scarce, with dozens of adventurer teams collectively possessing only around 200 tons. It was another day of missing Lord Tiger. Upon completing all the syntheses, there would be at least 50 or 60 S-grade abilities. Yet, he did not intend to synthesize them all into S-grade. Despite having exhausted half of Su Di's awakeners, the number of abilities remained insufficient. With around 800 female members in the entire group, over 90% held a perfect admiration for him, loyal to an extraordinary degree. Initially, he planned to retain only 200, but this clearly was no longer realistic. It was truly difficult to part with these devoted and obedient hundreds of beautiful sisters, many of whom were of school beauty caliber. They had been recruited at the onset of the apocalypse and had undergone rigorous selection processes. Who could bear to discard such a treasure? Recruiting individuals of such quality would be a daunting task in the post-apocalyptic world. He could sustain a few hundred more mouths without any pressure. He resolved to keep the majority, though it would necessitate even more effort on his part moving forward. It was indeed a task that could exhaust even the most diligent worker. The prospect of acquiring 800 S-grade abilities seemed overwhelmingly challenging. For now, he could only retain a portion of A-grade and B-grade abilities to make do. S-grade abilities were not available to everyone. Only those who performed exceptionally were granted such powers, serving as a form of motivation. This, in turn, fostered a formidable cohesion centered around him, fortifying the Chongqing Adventurers Group into an indomitable fortress both internally and externally. While the 100 Alliance appeared formidable in Su Di, on a broader scale in the apocalypse, it was nothing significant, even falling short of the Black Rose's reach. The apocalypse was a chaotic era, a time when numerous heroes arose. As the apocalypse cast its shadow over the land, indomitable human nature would inevitably burst forth in radiant brilliance, with stars rising to guide humanity through the night. The Chongqing adventurers had a long journey ahead, not merely to become the brightest star in the darkness, but to confront the very essence of the apocalypse, ultimately tearing apart the suffocating grip that clutched at their throats. Just then, Xue Qingyu pushed open the door and entered. Suan returned to his senses. "Have your cousins left?" Yin Xueqing nodded gently and said, "Thank you, Suan. It's merely a trifling matter, no need to dwell on it." Suan replied with a faint smile. After all, it was just a meal, and he truly did not take it to heart. However, it was not an opportunity that just anyone could seize from him. On one hand, the Black Rose had shown him kindness. On the other, Bai Li Bing was Xue Qing's cousin. As the vice president of the Chongqing Adventure Team, he felt obliged to extend this courtesy to her. His feelings toward Xue Qing, the campus belle, were complex. In his past life, their interactions had been limited. He vaguely recalled helping her with her luggage on her first day of school. The moment he laid eyes on that pure and gentle girl, he was captivated. Yet he was more consumed by self-doubt, so much so that he felt the need to steal glances. At that time, he was already planning to pursue Su Xiaoyan, which further stifled any admiration he might have felt for Xue Qing. Although he later sensed Su Xiaoyan's duplicitous nature, he had already invested so much in her that turning back was not an option. Whether it was self-deception or manipulation, he resolutely chose to continue his efforts, hoping to win Su Xiaoyan's heart by maintaining the facade of a good man. Such is the plight of a devoted admirer. Unaware of their role in the drama of their own making, men, forever youthful at heart, are destined to learn endlessly and to confront insurmountable obstacles. When he looked back, regardless of right or wrong, he decided to let it all go with a smile and forge ahead. Before the apocalypse, his encounters with Xue Qing were few. Afterward, they dwindled even further. When they met again, one was a broken man, crawling on the ground, missing a leg and too ashamed to meet her gaze, while the other stood as a distinguished leader of a top-tier adventure team. What Suen did not know was that at that moment, Xue Qing was in tears, yearning to take hold of his calloused, scarred hands and to throw herself into the embrace of the senior she had admired for so long, wishing to reclaim the love that had shattered before it could be voiced. Yet, she felt powerless and insecure. She was a noble S-rank awakened one, feared by many as the Black Widow, but at her core, she remained the timid Xue Sangong of Li Xiaoyu's tales, lacking in courage. Sometimes, fate can be cruel. Reflecting on the past, Suen could not help but feel a sense of melancholy and waved at Xue Qing, who unconsciously approached him. Just as she intended to turn and flee, Suen pulled her into an embrace. Chapter 89. The production line of alloy equipment. The next morning, Suen awoke on the soft bed. Early in the day, his DNA was once again stirred into action, for the sake of his physical and mental well-being. Engaging in morning exercise seemed both reasonable and justified. Thus, the long-suffering wooden bed finally succumbed to the strain and retired early. Although he had yet to obtain the ability to enhance his kidneys, his diamond physique allowed him to control the strengthening of specific areas, resulting in an impressive combat prowess. While Suen felt a tinge of frustration, he pondered it was time to acquire a new bed. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. In that laboratory with a safety rating of 6, he had obtained a high-grade alloy door. Would it not be splendid to craft a grand bed from such a material? Do not say that playing Do Di Zhu on it is inappropriate. It could very well serve as a family heirloom. Without hesitation, I sought out an unoccupied space to retrieve 2 grand alloy doors from the vast expanse of my storage. Though slightly deformed by the night goddess's earlier encounter, a few adjustments and refinements would suffice to restore their original form. Each door, half a meter thick, 6 meters wide, and 10 meters long, required no trimming. With some smoothing and embellishment, a luxurious alloy bed began to take shape before me. Yet, I sensed that something essential was missing. Ah, yes, 2 nightstands were needed. Consequently, I fetched them from my storage, beginning to manipulate the exquisite alloy canister that housed the night goddess. However, upon examination, I discovered something amiss. The interior of the canister's top was affixed to a treasure chest, one of a style I had never encountered before, seemingly surpassing even diamond grade in its opulence. Fortuitously, it had been unearthed just in time. Otherwise, I might have left it in storage for an eternity. It was imperative to be vigilant when hunting for treasures in the future. With an eager heart, I slowly opened the treasure chest. A dazzling crimson light erupted, revealing its contents, a solitary object, an iron sphere, the size of a basketball, featuring a dark opening at its center. Standard alloy equipment production line core, current charge level 0, charging material, high-grade alloy. I was taken aback, my eyes widening in disbelief. Remarkably, I had uncovered a manufacturing device for alloy equipment. This was indeed extraordinary. With such a device, I would transition from being a mere consumer to a producer, crafting my own equipment without intermediaries to profit from the transaction. Moreover, I possessed several design blueprints, ready for immediate application. Yet, this device was unfamiliar to me. I had never heard of anyone acquiring such a thing in my previous life, leaving me uncertain about its use. Upon reflection, it was understandable that the night goddess commenced at an impressive level of 29. Typically, an S-class awakened individual, even at peak skill proficiency, could only contend with level 9 bows. Defeating the night goddess would require the combined efforts of numerous S-class awakened beings. Otherwise, it was a futile endeavor. Furthermore, the night goddess resided in the innermost depths of a level 6 secure laboratory, with thousands of bows along the way. Even if a handful of S-class awakened individuals were willing to collaborate, it would take them an entire month to navigate to the core. Evidently, the claims made by the 100 Alliance about conquering 2 top-tier laboratories were dubious at best. Achieving even a partial victory would be a monumental feat. Perhaps the difficulty of conquering a top-tier laboratory was not determined by individual strength, but rather by the collective power of the region. Only through the unified efforts of all S-class awakened individuals could such a stronghold be breached. However, this was clearly an impossibility. Thus, top-tier laboratories became a paradox, theoretically conquerable but practically insurmountable. Nonetheless, this was entirely reasonable. The ultimate outputs from top-tier laboratories were exceedingly potent. With the alloy equipment manufacturing device, the demands for equipment would be met, significantly lowering the challenges of the second stage. The apocalypse indeed presented formidable obstacles, with conditions worsening day by day. It might seem utterly hopeless, yet it did not entirely extinguish the prospects for survival. If humanity could unite in cooperation, even ordinary individuals could find hope for survival. High-level awakened beings would lead the charge, followed by lower-tier awakened individuals, while ordinary folk scoured for usable resources and logistical support. As the overall equipment level improved, even commoners would possess the capacity to conquer lower-level laboratories. Meanwhile, high-level awakened beings would continue to tackle more advanced facilities, repeating this cycle until they reached the pinnacle. Securing the alloy equipment manufacturing device. This would liberate equipment production, empowering everyone to possess combat capabilities sufficient to withstand the oncoming tide of the third stage. Should this scenario unfold, the population of Su-D surviving the second apocalypse could exceed 3 million, with casualties not surpassing 1/3. Yet, this remained a mere fantasy. The grim reality was that the second stage of the first apocalypse had only just begun, and approximately 100,000 of the remaining 4 million had already perished. These individuals had either risked their lives scavenging in the city, succumbing to zombies, starved to death, turned on each other, or fallen victim to disease. Daily, lives were lost. By the time the second apocalypse arrived, the number of survivors would undoubtedly dwindle below 1 million, perhaps even to just a few 100,000. In the depths of my contemplation, I gleaned a profound insight. Perhaps this sudden apocalypse was not merely a test of individual survival capabilities, but rather a challenge for humanity to unite and seek possibilities within the realm of the impossible. Of course, such musings were fleeting. I was no savior. Merely an individual rife with desires and flaws, striving to survive alongside my companions, ensuring our daily sustenance. With that in mind, I returned to my examination of the standard alloy equipment production line core. It indicated a charge level of 0, suggesting that manual charging was necessary for activation. With high-grade alloy as the required material, I attempted to feed it a high-grade alloy combat knife, which was swiftly consumed within half a second. Raising the charge from 0 to 0.05, I then offered a piece of high-grade alloy armor, which elevated the charge to 0.075. However, when I tried a mid-grade alloy combat knife, the charge remained at 0.075. Based on this charging mechanism, it seemed I would need to feed it 2.000 high-tech alloy combat knives or 4.000 pieces of high-grade armor to initiate activation. What a ridiculous notion. Even a glutton would not possess such an insatiable appetite. At present, he is left with merely over 400 sets of premium alloy armor. Even if he were to expend them all, it would scarcely yield a charge of 50. Where could one possibly procure such an abundance of premium alloys? In a fleeting moment, Suen caught sight of the luxurious alloy bed nearby. To his dismay, it seemed that the bed, freshly crafted and yet untouched, was destined for sacrifice. With a heavy heart, he fed the alloy bed to the core, including the alloy canister as well. As for the advanced alloy equipment, he was genuinely reluctant to part with it. The entire group of 800 women would not suffice to share it. There were simply not enough resources to nourish the core. Moreover, if the results from feeding were unsatisfactory, losing the equipment would significantly diminish the team's overall strength and slow down their progress in conquering the laboratory, leading to dire consequences. After feeding the 2 alloy doors and the canister, the energy level reached 60. Suen chose not to feed any finished equipment and decided to pause for now. There was still plenty of time ahead. Chapter 90. Expanding the squad size. Having temporarily set aside the production core, Suen arrived at the square of the temporary base. The women had already risen early, with the logistics department preparing breakfast while others were either organizing equipment or warming up. After breakfast, the 8 squads would continue their assault on the laboratory. With the experience from the past few days and the boost from the advanced alloy equipment, along with Suen's crucial guidance, they were now operating at the level of seasoned adventurers ready for a raid. The casualty rate had plummeted significantly, with the loss of even 1 or 2 individuals considered a massive blow. Upon seeing Suen approach, everyone paused their tasks to greet him in unison, their eyes sparkling with fervor and admiration. Within the Chongqing Adventure Group, Suen's popularity transcended mere admiration, elevating him to a near-divine status. Almost everyone regarded themselves as belonging to Suen, a testament to the success of Lu Hui's indoctrination tactics. Lu Hui not only painted grand visions for them, but also kept them informed about the outside world, which they had yet to encounter. Each day, she would send someone out to gather updates, compiling them for reference. This straightforward approach allowed the women to realize the stark contrast between their current lives and the outside world. Had the outside world known the true conditions of the Chongqing Adventure Group, they would likely go mad with envy. Sufficient food, comfortable rest, and top-tier equipment were all gifts from Suen. It was nearly impossible for Suen to avoid their adoration. They had learned of his solo confrontation with thousands of awakened individuals from the 100 Alliance, and while they were in awe of his formidable strength, they also felt a pang of shame and sorrow. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, it was he who stood alone to protect them. This stirred a profound sense of gratitude among them, each vowing to repay Suin in any way they could. Oblivious to the myriad of emotions swirling within the women, Suin merely noticed that their fondness for him was skyrocketing. Nearly everyone in the camp now had a favorability rating of 100. Satisfied, he nodded and smiled at the crowd, declaring, from this moment on, everyone present, including those who previously failed their assessments, will officially become permanent members of the Chongqing Adventure Group. At his words, the women erupted with excitement, many embracing each other in tears. While it is often said that women are dramatic, their shared experiences, the little quarrels and camaraderie, had forged genuine bonds. The presence of a core figure like Suin rendered internal conflicts nearly negligible. No one wished to see their former companions fail the assessment and be expelled from the group. For some time, they had heard that membership in the Chongqing Adventure Group was limited, and many would be eliminated. Thus, even though life was good, the better it became. The more they feared being the ones left behind. Should they depart from the Chongqing Adventure Group, all they had would vanish. For many, leaving Suin would mean losing their faith, and resorting to extreme measures would seem inevitable. Suin's words acted like a soothing balm, easing their anxieties. Their precarious fates had finally returned to a hopeful path. He then selected 10 women from the 8 squads, those without special abilities, to return to his office. With 20 S-grade abilities still at his disposal, it was time to cultivate a new batch of awakened individuals to expand the number of squads tackling the laboratory. These 10 women had previously been part of the 8 assault squads and had participated in operations against the laboratory. Each would receive an S-grade ability and as squad leaders. They would lead the expansion of 10 new squads. Given the current scarcity of advanced alloys, it was crucial to scale up their efforts. As the women entered the office, they immediately began to undress, an unspoken agreement that had become a peculiar norm within the Chongqing Adventure Group. Suin, too, was unconcerned about this trend, as they were all under his care. The process of awakening was both straightforward and effortless, resulting in the spontaneous emergence of 10 S-grade awakened individuals. Before they left, Suin kept one, a proud twin-tailed girl, wanting to observe whether there would be any difference in obedience between ordinary members and those closest to him, despite sharing the same favorability rating of 100. An hour later, the proud girl emerged from the office, her face flushed and her lips slightly swollen. It was proven that a favorability rating of 100 was indeed powerful. Not only was her obedience not lower than that of the women around her, but it was even greater. Though she acted proud, her behavior was honest, rivaling Lu Hui in sincerity. With the S-grade squad leader established, Suin then proceeded to create 100 awakened individuals, dividing them into 10 squads led by the previous 10 captains. While he still had ample abilities remaining, he did not intend to distribute them indiscriminately. This was a special period, warranting special treatment. Future acquisitions of abilities would require specific conditions and regulations, which Lu Hui would manage, as she excelled in personnel management. Thus, the assault squads expanded to 18, with all members of the temporary base fully engaged in the operations against the laboratory, with a danger level of 6. The laboratory would not pose a threat in the near future, allowing Suin some leisure time. He mounted his trusty steed, Wang Kai, and returned to the central headquarters in the city. Currently, there were around 500 members stationed there, most of whom had successfully passed their assessments. Suin planned to bring another group to the temporary base to join the assault squads for training. Having abilities alone was insufficient. Combat awareness also needed nurturing. The focus of the second phase would be on the laboratory area, gradually relocating the entire group while allowing the city base to be abandoned. This top-tier adventure group, which Suin had painstakingly built, was finally poised to make its debut in the public eye. Chapter 91. A New Order Amidst Chaos. 10 days after the emergence of the laboratory, nearly 2 months had passed since the apocalypse began. It was now the end of December, and winter was approaching. Although Su Di was in the southern region, temperatures still dipped into single digits during winter. As the weather grew colder, survivors in the camp constructed metal barrels, filling them with combustible materials for warmth. Along the roads, groups of survivors huddled around fires to keep warm. With the dissolution of the 100 Alliance's control, everyone was free to explore the laboratory area, and many had returned with high-tech alloy equipment. They had gained a basic level of self-defense when facing the lowest-level laboratories, and most were aware of their own capabilities, opting to explore only the least dangerous labs. Despite the low-level equipment and nutrient solutions produced, these were sufficient for ordinary individuals. Now, Su Di had divided into 3 distinct territories: the city, a haven for zombies; the Central Wasteland, a gathering place for humans, and the laboratory area, each with its own domain. Zombies rarely ventured out of the city, and the mutated creatures from the laboratories remained inside. Life, though challenging, was marked by a rare and precious peace, free from the disturbances of zombies and mutated beings. Simultaneously, Su-D welcomed its dominant force. The Chongqing Adventure Group stepped into the limelight overnight, with dozens of S-grade awakened individuals making a grand appearance. Hundreds of high-level awakened members followed suit, and even ordinary members donned advanced alloy equipment. The formidable emergence of the Chongqing Adventure Group left other adventuring teams defenseless. Now, even if all the powers in Su-D were combined, they would likely not stand a chance against the Chongqing Adventure Group, especially with Su-Wen at the helm. Following the events with the 100 Alliance, he was now referred to as the Fourth Calamity, a force that was uncontrollable, irreversible, and untouchable. However, most regarded this calamity with admiration and reverence, as his presence provided a sense of security. Moreover, the Chongqing Adventure Group did not exploit survivors as the 100 Alliance had. Instead, they established a free trade zone at the entrance to the laboratory, known as the Trade District. In this area, individuals could trade freely, and any form of private conflict or coercive transactions was strictly prohibited. Violators faced immediate execution. Entry to the Trade District was not free, however, a ticket fee was required. Yet, the ticket demanded by the Chongqing Adventure Group was neither resources nor products from the laboratories, but rather 100 bottles of utterly useless catalysts. These substances not only served no purpose but could also be deadly, causing mutations in plants that would attack humans, even though they were often produced in abundance. Labeled as the cancer of treasure chests, many discarded them as refuse. People initially thought the Chongqing Adventure Group was engaged in charitable acts. The low ticket price led to the Trade District being perpetually bustling, with lines forming to enter the large area that could accommodate thousands, often extending into the night. This was primarily for the safety and peace of mind it offered. Once the ticket was paid, one's safety within the Trade District was guaranteed, and no one dared to provoke the authority of the Chongqing Adventure Group. The only downside was that one could not stay overnight in the Trade District. Otherwise, many would have wished to settle there. Nonetheless, the Trade District became the absolute core of Su-D, with over 80% of the population residing nearby. With the influx of people and the beginnings of trade, Su-D experienced a resurgence of vitality. Incidents of violence and looting, once commonplace, diminished significantly. The leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group detested such internal strife, often stating that the energy spent fighting among themselves would be better utilized in exploring the laboratories. As long as there is breath, one should explore the laboratories. Consequently, in the residential areas surrounding the Trade District, few dared to engage in overt acts of violence. Those who did faced swift retribution from other adventuring groups, who would not hesitate to publicly execute them near the Trade District. Su-Wen sat atop a makeshift 5-story balcony, surveying the bustling Trade District below. His maid, Xiao Qiao, attentively served tea, while the young apprentice maid, Bing Tang, watered the flowers. Su-D, amidst the chaos of the post-apocalyptic world, gradually became organized, a scenario Su-Wen had not anticipated. The establishment of the Trade District was merely a means to collect ticket fees and lay the groundwork for future bulk acquisitions of catalysts. His disdain for violence stemmed solely from a desire for more individuals to venture into the laboratories and bring back catalysts. What was the point of squabbling amongst themselves? I shall die only within the confines of the laboratory. However, all these changes are unfolding in a favorable direction. The latest Security Factor 6 laboratory will not refresh for another 4 days, and he hardly needs to concern himself with matters within the adventure group. Su-Wen has little to occupy his time, spending his days basking in the sun and indulging in leisure, while evenings are spent gaming with friends. Life has thus been passing in a rather makeshift manner. Today, Su-Wen intends to venture outside for a casual stroll, hoping to procure some items, as it has been several days since he last utilized his looting abilities, which have begun to itch with anticipation. Chapter 92, The Purity Test of the True God Sect. On this outing, Su-Wen donned a black tracksuit and a mask to avoid recognition. Being too well known is not necessarily a blessing, at least in his case. Almost everyone in Su-D recognizes him, having seen his likeness in portraits or photographs. To the ordinary populace, he is a benevolent figure, a hero who brings hope to the masses. However, to the awakened ones, he is a living nightmare. Every individual is aware that Su-Wen is a slayer of the awakened, prompting them to steer clear of him. This, undoubtedly, has stifled his looting endeavors. Truth be told, he is not solely fixated on acquiring looting abilities at this moment. The number of awakened in Su-D has dwindled to around 2,000, who serve as the backbone of exploratory missions within the laboratories. The absence of these individuals will inevitably lead to a significant reduction in catalyst production, rendering the effort futile. Looting is a gradual process. After the initiation of the third phase, another wave of awakenings will occur, ushering in a fresh batch of awakened individuals. Currently, the probability of awakening stands at 1 in 1,000, but during the third phase, it will rise to 1 in 100. At that time, several tens of thousands of awakened will re-emerge in Su D, providing ample opportunities for him to loot. The only lamentable aspect is the persistently low number of S-grade awakened individuals, with only a handful appearing during each awakening surge. His chances of directly acquiring S-grade abilities are few. Thus, he must focus on the fusion of abilities. However, if looting abilities are unattainable, there are still other skills to be seized, such as those from zombies and bows. Before embarking on any looting, he wishes to conduct a small experiment. It remains uncertain whether the skills obtained from zombies are usable or if they carry side effects. He is not willing to jeopardize his safety. The best course of action is to find someone to test it on, gifting a skill that appears to have side effects to another and observing the results. However, bestowing abilities and skills on others requires a rapport indicator of no less than 60. Using his sister for experimentation is clearly not a prudent choice. It is preferable to seek out others. With this in mind, Suin slowly made his way toward the headquarters of the True God sect. As for his steed, Wang Kai, it has recently been preoccupied with a group exploring the laboratory, spending its days in the company of Li Xiaoyu, all for the purpose of consuming bows to level up and evolve. Suin had long been aware of the True God sect, a faction that recruits followers under his name. Their rise has been remarkably swift. In terms of numbers, they are unrivaled, boasting over 10,000 adherents. As for their actual strength, that remains to be seen. The only requirement for joining is a belief in their deity, making the entry barrier astonishingly low, resulting in a diverse range of abilities among members. Suin, however, is not well versed in other aspects of the sect. His previous reluctance to intervene was due to the fact that, aside from leveraging his name for recruitment, the True God sect has committed no nefarious acts. They have been quite honest and principled. When he called upon the populace to explore the laboratories, the True God sect was among the most proactive in responding, continuing to lead ordinary individuals in the pursuit of exploration. Suin, driven by curiosity, chose not to take action against them, seeking a moment of leisure to observe their operations. Whether to leave them be or extinguish them would be decided after he had a closer look. The stronghold of the True God sect is located not far from the trading post, constructed around a small hill. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sect, Suin witnessed a flurry of activity, with followers exchanging peculiar hand gestures reminiscent of prayer. A queue had formed outside, composed of individuals eager to join the sect. After a moment's contemplation, Suin merged into the line, curious to discover what the True God sect had to offer. "Hey buddy, are you here to join the True God sect as well?" A slender man struck up a conversation with Suin. Indeed, he had come drawn by the allure of the sect, clad in a hooded sweatshirt and mask, making it difficult for the average person to recognize him. "You're a fan of Captain Su, aren't you?" "What a coincidence. I too am an admirer of Captain Su. Is there a large following?" The slender man regarded Suin with disdain. "You hardly venture out, do you?" "That hardly qualifies as many. It is rather substantial. To put it this way, among 10 individuals still capable of drawing breath, 9 are undoubtedly fans of Captain Su. If only the Eternal Life Adventure Group were not closed to new members, I would have willingly sacrificed myself to try for a spot." Suin inhaled sharply. This fellow was indeed an ardent devotee. "Surely, it cannot be so extreme, my friend. I have heard that they only accept beautiful individuals." The slender man deflated like a punctured balloon. "Isn't that the truth? Alas, I was born with an extra 2 tails of flesh. Thus, I can only join the True God sect. But does the True God sect truly have no entry requirements? How could that be? Not only are there requirements, but they are also exceedingly high. Were there no barriers, the True God sect would have long been overrun. I did not know that. Please elaborate." "First and foremost, to join the True God sect, one must possess a high degree of purity." "Purity?" Suin was filled with questions. "Indeed, purity. The more devout your faith in Captain Su, the higher your purity. Shortly, someone will come to assess our purity, and only those with sufficient levels will be allowed to enter." Suin was rendered speechless. Can such a quality be truly measured? He could only gauge it by the goodwill of others towards him. What authority does this True God sect possess? Before long, the queue reached its conclusion, and it was Suin's turn. A cloaked figure recorded some basic information before ushering Suin into the stronghold of the True God sect. Along the way, most individuals appeared to be ordinary survivors akin to those in the outside world, men and women of various ages. The roadside was lined with makeshift shelters, while not particularly splendid. They were barely habitable. Moreover, Suin noticed a common trait among these individuals. Their sentiments towards him were remarkably uniform, ranging between 60 to 70. Not a single individual fell below 60, nor did anyone exceed 70. Suin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that the True God sect genuinely possesses the ability to measure purity? Then the believers were categorized according to their purity, which was quite intriguing. As Suin observed his surroundings, the figure in the black robe spoke slowly. Do not be overly anxious. I shall now escort you to the Hall of Truth to undergo the trials set forth by the Divine Lady. As long as you are a devout follower of the true God, you shall undoubtedly pass the trials. May the Supreme True God be with you. Chapter 93. Having seen the true God, why not worship? Suin was led into a grand hall reminiscent of a cathedral. At the center lay a reclined chair, and at the far end stood a statue towering 4 to 5 meters high, a young man seated astride a colossal feline, gazing down upon all with an air of authority. Upon recognizing the likeness of the statue, Suin could not suppress a smirk. It bore an uncanny resemblance to him riding his beloved pet, Wonkai. With a creak, the grand doors of the cathedral were gradually shut, and 6 hooded figures emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured. Each held a flickering candle in their hands. Please take a seat in the chair and prepare to accept the trial of the Godmaster, one of them instructed. Suin cast a discerning glance over the cloaked individuals. Among the 6, 4 appeared to be ordinary humans, while the 2 standing at the forefront, a larger and a smaller figure, were evidently awakened ones. Ability: Dream Weaving A. Wealth: 1,000. Ability: Hypnosis A. Wealth: 300. Both possessed mental abilities. Upon reading their information, Suin surmised how the True God sect refined its followers. It was highly likely that they hypnotized believers first, then crafted dreams to conduct their trials. As those enmeshed in dreams were unaware of their dreaming state, their actions within the dream realm stemmed from genuine thoughts, rendering deception impossible. The efficiency of this purification process was astoundingly precise. Suin could not help but mutter to himself, the True God sect is indeed a talented organization. He did not refuse but instead reclined comfortably on the grand chair, awaiting hypnosis. He was eager to witness the nature of the dream that the Dream Weaver would use to test the believers. Currently, he possessed 2 S-rank mental abilities. One was the Master of Dreams, and the other was Thought Manipulation, both newly synthesized S-rank powers. His mental prowess had far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to induce dreams in awakened ones below S-rank instantaneously. The 2 awakened ones posed no threat to him. In fact, should they attempt to mesmerize him, they would suffer mental backlash. Thus, Suin resorted to self-hypnosis, entering a state between wakefulness and slumber. As he experienced the dream meticulously crafted by the Dream Weaver, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. To his astonishment, the dream unfolded as a dream within a dream, a labyrinth of 9 layers, each intricately interwoven. It seemed the Dream Weaver's ability had reached A rank, level 20, exhibiting remarkable talent in creating such a complex structure. In the first layer of the dream, it was a resplendent and solemn hall, adorned with a plush crimson carpet and walls draped with fierce feline banners. At the far end, upon a throne, lounged a strikingly handsome young man clad in silver armor, a crimson cape flowing behind him like blood. Beside the throne lay a massive black cat, its emerald eyes reflecting an imposing aura. At first glance, the scene exuded an air of authority and sanctity. The young man slowly extended his arms and proclaimed with a resonant voice, having seen the true God, why not worship? Suin, by your esteemed ancestor. A counterfeit who revels in pretense. Is there not a shred of authenticity, only a facade of special effects? Has he ever been so enamored with his own charade? How could he not perceive the truth? With a mere flick, Suin shattered the first layer of the dream and proceeded to the subsequent realms. The essence of these dreams revolved around the aspirants pledging their allegiance to Suin, the true deity, and subsequently joining the True God sect to witness its rise and fall. There were moments of grandeur, followed by periods of decline. In the 9th dream, the true deity Suin found himself bereft of divine power, cast down from his pedestal, and reduced to a reviled figure, an object of scorn. Even the True God sect branded him a heretic and issued a manhunt. Should the aspirants successfully navigate the preceding 8 dreams, they would have followed Suin for nearly a decade, ascending to the ranks of the sect's elite. Capturing the now despised Suin would grant them the opportunity to ascend as the new leader of the True God sect. Fortuitously, they discovered Suin's hiding place. If they apprehended the fallen deity, the dream would collapse, marking the trial's failure. However, should they remain steadfastly loyal to Suin, the dream would persist, evaluating their fidelity based on future actions. With a growing curiosity about the sect's methods of refining its followers, Suin pondered whether the True God sect was indeed aiding him in cultivating a congregation. This seemed implausible. It appeared time for a serious discussion with the higher echelons of the sect. Abruptly, he exited the dream, rising to his feet. As the dream dissipated, the trapped psychics regained their composure, retreating several steps in trepidation. Who are you? What is your purpose in our True God sect? The cloaked figure demanded, pointing an accusatory finger at Suen. This was the first time she found herself ensnared in a dream of her own making, clearly outmatched by the opponent's mental prowess. The other cloaked figures immediately assumed a defensive posture, one discreetly activating an alarm to alert other followers. Moments later, the hall's door burst open, and dozens of individuals, clad in identical sect uniforms of varying ranks, surged into the chamber. Encircling Sue and leading the charge was an S-class awakened knight, donned in heavy armor. This mixed-blood woman, with her brown hair, azure eyes, and alabaster skin, radiated both competence and valor. The cloaked figure rushed to her side, pointing at Suen. Sister Jean. This man is here to cause chaos. He has disrupted the sacred trial. Seize him. The knight's expression hardened like ice as she drew her sword, leveling it at Suen with a chilling proclamation. You dare to desecrate the sanctity of the trial? You shall face divine retribution. Suen, shaking his head in resignation, removed his hood and mask, revealing a playful smile. So, you have encountered the true deity. Oh, wait, how is it that even your own god does not recognize me? Chapter 94. The origins of the True God sect. Upon gazing at Suen's visage, the devotees momentarily froze, then collectively knelt down in reverence, exclaiming, Truly, it is the True God. The divine presence has descended. O Supreme, True God, your devoted servants offer their loyalty before you. We pay homage to the Supreme, True God. The female knight also knelt, her eyes filled with fervor and excitement. Although Suen was the deity worshipped by the True God sect, he had never made an appearance before. This was indeed a first. As the crowd bowed in worship, Suen raised his hand and said, Enough, rise. Bring forth your overseer. He remained puzzled about the true nature of the True God sect and opted to speak directly with its administrator. If he were to leverage his name for deceitful purposes, surely a protection fee was in order. The throng of devotees was soon dispersed, leaving only the female knight and two individuals clad in black robes. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged couple hurriedly entered, immediately kneeling before Suen. The middle-aged man, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, O True God, you have finally come to see us. Suen was taken aback, feeling a vague familiarity with the man, but unable to place him. The man slapped his own face and said, Do you not remember me? I am Chu Laosan. Oh, it seems you are yet to know my name. Back when the apocalypse first descended, I was hoping for my wife and you too. Well, you know. As he spoke, the man tugged at the small black-robed figure, revealing a delicate, doll-like face. This is my daughter, Xianxian. You even gifted her a grand cake. Do you not recall? Upon hearing this, Suen suddenly remembered. This family was the very trio he had encountered at a small survivor camp on his way to Sin Island in the early days of the apocalypse. The man had been attempting to solicit for his wife at the time, and it was from the girl that he had replicated the A-grade dream manipulation ability. To express his gratitude, he had left behind some supplies. I remember now. I never imagined you all would survive, he remarked. The day after his return from Sin Island, the swarms of crows and bats had begun to multiply, persisting for over half a month. That period had been the most harrowing for the survivors, with half of them perishing beneath the onslaught of the crows. It was astonishing that this family had managed to endure unscathed. Seeing Suen recollect their encounter, the middle-aged man chuckled. We owe our survival to the provisions you left for us, as well as your guidance. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. On the day Suen departed, the man followed his advice and quickly sought refuge in a cellar with his wife and child. The next day, the overwhelming flock of crows swept through the entire camp, lasting for over a month. Thanks to the supplies Suen had provided, they were able to emerge from the cellar, becoming the sole survivors of that small camp. Did you establish this True God sect? The man nodded and then shook his head. The situation unfolded as follows. After emerging from their cellar, his family began to wander aimlessly. Due to the insights provided by Suen, they were aware that his daughter was an awakener, capable of controlling the dreams of others. Thus, they relied on her extraordinary abilities to sustain themselves, offering people blissful dreams in exchange for food at various survivor camps. Eventually, they encountered a small cult known as the True God sect. This cult, masquerading under the guise of the True God, was a deceitful assembly led by a soothsayer draped in a white sheet, who misled her followers into joining the sect by encouraging them to offer their food to the True God, praying for divine guidance out of the apocalypse. In reality, she embezzled their offerings for her own indulgence, moving from one camp to another after deceiving each one. His daughter, Xianxian, immediately recognized the image of the True God. realizing it was their benefactor who had helped them evade the flock of crows. Resolute, he decided to join the True God sect with his wife and daughter, subsequently instructing his daughter to render the soothsayer invisible. They proclaimed themselves as the chosen ones sent by the True God to uphold the doctrine. Initially, his intention was merely to prevent the soothsayer from parading the image of their benefactor and to dismantle the sect. However, as he gained control over the True God sect, new ambitions began to blossom within him. Instead of wandering with his family, he considered the potential of strengthening the sect's foundation, ensuring a secure livelihood while also building his own influence, which would enable them to repay their benefactor when the opportunity arose. Simultaneously, they rescued a remarkably beautiful slave from the old soothsayer, who had been held captive due to her exquisite appearance and mixed heritage, making her a valuable asset in the larger adventurer circles. Fortunately, before the soothsayer could sell her, Xianxian eliminated her in the realm of dreams. The liberated slave naturally became a member of the newly established True God sect. Remarkably, just 3 days after her rescue, she awakened her own powers, becoming an S-Class combat awakener known as the Feathered Angel. This S-Class awakener, having long been captivated by Western mythological tales, was fervently convinced of their divine mission, believing that her awakening was a sign of the True God's guidance and that the growth of the True God sect was her sacred duty, a test from the True God. She even discarded her original name, adopting the moniker of Saint Joan, symbolizing her divine crusade to cleanse the tumultuous world. Saint Joan dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the advancement of the True God sect. With her presence, the sect flourished, rapidly expanding to encompass hundreds of followers. However, due to the dream trials imposed by the sect, it became challenging for insincere individuals to join, resulting in a temporary stagnation in growth. At that time, Suin had not yet emerged into the public eye, his fame relatively modest, and most new members were seeking refuge primarily due to St. John's S-Class status. It wasn't until Suin confronted the 100 Alliance, single-handedly vanquishing them, that he became akin to a deity descending upon the earth. The True God sect, in turn, seized the opportunity to expand, swiftly evolving into a formidable power. The reason they had not sought out Suin from the Chongqing Adventurer Group was that St. Joan firmly believed that by diligently nurturing the True God sect, the omnipotent True God would inevitably arrive at the opportune moment to guide them. Chapter 95. A promising future for the True God sect. Upon hearing the man's account, Suin grasped the origins of the True God sect. He had not anticipated such a backstory. When he had subdued Wang Kai, the creature was already being worshipped by a group as a divine beast, with the leader being none other than a soothsayer cloaked in a white sheet. It seemed that this was indeed the genesis of the True God sect. Reflecting on the situation, it appeared that the sect had unwittingly emerged as a consequence of his own influence, progressing smoothly along the way. Suin could not help but chuckle at the irony. Furthermore, he noticed that the guards who had rushed in, as well as St. Joan and even this family of 3, all regarded him with absolute admiration, their favor towards him at a perfect 100. What kind of phenomenon was this? Were they brainwashing themselves? For Suin, this could be considered a stroke of fortune. At the very least, there would be no shortage of experimental subjects from the skills extracted from the zombies. Subsequently, Suin entered a lavishly adorned and spacious chamber, complete with feather-soft carpets, a clean and comfortable large bed, meticulously trimmed greenery, and walls adorned with portraits of himself. This room had been specially prepared for him, serving as the most confidential and sacred place of the True God sect. Even the cleanliness was maintained under the personal care of Saint Joan of Arc, who often leaned against the door, hugging her knees in contemplation, sometimes remaining there for an entire night, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the True God to bestow upon her a divine mission. Just as Joan had longed for, Suin truly arrived, marking the long-awaited moment for this room that had never before housed anyone. Not only Joan, but the entire True God sect was engulfed in fervor upon Suin's arrival. Most of the faithful had only seen his portrait and heard of his exploits, but very few had encountered the living embodiment of their deity, mostly having glimpsed him from afar. Soon, the followers of the True God sect were summoned, a vast assembly of people. However, not everyone was permitted to meet Suin. The sect's regulations were exceedingly stringent. Only first-tier followers could stand before the True God and receive divine revelations. Based on the loyalty demonstrated during the trials of the True God, the followers were categorized into 5 tiers. Those who performed passably in the trials were classified as the lowest tier, the 5th-level followers, belonging to the periphery of the True God sect, residing in the outer areas of the sect's stronghold. Next were the more devoted 4th-level followers, followed by the 3rd-level adherents. 2nd-level followers had reached a pinnacle of devotion, willing to unconditionally offer their lives for the True God. Finally, there was the management, known as the Divine Envoys, of which there were fewer than 10, including the Xian family, the mother as the high priestess, the father as the chief minister, and the daughter as the saint. Joan held dual identities as both the saint and the war goddess attendant. After a brief respite in his chamber, Suen descended to the square to personally meet these so-called first-tier followers. The True God sect boasted a multitude of over 10,000 adherents. Yet only slightly more than 1,000 attained the status of first-tier followers, a mere 10%. Among them were men and women of various ages, all gazing at Suen from the loft with eyes filled with fervor. It was indeed the True God. This was my first encounter with the True God. Is the True God here to guide us? Many of the faithful were moved to tears, kneeling down with their hands clasped in prayer, performing the sacred gestures devised by the True God Church. Suen leaned down and observed that most of these first-tier believers were ordinary individuals, with only a few being awakened ones. This seemed understandable. Typically, the awakened possess strength and resilience, capable of surviving even in apocalyptic times, often harboring a sense of pride. In contrast, ordinary people are truly powerless, swept along by the chaos of the world, where acquiring a meal is a formidable challenge. Consequently, their devotion is even more profound. They yearn for peace and protection, desiring to attain formidable powers akin to those of the legendary Joan of Arc. The doctrine of the True God Church compelled Suen to regard it with newfound respect. They adhere to a singular faith in the True God, and upon joining the congregation, one becomes part of a family. Through labor, one is rewarded accordingly, and even the most powerless child, as long as they nurture their faith and strive to the best of their abilities, possesses hope for survival within this community. However, this paradigm inevitably leads to a scarcity of resources for the True God Church, with the treatment for its higher-ups being the least favorable among all factions, even inferior to that of several mid-sized adventuring groups. The trade-off is that the vast majority of ordinary individuals receive sustenance that may not fully satiate them, yet ensures they do not starve. Nonetheless, as the exploration of the laboratory regions progresses, signs of improvement within the True God Church have gradually emerged, at least ensuring the survival of its followers. Suen glanced at the smiling family of old Third Chu beside him and could not help but acknowledge that this management model is indeed unique in the entire apocalypse. Were it not for his esteemed title, such a system would hardly be sustainable. However, should these individuals survive to witness a second apocalypse, they would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force, for after the second apocalypse, humanity will be in dire need, and population will become a precious resource. One can only say that the future of the True God Church holds promise. Suen, however, would not concern himself with the church's future. He would allow old Third Chu's family to navigate their own path. Yet, since they have developed under his name, it seems entirely reasonable for him to conduct experiments using the congregation as subjects, does it not? Suen subsequently selected several followers and brought them into the hall to commence a preliminary experiment. Chapter 96, The Delusional Nidus. At present, his repertoire of zombie skills was rather limited, as he had spent the past few days indulging in leisure, neglecting his essential duties. It appeared that he needed to procure more zombies. The chosen followers were all level 1 devotees with a perfect affinity of 100, 3 women and 2 men. The 5 displayed a somewhat astonished demeanor at Suen's attention, kneeling on the ground in anticipation of divine revelation. Suen first bestowed upon one of the female devotees a skill known as the Tear of the Witch to observe any potential changes or sensations of newfound powers. The female devotee, filled with exhilaration, followed Suen's instructions to sense the transformations within her body. I can feel it. I, too, possess a supernatural ability, she exclaimed, rising to her feet in excitement. With a flourish of her hands, crimson, razor-sharp claws emerged from her fingertips, mirroring the claws of a witch. Suen retrieved a sizable log from the expansive space and tossed it onto the ground, commanding, "Let us test the strength of your newfound ability." The devoted female follower complied, scratching at the log with her claws. The sharp talons effortlessly sliced through the thick log, severing it into several pieces and rendering the cut surfaces remarkably smooth. Can the claws be retracted? The female disciple retracted her hand, and her claws vanished back into her flesh. Suen nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased that the skill of tearing had proven effective. He proceeded to test the next skill, Frenzy, which he had acquired from a tank during his recent return to the city's old base. He bestowed the Frenzy skill upon a male disciple, who, upon activation, experienced a transformation. His eyes turned crimson, veins bulged, and he succumbed to a state of rage. His physical abilities surged dramatically, his body expanding by half, and his strength increased considerably. However, the drawbacks were apparent. Once the Frenzy skill was triggered, his temperament became exceedingly volatile. exhibiting great combativeness even in the presence of Su-an, a true deity. Fortunately, he managed to maintain control and did not descend into madness, resembling a simplified version of boundless fury. The aftereffects remained uncertain, but for now, he appeared capable of managing the power. Su-an continued to experiment with several other skills, all of which fell within an acceptable range. Nonetheless, these skills were merely collected haphazardly during his passage through the city, resulting in average quality and limited expression of strength from the users. For instance, the tank, an LV-8 mutated zombie, possessed strength equivalent to that of an A-grade fully proficient awakener. However, those who activated the frenzy skill exhibited power that barely matched the strength of LV-5 to LV-6 mutated zombies, a significant reduction of 2 levels. Nevertheless, Su-an was quite content with this outcome, as the tank was merely a first-stage monster with limited strength. The true main force lay within the bows in the second-stage laboratory. He had not recently ventured into the laboratory to procure goods, leaving him without any bow skills. Should he acquire bow skills, their strength would likely elevate by another tier, reaching at least the intensity of LV-7 zombies. Additionally, the abundance of bows and mutated zombies would allow him ample opportunity to gather resources, potentially leading to an impressive fusion. When considering the potential of zombie skills, it appeared to rival that of supernatural abilities. He planned to conduct experiments on the true deity's disciples, selecting skills with high value and minimal side effects, subsequently endowing his adventurer team with advanced skills. The prospect of hundreds of S-grade awakeners possessing top-tier zombie skills was exhilarating. With this in mind, Su-an could no longer remain seated. He instructed Chu Lao-san to take the disciples below for careful observation of any side effects before he departed from the True God Sect's base. Eager to procure more resources, accompanying Su-an was Saint Jean, who had followed him closely throughout, resembling a devoted attendant. "Why are you following me?" Joan of Arc knelt down on one knee, earnestly proclaiming, "Respected Divine One, please bestow upon me a mission. I am fully prepared to embrace all trials." Witnessing Su-an's effortless ability to conjure awakened beings, Joan's conviction deepened, for the devotion of her followers had been rewarded, and she was finally poised to embrace her destiny. The Divine One was about to guide her in fulfilling her purpose. Observing the serious and formal demeanor of this knight, Su-an felt utterly speechless. What mission could there possibly be? What trials to face? This was merely the manifestation of a severe case of delusions of grandeur. He cleared his throat, lowering his voice in an attempt to align with her performance. After all, he too was somewhat of a daydreamer. "Joan," he began, "do you comprehend that the path you are about to tread is fraught with bloodshed and peril? Have you truly considered this?" Joan inhaled deeply, her azure eyes filled with determination. "Great Divine One, I am ready for all that lies ahead." Su-an feigned a look of approval, nodding. "Indeed, you are the chosen one. I have always observed your dedication. Joan, you are the most esteemed of my followers." As he spoke, he retrieved a nano-alloy battle blade from the vast space, transforming it into the form of a knight's sword, resting it upon her shoulder. "I now, in the name of the divine, confer upon my most loyal knight, the Saint Joan of Arc, the title of War God's Acolyte. I grant her humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, spirit, honesty, justice, and virtue. She shall fear neither darkness nor formidable foes, for courage and valor shall accompany her." Su-an was quite pleased with this spontaneous declaration. Upon hearing his words, Joan trembled with excitement and promptly responded, "I vow to treat the weak kindly. I vow to bravely oppose tyranny. I vow to combat all injustices. I vow to fight for the defenseless. I vow to assist anyone who seeks my aid. I vow to harm no woman. I vow to support my fellow knights. I vow to treat my friends with sincerity. I vow to love my beloved unwaveringly until death." Joan's recital of her oath was executed with remarkable proficiency, suggesting she had practiced extensively in private. In this exchange of fervent declarations, Su-an found himself outmatched. Clearing his throat, he concluded, "Very well, go forth, follow the guidance of your heart, and embark upon your destined path." Joan paused momentarily, then eagerly inquired, "Compassionate Divine One, please enlighten this ignorant Joan on what I should do next." Su-an, exasperated, rolled his eyes. "Who should I ask if not you?" He waved his hand dismissively. "You should understand without my words. If you don't, saying it won't help. If you comprehend, then you already know. My beloved knight, you are unique. The answer lies within your heart, does it not? Follow your heart," Su-an said before swiftly slipping away. His embarrassment overwhelmed him. He found it somewhat intolerable to be around Jean, a quintessential embodiment of youthful exuberance. As he watched Su-an vanish from sight, Jean's heart began to race. Whispering to herself, "I am special. The true God has declared me so." Chapter 97. the proper approach to the laboratory after departing from the True God sect. Suen plunged directly into the laboratory district. The peripheral low-level laboratories had already been largely conquered, with ordinary people visible everywhere. In this era, it was remarkably benevolent for survivors. Zombies no longer ventured from the urban areas, and the bowels within the laboratories remained contained. The scattered mutated creatures outside had long been eradicated by adventurous teams delving deeper into the laboratories. As long as one refrained from intruding recklessly into the laboratories, safety was assured. Survivors could effectively employ a strategy of sheer numbers, cooperating to conquer the low-level laboratories. Teams led by those equipped with gear and experience could swiftly eliminate a zombie, loot a treasure chest, and retreat, only to return and repeat the process. In this manner, they could conquer a low-level laboratory in just a few days. Moreover, low-level treasure chests were more abundant than their high-level counterparts. While the equipment might be somewhat lacking, the nutritional fluids were guaranteed. For 99% of individuals, the pursuit of these resources was paramount. Any fitness enhancement serums discovered were merely serendipitous bonuses. One survivor even unearthed a viral immunity serum from a silver chest, which caused quite a stir in the trading market, ultimately being exchanged for 500 pounds of food and a managerial position within a large adventure team. Suen, however, did not squander time in the low-level laboratories. He pressed onward into the depths. Low-level laboratories rarely spawned bows, with only lickers and frenzied zombies being the maximum threat. His target today was solely the higher-level bows. After traversing for nearly 40 minutes, Suen finally paused. The area he found himself in consisted mostly of laboratories rated at a safety level of around 3, with scarcely any survivors in sight. He chose a level 3 laboratory and entered. Given his current combat prowess, navigating these level 3 laboratories was easier than a child's play. While large adventure teams required 2 to 3 days to conquer them, Suen needed less than 20 minutes. The most time-consuming aspect was merely opening treasure chests. He left no monster with skills unscathed, plundering them all. After 3 hours, he had thoroughly cleaned out around 10 laboratories in the vicinity and then shifted to another area. It must be said, the thrill of looting monsters was exhilarating. Ample rewards without the risk of escape, far more manageable than dealing with awakened beings. Now, even the grotesque bows appeared oddly endearing to him. After 3 hours, he had amassed 500 to 600 monster skills, yet he still felt it was somewhat slow. The thought of other adventure teams ruthlessly slaughtering these adorable creatures caused him pangs of heartache. These were invaluable skills. Others might kill without yielding a single grain of reward. What a waste. With that in mind, Suen decided to cease his exploration of the laboratories and return to the temporary base of the Chongqing Adventure Team. Currently, the Chongqing Adventure Team boasted 34 S-Class Awakened, over 300 A-Class and B-Class Awakened, divided into 30 small teams. 28 of these teams were tasked with conquering laboratories, while the remaining 2 were stationed in the trading zone to maintain order. The advanced alloy equipment of the Chongqing Adventure Team was now in a state of saturation, with nearly everyone equipped. Lower and mid-tier alloy gear merely served as storage. Their laboratory conquest speed was unrivaled among all adventure teams. While other teams took nearly 2 days to conquer a level 3 or higher laboratory, each team of the Chongqing Adventure Team could conquer slightly over 1 per day. On average, the entire team managed to conquer 30 laboratories each day. If this continued, the entire laboratory district would soon be thoroughly looted by the Chongqing Adventure Team. However, Suen did not intend to pursue such a course. Enough was enough. While he feasted, he believed in leaving a morsel behind for others. At the very least, the Chongqing Adventure Team showed no interest in laboratories rated below safety level 3. Suen considered himself quite generous. Upon returning to the base, Suen summoned all teams currently engaged in laboratory conquests. He then led nearly 400 women in an imposing procession deeper into the laboratories. Other adventure teams along the way hastily made way, astonished by the spectacle. What on earth is the Chongqing Adventure Team up to, with such a grand display? I see Xue Qingyu, the goddess of thunder. She is stunning. I prefer Li Xiaoyu, the adorable girl wielding a large sword. She is so cute. Lu Shishir is the most beautiful in S-Class Mind Awakened, in high heels and stockings. Step on me, sister. All were impressive. Let me take a quick snapshot. The Chongqing Adventure Team was renowned not only for its formidable strength, but also for its assembly of beautiful women, leaving many men drooling. A glance revealed a sea of stunning faces. Many of the women from the Chongqing Adventure Team were well known, with admirers aplenty. This was partly due to their selection of extraordinary beauty, capable of outshining ordinary women with their bare faces alone. Additionally, the treatment within the Chongqing Adventure Team was unparalleled. The women donned new clothing, and those with leisure often adorned themselves with light makeup. Their diet was nutritionally balanced, and they all exuded health. contrasting starkly with other survivors who appeared ragged and pale, resembling refugees. It cannot be said that this disparity was merely significant. It was more akin to the distinction between heaven and earth, as if they hailed from two entirely different worlds. In such stark contrast, anyone who did not feel inferior could be considered exceptionally resilient. Each woman from the Chongqing adventure team appeared to outsiders as an unattainable celestial being. As for the leader, Suin, what could be said of him? He was dubbed the fourth calamity. What other evaluation could there be? It is beyond evaluation, venturing into the realm of the inhuman. Witnessing the grand assembly of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, a multitude of adventurers has gathered to observe the spectacle, not to mention the hundreds of enchanting fairies. The formidable lineup of over 30 S-level awakeners is enough to captivate anyone's gaze. The presence of such alluring yet powerful women is a sight worth savoring. Upon receiving the news, Bai Li Bing, along with her team, arrived to partake in the excitement. Based on her understanding of Suin, she was certain he was poised to orchestrate something monumental. Upon reaching a high-level laboratory area, Suin issued a command for 28 teams to simultaneously position themselves at the entrances of 28 laboratories. However, rather than immediately commencing the assault, they stood by, awaiting Suin's next directive. Suin dismounted from Wang Kai's back, stretching his limbs. Attempting to conquer the laboratory alone would consume excessive time, primarily spent on opening treasure chests. He envisioned rushing inside to eliminate all the monsters, leaving the treasure chests for his team to leisurely open. This, he believed, was the most effective approach to tackling the laboratory. Chapter 98. Bai Li Bing's wild speculation. As this was the first time the Eternal Life Adventure Group's female members acted alongside Suin, their excitement was palpable. Each stood tall, brimming with energy, eager to impress him. Should they catch the captain's eye, a swift ascent in rank and remuneration awaited them. Suin beckoned to a tall, black-stockinged girl, who promptly approached and greeted him respectfully. This young lady, Lu Shishir, was one of the 8 S-level awakeners initially promoted by Suin. Her status within the group, second only to senior executives like Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu, made her a direct subordinate of Suin, enjoying significantly better treatment than other members. These 8 women, in terms of beauty and physique, ranked among the elite of the adventure group. As Suin's personal guards, they meticulously maintained their appearance and health, ultimately becoming the face of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Thus, they garnered considerable fame externally, amassing countless admirers. Lu Shishir exuded a mature, commanding presence, particularly accentuated by her long, shapely legs, which sparked many fantasies among admirers. She was intelligent, detail-oriented, and approachable, often assisting Xue Qingyu, hinting at an upward trajectory toward management. Suin tossed a mechanical watch to Lu Shishir. Please keep track of the time for me while I go in. I need to know how long it takes from entry to exit. Understood, Captain. Lu Shishir replied with a smile, her eyes glistening with anticipation. Suin intended to fully exert himself in conquering a laboratory with a safety rating of 4. Eager to gauge the time required, having a specific reference for time would facilitate his team's orderly entry to open treasure chests and transport resources. Without prior time management, even the fastest assault could lead to disarray, ultimately slowing progress. After conveying his instructions, Suin strode toward the laboratory door. The simultaneous activation of several S-level abilities caused the ground to tremble, creating a gaping chasm 4 to 5 meters wide and half a meter deep. The immense energy of the abilities intertwined, generating a wave of force, while the cacophony of their collision reverberated incessantly. Simultaneously, Suin activated the infinite growth skill acquired from Wang Kai. He noted with astonishment that Wang Kai had undergone significant evolution, ascending from level 15 to 17 in just a few days. This rapid growth surpassed all current zombies and mutated creatures, exhibiting no adverse effects. Likely due to the nature of infinite growth, this skill was inherited from the Goddess of Night, a calamity-level being with the potential to annihilate civilizations. Thus her skills were undoubtedly formidable. Suin candidly acknowledged that his own growth and abilities had begun to plateau, as his powers multiplied. The increase in combat strength had shifted from exponential to additive, with a significant dilution of power among abilities of the same attribute. To amplify his strength rapidly, he required a new multiplier for his combat capabilities. Clearly, the skills possessed by zombies and mutated creatures represented this new multiplier, which, if wielded effectively, could precipitate a qualitative transformation in power. With this in mind, Suin propelled himself towards the laboratory door, colliding with it at lightning speed, generating a deafening sonic boom. The tightly sealed metal door was obliterated, causing the entire laboratory to shudder. The onlooking adventurers collectively shivered in response, as Suin unleashed a multitude of S-level abilities. The sheer magnitude of his destructive power was awe-inspiring. Even the most formidable S-level awakeners could not suppress their astonishment. This was the might of the fourth calamity. It was terrifying, and the fear of being struck by him was palpable. It was said that he was the fourth calamity, no longer human. Had they not seen how the true God sect revered him as a deity? Oh, what a farce, this talk of gods and spirits. In reality, they are merely individuals endowed with numerous extraordinary abilities, just like us, humans. Hush now, speak softly. If the true God sect hears you, they may take you for a heretic and subject you to their judgment, stripping you of your very skin. Indeed, I speak no falsehood. I too am an awakened one. Does that not render me a god as well? Absurd. How many abilities do you possess, compared to theirs? In a mere blink. I witnessed them unleash over a dozen S-rank powers, and that may not even be the entirety of their arsenal. Why not test your luck and see just how many powers they truly wield? It would be akin to solving a basic math problem to seek extremes. Regardless of whether they are awakened or not, their strength has reached such heights that calling them a god is hardly an exaggeration. Many marvel at Captain Su's might, while some speculate on his intentions. Captain Su entered the laboratory alone, leaving the rest of the Long Life Adventure Group waiting outside, showing no inclination to assist. The tall and graceful beauty, Lu Shirshir, held a mechanical watch, timing the endeavor. Could it be that Captain Su intends to tackle a safety level 4 laboratory single-handedly? Hiss. Such a facility would take our adventure group at least 4 or 5 days to conquer. Truly, Captain Su is bold and skilled. The safety level 4 laboratory houses numerous bows, which are far more formidable than any mutated zombie. As an A-rank awakened one, I would have to risk my life to confront even a single one, and it would take no less than 2 hours to vanquish it. With all this commotion, the bows would surely swarm. I shudder at the thought. Can Captain Su manage it? I believe he can, albeit with a bit more time. At most, he should be able to conquer the laboratory within 7 or 8 hours. Impossible. It would take at least 10 hours. Do you think a level 4 laboratory is akin to a marketplace, where one can simply stroll through and be done? Human limits are, after all, finite. The crowd shared their opinions, while other large adventure groups engaged in discussions. Captain Bailey, I hear you are acquainted with Captain Su and should have a clearer understanding of his capabilities than we do. How long do you believe he will take? Bailey Bing shook her head gently. She was not entirely certain of Su and specific strength. If one were to grade the combat prowess of awakened beings on a scale of 1 to 100, she would bestow Su in a score of 1,000. This individual is not even in the same league as the rest of us. When speculating on his combat strength, one must at least add an extra 0 to the current power ceiling. Within 3 hours, perhaps around 2 hours, Bailey Bing mused before offering her estimation. The level 4 laboratory that the Black Rose requires 2 full days to conquer should take Su in, working alone, roughly 2 hours. Hiss, 2 hours? Isn't it a bit exaggerated? It can't possibly be that absurd. The leaders of the adventurer groups collectively inhaled sharply. Bailey Bing offered no further explanation, for she was naturally a woman of few words. She merely instructed her subordinates to take out a clock to time the proceedings. An absurd premonition flickered in Bailey Bing's mind. She harbored the wild notion that Suin could conquer a level 4 laboratory within an hour and a half. Yet, such a conjecture was so outlandish that even she struggled to accept it. Chapter 99. Oh no, I have become a future warrior. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, upon rushing into the laboratory, Suin merely killed a single licker and found himself frozen in place. Infinite growth activated. Experience points 1 Suin. Killing a zombie actually grants experience points? Not only did he gain experience points, but he also acquired his character panel. Character name. Suin. Level. LV0. Experience points. 1. Estimated wealth. 3. 8 billion including human resources. Territory. Supernatural abilities. Plunder. Guardian of Divine Civilization. Mastery of Lightning S. Dominance of Sand and Stone S. Wide Area Space S. Dream Master S. Mind Control S. Scorching Corruption S. Resplendent Body S. Titan's Strength S. Momentary Eternity S. Bone Burning Blaze S. Super Accumulation S. Frenzied Growth S. Raging Waves S. Instantaneous Movement S. Divine Speed S. Wind of Revival S. Roaring Flames of War S. Endless Fury S. Domain Detection S. Weakness Perception S. Fatal Strike S. Dark Corruption S. Terrifying Mark S. Lullaby S. Touch of Death S. Turbulent Winds S. Slaughter Efficiency S. Skills. Tier. Ordinary Sprint. Ordinary Frenzy. Ordinary Jump Slash. Ordinary Shadow Strike. Elite Defense Enhancement. Elite Tracking. Boss Super Recovery. Boss Infinite Growth Disaster. Infinite Recovery Disaster. Upon seeing his character panel, Suin was utterly taken aback. If memory served him correctly, Individual character panels were not meant to appear until the second day of the apocalypse. The first apocalypse and the second were entirely different scenarios. During the first apocalypse, there were no extravagant embellishments. It was a hellish beginning, with zombies rampant, and the sole purpose was to survive. Was there any benefit to killing zombies? None. Did one require a mutated package? Survivors chased zombies to kill them and obtain goods? Incorrect. It was the zombies that pursued humans to kill, yielding fresh meat. Were it not for the need to scavenge resources to survive, only a fool would provoke a zombie. The sole means of enhancing combat prowess lay in increasing proficiency with supernatural abilities and utilizing the alloy equipment produced in laboratories. Surviving long enough to see the next apocalypse was the only measure of success. Only upon the arrival of the second apocalypse will the circumstances of the survivors undergo a profound transformation. At that juncture, regardless of whether one is an awakened individual or not, they will be able to elevate their character levels through monster slaying. Each level gained will double the initial combat power, with a maximum level of 10. This implies that even an ordinary person, upon reaching level 10, can augment their combat prowess tenfold, thus rivaling the strength of the awakened individuals in the current phase. As for the awakened, their extraordinary abilities will similarly amplify tenfold. An A-level awakened reaching level 10 would surpass even the current S-level awakened in the first apocalypse. Once monster slaying yields positive benefits, survivors will actively seek out monsters rather than avoid zombies as they do presently. However, this pertains to the second apocalypse. What relevance does it have to the first? He is evidently still amidst the first apocalypse, yet half a foot has already stepped into the second, outpacing others by a considerable margin. While others are evading the overwhelming hordes of zombies, he can already reap substantial rewards for monster slaying, acquiring skills and experience. Alas, I have become a warrior of the future. Fortunately, I will not face any account bans. A moment of advantage brings joy, and perpetual advantage brings endless delight. Suin, disregarding all else, immediately commenced his onslaught against the monsters. Skills acquired. Experience harvested. Although the experience points are rather meager, LV8 liquors yield only 1 experience point, while LV9 bows offer just 15 experience points. Comparatively, the experience points from even the smallest monsters in the second apocalypse far exceed these figures. However, considering it is cross-version monster slaying, a lesser experience yield is to be expected. Fortunately, the current zombies are universally avoided, ensuring no competition for him, offering an abundance of targets. Not to mention, the laboratory area is teeming with bows, and the city harbors millions of zombies, providing ample opportunities for him to engage in combat. Thus, Suin embarked on a spree of ruthless extermination within the laboratory, dispatching all creatures, be they zombies or mutated beings, sparing even the mutated mosquitoes. Bows, even better, adorable to the point of being irresistible. However, due to the need to monitor the experience points yielded by various monsters, his pace of extermination was undoubtedly slowed. After a sluggish half-hour, nearly 40 minutes, he barely completed the conquest of the laboratory. Suin kicked a hole in the wall of the laboratory's top floor and, disregarding the 50-meter drop, leaped down, crashing to the ground like a projectile and creating a substantial crater. Upon his emergence, onlookers gaped in astonishment. How long had he been inside? Had he truly conquered the laboratory? It seemed improbable. After all, this was a level 4 laboratory with hundreds of rooms, and even a brisk tour would require at least an hour, let alone the task of vanquishing those mutated creatures. Could it be he had merely stepped out for a breather, intending to resume the latter half later? This notion held merit. In the distance, Billy Bing trembled slightly upon witnessing Suin's exit. Suin had leaped from the top of the laboratory, indicating that it had indeed been conquered. A mere 40 minutes. He had completed the conquest of a level 4 laboratory in only 40 minutes, an hour and a half shorter than her previous estimations, leaving her to question whether Suin merely entered to take a cursory glance before exiting. Meanwhile, Suin had approached Lu Shirshir, casually inquiring about the duration. Lu Shirshir, with an excited blush illuminating her cheeks, responded, 37 minutes and 25 seconds. This was a level 4 laboratory, and for the team leader to conquer it in just over half an hour was an astonishing feat as a devoted member of the team. She felt a profound sense of exhilaration and pride, united in triumph. The other girls beamed with joy, delighted by the prowess of their leader, truly invincible. Suin pondered silently, estimating that nearly 40 minutes had elapsed. Much of that time had been consumed recording the experience points yielded by the monsters, resulting in a significant delay. Should he attempt it once more, he believed he could substantially reduce the time, bringing it within 10 minutes without difficulty. With the parameters for the strategy established, his next focus turned to the time required for resource collection. Suin then waved at Lu Shirshir, instructing, "I've cleared the zombies inside. Take a small team and gather the supplies as swiftly as possible." "Yes," Lu Shishir replied, promptly assembling a small team to rush into the laboratory. Suin retrieved a mechanical watch to time their endeavor. "You've worked hard, master. Please take a moment to rest," chimed the diligent maid, Qiqiao, as she thoughtfully brought over a chair for Suin to sit. She took the mechanical watch, keeping an eye on the time. After a considerable interval, Lu Shishir and her team emerged from the laboratory, each member laden with bags of supplies, returning triumphantly. It was at this moment that the onlookers began to grasp the reality. Suin had indeed conquered a level 4 laboratory in half an hour. The members of the Chongqing adventure team had entered solely to transport resources, explaining their swift return. This was utterly astonishing, truly outrageous. By the heavens, I'm utterly astounded. Conquering a level 4 laboratory in half an hour. The murmurs of disbelief echoed around. This was the fourth calamity. Yet, amidst the chorus of astonishment, Suin remained unperturbed. Too slow, far too slow, he thought. The pace of resource collection was inadequate. Lacking spatial abilities, the team had to juggle both gathering resources and transporting them out. As a result, over an hour had passed. Moreover, he had to conquer the laboratory without the luxury of stowing away resources in a broad space. He needed to dispatch some members to transport supplies back to the base. At this rate, the team's resource-gathering speed would inevitably lag behind his conquest of the laboratory. If the team members could not free their hands, the laboratory he had just secured would be left starkly exposed to other survivors. With the zombies and bows eliminated, anyone could saunter into open treasure chests and seize resources. Would he then become nothing more than a free laborer for others? This was simply untenable. Upon contemplating this, Suin instructed Li Xiaoyu to lead a team back to the stronghold to fetch the dozen or so large trucks parked there, thereby forming a transportation convoy. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao were tasked with escorting this convoy for the delivery of supplies. The remaining teams were consolidated into 8 larger groups, with 6 tasked to extract materials from the laboratory, while the other 2 were responsible for maintaining security on-site, remaining vigilant against other survivors to prevent any opportunistic theft. As for the loading and unloading of goods, Li Xiaoyu would bring additional personnel from the stronghold. The distance to the stronghold was approximately a 40-minute walk. However, with the winding roads, driving would take about 15 minutes. Moreover, due to Xiao Qiao's ability to control sand and gravel, she could level the ground, swiftly creating a direct highway to the stronghold. The one-way journey could be reduced to just 10 minutes, allowing for a round trip of loading and unloading to be accomplished within an hour. With a dozen trucks operating simultaneously, the speed of transport was undoubtedly sufficient. An hour later, 12 trucks were lined up and ready, and the 8 teams had been organized with clearly defined roles, poised for action. This spectacle left the observing survivors in a state of bewilderment. What could the Chongqing Adventure Group possibly be up to? Were they dismantling the laboratory to take it back? In these times, no one was collecting scrap metal, food was in dire scarcity, and broken iron and steel were found everywhere. What good would bringing it back do? Amidst the confusion, Suin and his team exchanged a few words before plunging back into the laboratory. Were they returning again? Was Captain Su perhaps becoming addicted to soloing dungeons? It was indeed outrageous to clear a laboratory in half an hour. Yet leaving so many subordinates idling outside seemed a misallocation of resources. If it were up to me, I would have led everyone to tackle the laboratory together. Given the strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group, how many laboratories could be conquered in a single day? In just a few days, they could achieve a state of abundance in resources and equipment with an endless supply of nutrient solutions. Wake up, buddy, you are not the fourth calamity. Besides, the Chongqing Adventure Group had long since attained freedom in resources and equipment, with everyone donned in top-tier alloy suits. It was said they dined on meat at every meal, with nutrient solutions being something they didn't even bother drinking. Only we, the refugees, treasured nutrient solutions as if they were gems, savoring each sip for a day of joy. Damn, just a few words, and the impact was immense. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Suin had transformed into a whirlwind of abilities, wreaking havoc within the laboratory. In just 20 minutes, he had once again conquered a laboratory, bursting through the walls. Upon his emergence, Xue Qingyu and her team immediately rushed in to scavenge supplies, while a large truck turned around to align its cargo bay with the laboratory entrance, and the loading team hastily followed suit to begin the loading process. Suin, undeterred, charged into another laboratory. A cute girl with twin ponytails promptly assembled a team to stand guard at the entrance, ready to enter as soon as Suin emerged. The spectators were left dumbfounded. What was happening? I cannot comprehend it, yet I am profoundly astonished. Did he truly conquer another level 4 laboratory in just 20 minutes? Is this even reasonable? Oh my heavens, how astonishingly bizarre. Just as chaos reigned among the people, within a mere 15 minutes, Suen burst forth once more, heading towards the next laboratory. With a single command, the girl with twin ponytails led her team inside to swiftly scavenge for supplies, while another large truck arrived, accompanying a team to load up. 14.5 minutes? The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Was this not a race? For an ordinary person, entering a level 4 laboratory was akin to stepping into a grave, a one-way journey. Yet here was Captain Su, engaging in a veritable speed contest. However, this was merely the beginning. 12 minutes later, Suen again emerged, heading towards another laboratory. 10 minutes after that, he reappeared, moving on to the next. 10 minutes later, he was out again. 9.5 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Ultimately, his time stabilized between 4 and 5 minutes. Not only were ordinary people paralyzed with shock, but even the leaders of major adventurer groups stood aghast. Bai Li Bing, her crimson lips slightly parted, stared blankly, murmuring, "He is truly racing." Chapter 101 Racing? No, it's a procurement. 2 hours swiftly passed, during which Suen had conquered nearly 30 laboratories of varying sizes. The least among them was a level 3 laboratory, while the highest included 4 level 5 laboratories, regardless of whether they were level 3 or level 5. The time taken for each conquest was consistently brief. One level 5 laboratory was even completed in under 4 minutes. Suen's figure had transformed into a lightning bolt, swirling with a tempest of extraordinary abilities. No mutated creature could survive in his wake. Eventually, when faced with 2 closely situated laboratories, Suen simultaneously attacked both, weaving back and forth with relentless ferocity. As Suen blitzed through the laboratories, the women of the Chongqing Adventurer Group busied themselves transporting supplies, often lacking even the time to open treasure chests, opting instead to haul the chests back directly. Some carried, others loaded, all bustling with fervor. Hundreds of individuals strained to keep pace with Suen's astonishing speed of conquest. 12 trucks tirelessly transported supplies to the base, resembling an unyielding production line of resources. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. With so many high-level laboratories and an abundance of treasure chests, the women of the Chongqing Adventurer Group rushed in to claim the spoils, encountering not a hint of danger. This was not an exploration of a laboratory. It was, quite frankly, an indulgent spree of free acquisition. Golden treasure chests and supplies were continuously drawn out, without a moment's pause. At this juncture, the crowd began to gradually comprehend that Captain Su was not merely racing. He was engaged in a grand procurement of resources, entering the high-level experimental area to procure openly. Witnessing the trucks filled to the brim with treasure chests and supplies, the eyes of the onlookers nearly bulged from their sockets. With eyes ablaze with jealousy, individuals appeared on the verge of fracturing under the weight of their emotions. A colossal truck was laden with the entirety of a semi-advanced laboratory's resources, items that would constitute a fortune for any sizable adventuring group, and utterly inconceivable for smaller ones. The notion of a high-level laboratory was beyond their reach. Moreover, this bounty was acquired effortlessly by the everlasting adventurers, without the loss of a single soldier or a drop of blood. Jealousy and avarice surged through the crowd like wildfire, inciting restlessness among many who contemplated the possibility of seizing the opportunity. In the face of immense profit, human greed ignited like hay doused in gasoline. With the everlasting adventurers consuming all these resources, what shall we have to sustain ourselves? They pondered. Once they have monopolized everything, will there be anything left for us to pursue? It is exceedingly unfair. If they feast upon the meat, they ought to leave us some broth to savor. Indeed, it was only just that a portion be set aside for communal sharing, especially in these dire times when all endured hardship. The stronger one's abilities, the greater the responsibility. Captain Su should exemplify this principle and lead by example, should he not? Well said. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Numerous awakened individuals quickly echoed this sentiment, chanting phrases about shared benefits and communal support. However, those who dared to voice such opinions were predominantly the awakened, with ordinary folk keeping their distance. Nearly all commoners hastily retreated, wishing to remain uninvolved. For them, Suen had been a benefactor. Had he not eradicated the 100 Alliance, they would still be under oppression, possibly starving, with no chance to explore laboratories freely as they do now. The vast majority of ordinary people revered Suen as a deity, and the everlasting adventurers held him in the highest esteem. They would not dare touch what belonged to him, for who would wish to tempt fate? Conversely, the fervent awakened were intoxicated by greed, believing their elevated status granted them the ability to coerce the everlasting adventurers into submission. Suen's benevolence in dismantling the 100 Alliance for the benefit of the common folk and his selfless establishment of trading and residential districts led many to view him as a ruler concerned for the welfare of all. They believed that public opinion could sway him to relent. Phrases like, "If the everlasting adventurers consume all the advanced laboratories, what will be left for us?" were mere rhetoric. How many adventuring groups present possessed the capability to conquer a high-level laboratory? In all of Sioux territory, scarcely two could be mustered. The unrest within the crowd escalated, revealing an eagerness to act, with many crossing the red line previously delineated by the everlasting adventurers. Sioux's decision to leave two teams behind to maintain order proved to be astutely wise. The two teams of the everlasting adventurers immediately surged forth, eliminating those who dared to transgress the line. Given the everlasting adventurers' superior equipment and the quality of their abilities, these awakened individuals posed little threat. "Do not kill them. Leave them with a breath. They may be of use to my husband." Li Xiaoyu, initially responsible for transport, hastily bellowed and joined the fray, wielding a massive broadsword. Simultaneously, he commanded that not all should be killed, for they must leave some breath in order to be of use when Siouan returns. The women understood the implication and refrained from lethal strikes, opting instead to sever limbs. The awakened ones cried out in torment, their pleas for mercy resonating throughout the chaos. Blood splattered, and dismembered limbs lay scattered across the ground. Terror gripped the awakened. Those of a timid disposition had already fled. Yet, amidst the carnage and bloodshed, some succumbed to madness, allowing greed to overshadow their fear, yearning to seize the opportunity to assault the laden supply trucks. Xue Qingyu, who was initially coordinating the transport, had no choice but to dispatch a portion of her team to intercept these greed-driven awakened ones. Not all adventure groups participated in the fray. Several leaders of prominent large-scale adventurer factions quickly instructed their subordinates to distance themselves from the conflict, avoiding unnecessary entanglement. The leaders of these large factions were no fools. The tragic fate of the Hundred Alliance was still vivid in their minds, and they had no desire to meet a similar demise. Unlike the smaller, reckless factions, these large adventurer groups were well established and could sustain themselves through their own capabilities, rendering the need to seize resources from the Chongqing Adventure Group unnecessary. Even if they succeeded in pilfering supplies, it would likely be a fleeting feast before facing dire consequences. While the title of Fourth Calamity was conferred upon Siouan by ordinary folk, within the large adventurer factions, he was more commonly referred to as the Grim Reaper. Subapi, the Black Rose faction, also refrained from participating in the skirmish. Instead, they dispatched members to assist the Chongqing Adventure Group in maintaining order. Even Bai Li Bing personally engaged in this effort. The Black Rose owed Siouan a favor for a lavish banquet, and her cousin happened to be the vice leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group, compelling her to lend her support for both personal and logical reasons. Not only the Black Rose, but followers of the True God sect also arrived, donned in their unified garb, joining forces with the Chongqing Adventure Group, clad in knightly armor. The saintly Jeanne d'Arc floated above the crowd, her radiant wings casting a divine presence, akin to a celestial warrior descending upon the battlefield. With her azure eyes filled with icy resolve, she spoke softly yet resolutely. "Heretics, meet your end." Chapter 102. Good Deeds Reap Rewards. The awakened assemble to offer themselves after successfully navigating yet another Level 4 laboratory. Siouan broke through the dome and stood atop the building, surveying the chaos below. His expression remained completely unperturbed. This turmoil was entirely within his expectations. Like famished wild dogs eager to pounce upon an elephant, the awakened were desperate enough to attempt an assault, regardless of the outcome. He could hardly be bothered to intervene. Even if thousands of awakened gathered, they could hardly pose a formidable threat to the Chongqing Adventure Group. If they could not match 1 against 100, and if they could not maintain a steady flow of supplies, then they were unworthy of being called the strongest adventurers. These insignificant beings were not even fit to serve as whetstones for the Chongqing Adventure Group. Siouan promptly leaped into another laboratory to continue his conquest, focusing primarily on slaying monsters for experience and skills. While he swiftly advanced through the laboratories, the Chongqing Adventure Group continued their operations, transporting supplies and engaging in battle. The collective might of several hundred awakened failed to instill even the slightest trepidation in the Chongqing Adventure Group. Initially, they caused minor inconveniences, but within 5 minutes, they were stripped of even that capability. It was at this moment that the awakened belatedly began to flee. The combat prowess of the young women from the Chongqing Adventure Group was on an entirely different level compared to these savage individuals. The top-tier alloy armor they donned was impervious to the feeble attacks of the awakened, rendering them incapable of inflicting any real harm. These delicate maidens, seemingly fragile, transformed into fearsome warriors, executing swift and lethal strikes that left no room for mercy. Should an awakened be dismembered, they would be rendered utterly incapacitated. As the awakened began their retreat, the women would not allow them to escape easily. They pursued relentlessly, wielding their blades with precision and intent, ensuring that none could flee. Faced with the inevitability of capture, many simply knelt and surrendered, raising their hands in defeat. What had appeared to be a grand uprising of the awakened fizzled out within a mere half-hour. Those who remained were either severely wounded or had capitulated, totaling around 600 to 700 individuals. After conquering yet another laboratory, Suen teleported to the forefront of the crowd, gathering them together. He spared the awakened while dispatching the ordinary individuals. After a brief exchange, he returned to the laboratory, following the conquest of 2 additional laboratories. The women had efficiently tied up the captives. Suen appeared before the prisoners. "Please, Captain Su, spare us. We promised never to transgress again. We haven't taken anything substantial. We merely spoke thoughtlessly. You are our leader here in Su, and it would be unbecoming of you to hold a grudge. Indeed, Captain Su. With great power comes great responsibility. You ought to consider us ordinary folk. We merely wish to survive. Please do not be angered, for I speak the truth. Given your strength, you should undertake the noble duty of saving the masses. Your Chongqing Adventure Group comprises only a few hundred individuals, each equipped with top-tier alloy armor and an abundance of resources. Have some compassion and bestow upon us some of your surplus lower-tier equipment. Yes, keeping it stored away to gather dust is selfish. Such actions will not earn you the respect of the people. Should you grant us this favor, you would be lauded for your selflessness and esteemed for your virtues. To withhold it would be to embody a truly selfish spirit, unworthy of your stature." Suen raised his hand to silence the crowd and broke into a warm smile. "To be honest, I am genuinely pleased that you all gathered here to offer yourselves. For some time, the awakened have avoided me, and I had not seized any abilities in quite a while. The fact that you have come together to present your powers is truly gratifying. I had assumed everyone would shun me like a venomous snake, but it seems my reputation is still intact. Perhaps this is what they call good deeds reaping rewards. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to perform more acts of kindness." As Suen spoke, he drew a nanoblade and gripped it firmly, his smile radiating warmth. "Rest assured, my technique is exquisite. I shall ensure that you experience minimal suffering. Grant me 5 minutes, and I shall endeavor to send you all to a place of bliss." Upon hearing his words, the awakened were thrown into a panic. The timid among them were already in tears. Even those with severed limbs endured excruciating pain, attempting to crawl away in desperation. Suen quickly raised his hand to halt their movements. "Do not move. You will only bleed more. Rest assured, you are beyond salvation." Upon uttering these words, terror gripped the hearts of the people, compelling them to flee with desperate urgency. Yet, in the face of instantaneous movement, all attempts at escape appeared utterly futile. Suen transformed into a phantom, mercilessly reaping one vibrant life after another amidst the panicked crowd. The throngs fell as if they were stalks of wheat, collapsing in a swift cascade. The air was filled with a cacophony of wails and blood, screams mingling with cries of despair. In less than 5 minutes, the ground before Suen was already strewn with corpses. With a single stroke, he executed a threefold theft, and the last awakened one succumbed as well. Suen casually uttered a number, 718. In total, there were 718 awakened individuals, equivalent to 718 distinct abilities. Although their quality was rather mediocre, their sheer quantity held the potential to amalgamate into numerous advanced powers. The wealth accrued was virtually negligible, each one poorer than the last. Regrettably, such large-scale harvesting of abilities would likely not be witnessed again in this first apocalypse. The thousands of awakened in Su Di were first halved by him, reducing 4,000 to 2,000. Now, with another halving, only 1,000 remained. If this continued, extinction was imminent, and no one would return to bestow abilities upon him. Life would once again necessitate tightening one's belt and enduring with patience. However, Suen was unexpectedly gratified to discover that slaying awakened individuals would also yield experience points, albeit a meager amount, 2 or 3 points at best, dwindling to a mere 0.1 points. At this moment, his level had risen from the initial LV0 to the current LV2, with his experience bar reaching 1268. His own strength had doubled, and the potency of his abilities had also increased twofold. The progression within the character level was astonishingly warped. Yet, the rate of leveling up was excruciatingly slow. Defeating dozens of high-level laboratory monsters, coupled with hundreds of awakened ones, was merely sufficient to attain level 2. Moreover, as one ascended in level, the requisite experience for further advancement increased exponentially. From level 0 to level 1 required a mere 1,000 experience points. Moving from level 1 to level 2 demanded 2,000 points, while the leap from level 2 to level 3 necessitated 4,000 points. Ascending from level 3 to level 4 required 8,000 points, and from level 4 to level 5, 16,000. From level 5 to level 6, 32,000 points were necessary, and so forth. To reach level 9 from level 10, an astonishing total of 512,000 experience points was required. Each high-level bow would yield only 2 points of experience. Thus, he would need to slay a staggering 250,006 creatures, without rest or respite. Even if he were to eliminate one every minute, it would take him over half a year. The second phase of the first apocalypse lasted less than 6 months. He had no time to grind for experience leisurely. Aspiring to reach level 10 was a distant dream. Achieving level 6 or 7 still held a glimmer of hope. The difficulty of cross-version upgrades was indeed exceedingly formidable. In the second apocalypse, even the smallest scorpion afforded dozens of experience points. The path of a future warrior was fraught with challenges. Chapter 103. The intricacies of chives and nurturing, cakes and dreams. Having resolved the matters concerning the awakened ones, Suen intended to continue his exploration of the laboratories. However, due to his remarkable speed, the young women could only struggle to keep pace with him. Consequently, it became impossible to ensure that every laboratory was thoroughly scoured, resulting in approximately 10% being overlooked. Suen decided to bestow these inadequately searched laboratories upon the True God Sect and the Black Rose. The Black Rose requires no further explanation. While the True God Sect is not directly under his jurisdiction, it is closely aligned with his interests, practically rendering them allies. Moreover, the True God Sect serves as his experimental ground, and it is reasonable to grant them some benefits. It is far preferable to offer these resources to them than to allow other survivors to exploit them for free. Upon learning that Suen had bestowed the remaining resources from the laboratories upon them, both the True God Sect and the Black Rose were elated. Although it merely entailed collecting the discarded remnants of the Chongqing Adventure Group, it constituted a considerable fortune. The accumulated resources from dozens of laboratories amounted to the equivalent of 3 to 4 complete advanced laboratories. It took them 2 arduous days to conquer a single advanced laboratory, incurring significant casualties and resource expenditures. After capturing one, they could not immediately proceed to the next. Several days of recuperation were necessary. For large adventure groups, breaching an advanced laboratory posed immense challenges. However, the opportunity to effortlessly acquire resources from several advanced laboratories was undeniably enticing, an irresistible prospect. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, the True God Sect and the Black Rose promptly dispatched individuals to scavenge the laboratories. The large adventure groups that had previously been observing were left utterly astonished. Is this truly possible? Had I known earlier, I would have intervened to assist the Eternal Life adventurers in quelling the insurrection. Due to their non-involvement in the turmoil, they remained detached, yet they reaped no benefits. Watching the True God Sect and the Black Rose members gleefully seize the spoils was a sight that left many envious and in tears. As time quietly slipped away, the night gradually descended. Once the last convoy of supplies was delivered, Suen led the group of maidens in withdrawal, leaving behind a desolate and ravaged laboratory building. Within just a single day, the Eternal Life adventurers had captured over 100 high-level laboratories, clearing a vast expanse of vacuum in the high-level laboratory zone. The jealousy among onlookers was palpable, as the accumulation of resources and treasures could pile into a veritable mountain. Although the Eternal Life adventurers were the strongest group, their numbers were surprisingly few, even less than some mid-tier and lower-tier adventurer squads, comprising merely a few hundred individuals. With such a wealth of resources, even if the Eternal Life adventurers indulged freely, it would take them nearly a decade to exhaust it all. While some celebrated, others despaired. The Black Rose and True God Sect, having capitalized on the situation, became extraordinarily wealthy. Each faction secured at least 5 high-level laboratories worth of resources, completely free of charge and without the loss of a single soldier. For both, this was undoubtedly the most substantial bounty acquired since the apocalyptic times. Even Bai Li Bing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. With the infusion of resources from the 5 high-level laboratories, the Black Rose could afford a more comfortable existence, at least temporarily alleviating concerns of hunger. The elite assault team could now approach their missions with full bellies. The True God Sect was even more jubilant, for due to their management approach, they possessed the largest but also the poorest population. The leading followers and management could barely secure enough to eat, while the lower-tier believers and auxiliary members merely clung to life, barely escaping starvation. With the replenishment of supplies, their situation is bound to improve, at least providing them with the means to progress further. Upon returning to the base, Suen first stored all the supplies in the vast spatial storage, instructing the logistics team to prepare a grand feast. He announced that there would be unlimited food and drinks tonight, including fresh vegetables and fruits, allowing everyone to indulge freely in celebration as the entire team rejoiced together. The women erupted in a chorus of excited cheers, marking the first festival organized by the Eternal Life Adventure Group. The entire team began to prepare enthusiastically. Suen then retreated to his private laboratory, where he retrieved the alloy equipment manufacturing core. Currently, the equipment configuration for the Eternal Life Adventure Group consists of 2 sets of advanced alloy gear per individual, 1 set already distributed and another as a backup. A substantial number of loose components and advanced sets remained. Suen proceeded to activate the alloy equipment core, feeding it over 3,000 pieces of advanced alloy gear, nearly depleting their storage. Only then did he fully charge the core, reaching a capacity of 100. As the charge level hit 100, the alloy equipment core emitted a blinding light and expanded instantaneously into a large black sphere with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. The ends of the sphere split apart, revealing a dark, serpentine track that connected both ends, resembling a security scanner found in subways, albeit in a different size and shape. The side of the sphere featured an operational console and a design blueprint scanning device. Once the scanner completed its task, it automatically recorded the design. By inserting the corresponding materials at the entrance and selecting the desired items on the console, finished products would be produced automatically at the exit. However, not all items could be produced. At present, this alloy equipment manufacturing device could only yield low-level alloy gear. Yet, as production increased, the device would gradually evolve, advancing through low, medium, high, and ultimately nanoalloy levels. To upgrade from low to medium, one must produce 1,000 pieces of low-level alloy gear. To progress from medium to high, 10,000 pieces of medium-level alloy gear are required. Advancing to nano-level necessitates a staggering 100,000 pieces of high-level alloy gear, with each low-level piece produced approximately every minute. Given sufficient materials, one could elevate from low to medium in a day. But transitioning from medium to high was considerably more challenging, as the materials required for medium were double that of low. Continuous production of materials would take a full 7 days. Surprisingly, the production materials were remarkably inexpensive, not ordinary steel nor exorbitant alloys. Rather, they were the construction materials of the laboratory's external shells, those dark iron casings referred to as alloy raw materials. There was no need for concern regarding the raw materials. They were abundantly available, merely requiring time and effort to dismantle and transport. Suen intended to produce only low and medium-level alloy gear, as the high-level gear was unnecessary. Now that the second phase had passed for over 10 days, the survivors had stockpiled a considerable amount of catalysts, and it was time to reap the rewards. Moreover, it was imperative to commence harvesting, as he had eliminated too many awakeners. Only about 1,000 remained in the Su region, a reduction of nearly 3,000, 3/4 of their number. Awakeners were the backbone of assaulting the laboratory, while ordinary individuals were painfully slow in their efforts, particularly without alloy gear for protection. The mass death of awakeners signaled a decline in assault speed, which would subsequently affect catalyst production. Only by enabling these ordinary survivors to acquire alloy gear en masse could their combat capabilities be collectively enhanced, restoring and even accelerating the speed of assaults. The most prudent approach would be to have the survivors utilize their catalysts to purchase low-level alloy gear. Those unable to afford it could pay a down payment, with the remainder paid in installments. Once the installments were settled, they could exchange a minimal amount of catalysts and the newly acquired low-level gear as a down payment for medium-level alloy gear, obtaining it ahead of time and continuing to repay their debts. The pricing must be steep, high enough that most could only manage the down payment for low-level gear. In reality, the down payment would already exceed the value of the gear itself, while the remaining installments would represent the total value of the medium-level gear yet to be received. Upon acquiring the medium gear, the installments would effectively equate to the cost of high-level gear. With the support of alloy gear, the survivors would dutifully assault the laboratory, generating a continuous supply of catalysts. They would willingly bring them to Suen, eager to fulfill their installments in anticipation of eventually upgrading to more advanced alloy gear. Such is the nature of those yearning for hope. Like chives seeking sunlight, they would strive towards the glimmer of hope, unaware that each growth would only lead to their harvesting, never reaching the sun they longed for. Theoretically, if they worked hard enough, gradually clearing their debts, they could eventually trade for the pinnacle of nanoalloy gear from Suen. However, regrettably, this is an impossibility. The apocalypse will not afford them such time. What seems to be a promise is, in truth, an illusion. Chapter 104. Taking a break to celebrate, a heartfelt confession to the entire team, Suen did not rush to produce alloy gear. Instead, he left the alloy equipment manufacturing device in place, intending to commence production the following day. Today, he decided to enjoy the festival in peace. The camp was adorned with lights and decorations, with the women bustling about energetically. In the center of the square, a large bonfire blazed brightly. A temporary stage had been erected at the end of the square, adorned with spotlights and flanked by speakers, while several generators hummed behind the stage, providing power. Below the stage, tables and benches were neatly arranged. Lu Hui was directing the logistics preparations, with delicious dishes about to be served, and bags of drinks and fresh fruits being transported from the cellar to each table. Xue Qingyu and Lu Shishir were organizing the seating arrangements for the team members and overseeing the security personnel's rotation. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao were backstage, preparing performances with a group of talented women. After nearly an hour of preparation, everything was ready, and the women took their seats one by one. Suin was gently pushed onto the stage by the women to deliver his speech. Taking the microphone with a slight smile, he began, during recruitment. I promised to celebrate with all of you, and I believe many have eagerly anticipated this day. I apologize for the delay in fulfilling that promise. Unfortunately, many could not wait for today, and I cannot guarantee that everyone will survive until the end of the apocalypse. He paused momentarily before continuing. In the future, you will face an even more perilous and arduous world. No one knows where the end of the apocalypse lies. I cannot provide you with a definite future. However, I will do my utmost to lead you further than anyone else. I hope that we can walk hand in hand in this apocalyptic world, and I aspire that. Not long from now, each of you will become my pride. Today marks the first festival of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, and it is the most meaningful one. May we gather here again on this day next year, for a brighter tomorrow. In order to survive in this wretched world, let us press forward, my dear girls. After imparting a few words of encouragement to the team members, Suin set down the microphone and stepped off the stage, only to be met with a thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Though Suin's speech was brief, it was imbued with sincerity. At present, everyone was utterly content with the life within the Eternal Adventure team. The notion of the future seemed so distant and unattainable in this dismal post-apocalyptic world, with no one knowing where the end of the apocalypse truly lay. All they wished for was for this current way of life to continue indefinitely. Enough was truly enough. To sustain such a life, everyone was willing to give their all. They genuinely aspired to make Suin proud and offer their loyalty, contributing to this big family. Once Suin concluded his speech, the festive banquet commenced in earnest. Delectable dishes and fine wines were served in succession. A group of beautifully adorned young ladies took to the stage, and as the music began to play, they danced gracefully. The audience savored their sumptuous meals while enjoying the performances. Suin occupied the central seat in the front row, flanked by Lu Hui and others. As one act concluded, another began. Despite the hasty preparations, the performances were quite impressive, with some exhibiting a remarkable level of professionalism. Many of the young women present hailed from distinguished backgrounds, naturally possessing exceptional talents. Piano, guzheng, guitar, and drums were all played effortlessly. Some had been dance majors before the apocalypse, showcasing their skills in classical, modern, and ballet styles. There were even performances of Peking opera, along with popular songs, blending song and dance in harmonious interplay. In many respects, the Eternal Adventure team was indeed rich in talent. Suin indulged his eyes in the splendid display. Naturally, with a performance came the element of competition and scoring. Suin initially intended for the management team to provide a collective score, ultimately ranking the performances. However, everyone unanimously rejected this proposal, insisting that only Suin's judgment mattered. Ultimately, many took to the stage to showcase their talents primarily for Suin's gaze, making his evaluation the most significant. Thus, Suin reluctantly assumed the role of sole judge, striving to score fairly and justly, eschewing favoritism and relying solely on the quality of the performances. Even when Li Xiaoyu attempted to bribe the judge with her own artistic creation, Suin resolutely declined, for he too had recorded his own works. After all, who among them was not an artist in their own right? The young ladies who took to the stage were a delightful array, each embodying their unique charm akin to the four noble plants: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Their beauty and figures were striking, making it difficult to discern any clear advantage based solely on appearance. Thus, the content of their performances became pivotal in determining the outcome of the competition. One performer, adorned in traditional attire, captivated the audience with an exquisite classical dance, her movements ethereal and graceful, as if she were a celestial being. The intricate choreography flowed seamlessly, evoking a poetic and picturesque beauty. Next, the youthful duo of Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao presented a vibrant dance filled with the essence of youth, eliciting smiles from the audience. Additionally, a girl with a bun hairstyle performed a lively jiawu, which garnered the admiration of Suin. He was somewhat familiar with her, named Yukiki, as she had previously visited his office, though at that time, she sported twin ponytails. Lu Shirshir's piano solo was equally elegant, imbued with an inexplicable air of nobility and grace. Among the performances, one young lady boldly professed her affection for Su-in through song, even crafting original lyrics that were quite explicit, leaving the audience blushing. The unconventional nature of the performances posed a challenge for Su-in, as the talents displayed were of such high caliber that he, a second-rate judge, felt somewhat inadequate, relying solely on personal preference for scoring. Ultimately, the classical beauty was crowned the champion, claiming the first prize, originally 100 vouchers, which she insisted on exchanging for Su-in's promise to fulfill a modest request. Wishing to maintain the jovial atmosphere, Su-in readily acquiesced. The second prize was awarded to Yukiki for her Dowu, a rarity among the youthful beauties of the Chongqing Adventure Group, as she exuded vitality in her appearance, demeanor, and speech, reminiscent of a spirited character from an anime. Only Xiao Xiao could rival her in charm. Regrettably, the duo of Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiao faltered during their performance, falling slightly short of Yukiki's prowess, resulting in a narrow defeat. The second prize, initially set at 60 vouchers, was similarly exchanged by Yukiki for an unusual request, a day out with Su-in. The third prize went to Lu Shirshir for her piano solo, which even Su-in, lacking expertise, could discern as exceptionally refined, showcasing her poise and sophistication. Unrelated to her long legs or any superficial allure, Lu Shirshir's request was equally peculiar, desiring a change of dormitory to a room adjacent to Su-in's. Following this, 10 consolation prizes were awarded, each consisting of 20 vouchers that could be redeemed for snacks, cosmetics, and other items at the internal convenience store of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Thus, the inaugural internal festival reached a gentle conclusion, unanimously dubbed the Confession Festival by the young ladies. However, before the festivities wrapped up, Su-in was playfully thrust onto the stage for a final performance. Believing his talents to be limited, he could only present a guitar and serenade the audience with Paper is Short, Affection is Long, dedicated to every girl present. As his fingers strummed the melodious and crisp notes, Su-in's slightly hoarse, yet magnetic voice resonated through the air. You accompany me into the cicada-laden summer, transcending the city's clamor. The melody lingers as your pomegranate-like eyes conceal your tenderness, losing the laughter among the flowers. Time cannot stand still, and the clouds await. I truly miss you in every rainy season. What you choose to forget is what I cherish most. The paper is short, yet the affection is profound, unable to convey the myriad ripples. In summary, the small festival of the Chongqing Adventure Group was a resounding success. The young ladies relished the occasion, filled with laughter and merriment, indulging freely in food and drink, leading to a delightful inebriation among many. This left Su-in, the only man in the group, somewhat beleaguered, particularly after his heartfelt serenade, as each member looked upon him with glistening eyes. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, Su-in found himself unwittingly taken advantage of amidst the chaos. He hastily retreated to his bedroom, a realization dawning upon him regarding the significance and necessity of his unique enhancement abilities. Time was of the essence. He promptly commenced the fusion of skills, aspiring to create an unprecedented special enhancement ability. The following morning, Su-in emerged from his room, one hand braced against the wall for support. Armed with the experience from the previous day, he resolved to mobilize the entire Chongqing Adventure team. The same 28 squads accompanied him to procure supplies from the laboratory area, while the remaining 2 squads stayed behind to safeguard their home base, dispatching some members to transport alloy materials for the production of low-tier alloy equipment. Additionally, he instructed Lu Hui to select a few more individuals to await his return for the bestowal of abilities. Having acquired 718 abilities the previous day, albeit with a slight dip in quality, he managed to assemble 20 S-rank abilities. The remaining A and B ranks amounted to over 100. Following the distribution of these abilities, the ratio of ability holders within the Chongqing Adventure team approached 2 to 15. The majority were high-level awakeners, with nearly 60 S-rank awakeners bolstering their collective strength once more. After a brief respite, Su-in led the 28 squads into battle again. Although the demand for equipment within the Chongqing Adventure team had long exceeded supply, a modest number of equipment design blueprints still remained in the treasure chests, proving to be highly valuable. The higher-tier treasure chests yielded a greater abundance of design blueprints, while the lower-tier chests were mostly barren of such treasures. The large-scale adventure teams in Su-di had been largely decimated, with no more than 10 capable of assaulting high-level laboratories. Relying on these scant teams to procure blueprints was evidently insufficient. He had to take matters into his own hands to ensure self-sufficiency. Moreover, he sought to raid the laboratory for skills and experience points, while simultaneously collecting supplies. Drawing from the previous day's insights, he drove a large truck, skillfully activating his abilities to construct a highway along the route. Suin also sent word to the True God Church in Black Rose, inviting them to join in the scavenging efforts. However, the trash they collected would not be without cost. The catalysts and alloy equipment blueprints in their possession would need to be willingly surrendered to him. The True God Church had no qualms about complying with Suin's requests, while Black Rose expressed little dissent. Retaining catalysts and blueprints served no purpose for them. They found it far more beneficial to trade a minimal price for the opportunity to scavenge alongside the Chongqing adventure team. Had they realized the immense value of catalysts in the impending second apocalypse, they might have been driven to despair. At present, however, these items were regarded as undesirable refuse. Were it not for the trading zone established by the Chongqing adventure team, which required these items as entry tickets, the members would have been disinclined to exert effort in retrieving them from the laboratory. This was, of course, a deliberate strategy on Suin's part. The ticketing system for the trading zone was designed to subtly convey to the others that catalysts should not be discarded as mere trash. They still held value. The Chongqing adventure team, in its seemingly altruistic manner, was keen on acquiring what others deemed worthless. What catalysts or non-catalysts are merely excuses to seek benefits for everyone. The essence lies in selflessness and altruism. Today, Suin once again opted to procure supplies from a prestigious laboratory. The personnel configuration and division of labor remained largely unchanged from yesterday. He took charge of negotiating prices within the laboratory, while the other team members were responsible for transporting goods. The True God sect and Black Rose followed suit, scavenging for scraps, while the onlookers shouted in astonishment, expressing their awe and disbelief. Aside from the overwhelming shock that lasted throughout the day, there was little else to gain from the experience. Many individuals found their resolve shaken as a result. Around 10 o'clock, the thrilling procurement operation officially commenced. Suin transformed into a streak of lightning, darting straight into the laboratory. With the elevation of his level, his abilities had been significantly enhanced. Take, for instance, his mastery over lightning. Although the destructive power of his lightning control was formidable and its speed remarkable, excessive swiftness could be a double-edged sword. Its sustainability was lacking. The lightning dissipated shortly after leaving his body, necessitating the use of conductive materials to prolong its duration. Otherwise, the relentless barrage of lightning orbs would soon be exhausted. Consequently, Suin had previously preferred to manipulate metal objects with electromagnetic force to alleviate this endurance burden. However, with the increase in his level and the enhancement of his abilities, the power of the released lightning grew exponentially, with higher density and prolonged sustainability. Previously, a single lightning orb would explode upon detonation, but now he could compress it to the size of a marble, employing it as a high-density, high-penetration lightning projectile. After consecutively eliminating multiple targets, the lightning would eventually become unstable before detonating. Upon reaching level 10, the power of his lightning exceeded that of the initial proficiency by more than tenfold. With proper application, he could simultaneously compress hundreds of lightning orbs for attack, detonating them at will. At that juncture, an S-level awakened being would truly become a complete entity. Presently, the terrifying Bao would not stand a chance against a fully realized S-level awakened being. This illustrates the formidable growth potential of S-level awakened entities as one progresses. The gap between them and lower-level awakened beings widens, eventually becoming a chasm. As for Suin, under the amplification of multiple abilities, he could now compress hundreds of lightning orbs, and upon activating supercharging, the count soared to thousands. He could even envelop the lightning orbs in flames, then encase them in a layer of gale force. The extent of their power, catalyzed by the confluence of multiple abilities, remained an enigma, even to Suin himself. It is believed that for a considerable time to come, few will have the fortune to experience such a composite banquet of S-level abilities. Those who have tasted it have praised its merits, but alas, they could not survive. Chapter 106. Another day of procurement. This day's procurement journey was exceptionally smooth. Beginning at 10 in the morning, it continued uninterrupted until 8:30 in the evening. The Chongqing adventure team once again amassed 126 prestigious laboratories, nearly 20 more than the previous day. Treasure chests and supplies were transported in truckloads from dawn until dusk, not to mention the exhaustion of the team members. Even Suin himself was on the verge of collapse. However, judging by the expressions of envy and frustration from the onlookers, all the effort was undeniably worthwhile. Some even shouted, "Bring the knife. I want to join the Chongqing adventure team." Today, Suin deliberately selected laboratories with a safety coefficient above 3 for procurement. Level 3 includes those below it, which he did not even glance at. As a result, an extensive area of advanced laboratories was entirely cleared out. Surprisingly, even though this was deep within the fortress of the laboratories, it was safer than the perimeter, with not a single mutated mosquito to be found. With a single command, Suen led the ladies back home. No more exploration today, nor tomorrow. Although there are still over 100 advanced laboratories, they are quite scattered, making further exploration cumbersome and time-consuming, with little significance. It would be far more beneficial for the ladies to devote themselves to mining instead. With the presence of an alloy equipment manufacturing device, as long as the raw materials are sufficient, they will never run out of alloy equipment. Moreover, after 2 days of frenzied plundering, he had successfully acquired the skills of 7,000 to 8,000 zombies and mutated creatures. He would need a couple of days to synthesize these skills, which vary greatly in type and strength, with unknown side effects. Unlike the abilities of awakened individuals, zombie skills also have level classifications, albeit simpler: ordinary, elite, boss, and apocalypse levels. The majority falls within the ordinary and elite categories, accounting for over 90%, while boss-level skills comprise about 1 in 500. He had yet to acquire any apocalypse-level skills, except for the infinite growth and infinite recovery skills replicated from Wong Kai. Thus far, he had encountered only one disaster-level creature, making plundering impossible, leaving him to hope for a successful fusion. Upon returning to the base, it was already filled with abundant alloy raw materials, all stripped from the laboratories by his team members. Suen promptly summoned Lu Hui and several others to the storage point of the alloy equipment manufacturer, explaining how to use it and how to set and replace equipment styles. The ladies were astounded to see the alloy equipment manufacturer. Such items were unheard of both before and after the apocalypse. Previously, acquiring alloy equipment required exploration of laboratories and treasure chests. Yet, Suen astonishingly produced an alloy equipment manufacturer, with the raw materials for creating alloy equipment being the ubiquitous scrap iron. With this alloy equipment manufacturer, the Chongqing adventure team would never lack for alloy equipment. The enigmatic Suen left the ladies at a loss for words. He could effortlessly produce mountains of resources, possessing everything needed as if he had a magical bag akin to Doraemon's. They could only wonder where he sourced such a vast array of items. Even more bewildering were his abilities. While other awakened individuals had but one power, he possessed a multitude. And even the ladies who shared his life were unaware of the full extent of his powers. Furthermore, he could bestow his abilities upon others. Currently, the entire team comprises several hundred awakened individuals, with nearly all their extraordinary abilities bestowed upon them by Suen, far surpassing the limits of ordinary comprehension. He seems to possess the uncanny ability to foresee the future, having led everyone to this auspicious location to establish their base long before the laboratory materialized. It is as if he had foreknowledge of the lab's sudden appearance and understood precisely where the most suitable site for their encampment lay. Now, he has even produced a device that appears to contravene the rules of the game. Not to mention outsiders, even the women, including Xue Qingyu, have begun to feel that those from the true God sect worship Suen as a deity, which does not seem unfounded. From certain perspectives, he indeed resembles a god, omnipotent and omniscient. It is precisely due to the presence of such a formidable man that the Chongqing Adventurers team exhibits remarkable cohesion, with minimal internal discord. Everyone orbits around him as the central figure. Were anyone else to assume the role of leader, achieving such unity would be impossible. Women are inherently emotional, prone to jealousy, and often engage in fierce internal rivalries. The interactions between women can be rife with drama. 3 women could easily conjure a saga akin to Zhen Huanzhuan, let alone several hundred proud and beautiful women. Without a definitive core to guide them, the gathering of hundreds of women would inevitably lead to an eruption of conflicts. Bai Li Bing, who should be well aware of this, observes that, despite being a female-led faction, the Chongqing Adventurers stand united with a singular faith and goal. Whatever Suen dictates, they follow with unwavering obedience, as if he were directing their limbs. In stark contrast, the Black Rose faction is fraught with internal strife, with many individuals forming cliques that often clash, resulting in altercations that involve hair-pulling, face-scratching, and neck-grabbing. Bai Li Bing frequently finds herself mediating these disputes. Not only must they contend with internal discord, but they also need to guard against external disturbances. It is well known that the female faction consists entirely of women, some of whom are high-level awakened beings, highly coveted by any adventurer group seeking to recruit them. If they cannot attract these individuals, they often resort to poaching from other teams. Not even Bai Li Bing, as the leader, has been spared from numerous invitations from various adventurer factions. In this apocalyptic world, the path for female-led teams is fraught with challenges and difficulties. Only the Chongqing Adventurers can navigate through it with such ease and comfort. Once someone joins the Chongqing Adventurers, They have no desire to leave. They would rather perish within than venture outside. Those on the outside would go to great lengths to gain entry into the Chongqing adventurers. However, as previously stated, they only recruit for 3 days, and once that time has passed, they do not wait. Miss the opportunity. And no matter how extraordinary one may be, they shall not be admitted. This reality has left some women, who initially planned to observe, filled with regret, wishing they could find a rope to hang themselves. Of course, the most regretful are those who had already boarded Su-En's vehicle but chose to disembark and flee as they neared the city. They could have joined the Chongqing adventurers. But alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. No amount of discontent can transform into anything but a sigh of lament and an enduring sense of sorrow. After entrusting the alloy equipment manufacturing device to the women, Su-En resumed his relaxed demeanor and returned to his private office, summoning Yukiki to join him. He intends to embark on a grand venture. Chapter 107. Transforming luck into desired flavors at this moment. Yukiki had donned the Hanfu attire that she wore during the festival gala. Su-En retrieved a speaker from his space and placed it on the ground. As the pre-prepared melody began to play, he joined in the celebration with dance. Yukiki gracefully commenced an energetic dance, embodying the spirit of youth. Meanwhile, Su-En silently activated his ability, the Seed of Civilization, to initiate a lottery draw. Ever since he acquired this power, his luck had been rather dismal. After a day of attempts, he had drawn a level 2 civilization item, a faucet, but subsequent draws yielded only level 1 items, an assortment of dilapidated goods, with no sign of anything worthwhile. The upgrade process for the Seed of Civilization was straightforward, relying on the accumulation of proficiency. However, it was not a mere matter of incrementing proficiency with each use. It bore similarities to the ability of Plunder, which required a collection of abilities. In contrast, the Seed of Civilization demanded the gathering of advanced civilization items. Drawing a level 2 civilization item would increase his proficiency, and thus far, he had only succeeded once, accumulating a proficiency level of 1. This meant he needed to draw 10 level 2 civilization items to achieve level 2. While he could attempt a tenfold draw each day, given Su-En's notoriously poor luck, this lottery could very well be a daunting challenge. Who could predict how long it would take to accumulate 10 level 2 civilization items and elevate his skills? Consequently, Su-En decided to save up for 100 attempts, hoping for a stroke of luck, a miraculous reversal of fate. With Yukiki's vibrant energy adding a touch of youthful exuberance, perhaps a miracle could indeed occur. Let me have a tenfold draw. With everything in place, Su-En began his lottery with a heart full of hope. Joyful Fat House Water 25L Big Assembly X1, Instant Noodles Box X1, Super White Glass Fish Tank 50X 50cm Square Steel X1, 3080 Ti Graphics Card X1, Large Hammer X1. The first tenfold draw was dismal. Nothing of value was obtained. Undeterred, he pressed on for another round. I refuse to believe this. Pregnancy Test Box X1, Mint-Flavored Chewing Gum Box X1, Steel Measuring Tape X1, Hatsune Miku Life-Size Figure X1. The second tenfold draw also ended in disappointment. He continued, grimacing as he closed his eyes in despair. Cotton Swabs 200-pack X1, Rubber Band X1. A selfie of your Kuin Go X1. After 3 tenfold attempts, not a single level 2 civilization item was drawn, and Su-En's mood had soured considerably. He glanced at the dancing Yukiki. Could it be that his approach to luck was misguided? Of course, the intensity was all wrong. Luck must be drawn in, it could not be forced. He waved over to Yukiki, who understood and approached him. It is widely acknowledged that the phenomenon of luck is rather enigmatic. One cannot definitively ascertain how to acquire it from the fortunate ones. As an unfortunate soul himself, Su-En, having exhausted every conceivable method, found himself pushing the boundaries further and further. An hour later, he felt invigorated and brimming with luck, and without hesitation, he embarked on a 20-draw spree. Upon hearing the system notification, Su-En was instantly invigorated. Finally, he had obtained a level 2 civilization item. After a painstaking 50 attempts, he had managed to procure a single item, which could hardly be deemed easy to acquire. Regrettably, it was merely a seemingly useless lighter, given that he possessed fire-related abilities. The lighter served no practical purpose and could only be kept as a token of memory. After completing this 50-draw endeavor, Su-En decided against further attempts. At such a low drop rate, he feared that he might need to draw 1,000 times to elevate his civilization seed to level 2. In summary, it appeared that his luck was insufficient, and his approach to the mystical art was misaligned. Subsequently, he bestowed a quick kiss on the rosy-cheeked face of Yu Qiao, causing the little girl to blush charmingly. He then stepped outside, determined to adopt a new mystical approach. Luck, after all, was often thought to be best acquired from foreigners, particularly those from Northern Europe, who typically possessed fairer skin. Coincidentally, Joan of Arc was a mixed-race girl, blending European heritage and boasting a fair complexion. In pursuit of securing level 2 civilization items, Suen was prepared to go to great lengths. He immediately made his way to the True God sect. Upon entering, a throng of followers knelt and began to pray fervently. Despite having experienced this numerous times before, Suen could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Feeling rather akin to a cult leader, "Brother True God, you have arrived," exclaimed the cheerful little girl, Xian Xian, as she bounded into Suen's embrace, her laughter ringing with joy. Although life within the True God sect was quite demanding, Xian Xian, as the sect's holy maiden, at least had enough to eat. Yet there remained a hint of pallor on her cherubic face. Suen gently ruffled Xian Xian's hair before retrieving a lollipop and a bucket of large chicken pieces from his spatial pocket, offering them to her. "Where is Sister Jean? Please bring her to me," said Xian Xian, her small eyes gleaming with excitement as she clutched a large bucket of fried chicken. Saliva instantly pooled in her mouth, only to be hurriedly wiped away. "Thank you, dear brother of the true deity. I shall fetch Sister Jean right away," Xian Xian declared before dashing off. Before long, Jean arrived in a whirlwind, entering with an air of urgency. Upon reaching Suen, she respectfully knelt on one knee, performing a knightly salute. "I present myself before my lord, the true deity. Rise and accompany me to my chamber," Suen commanded. "Yes, my master," Jean replied, following him calmly. Upon entering the room, Jean stood reverently by the door, silent and steadfast, her gaze unwavering. Among the multitude of followers, Jean was rather exceptional. Unlike others who wore their devotion openly, she diligently fulfilled her duties with a stoic demeanor, rarely displaying emotion. Upright, noble, elegant, and brave. These were the ideals Jean had consistently held for herself. She paid great attention to her image, striving to embody the essence of a female knight. It seemed she had completely embraced her role by now. Suen found himself at a loss for how to jest about such an earnest knight. While she certainly embodied some eccentricities, there was an undeniable charm to her character. The presence of a female knight was refreshing, aside from Jean. No one else around him possessed such a unique character buff. Curiosity piqued, he approached Jean from behind, playfully lifting a strand of her hair to inhale its scent. This fragrance is reminiscent of laundry detergent, mingled with a hint of delicate perfume. Currently, the focus was on conquering the laboratory region, causing delays in the procurement of resources in the city. Despite the wealth of supplies buried beneath, many items had become inedible due to prolonged entombment. Even if unearthed, they would be of no use. Only a few vacuum-sealed foods and canned goods remained consumable. However, their quantities were limited, and the efforts to retrieve them might not even suffice to satisfy hunger. While the nutrient solution produced in the laboratory was somewhat unpalatable, its high nutritional value and satiating qualities made it the preferred choice for many. Consequently, the emphasis shifted towards conquering the laboratory. With no one venturing into the city, a severe shortage of daily necessities emerged. Items such as shampoo, soap, and body wash became exceedingly rare, making even the availability of laundry detergent a notable rarity. Suen pondered for a moment before retrieving a bottle of osmanthus-scented body wash from the vast space and pointed towards the bathing area. "Go ahead. Exchange your fragrance for one that I prefer." Chapter 108. The small society within the Chongqing Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, Suen continued to enhance Jean's aura for the lottery, engaging in some mystical practices. On the other hand, the Chongqing Adventurers Guild operated in an orderly manner, transporting raw materials and producing low-grade alloy equipment. Currently, the guild comprised a total of 769 members, half of whom were engaged in work while the other half rested in the camp. However, two small teams, led by Qingxia, had taken up residence in the trading area of the residential district. The abundance of alloy materials is indeed overwhelming, and their accessibility is remarkable. Even half the individuals can easily transport enough to amass a small mountain's worth in a single day's effort. Fortunately, the Longxing Adventure Team's base is sufficiently spacious, surrounded by ample open land, and no other adventuring groups dare to encroach nearby. Thus, the storage of these materials is quite manageable. Once Suen returns, he will also store a significant portion of the alloy materials within his spatial realm, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding their preservation. The only lament is that there exists but a single alloy equipment manufacturing device, which has limited production efficiency, yielding an average of one low-level alloy equipment per minute. Since Suen declared the cessation of the Laboratory S expeditions, many have found themselves at leisure, relishing the rare return to a relaxed daily life. Within the Longxing Adventure Team, there exists a small shopping street exclusively for internal members, comprising 4 or 5 small supermarkets. These establishments primarily offer snacks, cosmetics, daily necessities, clothing, footwear, and books for the team members' convenience. The currency utilized for purchases is shopping vouchers, with each ordinary member receiving 10 vouchers monthly, which is just sufficient to exchange for their monthly living supplies. Beyond the monthly distribution, vouchers can also be earned through task performance. For instance, engaging in the laboratory's exploratory missions and a series of team tasks can yield honor points, which can subsequently be exchanged for shopping vouchers. Each squad is accompanied by 2 supervising officers during missions. These officers do not directly participate in the tasks, but rather observe and document each member's performance. Ultimately, this documentation is submitted to Lu Hui for review. After Lu Hui completes the evaluation, she selects those who excelled to be compiled into an honor roll. This list is then forwarded to Lu Shishir for further verification. Upon confirmation, it is submitted to Xue Qingyu for stamping, who allocates varying honor points based on performance. The stamped honor roll is then entrusted to Qiao Qiao for organization and preservation, who announces the list alongside the corresponding honor points awarded to each individual. Members may exchange their honor points for shopping vouchers through Qiao Qiao. However, most prefer to conserve these precious points, only resorting to exchanges when facing a dire need for supplies, as honor points hold immense value. Once a sufficient quantity of honor points is amassed, members can visit Su-En's office to unlock their abilities. The more points one possesses, the higher the level of abilities attainable, including the possibility of acquiring S-rank powers. One may also opt to exchange for a lower-level ability first, and upgrade later as points accumulate. It can be said that the entire team covets honor points. Even those few women who have already awakened to S-rank abilities regard them with great reverence. Honor points can even be used to request a change of dormitory, with the potential to secure accommodation adjacent to Su-En's own quarters. Unsurprisingly, those residing near Su-En's bedroom are predominantly S-rank awakeners, with A-rank individuals following closely behind. The distribution of dormitories clearly indicates that proximity to Su-En correlates with closeness to the core management. Rumor has it that upon reaching a certain threshold of honor points, one could even gain the privilege of residing directly within Su-En's grand bedroom. While no one has yet managed to accumulate enough points, it does not diminish the yearning that everyone harbors. In fact, one could declare it the ultimate aspiration of every member. To reside in the captain's quarters signifies a direct leap into the echelons of management, transforming the monthly allocation of shopping vouchers from a mere 10 to a staggering 100. However, the allure of material benefits represents only a fraction of the appeal. The true essence lies in the opportunity to share a space with the captain. As it stands, apart from the initial management cadre, including Xue Qingyu, no one else has been granted this privilege. Even the illustrious Lu Shishir has been unable to penetrate this exclusive circle. Such access remains exceedingly elusive. Of course, there are those who have found alternative routes. The most notable being Yukiki, who, after being summoned to the captain's office 2 weeks ago, was elevated to the status of an S-rank awakener. This was not the end of her fortune. Following the conclusion of a recent festival, she was once again called to the captain's office. Upon her exit, Lu Hui informed her that she would be relocating to the captain's dormitory that very evening, thereby becoming the sole beneficiary of such favoritism. The envy and resentment from her peers were palpable, yet they found themselves unable to replicate her success. The specifics of the captain's preferences and the intricacies of her operational system remained shrouded in mystery. Navigating the path to her favor proved to be far more challenging than simply accumulating honor points, with competition being fierce and shortcuts fraught with difficulty. At this moment, Lu Hui was conducting an inspection in the dormitory area, accompanied by a cool, bespectacled woman clad in professional attire. Lu Hui was responsible for overseeing personal hygiene and grooming standards. Although the members of the Chongqing Adventure Group were all beauties, it did not guarantee that they were industrious or hygienic. There were certainly a fair share of sloths among them. The group had ample access to water resources, with communal bathing facilities available, and shampoo and body wash could be procured with shopping vouchers, as long as they indulged in snacks. The basic necessities of life were more than sufficiently met. Lu Hui was resolute in her refusal to tolerate any neglect of cleanliness among the members. The master had bestowed upon them absolute protection, luxurious living conditions, and a future that shone brighter than that of other survivors, a privilege that others could only dream of. They were the master's possessions, and as such, deserved to be well cared for. At the very least, they must not be slovenly or lackadaisical. They should prepare themselves for the possibility of being summoned by the master at any moment. To fail in this regard would be an affront and a profound disrespect, an act of extreme arrogance. Under Lu Hui's stringent management, the women of the Chongqing Adventure Group were notably conscientious about their personal hygiene. Should anyone fall afoul of Lu Hui's standards, they faced penalties ranging from the deduction of shopping vouchers and a 2-day deprivation of food and sleep to the complete forfeiture of honor points. Even the laziest among them would think twice in the face of such repercussions. Both their living environment and personal cleanliness were meticulously maintained, which Lu Hui found quite satisfactory. However, as she approached a nearby dormitory, the whispers emanating from within caused her expression to darken. Do you think the captain might have some unspoken difficulties? Otherwise, why has only 5 people managed to move into her quarters after all this time? At this rate, when will it be our turn? Perhaps we should head to the shopping street and see if there is anything beneficial we could purchase for the captain? Chapter 109. Lu Hui. I shall no longer be human upon overhearing the conversation between the 2 young women within the confines of the room. Lu Hui's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. Although the internal dynamics of the Chongqing adventure team did not impose strict prohibitions on discourse, each member was acutely aware of the delicate balance between what should and should not be said. Speculating and fabricating tales about Su-Wen in private was unequivocally inappropriate. Even if Lu Hui chose not to voice her concerns, such matters should still be deliberated. The power of rumor is formidable when whispered from ear to ear. Even falsehoods can morph into perceived truths. Was Su-Wen lacking in capability? Certainly not. Lu Hui was keenly aware of this. It was not merely a matter of hidden ailments, but rather the contrary. Yet, in the mouths of these team members, Su-Wen had become a subject of derision, arrogance. Sheer arrogance. Such behavior was unforgivable. With a composed demeanor, Lu Hui strode directly into the dormitory. Upon her entrance, the 2 girls immediately rose to their feet in greeting, saying, "Hello, Minister Lu." "Hello, Minister Lu." Lu Hui regarded them coolly, addressing the young women. You ought to comprehend the distinction between what should be spoken and what should remain unsaid. Who has emboldened you to conspire against your superior in private? The 2 girls were instantly struck with fear, their faces turning pale. We are sorry, we were wrong. We will never dare to speak carelessly again. Lu Hui shook her head. You, who are so lowly and despicable, actually dare to desecrate the master's dignity. I cannot endure your arrogance and hubris. With that, Lu Hui turned and left, casually remarking to the adjacent woman in office attire, Yun Bing, take them to the captain's office. Yun Bing, the woman in office attire, was Lu Hui's newly appointed assistant. She was known for her cool demeanor, meticulous and rigorous work ethic, and unwavering seriousness. She was the type who strictly adhered to principles, often indifferent to personal feelings. It was precisely this character that caught Lu Hui's attention and led to her promotion. The Everlasting Adventure Group had a significant need for such an unyielding administrator in certain areas. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the captain's office. Lu Hui gently sat in Su-Wen's chair, running her fingers over the cold desk. She then leaned back against the chair, taking a deep breath. The lingering familiar scent gradually ignited a feverish warmth within her, and the madness and fervor in her eyes began to overflow. After such a prolonged time spent together, she had completely succumbed to the world Su-Wen had woven for her, as if she had fallen into an abyss from which there was no escape. Perhaps she had long desired to dwell in that abyss. She felt herself deteriorating, becoming unrecognizable. Lu Hui caressed her delicate skin. Although she had maintained herself well, aging was inevitable. She was a full decade older than Xue Qingyu and her companions, and the ravages of time would soon etch themselves upon her face. An unsettling anxiety gnawed at her. Despite her elevated status within the Everlasting Adventure Group, second only to the Vice-Captain Xue Qingyu in the upper management, she remained deeply insecure. That intrinsic sense of inferiority akin to a parasite, never truly eradicated. In a bid to foster the better development of the Everlasting Adventure Group, she even declined Su-Wen's offer of an S-rank ability. Her responsibilities lay in personnel management, which did not require overwhelming strength. An A-rank ability sufficed, and the precious S-rank could be reserved for others. It could be said that all her actions were for Su-Wen. Yet, despite this, she still felt it was insufficient. Far from enough. No amount of sacrifice could fill the profound void within her soul. Why? Why could I not have met him sooner? Why was I born 10 years too early? Lu Hui's expression gradually morphed into one of anguish and ferocity, only to suddenly shift into a fit of laughter, so intense that she could hardly stand upright. Indeed, how could I, in my lowly state, still deserve to remain by his side as a person? Giggling, Lu Hui remarked that it was perfectly acceptable to indulge in decadence. With her hands cradling her cheeks, she gently pulled, leaving sharp crimson scratches on her skin. At that moment, Li Xiaoyu remained oblivious to the fact that her cherished camera had already been borrowed by Lu Hui. As the chief instructor of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, Li Xiaoyu's prowess was only surpassed by Su-Wen. Being the sole individual possessing 2 S-grade abilities, a super energy accumulation and Titan strength. One focused on retaliatory energy, while the other amplified physical power. The extraordinary combat prowess resulting from their combination allowed her to effortlessly annihilate multiple bows and secure victories against other S-grade awakeners. Throughout Sudi, Li Xiaoyu had garnered significant renown, with many playfully dubbing her the Violent Lowly, a title that irked her to no end. She was certainly not a lowly. She was already 18 years old, albeit slightly shorter in stature. Nevertheless, she bore no aversion to the label of violent, as it aligned with her inherent tendencies. Whether it was exterminating zombies or engaging in combat, she found herself exhilarated by the blood-soaked scenes, her entire being igniting with excitement. However, this inclination led to some minor complications. The overwhelming power generated by the combination of super energy accumulation and titan strength had warped the mountain-splitting blade crafted by Suen, rendering it unusable, which left Li Xiaoyu heartbroken. Consequently, she was compelled to seek alternative weapons. Although the alloy combat knife was sharp, it was too lightweight and cumbersome to wield effectively, while ordinary steel lacked the requisite toughness and durability. Thus, Li Xiaoyu placed her hopes on the alloy equipment manufacturing device. She had indeed located the blueprints for heavy weaponry, but could something weighing 200 to 300 pounds even be classified as heavy? It was still too light. Ultimately, Li Xiaoyu devised a plan. Her weapon did not necessarily need to be sharpened or possess intricate functions. It simply had to be durable and capable of striking. By melting some alloy solution using the manufacturing device, she could create a mold and forge a massive hammer, something weighing 700 to 800 pounds. Chapter 110. Commencement of Alloy Equipment Sales. Harvesting profits. This morning, the Eternal Life Adventure Group abruptly closed the trading area. It was the first occurrence since the trading zone had opened, and a dense throng gathered outside, bewildered by the sudden closure. Many relied on the trading area for their livelihoods, and its closure essentially meant a loss of sustenance. What on earth was happening? Why was it suddenly shut today? I specifically brought a bar of soap to sell at a premium. I brought a low-grade alloy coat to see if I could fetch a good price for it. Wow. Brother, you're impressive. You're willing to part with alloy gear? I'll offer you 10 bottles of nutrient solution. How about it? Get lost. Are you trying to take advantage of honest folks? This guy is a scammer. Don't listen to him. A low-grade alloy piece is worth at least 30 bottles of nutrient solution, and there's no market for it. I'll offer 32 bottles of nutrient solution. How about that? I offered 35 bottles just as a multitude of people were engaged in fervent discussions. At that moment, several members of the Eternal Life Adventure Group emerged from the trading zone, opening the grand doors. However, just when everyone anticipated the long-awaited opening of the trading area, a few young women affixed several notices before abruptly turning away, causing the doors to close once more. What on earth? Why is it shut again? Dio, please emerge and elucidate. Does anyone know the reason behind the closure of the trading zone? While some continued to speculate, others gathered beneath the bulletin board to peruse the announcements. Those who glanced at the notices were soon exclaiming in astonishment and hastily retreating. What could have happened? Had they lost their minds? What did the announcement say? Let me see. Let me see. Good heavens. This is astounding. Brothers, the Eternal Life Adventure Group is set to sell alloy equipment. One can procure alloy equipment directly from the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Sales commence promptly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon witnessing the announcement posted by the Eternal Life Adventure Group, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Even though laboratories had been in existence for quite some time, the demand for alloy equipment remained exceedingly high. The lower-tier laboratories were predominantly filled with wooden and bronze chests, and the output of alloy equipment was woefully scant. One could open dozens and still not yield a single piece. Conversely, the abominable catalysts proliferated abundantly, much to the disgust of the survivors. Even large adventure groups found themselves in dire need of alloy equipment, perpetually seeking to acquire it. The price of alloy equipment soared with each passing day, yet few were willing to part with their precious items. Even when identical components were unearthed from treasure chests, individuals preferred to trade them for other positional components to complete a set rather than sell them. Assembling a complete set of alloy equipment signified a future of safer and more efficient explorations of laboratories, providing a tangible means of survival. Yet, this invaluable commodity was now available for direct purchase from the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Not merely a single piece, but an entire set. The coat, trousers, boots, helmet, combat knife, and shield. The coveted 6-piece set is yours for the taking. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the currency for purchasing this alloy equipment was not precious living supplies or scarce nutritional fluids, but rather the detestable catalysts. Loathed by all, this was outrageous. The survivors were immediately thrown into a frenzy. Without hesitation, they rushed home to gather catalysts. The news of the Eternal Life Adventure Group's sale of alloy equipment swept through the survivors like a tempest, disseminating rapidly without the need for extensive promotion from the group itself. Within the span of a single morning, everyone was aware. All began to scavenge the very catalysts that had been universally despised, as the trading zone previously required catalysts as entry tokens. Consequently, most individuals had chosen not to discard their catalysts but had stored them at home for future use. Thus, there exists a considerable number of individuals in possession of ample catalysts. Less than an hour after the announcement was posted, a serpentine queue had formed at the entrance of the trading area, with a throng of no fewer than 10,000 people visible at a glance. Despite the fact that several hours remained until the trading area officially opened, this did not deter eager individuals from arriving early to line up. However, amidst the excitement, there were both jubilant and despondent faces. Those who had previously hesitated to discard their catalysts were elated, while those who had managed to save only a few days' worth of entry fees, having squandered the rest, found themselves in a predicament. The announcement from the Eternal Adventure Group clearly stated that acquiring a single piece of low-grade alloy equipment required 10,000 bottles of catalyst. Frankly speaking, the majority of individuals would struggle to amass such a quantity of catalysts, even among those who had previously refrained from discarding them. Yet, the Eternal Adventure Group, in all its benevolence, offered a charitable solution. If one could not afford the entire sum up front, they could opt for a down payment followed by installments. A mere 2,000 bottles of catalyst would suffice for the down payment, with the remaining 8,000 payable in up to 10 installments. In other words, if one could gather a total of 12,000 bottles of catalyst, they would be able to exchange them for a complete set of low-grade alloy equipment. While most would find it challenging to gather such a sum, it was still feasible for many to deplete their savings to procure 5,000 or 6,000 bottles initially, thereby securing half a set of alloy equipment. Adorned with half a set of alloy gear, one could confidently venture into the low-grade laboratories, and with diligent effort, it wouldn't be long before they could accumulate the remaining funds for the other half, ultimately acquiring a full set of low-grade alloy equipment. Initially, some overly clever individuals contemplated accumulating a complete set of low-grade alloy gear with the intent of defaulting on their installment payments. Thinking they could exploit the Eternal Adventure Group's generosity, they reasoned that they could simply sever ties with the group and lead a comfortable life, relying solely on their low-grade alloy equipment, as no credit checks were enforced, thus posing no risk. However, upon learning that the Eternal Adventure Group also offered mid-grade alloy equipment, available only upon settling all payments for the low-grade gear, these thoughts of evading payment were swiftly discarded. If low-grade alloy equipment represented the aspirations of the average individual, then mid-grade alloy equipment was the dream of all, even enticing large adventure groups. The disparity between low-grade and mid-grade alloy gear was substantial, not only in performance and durability, but also in aesthetic appeal. Although there were no identification documents like ID cards for verification, one could not entertain the notion of deceiving the Eternal Adventure Group, as the announcement explicitly stated that purchasing mid-grade equipment necessitated undergoing a hypnotic examination conducted by the Group's psychically awakened members. Regardless of one's resolve or stubbornness, the truth would inevitably surface under the scrutiny of psychic abilities, revealing whether one had fulfilled their installment obligations. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the gates of the trading area slowly swung open, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy. They had arrived. Chapter 111. Bai Li Bing contemplates a backdoor. Oh, my cousin, how confused you are on this day. The trading area of the Chongqing Adventure Group could only be described as a sea of humanity. Within a mere half-day, over 100,000 survivors had gathered, each burdened with bags of catalysts, patiently queuing to purchase alloy equipment. Some attempted to exploit their influence to cut in line, but after witnessing a few of their number publicly dealt with by the Chongqing Adventure Group, they quickly fell into line. Regardless of one's status, everyone was required to queue, including large adventure groups. Moreover, each individual was limited to purchasing one set. Bulk buying was not permitted. Equality reigned supreme. In less than 3 hours, an impressive 5,000 sets of low-level alloy equipment were sold. Just as the queue grew ever longer, the Chongqing Adventure Group abruptly announced that sales for the day had ceased and to return early the next day. Indeed, the alloy equipment from the Chongqing Adventure Group was available only in limited quantities, the specifics of which were left to the imagination of the public. This announcement sent waves of anxiety through the crowd of survivors. After all the effort to gather catalysts, they were now informed of a limited sale? Was it possible that by the time their turn came, everything would be sold out? Some individuals grumbled as they departed, yet many others resolutely refused to leave. If they couldn't purchase today, there would still be tomorrow. It was always prudent to queue in advance. Who could predict how many sets would be available the following day? If they returned to queue anew, it might be ages before their turn arrived. No matter how many catalysts one possessed, if they couldn't secure a purchase, it would be of no consequence. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded at the entrance of the trading area, as an ocean of survivors settled down on the ground, determined to sleep there. Their collective sentiment was clear: I shall not leave. I will wait in line. I will sleep here tonight. Within a small building at the end of the trading area, Qing Xia and Lu Shishir were meticulously organizing the day's accounts. Every single one of the 5,000 sets of low-level alloy equipment had been sold, yielding an impressive total of 60 million bottles of catalysts, a bountiful harvest, far surpassing any gains from scavenging in the laboratory. Xue Qingyu was adjusting the quantity of equipment available for sale the next day. After all, the alloy equipment from the Chongqing Adventure Group was not infinite. Limitations on sales were necessary. Currently, only a little over 10,000 sets of low-level alloy equipment remained, along with over 3,000 sets of mid-level equipment, and merely 400 to 500 sets of high-level equipment. If sold at the same rate as today, it would not be long before they were depleted. Even with the alloy equipment manufacturing machine producing 1,500 sets daily, it remained woefully insufficient given the overwhelming demand from survivors. Why don't we raise the price of the equipment? Qing Xia inquired thoughtfully. Based on the current enthusiasm of the survivors, we could charge 12,000 per set, or even 20,000, and they would still scramble to buy. Xue Qingyu smiled gently, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and softly explained, to maintain stability. With increases come decreases. Such fluctuations would deter some from confidently presenting their catalysts. A stable price ensures peace of mind. Besides, I have stated that 12,000 per set is already the limit. Any further increase would render it unaffordable for many. The selling price was determined by Xuan, while the selling process and quantity were their responsibility. Regarding Su and series of arrangements, Xue Qingyu felt a genuine admiration. Arbitrarily altering the pricing of equipment would only sow discontent and hinder future sales. It is paramount for the Chongqing Adventurers Guild to possess absolute credibility and a fervent demand. This approach demonstrates remarkable foresight, revealing Su and's expansive vision. Moreover, the master is indeed formidable. Lu Shishir, after a moment's contemplation, continued. The master has set the price at a level that most can afford by exhausting their savings, and there is a reason for this. Consider, the catalysts have emerged from the laboratory, leading many to acquire equipment, thus propelling their exploration of the lab. Consequently, the output of catalysts will significantly increase. While a set of low-grade alloy equipment costs merely 12,000, the intermediate alloy equipment demands a staggering 200,000. Obtaining low-grade equipment is merely the beginning. Lu Shishir's words rang true. This was precisely Su and's intention. The low-grade equipment served only to entice survivors to deplete their resources, while the exorbitant price of intermediate equipment was the main attraction. Survivors who secured low-grade equipment would undoubtedly be compelled to pursue the laboratory relentlessly. Even with the advantage of low-grade gear, it would take months for them to repay the 200,000 in installments. Report to the vice captain. Bai Li Bing of the Black Rose Guild requests an audience, a guard announced. Understood. Please have her wait in the reception room. I shall attend to her shortly. Xue Qingyu replied, setting aside her work and heading to the reception area. At that moment, Bai Li Bing sat in the reception room, sipping coffee. On the surface, she appeared incredibly composed, yet internally she was quite anxious. The sale of alloy equipment by the Chongqing Adventurers Guild was advantageous for all. However, the sheer volume of buyers posed a challenge, as no one was permitted to cut in line. Even the larger adventurer guilds had to comply with the queue. The Chongqing Adventurers Guild did not accept group purchases in advance, which meant that while larger guilds could not procure equipment early, they also had to allocate personnel to stand in line, inevitably impacting their exploration progress in the laboratory. Although larger guilds possessed greater strength, their numbers amplified their demand for equipment. To ensure that the primary forces could effectively tackle the advanced laboratory, the wear and tear on equipment would be significant. In the face of the ferocious BOW, even alloy equipment would sustain damage, necessitating eventual replacements over time. Many are eager to discuss with the Chongqing Adventure Group the possibility of utilizing internal channels for bulk purchases. Unfortunately, they find themselves at a loss, as the Chongqing Adventure Group remains unresponsive. The only recourse is to connect with those who have dealings with the group. However, the True God sect is out of the question, as it is filled with fervent devotees of Leader Su, who speaks as if delivering divine decrees, leaving no room for doubt. Seeking their assistance could lead to accusations of heresy and dire consequences. Thus, the only viable option appears to be the Black Rose, as it is rumored that its leader, Bai Li Bing, is the cousin of the snow goddess, Xue Qingyu, from the Chongqing Adventure Group. With this connection, perhaps Bai Li Bing could facilitate an introduction. Bai Li Bing did not dismiss the proposals from various adventure groups, given that Black Rose also has a significant demand for alloy equipment. Upon meeting Xue Qingyu, Bai Li Bing rose and said, "Qingyu, you've arrived. I hope I'm not interrupting your work." Xue Qingyu smiled. "Not at all, cousin. Is there something you need? Bai Li Bing hesitated, despite their familial bond. The prospect of seeking a backdoor deal for equipment felt awkward. Sensing this, Xue Qingyu gently urged her to sit down on the sofa. You must be here regarding the alloy equipment, right? Bai Li Bing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she nodded. As you know, everyone is in dire need of alloy equipment. Is there any way you could? Without a moment's thought, Xue Qingyu shook her head in refusal. Bai Li Bing sighed, her expression dimming. Only then did Xue Qingyu explain, my husband, Suin, anticipated your visit. He suggested that if you wish to organize a group purchase, it is possible. Return to discuss with the other adventure groups. Each should send a representative to meet tomorrow for further discussions. Bai Li Bing conceded, realizing Suin had foreseen everything, even her role as a negotiator. Yet, she noticed subtle details in Xue Qingyu's words and curiously inquired, you just referred to him as your husband. You too wouldn't happen to. Xue Qingyu did not deny it, breaking into a sweet smile, her bright eyes transforming into crescent moons. Bai Li Bing shook her head in dismay. Cousin, you are quite naive. Xue Qingyu smiled in silence. Naive? Not at all. Rather, it aligned perfectly with her wishes. Long before the apocalypse, she had harbored feelings for Suin, and in this chaotic world, being able to be with the one she loves felt like an extravagant blessing. She was genuinely content with her situation. Chapter 112, New Ability. Continuation of civilization. Meanwhile, at the Chongqing Adventure Group, operations were proceeding in an orderly fashion. Suin, on the other hand, was fervently absorbing luck within the True God sect. At that moment, Saint Jean, clad in delicate silk, sat on a plush bed with a select few in armor, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Suin leaned against Jean's soft, alluring legs while engaging in a game of chance. Regarding Joan of Arc, Xian's unexpected fondness for her, although slightly juvenile, is nonetheless commendable. As one of the four sacred beasts, her personality is exceedingly intriguing, and teasing her proves to be quite entertaining. The way she suppresses her embarrassment, her cheeks flushed yet attempting to maintain a facade of composure, is genuinely endearing. What brings Xian even greater joy, however, is that Joan possesses an inherent luck, truly deserving of the title Emperor of Fortune. With merely 5 tentpoles, he acquired a remarkable total of 10 level 2 civilization items. While most of these items are trivial novelties, 2 stand out for their exceptional utility. One is a purification-style automatic flushing toilet, which resembles a standard toilet but requires only a single water refill to provide an endless cycle of automatic flushing. Additionally, waste and urine are automatically decomposed within the toilet, transforming into a colorless, odorless, dry organic sand, making disposal incredibly convenient and suitable for gardening. The other is a water-circulating attached bathing pool, a small square box made of special nanomaterials. Although it appears diminutive, once activated, it expands into a vast bathing pool measuring 10 by 10 meters, complete with around 10 shower stalls. The water temperature can be manually adjusted or set automatically to match body temperature. Furthermore, the pool features an automatic purification cycle, effectively eliminating dead skin and other impurities, which also convert into colorless, odorless organic sand. Remarkably, it conserves water resources. A single refill can last for a year and a half, or even longer, as the pool absorbs surrounding water vapor for replenishment. As long as it is not placed in an open environment where evaporation exceeds absorption, it remains adequately hydrated. These 2 items are undoubtedly invaluable assistants for home life. However, these conveniences are secondary. The most significant development is that Xian's divine abilities have leveled up. Currently, he possesses 2 divine abilities, Plunder and Civilization Guardian. Plunder encompasses several functions, including ability replication, wealth deprivation, and the egalitarian separation of abilities. Civilization Guardian includes the Civilization Seed and the newly upgraded Civilization Continuation, which allows for the daily replication of one currently acquired civilization item. The effect is straightforward yet powerful. It enables infinite replication. Whatever desirable item he acquires can be duplicated, and the next day, another can be produced. With this ability, Xian's already affluent household is set to become even more prosperous. At the very least, the production of alloy equipment is thoroughly resolved. By duplicating several alloy equipment manufacturers, within a week, daily production could soar to over 10,000 pieces, resulting in over 10,000 sets produced monthly. It can be said that with the emergence of this ability, he has effectively completed the current version of the game. To reward the immense fortune bestowed by Joan, Xian generously compensated her, encouraging Joan to continue enhancing their luck. This is called the taste of life. After an insightful discussion on the knightly path with Jean, Suin contentedly departed from the True God Church and returned to the base of the Eternal Adventure team. He promptly replicated a Metal Gear manufacturing device. Surprisingly, What emerged was not the energy-requiring Metal Gear manufacturing core, but rather a device capable of producing intermediate Metal Gear equipment. With 2 Metal Gear manufacturing devices operating continuously, production doubled from 1,500 pieces daily to 3,000. Although the supply still lagged behind the demand, leading to a scarcity of resources. With the passage of time and the daily replication of an additional Metal Gear manufacturing device, equilibrium would eventually be achieved. At most, it would merely balance. He would not allow a surplus that would lead to an oversaturation of Metal Gear in the market. Even if the Metal Gear accumulated to the point of gathering dust in the vastness of space, he would not resort to underpricing. Suyi then hummed a tune as he returned to his office. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth has happened? Lu Hui gently wrapped her arms around Su-en's waist from behind, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Master, do you like it? Su-en's expression remained unchanged as he casually closed the office door. The next morning, Su-en once again visited the True God Church's base. First seeking a stroke of good fortune from Jean, and then requesting that some followers be brought in for experiments. Today's experimental topics consisted of 1. The experimental combination of various zombie skills and the rejection reactions of those skills. 2. The feasibility of enhancing and amplifying human kidney functions. While Su-en devoted himself to the exploration of science, a mass purchasing conference for Metal Gear was convened in the meeting room of the Eternal Adventure Team's trading area. Hundreds of adventure teams gathered, representing every significant faction in the region, with both men and women present, all of whom were either leaders or vice-leaders of their respective teams. The meeting was co-hosted by Xue Qingyu, Li Xiaoyu, and Lu Hui. Xue Qingyu took the lead in the discussions, with Lu Hui assisting and Li Xiaoyu idly passing the time. Vice-leader, everyone has arrived. We can almost begin, Xue Qingyu remarked, scanning the crowd before slowly stating, I will not beat around the bush. Let us get straight to the point. We can provide each of you with a priority purchasing channel for 2,000 pieces of Metal Gear daily. This includes not only basic but also intermediate and even advanced Metal Gear. As long as you can meet the price, the Eternal Adventure Team can deliver. As her words fell, a wave of excitement rippled through the assembly. Is Deputy Leader Xue serious? Can we really purchase advanced Metal Gear? 2,000 pieces daily is no small number. Indeed, but how will the distribution be managed? One cannot simply rely on a lottery to make decisions. Currently, the trading zone only permits the purchase of low-grade alloy equipment, while the channels for mid-grade and high-grade alloy equipment will only be accessible after the initial purchases. According to the Chongqing Adventure Team, the mid-grade alloy equipment purchasing channel will be opened in 10 days, while the high-grade will follow in a month. If the Chongqing Adventure Team allows early purchases of superior alloy equipment, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for those present, who would opt for low-grade items when high-grade ones are available. The attendees are all individuals of means, and collectively, they could amass a significant amount of catalysts. While high-grade items are another matter, they could certainly procure ample mid-grade alloy equipment. Xue Qingyu raised her hand slightly to signal for silence. I can assure you all that the initial daily allocation of 2,000 items is merely a starting point, and the number will increase in due course. As for how to distribute the purchasing quantities, we shall discuss that later. However, before we proceed, there are certain conditions that must be agreed upon. First, once your adventure team purchases equipment from us, it shall no longer engage in the buying and selling of alloy equipment. Second, everyone must present the design blueprints they possess. One complete set of blueprints can be exchanged for one piece of mid-grade alloy equipment. Third, for bulk purchases, the price of the equipment will be raised by 10%. If we can agree on these 3 points, we may then discuss our future collaboration. The assembly of prominent figures fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing her words. The second and third conditions were relatively acceptable. The blueprints held little value for them, and exchanging them for mid-grade alloy equipment was not a loss. The 10% price increase was also within an acceptable range, even more economical than they had anticipated. However, the first condition felt rather overbearing. Although the true purpose of the catalysts remained unclear, the Chongqing Adventure Team's substantial acquisition hinted at their significance. Many had indeed procured equipment from the Chongqing Adventure Team, only to resell it, hoarding catalysts in the process. A corpulent middle-aged man voiced his dissatisfaction. Deputy Leader Xue, is it not a tad unscrupulous for your Chongqing Adventure Team to act this way? What exactly is the purpose of the catalysts? Perhaps it would be prudent to be forthright and share the benefits with everyone. Surely, you cannot expect your adventure team to reap all the rewards. Furthermore, such a significant matter, can a single woman truly make the decisions? Where is Leader Su? Let him come out and give everyone an explanation. Many, including the middle-aged man, echoed in agreement. As soon as the words left the overweight man's lips, Li Xiaoyu had already darted behind him. The massive hammer, weighing over 800 pounds, came crashing down with a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble in response. Li Xiaoyu hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder and casually returned to Snow Qingyu's side, leaving the once rotund middle-aged man reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Snow Qingyu spoke coldly. I hope everyone understands a few things. You should be grateful to my man for still offering you a chance to cooperate and survive. Otherwise, without him even lifting a finger, the belongings in your homes would find their way to the warehouse of my Eternal Life Adventure Group by tomorrow, from beginning to end. You had no right to negotiate or question. Moreover, my man is not someone you can meet at will. Please ensure you adjust your positions and attitudes accordingly. Chapter 113. A Nation in Debt. Exploited amidst gratitude times swiftly flowed into January, the heart of winter, where temperatures plummeted to single digits. Fortunately, Sudi, being a southern city, rarely experienced temperatures below freezing. For those accustomed to life in a civilized world, this winter felt exceptionally frigid, coupled with a scarcity of resources. Surviving the cold relied solely on one's resolve. Thankfully, the Eternal Life Adventure Group provided equipment, allowing people to scrape together enough food for a meal. The group had been publicly selling alloy gear for a full month, and by now, most individuals managed to acquire at least a piece of low-grade alloy equipment for self-preservation. Those with a bit more determination had even secured mid-grade alloy gear. Several larger adventure groups had also procured a few sets of high-grade alloy equipment from the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Empowered by these enhancements, the capable ventured to raid laboratories, while the less fortunate quietly scavenged for supplies as they returned to the city. In the present day, food supplies in the city were no longer deemed essential. Compared to perishable food, the cost-effectiveness of nutrient solutions proved superior. If someone dared to complain about the taste of nutrient solutions, it was likely they had indulged themselves too much. Ironically, the most valuable items in the city were clothing, pants, and blankets, essential for warmth. Yet, compared to these fundamental necessities, antibiotics and other medications were even rarer. Living conditions were already dire, and with the cold weather, who could escape the occasional fever or cold? Before the apocalypse, medication prices were already high. Post-apocalypse, they skyrocketed to exorbitant levels. One antibiotic pill could exchange for 5 bottles of nutrient solution, yet even at that price, they remained scarce. Surprisingly, during this period, the Eternal Life Adventure Group opened a window for medication sales. As long as one presented a sufficient amount of catalysts, they could purchase medicines such as penicillin, cold medicine, terramycin, loperamide, Goncong, and Lian Fa Qing 1, among others. With an ample supply of catalysts, one could acquire whatever they desired, albeit at a steep cost, 1,000 bottles of catalyst for a single antibiotic. Despite the exorbitant prices, the Longxing Adventure Group's pharmaceutical sales window remains perpetually crowded. While catalysts can be re-earned, neglecting medication in dire circumstances can indeed lead to death. The sale of pharmaceuticals operates much like purchasing high-grade alloy equipment. If one cannot afford the full payment, an initial installment can suffice. Pay half up front and the remainder in installments. Upon settling the pharmaceutical payments, one may also receive a voucher for 500 catalysts towards mid-grade alloy equipment. Though this discount appears trivial compared to the staggering price of 200,000 for mid-grade equipment, it is still a welcome boon, and who could resist such a fortunate offer? Furthermore, failing to repay the pharmaceutical installments adversely affects one's credit for alloy equipment financing. Should the psychics of the Longxing Adventure Group discover any discrepancies, the consequences would be dire. The Longxing Adventure Group would deny you any cooperative opportunities, rendering all purchases impossible. Given their elevated status, being blacklisted by the Longxing Adventure Group would isolate you, leaving even your teammates at a distance. Other adventure groups would shun such individuals like venomous serpents. The Longxing Adventure Group's dominance is so pronounced that not only can one not afford to offend them, but even voicing skepticism has become a rarity. The primary reason for this is that everyone is indebted to the Longxing Adventure Group. Almost no survivor remains free from their financial obligations. Each day, survivors rise early and return late, tirelessly exploring laboratories to repay their debts. Upon entering the laboratory zone, many experience a sense of dread, reminiscent of stepping into a coal mine. One might argue that the Longxing Adventure Group exploits the survivors, yet they undeniably provide alloy equipment, instilling a glimmer of hope for survival. Conversely, while there may be no overt exploitation, the burden of debt is palpable, and the most precious nutrient solutions are not even offered by the Longxing Adventure Group. The situation embodies a bittersweet reality, where gratitude intertwines with exploitation. This sentiment likely resonates with the collective voices of the populace. As for the Longxing Adventure Group, the number of alloy equipment manufacturing devices has now reached 30, producing nearly 45,000 pieces of alloy equipment daily. Such output sufficiently aligns with the survivor's supply and demand. Suin has ceased the replication of alloy equipment manufacturing devices, as the current production level maintains the sales momentum of the Longxing Adventure Group. He has instead shifted focus to daily replicating an automatic energy harvesting faucet. Even though the Longxing Adventure Group no longer requires alloy equipment, having fully graduated to a complete version, Suin still ensures that the women rotate through advanced laboratories daily, forbidding them from donning high-grade equipment. At most, they may wear mid-grade or even low-grade gear. Although no faction presently poses a challenge to the Longxing Adventure Group, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Regular combat training for the women is a lengthy process necessary to hone their skills and battle instincts. To survive in this apocalyptic world, continual self-improvement is essential. As for the remaining individuals, the majority have devoted themselves to the labor of transporting alloy materials. In contrast, Suin has entirely assumed the role of a detached overseer. Each day, he traverses the space between the True God Sect and the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild. His tasks involve conducting experiments at the True God Sect, amalgamating various zombie abilities. After a period of diligent research, Suin has managed to comprehend most of the zombie skills, albeit with some difficulty. Generally speaking, these skills bear no side effects. However, a minority do result in certain repercussions. For instance, combining multiple berserk abilities can lead to catastrophic damage to the brain, plunging the individual into a state of uncontrollable rage. Each person can endure a maximum of 3 zombie skills. Beyond that threshold, one risks severe brain damage. Through Suin's recent experiments, the True God Sect has unexpectedly reaped the benefits, resulting in the emergence of several hundred awakened individuals. This miraculous transformation has left the followers elated, exclaiming praises for the True God. Consequently, Suin's prestige within the sect has soared to unprecedented heights, creating an atmosphere of fervent devotion among the believers. Within the sect, small factions have even begun to emerge, naming themselves the Devotion Society. Despite their long-standing faith in Suin, the devotees remain oblivious to the True God's preferences or needs. Resources, equipment, awakened individuals, nutrient solutions, none are lacking. Since the True God's arrival, the sect's circumstances have improved day by day. Yet, the True God has never taken even a thread or a needle. In stark contrast, the followers have made no substantial contributions beyond their requests. This imbalance is troubling. When seeking divine favor, one must offer incense and prayers. The True God's excessive selflessness has begun to instill a sense of unease among the followers, fearing abandonment. Thus, the Devotion Society came into existence. Chapter 114. The third phase approaches. The mission of the Devotion Society is simple: to offer what pleases the True God, dedicating everything they possess. However, it remains unclear what the True God truly desires. Yet, the gender ratio within the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild suggests that, if the True God has any inclinations, they surely favor beauty. Presenting stunning women to the True God is undoubtedly a commendable pursuit. However, due to the Guild's early recruitment of beautiful women during the apocalypse, the supply within Sudi has dwindled significantly, and those who meet the Guild standards are even fewer. After much contemplation, the Devotion Society resolved to start from the ground up, intending to personally nurture holy maidens. Thus, this group commenced their search for beautiful women. Whether young or old, they either purchased them with resources, lured them away, or even invoked the True God's name. Unbeknownst to the Devotion Society, the news of their mission to cultivate holy maidens inadvertently spread. A multitude of eager parents arrived, desperate to offer their daughters to the True God Sect as holy maidens. It was an attractive and advantageous proposition. Some even came without demanding a fee. The situation was unavoidable. Suin's reputation was simply too formidable. Currently, the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild has ceased recruitment, while the True God Sect only accepts level 1 followers. On one side, there exists the absence of doors, while on the other, there lies an imposing threshold. Being able to entrust a child to the True God Sect is already a considerable fortune. In this apocalyptic world, raising a child proves to be exceedingly arduous, fraught with peril at every turn. When one struggles to secure their own sustenance and warmth, the burden of a child only amplifies the suffering. It may be more prudent to send them to the True God Sect, should they be fortunate enough to be chosen. It would be akin to winning a grand lottery. The anguish of separation is undeniable, yet at least the child would possess a glimmer of hope for survival, free from the dread of starvation or being seized by marauders and enslaved. Thus, within mere days, the entrance to the True God Sect became inundated with individuals eager to relinquish their children. The charity committee was left utterly confounded, and the higher echelons of the True God Sect were stirred. It is essential to note that the True God sect adheres strictly to a singular doctrine with no branches, and the establishment of such divisions is explicitly prohibited. St. Joan, in response, apprehended all members of the Charity Committee, interrogating them individually. The following day, however, they were all released, and the selection of chosen children for the role of St. Joan's apprentices continued as usual. Not only that, but even Joan herself opted to join the Charity Committee. This may appear nonsensical, even comical, yet Joan found no humor in the situation. Upon witnessing the emaciated children, her heart felt a pang of discomfort. The essence of the Charity Committee is to offer everything to the true God in pursuit of what he desires. But can it truly be said that these children are what the true God seeks? It is evident that Suin does not lack for beauty, nor does he need these children. Nevertheless, the mission of the Charity Committee holds merit. The True God sect has benefited immensely from Suin, yet has offered little in return. The sole recompense may be the delivery of all catalysts to the eternal life adventurers. However, this is far from sufficient. It is imperative that all believers comprehend that their current fortune is a gift from the true God. This was the very foundation of the True God sect's inception. Hence, Joan decided to retain the Charity Committee and consented to select a number of children to join the True God sect. Although this decision may lead the sect back to its earlier struggles, the presence of the several hundred awakened individuals created by Suin would ensure that life could still be sustained. Joan recalled Suin had once told her that a transformation would soon occur in the world. At that juncture, people would witness the dawn of a new era. If they could endure, food scarcity would cease, and starvation would no longer claim lives. The population would drastically diminish, rendering each individual a precious resource. Joan held Suin's words in unwavering belief, cherishing them in her heart. Perhaps this was Suin's subtle hint to her, as well as guidance for the True God sect. These children may presently be a burden, yet in the future, they could prove invaluable. Ultimately, the burdens of the True God sect are already numerous. The addition of a few more children is inconsequential. As for Suin, he remains entirely unaware of the Charity Committee that the True God sect has established. Even if he were to learn of it, he would dismiss it with a smile, remaining indifferent. Such is the nature of the True God sect, fond of compassion and benevolence. Yet, he does not intend to intervene. In an era where wolves roam freely and hearts are hardened by desolation, this spirit of compassion is, indeed, more precious than gems. The True God sect may be the subject of mockery, yet what of those who are sheltered by it? Each endures their own heartache. Each walks their own path. There is no need for agreement or disdain. One must steadfastly pursue the path they have chosen. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Winter has given way to spring, and life stirs anew. A gentle drizzle falls, and the once ravaged earth, plagued by ravenous crows, has regained its verdant vitality. Spring has arrived, and with the rising temperatures, the situation for the survivors has slightly improved. However, overall, it remains rather unchanged, with individuals still traversing between the city and laboratory zones. Those who have survived thus far have, to some extent, developed their own survival strategies. In this apocalyptic world, people are increasingly adapting. The Eternal Life adventurers continue to peddle alloy gear and medicine. In a mere 4 months, they have nearly stripped Su-D of its catalysts. To date, nearly everyone is indebted to the Eternal Life adventurers. Initially, it was believed that a year or half a year of hard work would suffice to exchange for a set of high-grade alloy equipment from the Eternal Life adventurers. Yet, nearly 6 months later, few have even managed to obtain mid-grade alloy gear, less than 1/5 of the hopefuls. The reason is simple. The number of low-level laboratories is limited. So many individuals flock to the low-level labs to snatch catalysts that, over time, their numbers have even surpassed those of the high-level laboratories. The high-level labs remain untouched. And at this pace, the prospect of acquiring high-grade alloy gear seems distant indeed. Meanwhile, the Eternal Life adventurers, having lain dormant for 3 months, suddenly spring into action. All members have vacated the laboratory zones, relocating to desolate regions, where they have commenced the construction of large fortress fortifications. The survivors are left baffled. Speculation arises that the Eternal Life adventurers intend to establish their own city. Concurrently, the True God sect has halted most offensive operations, redirecting their manpower to the construction of defensive structures. On the 4th day of the Eternal Life adventurers' city-building endeavor, they issued an announcement. Following thorough reconnaissance and forecasting, a massive horde of corpses will surge from the city and laboratory zones in 3 days, threatening the survivor camps. Survivors are urged to swiftly construct shelters and fortifications to withstand the impending tide. Chapter 115. The tide of corpses approaches upon the release of the Eternal Life adventurers' announcement. Panic ensued among the survivors. What? A tide of corpses? Where did that come from? I didn't see anything. Didn't they say that in 3 days? The zombies from the city and labs would come pouring out? That can't be right. Those creatures never venture out on their own, do they? Believe it or not. I certainly do. I'm heading home to dig a tunnel. Digging a tunnel sounds good. I'll join you. But weren't you just skeptical? Ahem. Do you think the Eternal Life adventurers could deceive us? Though it sounds a bit far-fetched, we must heed the warning. Compared to ordinary survivors, various adventure groups were even more taken aback. Although life has become relatively stable for everyone now, the memories of fleeing from the jaws of zombies remain vivid. The fact that the Chongqing Adventure Group had to construct defensive fortifications in advance to withstand the impending horde is a testament to the terror they faced. This group boasts dozens of S-rank awakened individuals. Consequently, various adventure groups, large and small, swiftly began erecting their own defenses, particularly the larger groups, which tirelessly constructed walls and barriers. Exploration of laboratories and scavenging for supplies in urban areas were cast aside. Upgrading their shelters' defenses took precedence. As for the Chongqing Adventure Group, after 4 days of diligent construction, the fortress was in its initial stages of completion. The interior consisted of makeshift accommodations built from simple, modular materials, capable of housing approximately 1,000 individuals. The central living area was encircled by a defensive zone. This defensive zone was stratified into 3 layers, each comprised of walls made from over 3 meters of thick stone and sand, towering high. Between these walls lay several hundred meters of buffer zone. Even if the zombies breached the first line of defense, defenders could stand atop the walls and engage from a distance. The outermost perimeter was fortified with spiked barricades and multiple layers of electrified fencing. Beyond the fencing were various pits, pre-filled with clay, which would be mixed into a slurry before the horde's arrival. Should a zombie fall into one of these pits, it would require considerable time to extricate itself. While ordinary traps posed little threat to mutated zombies, these clay traps significantly slowed the zombies' advance, buying precious time for elimination. Moreover, these traps were remarkably easy to maintain, as the waves of zombies would be numerous, and durability was paramount. Atop the towering walls, Suen leisurely crossed his legs, sipping coffee at a table, while Qiao Qiao, clad in a black and white maid outfit, attended to him. Behind him stood 4 S-rank awakened personal guards. Observing the bustling women below the walls, Suen couldn't help but smile. The third phase was imminent, marking the final stage of the first apocalypse. The zombie horde would persist for a full 7 days, with only 3 days remaining until its arrival. This meant that the second apocalypse was merely 10 days away. With ample manpower and abundant resources, he found himself in an invincible state during the first apocalypse. In recent months, he had found himself idle, either replicating items from civilization, participating in lotteries, or deepening relationships with his team members. Neither of his divine abilities had seen upgrades. The plunder ability required the replication of 10,000 powers for an upgrade. Even if he eliminated all the awakened individuals in Su Di, it would amount to less than 2,000, far from sufficient. As for the Guardian of Civilization, his proficiency had reached 80, and it was anticipated that another month would likely suffice for an upgrade. This progress was fortunate, thanks to the fortuitous influence of Jean d'Arc. Despite the lack of upgrades and abilities, his quarters as the leader had expanded considerably. In addition to Xue Qingyu and Yukiki, 8 personal guards had also taken residence. Fortunately, his kidney enhancement had shown slight improvement, allowing Su to maintain a relatively robust constitution. Regarding the second cataclysm, Suen felt no trepidation. Rather, he harbored a sense of anticipation. The prolonged wait for the second cataclysm had rendered him nearly inert. As for the impending wave of undead in the third phase, he dismissed it with ease. With the current capabilities of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, they could undoubtedly withstand the onslaught of the undead. Building fortifications a week in advance was not an issue. Even a day would suffice. The grand construction efforts and public announcements about the undead wave were merely tactics to capitalize on the last batch of resources. Over the past few months, the Eternal Life Adventure Group had amassed over 20 billion vials of catalysts, with 70% of them now in his possession. Such is the power of capital. Yet, this final opportunity was not solely about the remaining catalysts. It encompassed the impending wave of undead as well. His character level had barely reached level 6, and the experience gained from slaying zombies was woefully inadequate. He was utterly fatigued by the grind. Even Wang Kai, who could also gain levels from defeating zombies, had recently developed a distaste for them after consuming too many, feeling nauseated at the sight of the undead. Simply slaying zombies was not the righteous path. He began to ponder a shortcut, having discovered a glitch. Since upgrading his alloy gear to the highest tier, he realized that one particular output was flawed: the automated defensive electromagnetic cannon turret. This high-tech turret served as a defensive weapon and would play a significant role in the forthcoming defense against the undead. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key revelation was that he found that zombies slain by the electromagnetic cannon provided him with experience. This was likely linked to the fact that he had replicated the machine that produced the cannon using his unique abilities. Not only the electromagnetic cannon turret, but any equipment manufactured by the top-tier alloy gear creators would grant him experience, regardless of who wielded it, as long as they dispatched zombies. However, due to the limited production of top-tier alloy gear, it was currently only circulating within the Eternal Life Adventure Group and had not been promoted externally, making it an inefficient means of gaining experience. He would not be generous enough to distribute top-tier alloy gear to the survivors. It was not merely a matter of scarcity, but his desire to use it solely for himself. The electromagnetic cannon turrets, however, were different. He could sell some to others. With their rapid fire rate, lasting endurance, and formidable power, they were ideal for defending outposts against the undead. At that time, not only could he sell them to various adventure groups in exchange for more catalysts, but he could also gain a wealth of experience, making level 10 an attainable dream. Yet, Suen did not intend to sell the electromagnetic cannon turrets just yet. He planned to let the survivors experience some hardship first. Only then would they appreciate the value of the cannon turrets and be more generous when purchasing them. He had already sent a dozen turrets to the True God sect in advance. After all, they provided him with a vial of catalyst every time. And gifting them a few turrets was a gesture of reciprocity. In this tense atmosphere, 3 days swiftly passed. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, all the zombies froze in place. Moments later, they erupted into a frenzy, howling towards the sky before surging wildly towards the survivors' living quarters. Chapter 116, In the Apocalypse as a Corporate Slave. With the advance warning from the Eternal Life Adventure Group, most survivors prudently erected defensive fortifications. However, some, undeterred by superstition, continued with their daily routines, believing that if calamity were to strike, there were tall individuals to bear the brunt. No need for panic. Some survivors still rose early, heading towards the laboratory and urban areas. Yet, as the sun began to rise, the zombie uprising commenced. The undead poured forth like a tide from the city and laboratory districts, obliterating everything in their path. Those survivors still active in these areas were, without exception, torn apart by the relentless horde. The tide of zombies surged inexorably towards the survivors' living quarters. The lookout tower's vigilant survivor, witnessing the advancing horde from the city, was immediately engulfed in panic. Rushing to ring the iron bell with a small hammer, he sounded the alarm. The horde is coming. Ding ding ding. The horde is coming. The alarm resonated from every corner, prompting the prepared survivors to seize their weapons and take position atop the defensive walls. Gazing out, they beheld a dense mass of zombies advancing like a relentless wave. The cacophony of their howls was deafening. At that moment, the significance of the Eternal Life Adventure Group's warning became starkly apparent. Had they not fortified their defenses in advance, the consequences of facing such a massive horde would have been dire. Fear not. They are mere white-skinned zombies, with few advanced mutated ones among them. Arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The sole solace for the survivors was the relatively low tier of the zombies, predominantly consisting of ordinary and hardened white-skinned types. Given their current equipment, they could handle the white-skinned zombies with relative ease, primarily due to the formidable nature of their alloy gear, which boasted high defensive and offensive capabilities. An ordinary person clad in full alloy gear would not fare much worse than an awakened individual, especially when confronting the intellectually deficient undead. Within 10 minutes, the horde had breached the city limits, crashing into the survivors' living area. Thanks to their prior preparations, the survivors managed to hold the line. Though the sheer number of zombies necessitated the deployment of personnel for cleanup, they soon discovered that the larger the stronghold, the greater the number of zombies attacking it, prompting some large adventure groups to curse their misfortune. In contrast, smaller factions, or those who had burrowed underground early on, fared significantly better. However, this was merely the initial phase. As time passed, the number of zombies dwindled, and by the end of the morning, they were largely eradicated. The survivors' casualties were minimal, accounting for less than 1%, with some well-fortified adventure groups achieving a flawless defense. Was this it? Such a fuss over nothing. The Chongqing Adventure Group has certainly exaggerated the situation. Brothers, let us return to our revelries and continue the music and dance. However, wait a moment, boss. Look over there. It appears that a significant number of zombies linger on the outskirts of the city, including the formidable tank. Clearly, the zombie horde is not a solitary wave. A multitude of zombies continues to roam around the city and the periphery of the laboratory, comprising not only mutated varieties but also bows. For reasons unknown, these formidable zombies have refrained from launching an attack, merely observing the survivors' camp from a distance, which is rather unsettling. The survivors could not help but feel a chill run down their spines, exclaiming in distress. Laughter faded, and they hurriedly fortified their base defenses, wishing to barricade the walls with even their bedboards. In the afternoon, the zombie horde surged once more. The survivors swiftly mounted a defense against the onslaught. This time, although the horde primarily consisted of regular white-skinned zombies, it also included some level 3 jumpers and bloated variants, making the confrontation somewhat more arduous. The horde persisted for nearly an hour, double the duration of the initial wave, yet they managed to handle it with relative ease. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was somber. Even the simplest-minded individuals could surmise that, with the passage of time, the number of zombies would increase and their levels would ascend. Sooner or later, those high-level mutated zombies would join the fray, and even bows would become involved. Panic set in among the survivors. The larger adventure groups had some capacity to contend with high-level mutated zombies, but the smaller ones were ill-equipped. They could manage ordinary zombies. But facing bows necessitated the deployment of psychics and armored gear to ensure safety. For ordinary individuals, even armored protection would prove futile against bows. Consequently, many smaller adventure groups began to cling desperately to the larger ones, seeking refuge. Conversely, some, harboring a sense of false hope, chose to resist, believing that with fewer members, they would encounter fewer zombies and could endure the ordeal. Simultaneously, news spread of the Chongqing Adventure Group's sale of high-tech electromagnetic cannon towers. The True God sect even sent out a small pickup truck, parading the electromagnetic cannon towers in front of various adventure groups to promote them. The electromagnetic cannon towers proved effective. Those wandering zombies were obliterated before they could approach the pickup, disintegrated by a single blast. The survivors watched in astonishment as the truck blazed a trail, marveling at the efficacy of such weaponry, superior even to artillery, and seemingly designed exclusively to target zombies without endangering humans. With 100 or so of these devices, one could face any horde without fear. Quickly, to the Chongqing Adventure Group to purchase. We must buy. And thus, adventure groups flocked to the fortress of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Upon witnessing the colossal sand and stone fortress of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, along with the densely packed high-tech electromagnetic cannons perched atop the city walls, a wave of despondency washed over everyone present. Without comparison, there is no pain, though all are survivors. A pervasive sentiment lingers that their own circumstances differ markedly from those of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Yet, despite this melancholy, the purchase of the electromagnetic cannon towers remained a necessity, albeit at an exorbitant price that left many gasping in disbelief. A staggering 10 million catalysts for a single unit. The price of just one electromagnetic cannon tower could procure 5 sets of premium alloy gear. Truly outrageous. To make matters worse, installment payments were not an option. After enduring 6 months of relentless exploitation by the Eternal Life Adventure Group, few could still muster such a wealth of catalysts. Even for large adventure groups, liquidating all their assets and exhausting their member savings would scarcely afford them a mere 15 or 20 units. For medium and small-sized adventure groups, acquiring even one unit would be a cause for gratitude. Consequently, the amount of catalysts remaining in everyone's possession dwindled significantly. Were there any alternatives? Alas, there were none. The refrain echoed in their minds. Catalysts can be earned again, but once life is extinguished, all is lost. A sense of déjà vu enveloped them, reminiscent of their thoughts while purchasing alloy gear. The crowd could not help but exclaim in frustration. Ever since the Eternal Life Adventure Group ascended to dominance in the land of Su, life had improved, yet not entirely. They found themselves burdened with insurmountable debts to the Eternal Life Adventure Group, toiling tirelessly to collect catalysts from dawn till dusk. It felt as if they had returned to the drudgery of pre-apocalyptic life. Starvation was not imminent, yet existence was far from satisfactory. The harder they worked, the poorer they became. A nagging feeling lingered, suggesting that something was amiss. Is this truly how life should be in the apocalypse? Am I to toil as a wage slave in this desolate world? Chapter 117. Su ends Experience Farming Plan 5th Day of the Zombie Tide. Experience Value 1, Experience Value 002. Experience Value 01, Experience Value 025. Experience Value 1, Experience Value 05. Experience Value 1, listening to the delightful notifications from the system. Suin felt as if he were floating. The experience flowed in effortlessly, as he had sold nearly 100 electromagnetic cannon defense towers, netting a tidy profit of 1 billion catalysts. Moreover, with each zombie dispatched by these towers, he accrued corresponding experience points, akin to personally slaying the zombies himself. His character level surged from 6 to 8. Not only was he leveling up while reclining, but the speed of his advancement was remarkable. He was confident that he would reach the maximum level of 10 before the conclusion of the 3rd phase. During this third phase, the initial 4 days of the zombie tide featured relatively few and lower-level zombies, providing humanity with a final opportunity for reflection and preparation. However, starting from the 5th day, higher-level zombies would emerge from the tide, including formidable variants such as the tank and flesh-eating types. By the final day, even the laboratory's bow would join the throng of undead. The number of zombies would steadily increase, and by the end, the landscape would be overwhelmed with their presence. To survive the 7 days and awaken on the 8th day at 8 in the morning would mean entering the second apocalypse, falter, and one would perish, becoming mere fodder for the zombies. He recalls that in his previous life, those who survived until the second apocalypse were but a fraction of the once populous land, where millions had dwindled to less than 100,000. 90% of the populace remained forever trapped in the first cataclysm. Now, on the 5th day since the onset of the undead tide, only 2 days remained before the advent of the second apocalypse. Suen felt a tinge of reluctance. For leaving behind the first apocalypse meant he could no longer joyfully harness the skills of the undead. He resolved to seize these last 2 days to extract as much as he could. With the strength of the Eternal Life Adventure team, even in his absence, they could withstand until the 8th day unscathed, allowing him the freedom to indulge in reckless escapades. He promptly kicked the dog, Wonkai, lounging atop the high wall, exclaiming, "Get to work, you foolish creature." To which a nearby cat retorted, "Meow, I am a cat, not a dog." Suen leapt down from the city wall, mounting Wonkai as they galloped into the distance. The pair swiftly attracted the attention of the undead horde, and within a mere 10 minutes, thousands of zombies had congregated behind Suen. However, the quality of these zombies was quite mediocre, with few possessing any skills. Yet, having achieved level 8, his powers had reached an unprecedented magnitude. His lightning abilities could now conjure thousands of densely compressed lightning orbs, sweeping through the swarm of zombies like a scythe through wheat, causing them to topple in unison. Only the higher-level zombies with skills were left for him to personally dispatch and plunder their abilities. After slaying thousands upon thousands of zombies, he had only managed to acquire a few hundred skills, far less than what he could have collected from a high-level laboratory. The scarcity of high-level mutated zombies rendered the hunt unfruitful. Suen, cursing under his breath, rode Wonkai back home, resigned to wait for the 7th day. While Suen found the zombies beneath his contempt, the plight of other survivors painted a starkly different picture. As time passed, the horde grew in number and strength, and the survivors' existence could only be described as a torturous endurance. After 5 days of relentless battle, no small adventure teams remained in the land. They had either been consumed by the undead tide or sought refuge in larger groups during the brief interludes between waves. What were once hundreds or thousands of teams had now consolidated into a mere handful of super-large alliances. The ability to sustain such a population had become irrelevant. Survival itself was the priority. Naturally, some sought to join the Eternal Life Adventure team, even offering supplies as an incentive. However, the team had no intention of accepting new members, dismissing all who came seeking refuge, regardless of age or gender. Beautiful women? Where were they when it mattered? Off with you. Thus, the Eternal Life Adventure team, comprised of fewer than 800 individuals, became the smallest and least populous of all teams in the land. Yet, despite its size, the strength of the Eternal Life Adventure team was unmatched, a fact that was beyond dispute. The thousands of electromagnetic cannon defense towers standing atop the walls of the Eternal Adventure Group speak volumes. After 5 days, not only could zombies not breach the first line of defense, but they couldn't even approach the walls of the Eternal Adventure Group. However, the individuals who sought refuge with the Eternal Adventure Group were not without merit. Suen introduced them all to the True God sect, where Jean took them in. This required no expenditure of resources for sustenance. They were merely accommodated at the periphery of the True God sect's stronghold to attract the zombie horde. The number of zombies is influenced by the size of the population. The more people there are, the greater the horde. With additional electromagnetic cannon towers erected around the crowd, the experience gained from this endeavor was astonishingly rapid. Even those unfortunate enough to be scratched or bitten by zombies and subsequently mutated were of no concern, as experience was indeed paramount. Ideally, keeping these individuals alive was crucial, as by the 7th day, the number of high-level zombies attracted would be substantial. Under Suen's guidance, the True God sect managed to shelter nearly 100,000 survivors in just 5 days, establishing itself as the most populous superpower in Su District. However, the overall quality of this population left much to be desired, with a significant number of women and children, and even the elderly among them. Unlike other factions, which operated on a basis of alliance, the True God sect remained autonomous and independent, still under Su and singular authority, with the management responsible for oversight. Conversely, The terrifying horde attracted by such a large population was unprecedented, while other strongholds faced hordes numbering in the thousands. The True God sect was contending with a minimum of 100,000. When the horde arrived, it was akin to a sea of zombies, enough to instill fear in anyone who beheld it. Those of a timid disposition had been unable to sleep for days due to sheer terror. The primary concern was that the True God sect's expansion had been alarmingly swift, with defensive structures hastily erected, essentially consisting of flimsy sheets of metal as barriers, barely encircling the survivors. Cowering within were tens of thousands, trembling in fear while facing the vast sea of zombies. Such meager defenses were as insubstantial as paper. Under such circumstances, anyone would find it impossible to sleep, and even if they did, their dreams would be haunted by visions of zombies feasting upon them in a grotesque buffet. Fortunately, Su-In, in his benevolence, allocated nearly 1,000 electromagnetic cannon defense towers to the True God sect. With this many cannon towers, the sect could still manage to defend itself, preventing an immediate collapse. Chapter 118. The Zombie Tide. The final battle of the zombie apocalypse after 5 days of relentless zombie waves. The survivors finally recognized the formidable strength of the electromagnetic cannon towers produced by the Eternal Adventure Group. These devices boasted great power, exceptional accuracy, rapid firing, and crucially, enduring endurance. One such tower could rival several tireless high-level awakeners, proving far more effective than any advanced alloy equipment. Consequently, various adventure alliances scrambled to pool their resources to purchase electromagnetic cannon towers, eager to trade even a single vial of catalyst for something from the Eternal Adventure Group. After all, catalyst could be earned again, but a life lost meant the end of all. Little did they know that from this point onward, opportunities to acquire catalysts would dwindle. Each vial spent would mean one less in existence. Thus, over 90% of the catalysts in all of Su District ended up in the hands of Su-In alone. Therefore, Su-In has recently been wearing a smile, feeling both physically and mentally at ease, and the frequency of his blessings upon the team members has increased. Time swiftly passed, and at last, the 7th day arrived. On this day, Su-In rose early, commanding the young women to dismantle all their living quarters and surrender all their daily necessities. As the morning light cascaded down, the thunderous roars of the undead surged forth once more. A new wave of zombies had emerged. The 7th day's onslaught would consist of only a single wave, yet it would persist throughout the day, concluding at 8 o'clock the following morning. For the survivors, this day would be akin to hell, far more arduous than the preceding 6 days. A multitude of advanced mutated zombies would join the fray, and the bows from the laboratory would also make their appearance. The members of the Eternal Adventure team had thoroughly prepared for battle, collectively deploying to the front lines to establish their formation. Su-In, atop the now enlarged Wankai, stood resolutely at the forefront of the crowd, braving the wind. Before long, the ground began to tremble as a dense horde of zombies surged forth like a flood, accompanied by a cacophony of roars that threatened to deafen anyone within earshot. Ordinary zombies, pale-skinned, leapers, exploders, corrosives, tongue-lashers, flesh-eaters, witches, giants, tanks, hunters, heavily wounded, mutated cockroaches, wasps, crocodiles, and mosquitoes, all that could come were present. Su-In remained unperturbed as he took out a cigarette, snapping his fingers to ignite it with a flicker of flame. After taking a deep drag, he raised his head, fixating intently on the distant sea of corpses. In a moment of reverie, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In that existence, his abilities were modest, merely a C-grade power, yet he possessed the advantage of survival instincts, constantly aware of lurking dangers. Shortly after the onset of the 2nd phase, he had excavated a vertical tunnel, then a lateral one, where he and Su Xiaoyan sheltered. He toiled tirelessly while stockpiling supplies. When the 3rd phase commenced, the horde descended upon them. Fortunately, a mutated zombie fell into the tunnel, blocking the entrance and keeping the others at bay. He had also cleverly fashioned a means of escape through a ventilation shaft, thereby narrowly evading the tide of the undead and surviving the most harrowing initial apocalypse. However, in this life, he would not need to hide. Instead, he would face the horde head-on with unwavering resolve. 2 disparate lives, akin to 2 different perspectives, revealed to him a unique vista. Yet, the singular constant was his unyielding ambition to ascend. Just as he had contemplated in his previous life, if there were a next, he would no longer be the dust beneath others' feet. He would strive to become stronger than anyone else, soaring to great heights, yearning to witness the ultimate fate of the apocalypse. Even after his rebirth, these thoughts remained unchanged, as did his actions. Guard the stronghold, Su-In instructed before patting Wankai's head and signaling it to advance. Wankai meowed softly and began to move forward, gradually growing larger, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. In the blink of an eye, Wang Kai transformed from a small black cat into a fearsome giant beast, towering at 8 meters. Suen activated his amplification ability, transforming into a towering giant standing 3 meters tall. The air was filled with a series of muffled thuds. Behind him, numerous high-density energy orbs began to materialize. There were flames so scorching they glowed white, spheres of lightning flickering with electric energy, icy spikes radiating a chilling blue, and crystalline droplets of water suspended in midair, amounting to a staggering count of over 10,000. Simultaneously, Suen's form, along with his companion, Wang Kai, was engulfed in roaring flames. He discarded the charred remains of a cigarette, a spark of exhilaration dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Come forth, the apocalypse," he bellowed, propelling himself and Wang Kai into the sea of corpses. Together, they became a comet of fire, trailing a long tail of flames. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the sea of undead. A thunderous explosion reverberated as flames and electric sparks erupted within the mass of corpses. In an instant, hundreds of zombies were reduced to mere fragments, putrid flesh splattering everywhere. The sea of corpses fell like wheat swaying under a gale, shattered by the sheer force of one individual. All the survivors perched atop the watchtower were rendered speechless, awestruck by the spectacle. There were no cheers or gasps. Only a profound silence, a quivering stillness. Despite their knowledge of the strength possessed by the leader of the Eternal Life Adventurers, none could have anticipated such an overwhelming display of power amidst a million-strong horde of zombies. His every movement unleashed an extraordinary ability akin to a missile detonating. This transcended the realm of humanity, becoming something entirely otherworldly. In truth, it surpassed any preconceived limits of carbon-based life. The awe-inspiring sight of his fiery form eclipsed the collective dread of the horde. A shared sense of relief washed over the crowd, grateful that this being stood on the survivor's side, for he was more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. The horde advanced from all 4 cardinal directions towards the survivors. Suen single-handedly held back the onslaught from the east, yet the other 3 directions surged forward relentlessly. This battle was a matter of life and death. The survivors steeled themselves, channeling every ounce of strength and energy into the fight. The Eternal Life Adventurers, despite being the most formidable, faced the least number of zombies due to their smaller size. Meanwhile, the other adventurer alliances confronted tens of thousands of the undead. The horrifying ratio of humans to zombies reached 10 to 1, with an unending tide of the undead approaching. Fortunately, these zombies were incapable of flight, and their ability to leap was limited. As long as the previously constructed defenses remained sturdy, the number of approaching zombies could be contained. Proper personnel rotations and strategic allocation of combat power offered a glimmer of hope for survival. This was the final stand of the first apocalypse, a battle for existence. Fight on, indomitable souls, until the dawn of a new day. Chapter 119, A Grievous Battle, a Call to the True God Sect. Get to the front lines, hurry. Who is the healer among the awakened? Come, save us. A horde of zombies has invaded. Where is the second squad? I shall fight these wretched creatures. Adjust the electromagnetic cannon's position. The zombies have breached a gap. The tide of corpses has persisted for an entire day, and even as dusk approaches, it shows no signs of abating. The relentless wave of the undead casts despair upon all. One adventurer alliance after another has been engulfed by the horde. In the span of a single day, a quarter of the adventurer alliances have vanished entirely. This is still under the protection of Suen, who has significantly reduced the number of zombies. Otherwise, it is feared that half of the populace would have perished by now. At this moment, Suen has transformed into a harbinger of death upon the battlefield. Wherever he treads, the ground is strewn with carcasses. Regardless of the type or level of the zombies, be they mutated or ordinary, they all contribute to his experience points. Suen has never fought with such fervor, unleashing his powers without reservation, the sheer magnitude of his assault instilling terror in all who witness it. The zombies from the east have suffered grievously at his hands, their dismembered remains forming a thick wall of flesh, the ground marred by craters created by his abilities, resembling a battlefield ravaged by a relentless barrage of modern artillery. Gradually, the zombies from the east have begun to dwindle in number. He then charges towards a different direction, seeking out the densest clusters of zombies. Wang Kai, his feline companion, has also unleashed a fierce aura, its feline visage contorted, emerald eyes alight with murderous intent, akin to a mythical beast of slaughter. The duo weaves through the battlefield, providing fleeting respite to numerous survivor camps. Many survivors nearly fall to their knees in gratitude, recognizing the timely intervention that has spared them from impending doom. Captain Su is truly benevolent. No, he ought to be revered as a true deity. From this moment forth, I shall declare myself a devotee of the true God. No one can deter my resolve. If I survive today, I shall join the true God's cult. If I cannot join, it matters not. I shall enshrine a portrait of Captain Su, passing it down through generations, weeping in reverence. Su-un, however, remains oblivious to the inner turmoil of the survivors. His focus is solely on the zombies. Just as Su-un wreaks havoc upon the undead, the true God cult faces its most formidable trial. The number of survivors, reaching into the hundreds of thousands, has attracted an alarming horde of zombies. If we consider the simplest ratio of one person attracting 10 zombies, the true God cult is confronted with an army of 1 million undead. The tide of corpses stretches endlessly before them. Moreover, due to the inadequacy of the true God cult's defensive structures, the sense of security is alarmingly low. Should the zombies breach their defenses, unimaginable disaster awaits, with countless survivors destined to become fodder for the horde. Fortunately, Su-un has provided thousands of electromagnetic cannons as a formidable support. Although the number of zombies is indeed terrifying, it has yet to breach their front line. The electromagnetic cannons encircle the entire true God cult, unleashing a torrential rain of energy orbs upon the advancing tide of the undead. The deafening roar echoed like an unending barrage of firecrackers, crackling incessantly. The electromagnetic cannon had a firing range of approximately 800 meters, effectively keeping the zombies confined to the plains situated 800 meters away from the true God sect. However, as time passed, the number of slain zombies grew increasingly substantial, and around the stronghold of the true God sect, the bodies of the fallen had accumulated into a thick, circular wall of corpses. This wall of cadavers was slowly advancing inward, as the bodies of the defeated zombies piled up closer and closer, thickening the wall. While the electromagnetic cannon was undeniably powerful, its limitations were equally apparent. It could eliminate zombies but lacked the penetrating capacity to clear away the bodies. Faced with such an overwhelming tide of the undead, the zombies employed a relentless strategy, inching forward until they ultimately reached beneath the electromagnetic cannon tower. Should the tower be toppled, the entire true God sect would face annihilation. This was a dire situation, almost impervious to human intervention. Who could possibly clear away such a multitude of corpses? Even the mightiest S-rank awakeners would find themselves powerless. By sunset, the wall of corpses had advanced to a mere 400 meters from the stronghold of the true God sect. The end of the zombie tide was still a long way off. The sky had yet to darken, let alone the arrival of dawn. At this rate, it would not be long before the true God sect met its demise. Jean, discerning the gravity of the situation, immediately commanded her team to dispose of the bodies. Fortunately, the electromagnetic cannon tower could automatically distinguish between zombies and survivors, minimizing the risk of friendly fire. Yet, in such a dense barrage, avoiding accidental injury remained exceedingly difficult. The methods to clear the corpses were limited. They could either use fire-based abilities to incinerate them or detonate the wall of corpses. Once shattered, the remains would occupy less space, thereby freeing up some much-needed room. Jean flitted through the air with her luminous wings, relentlessly smashing one corpse after another. However, the speed at which she cleared the bodies was far outpaced by the ongoing death of the zombies. For every body she eliminated, a new one would take its place. In the face of overwhelming numbers, individual strength appeared so insignificant. They could not be deterred, nor could they be fully cleared away. Yet, despite this, Jean gritted her teeth and persevered. She could not afford to give up. Every corpse she cleared was a small victory. Every second she bought was invaluable. At this moment, every second felt extraordinarily precious. Perhaps, with just one more second, they could find salvation. This was a game of racing against death, and nobody could afford to lose. Meanwhile, the survivors within the stronghold of the true God sect were utterly paralyzed by fear. The relentless tide of corpses vividly illustrated the true meaning of apocalypse. Such a harrowing sight would be etched into their memories forever, rendering any cinematic spectacle pale in comparison. Many had already succumbed to terror, huddling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to look up. They murmured incessantly, "I do not wish to die. May the true God protect us. May the true God protect us." Standing at the highest point, the family of Old Chiu was equally stricken with dread. Old Chiu's face was adorned with a mask of anguish. He had not anticipated that despite Su-un's generous provision of numerous electromagnetic cannon towers, they would still be unable to withstand the onslaught of the undead. The number of survivors from the true God sect was simply overwhelming. The defensive structures erected were insufficiently robust, leading to the current predicament. Yet, Old Chiu harbored no regrets. Given the chance to choose again, he would unconditionally heed Su-un's counsel and embrace these survivors. Whether it be 100,000 or double that, he would welcome them all. Chapter 120. In the name of the divine, bestow faith and fight. Ordinary people, the situation facing the true God sect was exceedingly dire. However, solutions were not entirely absent. The strategy of sacrificing the lesser to preserve the greater was the most prudent course of action. By withdrawing a portion of the electromagnetic cannons and consolidating all core personnel to the most fortified area of their stronghold, they could withstand the impending doom. Within a few hours, the zombies would breach the outer defenses of the true God sect, leading to the inevitable demise of tens of thousands of survivors. Once these individuals perished, the tide of the undead would surely diminish. Thanks to Suin's forewarning, the defensive capabilities of the core stronghold were formidable. With just over 10,000 core members, retreating to the heart of the stronghold would undeniably allow them to withstand the undead horde. The only cost would be the lives of some inconsequential strangers. In this apocalyptic world, where survival was paramount, the choice between mutual destruction or shared survival was not a difficult one. Any leader of an adventurer's alliance would choose to abandon these unknown souls. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to the instinct to preserve one's own life. Yet, Old Chu resolutely opted for the latter. Either they all perished together or they all survived. Old Chu had lived a life of mediocrity, even relying on his wife to survive during the end times. He was, by all accounts, a profoundly ordinary individual. But everything changed upon meeting Suin. He became the revered high priest of the true God sect, a messenger of the divine. Old Chu understood that Suin was not a deity, merely a powerful awakened being, still human. Yet, whether human or awakened, the truth remained. He had been saved. The one capable of saving his life was indeed a god. Suin had rescued his family. Thus, Suin was their god. However, deities reside in lofty realms. They may save a select few, but will not extend their mercy to all. Salvation stems from compassion, not obligation. Hence, the existence of the true God sect. What the divine chooses not to rescue, the true God sect endeavors to save with the will of the divine. The divine may save a portion, but the true God sect aspires to save the world. This vision may appear to be the folly of dreamers, yet it is also the very foundation upon which the true God sect stands. Most members of the true God sect were ordinary individuals, and it was precisely their ordinariness that fostered empathy among them. The merciless apocalypse had ravaged their homes, inflicting wounds upon every ordinary person, rendering them powerless in the face of despair. Thus, there arose the need for a god. This god need not be compassionate, they may be selfish, but as long as they are powerful, that is all that matters. His followers, driven by an altruistic will, embark on a perilous journey to rescue all beings from the brink of destruction. This is not a mere act of blind worship, it is a revolutionary ideology. The true God sect shall assume the role of guide. The genesis of revolution lies in faith. Chu Laosin took a deep breath and grasped the megaphone he had prepared long in advance, bellowing towards the 100,000 newly joined survivors. Listen closely. If I were to abandon you now, our true God sect would undoubtedly survive. You share no kinship with us. We have already done enough for you. Our benevolence has reached its limits. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in turmoil, with the timid already kneeling in despair. Panic spread across every face, as a shared anxiety gripped their hearts. They had no ties to the true God sect. Why should the sect share in their trials? Other large adventurer groups were also recruiting, but they sought only those with combat prowess or those capable of donning armored gear to manage their numbers. Some even limited their recruitment to awakened individuals. Thus, it was only natural for the true God sect to abandon them. Despair painted every countenance. Should the true God sect forsake them, their chances of survival against such an overwhelming tide of corpses would be utterly extinguished. Yet, as the pallor of hopelessness enveloped them, Chu, the portly figure, raised his voice once more. However, our true God sect shall not abandon you. My lord, the true God, is compassionate and selfless. He will not forsake any one of you, regardless of whether you belong to the true God sect, as long as you stand upon the land of the sect. The true God shall not cast you aside. Rise, everyone. Let us clear the bodies of the undead. The true God sect will not abandon you, but please, do not abandon yourselves, nor the true God sect. Respond to the true God's mercy. Let us fight together. Let us strive to survive, for ourselves, for the true God. Now, all of you, immediately, go and transport the corpses. Bring the bodies of the undead here to be destroyed. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. The true God sect had not forsaken them. Instead, they had bestowed upon them the hope of survival. Together, they would either live or die. With tears welling in their eyes, the survivors trembled with determination. For ourselves, for the true God, charge forth. For ourselves, for the true God, charge forth. For ourselves, for the true God, charge forth. The vast throng of survivors tore through the fragile barricades, rushing forward despite the peril of being struck by the electromagnetic turrets. To transport the corpses, one by one, the bodies were dragged back, either buried in pits, incinerated, or dismembered and cast into the great pits, each action aimed at diminishing the wall of corpses, slowing its relentless advance. Everyone was in motion, men, women, young, and old, all joined in this battle for life and death. Observing this, Chu Laosen slumped onto the ground, chuckling foolishly. He had done all he could. Whether they would prevail now rested in the hands of fate. Was it foolish? Certainly foolish, indeed. It is only the foolish who would make such a decision to face death alongside strangers. Yet he harbors no regrets. Amidst the chaos, Joan of Arc, still engaged in battle, nodded in satisfaction at the impassioned speech of old Chiu. This is how the true goddess teachings should manifest. She is the Saint Joan, the knight chosen by the divine. Her very existence is to guide humanity towards the light in the name of the Almighty. However, just as everyone was desperately fighting for their lives, a towering figure abruptly emerged from the horde of zombies. This was a man over 3 meters tall, with dark, mottled skin, clad in a black raincoat. He stood silently among the zombies, which not only refrained from attacking him, but also circled around him, creating a conspicuous vacuum in the sea of the undead. In an instant, the man raised his heavy machine gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets toward Joan. Faced with this sudden onslaught, she quickly summoned her wings of light to shield her body, deflecting the barrage of bullets. When she realized that her assailant was a bald zombie man, a wave of anger surged within her azure eyes. Gathering her strength, she conjured a spear of light and hurled it at the zombie. Yet, even this luminescent weapon, capable of piercing through formidable foes, merely left a small hole in the man's raincoat. The next moment, the zombie man lunged at Joan with a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye, delivering a powerful punch. Joan, caught off guard, hastily raised her wings for protection. The force of the blow sent her flying over 100 meters, rolling on the ground and raising clouds of dust, leaving a long scar in her wake. The zombie man then slowly lifted his machine gun, which transformed into a complex projectile launcher. Just as the zombie man was about to pull the trigger, a meteor trailing electrical energy hurtled toward the stronghold of the goddess True Church. Wherever it passed, the horde of zombies was eviscerated, leaving a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Not even the thick walls of corpses could impede its advance. In mere moments, it pierced through the zombie army. Heading straight for the zombie man, he braced himself, arms crossed in front of him, to absorb this fatal strike. The impact sent him sprawling like a cannonball, crashing through another wall of corpses. As the electrical sparks faded, a slightly exhilarated smile appeared on Suin's face. Though he was now covered in layers of blood and flesh, a surge of flames erupted from beneath his feet, incinerating the blood and decaying matter into ash. Following closely behind, Wang Kai leaped from the horde, standing beside Suin. Upon seeing Suin, along with his iconic black tiger mount, the gathered followers were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. The Almighty has arrived. The Almighty has truly come to save us. Long live the Almighty. Long live the Almighty. Joan, staggering, approached Suin and knelt on one knee before him. My lord. Suin casually unleashed an S-class healing ability, restoring Jean's injuries to their original state. Return to the base. That creature is beyond your capabilities, he instructed. Jean nodded obediently and unfurled her luminous wings. Soaring back to the stronghold, Suin's presence at the True God Church's base was twofold. On one hand, it housed the greatest number of survivors, providing ample zombies for him to dispatch with fervor. On the other, the quarry he had long sought had finally manifested. With a resounding crash, a hole was torn in the zombie wall, and a male zombie clad in a black raincoat staggered forth. However, this zombie appeared in a pitiful state. His raincoat tattered beyond recognition, and a significant depression marred his chest, a clear sign that Suin's earlier kick had left a considerable mark. Yet, astonishingly, the gaping wound was visibly mending at an alarming rate, soon returning to its former state. Simultaneously, Suin gleaned the pertinent information above the zombie's head. Ultimate Artificial Organic Biochemical Weapon, Tyrant T-103. Codename, Goddess of Vengeance. Level, LV-40. Developed through the injection of the Nemesis virus combined with the T-virus. The spine and central nervous system have been entirely overtaken by the Veronica parasite. Disaster level bio, Civilization Destruction Threat Index, LV-7. Poses a significant threat to civilizations of level 1 and below. Intelligence assessment, 9, relatively high. Has preliminarily reached human intelligence levels. Vulnerabilities, high energy attacks suppress cellular regeneration. Skills, triple evolution, fission regeneration, limit amplification, armored heavy weaponry. Hyperinfection, triple evolution, exhibits 3 distinct forms. Fission regeneration, capable of rapidly transferring consciousness and regenerating cells. Limit amplification, maximally unleashes the potential of all cells, significantly enhancing bodily functions. Armored core, equipped with variable form nanocomposite heavy weaponry. Hyperinfection, can infect biological entities at an accelerated rate. Upon viewing the information regarding the zombie, Suen grinned widely. A boss. Undoubtedly a boss. The largest boss in the zombie apocalypse had emerged. Its level surpassed that of the Night Goddess by a staggering 11 levels, reaching the terrifying threshold of 40. It was no exaggeration to declare it the very embodiment of the apocalypse itself. At this stage, any unfortunate adventurers who crossed paths with it would face annihilation with ease. Despite its existence spanning merely half a day, it could have already slaughtered hundreds of thousands of survivors, based on the most conservative estimates. Fortunately, there was only one such entity, preventing the total extinction of all survivors. From Suen's perspective, however, he wished for more of such beings. Disaster-level zombies possessed too few skills, making them difficult to obtain. Even fusion was elusive. The power of these skills was fundamentally subversive to the rules of reality, surpassing even S-class abilities. Moreover, he was uncertain if such formidable skills would remain accessible after the second apocalypse. Thus, acquiring one was essential. Suen promptly instructed Wang Kai, "Go and eliminate some zombies. Do not impede me." Wang Kai meowed and dashed away. Suen stretched his limbs, and the joints produced a crisp sound as he prepared to engage with the Tyrant T-103 in an exhilarating encounter. If all proceeded as anticipated, this formidable creature would be the most powerful adversary he had faced in the zombie apocalypse. How could one forego such a direct experience? However, the slowly advancing wall of zombies left him somewhat dissatisfied, as the arena was rapidly becoming overcrowded. With a resounding shout, Suen stomped his foot upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Soon, waves of sand and gravel began to ripple. A colossal wave of sand, towering dozens of meters high and carrying immense force, surged toward the horde, pushing back a section of the zombie wall by several hundred meters. Simultaneously, it formed a sand barrier stretching over 1,000 meters in length, effectively keeping the zombies at bay. Only the Tyrant T-103 remained, having merely unleashed a fraction of its extraordinary power, which was sufficient to halt hundreds of thousands of zombies. Its might was undeniably terrifying. The hearts of all survivors quaked in unison with the great wave of sand. Mouths agape in astonishment. Each of Suen's actions seemed to elevate the limits of human comprehension. What he wielded was not merely a supernatural ability, but akin to sorcery. Yet, only Suen himself understood the immense difficulty of channeling his power to such an extent. This was the culmination of various supernatural abilities fused together. Due to the substantial energy expenditure of this single manifestation, he would be unable to utilize the Sand Dominion ability again within the day. If one were to liken it to a skill cooldown, it would require a full 24 hours before it could be unleashed once more. Of course, once activated, such a skill would hardly necessitate a second invocation. Furthermore, it was not something to be directed at living beings, for doing so would be an act of cruelty. It was hard to imagine who could withstand such a formidable strike. Even locating a remnant for DNA analysis would be an arduous task. At times, being far ahead of others may not be entirely beneficial. Life can lose its charm. Invincibility can breed a profound loneliness. At least in the current landscape of Su, no one dared entertain the thought of challenging Captain Su. Those who might consider such a notion would find themselves reflecting deeply at night, questioning if they had overindulged, leading to inflated pride and a desire to rekindle a sense of challenge. Having cleared the area, Suen beckoned to the Tyrant T-103. The creature exhaled a chilling breath, its bloodshot eyes filled with boundless fury. Without further adu, it raised its heavy alloy weapon and launched an RPG missile towards Suen. Just as the missile was about to strike, Suen vanished from sight. Chapter 122. Suen's final battle. To be candid, even the level 40 Tyrant T-103 stood no chance against Suen were it not for Suen's desire to toy with his opponent. It was questionable whether the Tyrant could endure even 30 seconds. The ability to plunder powers was exceedingly overpowered, effectively countering any carbon-based life form equipped with skills. A single series of plundering strikes could leave any opponent kneeling. Yet, the Tyrant T-103 remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of its predicament. Still wielding the heavy firepower of a nanometal weapon, the weapon shifted through various forms, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets and shells upon Suen. It was as if it were silently lamenting humanity. The times had changed. Alas, in the face of instantaneous movement, all distant weaponry appeared utterly feeble. In less than half a second, Suin had teleported to the side of the tyrant T-103. With a gentle wave of his hand, he appropriated the epic-defining weapon from the tyrant. T-103, momentarily taken aback, had never anticipated that a return to the pre-liberation era would take merely half a second. As time regressed once more, with a thunderous roar, T-103 expressed its fury. This was an affront to its being, a desecration of a perfect life form. It then launched a heavy strike towards Suin rather than retreating. Suin advanced, meeting the blow with a clenched fist. The collision reverberated through the ground, sending shockwaves into the air. Neither party yielded an inch. After a brief exchange, Suin gained a general understanding of T-103's capabilities. In terms of strength, it had surpassed the S-level enhancements of awakened beings, and its physical resilience had reached the pinnacle of S-level functional enhancements. Suin activated several augmentation abilities, transforming his physique into a resplendent form of diamond-like brilliance, unleashing explosive power through his arms that sent T-103 hurtling backward. However, T-103 struggled back to its feet, its black raincoat shredding apart to reveal a robust physique, adorned with a network of crimson veins on its surface. With a primal roar, T-103's body swelled to twice its size, while elongated bone spikes began to protrude from its fingers. In the blink of an eye, T-103 vanished from sight, lunging towards Suin at an almost imperceptible speed. The long bone spikes aimed fiercely at Suin. With a single hand raised, he effortlessly pinched the spikes between two fingers. The clash between the bone spikes and his radiant form produced a crisp sound. Following the destruction of its raincoat, T-103 should have shed its restraints and entered its second form. However, it was still far too weak. To be frank, you have truly disappointed me. You possess none of the grandeur expected from a disaster-level creature. Suin shook his head in resignation. He had anticipated a worthy adversary, at the very least. One that could make him break a sweat, proving that he had endured hardships and struggles in the apocalyptic world of the undead. Regrettably, the disparity between expectation and reality was vast. With no desire to prolong the encounter, he activated his plundering ability. Bring it forth. Detected objects available for plunder. I want them all. Skill replication successful. Acquired skill. Fission regeneration extreme amplification. Skill stripping successful. Acquired transferable skill. Fission regeneration extreme amplification. Acquired special items. Nemesis virus. T-virus. Original serum. Upon hearing the system's notification, Suin was momentarily taken aback. This is not right. Where are my skills? I clearly possessed 5 skills, yet only 2 remain in his possession. Is this an excessive deduction? The loss of alloy heavy armor he could understand, as the weapon of Tyrant T-103 had long been removed from the expansive space. But what about triple evolution and superspeed infection? Suin, filled with rage, kicked fiercely at Tyrant T-103. Return my skills, you bastard. Without the support of the extreme amplification skill, Tyrant T-103's physical capabilities plummeted. With a single kick, he was sent sprawling. And such a simple blow caused Tyrant T-103's body to shatter into several pieces, transforming him into a puddle of flesh. Suin had not anticipated that. After losing 2 skills, Tyrant T-103 would be so fragile. Though fueled by anger, it shouldn't have resulted in such a fate, should it? Where is the grandeur of a disaster-class creature? Come on, assert yourself. Where is your fission regeneration? Oh, it's gone? Well, then, never mind. Just as Suin thought Tyrant T-103 would meet a swift demise, an unexpected transformation occurred. He observed as the remnants of flesh began to writhe, coalescing into a mass of flesh. The mass grew larger, reaching heights of 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, until it expanded to a monstrous size of over 10 meters. From this mass, several bloodied, thick arms sprouted, each several meters long, with sharp bony spikes extending from the fingertips like lethal blades. A massive head emerged from the center of the flesh ball. With a thunderous roar, the colossal creature unleashed a furious bellow, akin to rolling thunder. Tyrant T-103's final form had finally materialized. This is the true visage of the world-destroying beast, a super creature capable of annihilating a first-tier civilization. Upon seeing Tyrant T-103's transformation, Suin felt elated rather than alarmed. He opened his arms and laughed heartily. I knew you wouldn't be so weak. You are sure to bring me more surprises. Ha ha ha. Tyrant T-103 had descended into a state of complete frenzy and charged at Suin. Dozens of thick, pointed bone spikes lunged toward him with ferocity. Suin, undeterred, simultaneously activated hundreds of abilities. A deluge of elemental powers surged around him, a tempest of ice and fire. Thunder and darkness converging to form a colossal wave, like an enraged dragon surging forth, crashing down upon Tyrant T-103. Come on. Let me witness the true power of the world-destroying beast. Ha ha ha. I am willing to call you the strongest zombie. However, as Tyrant T-103 came into contact with the overwhelming elemental energy, he was instantly evaporated. In less than 2 seconds, it turned to ashes. Suan's wild smile froze upon his face. Was this the final battle of the first apocalypse? Calm as still water, devoid of ripples. Suan reluctantly withdrew his outstretched hands and tucked them into his pockets. Never mind. I shall return home and seek a new companion to bless. Chapter 123, The Second Apocalypse, the fall of civilization. That night, everyone endured immense hardship. The relentless onslaught of insatiable zombies crashed upon the survivor camp like an unyielding tide. Initially gripped by fear, people gradually succumbed to numbness, mechanically repeating the motions of slaughter. Exhaustion was etched on every face. In the span of a night, nearly a third of the populace would never witness the dawn, as smoke and flames engulfed the land of Su. One survivor camp after another fell before the tide of corpses, without the barrier of defensive walls. Even those clad in alloy armor would be devoured by the relentless wave of undead. This was a banquet exclusively for the zombies. Despairing cries and the cacophony of chaos intertwined, while the pungent stench of blood and flesh permeated the air. Just as hope seemed lost, dawn broke, casting its gentle light across the land. The resonant chime of bells pierced the silence of the world, echoing repeatedly to every corner of existence. As the last toll faded, all the zombies froze in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The world descended into an eerie silence. A survivor, recently toppled by a zombie, pushed through the immobile figures. With a series of cracking sounds, the zombies' bodies fissured and soon disintegrated into a handful of ashes, dissipating into the void. Struggling to rise, the survivor beheld the sight of all the zombies gradually crumbling, turning to dust at the faintest breeze. What transpired? More and more survivors emerged from their battered strongholds. Gazing around in bewilderment, the once overwhelming tide of zombies had vanished as if they had never existed. Only the ravaged land and the remnants of the fallen testified to their former presence. The zombies had vanished. It was over. It was all over. The apocalypse had concluded. Ha ha ha. It has finally ended. I have survived. Survivors embraced one another, weeping and laughing in a tight-knit group. On the distant mountain peak, atop a dilapidated fortress, a group clad in matching uniforms ascended the towering walls. A scarred man, binoculars in hand, stood resolutely against the wind. Major, the zombies have disappeared. The apocalypse is over. On a distant island in the vast ocean, a diverse group of individuals cautiously emerged from their steel fortress. My God, those cursed mutated sharks and zombies have vanished. Surely, the Lord has heard our prayers and banished the demons. Ha ha, I have survived. I have survived. Deep within the tropical jungle, survivors painted in camouflage emerged from the underground city, embracing one another and rejoicing. One by one, submarines surfaced upon the polar sea. In the heart of the Kunlun Mountains, a massive iron gate slowly descended from above. At that moment, every survivor around the globe emerged from their shelters, unreservedly exposed to the clear blue sky. A resounding cheer erupted worldwide. It was over. It was finally over. The land of Su was also filled with deafening shouts of joy. After an entire week of relentless undead hordes, the once 3 million survivors in Su now numbered just over 150,000. Nearly half had been lost forever before the dawn. This was still amidst Suan's large-scale extermination of zombies and the provision of electromagnetic artillery towers. Otherwise, perhaps even 50,000 would not have remained. Within the ranks of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, the ladies were equally jubilant. After enduring the baptism of the zombie tide, the surviving adventurers suffered varying degrees of losses. Those with severe damage had already lost more than half their members, while strongholds that once boasted thousands were reduced to mere dozens of survivors. Even the least affected had lost at least 1/5 of their main combat forces. Yet, the Eternal Life Adventure Group had not lost a single member, nor had they sustained any injuries. Suan first retracted all the electromagnetic artillery towers from the city walls into the expansive space before returning to the center of the stronghold. Xiao Xiao, resembling a fledgling swan, flung herself into Suan's embrace, her eyes misty with tears, and asked, "Daddy, is the apocalypse truly over? Can we return to our former lives?" The other members gathered around, their faces alight with uncontrollable excitement. Many were already envisioning a return to ordinary societal life. "Captain, why not start a company? We could all work for you." Yes, that sounds splendid. I studied accounting and can be of assistance. I'm into finance. I studied fashion design. I'm in medicine. I want to be the captain's little wife. Hee hee. Me too. And me. Suan let out a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation. If only the end of days could conclude so simply. Despite the magnitude of the disaster, human civilization had been severely wounded, and it would take decades to recover. At the very least, there were still hundreds of millions of survivors worldwide. Restoring the former prosperity would merely require time. However, that was just a hopeful glance ahead. This apocalyptic game was only just beginning. Gazing at the mechanical watch on his wrist, Suen surveyed the surroundings and spoke solemnly. Though I too yearn to return to our previous lives, I regret to inform you that it is impossible. In 3 minutes, the second apocalypse will descend, and human civilization will be utterly extinguished. Take a good look at this world, for it is about to bid us farewell. After delivering his message, Suen fell silent. He retrieved a phone from the expansive space, activated the camera, aimed it at himself with the beautiful members of the group in the background, flashed a peace sign, and pressed the shutter. It would serve as a commemorative photo marking the conclusion of the first apocalypse. Upon hearing Suen's words, everyone stood frozen, gazing around in bewilderment. The words of Suen have never been questioned by anyone. Is it true that the end of days has not yet concluded? Instantly, the hearts of all sank to the depths of despair, as joy transformed into sorrow and bewilderment in the blink of an eye. With only a minute remaining, everyone was commanded to hold tightly to their most cherished possessions. Everything else, aside from what they wore, would soon vanish. The apocalyptic end was upon them. As Suen's voice resonated, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the heavens and the earth, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. The once melodious chimes echoed once more, reverberating across the vast expanse. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaoyu discarded the heavy hammer in her grasp and leapt onto Suen's back, clinging to him tightly. Following suit, Xue Qingyu, Lu Hui, Yu Qiaoqiao, and Lu Shishir, along with all the other girls, rushed over, forming a close-knit embrace around Suen. The storm intensified, raising clouds of sand that stung their eyes, rendering them unable to see. Everything around them began to erode and vanish beneath the tempest. Concrete skyscrapers, asphalt roads, steel tracks, ships, and vehicles, along with satellites in the cosmos, all succumbed to this bizarre storm, gradually turning to dust and grit. Millennia of human civilization, painstakingly developed, reached its cataclysmic end in that single moment. Chapter 124. The Endless Sea of Sand. Advancing towards a new homeland, the storm did not last long, scarcely 2 hours. Even at its peak, the wind's intensity did not exceed a force of 10. Yet, this seemingly moderate tempest obliterated the entirety of human civilization in a fleeting moment. When the storm subsided and tranquility returned, people slowly opened their eyes to a desolate panorama. Before them lay a world enshrouded in a pallid yellow hue. The landscape dominated by sand, devoid of any other substance. Everything had vanished, cities, roads, even mountains and rivers, replaced entirely by an expanse of yellow sand. In just a brief 2-hour span, they had been transformed into an endless desert. The sudden upheaval left everyone in a state of shock, as if they had been transported to another realm, where everything felt surreal. Suen rose, shaking off the sand clinging to him, relieved that the wind and dust had not been too fierce nor prolonged. Otherwise, countless lives would have been buried alive. He then called out, "Ladies, rise and prepare to move. Do not linger to admire the scenery. There will be ample time for that in the days to come." As he spoke, Suen retrieved the weapons and equipment he had previously collected from the group members, distributing them accordingly. During the second apocalypse, everything except the belongings and attire worn by individuals would be reduced to dust, including the supplies stored by the survivors. Thus, the second end of days was dubbed the Falling Apocalypse, symbolizing the complete collapse of human civilization. It is termed a total fall rather than a mere regression, for humanity is on the cusp of entering a wholly new era of civilization. The age of mechanical energy has irrevocably vanished, never to be resurrected again. The second apocalypse marks the inception of a new civilization. Suen, using the sun as his reference point and orienting himself towards the east, took the lead and commenced his journey. If his memory served him correctly, traversing in this direction for half a day would lead them to the oasis. The oasis would serve as the sole sanctuary for the survivors, providing both water and shelter from the sun's harsh rays, as well as protection from the menacing creatures of the desert. The sooner they arrived, the better, as it would allow them to secure an advantageous position. Despite their lingering shock and confusion, the team members hastily followed suit. Observing the Chongqing Adventure Group taking the initiative, some foresight individuals silently trailed behind. Leading the following group were the followers of the Divine God sect, closely followed by the Black Rose. Beneath the blazing sun and upon the golden sands, the people embarked on their journey towards a new homeland. With the environment transformed into an endless desert, each step sank into the shifting sands, significantly hindering their pace. Coupled with the searing heat, the waves of warmth distorted their vision. For the survivors, each step was an ordeal. Their bodily fluids evaporated into sweat, which quickly dissipated in the oppressive heat. In this desert climate, the human body could lose between 1 to 3 liters of water per hour during the day. Without adequate hydration, dehydration and shock would ensue within mere hours. In less than 2 hours, some had already succumbed to heat exhaustion. It was not merely the nutritionally deficient survivors who faltered. Even the women of the Chongqing Adventure Group were affected. Suen promptly ordered a respite, directing Qiao Qiao to utilize her sand manipulation abilities to create a rudimentary dome for shade. He then procured bottled water from the vast space he commanded and distributed it, 1 bottle per person. With the replenishment of fluids and the shelter of the sand dome, the women quickly regained their vigor. This left the remaining survivors utterly astounded. A tempest had stripped them of all their belongings, supplies and water alike. Where had the Chongqing Adventure Group acquired their bottled water? The parched survivors felt as though their throats were on fire, each yearning for a sip. Though they longed to seize the water, fear held them back. They had little to offer in trade aside from the clothes on their backs. Moreover, the Chongqing Adventure Group only accepted catalysts, which had long since run out. Suen paid no heed to the desperate expressions of the survivors. In the second apocalypse, water had become the most coveted resource, far surpassing the value of food. Awakened individuals with water-based abilities were the most sought after, for they could extract moisture directly from the air. However, this extraction was not limitless. It came with its own restrictions. In the second apocalypse, utilizing water abilities was exponentially more challenging than during the first. Even an S-rank water-based awakened individual could only gather around 10 tons of water daily at their utmost capacity, often managing just a few tons. Simultaneously, the combat efficacy of water-based awakened individuals had significantly diminished, with their power greatly reduced and their endurance compromised. The low-tier water elemental awakeners struggled to unleash even a few bursts of their watery powers without exhausting their stamina, resulting in a significant loss of combat effectiveness. They require a recovery period of over 10 hours before they can utilize their abilities again. While their combat prowess may be lacking, they still possess considerable economic value. In contrast, fire elemental abilities significantly increase in potency under the sweltering heat of the desert, often more than doubling in strength, making them a widely recognized popular choice. However, the most remarkable enhancement is observed in earth elemental abilities. Take, for instance, Qiao Qiao's mastery over sand and stone. Her initial combat strength was rated at 100, but now it has surged to an impressive 500. The endless expanse of yellow sand serves as the ultimate weapon, primarily due to its remarkable softness, which makes it easy to manipulate. In the second apocalypse, the master of sand and stone undoubtedly reigns as the king of elemental powers, boasting the strongest offensive capabilities, the most enduring stamina, and the greatest versatility. Suen allowed his sister to rest temporarily while he made his way to the True God sect. He first retrieved some waterproof cloth from the vast spatial storage and utilized his powers to dig several large pits in the ground. He then had the cloth laid over the pits and subsequently drew water from the reservoir in the vast space, filling each pit to the brim. This water was previously extracted from the Golden Dragon Reservoir. Currently, the Eternal Life Adventure Group boasts dozens of water taps, ensuring an abundant water supply. Indeed, it has even overflowed. This water is raw and unpurified, making it suitable for the members of the True God sect to drink. Due to his less than pristine hands, he had hoarded an excessive amount of water over the past 6 months, seizing every opportunity to collect more from small rivers and streams. Occasionally, he would use his abilities to excavate large pools in uninhabited areas to store groundwater, draining them once filled. The self-sustaining water taps are duplicated continuously, operating almost without pause. As a result, the most abundant resource in the vast spatial storage is water, equivalent to dozens of Golden Dragon reservoirs, capable of supplying drinking water for over 1 million people. The problem lies in the fact that most of this water is unpurified and not particularly hygienic. Excessive consumption could lead to distressing consequences. Suen himself would not partake in it, nor would he allow his sister to do so, as he possesses ample clean water sources. Thus, he resolved to make the best use of it. The True God sect has now become an auxiliary force for him, requiring appropriate care, at the very least to ensure that too many do not perish from thirst. Under the guidance of Jean and Old Chu, the members of the True God sect began to line up to receive water resources. However, due to the large number of people within the sect, the distribution of water took nearly half an hour. Suen also had to periodically refill the pools with more water. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the crowd as dozens of small sand dunes came rushing toward the True God sect's stronghold at an alarming speed. Chapter 125, Seeds of Civilization and Night Combat. Seeing these swiftly moving mounds of earth, Suin grinned. Here they come. With a single hand, he unleashed dozens of highly compressed thunder orbs toward the approaching sand dunes. The orbs streaked through the air, striking the dunes and exploding with a tremendous discharge of electric energy. Instantly, the numerous sand dunes ceased their advance. Suin swiftly approached the sand dune, utilizing his unique ability to extract the creature lurking within the mound. Li Xiaoyu and the other women quickly gathered around. Before them stood a bizarre rodent, its body cloaked in jet-black fur, with remarkably large claws tipped with elongated talons. Its snout bore fleshy whiskers, yet it was devoid of eyes. What is this? Li Xiaoyu curiously prodded the strange rodent with her foot. Suin cast a glance at the creature and, with a single hand, tapped its head, activating the skill Plunder, Sand Shrew, LV8, ability, Sand Bite. The plunder was successful, granting him 2 skills, albeit both were ordinary. As unique desert creatures of the post-apocalyptic world, each of you should now possess a character panel. Try summoning your character panels. Within the skill section, you will find a scouting ability. Utilize this skill to ascertain the monster's name and level. Following the second apocalypse, everyone will have a character panel displaying their level and experience bar. Additionally, everyone possesses a scouting skill to investigate the levels and names of monsters. However, not all information about the creatures can be gleaned. Only their levels and names can be discerned, leaving other details shrouded in mystery. Wow, this is incredible. It feels like playing a game. Why am I only level 1? I'm level 1 too. Me too. The women quickly summoned their character panels, exclaiming in wonder. Suin waved his hand, extracting all the stunned sand shrews from the sand and piling them before him. He then drew a metallic combat knife and cleaved open one of the shrew's heads. Before long, he discovered a translucent almond, resembling a peanut, nestled within. He lifted the almond and explained to the group, this is known as a civilization seed, which can be used as experience points for leveling up. Each seed yields 50 experience points. Its applications are numerous, the most direct being its use as experience. As he spoke, Suin retrieved a vial of catalyst from his spatial pouch, dripping a single drop onto the seed. Instantly, the seed emitted a faint green glow, and a tender sprout emerged. Suin then placed the sprout into the sand and poured the entire vial of catalyst over it. The sprout grew at a visibly rapid pace, soon transforming into a towering tree over 5 meters high. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Suin patted the trunk and continued. This tree is called Guardian Wood. It releases a unique fragrance that causes desert monsters to steer clear, serving as a deterrent. He then took another vial of catalyst and poured it over several branches. The Guardian Wood shot up a few more meters in height, becoming even more majestic, while its crown began to bear numerous palm-sized fruits, hundreds in total. Suin used his sand manipulation ability to pluck the fruits, distributing them to the others. He then broke open one fruit and took a bite, savoring its subtle sweetness and abundant juice. These fruits are rich in moisture and can be consumed directly, making them one of the primary sources of hydration for survivors in the days to come. Suin casually discarded the half-eaten fruit and clapped his hands. In the cataclysmic era of the fallen apocalypse, the seed of civilization stands as the ultimate objective for all. Upon vanquishing desert creatures, there exists a chance of obtaining this seed, a mere 10% from monsters below level 10, 50% from those above level 10, and a guaranteed 100% from those exceeding level 15. The seed of civilization is destined to become the universal currency of the future, with myriad applications yet to be revealed. Suin presented the carcass of a sand rat to the True God sect to serve as sustenance. Unlike the zombie apocalypse, half of the creatures in the fallen apocalypse are non-toxic and edible. However, they are often rife with parasites. Consuming them raw risks infection by these parasites, leading to a loss of rationality. Hosts afflicted by parasites will uncontrollably wander deeper into the desert, only to be devoured by its denizens or vanish without a trace. Monster flesh is only safe for consumption once thoroughly cooked. Thus, while food is not in short supply in the fallen apocalypse, the texture and flavor of monster meat leave much to be desired. The true scarcity lies in water resources and seasonings such as salt. The sole means of procuring salt is through awakened individuals of the spatial affinity who bring salt from the previous apocalypse, or by cooking and refining the blood of monsters. After a brief respite, Suin and his companions resumed their journey. They opted to walk rather than utilize transport from the vast spatial realm. As the fallen apocalypse had only just begun, survivors had yet to establish secure routes. The noise emitted by vehicles would attract numerous desert creatures. Nonetheless, the mass migration of survivors still drew a considerable number of these monsters, including sand rats the size of calves and sand lizards measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, alongside various serpents lying in ambush beneath the sands. Occasionally, Giant vultures with wingspans of 7 to 8 meters circled overhead. While the desert may appear desolate and empty, it is fraught with peril, offering no greater safety than the zombie apocalypse. However, it seems that the monsters of the fallen apocalypse exhibit more predictable behavior, forming a remarkably complete ecological system. The survivor's task is to assimilate into this ecosystem and discover their rightful niche for better survival. As evening approached, the temperature gradually began to drop. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature plummeted into single digits. The desert climate exhibits a stark diurnal temperature variation. During the day, surface temperatures can soar to 60 or even 70 degrees Celsius, with the human perception of heat exceeding 35 degrees, a truly lethal heat. However, at night, temperatures can plunge to -4 or 5 degrees, or even lower. This represents a genuine dichotomy of extremes. In such a volatile environment, many survivors may succumb due to weakened immunity, developing high fevers, and the like. Yet, over time, individuals will adapt to this harsh climate. As night deepened and the temperatures continued to drop, the group could not help but shiver. Suen chose not to allow them to rest for the night, but instead pressed on under the cover of darkness. Compared to the excessive heat and significant moisture loss of the day, the coolness of the night was hardly a concern. Suen instructed Jean to ascend into the sky, unfurling her luminous wings to serve as a beacon, guiding those behind along the path ahead. Meanwhile, the members of the Eternal Life Adventure Group took on the responsibility of hunting monsters as protectors. As night descended, the frequency of monster activity surged dramatically, with their numbers increasing tenfold compared to daylight. Even with the Eternal Life Adventure Group acting as guardians, the sheer size of the survivor contingent rendered their combat power insufficient. Of course, Suen only intended to assist the True God sect. The fates of the other survivors were of no concern to him. His role was merely to guide them towards the Oasis safety zone, having done his utmost. Those who wish to survive must fend for themselves. Chapter 126. The use of earth-shaking worms and catalysts that night. Everyone remained awake, traversing the entire night road. Many did not even witness the dawn, falling prey to the lurking monsters. However, amidst the vast survivor group, such losses were insignificant. At sunrise, Jean glided down from the sky to kneel before Suen, her expression filled with astonishment. "Master, ahead lies a vast oasis." Upon hearing this, Suen spread his wings of light and soared into the air, gazing into the distance. Indeed, about 10 kilometers ahead, there was a sprawling cluster of oases. "It seemed I have not erred," Suen smiled broadly, calling out to those below, "Everyone, gather your spirits. We are less than 20 kilometers from the oasis. Once we arrive, safety will be assured." The survivors, invigorated by his words, hastened toward the front. After dawn, the number of monsters diminished significantly, yet the temperature rose rapidly. As the sun reached its zenith, the heat intensified, worsening the plight of the group compared to the night before. The journey through the desert, spanning a dozen kilometers, was not particularly long. At full speed, they could reach their destination in 2 to 3 hours. They ran and crawled, taking nearly 2 hours to spot the oasis cluster with the naked eye. In just another 10 minutes, they would arrive. However, at that moment, the ground trembled, and a large pit suddenly opened up behind the survivor group. Over 100 survivors screamed as they fell into the chasm. In the blink of an eye, the pit slowly closed, vanishing without a trace, taking those 100 souls with it. Suddenly, a yellow-brown mound of earth erupted, revealing a colossal circular worm with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Its fang-filled maw opened wide, large enough to engulf a house. After emitting a terrifying screech at the survivors, the worm burrowed into the sand, disappearing from sight. Yet, a massive earthen hill rose up, rapidly pursuing the group. Clearly, the giant worm was underground, hunting the survivors. Suen cursed his misfortune. "Wang Kai, lead the way and take everyone to the oasis. Everyone, heed my call, run towards the oasis without looking back." Wang Kai meowed affirmatively, darting toward the oasis, transforming into a colossal beast, clearing the desert monsters in its path. The members of the Eternal Life Adventure Group quickly followed Wang Kai, and the remaining survivors hastened to keep up. Suen unfurled his luminous wings and soared in the opposite direction, heading towards the rear of the survivor group. He halted before the swiftly moving sand dune and bellowed, harnessing his sand manipulation ability to construct a formidable wall deep within the ground. A dull thud resonated as a worm violently collided with the heavy barrier. Its movement abruptly halted. In the next instant, a colossal head erupted from the sands. Desert Roaming Devourer, LV-30, Skill, Earthshatter. This was the most troublesome creature in the cataclysmic aftermath, colloquially known as the Earthshatter worm. Though not abundant, this beast roamed the desert in search of sustenance, consuming not only humans but any living creature it encountered. With an astonishing level of 30, it was a formidable opponent. And even the most skilled S-class awakened beings, capped at level 10, found themselves at a significant disadvantage against it. The most prudent course of action upon encountering such a creature was to flee at all costs. However, the true threat posed by these monsters to the survivors lay not in their individual might, but rather in their capacity to wreak havoc upon the survivors' strongholds. Once the Earthshatter skill was unleashed, it could devastate an entire survivor camp. Fortunately, these creatures tended to avoid areas rich in guardian trees. The oasis was predominantly populated with such flora, prompting survivors to establish their homes within its confines to evade the menace of the Earthshatter worm. While this creature was catastrophic for others, it posed a lesser challenge for Suen. Its sudden ambush tactics, however, remained a nuisance, as it would brazenly assault and dismantle strongholds without regard for fair play. Suen swiftly unleashed a barrage of abilities upon the Earthshatter worm, defeating it in a single encounter and simultaneously acquiring 2 of its skills. Both were of boss-level caliber and quite commendable, particularly the Earthshatter skill, which was an exceptional tool for demolition. Meanwhile, the survivor group successfully reached the Oasis region. Yet, they were not alone. Other survivor factions from various territories had also begun to arrive. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, survivors from disparate areas were drawn together, gravitating towards the Oasis clusters. At least a dozen or 20 large groups of survivors converged upon a single oasis, their numbers exceeding millions. Each oasis cluster comprised numerous smaller oases. The ensuing struggle would revolve around the ownership of these oases. The larger the oasis, the more abundant the resources, thus supporting a greater population. Those who secured an oasis would thrive, while those who failed would become nomads in the desert, perpetually at risk from the lurking monsters. Encountering an Earthshatter worm would likely spell the end for any stronghold. After storing the carcass of the Earthshatter worm in his expansive spatial realm, Suen swiftly made his way towards the oasis to reunite with the others. As hordes of survivors arrived at the oasis, they frantically began to gather fruit or plunged into the small ponds to quench their thirst. Suen instructed Jean to promptly lead the True God Church in seizing control of a large oasis. The True God sect currently boasts a population exceeding 100,000, necessitating the occupation of large oases to sustain such a multitude. This oasis community comprises 10 segments, varying in size. Oasis number 1 is the largest, followed by number 2, while number 10 is the smallest. Suen has commanded the True God sect to seize Oasis number 2, while he himself, accompanied by the Eternal Life Adventure Group, journeys to Oasis number 1. Aside from a few harmless herbivorous creatures, the oasis presents little danger. The early arrivals will reap the benefits, provided they can maintain their hold and are not driven away by rival survivor factions. The ensuing period will be a protracted struggle for dominance over the oases among the survivors. Upon arriving at Oasis number 1, Suen immediately ordered the establishment of a camp on site, urging the swift ignition of a fire for cooking. After a hasty meal, he assigned half of the group to set up a camp at the oasis's center while the remainder accompanied him on a hunting expedition. Although he currently possesses ample water and food resources, the scarcity of civilization seeds is acute. The guardian trees cultivated from these seeds fall into 3 categories. One yields nutrient-rich and hydrating fruits, another possesses offensive and defensive attributes, and the last produces fibers akin to cotton and viscous sap for daily necessities. To ensure safety, a perimeter of offensive trees must be planted around the oasis, while the nutrient trees are sown within to provide water and vitamins, and the living trees yield raw materials for durable goods such as cotton and high-resilience rubber. However, all these trees require catalysts to thrive. Ordinary water is insufficient. Furthermore, these guardian trees necessitate periodic fertilization with catalysts, or they will gradually wither and ultimately perish. Thus, catalysts serve as a fundamental resource in the apocalyptic landscape. Even if one possesses the strength to conquer an oasis, a lack of adequate catalysts will lead to its slow demise. Therefore, in this fallen world, catalysts are the most precious of resources. With catalysts, one holds the key to progress. Without them, even sleep becomes elusive. Chapter 127. The First Hunt Beneath the Blazing Sun. Suen traverses the desert with 300 companions, this time not on foot, but aboard several large trucks. With no other survivors to impede their journey and no fear of monster attacks, they actually hope for the creatures to approach swiftly. Consequently, each truck is trailed by a long line of metal bottles and cans, creating a symphony of clinking and clattering sounds. Most monsters in the desert possess poor eyesight, but possess acute senses of smell and hearing. During the day, they bury themselves in the sand to escape the searing heat. However, upon hearing unusual high-frequency noises, they emerge to forage, retreating back into the sand after feeding. Awaiting the fall of night, The clatter of cans and the roar of engines undoubtedly disrupt the tranquility of the desert, akin to tossing a handful of stones into a calm pond. Numerous monsters slowly rise from the sands, including sand rats as large as calves, several meter-long lizards, snakes as thick as buckets, and scorpions the size of millstones. Before long, the rear of the convoy was engulfed by a swarm of desert monstrosities. Sue-in deftly maneuvered from the passenger seat to the roof of the vehicle, gazing at the pursuing creatures. Approximately 1,000 of them, predominantly below level 10. With a flourish, he unfurled his luminous wings and soared towards the back of the convoy, landing upon the ground. With a single stomp, he erected a sturdy wall of sand and stone, effectively blocking the horde. The convoy came to a steady halt, and the cargo doors swung open, allowing the armed women to descend in an orderly fashion, charging towards the beasts. Sue-in, meanwhile, perched atop the vehicle, retrieving a sunshade, a seat, and a chilled cola from his expansive spatial storage, leisurely sipping the beverage as he admired the valiant displays of the women in battle. Naturally, the combat instructor, Li Xiaoyu, accompanied them. However, due to her hammer having weathered over time, she was only equipped with a pair of advanced alloy gloves for combat. Her assaults were characterized by powerful swings and kicks, showcasing her brute force. The performance of the other team members was commendable as well, having been tempered by the apocalypse. These once delicate and beautiful women had transformed into competent warriors, each capable of standing their ground. Moreover, they were continually evolving. The future held great promise. Although Sue-in could easily join the fray, significantly increasing their efficiency, he refrained from doing so. Such an intervention would diminish the opportunities for the women to showcase their skills and hinder their continuous development, which contradicted his original intention of forging the strongest legion. Presently, the Everlasting Adventure Group was the smallest organization, with fewer than 800 members. It was unlikely they would recruit on a large scale in the future. To compete with numerous formidable factions, every woman must evolve into a fierce warrior capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. Their current strength and equipment were already far superior to those of other survivors. Due to the collapse of civilization, resources had dwindled, and weapons were scarce. At this stage, everyone could only huddle within oases, engaging in internal strife over territory, awaiting a time when the situation stabilized and territorial divisions were clear before embarking on large-scale hunts. The weapons and equipment available were rudimentary, often sourced from the shells of the monsters themselves. The number of alloy gear left over from the zombie apocalypse was minimal, particularly for those who had kept their equipment at home for maintenance. They found themselves bereft of anything when the apocalypse struck. Those who had hoarded several sets of alloy gear faced their own misfortunes. In this regard, the Everlasting Adventure Group was well prepared, with a solid foundation of advanced alloy gear, boasting more than 10 sets per person in reserve. Additionally, Sue-in's expansive spatial storage was filled with mountains of alloy materials, complemented by dozens of top-tier alloy manufacturing devices, allowing them to create whatever equipment they desired. Thus, the Everlasting Adventure Group bypassed the phase of mere survival within the oasis, commencing large-scale hunts the very next day after the apocalypse. They not only lacked for equipment, but also for provisions. The only thing in short supply was the seeds of civilization. It was imperative to amass a substantial quantity of these seeds swiftly, enabling the members to elevate their character levels. The seeds of civilization can only be procured through one's own efforts, as the other survivors remain in a state of bewilderment. Over 90% of them, let alone hunting monsters, are entirely unaware of what these seeds actually are. The specific functions of the civilization seeds will not become widely known among the survivors for at least another week. This situation leaves Sue-in somewhat dissatisfied, for it has been quite some time since he had the opportunity to acquire anything valuable, and he feels an itch to see something worthwhile. The battle did not last long, concluding in less than half an hour, resulting in the slaughter of thousands of desert monsters, while the female members sustained no casualties. After excavating the seeds, they submitted them for management, while the monster carcasses were loaded onto trucks for transportation back. Living in a desert region necessitates a basic understanding of what is edible and what is not, and Sue-in deemed it essential to educate the women on these fundamental survival skills. Although monster meat may not be palatable, indulging in it occasionally can offer a novel experience. Any surplus could be donated to the True God sect, which does not concern itself with taste. Sustenance is all that matters. This sentiment resonates with the majority of survivors. After dispatching a wave of monsters, the convoy set off once more, luring a new batch of creatures. This cycle of attracting and exterminating continued until dusk. By the end of the day, thousands of desert monsters had been slain, yielding approximately 1,500 civilization seeds. This translates to 75,000 experience points, sufficient to elevate 75 women to level 2. thereby significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild. As for Suin, he reached level 10 on the final day of the apocalypse, yet astonishingly, the maximum level was not displayed. The experience gained from slaying monsters continues to accrue, with the upgrade requirement now set at 500,000 experience points. This daunting figure momentarily dissuades him from contemplating further ascension. His level 10 status already places him ahead of everyone else by a considerable margin, more than adequate for the time being. Future concerns can be addressed later. Having nearly completed their hunting expedition, and with the monster bodies fully loaded, the convoy turned around to return. However, they had not traveled far before being intercepted by a survivor group numbering over 10,000. The formation of this group was orderly and disciplined, indicating it was likely an independent adventurer faction. Notably, many members donned alloy gear, a rarity in the post-apocalyptic landscape, marking them as a formidable power. The number of awakened individuals was equally impressive, comprising 1/10 of the group, amounting to over 1,000, and their faces were unfamiliar, hailing not from Su District, but from other regions. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the distances between survivors have inadvertently shortened, once separated by miles. They now gravitate towards each other in a regional congregation, suggesting that ultimately, the survivors of Jiangzhou province will unite. Chapter 128. The Beggar Undermining Others. Stick with me. I'm not short on funds. Dozens of awakened individuals intercepted Su In's convoy. The women swiftly exited the vehicles, their expressions steely as they readied their weapons for combat. The guiding principle of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild is remarkably straightforward. Except for one's own people, everyone else is an enemy. One must always be prepared for confrontation when venturing outside. Everyone, do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions, spoke a middle-aged gentleman clad in a pristine white suit as he emerged from the crowd, his demeanor exuding charm. Despite the apocalyptic surroundings, he was impeccably attired, clearly not an ordinary individual, but rather a high-ranking leader of a significant faction. With an elegant flourish, he introduced himself. I am Du Lekong, the esteemed leader of the Crystal Adventure team. It is a pleasure to encounter such beautiful ladies in this place. May I inquire where you ladies are headed? Li Xiaoyu, standing at the forefront, rolled her eyes in impatience. I don't recognize you, nor have I heard of you. Move aside, or else do not blame me for being heavy-handed and causing you harm. Du Lekong, however, merely smiled, his gaze toward Li Xiaoyu growing increasingly fervent. Might I ask if any of you ladies would be interested in joining our Crystal Adventure team? We offer exceptional benefits, a hearty meal every 3 days, and a genuine serving of meat every fortnight, along with 2 handfuls of laundry detergent each month. I imagine such provisions are beyond your wildest dreams, am I right? Rest assured, should you choose to join us, I will uphold my promises without fail. With unwavering confidence, Du Lekong surveyed the group of fair-skinned and beautiful maidens. Truth be told, in this chaotic era, few adventure teams could boast such appealing offers. Even the members of the Crystal Adventure team felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing Du Lekong's words. After all, they had been subsisting on nutrient solutions for half a year. Meat was but a fantasy. Yet, upon witnessing the hundreds of stunning maidens, they collectively deemed the situation worthwhile. Each of these beauties was of goddess-like caliber, and such exquisite women were a rarity within the Crystal Adventure team. If these ladies were to join, perhaps one might even share in the fortune. Why waste words with them? Just capture them, someone suggested. There are only a few hundred of them. How much trouble could they possibly cause? Another chimed in. Yes, capture them, and let me have one. Hearing Du Lekong's words, the ladies of the Chongqing Adventure team were collectively taken aback, their expressions a mixture of bemusement, mockery, suppressed laughter, and, above all, pity. Since the establishment of the Chongqing Adventure team, they had navigated through the chaos without anyone daring to covet their members. To brazenly approach the competition with such lures was unprecedented. One word, absurd. Li Xiaoyu too was astonished, incredulity etched across her face. A hearty meal every 3 days? Genuine meat every fortnight? Are you serious? Du Lekong nodded, his expression one of pride. Surprising, isn't it? I understand this may be hard to believe, but the Crystal Adventure team possesses the capability to deliver on these promises. Li Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite difficult to fathom. Du Lekong chuckled. Do not be too surprised. Our Crystal Adventure team is the largest and most formidable in Chandi. Stick with me, and I assure you a future filled with boundless opportunities. Perform well, and you might even indulge in carbonated beverages. Li Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself and interjected, wait a moment. I am rather curious. How did you deduce that we would be lacking in food? If circumstances permit, I suggest you take a look in the mirror. All of you appear to be malnourished. Even our pet Wonkai would be eager to share some food with you. And do you not notice what attire our sisters are wearing? At Li Xiaoyu's remark, Du Lekong began to scrutinize her and her companions more closely. Previously blinded by their beauty, he now observed that these young women all exhibited a healthy complexion, their appearances refreshingly neat and devoid of any signs of destitution, radiating an air of nobility amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Indeed, they did not resemble individuals lacking in resources. As for their equipment, it was all made of advanced alloy, high-grade alloy gear. Du Lekong involuntarily stepped back a couple of paces, while the Crystal Adventure team possessed some high-grade alloy gear. It was a scarce commodity, totaling perhaps a mere 10 sets. Due to the calamity of the fallen world, only 3 or 4 sets remained. Yet this throng of young women, numbering in the hundreds, donned nothing less than high-grade alloy gear. What did this signify? The entirety of Changde might not possess such a quantity of high-grade alloy gear. It was likely that even 100 sets could not be gathered. Impossible. How could you possess so many high-grade alloy gears? Only laboratories of level 4 and above yield such equipment. How could you possibly conquer such advanced laboratories? He questioned incredulously. It was not even guaranteed that a single high-level laboratory could provide a complete set of high-grade alloy gear. Only top-tier laboratories of level 5 and above could consistently produce such equipment. While the Crystal Adventure team was indeed powerful, they still dared not lightly tread into level 5 laboratories. Even if they managed to conquer one, the potential casualties and losses would be immense, rendering it not worth the risk. Li Xiaoyu regarded Du Lekong with a half-smile. Do you still wish for us to join your so-called adventure team? Upon hearing this, Du Lekong's face shifted through shades of red and blue, feeling an intense heat on his cheeks. He had intended to put on a show of bravado, only to be thoroughly humiliated. The mere existence of these 300 sets of high-grade alloy gear was beyond his reach. Moreover, they even possessed a truck. How could this be? It defied all logic. He felt akin to a beggar pedaling a tricycle before a beauty in a $1,000,000 luxury car, audaciously proclaiming, "Would you like a ride, beautiful? Let me show you what it means to be esteemed." What a colossal embarrassment. Not only Du Lekong, but all members of the Crystal Adventure team felt their faces flush with shame. Initially flustered, Du Lekong's demeanor shifted to one of simmering anger. His expression dark and tumultuous. A force capable of presenting 300 sets of high-grade alloy gear was undoubtedly beyond his means to confront. Yet, here stood just these 300 young ladies, while they numbered over 10,000. If he could subdue these girls, would he not reap both wealth and beauty? As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of coldness flashed in Du Lekong's eyes, and he subtly signaled to his subordinates. Understanding his intent, his men began to disperse their formation, gradually surrounding the women of the Chongqing Adventure team. However, Li Xiaoyu and her companions remained unfazed, their gaze fixed on the truck. Leaning against the passenger seat, Suin stretched lazily before hopping out of the vehicle. Yawning, he remarked nonchalantly, "Normal people can be killed, while awakened ones will be left crippled." Chapter 129. The Massacre of the Crystal Adventure Team. The Crystal Adventure Team appeared to consist of over 10,000 members. Yet only around 2,000 could truly stand toe-to-toe with the women of the Chongqing Adventure Team. This meant the actual ratio was 7 to 1. Each woman from the Chongqing Adventure Team only needed to take down 7.5 enemies to ensure victory. With Suin's command, the women formed a battle array and took the initiative to attack. A force of 300, well-equipped and composed entirely of high-level awakened ones, was an imposing sight. Among them were over 20 S-level awakened individuals. The battle commenced with a comprehensive onslaught. Suin ambled towards Du Lekong, as the enemies rushing towards him were engulfed by raging flames before they could even approach. The ordinary individuals did not even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes by the inferno. The awakened ones could only endure for a brief moment longer. After a gentle pat from Suin, they too became charred remains. The women diligently adhered to Suin's instructions, employing lethal techniques against ordinary foes to ensure instant kills, while they maimed the awakened ones to render them incapacitated. The air was rife with harrowing cries, severed limbs flew through the air, and blood stained the earth, transforming it into a vast expanse of crimson, a scene of utter carnage. Observing his team members collapsing in droves, Du Lekong's face turned pale, utterly unprepared for the terrifying prowess of these seemingly delicate women in battle. Despite their numbers, the enemy's superior equipment and their status as seasoned high-level awakened ones rendered them formidable opponents, well-trained and battle-hardened. They were not merely incapable of killing. They could scarcely breach the defenses of their adversaries. What left Du Lekong even more astounded was the presence of over 20 S-level awakened individuals on the opposing side. While his team boasted only 4, they were thoroughly countered from every angle, leaving them no room for retaliation. Within 10 minutes, defeat loomed large. Some team members were already contemplating retreat, eager to flee. What monstrous beings have I provoked? In that moment, Du Lekong was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself in disbelief. He had initially believed they could reign supreme in Changbi, that they would similarly be a formidable force elsewhere, rarely encountering worthy adversaries. Yet, barely having left the novice village, they found themselves mercilessly beaten. The disparity between dreams and reality was stark. Just then, Suin materialized behind Du Lekong in an instant. The dazzling S-level figure, with a wealth value of 650,000, was indeed a prime target. Alas, I already possess this ability, and the wealth value still falls significantly short of what Lord Hu commands. I cannot help but wonder if I might still encounter a holder of the spatial domain. In the apocalyptic era, particularly after the second apocalypse, the wealthiest individuals have always been those awakened with spatial storage abilities. This type of awakened individual is typically a hoarder, amassing an abundance of resources, each one a veritable prize among prizes. Regrettably, such awakened beings are exceedingly rare, and encountering them is purely a matter of chance. Hearing a sound from behind, Du Lekong unhesitatingly activated his diamond body, transforming instantly into an indomitable steel-like form. This splendid body, a pinnacle of defensive abilities, could virtually immunize against over 90% of elemental powers, rendering him impervious to water and fire. Its sole weakness lay in its relatively poor resilience against immense force. When faced with S-class power amplification abilities, it suffered marginal disadvantages. Nevertheless, this flaw did little to overshadow its brilliance, as the diamond body not only boasted extraordinary defense, but also formidable combat prowess, with sheer brute force delivering considerable destructive capability. Die brat! Du Lekong charged directly at Suin, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His ferocious combat style was in stark contrast to his refined exterior. Boom! In an instant, dust and debris were sent flying. Yet, this seemingly cataclysmic charge was effortlessly halted by Suin with a single hand. What? Du Lekong exclaimed in astonishment. Utterly unprepared for his lethal strike to be intercepted so easily, it should be noted that this collision contained at least 10 tons of force. A full-powered strike from an A-class pure strength enhancer. Take this. Suin's indifferent voice rang out. Du Lekong felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and his diamond body vanished in an instant, returning him to his original state. How could this be? Where's my ability? The answer came in the form of Suin delivering a sharp blow to his head, which, while painful, was not without consequence. It obliterated Du Lekong's head, akin to a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, members of the Crystal Adventure Group, who were fleeing with supplies, were horrified to find their cargo suddenly vanished. Where are our supplies? They've all disappeared. How can we survive without them? They remained blissfully unaware that their resources had been plundered into Suin's expansive domain, leaving them dazed and bewildered. With the death of their leader, Du Lekong, panic gripped the Crystal Adventure Group. The remaining 4 S-class awakened officers were swiftly dispatched as well. Consequently, the members of the Crystal Adventure Group discarded their armor and fled for their lives. A throng of women swiftly began to pursue and intercept them, determined to eliminate every last one, particularly the awakened. Meanwhile, Suin scoured the battlefield, amidst the cries of the fallen, to collect abilities, while also finishing off the remnants. Having thoroughly looted both powers and wealth, he noted a slight deficit in experience points from killing, yet even the smallest gain was worthwhile. As for the corpses, they were left unattended. The circling vultures had long awaited this feast. After approximately an hour of relentless pursuit, the Crystal Adventure Group had suffered catastrophic losses, with nearly 90% of its members reduced to lifeless bodies scattered across the desert. The remaining defeated soldiers were predominantly ordinary individuals devoid of abilities, prompting Suin to lose interest in the chase and command his allies to withdraw. In this battle, Suin had acquired over 1,000 abilities, including 5 finished S-class ones. The material wealth valued at less than 800,000 can be considered a modest, yet significant harvest. Following the onset of the second apocalypse, all survivors in Jiangzhou will gather together, ushering in several waves of awakening. He shall once again delight in harnessing extraordinary abilities. Transforming all 700 young women in the group into S-class awakeners will no longer be a mere dream. In contrast to Suin's indifference towards human life, the young women are decidedly different. Although some among them have taken lives, this scale of slaughtering survivors is unprecedented. Some of the young women find themselves unable to suppress the slight tremor in their hands. Suin approaches one of the young women, gently wiping the blood from her face, yet he refrains from offering any words of comfort. This is merely the beginning. The future will see even more lives claimed. At least during the upcoming 7 days of the Oasis competition, every member of the Chongqing Adventure Group will find their hands stained with blood. The act of killing brings initial guilt and unease, but as it becomes more frequent, one grows numb to it. Su-in, at the very least, has already become desensitized. Chapter 130. The intensification of the Oasis competition. By the time Su-in and his team return to the Oasis settlement, chaos reigns throughout the community. The Oasis comprises only 10 larger sectors, capable of sustaining fewer than 5 million people, yet the number of survivors continues to swell, reaching 4 million in just 2 days. These survivors hail from various regions and factions, and those who have survived until now are not to be trifled with. Conflicts erupt at the slightest provocation. In an instant, the entire Oasis settlement is engulfed in flames of war. Initially, the newly arrived survivor factions merely observe, but soon they too plunge into the fray. Thus, the first phase of the second apocalypse, the Oasis competition, officially commences. The Chongqing Adventure Group occupies the most fertile Oasis number 1, naturally inciting envy, especially with the presence of several hundred delicate and beautiful young women guarding it. Consequently, the survivors perceive the Chongqing Adventure Group as an easy target. Waves upon waves of individuals launch an assault on Oasis number 1. Brothers, let us slay, seize resources and women. Let us claim this oasis and never worry about food and drink again. Defensive ability teams, advance. Elementalists, unleash your powers. Healers, ensure your teammates are restored. A tumultuous battle of extraordinary abilities unfolds, reminiscent of a massive online game team battle. Those responsible for guarding the oasis, including Xue Qingyu and others, have long since engaged with the survivors in combat. Upon his return, Su-in immediately joins the fray at Oasis number 1. However, he does not engage directly. Rather, he quietly observes the young women as they fight fiercely. It is time for them to stand on their own. Numerous factions are attacking Oasis number 1, each representing different regions, some consisting of individual adventure groups, while others form alliances of several groups, totaling over 100,000 individuals. Given the varying strengths of the survivors from different areas, the number of those who have survived the second apocalypse differs significantly. Some regions have only a few tens of thousands, while others boast hundreds of thousands. Regions like Su District, which can sustain over 1 million survivors, are exceedingly rare. However, the survivors of Su D did not participate in the assault on Oasis number 1, held by the Eternal Life Adventure Group, nor on Oasis number 2, occupied by the True God sect. In their hearts, they all felt a sense of trepidation. That man is not to be trifled with. Consequently, the survivors of Su D formed an alliance of 1 million, primarily focusing on the conquest of Oasis number 345. Capturing these 3 oases would suffice to sustain them. However, due to the previous massacre of numerous awakened individuals by Su-in, the number of awakened in Su D had dwindled to less than 2,000, rendering their overall strength rather inadequate. Fortunately, having served as laborers for the Eternal Life Adventure Group for 6 months, although the catalysts were gone, their equipment was commendable, somewhat compensating for the disparity in combat prowess. Thus, the million-strong alliance of Su D swiftly emerged as the most formidable force within the Oasis community. Capturing Oasis No. 345 was merely a matter of time. As for Su-in, he wandered aimlessly through the Oasis community, plundering any awakened he encountered without the slightest hesitation. Such a scene, filled with chaos and conflict among awakened individuals, was akin to paradise for him. Yes, indeed, let the battles commence. Su-in transformed into a specter, darting through one Oasis community after another. Many awakened only felt a sudden tap on their backs before their powers and possessions vanished entirely. Damn it! Wait a moment. Where are my abilities? Where is my alloy war knife? My alloy armor is gone. Curse it, my half bottle of my mother's spicy sauce. The chaos persisted until the early hours of the next day, when signs of abatement began to emerge. Yet, with the arrival of new survivor factions in the Oasis, the flames of conflict continued to rage. The entire Oasis area lay in ruins, littered with corpses and drenched in blood. The oases were limited in size and resources, capable of sustaining only a finite number of individuals. They either had to drive out their opponents or eliminate them. Otherwise, they would be left to wander the desert and await their demise. In this life-and-death struggle, everyone fought with reckless abandon. After a night of turmoil, Su-in had explored the regions of Oases number 5 to 10, having amassed nearly 9,800 newly plundered abilities, including 18 of the coveted S-class abilities. This meant that, over the course of a single night, more than 9,000 awakened individuals had lost their powers and reverted to ordinary people. Particularly tragic were the several S-class awakened, who, overnight, had fallen from lofty positions of power to the status of mere survivors. Their fates awaited them. Either the jealousy of their former peers seeking revenge or vengeance from enemies, with many meeting their end amidst the chaos of battle. However, Despite Su-in's vast accumulation of abilities, he still required several hundred more to upgrade his own. Thus, he unfurled his luminous wings and soared towards Oasis number 2, where the True God Sect resided. Although the True God Sect boasted a membership exceeding 100,000, their number of awakened individuals was not substantial, and their overall strength was mediocre. Were it not for the alloy equipment and zombie skills provided by Su-in, they would likely have been expelled from Oasis No. Too long ago. After a night of fierce combat, the True God Sect had only managed to secure less than 1/5 of Oasis number 2. It is exceedingly challenging to maintain an expanding advantage. At this moment, the formidable Jeanne d'Arc continues to grapple with two S-Class awakened beings, one a S-Class Earth-type Awakener, and the other an S-Class Wood-type Awakener. Both hail from the same adventure guild. One is a burly man with a thick beard, while the other is a slender youth. The burly man's ability is S-Class Rapid Growth, allowing him to swiftly nurture robust vines, commanding them to unleash relentless assaults. The youth possesses the S-Class ability of Earth Manipulation, enabling him to shape Earth into various colossal, anthropomorphic dolls, which he directs to charge, trample, and hurl at their foes. Together, these two S-Class abilities constitute a formidable combat prowess. Their synergy in battle is truly terrifying. Had it not been for Jeanne's ability to fly, she would have long since been defeated. Nevertheless, she finds herself ensnared in a grueling struggle. Big sister, please don't fly about recklessly. You are so beautiful. I will turn you into a doll as well. I will protect you. He. The youth's otherwise grim visage is now adorned with an eerie grin. He harbors a rather peculiar obsession, transforming individuals into dolls for his personal collection. To date, he has amassed over 100 such dolls, including those of his very own parents. After all, they had sought to sell him to those perverse individuals for their own gratification. He loved them dearly. Why did they abandon him? Why? The moment he acquired his abilities, he returned home and turned his parents into dolls, ensuring they could forever remain by his side. This way, love would never fade, wouldn't it? Chapter 131. Ding Zeng and Uncle Pan. Ding Zeng, stop playing around. Use your full strength. Don't let this woman escape. Once we subdue her, she is yours to do as you please. The burly man, growing impatient as he observed the youth's lackadaisical demeanor, admonished him. Despite Ding Zeng's seemingly innocent facade, he is inherently cunning. He will not exert his full power without a tangible reward, presumably coveting this mixed-blood beauty to turn her into a doll. Admittedly, the burly man himself is captivated by the same beauty, yet for the greater good, he must concede the advantage to this rascal. Upon hearing the burly man's words, Ding Zeng grinned widely. Uncle Pan, you said it. This beautiful big sister is mine now. No longer concealing his strength, he launched an all-out assault. The sandcrafted dolls expanded significantly in size. The earthen dolls lifted clumps of soil from the ground, hurling them towards Jeanne, who hovered above. Faced with the onslaught of vines and intermittent sand projectiles, Jeanne gradually began to feel overwhelmed, forced to evade incessantly in the air. Opportunities to counterattack were scarce, and she found herself at a disadvantage, embroiled in a bitter fight. The members of the True God Sect watched in profound concern, wishing to assist, but feeling utterly helpless. The battle between S-Class awakened beings is not something ordinary individuals can intervene in. They could only watch in anxious desperation while also contending with other awakened beings' assaults, each preoccupied with their own survival. Just then, a detached voice echoed from the sky. Ah, two S-Class abilities, quite impressive. Startled by the sound resonating from above, the burly man with a beard looked up in surprise. Who is it? He raised his head abruptly, only to behold a figure clad in pristine casual attire, standing tall against the wind, gazing down upon the crowd. The true deity has arrived. Long live the true deity. Long live the true deity. The fervent followers of the true deity erupted in cheers. The bearded man furrowed his brow. This is bad. Reinforcements have arrived. Ding Zeng, you hold that girl off for now. I'll take care of this brat. He hastily summoned the vines to rise from the ground and lunged towards Su-in. I care not whether you are an ally. Since you dare to meddle, prepare to meet your end. The thick vines whistled through the air, rapidly piercing towards Su-in, striking him directly. Humph, just a worthless fool, daring to intrude. Wasted my anxiety for nothing, spit. Seeing his opponent's reinforcements so easily dispatched, the man disdainfully spat, his expression one of contempt. However, as he focused his gaze, he was taken aback to find that the very boy he had pierced had vanished without a trace. Looking for me. A calm voice emerged from behind the bearded man. An icy chill ran down his spine as he turned to summon the vines for another attack. Before he could react, he felt a tightening at the back of his head, and he was lifted off the ground. Simultaneously, his powers ceased to respond, and the summoned vines vanished without a trace. The bearded man was taken aback. "My friend, I apologize. Please grant me mercy. I will take my people and leave." In response, Suin simply clasped his hand, and the bearded man's head exploded like a watermelon. His headless corpse collapsed to the ground, limbs still twitching feebly. Witnessing Uncle Pan's gruesome demise, Ding Zing ceased his assault on Jean and, without a word, leaped onto the mudstone golem, urging it to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Suin appeared before him in an instant, blocking his path. The golem screeched to a halt, and a naive, innocent smile graced Ding Zheng's face. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. I'll give you all my things. I have a jar of peaches. They're delicious and cool." Before Ding Zheng could finish his plea, he felt a light spear pierce through his body. The searing pain caused him to scream as he fell to the ground, wailing in anguish. The light spear had been thrown by Jean. While it pierced his body, it was not immediately lethal. Suin approached Ding Zheng, placing a foot upon his head and activating his plundering abilities for a threefold theft. Ignoring Ding Zheng's desperate cries and pleas, he crushed him underfoot. Seeing both of their leaders slain before them, the remaining members of the True Deity sect scattered like frightened birds. Joan gradually descended before Suin, her face radiating gratitude as she said, "Thank you, my master." Suin dismissively waved his hand, replying, "Rise. The strength of the True God sect is still too feeble. It will be quite challenging to seize Oasis number 2. After pondering for a moment, he commanded, "Summon 2,000 followers." Joan nodded in acknowledgement, and soon returned with over 2,000 level 1 followers. Suin swiftly allocated the skills of these 2,000 elite zombies one by one. On the final day of the zombie apocalypse, he had amassed nearly 100,000 zombie skills. After fusion, this resulted in 20,000 elite level skills and over 5,000 boss level skills. Naturally, the boss level skills were reserved for his own team, while the elite level ones could be utilized to bolster the True God sect in times of urgency. The elite level zombie skills were roughly equivalent to Class CD abilities. With the addition of 2,000 individuals akin to Class CD awakened ones, the True God sect could temporarily solidify its presence in Oasis number 2. In a few hours, a wave of awakenings was anticipated. And with the vast population base of the True God sect, they could expect to gain thousands more awakened individuals. This would enable the True God sect to completely dominate Oasis number 2, capable of sustaining a large population of several tens of thousands. Surviving the battle for the Oasis would herald a bright future for the True God sect. Suin saw a new hope embodied within it. After distributing the zombie skills, Suin departed Oasis number 2 amidst the reverent bows of the followers. Following a night of arduous battle, Oasis number 1 was gradually stabilizing. Although the number of the Eternal Life Adventure Group was limited, they possessed superior quality. Their weapons and equipment were top-notch, and even among the awakened, there were dozens at the S level. Despite facing an attacking force of several 100,000, the formidable composition of the Eternal Life Adventure Group yielded them an advantage. While the assault on Oasis number 1 was undertaken by many, the Eternal Life Adventure Group was only confronted by 40 to 50,000 adversaries, as the rest engaged in mutual betrayal and chaotic skirmishes. Consequently, the Eternal Life Adventure Group managed to secure the heart of Oasis number 1 without incurring significant losses. As long as they continued to expand their held territory gradually, it would not be long before they could consume the resource-rich Oasis number 1 entirely. Chapter 132. Plundering Upgrade New Ability. Seize the future. Upon Suin's return to the temporary base, the women were taking turns on the front lines, with Lu Hui and Xue Qingyu overseeing personnel adjustments. Injured individuals were promptly withdrawn to receive restorative abilities, while others stepped in to fill their places. Those fatigued were also rotated out, ensuring a well-prepared strategy for prolonged engagements. Each member of the Eternal Life Adventure Group was meticulously nurtured by Suin. The loss of even one would be a significant blow. They could sustain injuries, but death was absolutely unacceptable. Thus, the tactical approach was cautious and methodical, methodically encroaching upon the territory of others. Seeing the performance of his women, Suin nodded in satisfaction. They were already beginning to show their potential. If they maintained this steady yet resolute spirit, Oasis number 1 would soon fall into their hands with ease. Naturally, securing Oasis number 1 is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies in firmly holding it with the scant few hundred individuals available. The road ahead remains long. Upon witnessing Suin's return, the resting young women joyfully surrounded him, each offering a warm embrace as a form of spiritual encouragement. Scattered around the camp's perimeter lay thousands of awakened individuals, already rendered feeble and on the brink of starvation, evidently left for him by the women. Suin, unfazed, proceeded to delightfully reap and finish them off one by one. With the addition of these several thousand abilities, his newly acquired powers had surpassed 10,000. His proficiency in ability plundering had reached level 4, 100, and smoothly ascended to level 5. Ding! It has been detected that your god-level ability plundering has advanced, granting you the ability to seize the future. Seize the future. You may plunder a character's experience points and levels, with a maximum of 9 levels and 99 of the current character's experience points per attempt. Targets at level 1 or below cannot be plundered. The experience and levels gained through plundering can be gifted, requiring a goodwill level of 90 or above for the recipient. Upon reading the description of his new ability, Suen could not help but beam with delight. Splendid. This is truly plundering. Initially, he could only seize others' powers and wealth. Now, even experience points and levels are within his grasp. Nonetheless, this ability retains a humanitarian aspect, as those plundered are afforded a safeguard. Individuals at level 1 and below cannot have their levels or experience points taken. At least there remains hope for upward mobility, does it not? Much like harvesting chives, as long as the roots remain, they can regrow. Suen had originally intended to venture out for further plundering of abilities, but upon reflection, he decided against it. He would wait for the other survivors to elevate their levels before plundering both levels and abilities in one fell swoop. With over 10,000 abilities at his disposal, merging them could yield approximately 200 S-level powers. Consequently, nearly half of the Eternal Adventurers group would consist of S-level awakened individuals, while the remaining half would be converted to A-level. Simultaneously, it was time to distribute boss-level zombie skills to the team members. The proficiency of boss-level zombie skills is roughly equivalent to A-level abilities, albeit lacking the quality of S-level powers. However, their abundance compensates for this, as each member could receive several boss-level zombie skills. Nevertheless, pairing these skills required careful consideration of side effects. Suen currently dared to assign only 2 per person to avoid risking severe consequences or incapacitating them. The group's combat strength was poised to ascend to a new pinnacle. Suen then plunged into the tent to begin crafting skills. Consequently, the young women who had withdrawn from the front lines would each enter Suen's tent to undergo a blessing ceremony. The first to be distributed were the assembled zombie skills, 2 for each individual. With the addition of these 2 brand new zombie skills, their combat prowess would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. At the very least, Oasis number 1 would be securely held. As for the abilities, they would be set aside for the moment, primarily because he had yet to complete the merging process. Moreover, within the organization, there exists a regulation that allows for the exchange of honor points for extraordinary abilities. The arbitrary distribution of such powers would indeed be unjust to those women who have diligently accumulated honor points to acquire their abilities. While the Eternal Adventure Team may be governed by a singular authority, it is imperative to adhere to established rules. Regardless of the chaos that may prevail in the outside world, internal disorder within the Eternal Adventure Team is unacceptable. Following the recent conflict, many women have amassed a considerable number of honor points and are equally entitled to exchange them for S-tier abilities from him. A few hours later, the women of the Eternal Adventure Team visited Suen's tent in succession, each receiving their designated zombie skill set. Joy radiated from their faces, while the speed of their occupation of Oasis number 1 accelerated. As noon approached, the competition for the Oasis continued unabated. Simultaneously, the survivors experienced a new wave of ability awakenings. Numerous ordinary individuals swiftly transformed into awakened beings. The last significant awakening wave occurred during the zombie apocalypse, with an awakening probability of merely 1 in 1,000. In contrast, this time the odds have improved to 1 in 50, meaning 1 person out of every 50 would awaken abilities and become an awakened being. At present, the Oasis community has gathered millions of survivors, most of whom are ordinary individuals. This recent awakening wave has given rise to tens of thousands of awakened beings, including over a dozen of the rare S-tier awakened. The overall strength of the survivors has thus ascended to a new echelon. Consequently, the conflict intensified as the newly empowered awakened beings surged forward with newfound vigor. However, this exhilaration proved fleeting. While they possessed abilities, their lack of proficiency limited their effectiveness. Soon, the newly awakened retreated from the battlefield, returning to their strongholds to diligently hone their skills. Although elevating the level of their abilities is relatively straightforward, requiring only relentless practice to enhance proficiency, their physical stamina is finite. In the initial stages, they can only utilize their skills a limited number of times before exhaustion sets in, necessitating sustenance to restore their energy. For abilities ranked C and above, reaching maximum proficiency typically demands at least a week of dedicated effort. S-tier abilities are even more challenging, often requiring relentless practice for half a month. accompanied by sufficient resources to sustain their strength. Otherwise, they risk being drained by their own powers before achieving full proficiency. However, the ongoing struggle for the Oasis is fervent, and resources are already in short supply, leaving little time for the newly awakened to focus on skill enhancement. This predicament has led to widespread lamentations among the fresh awakened, who must grit their teeth and press forward, striving to improve their proficiency even amidst the fray. When fatigue overwhelms them, they can only lie on the ground, feigning death in the hope that others will not deliver the finishing blow. Nevertheless, this latest wave of awakenings bears little relevance to the Eternal Adventure team. Presently, there are no ordinary individuals left within the team. Each member is an awakened being, with the lowest among them being A tier. Their proficiency levels have long been maximized, and their primary focus now shifts toward enhancing their character levels. It is worth mentioning that the True God sect has witnessed an unprecedented surge in awakenings, with over 3,000 individuals awakening this time. Chapter 133. The climax of the Oasis struggle draws to a close, presenting a familiar yet distinct flavor of the apocalypse. 3 fleeting days have passed, and the battle for the Oasis is gradually reaching its conclusion. The Eternal Life Adventurers Guild has taken the lead in announcing their complete occupation of Oasis number 1. Over the span of these 3 days, they have repelled numerous large-scale assaults from survivors, resulting in the deaths of approximately 80,000 individuals. It is no exaggeration to state that each member of the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild has become a merciless demon, instilling terror in all who encounter them. Among them, Wonkai has garnered a reputation among survivors as a peerless beast, with the number of lives claimed by him exceeding 10,000. While Oasis number 1 is undeniably alluring, there is currently no one willing to risk their life to claim it. The primary reason lies in the inadequate supply of resources. The available food has nearly been consumed. It has now dawned on everyone that this struggle for the Oasis is fundamentally a contest of resource reserves. Those with abundant supplies will endure longer. Clearly, the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild is not lacking in resources, thus their victory is only to be expected. Following them, the Sudi Alliance Army, a massive coalition comprising over 1 million individuals, proclaimed their occupation of Oasis number 456, thereby swallowing up 3 oases in one fell swoop. However, the cost has been staggering, with casualties reaching 30%. The True God sect swiftly followed suit in announcing their control over Oasis number 2. Their successful acquisition of this oasis can be attributed to the several thousand monster carcasses gifted by Suin. Although these carcasses are not palatable, they provide essential nutritional support, enabling the newly awakened members of the True God sect to rapidly enhance their skill proficiency. This also ensures a basic supply of resources, preventing a situation where they emerge from battle devoid of sustenance. Subsequently, Oasis number 3 was declared occupied by a survivor alliance hailing from Sea City, boasting a membership of over 50,000. Among them, there are a staggering 9 S-rank awakeners, with an additional 7,000 or more other awakeners, placing their overall strength among the elite factions. Had it not been for the lack of resource supplies, the True God sect's hold on Oasis No. 2 might well have been compromised. On the evening of the 3rd day, Oasis number 7 was also proclaimed occupied, claimed by a large adventurer group from Changde, numbering just over 20,000, yet fortified by 4 S-rank awakeners, alongside more than 4,000 other awakeners, showcasing commendable combat prowess. Oases number 8 and No. 9 were announced as occupied on the 5th day. As for the most contested, Oasis number 10 became the focal point of contention among several mid-sized factions of comparable strength. After a protracted struggle lasting 6 to 7 days without a definitive claim, the leaders of 10 such factions convened and jointly declared their occupation of Oasis number 10. Thus, the week-long struggle for the oases has drawn to a close. The flames of conflict within the oasis clusters have been extinguished, and each oasis has established its ownership. The situation has momentarily stabilized, leaving survivors to confront the pressing question of how to sustain themselves. The foremost issue to address remains the procurement of food and water. Relying on the protective trees of the oasis, a few springs, and the awakened water manipulators, water resources can temporarily sustain life. However, sustenance must be sought through hunting in the desert. The uncertainty surrounding which monster flesh is edible has resulted in the demise of many survivors due to poisoning. Gradually, people have begun to discern which monster meats are safe for consumption. Consequently, the lords of various oases have started to recruit individuals. It is not sufficient to merely occupy an oasis. Without expanding one's forces, it is inevitable that it will be seized by others. Presently, everyone is coveting more bountiful oases. Oasis 10 gazes enviously at Oasis 9, which in turn covets Oasis 8, and so forth, creating a palpable tension. Recruiting valuable individuals to bolster one's own strength has become a logical strategy, whether for self-preservation or for the ambition to annex another's oasis. Among the numerous oasis overlords, only the Eternal Life Adventurers chose to remain unchanged. For those wishing to join, a turn to the left leads to the True God sect, which accepts no one, not even awakened individuals. This stance renders them an anomaly among the oasis rulers. Observing the Eternal Life Adventurers' refusal to recruit, several individuals, envious of their possession of the richest oasis one, began to calculate their schemes. Thoughts of waiting for a period of growth before overpowering the Eternal Life Adventurers or utilizing coercive tactics to compel them to join were brewing in their minds. The tension of these calculations was almost palpable. Suwon, however, remained blissfully unaware, seemingly oblivious to the intrigue surrounding him. He continued with his daily routine, sending half of the members out to hunt while the others safeguarded their home. The seeds of civilization were allocated for the enhancement of their female members, while the edible remains of monsters were delivered to the True God sect. Other factions, emulating this strategy, dispatched large forces into the desert to hunt monsters and excavate civilization seeds to elevate their levels. Simultaneously, some discovered the remarkable utility of catalysts. When applied to civilization seeds, catalysts could induce the growth of protective trees, and with a sufficient quantity, even create an oasis out of the desert. Ailing protective trees could be revitalized with just a touch of catalyst. Oases adorned with vast stretches of natural protective trees became the lifeblood of survival, making the catalysts essential. However, one must ponder, who in their right mind would hoard catalysts during a zombie apocalypse? Who could have foreseen their potential application? Consequently, the number of catalysts brought into the fallen world was limited. As for who would hoard catalysts, all survivors in the region of Su fell into a collective silence. Everyone had once stockpiled them, but now they were depleted, all exchanged with the Eternal Life Adventurers for equipment. It was only at this juncture that the people of Su began to comprehend why the Eternal Life Adventurers had amassed seemingly useless catalysts during the zombie apocalypse. Now, the price of a single bottle of catalyst had soared to astronomical heights, and no one could ascertain the extent of the Eternal Life Adventurers' stockpile or their true wealth. The fortunate survivors of Sudi can take solace in the fact that, due to the efforts of the Chongqing Adventure Group, they boast the highest number of survivors among all regions. At the very least, they are alive, and nothing is more precious than life itself. Though the catalysts may be gone, they can still strive to attain more. If they are lost, then so be it. The alloy gear they have acquired is tangible and substantial. Furthermore, some individuals still possess a small amount of catalysts, placing them in a better position than survivors from other regions right from the outset. With a little more effort and diligence, a brighter future may still await them. Meanwhile, the Chongqing Adventure Group has timely announced, "Our group has opened a window for the exchange of civilization seeds for catalysts. Those interested can bring a considerable amount of civilization seeds to Oasis Number 1 to complete the catalyst exchange procedures. Additionally, the group offers an installment payment service." Upon hearing this news, the entire Oasis community was filled with joy, eagerly sharing the good tidings. Without catalysts, the Guardian would gradually perish. Without its protection, safety and access to water resources would be compromised. Civilization seeds can be earned again, but without catalysts, everything would be truly lost. In stark contrast to the jubilation of survivors in other regions, the survivors of Sudi broke into a cold sweat. The days under the dominion of the Chongqing Adventure Group seemed to loom once more, bringing with it an oddly familiar sense of dread. Chapter 134. The Tianlong Adventure Group and the Conspiracy. It was yet another sun-drenched day. The Oasis area had entered a brief period of peace. People were either busy recruiting or engaged in hunting. The Chongqing Adventure Group had half its members out hunting while the other half were constructing homes within the Oasis. Unlike previous temporary bases, this time, the Chongqing Adventure Group was establishing a stronghold intended for long-term residents. Suwon also clarified that this would become everyone's first home in the apocalypse, and barring any unforeseen events, they would never need to relocate again. Consequently, the women were particularly invested in the construction of their new homes, gathering to discuss how to design their new abode. Everyone was bustling with excitement, while Suwon simply provided the building materials, allowing the women to let their creativity run wild. Just as the Chongqing Adventure Group was fervently engaged in their endeavors. Within Oasis Number 3, a meeting hall of the Tianlong Adventure Group was filled with the 9S class awakened individuals. The Tianlong Adventure Group, hailing from Haiti, is managed by a high-level team of 9, each one an S-class awakened being. Collectively known as the 9 Dragons, they oversee the operations of the Tianlong Adventure Group, which comprises 50,000 survivors, among whom 6,000 are awakened. When considering the visible strength among the Oasis overlords, the Tianlong Adventure Group undoubtedly stands as the most formidable. However, in the struggle for dominance over the Oasis, they have only managed to secure Oasis number 3, a result that the Nine Dragons find unsatisfactory. Eldest brother, I propose we take some time to regroup, then directly assault Oasis number 1 and eradicate that Chongqing Adventure Group, one of them suggested. The speaker is Sun Yan, ranked 3rd among the Nine Heavens Dragons, a fire elemental combat ability user famously known as the Explosive Monkey, renowned for his fiery temper. I concur with the thoughts of my elder brother. I too am in agreement. All 7 among the Nine Heavens Dragons express their approval. The Heavenly Dragon Adventure Group wields immense power. Regardless of their location, they stand as the unrivaled rulers among men. How could they tolerate a mere Eternal Life Adventure Group riding atop them and occupying the most prosperous Oasis number 1? The only ones who remained silent were the leader and the 9th member. Although the 9th member is one of the Nine Heavens Dragons, he is inherently timid and seldom voices any opinions, always adhering to the leader's arrangements. How is the investigation into the Eternal Life Adventure Group progressing? The expressionless man inquired. He was a burly middle-aged man dressed in camouflage, with a square face and thick eyebrows, his true name being Wu Hongyi. The current leader of the Nine Heavens Dragons and also the grand leader of the Heavenly Dragon Adventure Group. His ability, known as Explosive Instant Kill, is classified as S rank and is purely destructive in nature. Once activated, this ability operates with astonishing speed, reaching sonic levels and producing sonic booms. Accompanied by an impressive destructive force, he could decapitate an opponent with ease, relying solely on the strength of his arms. Since awakening his ability, no one has managed to last more than 3 rounds against him, not even other S-rank awakened ones. Report, Grand Leader, a trembling subordinate responded. We have discovered that the Eternal Life Adventure Group hails from Su region, comprising fewer than 800 members, all of whom are young and beautiful women, with only the leader, Suin, being a man. Wu Hongyi pondered for a moment. A female army, you say? But what is their actual strength? How many awakened individuals do they possess? And how many S-rank awakened ones? We are uncertain. No one knows the precise strength of the Eternal Life Adventure Group, not even those from Su region. However, they are the sole rulers of Su region, and none dare provoke them. It is said that the entire group consists of awakened individuals, all of high rank, with approximately 30 being S-rank. Upon hearing this report, a brief silence enveloped the assembly hall. How many S-rank? The Explosive Monkey thought he had misheard. 30, perhaps even more. The report giver shrank back. Impossible. How could there be so many S-rank awakened individuals? Our entire Heidi region combined has no more than a dozen or 20 S-rank awakened ones. How could Su region possibly muster 30? And all within the same adventure group? Setting aside the feasibility of gathering such numbers, each S-rank awakened individual possesses their own pride and would not easily submit to another. The Heavenly Dragon Adventure Group has divided the leadership into 9 positions, with each S-rank awakened one serving as a leader. Would the Eternal Life Adventure Group similarly divide their leadership into 30 parts? The Heavenly Dragon Adventure Group had nearly 300,000 members during the zombie apocalypse. Otherwise, they would not be deemed the sole ruler of Heidi. Regrettably, they suffered catastrophic losses on the last day of the apocalypse at the hands of the tyrant T-103. Half of the awakened ones have perished, and the ordinary members have suffered casualties exceeding several tens of thousands. Their strength has been significantly diminished, now barely reaching half of its original capacity. Initially, 9 individuals jointly managed 300,000 subordinates, each of whom held a position of true authority over thousands. This precarious balance allowed the 9 S-rank awakened ones to maintain their collective dominance. However, how could a mere few hundred members of the Chongqing Adventure Group accommodate 30 proud S-rank awakened women, with only one man among them? What does this imply? Is there an intention to establish a harem in this post-apocalyptic world, with S-rank awakened ones as the concubines? Such a notion is absurd to all. The only one remaining composed is the Grand Leader, Wu Hongyi. He calmly stated, "This is indeed plausible. Otherwise, how could they claim dominion over Oasis number 1? What kind of ability does this individual named Suin possess?" The reporting personnel hesitated to respond. "We are also unaware of that." Has no one witnessed his prowess? Wu Hongyi frowned. It seems that in Su Di, everyone has seen him in action, and not merely once. Yet, no one knows the nature of his abilities. When Suin is mentioned, the people of Su Di fall silent, and despite our inquiries, we cannot glean any information. They only provided 2 rather vague nicknames. What are those nicknames? One is called the Fourth Calamity, and the other, the True God. The assembly of leaders was taken aback. True God? Surely this cannot be correct? I must challenge him one day. Wu Hongyi slowly raised his hand to signal for silence. Do not act rashly. Anyone who can reign supreme in Su Di is certainly formidable. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Let us invite the leaders of Oases number 4, 5, and 6 for a discussion. I believe the people of Su Di would be quite eager to assist in overthrowing this tyrant. As evening descended, the leaders of Oases number 4, 5, and 6 were summoned to the stronghold of the Tianlong Adventure Group. Oasis number 4 is under the dominion of the Black Rose faction. Bai Li Bing, clad in black and wielding a black umbrella, bore an eternally cold expression. Behind her trailed a contingent of beautiful female guards, each dressed in black attire. Among them was a newly awakened S-rank individual. Oasis number 5 is occupied by the Kamikaze Adventure Group, led by Chiu Chun, a refined young man with a fair complexion and scholarly demeanor. He is an S-rank Wind-type Awakened One, and similarly accompanied by a group of advanced Awakened Guards. The Iron Man Adventure Group occupies Oasis number 6, with Grand Leader Niu Meng, an S-rank Strength-type Awakened One, whose imposing stature is matched by his muscular followers. The three Oases, number 4, 5, and 6, are exclusively controlled by these three adventure groups from the same region. This is primarily because Su Di has the highest number of survivors, exceeding 100,000, which has allowed them to dominate these three prominent Oases, with the Black Rose faction exclusively recruiting women, absorbing the majority of female survivors from Su Di. The Iron Man Adventure Group stands in stark contrast, being a purely male ensemble, rejecting the presence of women. In the words of Niu Meng, women merely impede the speed of one's punches. They are the source of discord. Thus, the Iron Man Adventure Group admits only men. On the other hand, the Shinkei's Adventure Group, led by Chiu Chun, adopts a more conventional approach, comprising a harmonious blend of both genders. Collectively, these three adventure groups boast nearly 20,000 awakened individuals, the majority of whom emerged during the recent surge of awakenings, forming an exceptionally formidable force. As for the S-level awakened, each of the three families possesses 2, totaling 6 S-level awakened beings. These 6 are the last remaining S-level awakened individuals outside of Su En's influence. The others had been eliminated by Su En during the zombie crisis. Naturally, the Tianlong Adventure Group is unaware of these developments. Inquiries yield no information, as discussions regarding Su En are considered taboo in Su Di. To the people of Su Di, Captain Su embodies both divinity and malevolence. Upon seeing the leaders of Group 456 arrive, Wu Hongyi remarked with a smile, "I have long admired your illustrious names. Witnessing you today, I must say, you are indeed extraordinary, each exuding the aura of a formidable leader. It would be my utmost honor if you could grace my humble abode with your esteemed presence." Although Wu Hongyi presents a rugged exterior, he possesses a keen intellect and navigates social interactions with great finesse. In response to his flattery, Bai Li Bing maintained an impassive demeanor, feigning ignorance. Chiu Chun offered a slight smile, while Niu Meng, visibly impatient, raised an eyebrow and stated, "Wu, speak plainly. I prefer straightforwardness. Spare me the trivialities. If you continue to prattle like a woman, I shall take my leave. How dare you display such insolence? Who do you think you are?" Baokong suddenly rose, prompting the other members of the 9 Tianlong to stand as well. Undeterred by the glares from the S-level awakened, Niu Meng spat dismissively, "What is the problem? Do you wish to fight? Who is afraid?" He had previously locked eyes with Captain Su, trembling slightly, yet he held his ground, refusing to bow. His audacity was unparalleled. What did 9 S-level awakened beings amount to compared to even a fraction of Captain Su's gaze? They were incomparable. As the tension escalated, Wu Hongyi raised a hand, signaling the 9 Tianlong to sit. Baokong shot a furious glare at Niu Meng before begrudgingly returning to his seat. Wu Hongyi, no longer beating around the bush, cleared his throat and spoke. "Each of you is a prominent figure in your own right. Are you truly content to remain beneath others? What are your thoughts on Oasis number 1? At this utterance, the room fell silent. Oasis number 1. Wasn't he that the domain of Captain Su? What else could there be to discuss? Niu Meng instinctively considered making a hasty exit. Such matters were not to be taken lightly. Chiu Chun felt a sense of foreboding, an urge to flee rising within him. Despite his scholarly appearance, he bore a warrior's spirit, earning him the moniker the Frenzied Scholar. However, when it came to a certain individual, he could not muster any combative spirit. Discussing the topic was utterly undesirable. He had come perilously close to joining the 100 Alliance, merely a hair's breadth away from meeting the King of Hell. Bai Li Bing's lips curled slightly, sketching a faint smile as she remarked, "Indeed, Oasis No. 1 is exceptionally premium, abundant in resources. It's no wonder that it has drawn the ire of other factions, monopolized as it is by the Chongqing Adventure Group. With merely a few hundred individuals, the foremost among these disgruntled factions was the Tianlong Adventure Group. You, surnamed Wu, Wouldn't he be contemplating an incursion into Oasis number 1? Would you? Niu Mang's expression was peculiar. Wu Hongyi responded with a confident smile, why not? The resources at present are limited. And on what grounds does the Chongqing Adventure Group monopolize such a vast oasis with only a few hundred members? They may be well fed, but what of the rest? What of the other survivors? What of the large adventure groups like ours that need to sustain numerous individuals? While they boast over 30 S-level awakened, indeed formidable, their singular strength is insufficient to contend with us. However, if our 4 families join forces, we could easily prevail. We could then divide Oasis number 1 into 4 portions, sharing its bounty and advancing together in the future. What do you all think? Qiu Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. You truly dare to dream. Are those S-level beauties of the Chongqing Adventure Group the crux of their power? No, they are not. To the untrained eye, those seemingly invincible S-level awakened are merely the cherished consorts of Captain Su. Captain Su is the true mastermind behind the Chongqing Adventure Group, capable of annihilating a million-strong zombie army single-handedly. I fear that with his strength alone, he could topple the entire Oasis settlement, and you wish to draw attention to it? Qiu Chun regarded Wu Hongyi with an expression akin to that of a funeral attendee. Do you not feel even a twinge of temptation? That oasis is the richest of all. Even if divided into 4, it represents a colossal resource capable of sustaining hundreds of thousands. Wu Hongyi continued to entice. Suddenly, Niu Mang pointed at Wu Hongyi, exclaiming, Surnamed Wu, you are indeed audacious, and I like that. Haha, I may be a simple man lacking in culture, but you are clearly a person of intellect. Following your lead is surely a wise choice. Whatever you propose, I shall comply. A flicker of disdain crossed Wu Hongyi's eyes. Such a simpleton, filled with brawn but lacking in wit, was easy to manipulate. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful facade, replying, Captain Niu, your straightforwardness is commendable. I hold you in high regard. Qiu Chen glanced between the earnest Niu Mang and the self-assured Wu Hongyi. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, My Shenfeng Adventure Group shall also join. Bailey being coolly interjected, however. Thus, the alliance targeting Oasis number 1 was smoothly established. The 4 dominant factions formed a temporary coalition, meticulously planning a series of strategies to wrest Oasis number 1 from the Chongqing Adventure Group's grasp, dividing it into 4 equal shares. Observing the cooperation among the 3 other factions, Wu Hongyi felt a sense of gratification, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the way they looked at him was somewhat unsettling, like hungry wolves eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Especially that foolish Niu Mang, who, in Oasis number 3, gazed about with wide eyes, incessantly murmuring, This place is truly splendid, akin to a rustic who has never seen the world. His eyes brimming with avarice. Wu Hongyi reassured himself. Perhaps he was merely fatigued and hallucinating. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Bing and the others, one of the 9 Heavens dragons, with a hint of concern, remarked, Boss, do you think their cooperation is suspicious? After all, the members of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild hail from the same region. I worry. Wu Hongyi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for undue concern. Their primary desire is simply to reap greater benefits. In the face of overwhelming interests, even brothers may turn against one another, let alone mere compatriots. Boss, are we truly going to share Oasis number 1 with those bumpkins? Why not simply consume it ourselves, eliminating the need to share? Bi Bao Ho expressed his dissatisfaction. Wu Hongyi shook his head. Currently, the oasis is besieged on all sides. Although we could consume Oasis number 1, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 ourselves. Even if we succeed in taking it, we would be unable to hold it. It is wiser to enlist a few fools to serve as our shields. Perhaps in the end, what we claim will be more than just Oasis number 1. Bi Bao Ho's eyes brightened. Boss, are you suggesting we might also seize Oases number 4 and 5? Wu Hongyi chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. The universe remains uncertain. It is too early to say. Meanwhile, Bai Li Bing departed from Oasis No. 3 and headed directly back to his own stronghold. Qiu Chun and Niu Mang exchanged mischievous grins and swiftly made their way toward Oasis number 1. Forming an alliance to attack Oasis number 1? Only a fool would entertain such an idea. Previously, they had merely feigned cooperation to deceive Wu Hongyi, that simpleton. Sharing this information with the Chongqing Adventurers Guild might yield some advantageous returns. If Captain Su were to annihilate the Tianlong Adventurers Guild yet was disinclined to occupy Oasis number 3, they could potentially benefit from the spoils. As the 2 neared Oasis number 1, they encountered a group from the True God sect, also en route to Oasis number 1, led by the Archbishop Chu Laosan. Although merely an F-level awakener with rather mediocre strength and newly awakened abilities, he was nonetheless a significant figure among the various Oasis powers. The True God sect occupied Oasis number 2, second only to Oasis number 1, and boasted abundant resources. Daily recruiting followers, now numbering over 200,000. Unlike other Oasis factions, which were composed of multiple adventurer groups and operated under a somewhat democratic alliance system, the True God sect functioned as a wholly independent entity, rendering it quite formidable. However, this was inevitable, as they operated under Captain Su's command. "Oh, is that not Captain Neo and Captain Xiao? Long time no see. Where are you headed?" Chu Laosan greeted them with a cheerful smile. All were from Su Di, and they were somewhat familiar with one another. Niu Meng affectionately draped an arm around Chu Laosan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, it has been quite some time. We are on our way to discuss a matter with Commander Su. You are also headed to see him, I presume?" Chu Laosan and Niu Meng shared a cordial relationship, as many of their fellow members' families found refuge within the True God sect. "I was just about to gather a team to construct housing for the True God," he continued. "Ah, Commander Su intends to build new residences? Let us hasten, as we are all compatriots. I shall lend a hand." Before long, the group arrived at the base of the Chongqing adventure team. Upon learning their purpose, a patrolling guard led them to Su En's location. There, by a small pond, lay an array of grilling racks and tables. Several exquisite young women were busily tending to the barbecue. Su En, donned in sunglasses and floral shorts, lounged in a nearby deck chair, leisurely enjoying the shade of a tree. Two lively maidens, Xiao Qiao and Yukiki, attended to him, offering grapes. "Master, Chu Laosan, Xiao Chun, and Niu Meng seek an audience," reported a guard. "Allow them to approach," Su En replied languidly. There was no need for introductions. As the leader of a prominent adventure team, Su En was familiar with both Xiao Chun and Niu Meng, having encountered them multiple times. Soon, the group approached. "My lord, I have brought the construction team you requested," Chu Laosan announced. Although the enthusiasm of the Chongqing adventure team's members for building was commendable, their expertise was lacking. Thus, Su En decided to summon individuals with civil engineering knowledge from the True God sect to assist with the construction. Chu Laosan took this matter to heart, gathering all the sect members that very day for discussion. Ultimately, they selected over 1,000 individuals with substantial civil engineering experience, including several renowned masters of home renovation design. "Very well, take them along," Chu Laosan responded, then retreated to lead the assembled civil engineers to the construction site. Even he, the archbishop, intended to roll up his sleeves and partake in the labor. Su En adjusted his sunglasses and cast a languid glance at Niu Meng and the others. "Do you have matters to discuss with me?" Despite his calm demeanor, the unspoken pressure he exuded was palpable, leaving Niu Meng and the others feeling immense intimidation. The unforgettable image of Su En's invincible form on the last day of the zombie apocalypse had left a profound impact on them. When Chu Laosan's group had knelt previously, Niu Meng nearly followed suit. With a nudge to Qiu Chen's back, Niu Meng urged, "You speak. I am at a loss for words." Qiu Chen's lips twitched slightly. Despite Niu Meng's seemingly simple exterior, he was quite cunning beneath the surface, oblivious to the schemes of the self-important Wu Hongyi. Clearing his throat, Qiu Chen began, "Commander Su. It is as follows." He recounted the previous events in detail, including Wu Hongyi's plans, sparing no detail in his revelations. Meanwhile, Niu Meng's eyes widened as he surveyed the area. Upon spotting the abundant ingredients on the grill, he nearly dropped his eyes in astonishment. Sea cucumbers, abalone, lobsters, chicken wings, chicken legs, and lamb kidneys, not to mention exquisite Wagyu beef, adorned the table. Several chilled glasses of watermelon juice, exuding a refreshing mist, were placed nearby, and a few lovely ladies occasionally sipped from them. The sight left Niu Meng in a state of disbelief. He suddenly realized that the rumors circulating about the Longxing adventurer's treatment, claims of ample nutrient solutions, and instant noodles with sausages, were nothing but fabrications. Such euphemisms merely limited everyone's imagination. In Chapter 137, Wu Hongyi orchestrated a scheme while Su En accompanied Yukiki on a date. Su En was hardly surprised by Wu Hongyi's machinations. With only a few hundred members, the Longxing adventurers occupied the largest oasis, which would naturally provoke envy. However, Wu Hongyi had miscalculated his allies. He underestimated the cunning of Niu Meng and his companions. Moments after discussing a united front amidst laughter, they swiftly switched allegiance. Su En also dismissed the Tianlong adventurers, believing that a single group focusing on Oasis number 1 was insufficient. It was far too timid. The involvement of the other oases, numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10, was essential. The more people, the bolder the endeavor, and the greater the potential yield. Su En contemplated briefly before instructing Qiu Chun, "You should share some intelligence with Wu Hongyi. Inform him that our adventurers boast over 40 S-rank awakeners and several hundred high-tier awakeners, Yet our resources are so abundant that we cannot consume them all. The catalysts piled together form a small mountain. To seize Oasis number 1, your numbers alone may not suffice. You need to rally more individuals, including those from Oases 7, 8, 9, and 10, for a secure victory. Upon hearing Su-in's words, Qiu Chun appeared momentarily stunned, his mouth agape. 40 S-rank awakeners? The entire Oasis cluster likely does not even amount to that number. The configuration of the Longxing adventurers is truly formidable. He wiped away cold sweat, exclaiming, "That is sufficient." If it is indeed true that the Longxing adventurers possess 60 S-rank awakeners, how could those from Oases 8 and 9 dare to harbor any malicious intentions? Wu Hongyi might as well kneel and apologize before Oasis number 1. With that, Qiu Chun hurriedly departed for Oasis number 3 to divulge the top-secret information to Wu Hongyi. Leaving Niu Meng behind at Oasis number 1 to assist with the labor, his goal was clear: to secure a meal for the employees, which he would consider a success. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Hongyi, having just received the confidential information, was in disarray. 40 S-rank awakeners. Qiu Chun nodded earnestly. I just learned this top-secret news. It cannot be mistaken, and there are also over 100 high-tier awakeners. This revelation troubled Wu Hongyi as he furrowed his brow. Though it was merely an increase of 10 S-rank awakeners, this change could significantly alter the dynamics of the conflict. According to the original plan, they had fewer than 15 S-rank awakeners, and they would need to face an additional 15 from the opposing side. Given his unique abilities, which were particularly effective against awakeners, he estimated he could eliminate over 5 opponents of equal rank. This meant that the opposing side would still retain 10 S-rank awakeners. However, with a multitude of awakened individuals on their side, a collective push by tens of thousands could easily overpower 7 or 8 S-class awakened beings using sheer numbers. The remaining 1 or 2 would be manageable. Yet, the sudden emergence of an additional 10 complicates matters significantly. The S-class awakened beings wield immense power, one that cannot merely be countered by numerical advantage. For instance, top-tier defensive awakened beings can withstand assaults from those below S-class, rendering sheer numbers futile. Contemplating this, Wu Hongyi's expression darkened considerably. Was he to concede before the battle had even begun? He was certainly unwilling to do so. Setting aside the considerable allure of Oasis number 1, the news brought by Qiu Chun regarding the Chongqing Adventure Group, which boasted an abundance of catalysts piled high, was tantalizing beyond measure. He had no desire to surrender. If the 4 Oasis alliances could not conquer it, then they should summon more individuals. They could invite the leaders of Oases number 7, 8, and 9 under the pretense of negotiation. A knowing smile spread across Qiu Chun's face. This was precisely the course of action that aligned with Captain Su's script. If all went according to plan, these individuals were likely doomed. The Kamikaze Adventure Group would probably share in Captain Su's significant gains. Within a couple of hours, the remaining leaders from the other Oases had arrived. The representatives from Oases number 7, 8, and 9 were present, while Oasis number 10 was embroiled in disputes over leadership and thus did not send anyone. The coalition aimed at seizing Oasis number 1 had grown stronger. The gathered Oasis overlords were fervently discussing strategies to assault Oasis number 1, and had even begun to deliberate on how to divide the territory once they succeeded. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within Oasis number 1 was relaxed and pleasant, with the women attending to their affairs. Su-in had taken Yukiki out for a leisurely stroll. During the last talent competition of the Chongqing Adventure Group, Yukiki had secured second place, and her desired reward was a day out with Su-in. She had not mentioned it for some time, and Su-in had nearly forgotten. Remembering this, he thought it better to seize the day, especially since he had some free time, and decided to fulfill Yukiki's reward. Su-in retrieved a rugged motorcycle from the vast space, and, with Yukiki in tow, steered it out of Oasis number 1, heading deep into the desert. Along the way, they observed numerous survivors establishing their homes at the fringes of the oasis. This region still housed approximately 8 million survivors. Yet the oasis communities could sustain only about 4 to 5 million, leaving the remainder to struggle for survival on the outskirts. Most of these survivors were ordinary people, either lone wolves unwilling to join the oasis factions or wanderers rejected by them. The plight of these wanderers was dire. They not only faced monstrous incursions, but also grappled with the scarcity of water resources. Yet, there were some avenues for survival. Monster meat could quell hunger, and the blood of these creatures could provide hydration. However, for ordinary individuals, slaying monsters posed significant challenges, necessitating the formation of hunting parties to yield any rewards. Simultaneously, whether inside or outside the oasis, people had gradually begun to carve out their respective roles. Those with lesser combat abilities were tasked with household chores at the base. while the more formidable ventured forth to hunt for sustenance and the seeds of civilization. These hunters gradually acquired their own new appellation, no longer merely referred to as survivors, but as hunters. Although human civilization had met its demise, a new cycle of civilization was slowly taking shape, reminiscent of the tribal societies of their ancestors. This marked the inception of a new civilization. Suan, accompanied by Yukiki, traversed the nomad camp, racing towards the depths of the desert. After an hour of relentless speed, they finally came to a gradual halt. Before them lay a diminutive oasis, scarcely a few acres in size, guarded by a handful of trees. Such a modest oasis could barely sustain 100 souls. However, to Yukiki's astonishment, at the center of the oasis was a large pond, its waters flowing, the sound of rushing water audible from afar. Occasionally, peculiar fish leapt from the surface of the pond, while numerous desert creatures gathered nearby to drink and graze. Among them were snow-white deer with antlers, spiky herbivorous lizards, small foxes with oversized ears, frogs adorned with bony spines, and water buffalo cloaked in a grayish, calcareous shell. Birds flitted through the air, and the fragrance of flowers filled the atmosphere, creating a picturesque paradise alive with the sounds of nature. "Captain, this place is stunning," exclaimed Yukiki, joyfully running into the flower thicket to gather vibrant blossoms, her cherubic face radiating with delightful smiles. Suan retrieved 2 fishing rods and tackle from the vast space, exclaiming, "Today, I shall become a fisherman in the desert." Chapter 138, Lure Fishing, a bounty of fish and the New World's deity, Leviathan in truth. Apart from the oasis community, the desert was dotted with dozens of small oases. However, the locations of these oases were not fixed, they appeared randomly. Yet, this randomness was merely a phenomenon for humans. The creatures inhabiting the desert possessed an uncanny ability to discern the locations and timings of these oases, following their movements and relying on them for sustenance. Beneath these shifting oases flowed an underground river, which surged with abundant water resources, transforming the oasis into a lush haven in a short span of time. However, the existence of these mobile oases was ephemeral, rarely lasting beyond a week. Eventually, the underground river would recede, and with the winds of sand, the oasis would revert to a barren wasteland. The animals within would disperse in search of the next imminent oasis. This was the unique ecological sphere of the underground rivers in the post-apocalyptic desert, and it would become the predominant lifestyle of the wanderers, migrating endlessly in the wake of the animals. If there were anything in the entire desert region that could be deemed delectable, it would undoubtedly be the meat and aquatic produce sourced from these mobile oases. In comparison to the delicacies of the pre-apocalypse, they were equally noteworthy, albeit in limited quantities, rendering them quite expensive. Even if the wanderers managed to capture creatures from the oasis, they often refrained from consuming them, opting instead to trade them for essential supplies within the oasis communities. In his previous life, Suan had spent a considerable period as a professional gourmet hunter. He raised a desert creature and followed its guidance. Traversing between moving oases to procure delectable fare, he exchanged these culinary treasures for essential living supplies and seeds of civilization, leading a rather pleasant existence. By the waterside, Suan erected a rudimentary fishing platform, adorned with a sunshade, ready to cast his line with carefully prepared bait. His confidence was unshakable. The Air Force would never falter. They would always prevail. If the fish remained elusive, he would simply carry a water buffalo back home. Yukiki, with exuberance, bounded over and adorned Suan with a vibrant flower crown. Her large, beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Suan smiled gently and gestured toward a nearby bench, inviting her to sit. "Today, I shall teach you the art of fishing." "All right," Yukiki replied obediently, sitting beside him. Seizing the moment, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek, giggling uncontrollably. Suan then guided her through the intricacies of baiting the hook, casting the line, and adjusting the float. Due to the underground river beneath the pond, the water grew deeper and the current swifter as one descended, necessitating a floating technique for fishing. The harsh desert environment meant that the fish were not particularly discerning. They would eagerly bite at any bait thrown into the water. However, the small fish, no larger than soybeans, created quite a nuisance, swiftly devouring the bait and proving to be a source of frustration. Ideally, one would use corn as bait to attract larger catches, but this required having corn on hand. Fortunately, Suan had an ample supply of corn, and thus the fishing process proceeded smoothly. Before long, he had caught 7 or 8 palm-sized sand fish, adorned with hard shells. The fish of this arid region were predominantly amphibious lungfish, capable of thriving both underwater and beneath the sand, although they preferred the aqueous depths. They would only open their mouths while submerged, remaining tightly sealed when on land. Their bodies were encased in a hardened, keratinous shell to retain moisture and facilitate movement through the sand without injury. Beneath this shell lay tender, delectable flesh devoid of bones, ideal for steaming or sautéing, or for being dipped in egg wash and coated with breadcrumbs before frying to a golden crisp, enough to make the neighboring oasis ruler envious. Today proved fortuitous, as they encountered a school of fish. In no time, their catch was abundant, filling their nets to capacity. Yukiki's face flushed with excitement, yet she appeared unsatisfied, yearning for more. Suen thus retrieved several more nets and cast them into the water, determined to fish to their heart's content. They continued this endeavor throughout the day until the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling a decrease in the fish's activity. The nocturnal desert creatures would soon emerge, prompting the fish to seek refuge at the bottom of the pond. Only then did the pair cease their fishing, their bounty exceeding 70 or 80 pounds. To preserve the freshness of the fish, Suen refrained from storing them in his spatial pouch, as placing live fish within would render them lifeless. Instead, he extracted a sizable truck from the vast spatial realm, draping its cargo area with waterproof tarpaulin, filling it with water, and placing the fish within, ensuring that they remained lively and flavorful for the journey home. Of course, the dozens of pounds of fish seemed minuscule in comparison to such a large truck, creating a peculiar dissonance. To mitigate this incongruity, Suen flashed a grin and retrieved 2 hefty iron rods from the expansive space. As the saying goes, with 2 rods, one can gather a mountain of fish. He then plunged directly into the waterhole with a vigorous dive. Shortly thereafter, the water erupted with electric currents. One by one, plump fish floated to the surface, belly up, each rendered unconscious by the shock. Before long, the water's surface was teeming with fish, leaving Yukiki utterly astonished. Suen surged forth, wielding a large net to gather the fish, and Yukiki hurried to assist. The two toiled for nearly 2 hours, successfully clearing the fish. With both fish and water, they filled nearly half the truck, weighing no less than 4 to 5 tons, enough sustenance for the entire team for several days. Finding such a plentiful school of fish again would prove to be a challenge. Just as Suen contemplated diving back in for another electric surge, the earth suddenly trembled. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal creature burst forth from the ground, leaping skyward. The monster emitted a deep, melodious wail akin to a howl. It was a massive whale, several hundred meters long and tens of meters wide, its weight likely exceeding 100 tons. Its deep blue, keratinous exterior resembled a suit of steel armor, enveloping its entire body. Under the sunset's glow, the armor radiated a hauntingly beautiful azure light. Above its head hovered a gigantic gear-like halo, emanating a soft white luminescence. This was a being of unparalleled majesty and sanctity. Although it resembled a whale, it soared through the air with the same grace as it would in water. Yukiki's heart raced. She had never encountered such a colossal creature, a beast that defied all logic. Her small hand tightened around Suen's, their fingers interlocking as she murmured, "Captain, is that a whale?" Suen squinted at the immense whale, shaking his head slightly as he replied, "It is called Leviathan, the deity of the New World, the lord of the endless sandy seas." Leviathan, Azure Colossus, race, bestowed deity, level, unknown skills, unknown, higher dimensional being, not plunderable, Chapter 139, walking with deities as he beheld Leviathan's majestic form gliding through the air. Suen could not help but entertain an absurd thought. Would Leviathan take the bait? What kind of lure would it prefer? Naturally, it was merely a fleeting notion. Even if one were to catch it, how could they possibly secure such a titanic creature weighing hundreds of tons? What thickness of line and leader would be necessary to ensnare it? Furthermore, Leviathan was no ordinary fish. It was a deity. Though Leviathan would not proactively attack humans, the dignity of a god was not to be trifled with. Suen vaguely recalled that in a previous life, a rather arrogant and large-scale adventure group had set its sights on Leviathan. They gathered tens of thousands of awakened beings, including more than a dozen S-rank awakened individuals, to ambush and assault Leviathan. Yet, within 2 minutes, Leviathan swiftly dispatched them with ease. Not a single soul from the vast multitude survived. Not only did they fail to slay Leviathan, but they also left not even a scratch upon it. From that moment on, Leviathan was officially classified among the divine by the survivors. However, this was merely speculation, as detection skills could only ascertain Leviathan's name, leaving all other information shrouded in mystery. In this life, endowed with the system's support, Suen could distinctly perceive Leviathan's classification as a divine being, a genuine deity. Yet, other details remained elusive, and even the bug-level ability of plunder proved ineffective against it. This underscored the immense value of Leviathan. Furthermore, as time progressed and the apocalypse unfolded with increasing frequency, beings akin to Leviathan would become ever more prevalent. Suwon, still shaken, led Yukiki back to the large truck. He turned the vehicle around and began the journey back along the same route. The ground in the desert was soft, making it easy for the truck to get stuck in the sand. However, Suwon could utilize electromagnetic force to levitate the vehicle, alleviating its weight and allowing for unobstructed passage. At that moment, Yukiki gasped and grasped Suwon's arm tightly. It seems to be coming after us. Suwon glanced into the rearview mirror and beheld Leviathan's immense form slowly descending from the sky, its colossal tail swaying gently as it glided towards the truck. Suwon smiled and, instead of accelerating, reduced the speed. Simultaneously, he unleashed the electromagnetic force, lifting the entire truck high into the air, several dozen meters above the ground, and allowing it to move forward gently. Leviathan's gigantic figure quickly caught up to the truck, accompanying it in tandem. Its eye, as large as the truck's front, fixated intently on the two individuals in the driver's seat. Yukiki's face drained of color, her body frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. The pressure of such close proximity to divinity was overwhelming. In the presence of Leviathan, the two seemed as insignificant as ants gazing up at a terrifying giant. A mere tilt of Leviathan's head could obliterate the truck, rendering any supernatural ability utterly powerless in the face of such absolute strength. Suwon, however, turned his head unabashedly to meet Leviathan's gaze. His breath quickened, and his blood began to boil. Amidst the boundless sea of sand, Leviathan was an extraordinarily unique entity. Only the survivors acknowledged its presence. The other creatures in the sandy expanse appeared entirely oblivious to Leviathan, whether monsters or animals in the oases. Even if Leviathan were right beside them, they remained unaffected, showing neither fear nor panic, nor did they flee, as if they were incapable of perceiving Leviathan at all. Perhaps, in the eyes of these creatures, Leviathan was indistinguishable from the vast desert itself. Leviathan embodied the entirety of the sandy sea, akin to a primordial mother of the earth, nurturing all things without exception. In the eyes of Leviathan, the vast expanse of the sandy sea and all its creatures are akin to its offspring. It neither seeks to harm nor to interfere. Instead, it glides silently through the sky, casting its gaze upon the myriad forms of life. It witnesses the blossoming and withering of flowers and observes the cycles of existence. However, this tranquility hinges solely upon the premise that these offspring remain obedient and adorably powerless. Should one of these children unexpectedly acquire the strength to challenge its authority, that child would be deemed a rebellious usurper. It is evident that Suwon's prior act of electrocuting fish unleashed a power so formidable that it captured Leviathan's attention, prompting its sudden appearance. Now, Leviathan scrutinizes whether this child harbors the potential to become a usurper. Suwon himself harbors a vague inkling of this possibility. Despite the moniker of true god bestowed upon him by others, he is acutely aware that he remains human, merely a relatively powerful awakened one. Although he can boldly declare his invincibility beneath the divine, it remains uncertain whether he could exchange blows with a true deity. One must remember that Leviathan's mere tail swipe could unleash a force starting from hundreds of thousands of tons. Yet, just as Suwon steeled himself, preparing for a counterattack, Leviathan abruptly reduced its speed. Shortly thereafter, it descended behind the truck. With a deep rumble, its immense form plunged into the sands, vanishing as if it had never existed. Suwon exhaled slowly, the frantic beating of his heart gradually calming, and the fierce battle spirit that once surged within him dissipated in an instant. When confronted with the divine, all he possessed was a fervent warrior's spirit, not fear. This was not bravery, it was simply the survival instinct of the weak. In a post-apocalyptic world, to survive, one must not harbor fear when facing any adversary, regardless of the time or place. It is essential to master one's emotions, allowing exhilaration to overshadow fear, while also learning to think rationally amidst the excitement. Moreover, one must never turn and flee, for exposing one's back to an enemy is the very invitation that predators seek. Suwon gently patted Yukiki's small head. "Were you frightened?" he inquired. Yukiki nodded. "It was terrifying. I almost thought it would swallow us whole. Will we see it again?" "Certainly. In the future, we will encounter many creatures as powerful as it. Some, like it, will bear no malice towards humanity, while others may not be so friendly, perhaps even adversarial." "Are you afraid?" Yukiki bit her lip and shook her head. "As long as I'm with the captain, I won't be scared." Suwon chuckled softly. "You're quite the charmer." With that, he produced a piece of pineapple and began to munch on it. He then gradually brought the large truck to a halt, turned off the ignition, engaged the brakes, and rolled up the windows. Chapter 140. The whole team eats fish. Catalyst prices rise as night fell. Suwon finally returned to the base with Yukiki. Her cherry lips were swollen once more. Inside the base, the lights remained bright and inviting. In the arid expanse of the desert, one finds an abundance of sunlight, though little else. Suin has installed several hundred solar-powered streetlights at the outpost, which absorb solar energy during the day and illuminate the surroundings automatically at night. From dusk until midnight, these lights shine brightly. The main thoroughfares are paved with concrete, while the remaining paths are composed of stone. Among the many oases, Oasis Number 1 stands out as the most civilized. The number of individuals able to utilize electric lighting is exceedingly rare. At night, most gather around small bonfires, exchanging tales and boasting. Household lighting consists solely of oil lamps, with the oil derived from inedible monstrous substances priced exorbitantly. Consequently, the majority of the populace adheres to a routine of laboring at sunrise and resting at sunset, gradually aligning with a primitive way of life. The entertainment facilities of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild are rather limited. In the evenings, the women typically congregate in the dining hall to play cards, engage in chess, or peruse books. A film is screened every other week. In stark contrast to the leisurely pursuits of the guild's women, the dedicated construction workers labor under the lights, working tirelessly to erect buildings. Nonetheless, there are few complaints. Bolstered by their faith, their spirits are high. After all, they are assisting the divine in constructing a palace, a privilege of the highest order. Additionally, they are rewarded with a meal for their efforts. Lu Hui, eager to expedite the completion of the project, spares no expense on the provisions. The staple foods are plentiful, accompanied by both meat and vegetables, and the quantity of monster meat is abundant. This generosity has deeply moved the laborers, who have not tasted vegetables in ages, let alone pork, which has become a rarity since the zombie apocalypse. The flavor of pork, once forgotten, brings tears of joy to many. Nyang has yet to leave, tirelessly working alongside his muscular companions. After savoring a meal provided by the Chongqing Adventurers Guild, Nyang's ambitions crystallize. If he works through the night, he can secure breakfast, a triumph in his eyes. There are numerous matters awaiting his attention back at the guild, but he dismisses them. After all, what could be more important than a meal? Besides, there is a vice-captain to handle those affairs. He is assured of his breakfast. As an S-rank strength awakener, he possesses unmatched prowess in brick moving, standing unrivaled among the 1,000 workers on site. Even the tower crane pales in comparison to his capabilities. Such is the value of an S-rank strength awakener. Meanwhile, Suin leads the women in a delightful outdoor barbecue party, featuring freshly caught sandfish. As an amphibious species, sandfish exhibit remarkable vitality, remaining alive upon their return, albeit in a state of electric shock. This does not detract from the exquisite flavor of their flesh. The women, experiencing this desert delicacy for the first time, are filled with awe and delight, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Even the typically modest eater, Xue Qingyu, indulges in a generous portion of grilled fish. Li Xiaoyu, Yukiki, and Xiao Qiao, 3 adorable young women, gather together, relishing in a feast. Li Xiaoyu's dining etiquette was quite unrefined, lacking any semblance of grace. With one hand grasping a roasted fish, she savored it with great enthusiasm. Her fondness for fish was well known, and this particular, boneless, tender, and juicy sandfish was truly her ideal catch. In contrast, Yukiki and Xiao Qiao exhibited a more ladylike manner, though their bright, sparkling eyes betrayed their excitement. The trio engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing around them, while Yukiki occasionally mentioned a peculiar pineapple flavor, leaving the nearby girls perplexed. After all, the fish was undeniably sweet. Where could the notion of pineapple come from? The 3 young ladies grew increasingly animated in their banter. Xiao Qiao even dashed back to the cellar to fetch a pineapple, which they peeled, washed, and sliced before presenting it to Suin. With a resigned smirk, Suin reluctantly sampled a piece of the fruit. A month swiftly passed, and the survivors gradually acclimated to their desert existence. By day, they ventured out to hunt, returning to the oasis by night. With the availability of edible monster meat, they had finally escaped the grim fate of starvation. While their meals were not gourmet, they were sufficient to stave off hunger. Concurrently, the survivors' levels began to rise. Most hunters attained levels 2 or even 3, while the core members of larger adventuring groups reached levels 4 or 5. Equipped with the means to withstand their harsh environment, they began to form a new social order. Survivors traveled between oases, engaging in trade. Initially, exchanges were simple barter, but they eventually transitioned to a system utilizing a common currency. This currency was categorized into 3 types. The first was the reverse scales of the sand lizard, each adorned with over 10 purple, smooth scales. By drilling a small hole through these scales, they could serve as currency. Given the current conditions, it was nearly impossible to counterfeit the sand lizard scales, and their limited production, coupled with a stable supply, prevented market fluctuations, naturally establishing them as the foundational currency. Next in value were the civilization seeds, which could be directly used for experience points or cultivated into guardian trees, representing a true hard currency. On average, 100 sand lizard scales could be exchanged for a single civilization seed. Above that were the catalysts, which commanded a higher price. Initially, the Chongqing Adventuring Group offered catalysts at a steep price of 100 civilization seeds per vial. At that time, many deemed it exorbitantly priced, making few willing to purchase. However, as time passed, the condition of the guardian trees in the oasis deteriorated. While the attack and life trees fared reasonably well, the fruit-bearing supply trees became critical. While the survivors could fill their bellies with monster meat, their means of hydration were severely limited. The water holes in the oasis had long been depleted, relying predominantly on the supply trees for sustenance. Should these trees decline in health, fruit production would plummet, or worse, they might perish entirely. The only recourse was to irrigate them with catalysts. Unfortunately, the supply of catalysts was woefully inadequate, and those who possessed them were reluctant to part with their stock. Thus, the only option for obtaining catalysts was to purchase them from the Chongqing Adventuring Group. Unlike the steadfast guardian of the woods, the price of catalysts remains exorbitantly high. The Eternal Adventure team has escalated the cost from 100 civilization seeds to 1,000 seeds per bottle. A down payment of 200 seeds is required, with the remaining 800 available for installment payment, leaving survivors exclaiming in desperation. In contrast, the survivors from the Sioux region remain remarkably composed. This process is familiar to them. They know when to purchase and when to take out loans. After all, they are accustomed to being corporate workers. It is not a new experience. Workers embody the essence of diligence. After all, labor is a noble pursuit. Associating with the Eternal Adventure team may not lead to a life of prominence, yet it ensures one will not face starvation or thirst. The Eternal Adventure team spares no creditor. Even contemplating demise would prove difficult. What? You dare claim that Leader Sioux is a heartless capitalist? Nonsense. He is, in fact, a selfless entrepreneur for the nation. Just wait. I shall report you and seize your life as collateral for the loan. Chapter 141. New Ability. Civilization Development within the conference room of Oasis No. 3. The various lords of the Oasis convene. The atmosphere is somewhat oppressive, and the expressions of the attendees are far from pleasant. Wu Hongyi's visage is particularly clouded with gloom. Recently, the Eternal Adventure team has been profusely selling catalysts, flourishing with great success. Countless civilization seeds have found their way into the pockets of the Eternal Adventure team. No one knows the exact daily revenue of the team, and the lords of the Oasis are consumed with jealousy. Undoubtedly, with a continuous influx of civilization seeds providing experience points, the members of the Eternal Adventure team will ascend in levels at an astonishing rate. Initially, Wu Hongyi and his associates intended to develop their strength before launching an assault on Oasis No. 1. However, the extensive sale of catalysts by the Eternal Adventure team has shattered his plans. Even more alarmingly, he has overlooked a crucial variable. The True God sect is known throughout the Oasis as followers of Leader Sioux, and Wu Hongyi initially dismissed the True God sect, viewing their elderly and infirm members as inconsequential. Despite numbering in the hundreds of thousands, their combat prowess seemed inadequate and therefore unthreatening. Yet, as time progressed, this seemingly feeble group has transformed into the most significant variable. To everyone's astonishment, the adherents of the True God sect display a remarkable lack of fear in the face of desert monsters. A staggering proportion of their ranks comprises hunters, with even 10-year-old children daring to confront these monstrous foes. With cries of "Long live the True God," they exhibit a reckless disregard for their own safety, akin to intoxication from tainted liquor. Consequently, the True God sect has emerged as the fastest developing faction among all the Oases. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The pivotal factor is that the members of the True God sect selflessly provide labor to the Eternal Adventure team without expectation of reward. Daily, they contribute half of the civilization seeds obtained from their hunts to the Eternal Adventure team. Hundreds of thousands of hunters not only sustain themselves, but also willingly serve the Eternal Adventure team without charge. Though each oasis boasts substantial populations, ranging from 20,000 to as few as 70 or 80,000, the True God sect's immense numbers are unparalleled. However, the civilization seeds acquired by these individuals through hunting will not all be surrendered, nor will they faithfully report the number of seeds harvested today. After all, none of them are fools. Their allegiance to the adventurer group is merely a means to enhance their own existence. Working for free is out of the question. If everyone were to dutifully report their specific hunting yields, they might as well abandon the adventurer group and become wanderers. Clearly, the followers of the True God sect lack discernment. Under the dual sustenance of catalysts and the True God sect, The overall level of characters within the Chongqing Adventurer Group has become increasingly difficult to gauge by conventional standards. It is imperative to act without delay. With the elevation of character levels, the potency of their abilities will also exponentially increase. Particularly for S-Class Awakeners, the initial power base of their S-Class abilities is substantial. After several multiplications of their strength, a qualitative change will gradually manifest, rendering the strategy of sheer numbers increasingly ineffective. If this continues, the strength of the Chongqing Adventurer Group will grow ever more formidable. It is worth noting that the group boasts a total of 40 S-Class Awakeners. I propose we take action in 1 week. Wu Hongyi understands that further delays are untenable. I concur. I also agree. Ultimately, the proposal by Wu Hongyi received unanimous support. On one hand, the rapid growth of the Chongqing Adventurer Group has instilled a sense of urgency among the members. On the other hand, the vast quantities of catalysts held by the group have long made others green with envy. As usual, just after the combat meeting concluded, Qiu Chun and Niu Meng stealthily made their way to Oasis No. 1 to clock in for work. Not only Niu Meng, but even Qiu Chun joined the construction site to participate in building houses, purely for the sake of snagging a free meal. After a month of construction, the project is nearing completion. Once finished, it will be difficult to find an opportunity to dine with the Chongqing Adventurer Group again. Seizing the chance, Qiu Chun and Niu Meng are eager to enjoy a meal while they can. Upon learning that Wu Hongyi and the others plan to launch an attack in a week, Suin remained unfazed, even feeling a sense of satisfaction. Wu Hongyi was more considerate than he had anticipated, knowing to first bulk up before sending heads their way. Suin could hardly contain himself from sending a little red flower to Wu Hongyi right then and there. After a period of development, the Chongqing Adventurer Group now boasts 400 S-Class Awakeners. The logistics department, with relatively lower character levels, consists of individuals at level 6 or above, while the combat units start at level 7. In a week, 7 Oasis forces will simultaneously launch an assault. However, the true foes comprise merely 4 Oasis factions. Oases No. 4, 5, and 6 are all backstabbers. Collectively, these 4 Oases possess 30 to 40,000 Awakeners. The prospect of harvesting tens of thousands of abilities made Suin unable to suppress a broad grin. Once these abilities are secured, the Chongqing Adventurer Group will truly achieve an average of S-Class abilities among its members. Additionally, a vast amount of character levels, experience points, and civilization seeds will come flooding in. The goal of having every member reach maximum level is now within reach. However, it is somewhat regrettable that Suin must wait for another week. Bored and restless, Suin decided to meander over to the True God sect, as he had accumulated a considerable number of lottery chances recently. Intending to seek a stroke of fortune from Jean, the proficiency of the Civil Guardian is nearing completion, having reached 998. If all goes as expected, an upgrade will be achieved today. Each advancement of the divine ability bestows a new power. The Plunder ability is currently at level 4, with a proficiency of 02. Approximately 100,000 more abilities need to be plundered for the next upgrade. At level 1, it initially included the abilities of replication and wealth deprivation. Level 2 introduced the ability to strip powers, while level 3 added the principle of equality, allowing the plundering and deprivation of skills from monsters. Level 4 offers the power to seize the future, capable of stripping characters of their levels and experience points. The Civil Guardian, having attained its level later, is only at level 2, with functionalities limited to the Spark of Civilization and Continuation. The Spark enables the random extraction of civilizational items, while Continuation allows for the replication of such items. Upon seeing Suin, Jean skillfully and obediently ventured into the bathroom to infuse some luck. Various promotional items and drugs listed. Ding. Unique divine ability of the Civil Guardian skill level has increased. The Civil Guardian unlocks a new ability. Civilization Expansion. Civilization Expansion randomly detects civilization gathering points and allows for self-marking. After marking, one can freely teleport to the marked point, with the number of daily teleports equal to the character's level. Note: a maximum of 2 coordinate markings can be made each day. Chapter 142, A Strange Oasis, entering nostalgic mode. The Civil Guardian successfully upgraded, unlocking a new ability. Suin was in high spirits and couldn't resist kissing Jean's cheek, causing her to blush and quickly check if the door was securely closed. Suin then began to delve into the newly acquired ability. After a brief period of study, he quickly grasped its function. In essence, he now possesses the capability to detect civilization gathering points over a vast area. However, in the desert region, only the survivors of a bygone human civilization exist. This means he can randomly identify other survivors' gathering points and mark them, allowing for free teleportation to these locations. More simply put, he now has the ability to automatically explore the map and set his own teleportation points. The endless expanse of the desert sea makes it nearly impossible for survivors from different regions to encounter one another. However, it is not entirely impossible. Although the distances between oasis communities are vast, with sufficient water resources and strength, one can traverse the sandy sea to find other survivor gathering sites. Yet, the treacherous desert is fraught with peril, making it easy to lose one's way. And the quest to locate new survivor gathering points is fraught with challenges and uncertainty regarding time. Suen had once contemplated venturing out to explore. Unfortunately, due to constraints, he had to abandon the idea. However, with the advent of civilization expansion, everything has changed. As long as he wishes, he can venture out at any time and return whenever he pleases, an undeniable convenience. Suen promptly initiated the process of civilizational exploration. Before him, a dark, translucent screen materialized out of thin air. A small red dot flickered in the upper right corner, surrounded by an oasis icon. The position of the red dot marked his current location, while the oasis icon represented the cluster of oases he inhabited. In the lower right corner, a detection option beckoned. Upon activating the detection, a faint crimson ripple swiftly spread across the map. Soon, an oasis icon gradually emerged in the southwest direction of the map, its number vastly exceeding that of his current oasis cluster. This marked his discovery of the first gathering point of civilization, a brand new haven for survivors. Suen could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He first placed a coordinate at his current oasis, then another at the newly discovered civilization hub. After briefly conversing with Jean, he activated the teleportation. Suen instantly vanished from his original spot. Although he had lived 2 lifetimes, he had never left this oasis cluster during the cataclysm of his past existence. To deny his excitement would be a falsehood. Suen felt a momentary blur in his vision, his body becoming weightless, as if floating. However, this sensation of weightlessness was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds. When his vision cleared and the lightness dissipated, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Had he teleported to the opposite side of the planet? That seemed unlikely. Not only was there darkness before him, but his body also felt restrained, something pressing down on his head, accompanied by a foul stench. He lifted his hand to push aside the object on his head and emerged from the confines. Before him lay a vast landfill, buzzing with flies and reeking of decay. Scattered about were tattered individuals rummaging through the refuse in search of anything edible or usable, predominantly women and children. Suen's expression darkened. He silently cursed his misfortune. He discarded the filthy, odoriferous coat he had been wearing onto the ground and stepped out of the dump. As he left, the discarded coat attracted a swarm of scavengers vying for it. Once outside the landfill, Suen began to survey his surroundings. Clearly, he was in a completely new gathering point for survivors. The overall scale of this oasis dwarfed that of the Jiangzhou Oasis cluster by more than tenfold. Though referred to as an oasis, it resembled a colossal desert city composed of interconnected settlements. However, he found himself not within the oasis, but rather at the periphery in a camp of wanderers. Similar to Jiangzhou, the survivors here exhibited a distinct social stratification. They could be broadly categorized into 2 groups: those residing within the oasis with affiliations to adventuring guilds, and those without such affiliations, living on the outskirts. The former wielded absolute power, controlling the entire oasis, while constituting merely 40% of the total population. The remaining 60% were wanderers. However, compared to Jiangzhou, the proportion of wanderers here seems to be even higher. Furthermore, gazing towards the oasis region, the edifices there are evidently more opulent than those in Jiangzhou. Though civilization has fallen, the knowledge of humanity endures. The desert terrain is primarily composed of sand, but beneath lies a layer of soil and rock. These materials can also be utilized for construction, and with the aid of supernatural abilities, erecting a decent dwelling is certainly achievable. Additionally, the desert is home to a plethora of monstrous species, varying greatly in size. Some monster parts can even serve as materials for building houses. Naturally, few possess the means to construct their own homes. Nearly half of the oasis inhabitants still rely on tents for shelter. As for the wanderers, they are entirely reliant on makeshift tents fashioned from monster hides and bones. The daytime heat is unbearable, and the stench is overwhelming. Fortunately, these tents provide adequate warmth, ensuring one does not perish from the cold at night. While Suen was idly wandering, he was suddenly called out to, "Hey, are you interested in being a support worker? We are short one for miscellaneous tasks, offering 8 sand coins a day." The individuals who called him were 4 figures adorned with black masks and draped in grayish-white cloaks. Among them, 3 were tall and 2 were short. The masks and cloaks obscured their features, making it impossible to discern their gender. However, based on the tone of voice, it seemed the one who had called out was a woman. Their masks were crafted from the shells of monsters, while their cloaks were made from a special resin produced by trees native to the oasis. In the scorching desert, exposure to the sun exacerbates dehydration and can lead to sunburn. Cloaks made from this resin not only dissipate heat and shield from sunlight, but also slow down moisture evaporation from the body, making them highly favored by hunters, an essential item for those venturing out to hunt. As for sand coins, they are a colloquial term derived from the scales of the sand lizard. Support workers assist hunters with various tasks, such as carrying equipment and disposing of monster carcasses. This type of work is generally preferred by wanderers. Suen had just emerged from a pile of refuse, yet had not yet found a place to bathe or change clothes, his body covered in grime and emitting a foul odor. Such an appearance was indicative of a wanderer. Coupled with his impressive physique, standing at nearly 6 feet tall and devoid of any sickly demeanor, he naturally caught their attention and was beckoned to take on laborious tasks. Sounds good. When do we set off? Suen replied with a grin. This sensation was one he had not experienced in a long time, akin to stepping into a nostalgic realm brimming with memories. Chapter 143. You are swift. The hunter team Suen joined was called the Crimson Hunters. The Crimson team consisted of only 5 members, all of whom were women. However, due to their masks and cloaks, their faces remained concealed. All 5 members were also awakened individuals, boasting considerable levels, with the highest being nearly level 6. Among the survivors, their strength was categorized as above average. Suen followed the Crimson team as they gradually ventured deeper into the desert. Desert monsters despise the aura emitted by the protective woods. Thus, the number of monsters surrounding the oasis is relatively sparse. Hunters typically venture far into the desert to hunt. As for how deep one can traverse the desert, it largely depends on the hunter's prowess. Generally speaking, the further one ventures into the desert, the higher the level of the monsters encountered, and consequently, their strength increases. However, the rewards for vanquishing them become significantly more substantial. For seasoned hunters, the flesh of the monsters no longer serves as the primary objective. Rather, it is the seeds of civilization stored within the monsters' minds that become the true target of the hunt. The higher the monster's level, the greater the probability of yielding these precious seeds. The Scarlet Squad is evidently in pursuit of these seeds. Among them, a girl named Kong Qing, an awakened defender, takes the lead. Beneath the sands often lurk venomous serpents, whose presence is nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Once a person draws near, these snakes spring forth from the ground to strike, injecting their lethal venom swiftly. The desert is home to numerous species of venomous snakes, each varying in toxicity and venom yield. Once bitten, one can only leave their fate to chance. Thus, the group must proceed cautiously and steadily. Noticing Suen leisurely trailing behind, exposed to the scorching sun, Captain Xiao Zhijie retrieved a tattered piece of black cloth from her pack and tossed it to Suen. Use this to shield yourself, otherwise, you'll risk sunburn. We plan to spend the night in the desert. Thank you, Suen replied, accepting it without hesitation, placing the cloth atop his head as a makeshift shield. Although, given his capabilities, the sun's rays could hardly harm him, it would be ungracious to disregard her kind gesture. Another member, Wang Yingqiu, could not help but roll her eyes. Despite his imposing stature, she was surprised to find he was a novice, venturing out without any sun protection. He would have been better off as a supporter in the past. Although supporters primarily engage in menial tasks, it does not imply that a novice lacking basic common sense could fulfill the role. The desert is fraught with peril, and one must possess at least fundamental hunting knowledge. Clearly, Suen had been deemed an inexperienced novice devoid of such knowledge. Forget it, Yingqiu. It's too late to switch personnel now. He is likely a scavenger, a drifter with no hunting experience, which is understandable. Let us proceed with caution, she suggested. The team was already far from the oasis, making it impractical to seek a replacement supporter. Everyone, be alert. Prey approaches. 2 level 9 desert wolves, Kong Qing announced, her voice sharp with urgency. The 5 members immediately assumed their combat stances. From behind the dunes emerged 2 gray desert wolves, each the size of a calf, roaring as they charged towards the group. Harden, Kong Qing commanded, her arm transforming into a bone-like shield as she stepped forward to intercept one of the wolves. The other 4 members were not idle. Xiao Zhijie, a healer with moderate combat power but keen battle awareness, took on the role of commander. Kong Qing, hold your ground. Yingqiu, intercept the other one. Wang Yingqiu nodded, drawing her low-grade alloy combat knife and advancing towards the desert wolf, bringing the blade down with force. The wolf opened its massive jaws, clamping down on the alloy knife while raising a paw to strike at Wang Yingqiu. Anticipating this, she swiftly kicked the wolf's knee, preventing it from striking with its claw. Double strike. 2 petite young women darted out, one on the left and the other on the right. As they ran, They simultaneously drew their alloy daggers and, upon reaching the desert wolf, swiftly and decisively slashed its throat, their movements remarkably synchronized. Blood gushed from the wolf's throat. With a powerful shout, Wang Yingxiu activated her strength-based ability, seized the wolf's head, and with a swift twist, brutally snapped it off along the gaping wound of its neck. Meanwhile, the duo continued their relentless assault on another desert wolf. In less than 3 minutes, both wolves had succumbed to their injuries. From a distance, Suen watched with a nod of approval. The prowess of these individuals was commendable, and their cooperation was evidently honed from long periods of living and hunting together. However, after dispatching the 2 desert wolves, the young women did not revel in their victory. Instead, they turned and fled. "Why are you standing there? Run!" Wang Yingxiu exclaimed, exasperated by Suen's momentary daze. Gripping the wolf's head in one hand, she seized the nape of Suen's neck with the other and pulled him along as they sprinted. Suen, appearing unfazed, crossed his arms and allowed Wang Yingxiu to drag him, leaving a long mark in the sand. The duo, Big Double and Little Double, held another wolf's head, each gripping an ear as they hurried after them. Following closely was Kong Qing, while leading the rear was Captain Xiao Zhijia, who deftly cleared traces left by their escape. This was not merely a display of paranoia. Rather, it underscored their considerable hunting experience. Desert wolves are social creatures, and the moment they launched their attack, they emitted a warning call. The howl of a desert wolf carries great resonance, capable of attracting companions from several kilometers away. Remaining in place would soon invite an onslaught from a pack, which could number from a mere 10 to over 100. Faced with such a formidable force, even the most skilled hunters would find themselves in perilous straits. For a hunter, reverence for the desert's dangers is paramount. When it is time to flee, one must not feign bravado. After running 2 to 3 kilometers with the wind at their backs, they finally slowed to a halt. Wang Yingxiu, panting heavily, tossed Suen onto the ground, her breath coming in sharp gasps. "Damn it, I'm exhausted thanks to you, you fool." Thankfully, being an awakened strength type, she managed to drag Suen several kilometers, though it had taken a toll on her. With a heave, she threw the wolf's head in front of Suen. Gasping for air, "Check for seeds, extract them, discard the rest. We need to move further." "Of course," Suen replied, feigning a search in his pocket before retrieving a small, compact alloy folding knife from his spatial pouch. With a flourish, he deftly dissected the wolf's head, skillfully extracting a civilization seed with the tip of the blade. A flick of his wrist sent the seed tumbling into Wang Yingxiu's hand. He then proceeded to process the other wolf's head. Fortune smiled upon him as he managed to extract another civilization seed, handing it to Wang Yingxiu. He flicked the blood off the blade, and with a graceful flourish, sheathed the folding knife, returning it to his pocket. His movements were fluid and elegant, as if choreographed by fate. A few young women gazed at Suen in astonishment. While they had encountered skilled knife techniques before, witnessing someone capable of severing a wolf's head within seconds and extracting a seed of civilization was a rarity. Wang Yingxiu gave Suen a hearty pat on the back. "Wow, you are incredibly swift." Chapter 144. Dragon City of Kyoto. Upon hearing Wang Yingxiu's praise, Suen raised an eyebrow. How could this woman so casually tarnish his reputation? He was, in fact, not swift at all. "All right, let us hasten our departure. We must not attract the attention of the wolf pack." After a brief respite, the group set off once more, venturing into the desert. Along the way, they encountered various monsters, most of which were below level 10. The team worked seamlessly together, causing little disruption. Suen was tasked with extracting civilization seeds, while he harvested edible portions from the corpses of monsters lacking seeds, discarding the remainder. His rapid knife techniques earned him the admiration of the young women, who raised his payment to 10 sand coins per day. As evening approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the sandy expanse. The group discovered a dilapidated, mobile oasis, marked by a few guardian trees, and decided to spend the night there. They first scavenged for firewood within the oasis, cutting a portion of monster meat to roast for dinner. The remaining meat was hung to dry, preserving it through smoking. Otherwise, it would spoil by the following morning. The smoked meat could be stored for an extended period, and any surplus could be sold upon their return. Naturally, all supplies, be they baggage or monster remains, were the responsibility of Suen, the supporter. He would receive his fair compensation, currently 10 sand coins per day, and if fortune favored them with a bountiful harvest, a small tip might also be forthcoming, provided the employer was generous. By now, the sun had set, and the oppressive sunlight had faded, allowing the members of the Scarlet Team to remove their masks. The flickering firelight illuminated the features of the group, revealing that they were, on the whole, quite attractive. Their average appearance could be rated around 70 to 80 points. With the team leader, Xiao Zhidi, nearing 90, while Wang Yingqiu hovered around 85. The most notable were the identical twins, whose beauty was reminiscent of two exquisitely crafted porcelain dolls, though they appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. As for Kong Qing, her attractiveness fluctuated between 70 and 80 points. The group sat by the fire, feasting on monster meat and engaging in light conversation. However, Suin was not included in the meal. He would need to purchase his portion for a mere sand coin, a friendly price for a supporter. Yet, he had little desire for the monster meat, as he was preoccupied with gathering information. Gradually, Suin began to discern the identities of the group. Remarkably, all 5 individuals were free agents without an established adventurer team, residing on the outskirts of the oasis. They occasionally accepted tasks from adventurer groups for remuneration, essentially living as mercenaries, relying on hunting for sustenance. Among them, Xiao Zhidi and Kong Qing were classmates from before the apocalypse, both students at Kyoto University. Wang Yingqiu and the duo of De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were later additions to the group. Wang Yingqiu is also a student studying in Kyoto, while De Shuang and Xiao Shuang are locals who were still in their 3rd year of high school when the apocalypse struck. The details of their survival remain undisclosed, and Suin did not inquire further. It is, however, implausible that they have navigated this harsh world as solitary wolves. Otherwise, survival until now would have been exceedingly difficult. Among the 5, the most powerful in terms of abilities is Qiao Zhijie, who is merely an A-level awakened. The others possess B and C levels of ability. In such turbulent times, this level of strength is woefully inadequate for self-preservation. It stands to reason that each of them harbors their own stories. Suin also learned that this oasis settlement belongs to the Kyoto region, which comprises 38 oasis sectors, housing over 30 million survivors and encompassing a significant portion of the northern survivor population. This is the largest gathering of survivors Suin has encountered, with an overall strength several times greater than that of the Jiangzhou district. According to Wang Yingqiu, the number of S-level awakened in the entire Kyoto region has likely exceeded 100, with countless other awakened individuals. Compared to Jiangzhou, the class stratification here is even more pronounced. To become a citizen of the oasis, one must first be an awakened individual, and thereafter, identities are assigned according to their respective ability levels, encompassing a total of 8 identity tiers. G-level abilities are the lowest, corresponding to level 8 citizens of the oasis, while F-level represents level 7 citizens. The highest, S-level, is referred to as a lord. Almost every S-level awakened person possesses their own territory within the oasis. All the adventurer groups in the oasis have united to form the Kyoto Federation, commonly known as Longsheng. The internal environment of Longsheng is entirely distinct from the outside world. Within Longsheng, wealth dictates status. Even identity ranks can be purchased with sufficient funds. With enough money, one can indulge in a lifestyle reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse era, replete with beauty and fine wine. However, the prices of such luxuries are exorbitant, often beyond the reach of the average person, including level 2 citizens of the oasis. Moreover, the power dynamics allow for the casual taking of life, provided one can afford it. The life of an ordinary person is valued at a single civilization seed, whereas the cost for a citizen of the oasis is significantly higher. A level 2 citizen's life could be exchanged for thousands of seeds. As for lords, no one dares to assign a price to their lives. In summary, Longsheng is a paradise for the affluent and powerful, offering a lifestyle that may be more comfortable than that of the pre-apocalyptic world. While material conditions may not surpass those of the past, the sense of freedom and autonomy is greater than ever before. However, for ordinary individuals, life is far from friendly. Mere survival is a formidable challenge. Most of the water resources are controlled by the lords, leaving the common folk with no choice but to serve them. Having gleaned a general understanding of Longsheng, Suin fell into deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, he had drawn an exceptionally favorable lot. The number of awakened individuals in Longsheng likely reaches into the hundreds of thousands, with an incalculable quantity of civilization seeds under their control. Setting aside the seeds, the sheer number of awakened beings had already stirred a sense of ambition within him. As soon as one acquires another 100,000 abilities, the act of plundering will ascend to a new level, thereby bestowing novel powers. However, the pursuit of such an extensive array of abilities is no trivial endeavor. The inherent flaw in the ability to plunder is glaringly apparent. One must come into contact with the target to initiate the act of theft. Others are not foolish enough to remain passively in place, allowing him to take advantage of them. Moreover, as an outsider, any display of strength would inevitably attract attention. Even if others cannot defeat him, they will certainly flee. Lost in thought, Suin instinctively retrieved a tender lamb chop from the vast space and began to roast it. The flesh of monsters is indeed unpalatable. Nothing compares to the satisfying taste of lamb, albeit slightly greasy. His culinary skills, however, did not match those of Lu Hui. Yet, when one is away from home, there is little room for finicky preferences. As he grilled, he also procured some seasoning, brushing it onto the meat. Soy sauce infused with scallion and ginger juice was essential. It needed to be applied while grilling to ensure the flavors permeated the meat and mitigated any lingering gamey odor. Patience is key during the grilling process. It must be done slowly over low heat to ensure the lamb chop is crisp on the outside, yet tender within. While brushing the soy sauce, one must not forget to apply oil, preferably olive oil, which does not overwhelm the flavor. The moisture from the olive oil ensures that the exterior of the lamb chop becomes delightfully crispy. The translucent fat dripped onto the fire, sizzling and crackling, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma of meat. Upon witnessing Su-An's culinary creation, the group of women stood frozen, their monstrous meat slipping silently from their grasp. Mouths agape and all. Chapter 145. Inviting Su-An to join the Crimson Team. Observing the lamb chop in Su-An's hands, they suddenly found their own monster meat unappetizing. Both De Shuang and Xiao Shuang sniffled, saliva pooling in their mouths instantly. Xiao Zhijie and her companions were not faring any better, their throats repeatedly swallowing. I think I see him grilling lamb chops. I must be hallucinating, Wang Yingqiu remarked, her throat dry. I too feel as though I am seeing visions. I see the lamb chops, Kong Qing affirmed, nodding in agreement. It is not an illusion. She truly is grilling lamb chops. Xiao Zhijie wiped the glistening corners of her mouth. It was not a lack of composure on their part, but rather the overwhelming allure of the lamb chops. During the zombie apocalypse, one could only subsist on the unpalatable nutritional liquids, and in the aftermath of the downfall, although there was meat to eat, it was still the distasteful flesh of monsters. Monster meat is both foul and bitter, yet over time one becomes accustomed to it, even finding a semblance of flavor amidst the unpleasantness. The once familiar taste of pork, beef, and lamb had long faded from memory. Yet, upon inhaling the aroma of the lamb chops, the women suddenly felt as if long-buried memories were assailing them. Meanwhile, Su-An remained engrossed in his task, the surface of the lamb chop becoming crispy, the oil sizzling enticingly. As the lamb chop neared the perfect state of readiness, Su-An fetched a small plate, placed the chop upon it, sprinkled cumin, and brushed it with Lu Hui's special barbecue sauce, adorning it with 2 sprigs of rosemary for added fragrance. Naturally, a refreshing lettuce salad was essential to cut through the richness of the lamb. With fork and knife in hand, he poured himself a glass of red wine. Cutting a piece of lamb chop, he savored it, the skin crisp, the meat tender, and the juices locked in perfectly. With a hint of reluctance, Su-Muran expressed dissatisfaction with his culinary skills. Lu Hui had long spoiled his palate. Where did you get the lamb chops? Wang Yingqiu suddenly materialized beside Su-An. Her gaze fixated on the lamb, with tears unconsciously streaming from the corners of her mouth. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang quickly followed suit, their eyes betraying an unmasked greed, as if they longed to pounce upon the plate and devour the lamb chops, licking the seasonings clean. Of course, I brought them with me, Su-An shrugged, leisurely placing a piece of lamb into his mouth. Unable to contain themselves any longer, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang lunged at the lamb chops. Su-An took a step back, deftly evading their surprise attack, while tossing 2 pieces of lamb into the air. The 2 little ones, quick and agile, caught the meat in their mouths and began to chew eagerly. Hot, hot, so delicious, they exclaimed, bouncing excitedly in place, their expressions radiant. Xiao Zhidi suddenly seemed to realize something, looking at Su-An in astonishment. You are an awakened space storage ability user. Kong Qing and Wang Yingqiu shared the same astonished look directed at Su-An. There are many types of supernatural abilities, but undoubtedly, the most precious in the apocalyptic era is the space storage ability. An awakened individual with this gift possesses their own independent small space for storing resources, which remain perpetually fresh and free from decay. Additionally, storing items in this small space goes unnoticed, allowing for discrete and significant transfers of resources. Such abilities are akin to a game-changing existence in the apocalypse. Hence, space storage ability users are highly sought after by various adventurer groups, often receiving treatment even better than that of their leaders. However, the number of space storage ability users is exceedingly rare, almost existing only in legends, with no one having ever encountered one. Su-An did not deny it and nodded in affirmation. What level is your ability? Kong Qing inquired eagerly. Su-An pondered for a moment, perhaps B level. The storage space abilities range from S to C, with C being the least impressive, offering a cubic space the size of a soccer field. B level provides 10 soccer fields, A level offers 1,000, and S level is the pinnacle, with a cubic space the size of 100,000 soccer fields. Regardless of the level, they are all game-changing abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that even the least impressive sea-level storage ability is far more rare and practical than any other S-level abilities. The relative quantity is extremely scarce. In this lifetime, aside from Tiger Yi, I have yet to encounter a second one. Fool, you mustn't say such things. Wang Yingqiu quickly covered Su Wen's mouth. Although space storage abilities are precious, their combat effectiveness is indeed limited. Yet, each awakened individual with this ability is a veritable treasure. Therefore, once exposed, they immediately become targets, either to be killed for their resources or to be recruited and imprisoned. Neither fate bodes well. Wang Yingqiu had not anticipated Su Wen would speak so recklessly. Su Wen waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. It's fine, after all. You want to speak of it. In truth, it would be better if they did. The few women present fell silent, taken aback by Su Wen's unexpected trust in them. Even more astonishing was the revelation that a stray picked up along the way possessed the ability of space manipulation. Their expressions were filled with complexity. If you want me to keep your secret, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some lamb chops, Wang Yingqiu remarked, smacking her lips. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang quickly chimed in. I'll keep it a secret too, just give me another piece of meat, alright? De Shuang said. Secret and meat? Xiao Shuang echoed. Their large, sparkling eyes fixated on the lamb chops in Su Wen's hands, the sounds of their swallowing evident. Su Wen, indifferent, handed over the lamb chops. The girls erupted in joy, devouring the meat with fervor. Even Xiao Zhijia, usually the epitome of calm and grace, succumbed to the deliciousness of the lamb, casting aside her refined demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Wen retrieved another piece of beef steak and began grilling it. 5 faces were left in disbelief. Just how much meat do you have? With this one piece of steak alone, Su Wen could easily exchange it for the identity of a citizen of the oasis. Selling it to those powerful lords would fetch a fortune. Su Wen, expressionless, flipped the steak, declaring, there's just a little left, not much. After Su Wen had his fill, the sky had turned completely dark and the temperature began to drop. The girls, still lingering in delight after their lamb feast, felt hesitant to ask Su Wen for more. After all, he was not a member of their team, and being given a single lamb chop was already a tremendous favor. Hey, what are your plans for the future? Su Wen shook his head. I haven't thought about where to go yet. In their earlier conversation, he had shared that he was a wanderer in the desert. Just arrived in Longqing, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Wang Yingqiu pondered for a moment, her eyes glinting. Why not join our team? What do you think? Chapter 146. Joining the Scarlet Team. If Su Wen were to agree to join, the Scarlet Team would undoubtedly strike gold. Setting aside the treasures Su Wen had accumulated, the permanent preservation function of his space manipulation ability alone would be a boon for the team. Take monster meat, for instance. Hunters often face various challenges that prevent them from bringing back the corpses of the monsters they hunt, particularly for teams like the Scarlet Team, which frequently spends nights in the desert and hunts continuously for days. Managing to bring back 30% of the monster meat is already commendable. The rest is often either spoiled or simply too cumbersome to transport, leading to painful losses. However, with Su Wen's presence, everything would change. There would be no need to worry about the meat spoiling or being unable to carry it all back. They could also bring more supplies for hunting, significantly increasing their efficiency. Monster meat, pelts, bones, and fats could all be sold for profit. With a bit of effort, the entire team could achieve prosperity. After contemplating, Su Wen nodded in agreement. All right, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Consider it an experience of life, a moment of nostalgia. Upon hearing Su Wen's response, several girls erupted into joyous cheers, while Kong Qing wore a smile that seemed somewhat forced. The temperature in the desert at night can plummet below freezing, accompanied by fierce winds and sandstorms. Consequently, the group dug a large pit, using a campfire at its center for warmth, leaning against the edges of the pit to rest. The 6 took turns keeping watch over the fire. Since it was Su Wen's first day in the team, everyone unanimously decided he need not stand guard that night. Relieved, Su Wen found a comfortable position, wrapped himself in a blanket, and laid down to sleep. As midnight approached, Su Wen was stirred awake by faint sounds. At that moment, only 4 members remained in the large sand pit. Wang Yingqiu lay sprawled in a corner, blissfully asleep. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang had stealthily snuggled up next to Su Wen, both deeply asleep and mumbling dreamily about eating meat. However, Xiao Zhijia and Kong Qing were nowhere to be seen. Su Wen activated his mental abilities to investigate. Soon, he spotted Xiao Zhijia and Kong Qing engaged in a heated argument not far away. Zhijia, let us go back. I've had enough of this wandering life. With just our strength, we are destined to perish sooner or later. Kong Qing seemed to be persuading Xiao Zhijia. I refuse to go back. I barely escaped from there. And although life is tough now, I am free, aren't I? Besides, with Su Wen joining us, things will only get better, Kong Qing countered. You are being naive. He is an awakened spatial ability user. If he wishes, he could easily become a level 2 Oasis citizen. What can we offer him? Nothing at all. Sooner or later, he will leave us. It would be better to take him back with us. No. If we take him back, he will be finished. He will be imprisoned by my brother, never to gain freedom. I cannot put him in danger, especially since he trusts us so deeply. Hearing their conversation, Suen smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and returned to sleep. As he had anticipated, each of them harbored their own stories, perhaps making them valuable allies in the future. However, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang had taken most of his blanket, forcing him to retrieve another one. The next morning, as the sun rose, Suen stretched lazily. Kong Qing was surveying the surroundings, while Xiao Zhijia was roasting monster meat to prepare breakfast. Wang Yingqiu was collecting using a plastic water pouch, and De Shuang and Xiao Shuang busied themselves catching a type of black beetle in the sand. Since the survivors had arrived in the desert, it had not rained. Yet, each morning, they could gather a small amount of dew. Additionally, desert insects emerged in the morning, standing on the dunes to collect moisture from the air with their shells. These insects also provided a good source of protein and tasted better than monster meat, often selling for several times its price. Hunters would catch the insects in the morning to sell. After breakfast and tidying up, the group set out once more on their hunting journey. With Suen's addition, the efficiency of their hunting endeavors has significantly increased. There is no longer a concern about the lack of space for storing monster meat. Within a mere half-day, they successfully hunted 50 to 60 monsters, of which 20 were suitable for consumption. Under normal circumstances, they would only manage to carry away 5 or 6, but now they could return with all of them. Additionally, they collected over 20 civilization seeds, which amounted to a considerable profit. However, the supplies they had meticulously gathered were nearly exhausted, particularly their drinking water. Ultimately, they had no choice but to return home, heading towards the direction of the oasis. After a trek of 2 to 3 hours, they finally reached the oasis. The girls led Suen to their dwelling. The members of the Scarlet team resided together in a modest cellar located on the outskirts of the oasis. The space consisted of 2 rooms and a living area, totaling less than 40 square meters. The cellar was rather rudimentary, with dried monster meat hanging from the walls, and the living area was sparse, furnished only with a rickety small table and a few stools, with minimal other furnishings. Xiao Zhijia and Kong Qing shared one room, while Wang Yingqiu and the twins occupied another. Suen extracted the monster carcasses from the spatial pouch and piled them on the ground, subsequently carrying them out one by one for sale. The fresher the monster heads, the less pungent the odor, and thus their price was higher than that of smoked monster meat. The selling point was the trading market of the oasis, where most basic living necessities could be purchased with currency. Items such as food, pelts, bones, and tools could only be obtained in the desert and were typically traded in sand coins. Precious goods like soap, laundry powder, and metal products, which could no longer be produced, were exclusively traded for civilization seeds, a form of hard currency. Catalysts were rarely available for trade, as they primarily circulated within the larger factions of the oasis. Additionally, even within the oasis, sightings of guardian trees were exceedingly rare, as they had mostly been transplanted into the territories of the lords for unified management. Due to the scarcity of catalysts, not only were the guardian trees of the oasis sought after, but even those in the desert that facilitated the movement of oases would be swiftly excavated by large factions upon discovery. The monster meat brought back by the Scarlet team was exceptionally fresh, making it particularly easy to sell. It wasn't long before it was snatched up completely, yielding over 2,000 sand coins, a modest windfall that brought smiles of joy to everyone's faces. Subsequently, the girls discussed purchasing a set of equipment for Suen, including an essential rubber cloak for sun protection, a face mask to shield against sandstorms, and long leather boots suitable for traversing sandy terrain. However, the girls were unaware that Kong Qing had quietly slipped away from the group, making her way towards the territory of a large lord. Chapter 147. The Illusory Lord's Night. After selling the monster meat, the girls took Suen on a tour around Long City. Due to the high volume of foot traffic, Long City was relatively lively, with numerous stalls lining the streets and a variety of shops. There were eateries specializing in monster meat, as well as stores offering tools, clothing, and more. A myriad of goods dazzled the eye, yet most were products of the post-apocalyptic era, with few remnants from the time before. De Shuang, unaware of their origins, proudly presented a large white rabbit milk candy to Suen. "We spent a fortune to procure this for you," she declared, puffing out her small chest with pride. Xiao Shuang echoed her sister's words, mimicking De Shuang's stance. These twin sisters were quite distinct in character. Regardless of the time or place, De Shuang consistently took the lead, voicing the sisters' primary opinions, while Xiao Shuang functioned like a dim-witted parrot, often providing only a vague repetition of De Shuang's statements. appearing adorably foolish. Suen accepted the milk candy, unwrapping the tattered packaging before popping it into her mouth. Despite its diminutive size, such a piece of candy had become a luxury in the post-apocalyptic world, likely purchased at considerable expense by the twins. Perhaps it was a gesture of gratitude for Sue in treating them to lamb chops, or perhaps an acknowledgement of the blanket they had taken from her. As they passed by a circus, Suen halted, drawn to the bold proclamation, Lord's Night. Beneath it, smaller print promised powerful S-Class Awakeners at your disposal. And indulge in the Lord experience tonight. Curiosity piqued, Suen inquired, are there S-Class Awakeners inside? De Shuang and Xiao Shuang exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. We have no idea, we've never been inside. Sister Jidai told us not to look too closely, saying our eyes might grow needles, they replied. Expressing their frustration at the mystery, Suen turned her gaze toward Xiao Jidai, seeking an answer, but her masked expression betrayed no emotion. Instead, she averted her gaze, murmuring, I don't know either. Wang Yingqiu playfully punched Suan's arm, teasing, you really are clueless. This is precisely the sort of establishment you think it is. I can't fathom why you men are always drawn to such places. But is there really an S-Class Awakener? Suen pressed, her interest clearly piqued. I have no idea. You'll just have to see for yourself. However, I hear it's quite expensive, she warned. Suen nodded and made her way towards Lord's Night. Wang Yingqiu was left momentarily stunned, having merely intended to jest. She hadn't anticipated Suen would take the bait. That scoundrel actually went in, she muttered angrily, kicking the floor in frustration. With such a beautiful sister in our squad, why seek out those filthy women? Are they not alluring enough? Do they not care about their own image? Xiao Jidai sighed resignedly, shaking her head, her silence speaking volumes. While Suen chose to spend her own money for such indulgence, the others could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Spending lavishly in such a place for fleeting pleasure was hardly a sagacious decision. Yet, they had no choice but to wait outside, resigned to their circumstances. Upon entering the tent, Suen was greeted by a slender man with a sharp face who smiled warmly. Ah, esteemed guest, please sit down. What would you like to indulge in? We have everything here. Uniforms, nurses, flight attendants, authoritative figures from the workplace, you name it. We also offer immersive role-playing scenarios and theatrical performances. Furthermore, there are unique escape room experiences where you can play as a monster. I highly recommend our recently developed yet highly acclaimed Rage of the Minotaur and the Lament of the Pure Love Warrior. Though, I must warn you, the price is somewhat steep, he chuckled. After a moment of contemplation, Suen retrieved 10 vials of catalyst from the vast space and placed them on the table with a resonant clink. The atmosphere instantly shifted, radiating the aura of wealth. The most expensive option, please. Gather all S-level Awakeners. Upon seeing the 10 vials, the slender man was initially taken aback but then burst into exuberance. 10 vials of catalyst represented a significant fortune. If sold to the Lord, it could yield a sack full of civilization seeds. Clearly, this gentleman was a person of considerable stature. Not daring to be remiss, the slender man nodded vigorously, eagerly flattering Suen. After a brief moment to ask Suen to wait, he scurried off to prepare. During this time, a young girl dashed over, offering a glass of water and a plate of snacks made from insects. Shortly thereafter, the slender man returned, bubbling with excitement. Everything is ready, esteemed guest. Shall we begin now, or would you prefer to rest a little longer? Suen waved his hand dismissively. Let us start now. Excellent. Enjoy your time. I shall not intrude, he said with a grin, retreating discreetly. Moments later, the curtain at the far end of the room slowly parted, revealing a chamber reminiscent of a prison. Various instruments of torture adorned the table, and within the confines of the cell were 4 young girls. Their clothing tattered, yet their figures and appearances quite appealing. Each girl glared at Suen with expressions of indignation and fury. One girl spat defiantly, "You beast! No matter how you torment us, we will never submit." Another girl, her face contorted with disgust, declared, "I am a powerful S-level Awakener. If I weren't captured, I could easily eliminate you with a mere flick of my finger. The dignity of an S-level Awakener is not to be trifled with." The remaining 2 chimed in proudly. "I wield S-level lightning abilities. I possess S-level fire abilities." Suen erupted in laughter. "You must be joking. You're merely ordinary individuals with no powers, let alone being S-level Awakeners." A few minutes later, Suen emerged from the Lord's Night with a gloomy expression. It was evident that this was merely an ordinary establishment. Not to mention S-level Awakeners, even high-level Awakeners were a rarity here. Immediately, the others surrounded him, inquiring if he had indeed encountered any S-level Awakeners. Suen shrugged, offering no response. Observing his dismay, Wang Yingqiu seized the opportunity to taunt him. "Huh, you let your desires cloud your judgment. Now you know the sting of regret. How much were you deceived?" "Not much, just 10 vials of catalyst." "What? 10 vials of catalyst? Wang Yingqiu abruptly raised her voice, seizing Suan by the collar. Do you have some grave illness? That's 10 bottles of catalyst. If you wish to play, you may as well hand over the catalyst to me. As she spoke, she lifted the 2 little ones as if they were mere kittens. I'll just give these 2 little ones to you. In chapter 148, Return to the 10-Mile Street, Suan ultimately did not procure the 2 little ones with the 10 bottles of catalyst. Instead, he tossed 2 sacks of civilization seeds to Qiao Zhijia. These civilization seeds were what he had recently collected during the illusory Lord's Night. Gazing at the 2 sacks brimming with seeds, Qiao Zhijia felt utterly bewildered, hesitant to even reach out for them. There were no fewer than 10,000 seeds in those sacks, an astonishingly substantial fortune. Their small team managed to gather merely a few dozen seeds with each hunt, and even when tasked with large-scale adventure missions. The most they could acquire was a few hundred seeds upon completion. Receiving over 10,000 seeds at once left her mind reeling. You didn't steal these from somewhere, did you? Suan merely shrugged, non-committal. You all should head back. I'll wander around by myself. With that, he turned and made his way into the depths of the oasis. Longcheng was far more tedious than he had anticipated, leading to a significant decline in his enthusiasm. It was scarcely different from Jiangdi. Roaming about soon became tiresome. The girls exchanged glances, then hoisted the sacks and fled. They had no choice but to run. This establishment had its connections, being the property of a formidable lord. If anyone were to discover the origins of these seeds, the Lord's wrath could very well lead to their gruesome demise. They dared not entertain any thoughts of returning. Doing so would be akin to walking into a trap. The best course of action was to hope they wouldn't be caught, or that Suan's involvement would remain a mystery. As a wielder of spatial abilities, Suan's petty theft would undoubtedly go unnoticed. The girls could only comfort themselves with such thoughts. Meanwhile, Suan retrieved a sack of catalyst from the vast spatial realm and proceeded directly to the heart of the oasis. This was the most bustling area of Longcheng, known as 10-Mile Return, also referred to as the Lord's Night. This locale was indeed the true Lord's Night, a fact he had learned from the Thin Monkey, though it was common knowledge among the locals, leaving him, an outsider, in ignorance. Merely entering 10-Mile Street required a ticket fee of 10 world seeds. This was a subterranean commercial hub, its floors and structures crafted from a single cohesive stone material, towering dozens to hundreds of meters high and stretching hundreds of feet wide. The interior was lined with streets boasting a variety of opulent shops and entertainment venues. The illumination was exclusively derived from the luminescent parts of rare monsters and minerals unique to the desert, these ores temporarily storing the light emitted by light-based abilities, recharging periodically. Although referred to as a street, it resembled a subterranean city hewn from the mountainside. It was evident that this underground city had been constructed by hundreds, if not thousands, of powerful Earth-type ability users. The construction alone demanded an immense investment of both manpower and resources. As Suan stepped through the entrance, a refreshingly attractive female attendant approached him. Good day, sir. Would you require the services of a tour guide? After a moment's contemplation, Suan nodded in affirmation. Please follow me, sir. You may select your preferred guide. He was subsequently escorted to an office. On Shirley Street, there exists a plethora of tour guides, numbering in the thousands, predominantly composed of youthful and strikingly beautiful young women. Their responsibilities encompass guiding guests, serving as temporary assistants, acting as personal secretaries, or providing companionship. Of course, the fees vary considerably, typically determined by their looks and physique, with those possessing additional talents receiving extra consideration. Suan's arrival did not particularly captivate the attention of the attendants, primarily because his attire was somewhat unkempt, cloaked in dust, presenting the image of a destitute wanderer. Another country bumpkin, one attendant remarked. Ladies, if any of you find him appealing, feel free to take the order. I won't, another replied. He probably can't even scrape together a few sand coins. Whoever wishes to pursue him may do so. Even a few sand coins are still currency, huh? Look, he's even lugging around a burlap sack. What if it's filled with civilization seeds? Only a fool would carry so many seeds on their person. If he truly possessed a wealth of them, he would have exchanged them for checks upon entry. Individuals like him were uniformly categorized by the women as country bumpkins, mere spenders seeking to broaden their horizons, with little money to spare. Consequently, they showed little enthusiasm, and none approached him to solicit business, save for the initial attendant who continued to greet him with a smile. Sir, please take a look. What type of guide do you desire? The attendant cheerfully handed Suan a price list. The tour guides were classified into 4 tiers, with the overall quality correlating to their score. The lowest fee was 10 sand coins per hour, while the highest soared to 3 civilization seeds an hour. The least expensive guides boasted an appearance score of around 80, lacking any additional talents. In contrast, The top-tier guides possessed scores exceeding 90 and showcased notable skills. Beyond the guiding services, additional activities incurred extra charges, with prices varying widely. The most economical overnight companionship required at least 10 civilization seeds, while the top 3 elite guides commanded fees exceeding 1,000 civilization seeds. Such prices felt akin to robbery, and there were few who could afford such premium services, particularly the most distinguished guides. Yet, the higher the cost, the more it signified nobility. The organizers had certainly mastered the art of allure. Suen merely glanced at the price list before discarding it aside. Turning to the girl before him, he inquired, "What is the fee for companionship?" The girl hesitated, her cheeks flushing with slight embarrassment as she replied, "Sir, I am merely a silver-tier guide, and my guiding fees are modest, 60 sand coins per hour. However, if you wish to take me away, it becomes quite expensive, requiring an additional 1,000 civilization seeds. In this apocalyptic era, cleanliness is an even rarer commodity than beauty. Thus, the initial cost for the escort service is exorbitantly high. The additional fee for a bronze-tier guide reaches up to 500 civilization seeds. However, this surcharge is applicable only for the first time. Subsequent services do not incur such fees. Those who can afford the escort service tend to prefer the elite guides, as they have already been escorted previously without additional charges and possess a more appealing demeanor. Conversely, fewer individuals show interest in the lower-tier guides, as the steep prices render them less appealing. 1,000 civilization seeds can be exchanged for approximately 4 vials of catalyst in Dragon City, which can sustain over 30 guardian trees. This illustrates just how outrageous the pricing is. Suen contemplated for a moment before discarding the sack he carried onto the ground. With a clatter, several vials of catalyst rolled out from the sack, evidently filled to the brim. Suen remarked nonchalantly, "Let us see if this is sufficient." The sight of the overflowing sack of catalysts left everyone frozen in astonishment. In Chapter 149, Kong Qing's betrayal, Xiao Xiao's double joy. Suen acknowledged that his hands were indeed a bit itchy, as it had been a considerable time since he had acquired anything of value. For him, Dragon City resembled a flourishing field of leeks. The area known as Homecoming 10 Miles, being the most prosperous part of Dragon City, conceals the wealth of its owner, which is now difficult to ascertain. However, identifying the owner cannot be approached blindly and recklessly. The most adept hunters often present themselves as the prey. Thus, from this moment onward, he would assume the role of a naive, affluent individual, lacking worldly experience, whose only deficiency is not having enough money. Upon witnessing the sack filled with catalysts, the staff were utterly astonished. This sack contained at least several hundred vials. One could easily purchase not just an escort, but even buy the guide outright. "Sir, please hold on a moment. I need to consult with my supervisor," the staff member said, realizing that such a substantial order exceeded her authority. Before long, a woman of exquisite appearance and alluring figure hurried over, wearing a flustered expression. Extending her hand with a smile, she introduced herself. "Hello, sir, I am the supervisor here, Wang Qing." Suen, however, did not take her hand and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, responded, "Why is this so complicated?" He then pointed at the trembling bronze guide beside him. "How much to take her away?" "Don't waste my time." With a slight smile, Wang Qing stepped forward and poured him a cup of tea, speaking in a gentle tone. "She is merely a silver-tier guide, sir. You may choose other, more advanced guides, even myself." Suen impatiently interrupted her. "Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" "I said she will do." Wang Qing was taken aback that Suen showed no interest in her at all. She considered herself comparable to the top-tier gold guides. "If you wish for the escort service, 4 vials of catalyst will suffice, but to buy her outright would require 20 vials. Buying outright means purchasing the entire individual. However, the cost of 20 vials of catalyst is undoubtedly akin to robbery. A mere silver-tier guide is just an ordinary person without any special abilities. Even 10 vials of catalyst would be considered overpriced. In general, the prominent figures from various factions come here to play, and they typically take whoever they fancy." Wang Qing's actions were merely a test of Suen. After all, Suen was a complete stranger. It remained to be seen whether he was the scion of an influential family or merely a newly affluent individual. The matter would soon be revealed. 20 bottles? So be it, Suen remarked nonchalantly as he extracted 20 bottles of catalyst from the sack, purchasing the young tour guide outright. The young guide departed with Suen, much to the envy of the surrounding women. "How frustrating. Had I known, I would have gone on my own," one of them lamented. Xiaoyu too had stumbled upon good fortune, encountering a benefactor who was also quite handsome. After all, a sack full of catalysts must be worth a fortune. Though they were called guides, they were, in truth, commodities within the marketplace of 10 Mile Street, devoid of rights and freedom. Their only hope lay in being purchased at a high price. After all, Those who could afford to buy them would not be ordinary individuals. Once sold, they need not worry about their future. Observing Su An's retreating figure, Wang Qing pondered for a moment before departing, heading to an opulent office. At the desk sat a strikingly handsome young man dressed in a white suit and donning white gloves, savoring an unfamiliar rare delicacy. Beside him stood a woman, trembling slightly as she poured wine for him. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize her as Kong Qing from the Crimson Squad. "Young Master Qiao, I beseech you for another chance. I will surely bring back Shi Dai." She was merely confused, the woman implored. The man raised a hand to silence her. Turning his gaze to Wang Qing, "I have expressed my desire not to be disturbed while dining," he stated coolly. Wang Qing, momentarily taken aback, lowered his head and replied, "I apologize, it was not my intention. A particularly special guest arrived today, and I sought to report to you." Young Master Qiao elegantly dabbed the corner of his mouth with a pristine napkin, which bore traces of blood, and replied indifferently. Wang Qing hastily relayed all that had transpired regarding Su, and young Master Qiao furrowed his brow. Many individuals frequented 10 Mile Street, including numerous wealthy and powerful figures. However, few would openly spend catalysts like that. This resource was in high demand, and while its value could be assessed with civil seeds, no one in their right mind would part with catalysts so readily. As time passed, the price of catalysts would only escalate, reaching astronomical heights. The era where brute strength determined dominance had long since passed. Now, it was the one possessing the most catalysts who would ultimately prevail. Several hundred bottles of catalysts constituted a significant sum, enough to warrant his attention. Furthermore, it remained uncertain how many catalysts this unknown rustic had in his possession. "Send someone to follow him and report back to me promptly. Seek an opportune moment to arrange a meeting between him and me." 10 Mile Street is not solely his domain. He is merely one of the shareholders. This lucrative prize must not be allowed to be discovered by others first. Understood. Young Master Qiao, Wang Qing nodded and exited the office. Young Master Qiao then turned his attention back to Kong Qing. "Now, tell me about my foolish sister. How has she been faring during this time?" Kong Qing promptly reported everything, unhesitatingly divulging the matter of Su and spatial abilities. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept upon Xiao Xiao's lips. "My dear sister, you never fail to surprise me. First, you gifted me an adventure team, and now you have aided me in discovering a great treasure. How shall I express my gratitude?" He chuckled, having just encountered a lucrative opportunity, and now learning of an awakened B-grade spatial ability user. Xiao Xiao felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, his spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Su An, guided by a recently acquired little tour guide, boarded a rickshaw and began to meander through the bustling Shirley Street. Technically, she was no longer merely a guide, but rather Su An's personal assistant, a delightful young lady named Tong Xiaoyu, age 19. At that moment, she clutched a large sack of catalysts, enthusiastically introducing Su into the various attractions of Shirley Street. As she spoke, she frequently stole glances at Su An, her cheeks flushing at the sight of his handsome features. Little did she anticipate that Su An would lavishly spend to acquire her services, not even blinking an eye. From that moment on, she became his private possession. In Longcheng, many powerful individuals have a penchant for collecting beautiful women. Rumor has it that the leader of the Huiguang adventure team has over 80 concubines, each one a stunning beauty, inciting envy in countless onlookers. As for the entertainment facilities on Shirley Street, Su An found little interest. They consisted merely of high-priced water bars, nightclubs, discotheques, and underground arenas. Establishments that were quite common before the apocalypse. While ordinary folk struggled just to find clean water, here, one could indulge in sauna services or swim in opulent pools if they had the wealth to do so. Indeed, a display of utmost luxury. Under Tong Xiaoyu's guidance, Su An indulged in a day of revelry, purchasing whatever caught his fancy and engaging in the most extravagant of experiences. He appeared the very picture of a nouveau riche, opting to flaunt his wealth rather than exchange the catalysts for consumption vouchers at the exchange station. Instead, he paraded through the streets with Tong Xiaoyu and her sack of catalysts, seemingly eager for all to witness his affluence. After a few hours of entertainment, Su An grew weary of the scene and decided to reserve an entire swimming pool just for himself. Dressed in swim trunks, he lounged listlessly at the pool's edge while Tong Xiaoyu, in her swimsuit, provided him with a massage. She simultaneously shared insights regarding the power structure of Longcheng. The city boasted a vast number of survivors, with countless factions, yet the majority of resources were controlled by 10 major adventure teams. These 10 teams formed the Longcheng Alliance, the undisputed authority in Longcheng, responsible for establishing its rules. All inhabitants were subject to the regulations set forth by the Longcheng Alliance. Among the alliance, 4 adventure teams stood out as the most formidable: Huiguang, Anya, Longyu, and Zongheng, collectively referred to as the Four Tigers of Longqing. These four factions also served as the shadowy proprietors of Shirley Street. The tour guide company where Tong Xiaoyu previously worked is affiliated with the Longyu Adventure Group, whose leader is known as Qiao Junyi, often referred to as Young Master Qiao. With a clearer understanding of the power dynamics in Longqing, Suin has now established a specific objective. Upon hearing the name Qiao Junyi, Suin pondered briefly before inquiring, "Are you familiar with someone named Qiao Zhidia?" Tong Xiaoyu considered this for a moment and nodded, replying, "Yes, she was the former leader of the Longyu Adventure Group and is young Master Qiao's sister. However, for reasons unknown, she left the group and no one knows her whereabouts." How intriguing, Suin mused with a slight smile. He sensed that there was a story behind Qiao Zhidia, but he had not anticipated her notable background. Reflecting on the earlier hunting excursion when Kong Qing conversed with Qiao Zhidia, Suin began to form some conjectures in his mind. It seemed unlikely that Qiao Zhidia had left the Longyu Adventure Group of her own volition. Otherwise, there would have been no need for the term escape. To think that a former queen could descend to the precarious existence of a hunter overnight was surely a bitter pill to swallow. As an outsider, Suin was aware that acting recklessly could easily raise alarms among others. While it may be simple to seize abilities, if the prominent leaders caught wind of his intentions, they might very well burrow into the earth to evade him, making it difficult for him to locate them in the vast expanse of Longqing. The substantial bounty of Longqing would still require Qiao Zhidia to assist in carving it up. The once reigning queen poised for a comeback, siblings turned adversaries, and Longqing descending into chaos from within. He found this unfolding drama immensely fascinating. As he contemplated this, a smile inadvertently graced Suin's face. Earlier that morning, while selling monster meat, he had noticed Kong Qing stealthily departing the team, her direction leading to Shirley Street. If all went according to plan, Kong Qing had already betrayed Qiao Zhidia. Of course, even if Kong Qing had not divulged Qiao Zhidia's location, it mattered little. During the heist on that fraudulent lord's night, he had refrained from taking lives, deliberately leaving a survivor. He had also made it a point for others to witness him handing over the ill-gotten gains to Qiao Zhidia and her companions. Now, Qiao Zhidia found herself thrust upon the pyre of scrutiny. She had no choice. To survive, she must resist, and whether she wished to or not, she would have to partake in this division of spoils. Just then, a group of sharply dressed individuals entered the room, led by a middle-aged man in a white suit and gloves, sporting a buzz cut. Tong Xiaoyu instinctively leaned closer to Suin and whispered, "That's the vice leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group, Black B." Upon noticing Suin, Black B approached him alone, while his entourage dutifully remained at the door. "Oh, what a refined atmosphere we have here. I am Black B. I wonder if there is an opportunity for friendship?" Suin glanced up at Black B, noting his attributes. Ability, Tiger Peak Transformation S, controllable, level, LV10, wealth value, 8, 2 million. As a vice leader of one of Longqing's top adventure groups, it was hardly surprising that Black B was an S-class awakened. His level had reached the maximum of 10. However, his wealth value was astonishingly high. Following the cataclysmic collapse of civilization, resources such as civilization seeds and catalysts had been categorized within wealth value. A single civilization seed was worth merely a fraction of wealth value. To estimate simply, Black B was valued at no less than 8 million civilization seeds. As expected of one of the esteemed elite of Dragon City, the stature is impressive. It is evident that Black B has come in pursuit of the catalyst. While the common populace may price the catalyst at mere hundreds of seeds per vial, his awareness of the wealth value reveals that the system assigns a staggering price of 10,000 wealth points per vial. This underscores the true worth of the catalyst. His bold display of several hundred vials would certainly capture the attention of the major adventurer factions. Greed is inherent in humanity. A person capable of producing such a bounty may very well possess even more catalysts, perhaps 1,000? Or, daring to speculate, what if it were in the tens of thousands? Suin flashed a grin, rising to warmly shake hands with Black B. Having heard much about the renowned vice captain, he found the encounter to be exceptional. It was indeed an honor for Su to befriend such a figure. The act of plundering commenced. It merely replicated the opponent's unique abilities while simultaneously siphoning wealth. At the same time, a subtle activation of toxic attributes embedded a poison seed within Black B's body. Unbeknownst to Black B, the cost of this handshake was far heavier than he imagined. With a simple clasp, he had unwittingly returned to a state of vulnerability. Black B nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Su's perceptiveness, and continued with a smile, "I heard a distinguished guest had arrived, so I hurried over to see if my brother is enjoying himself." As he spoke, he produced a black card from his pocket. "This is the VIP card for 10 Mile Street. Any future purchases will receive a 70% discount." Suin accepted the black card, giving a thumbs up. "Brother Black B, Your generosity is commendable, having just gifted over 8 million wealth points. Now a VIP card as well, truly magnanimous. Black Bee waved dismissively. It's merely a trifle, hardly worth mentioning. He cast a glance at the remaining half-bag of catalysts by the poolside, narrowing his eyes. Then, feigning casualness, he declared, "Let us not dance around the matter, brother. We are men who prefer to speak plainly. I wonder how many catalysts you have left. We are willing to purchase at a high price. And the details can be negotiated." After a moment of contemplation, Suen replied candidly, "I do indeed possess a batch of catalysts." Black Bee pressed eagerly, "How many?" "Many," came the ambiguous reply. "How many is many?" "Too many to discuss here. It is a matter that requires a personal meeting with your captain." Suen then tugged at the bag, shoving the majority of the catalysts into Black Bee's arms. "A modest token of our acquaintance. Please convey it to your esteemed captain on my behalf. Tomorrow, let us find a place to discuss this in detail. What do you say, brother Black Bee?" Stunned, Black Bee clutched the bag of catalysts, unable to suppress a gulp. A prime target indeed. This was an extraordinarily lucrative opportunity. Chapter 151. The birth of a new dual S-class ability holder departing from the bustling 10-mile street. Suen, accompanied by Tong Xiaoyu, made his way towards the outskirts of the oasis. He had arranged to meet Black Bee again at noon the following day to discuss the transaction of catalysts, at which time the leader of the Night Adventure Group would also make an appearance. At that juncture, he would be poised to capitalize on the opportunity. However, while the profits were to be garnered, he was mindful not to waste any potential gains. It would be prudent for Qiao Zhijie to assume leadership of the Dark Knight Adventure team. Otherwise, the members of the Scarlet team would scarcely make a ripple in Dragon City, lacking even the qualifications to summon the city's prominent figures. Shortly after departing from Shirley Street, Suen sensed that he was being followed. Utilizing his psychic abilities, he discerned at least a dozen individuals trailing him, all of whom were advanced awakeners, including an S-class awakener as their leader. It was reasonable to surmise that they were dispatched by the Black Bee. In this world, trust among individuals is a rare commodity. Had the Black Bee not been wary of Su in potentially being an S-class awakener, they would have struck at him without hesitation. For who would choose to pay when they could take for free? No sooner had Suen left Shirley Street than he noticed that a group had followed closely behind him. Once they pinpointed the location of the buried catalyst, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to snatch it away. Suen remained unfazed, continuing on his path with an air of indifference. Tong Xiaoyu trailed beside him, her cheeks flushing as she beheld Suen's handsome features. As an ordinary person, not an awakener, she had managed to survive the apocalyptic downfall. Yet living as a mere human had become increasingly arduous. Ultimately, her decent appearance secured her a place in the Dragon Language Adventure team, providing her with basic sustenance, but simultaneously stripping her of her humanity, reducing her to a mere commodity. Within the tour guide company, competition ran fierce. Although the guides were all ordinary individuals, they relentlessly undermined and persecuted one another, resorting to every conceivable underhanded tactic of slander and deception. As a lowly silver-level guide, being bullied was an inevitable ordeal, yet she had grown accustomed to it, learning to endure until it passed. Her greatest aspiration was to find a benevolent buyer, one who was not a sadistic abuser, and if treated with a modicum of kindness, she would be content. When Suen purchased her at a premium, she felt as though she were dreaming. He surpassed her expectations of other buyers by a considerable margin, and Tong Xiaoyu regarded herself as extraordinarily fortunate. Suen casually retrieved a vial of catalyst from his pocket, toying with it, then turned to Tong Xiaoyu and said, "I can offer you a sum of money. You may find a place to live in peace." Her complexion paled at his words, and she hurriedly replied, "No, I do not want money. I wish to stay with you, boss. I can cook, do laundry, and sweep the floor. Please, I beg you, do not abandon me." Suen regarded her with an amused expression, "But my funds are limited. I fear I may not be able to sustain you. Following me will only lead to hardship. I can catch mice, and I can weave straw sandals. I can support myself, and I can even catch insects for you to eat. I used to catch grasshoppers all the time as a child." Her voice trembled with emotion. In this desolate world, she truly did not want to be alone. Nor did she wish to return to the tour guide company. With no one to rely on, each day was filled with trepidation. For her, the inner turmoil of helplessness and confusion outweighed the physical pain of hunger. During the harrowing days of the zombie apocalypse, she was forsaken by her family. With her frail physique, she concealed herself within the narrow confines of a sewer, scavenging for refuse, subsisting on grass roots and the occasional rat. Somehow managing to survive until now. Deep within her soul lies a vast emptiness, yearning for a place to call home. She does not crave great wealth. She simply desires safety and the companionship of someone who can share the burdens of life with her. Suen smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Just teasing you. You shall assist me henceforth. He gently cradled Tong Xiaoyu's tear-streaked face in one hand. While words may deceive, the genuine affection she harbored for him, rated at an impressive 90, could not be falsified. The tour guide company merely masquerades as a slave market, with its guides treated as mere commodities. Having long resigned herself to her fate, her loyalty, once purchased, would be unwavering. This, of course, correlates significantly with Tong Xiaoyu's character. She exemplifies a nurturing personality, somewhat fragile due to prolonged suppression. Her sudden attachment to him was jarring yet understandable, akin to an extreme version of the Dao Chao Xiaoying, a mixture of illusion and the deep-seated desires she had harbored. In this era, few maintain their sanity, especially when viewed through the lens of the world that existed before the cataclysm. The streets are now filled with those who have succumbed to madness. Suin gently wiped away Tong Xiaoyu's tears, bestowing upon her 2 S-level abilities. The Dragon City, akin to a field of chives, requires diligent stewardship, and Tong Xiaoyu emerges as a commendable candidate. As for Qiao Zhijia, she is merely a tool in this grand design. After 2 days of interaction, the members of the Scarlet Squad hold him in only moderate regard. The seemingly amiable Qiao Zhijia's approval rating barely reaches 50. The typically fierce Wang Yingqiu boasts a score of 70. The more naive De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, being avid foodies, saw their fondness for him surge to 80 after sharing a plate of lamb chops. Conversely, Kong Qing, with a paltry score of 10, perceives him as an adversary, ever poised to strike from behind. Overall, Tong Xiaoyu proves to be the more suitable and obedient choice. Go ahead and eliminate those trailing behind. It will serve as a fine introduction to your abilities. The 2 powers he bestowed upon Tong Xiaoyu include one of defensive prowess, an unyielding steel body, and another of elemental force, piercing winds. Though the steel body lacks the splendor of a radiant form, its resilience and elasticity surpass, albeit with greater heft. The piercing winds, an elemental ability, lighten her frame, enhance her speed, and provide means for ranged assault. This complementary duo forms a commendable synergy of powers. Additionally, as the abilities he acquired are of high proficiency, the amalgamation results in equally adept powers, sparing Tong Xiaoyu the arduous process of honing her skills. With the top-tier defensive S-level ability at her disposal, even as a novice, she shall not find herself in peril. The finest teacher is always the battle itself. The individuals dispatched by the Black Bee are fortuitously positioned to serve as practice for Tong Xiaoyu. Nonetheless, the task of delivering the final blows remains Su An's responsibility. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Squad faces its own tribulations. A few individuals, burdened with 2 sacks of stolen civilization seeds pilfered by Suin, made their way stealthily back to their abode. They fervently hoped that the unseen master behind the Lord's Knight would not come knocking to settle the score. Alas, fate had other plans. As evening fell, Kong Qing returned, accompanied by dozens of members from the Dragon Language Adventure team, most of whom were high-ranking Awakened, including an S-rank Awakened executive. The Scarlet team found themselves cornered in their own cellar, trapped with no escape above or below. Chapter 152. The past of the Scarlet team members. Kong Qing stood at a distance from the cellar, calling out into the dwelling. Jidai, must you be so stubborn? Come back with me. We have been best friends since childhood. Do you really think I would harm you? Qiao Jidai emerged from the cellar, removing her mask to reveal a sullen yet beautiful visage, her eyes ablaze with fury. She could hardly fathom that Kong Qing would betray her. Upon seeing Qiao Jidai, a look of joy spread across Kong Qing's face. Jidai, Xiao Xiao has already forgiven you. He said that you are siblings. As long as you return, you will still be the vice-captain of the Dragon Language Adventure team. Qiao Jidai let out a cold laugh. Forgive me? Does he deserve it? How ludicrous. The Dragon Language Adventure team was founded by me. He has usurped my position and now seeks to sell me to that old wretch Cheng Hui as a mere plaything in exchange for profit. He is unworthy of being my brother and even more unworthy of discussing forgiveness. I shall never forgive him. I, Qiao Jidai, would rather die than return to serve that beast. I will not be a pawn for his selfish gains. Seeing Qiao Jidai's fury, Kong Qing wished to continue her persuasion. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had fled the Dragon Language Adventure team alongside Qiao Jidai. But the harshness of the wandering life had left her regretful. The bonds of sisterhood meant little compared to the comfort of a stable life. If she could bring Qiao Jidai and Suin back, she would achieve great merit and return to the Dragon Language Adventure team. The accompanying S-rank Awakened raised a hand to silence Kong Qing. He was a young man clad in advanced alloy armor, bearing a long scar across his face which lent him an intimidating appearance. He addressed Qiao Jidai softly. Big sister, please return with us. The brothers still regard you as vice-captain. We all miss you dearly. Qiao Jidai could not help but break into a bitter smile, her expression mournful. And then she shouted hoarsely, Who was it that saved your life back then? Who kept you alive during the zombie apocalypse? Yet when that scoundrel seized my captaincy, you stood by his side. When he sought to sell me to others, you endorsed it. Cheng Gang, do you not see how hypocritical you are? You, like him, are an ungrateful beast. Upon hearing Qiao Zhidai's anguished tirade, Cheng Gang frowned but offered no reply. Qiao Zhidai had awakened early, quickly establishing her own faction at the onset of the apocalypse. Cheng Gang had initially been an ordinary person, forced to scour the city for supplies at great peril, nearly falling victim to a zombie bite. It was Qiao Zhidai who saved him and never abandoned him. Until his awakening, he rose to prominence and became a high-ranking member of the Dragon Language Adventure team. Under the leadership of Qiao Zhidia, the team ascended steadily, attracting an increasing number of talented individuals. Qiao Zhidia guided them through numerous crises, leading the team to become one of the top 10 adventure groups in the capital. However, as time passed, several waves of awakenings emerged, and the number of awakened individuals grew. The Dragon Language Adventure team saw a significant increase in S-rank awakened members. With this growing strength, discord began to surface. Qiao Zhidia, being merely an A-rank awakened, found her authority increasingly challenged, particularly as a woman. Yet, due to the respect she had established and her past kindness, the group, despite harboring some dissent, still reluctantly obeyed her commands. This changed dramatically when her brother, Qiao Junyi, awakened an S-rank ability overnight. Everything shifted. Long envious of the leadership position, Qiao Junyi staged a coup, seizing control and imprisoning Qiao Zhidia. To eliminate any future threats, he planned to sell her as a plaything, intending to sever her influence within the adventure group. However, Qiao Zhidia managed to escape, narrowly avoiding disaster. Cheng Gang shook his head and sighed. Sister Head, I know I owe you an apology, but this time, please trust me. I will plead your case to young Master Qiao. However, I hope you can hand over that young man with spatial abilities. This is the only way you can redeem yourself. Upon hearing Cheng Gang's words, Qiao Zhidia realized the truth. So that's why you have come with such a formidable force. Even the commander of the combat unit is personally involved. Unfortunately, I must inform you that he has already been driven away. You will never obtain that rare storage-type spatial ability. Cheng Gang's frown deepened at her response, and he lost patience with Qiao Zhidia. He turned to his subordinates, saying coldly, take team leader Zhidia back, eliminate everyone else. The rarity of the storage-type spatial ability was of utmost importance, and the information could not leak. Hidden in the cellar, Wang Yingqiu and the two children were terrified. Wang Yingqiu cursed her misfortune repeatedly. Had she known, she would never have retired from her previous life of crime. In truth, she, along with De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, had once been professional con artists. The duo lured unsuspecting LSP survivors into traps and then, united, robbed them, employing a classic bait-and-switch tactic. Yet, as time passed, their notorious trio became widely recognized. Although many LSPs remained, the easy targets dwindled. Ultimately, they had no choice but to retire from conning and join the Scarlet Team, working diligently as ordinary laborers. Little did she expect that the Scarlet Team was mired in debt, and creditors, including Qiao Zhidia's, came calling, demanding lives as repayment. Outside the cellar, members of the Dragon Language Adventure team had already surrounded the area. Enraged, Qiao Zhidia unleashed a series of rare offensive abilities. However, as a healer and awakening individual, her extraordinary powers were, in truth, quite limited. Against the formidable combatants of the Dragon Language Adventure Group, these advanced awakeners posed not the slightest challenge. In fact, a mere misstep could inadvertently bolster their health. Wang Yingqiu gritted her teeth, and, alongside her two small companions, surged into battle. Damn it, I shall fight you all. The two little ones echoed enthusiastically, let's fight, let's fight. Observing this, Qiao Zhidia could not help but express her regret. I am truly sorry for dragging you into this. Enough of this dilly-dallying. Finish this quickly, there are plenty of women out there. If you hinder Xiao Xiao's important matters, none of you shall bear the consequences. Cheng Gang urged, displeased, as he watched his subordinates toy with Qiao Zhidia and the others like mice. At that moment, two figures emerged slowly from the swirling sands. Suan walked at the forefront, while the blood-soaked Tong Xiaoyu clutched his sleeve, trailing behind. Tong Xiaoyu's expression was tinged with excitement as she murmured to herself, I am useful, I can finally contribute. I will not be abandoned again, right? Upon seeing Suan, Kong Qing's face lit up with joy as she shouted, it's him. Quickly seize him. He is the spatial awakener. I have seen him produce lamb chops, beef steaks, and even red wine. He must have other treasures hidden in his space. Without hesitation, Cheng Gang sprang into action. As an S-rank speed enhancer, he had reached level 10, utilizing his full power. He covered a distance of over 100 meters in less than 2 seconds, his hand reaching out towards Suan. Yet, Suan merely took a step back and, with lightning speed, grasped Cheng Gang's hand as he approached, lifting him effortlessly by the throat. Calmly, he commanded Tong Xiaoyu, kill the men, raising her bloodstained cheek. Tong Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. All right, I will kill whoever you tell me to. I will be obedient. I can assist you. P.S. I have recently been unwell, and updates may be delayed. I sincerely apologize. Brothers and sisters, please take care to keep warm, maintain your health, and eat more fruit. Chapter 153, Capturing the Scarlet Team, Ability Replication Successful, Acquired Rapid Enhancement S Ability. Ability Stripping Successful, Acquired Transferable Rapid Enhancement S Ability. Wealth Plunder Successful. Acquired Wealth Value of 4,580,000. Wealth resources have been transferred to the vast space. Please check promptly. Experience Plunder Successful, converted to 990,000 experience points. Target S level has been reduced to level 1. Further plundering of levels and experience is not possible. In but a fleeting moment, Cheng Gang felt as though his very essence had been drained. His once proud abilities vanished, and his level diminished to 1. Even his metallic battle armor had disappeared, leaving him clad in nothing but rags. A shudder of fear coursed through him as he attempted to free himself from Su En's grip, only to discover, in terror, that all his struggles were in vain. The hand that dictated his fate remained immovable, as steadfast as a mountain. Hearing the system's notification, Su En licked his lips. How delightful it is to be sheltered by a formidable adventure guild. In a mere span of time, the characters have ascended to their utmost levels. The power of capital is undeniably potent. Most survivors are still struggling to make ends meet, their levels barely reaching 3 or 4. Meanwhile, the elite of this adventure guild possess an abundance of civilization seeds, enough to hoard as liquid assets. Su En, unbothered, willingly lightens the burden of these hoarders, for his vast spatial abilities can surely accommodate them. On the other hand, Tong Xiaoyu has transformed into a harbinger of death, reaping vibrant lives amidst the throngs. Though her mastery of her powers remains somewhat clumsy, she is bolstered by the might of 2 S-rank abilities, rendering ordinary foes utterly helpless, incapacitating one adversary with each encounter. Su En frequently employs teleportation to facilitate his plunder. The members of the Dragon Language Adventure Guild's elite combat unit are all around level 6, each capable of yielding approximately 40,000 to 60,000 experience points. This equates to over 1,000 civilization seeds per individual, with around 50 present. That totals to over 50,000 civilization seeds. Of course, the most lucrative target remains the small boss, Cheng Gang, whose experience points alone approach 1 million. In a matter of mere minutes, the battle neared its conclusion. After thoroughly plundering the Dragon Language Adventure Guild members and incinerating their remains, Su En teleported before Qiao Zhidia, discarding the dazed Cheng Gang upon the ground. You are not human. You are a devil, a monster. Cheng Gang, utterly terrified, cried out as he attempted to flee. With a flick of his finger, Su En unleashed several wind blades, severing Cheng Gang's limbs entirely. To muffle his screams, Su En used telekinesis to extract his tongue, transforming Cheng Gang's cries into whimpers as he coughed up blood. The excruciating pain left him a quivering mess, tears, snot, and blood mingling together. His sanity on the brink of collapse. Su En placed a foot upon Cheng Gang's chest and turned to Qiao Zhidia, flashing a grin. Captain Qiao, this is a gift for you. I hope you find it to your liking. Qiao Zhidia's face had turned ashen, her body trembling, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain her balance. In just a few minutes, the elite combat unit of the Dragon Language Adventure Guild had been utterly annihilated, their remains reduced to ashes. Even the formidable S-rank awakener, Cheng Gang, had been rendered into a mere husk. Qiao Zhidia's gaze towards Su En was filled with fear and confusion. He was supposed to be a mere storage-type space ability wielder devoid of combat prowess. How could he have dispatched Cheng Gang in an instant? Moreover, it appeared he had unleashed an S-rank wind ability. Before her stood the same figure she had encountered moments ago, still exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet now, the oppressive aura he radiated felt like an invisible mountain pressing down upon her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. Who on earth are you? Qiao Zhidia stammered, her teeth chattering. Su En, looking down at her from his elevated position, replied, Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters, Captain Qiao, is where you shall go from here. Oh no, it should be Captain Qiao. Qiao Zhidia bit her lip tightly, uncertain of how to respond to Su En's words. Her identity had been exposed, and the people sent by Qiao Junyi had all been killed. Regardless of whether she was responsible, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon her. Qiao Junyi would not let her off lightly. The desire to continue hiding and scraping by had become an unattainable luxury. I can offer you an opportunity, one that will not only free you from this life of concealment, but also help you reclaim what is rightfully yours. Xiao Zhidia suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently at Suin, a flicker of yearning glimmering in her eyes. She was perpetually consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Longing to retrieve what she had lost, the Dragon Language Adventure Group she had painstakingly built. Yet, in an instant, her hope dwindled. You are indeed powerful. But the Dragon Language Adventure Group boasts tens of thousands of awakened individuals, with numerous formidable S-rank awakeners. It is not something that can be swayed by one person alone. Let alone aiding me in reclaiming the Captain S position. Even confronting Qiao Junyi would be exceedingly difficult. Suin shook his head slightly. If I dare to make such a statement, it is because I am confident in my ability to fulfill it. The question is, do you desire it or not? With a complex expression, Xiao Zhidia looked at Suin, hesitating for a moment before steeling her resolve. Yes, I want your help. I wish to retrieve everything I have lost. Suin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I shall assist you in realizing your wish. Xiao Zhidia bit her red lip. What reward do you seek? Suin bent down, gently lifting her chin with a single finger, stating coolly, just be obedient, and I shall take what I desire myself. Xiao Zhidia's face flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head in silence. There is no such thing as a free lunch. She was uncertain of Suin's true intentions. Was it control over the Dragon Language Adventure Group? As if recalling something, her face reddened even more. All right, as long as you can help me reclaim the Adventure Group, I will follow your lead. Meanwhile, Wang Yingqiu and the two little ones had long been left in shock. Huddling together in fear, Kong Qing, pale and trembling, began to slowly retreat. Suin, with a single motion, summoned Kong Qing into his palm with his mind, then activated his ability to plunder. In an instant, Kong Qing was left with nothing but despair. However, Suin did not kill her. Instead, he casually tossed her to Qiao Zhidia. He then called over Tong Xiaoyu, using his water ability to cleanse her of bloodstains, before handing her a new set of clothes. Some food, and a tent. You shall stay here for the night. I will return for you in the morning. Although Tong Xiaoyu was reluctant and glanced at Xiao Zhidia and the others, she understood that Suin intended for her to remain here as a watchful presence. So she obediently nodded. Suin surveyed Xiao Zhidia and the others, choosing not to linger in conversation. He directly opened the map and teleported back to Oasis No. 1 in Jiangzhou, vanishing from the spot. Chapter 154. The Villa Complex completed, the Great Battle approaches. After over a month of construction, the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group had been fully established. Located at the very heart of Oasis No. 1, it comprised dozens of exquisitely luxurious villas, with the captain's villa positioned at the forefront of the compound. The grand three-story villa boasts over 20 rooms of various sizes, including a private cinema, a gym, a study, a bar, and an entertainment hall. The third floor is particularly noteworthy, containing only 2 rooms. One of these is a spacious bathing area, transformed by advanced technology into a luxurious spa. The leader's bedroom spans over 800 square meters, adorned with soft carpets, numerous vanity tables, and a grand bed measuring 4 to 5 meters in width, accompanied by several smaller beds. To one side, there are 3 bathrooms. The rest of the room features opulent sofas and seating arrangements, with a quaint bar and wine cabinet tucked away in a corner. The back wall of the leader's bedroom is a floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of the expansive Oasis No. 1, its lush greenery visible through the glass. In the distance, the endless golden sea of sand stretches out. The vibrant oasis below contrasts splendidly with the vast, desolate sand sea beyond. Outside, a spacious balcony is furnished with tables, chairs, loungers, and a bar. At the end of the balcony, there is a 3-meter-wide gap leading to a diving board. Beneath the diving board lies a magnificent swimming pool, flanked by a withered old poplar tree and a dry well, creating an oddly dissonant scene. Both the tree and the well have been here since the inception of the oasis, not intentionally planted or excavated, but deliberately left untouched by Suin. He alone understands the significance of these elements, for at the center of every major oasis community lies a similar old poplar tree and dry well. Preserving them holds great utility for the future, which is why Suin is determined to claim Oasis No. 1. He could easily create an oasis using catalysts, without the need to compete with others for resources. Upon returning to Oasis No. 1, Suin surveyed the changes at the outpost, nodding in satisfaction. It appears that Chu Laosen invested considerable effort into the construction. The villa complex exudes an air of luxury that is both understated and refined, featuring Western-style villas alongside traditional Chinese structures with mortise and tenon joints, and the rockery and water features designed in the style of Suzhou Gardens. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, this villa complex would stand as a masterpiece, worthy of being a tourist attraction, surpassing even the luxury of the villa complex once occupied by the Chongqing adventurers in the city. Upon seeing Suin's sudden arrival, The young women were initially startled, but quickly gathered around him with joy, calling him their leader incessantly, although he had informed them of his brief departure just 2 days prior. The strength of the Chongqing adventurers has grown significantly since then. Nevertheless, his absence had left everyone feeling quite unsettled. As Xue Qingyu and the others rushed out, their faces lit up with smiles upon seeing Su and Li Xiaoyu, in an exuberant display, leaped onto Su-en's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. Su-en chuckled softly, hastily reassuring the enthusiastic women. At times, having many women at home can prove to be more of a challenge than a blessing. After approximately half an hour, Su-en's arms grew weary, marked by numerous traces of lipstick on his face, before he finally dismissed the young women. Noticing his disheveled appearance, he made his way to the large bathroom on the 3rd floor to freshen up. In contrast to Oasis Number 1, which exuded tranquility and serenity, the other oases in Su-di were markedly more peculiar. From Oasis Number 3 to Oasis Number 9, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Apart from dispatching a handful of hunters for foraging, the 7 oases had summoned most of their forces back to their respective havens, diligently preparing for the impending conflict. The entire cluster of oases was shrouded in the foreboding air of pre-war tension. Even the common folk could discern the looming threat of warfare. The harrowing scenes of the previous struggle for the oases remained vivid in everyone's memories, and fearing the repercussions of the impending conflict. Many survivors took advantage of the hunting excuse to flee the oasis territories, temporarily becoming wanderers, awaiting the cessation of hostilities before returning. The exodus of ordinary citizens was of little concern to the overlords. The primary focus of the war remained on the awakened ones. Within Oasis Number 3, a gathering of overlords convened in the council chamber. Battle plans had long been drafted, awaiting the mere crack of a gunshot to initiate a simultaneous assault from the 7 oases on Oasis Number 1, encircling the entire Chongqing adventure group and gradually eroding their strength. However, the limited land of Oasis Number 1 was insufficient to accommodate the 7 families. To maximize their gains, after seizing Oasis Number 1, the forces would pivot and launch an attack on Oasis Number 2, thereby also consuming the True God sect. At this stage of the plan, Wu Hongyi felt a sense of assured victory. The only regret was not being able to monopolize Oasis Number 1. Conversely, there was a source of solace. Oases Number 4, 5, and 6 were proving to be more proactive than he had anticipated. These 3 had summoned all their main forces to the front lines, even refraining from sending hunters out for foraging. Many ordinary members were also called to the front, embodying a spirit of desperate determination. Perhaps they had been too severely oppressed by the Chongqing adventure group during their time in Su-di, Wu Hongyi mused. Yet, it was perplexing that the 3 overlords, Qiu Chun, Niu Meng, and Bai Li Bing, seemed to have a penchant for frequenting the other oases, as if on a leisurely tour, visiting each oasis in turn. Qiu Chun and Niu Meng, like 2 simpletons, walked arm in arm, laughing and enjoying the sights, finding delight in everything. Even Bai Li Bing, the usually aloof beauty, seldom displayed a smile, yet this occasion was an exception. Meanwhile, Su-en spent several hours in the bath before finally finishing. He leaned against the headboard, perusing the battle plan drafted by Xue Qingyu. As for the combat strategies devised by Wu Hongyi and his associates, any minor advancement would prompt Bai Li Bing to discreetly relay updates. This made the Chongqing adventure group feel as though they were unwittingly participating in a campaign directed against themselves. Su-en refrained from intervening or altering Xue Qingyu's strategies. Her leadership abilities were remarkably distinguished, demonstrating a capacity to guide the Chongqing adventure group effectively. Her grasp of the situation was commendable. Even with a few unreliable individuals within Wu Hongyi's ranks, the Chongqing adventure group was not destined for defeat. Casually glancing at the battle plan, I placed it aside without further examination. Will you not take another look? What if there are any discrepancies? Xue Qingyu spoke softly. Su-en glanced at her and replied, "Let us discuss it later." The next day, Su-en lingered in bed until noon. Although he had become increasingly adept at his kidney enhancement skills, capable of taking on 5 opponents in team play, facing 10 still proved to be somewhat challenging. Fortunately, he managed to secure a narrow victory. After freshening up and exchanging a few words with Xue Qingyu and the others, he took the substantial breakfast prepared by Lu and teleported back to Long City. Drawing from his previous experience, he adjusted the teleportation coordinates to the entrance of Qiao Zhidie's home, thus avoiding the unfortunate incident of materializing directly into a garbage heap. Upon Su-en's sudden appearance, Tong Xiaoyu joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Boss, you're here." Su-en nodded, handing her the beef hand-grabbed pancake and soy milk. "How did you sleep last night?" he inquired. Tong Xiaoyu accepted the pancake, beaming, "Thank you, boss. I slept wonderfully." She then began to munch on the pancake, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiao Zhijie and the others had long since risen and were preparing breakfast in the small kitchen beside the cellar, once again serving the perennial monster meat. Upon seeing Suin, Xiao Zhijie's expression became somewhat complex, while Wang Yingqiu flashed a smile in his direction. The two little ones, noticing Tong Xiaoyu enjoying her pancake, could not help but drool, disregarding their fears as they rushed over to Suin in search of food. Suin generously rewarded each of them with a pancake, causing them to dance with joy. He then tossed 2 more pancakes to Wang Yingqiu and Xiao Zhijie. Let us go. We have much to attend to today. Eat as we walk, Suin instructed, leading Xiao Zhijie and the others to Guixiang 10-Mile Street, heading directly to a bar. While referred to as a bar, it was essentially a beverage establishment, primarily serving light drinks. Of course, genuine alcoholic beverages were also available, though those who could afford them were few. After the server made the announcement, it wasn't long before He Feng and his group descended from the second floor of the bar. Brother Su, you finally arrived. He Feng greeted enthusiastically, though his smile appeared strained, and dark circles were evident beneath his eyes. Just yesterday, his home had been burglarized, and his supplies had vanished along with the civilization seeds from his small treasury. Even the furniture and bedding had completely disappeared. He Feng had spent the entire night in a frenzy, dispatching people to capture the thief. Alas, his efforts were in vain. Not a single shadow of the thief was detected. This is Tong Xiaoyu, He Feng noted, having seen her the previous day. However, Xiao Zhijie and the others were masked, rendering their appearances unrecognizable. He could only discern they were female by their figures and physiques. They are a few of my subordinates, Suin replied with a smile. He Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. I see. Brother Su, you are quite fortunate. Let us proceed upstairs to converse. Our team leader has been awaiting your arrival. The group then ascended to the second floor of the bar, entering a private room where Suin finally met the leader of the night adventure team. He is a lean man in his 30s, with long hair and standing just over 1.7 meters tall. His sunken eyes are accentuated by pronounced dark circles, and he possesses a pair of slender, piercing eyes. This individual is named Huo Liangxi, the head of the Dark Knight, one of the 4 prominent families in Longqing. Among the leaders of these families, he is the most ruthless and cunning, often referred to as the vengeful spirit. Countless souls have perished at his hands, their deaths often horrifying, with bodies mutilated and drained of all blood. Ah, you must be Brother Su. Come, take a seat, Huo Liangxi said, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. He subtly signaled to one of his subordinates, who understood and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. Suin regarded the detailed information displayed above Huo Liangxi's head with a satisfied smile. Ability, Ghostly S Specialization, Wealth, 48, 52 million, Level, LV10. The Ghostly ability is an exceptionally rare specialization, embodying the traits of Psychic, Dark Elemental, and Enhancement abilities, making it a standout among S-class powers. When activated, the physical form is significantly enhanced, yet when attacked, it can dissipate into a black mist, resembling a specter. Additionally, it possesses the capability for mental interference, rendering it a nemesis to purely physical ability awakeners. Its vulnerabilities lie in light-based abilities and confrontations with stronger psychic powers. Huo Liangxi's wealth is fitting for his status as a leader of one of the 4 families in Longqing, nearing 50 million. Since the demise of Lord Hu, Suin had not encountered such a lucrative target. On the surface, he appeared even more prosperous than Lord Hu, yet the true value was considerably lacking. The resources amassed by Lord Hu were tangible remnants from the previous civilization, devoid of any civilization seed catalyst to inflate their worth, which would now be worth exponentially more. However, Huo Liangxi certainly possessed a substantial number of civilization seeds, precisely what Suin required. Huo Liangxi, with a chilling smile, inquired, I wonder, Brother Su, how many catalysts do you have at your disposal? Suin countered, I am more curious about how many civilization seeds you possess. Whatever quantity you desire, I can provide. But I fear you may not be able to handle it, Brother Su. I will ask for as many as I need. Yet I worry you might not be able to deliver, Suin retorted, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, producing a series of sharp sounds. Huo Liangxi narrowed his eyes. Before we proceed with the transaction, there is a matter I need your clarification on. Did you kill my men? The Black Wasp sent to tail Suin yesterday had yet to return. Subsequent searches yielded only dozens of charred corpses, while the loss of ordinary members could be overlooked. One of the deceased was an S-Class Awakener. Despite the Dark Knight Adventure Group's vast resources, the number of S-Class Awakeners is extremely limited, each representing a precious combat asset. How could such a valuable life be extinguished so mysteriously? Of course, it was not I who killed them, Suin paused before adding. It was my subordinate who did. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Huo Liangxi's gaze turned icy in an instant, his voice dripping with coldness. Very well, since you admit it. Let us deliberate on how this account shall be settled. I am aware you possess some means. Among the young women you brought, there must be an S-level awakened. However, I must inform you that on my territory, whether you are a tiger or a dragon, you must abide by my rules. Surrender all the catalysts, and I may spare your life. With a resounding bang, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. Dozens of awakened individuals surged in, all of them high-level awakened, among whom were even 4 S-level awakened. Including Black Bee and Huoliang-Si, the Dark Knight Adventure team had deployed a total of 6 S-level awakened. A throng of awakened also poured into the corridor outside, swiftly surrounding the entire bar with an impenetrable barrier. This demonstrated just how seriously they regarded Suen. Having prepared meticulously without a hint of negligence, Xiao Zhidai and the others turned pale, instinctively moving closer to Suen. Only Tong Xiaoyu appeared unfazed, as if oblivious to the unfolding chaos, standing obediently by Su and side. Suen, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Your last words seem to be rather lengthy." Huoliang-Si snorted coldly, his form transforming into an inky black, surrounded by swirling dark energy, his long hair billowing as if conjured by some malevolent spirit. He then reached out his hand, aiming directly for Suen Dai. "You scum." Chapter 156. The Dark Knight Adventure team takes charge. Huoliang-Si departed with an eerie tranquility. In mere moments, he was subdued by Suen, effortlessly dispatched in a single move. It took scarcely a few seconds. The esteemed leader of one of the 4 great families met his demise with such simplicity, perhaps unaware of what had transpired until the very end. After eliminating Huoliang-Si, Suen utilized his teleportation ability once more, resolving the other 4 S-level awakened in under 10 seconds. Black Bee's spirit plummeted, desperate to flee, yet he felt his body seize up, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "Just incapacitate the rest, and leave them gasping," Suen casually instructed Tong Xiaoyu. "Understood, boss," she nodded, unleashing her dual S-level abilities upon the others. In an instant, the bar was filled with screams of terror. Suen tossed the incapacitated Black Bee carelessly to the floor, then settled comfortably onto the sofa, crossing his legs. With a flick of his eyes, he dashed to the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of red wine. Pouring a glass for himself and presenting it before him with a playful smile. "Big brother, I've poured you some wine," he grinned. Suen patted the heads of the 2 small ones, retrieving 2 lollipops from his spatial pocket and rewarding them by placing them in their mouths. He then turned to the now pallid Black Bee. "Congratulations, Black Bee. You are about to receive a promotion as the new leader of the Dark Knight Adventure team." Surprised? Delighted? Listening to the cries echoing from outside, Black Bee trembled uncontrollably, his gaze towards Suen filled with dread. He never anticipated that this wild youth would possess such formidable strength, effortlessly dispatching Big Boss Hua in a single encounter, leaving the other 4 S-class awakeners utterly defenseless. The petite secretary was equally astonishing, demonstrating her prowess against the elite awakeners of the Knight Adventure group as though she were a tiger among sheep. In less than a minute, this duo, a man and a woman, decimated the Knight Adventure group. "Brother, please, let us discuss this calmly. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Just spare my life," Black Bee pleaded, devoid of any spirit to resist. Upon hearing this, Suen casually snapped his fingers. Instantly, Black Bee regained his mobility, hastily rising to his feet, yet he dared not make any unnecessary movements, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. After unleashing his powers, his physical abilities were significantly enhanced. An exoskeleton akin to that of an insect fortified his defenses, tentacles sprouted from his head to augment his senses, and wings emerged from his back, granting him the capability of flight. With all his strength devoted to fleeing, he could escape the bar in a mere 2 seconds. However, he refrained from making a move, having witnessed Suen's instantaneous teleportation. In the face of such a phenomenon, no speed could be deemed sufficient. At that moment, Black Bee comprehended that he had provoked something truly sinister. What he had thought to be a plump target was, in fact, a specter, more fearsome than Huoliang-Si himself. Huoliang-Si's prowess was unrivaled in Long City, yet before this entity, he had not even withstood 3 seconds before being carried away. It wasn't he that Black Bee was short-sighted, mistaking a man for a ghost. Rather, in his eyes, Suen bore no semblance to humanity, resembling a malevolent spirit instead. Black Bee vowed that if he ever escaped, he would immediately flee from Long City and live as a vagrant in the desert. He suddenly found solace in the simple life of a hunter, slaying monsters and consuming insects, for the psychological trauma inflicted by Suen would likely require a lifetime to heal. Suen took a sip of red wine and remarked nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I shall not take your life." Black Bee gazed at Suen in bewilderment. "You truly won't kill me? Not only will I spare you, but I shall also elevate you to the position of the group leader. From this day forth, you shall be the new leader of the Night Adventure Group." Black Bee stood frozen, utterly perplexed by Su-En's intentions. Not only was he spared, but he was also offered the leadership of the group. How could such fortune exist in this world? Only a fool would believe such a tale. The prudent course would be to seek an opportunity to escape. Nevertheless, he put on a facade of flattery, saying, "Whatever my esteemed brother desires, I shall comply without hesitation." To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. You are a figure of unparalleled greatness, capable of grasping the sun and moon and plucking the stars from the sky. Black Bee sweet-talked, his face betraying no signs of deceit as he lavished praise upon Su-En waved his hand dismissively. "I have implanted a toxin within you. With the slightest provocation, you will succumb to its effects and perish, leaving no trace behind. It would be wise to abandon any thoughts of escape." Upon hearing this, Black Bee's expression froze, realization dawning upon him. No wonder he had suddenly lost his ability to move. He had already been poisoned long ago. Yet his extraordinary ability is that of a controllable venomous bee transformation. His resistance to toxins should indeed be exceptionally high. How could it be that Su-En disregarded the Black Bee and beckoned to Qiao Zhidia? Qiao Zhidia approached with a slight tremor in her form. "For the time being, you shall act as the vice leader of the Night Adventure team," he stated, producing a small black sphere the size of a fingertip and placing it into her hand. "This is a toxin trigger I extracted. Once you crush this trigger, the toxin within him will erupt." Upon hearing Su-En's words, the Black Bee nearly lost her footing, inwardly lamenting the dire situation. Qiao Zhidia cradled the little black sphere with utmost caution, astonished by Su-En's method. Astonishingly, with merely this unassuming orb, one could determine the life or death of an S-class awakened individual. "What is it you wish for me to do?" Qiao Zhidia inquired, hesitating for a moment. Filled with curiosity. "Quite simple. You need to find a way to gather all the prominent figures from Long City. Whether for a meeting, a territorial dispute, or the allocation of benefits, the excuse and method are yours to devise. The Black Bee will heed your commands, and the Night Adventure team will follow you without question. With your capabilities, it should not pose a challenge. One does not harvest chives one by one. Gathering them in a bunch and cutting them all at once is the proper approach. However, convening the notable individuals of Long City is no trivial task. At least, as an outsider, he found it impossible. Firstly, his lack of prestige meant no one would heed his call. Secondly, should his strength be revealed to be excessively formidable, others would grow wary and be less inclined to attend. It would be far simpler to entrust this task to Qiao Zhidia and the Black Bee. He initially desired to indulge in nostalgia within the Crimson Team and experience life there. Yet, with the impending war in Sudi, the chive fields of Long City gleamed with opportunity, and numerous chives awaited his harvest. Busy indeed. He could only explore new civilizational outposts on the map after the situation settled down, taking leisurely strolls. The endless sandy sea stretched vast and boundless, and he yearned to traverse and behold its expanse. Chapter 157. The banquet of hongs and guests galore. The commotion erupting from the bar soon attracted the attention of others. However, the turmoil was fleeting, and tranquility returned swiftly. No one knew precisely what had transpired within the bar. This establishment was the territory of the Night Adventure team, and none dared to intrude to uncover the truth. Only Qiao Zhidia and a few others inside were aware that the Night Adventure team had met its demise. The leader had been slain, and several S-class awakened individuals, along with the core elites of the Night Adventure team, had perished without exception. Within the entire bar, only the Black Bee survived, yet she had become a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, with the elite combat power of the Night Adventure team nearly obliterated. Even if Su-En refrained from further action, the existence of the Night Adventure team was effectively nullified, and its absorption by other factions was a foregone conclusion. Qiao Zhidia and the others were uncertain of Su-En's intentions, but had no choice but to comply with his orders. The Black Bee, driven by the instinct for survival, was particularly obedient. To fulfill Su-En's command, Qiao Zhidia contemplated and instructed the Black Bee to send invitations to other adventure teams. The reason for the postings was straightforward and candid. Huoliang-Si has abdicated, and He Feng has ascended to the position of the new leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group, hosting a banquet to welcome leaders from various adventure groups for a drink. As one of the 4 great houses of Long City, it is only natural that the prominent factions would extend a modicum of respect. Those expected to attend would indeed make their appearance. The banquet is set within the stronghold of the Dark Knight Adventure Group. The sudden abdication of Huoliang-Si has left many leaders of the adventure groups perplexed, struggling to comprehend the underlying reasons. Yet, they still honor the invitation, eager to witness the developments firsthand. Not even the internal members of the Dark Knight Adventure Group are privy to the true events. Huoliang Si and the senior officials have mysteriously vanished, and He Feng's sudden rise to power appears rather peculiar. However, given that He Feng was already the vice leader and had many loyal supporters within the organization, their enthusiasm for his ascension is palpable, making the banquet preparations increasingly vigorous. To prevent any disturbances from Huoliang Si's supporters, He Feng discreetly eliminated any potential threats. Aware that the Dark Knight Adventure Group's future is bleak, he prioritizes his own survival above all else. On this night, the stronghold of the Dark Knight Adventure Group is ablaze with lights and festooned with decorations. Leaders from various factions arrive to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, Brother He Feng, on your promotion. The members of the Huangsha Adventure Group have come to offer their best wishes. You are all too kind. Please, make yourselves comfortable inside. The drinks are plentiful tonight. May everyone enjoy themselves. He Feng greets his guests with a smile that feels somewhat forced. He has begun to surmise the true intentions of Suen. This is undoubtedly a feast akin to the infamous Hongmen banquet. He Feng's gaze upon the guests is tinged with a sense of foreboding as he glances toward the small building where Suen resides. The upper floor is shrouded in darkness, obscuring any signs of life within, while the expansive, shadowy windows resemble the gaping maw of a ravenous beast. A shiver runs through He Feng, prompting him to quickly turn away and muster a strained smile to welcome the next batch of guests. Captain Zhao, it has been far too long. Please, come in. Lord Zhang has also arrived. The number of lords and captains continues to swell, filling the banquet hall to capacity, including leaders from some of the most formidable factions. Even representatives from the Long City Alliance are present. Prominently seated at the front are members of the four great houses of Long City, Huiguang, Long Yu, and others, all gathered in one place, creating a scene of undeniable grandeur. Xiao Junyi occupies a seat at the very front of the banquet, his brow furrowed in concern. He senses that something is amiss with the Dark Knight Adventure Group. Despite the passage of time, Huoliang Si and the senior executives remain conspicuously absent, with only He Feng in attendance. He cannot fathom what schemes He Feng may be concocting. To be frank, his mood is far from pleasant. Those sent to capture Qiao Zhidia seem to have evaporated into thin air, and Cheng Gang has yet to return. The spatial ability awakener that Kong Qing mentioned remains unlocated. Even the nouveau riche who had come to 10 Mile Street to procure catalysts for extravagant spending has been preempted by the Dark Knight Adventure Group. What was meant to be a double blessing has abruptly turned into a damp squib, leaving him feeling immensely frustrated. Even if He Feng had not hosted a banquet, he would have sought out a conversation with him. The bustling street of Shirley is not solely the domain of the Dark Knight Adventure Group. The nouveau riche, Fat Sheep, certainly deserves his share. Not far away lies the position of the Radiant Adventure Group. At the forefront sits a white-haired elder in his 60s, named Chen Hui, who is the spokesperson for the Radiant Adventure Group. Despite his advanced age, he possesses formidable strength, being an exceptionally powerful S-Class awakened. He is also quite lavish in his pursuits, having married 86 concubines. Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by beautiful women of all kinds, from delicate young maidens to mature and elegant ladies, making him the center of attention. However, rumors suggest that the old man, now advanced in years, has developed a penchant for collecting potent supplements. Alas, no amount of supplementation can reverse the effects of age. Over time, his psyche has become somewhat twisted, and he delights in encouraging his young wives to flirt and engage in romantic escapades. Today, he has reached a point where he can be likened to a shepherd of sorts. Yet, he continues to revel in his lifestyle, earning the admiration of many who proclaim him a man of peace throughout his life. Of course, this does not imply that Chen Hui is easy to deal with. On the contrary, he is known to be the most difficult spokesperson among the four prominent families, with a temperament that is often unpredictable. His peculiar mindset is challenging for ordinary individuals to comprehend. Seated at the center of the front row are members of the Zongheng Adventure Group, comprising only two individuals, Vice Leader Tang Gongxian and Leader Zhao Xuanya. A vast expanse of space surrounds them, yet no one dares to occupy it. The four families are recognized as the most formidable adventure groups in Longsheng, but among them, the Zongheng Adventure Group stands unrivaled, a fact universally acknowledged. The strength of the Zongheng Adventure Group lies in Zhao Xuanya himself. During the early stages of the Oasis conquest, Zhao single-handedly repelled a medium-sized adventure group, leaving countless of their souls lost. He has also faced 3 S-Class awakened individuals in combat, dispatching them effortlessly without sustaining a single injury. No one truly knows the extent of Zhao Xuanya's strength, nor has anyone managed to withstand even a single strike from him. Those who have challenged him have long since become mere echoes. In Longcheng, Zhao Xuanya epitomizes invincibility. However, He is not particularly interested in the power struggles within the factions. Rather, he harbors a deep passion for combat. The gladiatorial arena on Shirley Street is a property of the Zongheng Adventure Group, and Zhao Xuanye can often be found there, perched high in the stands, observing the brutal clashes below with an air of indifference, much like a solitary emperor surveying his domain or a poised tiger waiting patiently for its prey. Chapter 158. The Farmer and the Shepherd in a dimly lit room. Suen reclines languidly in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. One hand gently strokes Tong Xiaoyu, who lies in his embrace like a docile kitten, while his slender fingers absent-mindedly play with a strand of her hair. Through the window, the cacophony of the banquet hall below reverberates. The room is enveloped in silence, interrupted only by Suen's cold, methodical counting. 10:29, 10:30, 10:31. Each time someone enters the banquet hall, he adds another number to his tally. Beside them, Xiao Zhidi remains silent, her gaze fixed on Suen, filled with confusion and a hint of trepidation. After a prolonged hesitation, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Do you intend to seize control of the Dragon City Alliance?" Xiao Zhidi was aware that such conjecture seemed preposterous. However, Suen's actions suggested otherwise. She understood that Suen possessed immense power, formidable enough to annihilate an S-grade awakened individual in an instant. Yet, the vast Dragon City harbored countless hidden talents, with S-grade awakened beings numbering in the hundreds. The intricate web of interwoven factions meant that even the slightest movement could have far-reaching consequences. Could one truly destabilize an entire city relying solely on personal strength? To speak of strength, Li Xuanye, the leader of the adventure group, was equally formidable. She had witnessed him in action, slaughtering high-level awakened beings with the same ease as one would cull livestock. Sensibly, Li Xuanye had transcended the realm of mere mortals. Yet, even someone as powerful as he would not dare to claim that he could dominate Dragon City single-handedly, would he? An inexplicable sense of unease settled within Xiao Zhidi. If Suen were to act at the banquet, he would face the onslaught of dozens of S-grade awakened beings and over 1,000 high-level awakened individuals. This modest banquet hall was practically teeming with the apex of Dragon City's combat prowess. Suen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "From this moment forth, Dragon City indeed requires a new master. However, it shall neither be me nor anyone else, but you." Taken aback by his words, Xiao Zhidi shook her head and replied, "That is impossible. They would not heed my commands. Managing a dragon language adventure group already demands my utmost efforts. I lack the stature to govern these proud and ruthless individuals gathered here. What I say can certainly be achieved," Suen responded nonchalantly. Xiao Zhidi did not refute him, but instead questioned, "And what about you?" Suen flashed a radiant smile and replied, "I shall be perceived as the demon in the eyes of the people of Dragon City. To be precise, I should be regarded as the farmer. Do you know that typically, a farmer requires a shepherd dog to manage his livestock effectively? When the livestock is frightened, the shepherd dog ensures their safety. If the livestock misbehaves and scatters, the dog gathers them together, allowing them to graze better, gain weight, and grow their coats. To the livestock, the farmer is not their master. It is the dog that protects and manages them, which assumes the role of the leader. During harvest season, the dog leads the livestock into the pen, whether for shearing or slaughter. However, this requires that the shepherd dog be obedient and possess sufficient authority to guide the livestock. I happen to have the intention of becoming a farmer and am in need of a compliant dog. I find you quite suitable, possessing both capability and the foundation to swiftly establish prestige. My apologies for my bluntness. Let us adopt a more refined expression. You shall become the rightful mistress of Dragon City, the true queen of Dragon City. However, this will entail a slight price on your part." Suen adjusted his posture and turned to Xiao Zhidi, continuing, "As for whether the price involves wool or mutton, that ultimately rests upon your decision." Upon hearing Suen's words, Xiao Zhidi instantly turned pale, nearly losing her balance. At that moment, she finally grasped Suen's true intentions. He did not seek to control the Dragon City Alliance or the city itself. Rather, he aimed to herd all the inhabitants of Dragon City like livestock, to be slaughtered and consumed at intervals. She was to assist him in managing these creatures, ensuring they did not escape, becoming his dog, and spinning a grand deception over the entire populace of Dragon City. Xiao Zhidi staggered back several steps, her heart trembling. Although she harbored an intense hatred for Xiao Junyi and those subordinates who betrayed her, they were merely a faction within the Dragon Language Adventurers Guild. She had never contemplated exacting revenge on the entirety of Dragon City. No, this could not be allowed. If Suen truly proceeded with his plan, as he had stated, he would indeed be a demon. In such a scenario, Xiao Zhidi, as his accomplice, would be no different from him. Suen continued to speak in a calm tone, I could easily replace the character of Qiao Zhijie in this narrative with Tong Xiaoyu. It may require a bit more effort, but the ultimate outcome would not differ significantly. He affectionately ruffled Tong Xiaoyu's hair. Do you wish to be the queen of Dragon City? Tong Xiaoyu obediently nuzzled Su-En's palm. I will do whatever the boss commands. Su-En smiled knowingly and slowly rose, addressing Qiao Zhijie with a measured tone. You are an intelligent person. I trust you understand the choices you must make for a more effortless existence alongside Dragon City. The inevitable was approaching. It was time to wield the scythe. He then descended the stairs, making his way directly to the banquet hall. Qiao Zhijie's expression was inscrutable as she gritted her teeth and followed him. Inside the banquet hall, guests had begun to gather in significant numbers. To deter anyone from departing early, Su-En generously provided an abundance of alcoholic beverages for the attendees. In this apocalyptic era, alcohol had become a luxury, with each sip precious. Consequently, no one was willing to leave prematurely. They were determined to drink until inebriation. As the guests assembled, Haifeng reluctantly stepped onto the podium. Thank you all for coming, dear friends and family, amidst your busy lives to attend this feast. I am profoundly grateful. He raised a small glass filled with diluted liquor and downed it in one go. The crowd momentarily paused, then erupted with laughter, exclaiming how humorous Captain Haifeng was. Joking aside, they longed for something more lively. Perhaps Haifeng could perform a trick with a lighter. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, Su-En slowly approached the podium. Wang Qing, seated beside Qiao Junyi, exclaimed upon seeing Su-En, that's him, the nouveau riche who recklessly squandered catalysts everywhere. Qiao Junyi turned to glance at Su-En, his eyes narrowing slightly. So it is him, he truly is here. Wang Qing's voice was not particularly low, and several nearby tables overheard him. Old Wang Ba, Chen Hui, also turned his head, intrigued by Su-En. He was well aware of Su-En's extravagant spending on catalysts along Shirley Street. After all, everyone desired catalysts. At that moment, a lord hurriedly approached, whispering into Chen Hui's ear. Chen Hui raised an eyebrow. He possesses a space ability related to storage. Are you certain? Chapter 159. The massacre at the banquet. Upon noticing Su-En's arrival, Black Bee immediately bowed and said, Brother, heh, is everyone here? Su-En replied nonchalantly. Almost everyone has arrived. The leaders of the Dragon City Alliance are present, as well as others of notable standing. Su-En nodded in satisfaction. The attendees exhibited expressions of confusion upon hearing Black Bee refer to this young man as brother. When had Black Bee acquired such a young elder? Just then, Chen Hui stood up first, draping an arm around an alluring woman as he approached Su-En, grinning. Little brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Hui, the leader of the Radiant Adventure Team. I have heard you possess quite a few catalysts. Would you be interested in striking a deal with me? I'm not interested. Su-En replied coolly. Chen Hui's expression turned icy upon hearing this, and he spoke in a threatening tone. Young man, have you thought this through? Don't assume the Night Adventure Team will always protect you. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice. If I were to expose your storage ability, how many would you think would set their sights on you? How long do you believe you could survive? Come work for me, and I can guarantee your safety. Su-En regarded Chen Hui with indifference. Suddenly, he moved with lightning speed, gripping Chen Hui's throat. The act of plundering commenced. With an S-class amplification ability, wealth exceeding 50,999,000 experience points, you certainly do not pale in comparison to Huo Liang. Chen Hui's eyes widened in horror and pain as he realized his powers had vanished. He had reverted to being the frail, elderly man he once was. The grip on his throat made it difficult for him to breathe. A stir erupted in the banquet hall as Chen Hui was swiftly subdued. Impudent! You scoundrel! Release my husband. Do you wish to die? Chen Hui's younger wife exclaimed in shock, striking Su-En across the face. Su-En did not relent. He kicked Chen Hui's wife, sending her flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into a distant building. The tremendous impact caused her body to explode, leaving nothing but a gruesome smear against the wall. Simultaneously, a fierce blaze erupted from Su-En's palm. Chen Hui, unable to even utter a scream, was reduced to a charred corpse. Su-En slowly withdrew his hand. The charred remains scattering to the ground, transforming into a pile of ashes. After a brief silence, several women in the crowd let out piercing screams, collapsing in terror. The others were similarly astonished. Chen Hui, a genuine S-class awakener, ranked among the strongest in Dragon City, had been inexplicably slain. The gazes directed at Su-En altered dramatically. Although all present were formidable figures from Long City, none dared to claim they could defeat Chen Hui with a single strike. Even the usually indifferent Li Xuanye slowly raised his head, observing Su-En with keen interest. His expression tinged with a hint of battle fervor. What is the meaning of this, Black Bee? Qiao Junyi abruptly stood, directing his gaze towards the Black Bee at the podium. Black Bee flinched, and took several steps back, repeatedly waving his hands in a gesture of refusal to disclose any information. His task was complete, and he dared not utter another word. He obediently stepped aside, allowing his superior to take center stage. Upon witnessing Black Bee's demeanor, Xiao Junyi quickly grasped the situation. The map of Dark Knight Adventures had likely changed hands long ago. Though it was claimed that Black Bee had assumed the position of the new leader, it was evident that this unknown upstart was operating behind the scenes. Oh, so you've gathered us all here for a feast of betrayal, intending to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys? You have mistaken your venue. Xiao Junyi scoffed, and the entourage from the Dragon Language Adventure Group rose in unison, a display of solidarity among guards and executives. The other prominent figures present also refused to back down, each adopting a defensive stance. Where did this upstart come from? Do not presume that a modicum of skill grants you the right to wreak havoc here. Do you take us for fools? Though Su En's recent act of swiftly eliminating Chun Hui had momentarily astonished the assembly, none were easily intimidated. All were seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and well-acquainted with bloodshed. Moreover, the gathering comprised elite awakened beings, with nearly 90 S-class individuals, several hundred A-class, and countless B-class, amassing to over 1,000 awakened souls. To provoke the collective ire of this assembly would spell certain doom, irrespective of one's strength. The era in which brute force alone could claim supremacy had long passed. Long City had its own rules. Even someone as powerful as Li Xuanya had to adhere to them. Observing the agitated crowd, Xiao Zhijie and her companions clenched their fists nervously. Not only had others not anticipated Su En's brazen act of murder, but even she was taken aback by his audacity. After all, this was a congregation of the pinnacle of Long City's combat prowess. Su En surveyed the furious crowd and spoke matter-of-factly. I recall the last time I faced such a multitude of attacks. It was in the past. You are far braver than I had imagined, not fleeing at the first sign of danger. However, wishing to escape now may be too late. As his words fell, he stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble violently. With a thunderous roar, colossal earthen barriers surged upwards, enveloping the entire banquet venue in an instant, severing any routes of retreat. Su En then nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Thousands of high-density energy spheres, formed from elemental energy, began to materialize above the crowd's heads. This is bad. This kid is up to something. Quickly eliminate him. Xiao Junyi bellowed, rousing the crowd from their stupor. He is powerful. We must strike together, or we shall all perish. Feeling the overwhelming might radiating from Su En, a palpable tension gripped the assembly, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. Kill him, someone shouted, igniting a wave of panic. The crowd surged forward in unison, unleashing a dazzling array of extraordinary abilities. Over 100 individuals simultaneously activated their powers, directing their assault towards Su En. Too slow, Su En remarked with indifference. In an instant, elemental energy orbs descended from the sky like raindrops, plunging into the throng and wreaking havoc. Faced with such a relentless barrage, the people could only muster every ounce of strength to resist. Yet the sheer volume of energy orbs was overwhelming, rendering their defenses futile and their efforts to destroy them utterly in vain. Within mere moments, vast swathes of the crowd were dismembered, stripped of their ability to move. Even the S-class awakened beings, renowned for their formidable defenses, could withstand only a fleeting moment against this cataclysmic wave of energy. The might of steel bodies would be pierced, the resilience of rocky skin shattered, and even those with bodies of refined steel could not escape the relentless onslaught of the massive energy orbs crashing in from all directions, leading to their inevitable destruction. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the over 1,000 awakened beings had fallen. Regardless of whether they were the powerful S-class or the less formidable B and C classes, they were all equally fragile in the face of the energy orbs. If the defensive capability of a C-class awakened being is rated at 1, then that of an S-class would be 10, with specialized defensive powers potentially reaching just over 100. However, Su En's attack damage was measured in the tens of thousands, placing it in an entirely different league. This was merely a casual display of his power, as he had not even exerted 1/10 of his true strength. The elite forces of Dragon City, once brimming with arrogance, had devolved into cries of despair. The specter of death loomed over their hearts. He is not a man. He is a demon. It's over. We are all doomed. Not a single one of us will survive. Help. I do not wish to die. I have just married my 8th concubine. I cannot perish yet. Su En moved through the crowd with an expressionless visage, frequently employing his teleportation ability. He plundered one by one, harvesting his rightful prey. After a few more minutes, the banquet hall gradually fell silent, as he had nearly eradicated all present. In that brief span, he had seized over 1,000 high-level abilities, including 96 of the S-class. His wealth had soared to over 800 million, while his experience points reached an astounding 2.6 billion. despite the relatively small number of individuals. These were the leaders of Dragon City's most elite factions, controlling over 70% of its wealth. Each individual was of considerable status, with many having reached their maximum level. In the world before the apocalypse, to the average person, earning a monthly salary of 10,000 would be considered a high-paying job, with over 80 or even 90% of the populace earning such an income. Yet, even such lucrative careers would require a lifetime of effort to afford a 4-bedroom apartment in a first-tier city. In contrast, among the wealthy, such properties were abundant, often left unoccupied, with rents exceeding the capacity of collection, requiring them to hire personnel specifically for that task. The same holds true in the post-apocalyptic world. Most individuals, despite risking their lives daily for hunting, would still see a steady influx of civilization seeds. Yet it remains insufficient. Even taking a sip of water poses a challenge. Survival persists in a grim fashion, where the more one strives, the deeper the despair. The notion of accumulating experience points in the millions is enough to evoke a sense of powerlessness. However, within these elite circles, reaching the pinnacle of one's abilities has become a commonplace achievement, a standard for all. The abundance of civilization seeds is so vast that they are relegated to mere storage, serving as liquid assets for extravagant expenditures. Take Cheng Hui, for instance, who possesses over 10 million civilization seeds. In contrast, the Scarlet Team has only managed to gather a meager 20 or 30 seeds over 2 days of hunting. As for the nomads struggling to survive in the desert, they cannot fathom the lavish existence enjoyed by individuals like Cheng Hui. Even in their wildest imaginings, they might naively presume that these top-tier figures from Longqing are nearing their maximum potential, akin to ancient farmers dreaming that the emperor's hoe is crafted from gold. Unbeknownst to them, Cheng Hui and his peers could not begin to conceive that Su En's powers start in the 5 digits. Even more astonishing, within Su En's expansive domain lie hundreds of billions of vials of catalysts. At this moment, only a handful of individuals remain alive in the banquet hall. Xiao Zhijia has fainted from fear, while Tong Xiaoyu gazes at Su En, her face flushed, her eyes filled with unrestrained adoration. Black Bee, trembling, has sought refuge beneath the table, cradling her head in her arms. Xiao Junjia lies prostrate on the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably, a large stain darkening his trousers as he realizes that, after a mere gentle pat from Su En, his powers have vanished, and his task level has plummeted to 1. He can only watch helplessly as over 1,000 souls are first dismembered and then systematically slaughtered, blood staining the entirety of the banquet hall, with entrails and severed limbs scattered about. This transcends mere fear. It is an unspeakable horror. Su En has spared him, but only to keep him alive as a gift for Xiao Zhijia. Aside from these 4, there is one other survivor, Li Xuanye of the Zongheng Adventure Group. Amidst the carnage, where bodies litter the ground like a hell's cape, even as the vice-captain of Zongheng witnesses the brutal demise of his comrades, Li Xuanye remains unperturbed, calmly sipping his drink as if nothing has transpired. Yet gradually, he begins to tremble, the drink spilling onto the table. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, slowly raising his gaze to Su En. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, betray no hint of fear, only an overwhelming battle spirit. A manic smile spreads across his stubbled face. Since the apocalypse, I have engaged in combat with 859 individuals, each of whom I have slain. Not a single one posed a challenge to me. Even S-class awakeners appear as insignificant insects in my eyes, easily dispatched like poultry. There hasn't been anyone capable of truly matching my prowess in a fair fight. Yet you are different. You are the strongest person I have ever encountered. I have long awaited your arrival, my most perfect prey. Ha ha. Su En turns his gaze towards Li Xuanye. Ability: the Emperor's Armament, unique super specialization, character level, LV10, wealth, 36 million. The S-class abilities are numerous, yet they vary in strength. Generally, S-class abilities are categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary S-class, intermediate S-class, and top-tier S-class. However, among the S-class abilities, a select few emerge as even more formidable, known as Specialization S-class, which surpasses the top tier. Beyond specialization lies super specialization. Li Xuanye possesses a super specialization S-class ability, making him a unique entity. His combat prowess and destructive capability far exceed that of ordinary S-class awakeners. He Feng has remarked that Li Xuanye is the mightiest in Longqing. It is estimated by He Feng that Li Xuanye could single-handedly contend against approximately 10 S-class awakeners. While this assessment is already exceedingly high, Su En believes it to be a severe underestimation. In fact, if all goes as expected, Li Xuanye could stand invincible against ordinary S-class awakeners, eliminating them in droves before he exhausts his strength. Defeating 10 is merely a fraction of his true potential. This marks Li Xuanya as the most formidable awakener Suin has encountered since the apocalypse, without exception. Li Xuanya gradually rose to his feet, his body emitting a series of cracking sounds. Starting from his spine, plates of white bone began to grow, soon enveloping his entire form in a skeletal armor. Even his face obscured by sharply defined bone fragments, leaving only his golden eyes visible. Bone spines emerged along his back, shoulders, and arms. Golden energy flowed like threads between the gaps of the armor. Li Xuanya had activated the Emperor's armament, transforming bone into armor and his body into a weapon. In this moment, he was undeniably the sovereign of Longsheng. Chapter 161. The sovereign of Longsheng once transformed, Li Xuanya clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He spoke slowly. I was born into a martial arts family and practiced diligently from a young age. At 12, I stepped onto the Sanda arena, and by 14, I claimed the title of Youth Sanda Champion. By 18, I found no worthy opponent. Yet upon reaching the pinnacle, I felt not elation, but an overwhelming sense of solitude and loneliness. Thus, I ventured abroad, engaging in underground fighting, yet I remained undefeated. Ultimately, I returned home, only to face the onset of the apocalypse. Li Xuanya suddenly lifted his gaze towards Suin. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Suin, delivering a lightning-fast punch to his chest. Suin was immediately sent flying, crashing violently into a massive sand and stone wall 100 meters away. With a dull thud, Suin broke through the wall and was propelled high into the air. Li Xuanya, having disappeared once more, now hovered above Suin. I can sense that you and I are akin. We are both indomitable forces. Do you not find this world truly magnificent? He laughed heartily, before launching another barrage of punches, raining down upon Suin like a tempest. In the present world, monotony has finally dissipated, revealing infinite possibilities. I have at last encountered a worthy adversary. Li Xuanya's speed has accelerated to such a degree that it has become nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, manifesting only as a series of flickering phantoms. Amidst the fierce onslaught, a cacophony of dull thuds fills the air. Suin endures relentless, terrifying attacks, his form akin to a fragile boat adrift in turbulent waters. Swaying incessantly. What is the matter? Are you unable to retaliate? Resist, struggle, and delight me, O insignificant creature. In a mere span of breaths, Li Xuanya has unleashed over 1,000 strikes, each blow exceeding the full might of an ordinary S-class ability user, undeniably formidable. Yet, throughout it all, Suin remains utterly motionless, not even attempting to defend himself, allowing Li Xuanya's fists to bombard him from every direction. His coat has been shredded into tatters by the force of the punches, and his body is already marred by numerous imprints of impact. But that is all there is to it. Witnessing this, Li Xuanya is consumed by rage. Fight back. With all his might, he delivers a crushing blow to Suin's chest. Suin is propelled to the ground like a cannonball, followed by a thunderous crash, dust swirling, smoke billowing. As the ground is dented into a large crater, Li Xuanya lands and gazes silently at the pit. As the dust settles, Suin's figure is revealed. His robust form now adorned with bruises, a significant depression in his chest. His neck is broken, and his head hangs limply to one side. His entire body has distorted grotesquely. Blood flows from his mouth and nose, presenting a visage of death. Is he dead? With such meager strength, I must have overestimated you. Just then, without warning, Suin's lifeless body rises upright from the earth. The contorted form begins to mend at a visible pace. Numerous fractured bones and muscles heal instantaneously. Even the spilled blood flows back into his body. In the blink of an eye, the battered, near-death form is restored to its former state, as if it had never sustained any harm. Suin cracks his neck, aligns his head, and clenches his fist, calmly stating, 15 seconds. The time required to restore a dying body is 15 seconds. He has not even employed any restorative abilities. Li Xuanya's last punch had shattered his heart. Yet merely relying on the passive enhancement of his infinitely regenerative cells allows him to revive in a brief period. Not too shabby. If I were to manually activate my restorative abilities, I could likely expedite the revival to within 5 seconds. Upon witnessing Suin's complete restoration, Li Xuanya is momentarily stunned before erupting into a maniacal laughter, brimming with madness. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. You have indeed not disappointed me. You are strong, worthy of being my opponent. I, Li Xuanya, formally extend a challenge to you. He concludes with a fierce roar. Ah, the soldier's form. The skeletal armor upon his body suddenly expanded several-fold, and his physique grew twice its original size. From an initially slender armor, it transformed into a formidable heavy armor. Golden energy coursing over its surface. Li Xuanya's hands and feet morphed into razor-sharp bone blades, and not just his hands, for additional bone blades sprouted from his arms and shins. This represented the pinnacle of his extraordinary powers. Once unleashed, it signified a relentless battle to the death. You are the first to compel me to engage my full armored form. Among all whom I have encountered, you are undoubtedly the strongest, deserving of pride in this life. However, this is where it ends. As Li Xuanye's words fell, he transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards Suen. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Suen, the bone blades descending with ferocity. At last, Suen made his move. Raising a single hand and effortlessly meeting the bone blade with the tip of his fingernail, giving it a gentle flick. A crisp sound echoed as Li Xuanye's bone blade was deflected. Li Xuanye's pupils constricted in shock. What? This strike would have cleaved any ordinary awakened individual in two, yet it was easily thwarted by the mere flick of a fingernail. Initially taken aback, his astonishment quickly morphed into a seething rage. Insolence. His attack had been caught by mere fingernails, a blatant humiliation. 8-blade slash. Li Xuanye roared, channeling all his strength as his form blurred into an illusion, launching a relentless barrage of attacks with the 8 bone blades adorning his body. Suen remained unperturbed, his expression calm, using his fingers as blades to meet each strike. The clashing sounds of fingernails against bone blades rang out incessantly, producing a series of sharp, crisp notes. With a simple snap of his fingers, Suen unleashed a tremendous force, sending Li Xuanye hurtling backward, skidding across the ground for several meters before regaining his footing. Suen glanced at his fingernail, noting a white gash, and remarked, "Truly worthy of the Dragon City Sovereign, you nearly breached my defenses." He had fortified his fingernails with multiple S-rank defensive abilities, and yet Li Xuanye had managed to mar them. Remarkable indeed. Li Xuanye knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving. Upon hearing Suen's words, he felt a deep sense of humiliation, his golden irises transforming into a blood-red hue. "You bastard, I will see you dead." In a sudden surge, Li Xuanye unleashed all his bodily capabilities, forcing out every ounce of potential. He leaped high into the air, the golden energy enveloping his skeletal armor shifting to a blood-red hue, encasing his entire form. In this perilous moment, Li Xuanye miraculously achieved a breakthrough, growing even stronger. He then descended like a meteor towards Suen Dai. This strike was his utmost effort, surpassing any previous attack in power by tenfold or more. Just as he was about to strike, Suen stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a powerful slap that struck Li Xuanye squarely in the face. A resounding crack echoed as Li Xuanye was sent flying, spinning through the air. He soared hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ground and creating 7 or 8 deep craters. His skeletal armor shattered completely. The limbs and bones lay shattered, blood gushing forth from the mouth and nose like a fountain, the breath already faint and tenuous. Suen raised an eyebrow. Chapter 162. Apologies, I've unleashed my powers. Harvesting Dragon City. Ability replication successful. Acquired unique super specialization. Imperial Soldier Body. Ability stripping successful. Acquired transferable ability. Imperial Soldier Body. Wealth plundering successful. Obtained wealth value of 36 million. Transferred to the expansive space. Please check promptly. Experience plundering successful. Acquired experience value 990,000. Having successfully plundered Li Xuanye's abilities, wealth, and experience, Suen nodded with satisfaction. Although the wealth value was not substantial, the abilities proved to be quite formidable. Observing his own tattered and filthy appearance, Suen summoned a stream of water with his water-based powers, casually rinsing himself off. He retrieved a set of fresh clothing from the expansive space and changed. Why are you so powerful?" Li Xuanye, lying on the ground, gasped faintly. Having been plundered, he had lost his abilities, his bodily functions severely diminished. His already grave injuries had worsened, leaving him clinging to life by a thread. He could not comprehend how his opponent could be so strong, so overpowering that he had no chance of resistance. Suen pondered for a moment and replied, "You are actually quite strong yourself, among the many survivors I have encountered. Your strength ranks the highest." Li Xuanye forced a bitter smile, spitting out blood. "Haha, is that so? I too believe I am quite strong." His laughter abruptly ceased, and he gazed at Suen with a grim expression. "Before you, I am less than an ant. You are a fraud." Suen shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I have unleashed my powers." Li Xuanye's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to speak. You disregard the martial code." With that, Li Xuanye gasped for breath and succumbed to his injuries. Suen flicked his hand, conjuring a ball of flames, providing a complimentary cremation service, albeit with no burial. Having dealt with Li Xuanye, Suen returned to the banquet hall. He first instructed Tong Xiaoyu to watch over the unconscious Qiao Zhidi and Qiao Junyi, before bringing forth the trembling Black Bee, who was quaking in fear. Take me to all the adventure team outposts in Dragon City. Though Black B's legs trembled, making it difficult for him to move, he steeled himself upon meeting Su-In's icy gaze and replied, "All right, big brother, I will take you there at once." The two then departed from the Black Bee adventure team, heading towards the headquarters of the Radiant adventure team. Having dealt with the larger matters, it was time to attend to the smaller ones. Under Black B's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Radiant adventure team's lair. Su-In wasted no time. Instructing Black Bee to wait outside, he entered alone. "Halt! This is the Radiant headquarters. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Did you not hear?" As Su-In proceeded inward, a group of guards quickly surrounded him. "State your name, or do not blame me for chopping off your legs." Su-In merely stamped his foot lightly, and the sand and stone barriers reappeared, enveloping the entire Radiant adventure team's outpost, cutting off the outside world from view. The Black Bee stood outside, swallowing hard with great difficulty, truly wishing to turn and flee, yet lacking the courage to do so. He feared that if Su-In emerged and did not find him, he might trigger the poison within him. Once the poison was detonated, it would spell his doom. At that moment, a series of muffled thuds and cries of anguish resonated from within the Radiant adventure group, though obscured by the rubble. The sound sent shivers down the Black Bee's spine. Unable to resist, he turned around, terrified of inadvertently witnessing something he ought not to see. 10 minutes later, the sandy barricade began to shift and collapse. Su-In emerged slowly, his entire being still pristine and impeccably tidy. "Let us go to the next one." "Oh, all right, big brother," replied the Black Bee, peering curiously into the depths of the Radiant adventure group. Inside, silence reigned, devoid of any sound. Yet the stronghold was a scene of devastation, with buildings toppled and cellars caved in. Corpses lay scattered, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of mangled flesh, blood flowing like a stream through the cracks in the tiles. Despite having witnessed numerous bloody scenes, the Black Bee could not help but squat down and retch. This day was undoubtedly a nightmare for Long City. Every top-tier adventure group had faced catastrophic blows. In just one day, over 100 adventure groups had been obliterated, affecting millions. The number of awakened ones who had perished exceeded 30,000. Even those who survived lost their abilities and levels, with their stored supplies vanishing without a trace. In an instant, people returned to a state of utter destitution, akin to the early days of the fallen apocalypse. Many were oblivious to what had transpired. Disaster had simply struck. Some claimed it was initiated by an awakened one, while others spoke of a monster emerging from the endless desert, specifically preying on awakened beings. This creature not only devoured flesh and blood, but also stripped awakened ones of their powers and levels. Wherever the monster roamed, not a blade of grass would remain, leaving the very ground in tatters. Panic spread throughout Long City. To escape the calamity, vast throngs fled the oasis, willingly becoming wanderers. Those who remained either shuttered themselves indoors or hid trembling in basements. All shops and stalls closed their doors. Meanwhile, Su-In was indulging in a hot bath on 10 Mile Street, with Tong Xiaoyu blushing as she carefully wiped his body. Xiao Zhijie stood nearby, her head bowed. Su-In reclined against the bath, his eyes closed in restful contemplation, sorting through the day's gains in his mind. He had plundered over 80,000 abilities today, amassing a wealth of 1.3 billion and 1.6 billion in experience points. With such an abundance of experience, the Chongqing Adventure Group could easily reach maximum levels, while still retaining billions in surplus experience. The only regret was the limited number of abilities acquired. Long City boasted hundreds of thousands of awakened ones. Alas, people tend to run fastest under two circumstances: during a zero-cost sale or when fleeing for their lives. Moreover, they fled in all directions without purpose, and he could not catch up with them even using teleportation. Of course, he did not pursue them relentlessly. He soon ceased his efforts. If he instilled fear in these awakened ones, they would likely never return, preferring to wander the deserts rather than meet their demise here. Su-In first attempted to elevate his level. Advancing from level 10 to 11 required a staggering 500,000 experience points, a sum that once seemed exorbitant and unattainable. However, circumstances had changed. He was now free to level up, soaring directly to level 30. Thereafter, the experience required for further advancement became a uniform 1 million per level. He chose not to ascend further. The maximum level was 10, yet he had already reached 30, which sufficed. The version had long been completed. He possessed over 100 S-rank abilities and more than 80,000 abilities of varying levels. With a fusion, he could easily amalgamate 800 or 900 S-rank abilities. The women at home had naturally completed their own versions alongside him. They lacked nothing: food, clothing, supplies, shelter, abilities, levels, water resources, and civilization seeds, as well as catalysts. Suin felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Chapter 163. The New Landscape of Dragon City. The Battle of Jiangdi on the brink following this conflict. Dragon City fell into a state of severe disrepair. The top-tier combat forces had suffered catastrophic losses, with only a handful of S-rank awakened ones remaining, and many large adventure groups were nearly entirely decimated. The overall strength had plummeted. What was once a prosperous capital region now barely rivaled a third-rate district. However, for ordinary people, life was not unbearable. In fact, it might even be easier than before. At the very least, the number of oppressors had diminished from many to one. Not all large adventure groups had been annihilated. The Night Adventure Group sustained minimal damage, while the Dragon Language Adventure Group retained half of its strength. These were strategically preserved by Su and for Qiao Zhijia, allowing her to swiftly consolidate control over Dragon City. In exchange for her dominance, Qiao Zhijia was required to periodically remit substantial amounts of civilization seeds to Suin. Nonetheless, Dragon City would not be a dictatorship under Qiao Zhijia's rule. Suin had left Tong Xiaoyu in charge of Shirley Street. Thus, she became its new master while also overseeing the underground forces of Dragon City. In this duality of light and shadow, Dragon City had effectively become Suin's personal field of chives. The other members of the Crimson Team ascended to high-ranking positions within the Dragon Language Adventure Group. Kong Qing had been eliminated early on by Qiao Zhijia, bringing an end to their superficial sisterhood. As for Qiao Junyi, he was imprisoned in a dark, lightless dungeon, barely clinging to life and driven to madness by overwhelming trauma. Black Bee, too, emerged into the limelight, swiftly becoming the vice leader of the Dragon Language Adventure Group, wielding significant power and earning the title of Dragon City's second-in-command. He was the only S-rank awakened one to survive under Suin's command while retaining his abilities and level, a remarkable feat indeed. Although the Black Bee wields significant power, it remains unable to dictate its own fate. The toxin within still lingers, with the trigger for its detonation resting firmly in Qiao Zhijia's hands. While it may be said that he is the second-in-command of Long City, in reality, he spends his days reaping the rewards of a 996-work schedule, tirelessly working for the advancement of the Dragon Language Adventurers Group, having not enjoyed a restful night's sleep in quite some time. He is undeniably a mere tool. Yet, as the saying goes, it is better to endure life than to succumb to death, and the Black Bee finds a strange contentment in this painful existence. Suin departed from Long City after a mere 2 days. Despite Tong Xiaoyu's reluctance, she resolutely chose to remain in Shirley Street to assist Suin. He promised to visit her weekly, which brought a smile back to her face. Similarly, the two little ones, Dixia and Xiaoshuang, were also loath to see Suin leave, particularly for the delectable treats within his vast spatial realm. Suin, fond of their lively and adorable nature, left them some snacks to appease them. In their eagerness to reunite with Suin, the two little ones decided to stay close to Tong Xiaoyu in Shirley Street. Wang Yingqiu remained within the upper echelons of the Dragon Language Adventurers Group. With all arrangements in place, Suin teleported back to the Jiangdi district. At that moment, the entire Jiangdi Oasis community was in a state of readiness for battle. From the 3rd to the 9th Oasis, forces from all 7 oases were mobilizing to attack the first oasis. Hundreds of adventurers, 7 dominant oases, and tens of thousands of awakened individuals were involved, creating a momentum that far surpassed that of the previous oasis contention. The alliance split into 4 routes to encircle the first oasis, with a major conflict imminent. Just as Suin returned, the women rushed toward him, seeking comfort and affection, seemingly unperturbed by the impending battle. Wu Hongyi and others had always believed that the Chongqing Adventurers Group boasted around 40 S-level awakened individuals with formidable strength. However, the group was quite small, comprising fewer than 800 members. In contrast, the alliance had a staggering number of over hundreds of thousands, including 15 S-level awakened beings. The disparity in individual strength could easily be compensated by their overwhelming numbers. Overall, there was no need for alarm. The situation was manageable. Yet, it was regrettable that the actual number of S-level awakened individuals in the Chongqing Adventurers Group was 400, a figure that would double with Suin's return. However, Suin did not immediately distribute S-level abilities. Instead, he allocated them based on the honor points the women had accrued during this period. In the span of a morning, 200 new S-level awakened individuals emerged. The total number of S-level awakened beings in the Chongqing Adventurers Group had reached 600, leaving only about 100 who had yet to receive such powers. These remaining individuals would not be sent to the front lines, but would instead handle logistical support. After bestowing the abilities, Suin summoned each woman to the captain's office for a round of enhancements. However, this time, it was not their powers that were elevated, but rather their character levels. The entire group was filled with experience points, achieving an average level of 10. Even the little one, Bing Tang, reached level 10, wielding an A-level ability and 2 formidable zombie skills. As the day drew to a close, Suen found himself utterly exhausted and retreated directly to the commander's villa to rest. Unfortunately, the trio of young girls had stealthily followed him back. Once Li Xiaoyu activated her camera, the weary old Huang had no choice but to work overtime. Although he was fatigued, he was at least compensated for his efforts. Meanwhile, the Allied forces established their camp on site, choosing a strategy of encirclement without immediate assault. The 7 dominators of the Oases convened for a final pre-battle meeting. The third Oasis, under the banner of the Tianlong Adventure Group, was the most formidable, designated to spearhead the frontal assault. Oases 4 and 5 would split into 2 flanks to launch a pincer attack. Oasis 6 was tasked with securing the right flank, while Oases 4 and 5 would hold the left, simultaneously restraining the True God cult, which might arrive to support the Chongqing Adventure Group from the right. Oases 7, 8, and 9 were assigned to launch an offensive from the rear. Though the arrangements appeared meticulous, the pressure on Oases 4, 5, and 6 was immense. Oasis 6 would stand alone on one front, while Oases 4 and 5 would likely face a direct assault from the True God cult. Even if victory was achieved, the toll on Oases 4 and 5 would be substantial. Once the Chongqing Adventure Group and the True God cult were dealt with, Oases 4 and 5 would become the next targets for encroachment. Wu Hongyi had long held the belief that there are no eternal allies, only perpetual interests. In the face of such interests, even brothers could turn against one another, provided the price is right. Wu Hongyi had anticipated dissatisfaction or opposition from Bai Li Bing and the others, preparing his rhetoric and feigning a willingness to relinquish part of the spoils. However, to his surprise, Bai Li Bing and his compatriots were remarkably compliant, executing his plans without a hint of dissent. Wu Hongyi couldn't help but wonder if his commanding aura had become so overwhelming that these 3 dominators willingly submitted to him. Otherwise, how could one explain their unexpected obedience? Conspiring with the Chongqing Adventure Group? It was inconceivable, as they lacked the courage to do so. The ally strength and the might of the Tianlong Adventure Group had been made abundantly clear to them during this period. People naturally seek upward mobility, while water flows downward. Any rational being would understand which side to choose. The next morning, the entire Oasis community was shrouded in an atmosphere of impending warfare. As dawn broke, the 7 factions of awakened beings completed their preparations, conducting final checks before battle. The defense-oriented awakened stood at the forefront as the vanguard. Various melee specialists followed closely behind, while elemental awakened beings were responsible for ranged assaults. Support-oriented awakened individuals positioned themselves at the rear to provide healing and enhancement. As for those without powers but of considerable level, they were designated as the shock troops, ready to charge into battle. The common citizens of Jiangdi had long retreated to the outskirts of the oasis, seeking to avoid the chaos. Yet, many audacious souls lingered at a distance, curiously observing the unfolding events. Street vendors navigated through the crowd, peddling lizard meat, scorpion legs, and fried insects, all for a mere 2 sand coins per skewer. The only oasis that remained uninvolved in the conflict was Oasis 10, which took the opportunity to establish a temporary gambling den. Rather than merely spectating, why not indulge in a bit of fun? Once a wager was placed, it was binding, no deception, regardless of age. The Longxing Adventure Group boasts an astonishing odds ratio of 1 to 1,000. Indeed, the time for action is now. A daring endeavor could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, and victory would lead to the company of charming models. However, with such high odds, only a fool would place a bet on the Longxing Adventure Group. Although rumors suggest that the group is affluent, their numbers are dismally few. Betting on the Longxing Adventure Group seems akin to throwing money away. A mere few hundred are pitted against tens of thousands. Who would dare engage in such a reckless gamble? I wager 10 civilization seeds that the Tianlong Adventure Group will be the first to seize the Longxing stronghold. I also place a bet of 50 sand coins on the Black Rose. People are more inclined to wager on which team will first capture the core stronghold of Oasis 1. Notably, the Tianlong Adventure Group offers the lowest odds at 200 to 1. A bet of 200 sand coins yields a meager return of 201 coins. The most popular choice, however, is the Black Rose, which occupies Oasis 4 and ranks just below the Tianlong Adventure Group, yet offers odds of 5 to 1, a relatively safe bet. Oasis 5 stands at 10 to 1, while the odds for Oasis 6 stretch to an unlikely 20 to 1, with few willing to place bets there. The odds for Oases 7, 8, and 9 range between 1 to 1 and 1 to 5. Yet, this was merely the initial scenario. Upon learning of the gambling odds, the survivors of Sudi were set ablaze with excitement. What? The Longxing Adventure Group's odds are 1 to 1,000. Goodness, this is a gold mine. Step aside. I am off to collect my fortune. Hurry, my dear, bring forth all our savings. Let us place our bets on the Longxing Adventure Group. And do not forget a sack. Charge ahead. The throng of people surged toward the betting stations. I wager 100 sand coins on the Longxing Adventure Group's victory. I bet 30 civilization seeds on their triumph. And I too, wager 50. I stake 100. Can I bet pots and pans? What about clothing? Shoes and cloaks? I shall wager my wife. If I win, can she return to me 1,000? Observing the immense crowd, the organizers were utterly bewildered. The Longxing Adventure Group, was this popular? Yet the crux of the matter is that this is war. It is strength that matters, not popularity. This is combat, not a popularity contest for idols. Qian Duoduo, the overseer of Oasis 10, hurriedly inquired into the situation. The sheer number of bets placed on the Longxing Adventure Group had swelled to tens of thousands, with many risking everything they owned. Some were even willing to wager their undergarments. If the Longxing Adventure Group were to lose, it would be manageable. However, should they win, with such high odds, Oasis 10 would face bankruptcy first. Brother, are you out of your mind? How could the Longxing Adventure Group possibly win? In response to such inquiries, the people of Sudi proclaimed, money is not the issue. The real matter is that Captain Su of the Longxing Adventure Group is my idol. I will support my idol even if it means losing everything. We hail from Sudi, and we must stand together. If we do not support them, who will? Even in defeat, we must lose with dignity. I will not allow you to belittle the Longxing Adventure Group. This is the honor of Sudi. The people of Sudi must have backbone. No one understands integrity better than we do. Thus, the question remains, can one wager their wife? Regardless, the people of Sudi will fabricate whatever they please. Tales of Su in single-handedly confronting 1,000,000 zombies, or single-handedly subduing a horde with a tiger, are simply not worth mentioning. In this moment, the eyes of the Sudi people are devoid of emotion, filled only with theatrics. Not a single truth escapes their lips. For they fear that the organizers may lower the betting odds, or, worse, disallow betting altogether. Observing their demeanor, Qian Duoduo furrows his brow. The instincts of a merchant inform him that the situation is far from simple. When one's own interests are at stake, no one would be foolish enough to hand over money. Yet, he cannot comprehend the reason behind the Sudi people's reckless fervor. Could it be that the Chongqing adventurers truly stand a chance? Unlikely. He had conducted a private investigation beforehand and had only heard whispers of the prowess of their leader, Suin, with no elaboration on the extent of his strength. But could anyone be strong enough to face 10,000 foes alone? The current scenario demands a confrontation against 100,000, regardless of strength, as long as he remains human. It is impossible for one individual to alter the course of an unwinnable battle. This is a fundamental principle. Contemplating this, Qian Duoduo waved his hand dismissively. Let them wager as they please, he welcomes all. With no time left to lock the bets, it is better to allow them to place their wagers freely. The more they bet, the more he stands to gain. The 10th Oasis remains an outsider, aiming to profit handsomely. Once the betting concluded, the Chongqing adventurers finally made their move. A thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal black tiger leapt forth from the front of the oasis. 100 stunning beauties clad in cutting-edge nano-battle armor emerged as well. However, they did not advance further, but halted on the periphery of the oasis, gazing across at the Tianlong adventurers. 2 graceful women, one on each side, carried a small leather sofa to the forefront of the crowd and gently placed it down. In the next moment, a tall, handsome man dressed in casual attire appeared abruptly before the sofa. He slowly sat down, propping his chin on one hand, his demeanor languid, eyes half closed, as if he had not rested well, exuding an air of lethargy. The black tiger let out a soft mew, crouching beside the man, affectionately nudging his hand with its large head. Upon seeing the man, Wu Hongyi narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, bellowing, "You are Suin, the leader of the Chongqing adventurers?" Generally, the various dominators of the oases are somewhat acquainted, yet Suin of the Chongqing adventurers stands apart in his mystique. He rarely appears in public, and even when he does, aside from the people of Sudi, few recognize him. This was Wu Hongyi's first encounter with him. Suin slowly lifted his gaze to meet Wu Hongyi's. The Tianlong adventurers were divided into 2 large factions, one on the left and one on the right, each surpassing 20,000 troops. Scanning the scene, one could see countless high-level awakeners. Yet, in Suin's eyes, both sides were merely chives awaiting harvest. Chapter 164. The Great War Unleashed, a one-sided massacre. Wu Hongyi gazed at Suin and let out a cold snort, continuing, "Although we have yet to meet, I must confess, I hold a certain admiration for you. With merely a few hundred individuals, you have managed to seize Oasis number 1 and simultaneously oversee 40 S-rank awakeners. However, As the ancient saying goes, a person without guilt bears the burden of treasure. You lack the qualifications to monopolize Oasis number 1. I suggest you surrender promptly and relinquish the Oasis. You might still have a chance to survive. Should you persist in your obstinacy, today shall mark your demise. The opportunity has been presented to you. Do not be ungrateful. Upon hearing Wu Hongyi's shouts, Suin merely cast a cursory glance in his direction. The likes of Wu Hongyi did not even pique his interest. He then pulled Xiao Qiao into his embrace, gently pinching her chubby little cheeks, and commanded Xue Qingyu, "Make it swift." Xue Qingyu understood the implication and nodded, instructing her team, "Prepare for battle." 300 young women simultaneously drew their weapons, activating their nano-armors, assuming an aggressive stance. Witnessing the obstinacy of the Chongqing adventure team, the impatient Bao Ho leapt to the forefront, cursing vehemently. "What the hell are you doing? Just wait until I annihilate you, you scoundrel. Once I finish you off, I shall indulge in each of these ladies one by one." As he spoke, he spat contemptuously. Xue Qingyu's gaze turned icy upon hearing Bao Ho's vulgar tirade, her body crackling with electric energy. With a cold utterance, she declared, "Die?" As her words echoed, Li Xiaoyu, who had been poised for action, shot forth like a cheetah. Her speed was so astonishing that an afterimage trailed behind her. This was the new S-rank ability, Gale Steps, which she had recently acquired from Suin. Now, Li Xiaoyu had become an immensely powerful awakener, possessing 3 S-rank abilities. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before Bao Ho. "Huh, you've come at just the right time, little lass. Let me take good care of you," Bao Ho jeered, flames surging around him. Explosive flame. The searing fire erupted like a tidal wave towards Li Xiaoyu. Bao Ho had quickly discerned that Li Xiaoyu possessed a speed-enhancing ability. Yet, no matter how swift she was, the sheer area covered by his explosive flames rendered her unable to evade. Indeed, as he anticipated, Li Xiaoyu found herself ensnared within the inferno. "Huh, I'll burn you to a crisp." Yet, before he could finish, a tumult arose within the sea of flames as Li Xiaoyu, wielding her hammer, generated a whirlwind that tore through the fiery barrier. Suddenly, she surged forth from the flames, executing a swift maneuver to stand before Bao Ho. "Holy crap!" Bao Ho exclaimed, panic-stricken. Just as he attempted to retreat, Li Xiaoyu delivered a solid kick, sending him soaring into the air. "Woohoo!" Li Xiaoyu shouted exuberantly, raising her hammer and striking a posture reminiscent of a baseball player. Home run. With a powerful swing, she struck Bao Ho as he descended. A resounding thud and a scream echoed as Bao Ho was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling 700 to 800 meters before crashing to the ground. Transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, Li Xiaoyu hoisted the heavy hammer onto her shoulder, placing one hand on her hip and tilting her head upward. "Humph, let your words be foul. I'll shatter your skull." The sudden turn of events left the members of the Tianlong adventure team utterly stunned. Dead. Had the explosive monkey truly perished so easily? In the blink of an eye, he had been vanquished. The explosive monkey was a legitimate S-rank awakener, yet he had been defeated so thoroughly, without even the chance to resist. What manner of creature was this petite girl before them? Her speed and strength were astonishing. Even the seasoned Wu Hongyi stood frozen in place. Even he could not hope to eliminate an S-rank awakener with such swiftness, let alone one as combat-oriented as the explosive monkey. Attack! Without affording the Tianlong adventure team a moment to process their shock, Xue Qingyu issued the command. Charge! The female members of the Chongqing adventure team cried out in unison, rushing forward. Simultaneously, their abilities surged forth, unleashing the formidable presence of 300 S-rank awakeners. The diverse attributes of these S-rank powers enveloped the battlefield, causing the earth to tremble slightly. What? Wu Hongyi's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat immediately soaking his back. They were all S-rank awakeners. How could this be possible? A full 300 S-rank awakeners, such a breathtaking sight, would send shivers down anyone's spine. The other members of the Tianlong adventure team stood dumbfounded, even their commander rendered speechless. How could they possibly contend with 300 S-rank awakeners? In mere moments, the women of the Chongqing adventure team descended upon them like a thunderous storm. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of screams. Wu Hongyi, shaken from his stupor, bellowed, "Attack, attack quickly." Only then did the others belatedly grasp their weapons in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, against the S-rank awakeners clad in the finest nano-armors, they found themselves with no room to counter. The scene devolved into an overwhelming slaughter. If it had merely been a massacre, perhaps death would have offered some relief. However, the women of the Chongqing adventure team refrained from killing. Instead, they severed limbs or inflicted grievous injuries, rendering their foes immobile and trapped in a fate worse than death. A grand army of 40,000 could not halt the advance of merely 300, as they slaughtered with impunity, the throngs collapsing like wheat before the scythe. Be they awakeners or ordinary folk, none could withstand the onslaught of these 300 demonic reapers. Even the other 7 members of the Jiu Tianlong stood powerless. Within 2 minutes, 4 of the Jiu Tianlong were reduced to mere human husks. The battlefield was thick with the stench of blood and the heart-wrenching cries of the dying. Wu Hongyi gazed in bewilderment at the retreating forces of the Tianlong adventure team, a tremor of dread coursing through him. Not only were they all S-rank awakeners, but they were also equipped with complete sets of advanced nanotech alloy gear. Among the entire Tianlong adventure team, he was the sole bearer of a nano-combat blade. This was the only piece of nanometal equipment he obtained by sheer coincidence, and it stood alone in the entire capital. The disparity in strength rendered him incapable of breaching the defenses of others. The premise of a swarm tactic is that the individual strengths must not diverge excessively, otherwise, it becomes akin to ants attempting to assail an elephant. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot hope to challenge a single stomp from the mighty beast. In their current predicament, they resembled ants, foolishly dreaming of overpowering an elephant. How naive and ignorant they were. Amidst this turmoil, cries of battle erupted from both sides of Oasis 1. By Li Bing, Qiu Chun, and Niu Meng arrived with their forces in tow. Reinforcements had arrived. Do not despair. Our allies are here. Fight while retreating. Wu Hongyi's eyes brightened, catching a glimmer of hope. Victory was beyond reach, but with the aid of reinforcements, a retreat might still hold promise. However, he soon realized that the 3 paths of support were charging directly towards the Heavenly Dragon adventurers, attacking them with fervor. Bai Li Bing, Qiu Chun, and Niu Meng led a contingent away from the battlefield, heading straight for Oasis 3. Wu Hongyi. Chapter 165. Wu Hongyi. As long as we can reach there, the onlookers were left bewildered in their places. The battlefield was ever-changing, yet such a dramatic reversal was unprecedented. 300 S-Class Awakeners. What on earth was happening? How could the Chongqing adventurers possess so many S-Class Awakeners? This was utterly astonishing. The Heavenly Dragon adventurers were doomed. Shock rippled through the crowd, a collective astonishment enveloping them. Only the people from Su Di wore expressions of unsurprised recognition. This was the Chongqing adventurers, consistently formidable. 300 S-Class Awakeners was absurd. While they knew of the strength of the Chongqing adventurers, they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Only Captain Su could orchestrate such a feat. No, it was not merely 300 S-Class Awakeners. Look over there. Behind Oasis 1, a fierce battle erupted. The forces of Oasis 789 were simultaneously besieged by hundreds of beautiful S-Class Awakeners from the Chongqing adventurers. The crowd collectively turned to stone, speechless. Hundreds more S-Class Awakeners? Was the Chongqing adventurers' average power S-Class? Qian Duo collapsed onto the ground, drained of color. Regardless of the fate of the Heavenly Dragon adventurers, this battle had only just begun. Yet Oasis 10, which had not participated, was the first to fall. The immense bets placed by the people of Su Di could obliterate him financially. He finally understood why the people of Su Di were so foolish and why they spoke of the Chongqing adventurers with such reticence. If he were in their position, he too would refrain from making reckless statements. At this moment, Wu Hongyi was engulfed in despair. He had never stood a chance against the Chongqing adventurers. And the betrayal from Niu Meng and his cohorts added to his misfortune, compounding his predicament. Caught in a bind, he found himself trapped in a dire situation. He finally comprehended why Niu Meng and his companions frequently frequented his abode. They had long been conspiring on how to partition Oasis number 3. From the moment he conceived the notion of assaulting Oasis number 1, it had been nothing short of a grand farce. Wu Hongyi managed a rueful smile, relinquishing command and allowing the troops to descend into chaos, ripe for slaughter. At this juncture, whether he commanded or not bore little significance. Yet, this did not imply his surrender. There remained a glimmer of hope, a final flicker of possibility. He could leverage his formidable prowess to directly eliminate the local commanders, perhaps even carve out a sliver of survival amidst the dire straits. He immediately surged towards the location of Suan. At that moment, Suan remained comfortably seated on the sofa, playfully engaging with Qiao Qiao in his lap. No one else stood guard. Even Xue Qingyu had personally joined the fray. Wu Hongyi rapidly devised a plan for the assassination in his mind. There were only 2 adversaries, yet it was highly probable that both were S-Class awakened beings. Particularly the seemingly harmless little girl in Su An's embrace, who was undoubtedly a master in her own right, fulfilling the role of protector. The crux of the assassination hinged upon circumventing that little girl to strike Su An with lethal precision. His unique ability was characterized by high explosive power and exceptional single-target lethality, making it the optimal asset for the decapitation. I can do this. I will. Wu Hongyi silently encouraged himself. He was nearing the attack range, so close, merely a fraction away. If he could just reach that point. His stealthy demeanor had naturally caught the attention of the members of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild. Su Yin's 8 elite guards immediately broke away from combat, rushing towards Wu Hongyi, with Li Xiaoyu also wielding a massive hammer in support. Suddenly ensnared in a deadly ambush, Wu Hongyi felt a surge of dread. Despite his strength and specialized abilities, he could not contend with 9 adversaries at once. If he were detained, death was an inevitability. His ability was a directional locking power, allowing him to target only one opponent at a time. While capable of a single fatal strike, it required a 10-second cooldown. Unfortunately, he had not yet reached the range to lock onto Su Yin. Damn it. I'm going for it. Wu Hongyi, steeling himself, locked his ability onto a large boulder not far from Su Yin. He then shouted, "Ultimate explosive kill." In an instant, he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, darting through the chaos towards the boulder. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the stone, his powerful arm extending forth, brushing past it. A thunderous crash resounded as the solid rock was pulverized by his sheer force. Were that blow to land upon a human body, even an S-class awakened being would meet their end. This unparalleled speed and explosive force were the nightmares of all awakened beings. However, having unleashed his ability, Wu Hongyi now faced a cooldown period of 10 seconds. Though this might seem brief in ordinary circumstances, in the present situation, each second stretched into an eternity. Behind him, the pursuing foes would close in within 3 seconds, surrounding him. Observing the mocking grin cast by Su Yin from a distance, Wu Hongyi gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Was this truly the end? I refused to accept it. Wu Hongyi's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as he glared at Su Yin and slowly rose to his feet. No, I cannot surrender. There remains a chance. Just once more, if I could unleash my power one final time, it would be over. Suddenly, a blood-red aura enveloped Wu Hongyi, his muscles tensed, and the veins on his body bulged as he forcefully activated his abilities, resembling a spider's web intricately spread across his form. The extreme physical strain caused him to cough up blood, yet he maintained his steadfast gaze upon Su Yin. He had achieved it. Amidst despair, he had transcended his limits. He had reduced the cooldown of his powers to a mere second. Now, he could unleash his abilities once more, and he sensed their newfound strength. Taking a deep breath, Wu Hongyi focused his power on Su Yin and unleashed it fully. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and the vessels in his arms began to rupture under the immense pressure of his abilities, blood seeping from the cracks. He then spoke in a deep voice, "Limit." In an instant, Wu Hongyi vanished from his spot, transforming into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Su Yin. The ground where he stood had already formed a substantial crater. In the next moment, his bloodied figure materialized before Su Yin, and he bellowed, "Annihilation." With his blood-soaked arm, he struck down towards Su Yin's neck with tremendous force. Unhurriedly, Su Yin extended a finger. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, shaking the earth beneath. A massive pit, 1.5 meters deep and several meters wide, formed where Su Yin stood, cracks extending for dozens of meters around it. Amidst the swirling smoke, Su Yin's calm voice emerged, "Bring it on." Thud! Wu Hongyi collapsed, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief as he gazed at Su Yin. His voice, hoarse, quivered, "You can take my..." Before Wu Hongyi could finish, Su Yin waved his hand, and a gigantic hand of sand and stone rose from the ground, crushing Wu Hongyi into a pulp with a single strike. "Uncle, one must choose words wisely," Su Yin chuckled. Chapter 166, Revelry and Insights. As expected, the Tianlong Adventure Group was obliterated within half a day. The forces of Oasis 789 similarly fell one after another. Even Oasis 10, which had remained uninvolved, suffered a crushing defeat due to the establishment of a gambling den, plunging into chaos once more. What followed was the division of territory. Oasis 3 was thoroughly divided among the ever-watchful Bai Li, Bingqiu, and Shenshi. After seizing Oasis 3, the trio proceeded towards Oasis 7, then Oasis 8. However, the True God sect had already been dispatched to occupy Oases 8 and 9 before the conflict began. As soon as the battle commenced at Oasis 1, the True God sect swiftly conquered Oases 8 and 9. The warfare was swift, arriving and departing in less than a day. In the span of a year, Zhangdi has once again embraced tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the vivid crimson stains and the scattered remains before Oasis No. 1 bear witness to the formidable prowess of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild. In this fleeting moment, the guild's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, basking in the zenith of acclaim. The supremacy of the guild remained unassailable, and the fame of figures like Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu escalated rapidly amidst the aftermath of battle. Not only they, but all the women of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild were exalted with the title of goddesses, leading to the guild being affectionately dubbed the Goddess Adventurers Guild. As for the guild leader, Su-un, discussions regarding him became scarce, not due to a lack of interest, but rather out of trepidation. No one truly comprehended the extent of Su's extraordinary abilities. Only the women of the guild possessed a semblance of understanding, yet the topic remained shrouded in silence. No inquiries would yield answers. From Sudi to Jiangdi, Su-un had become a taboo in the minds of the populace. In stark contrast, the very embodiment of this taboo reclined languidly on a balcony's chaise lounge, clad in beach shorts and sunglasses, soaking in the sun while sipping juice. A multitude of women, adorned in bikinis, frolicked in the pool, their laughter resonating like a symphony of joy, painting a scene of delightful camaraderie. For Su-un, such moments were rare, bringing an unexpected sense of ease and fulfillment. The Chongqing Adventurers Guild now lacked for nothing. The seeds of civilization had a reliable source, with the continuous supply from Longqing's vegetable fields, the True God sect, and various other adventurer factions in Jiangdi, all contributing to the guild's abundance. With millions sustaining merely a few hundred, the civilization seeds were plentiful enough to last indefinitely. With no worries of sustenance, surrounded by beauty, and without the burden of labor, this was indeed the essence of a sweet existence. The forthcoming chapters of life appeared straightforward. Indulge, revel, and savor the sweetness of existence. Could you assist me in applying some sunscreen? Called Lu Hui, reclining nearby, her eyes glimmering with allure. Me too, chimed Xiao Qiao, raising her hand eagerly. As 3 months slipped by, the inhabitants grew increasingly accustomed to this unfamiliar realm. The remnants of pre-apocalyptic items dwindled, their supplies diminishing, while the vestiges of human civilization gradually faded into the annals of the doomsday world. A new civilization was on the verge of blossoming. Following the demise of the Dragon Adventurers Guild and other Oasis sovereigns, Sudi inexplicably surged with newfound vitality. The survivors' lives transitioned from chaos to order, largely attributable to the Chongqing Adventurers Guild, the undeniable sovereign of Sudi. Remarkably, the taxes imposed by the guild were neither exorbitant nor burdensome, allowing the survivors to ascend in rank with remarkable speed. Over the past 3 months, the guild had little to occupy its time, aside from essential daily training. The members engaged in hunting adventures in the sandy sea for leisure. The women were also fervently devoted to adorning their personal quarters. The members' dormitories housed 2 individuals per room, with each villa featuring 20 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. The bathing facilities comprised a communal bathhouse, perpetually stocked with hot water around the clock. However, each dormitory contained 3 beds. The vacant space left is reserved for the team leader, ostensibly for her convenience to rest after her exhausting inspections. During this period, Lu Hui has been cultivating closer ties with the True God sect, recruiting dozens of young women from there to supplement the Eternal Life Adventure Group, bringing the total number of members to a neat 800. However, these new recruits are relatively young, comparable in age to Little Sugar. Perhaps due to her status as a mother, Lu Hui has developed a fondness for children, personally mentoring and educating these young members. Little Sugar has taken on the role of their leader, while Qing Ning has established a medical facility within the Eternal Life Adventure Group, her white coat complementing her charming appearance, resembling a benevolent angel of mercy. Xue Qingyu maintains frequent correspondence with other Oasis leaders, coordinating the overall situation in the Jiang region. Her current pursuits extend beyond the interests of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. She is now dedicated to improving the lives of survivors, striving to ensure that more individuals can endure. The once timid and bashful girl has evolved into a formidable woman of strength. Li Xiaoyu, Xiao Qiao, and Yukiki, on the other hand, indulge in a carefree lifestyle, reveling in leisure and pleasure. They have even led Wang Kai astray, transforming him into a lazy dog, aimlessly following behind this trio. As for Su-un, devoid of life's pressures, he has completely embraced a laid-back attitude, wandering aimlessly. He either engages in discussions about chivalry with the True God sect and Jeanne d'Arc or observes the divine hall constructed specifically for him by the sect. He might teleport back to Dragon City to inspect his fields or enjoy profound conversations about life with Qiao Zhijie in the presence of Tong Xiaoyu. Over the past few months, Qiao Zhijie's affection for him has barely increased. However, her feelings plummet whenever she sees Su-un conversing warmly with Tong Xiaoyu. Yet they gradually rise again over time, and with repeated exposure, they soar. From an initial rating of 50, her affection has now reached 70. The affection is not exclusive to Qiao Zhijie. It has also grown for Wang Yingqiu and the 2 younger girls, as they frequently steal glances at him. Meanwhile, He Feng has diligently managed the relations of Dragon City for Su-un, temporarily alleviating the life and death crises, establishing himself as a significant figure in Dragon City. Numerous matters await his personal attention. High emotional intelligence leads to promotions and raises, while low emotional intelligence relegates one to the status of mere livestock. Of course, Suin does not confine himself solely to Jiang region and Dragon City. He often teleports to other survivor bases. Whether to casually pilfer a few items for the thrill of it, or to occasionally mingle in unknown hunter guilds, listening to their tales of bravado and experiencing life. Over these 3 months, he has traversed many locations across a dozen major regions, yet most of them are rather monotonous. Some regions boast dominant factions that are relatively stable, while many others are embroiled in constant conflict, with neither side willing to concede. In the struggle for supremacy, internecine strife persists. Suin has also encountered particularly unique survivor regions, such as the Tsangdi region, which, though home to fewer than 1 million inhabitants, is the smallest among all survivor zones. Yet it remains most extraordinary, the only region that Suin could not bring himself to conquer. Chapter 167, The Land of Civilization, The Wise Old Fu. Once again, at the break of dawn, Suin emerged from the quarters of a couple of his comrades, stifling a yawn. It was unavoidable. These two companions had expended a considerable amount of honor points merely to keep him company. Consequently, Suin found himself engaged in an entire night of card games with these two youngsters. The outcome of their games was uncertain, yet the exchanges were lively, with victories and defeats evenly matched. Suin refrained from returning to the captain's quarters for a nap, for he knew that what awaited him there was not rest, but rather an avalanche of assignments. He then summoned a girl named Dong Li. She was a vision of classical elegance, possessing a gentle demeanor and a slender, graceful figure that distinguished her among the many enchanting maidens of the Chongqing Adventurers Guild. She had also won the championship in the Guild's inaugural festival with her artistic performance, exchanging her prize for a wish within Suin's capabilities. However, she had never voiced her desire until now. With the guild finally settled, Dong Li approached Suin and expressed her wish. She wanted to spend a honeymoon with him. This request left Suin utterly perplexed. He felt as though numerous steps were missing. How could they leap directly to a honeymoon? Nevertheless, the wish was not unreasonable and was easily fulfilled, prompting Suin to agree without hesitation. It just so happened that he was about to teleport to the Tibetan region and could conveniently take Dong Li along. As he activated his teleportation skill, he embraced the smiling Dong Li, and in an instant, they found themselves in a tidy little room in the Tibetan region. This was Suin's private property, legitimately acquired with his own funds, not stolen, not seized. This was vital to emphasize. Dong Li curiously surveyed her surroundings and inquired, "My dear, where are we?" Suin produced an eagle insignia and pinned it to his chest. "This is a survivor's enclave in the Tibetan region. It's quite intriguing here. Let me show you around." Noticing that Suin did not object to her affectionate address, Dong Li's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable tenderness. "Come, let us explore. Today happens to be the Monster Festival," Suin declared as he opened the door. "What is the Monster Festival?" Dong Li asked, naturally linking her arm with Suin's as they stepped outside together. As they walked, Suin began to enlighten Dong Li about the Tibetan region and its Monster Festival. Despite its sparse population, he considered it the most harmonious and stable of all regions, and the one closest to a new civilization. In Tibet, there were no convoluted factions vying for power. Only two principal forces maintained a delicate balance, overseeing each other. The Elders' Council managed the welfare of the populace, listening attentively to their needs and desires, while the Eagles, a hunter's guild, handled combat affairs. Anyone could become a hunter by paying a modest registration fee. With no restrictions on personal freedom, the guild issued tasks freely, allowing hunters to accept them at will and earn rewards upon completion. In Tibet, there exist pertinent legal provisions that underscore the paramount importance of human life. Regardless of one's status as an ordinary individual, all are afforded equitable and just treatment. Even those who are awakened are not sheltered from accountability. They are subject to the same regulations and penalties. Unlike other regions where might often prevails, Tibet places a greater emphasis on the supremacy of knowledge. Most members of the Council of Elders are not awakened beings, but rather sagacious individuals with profound wisdom. The people of Tibet exhibit little interest in internal strife. Under the guidance of the wise, they yearn for the unknown and the mysterious world beyond. Their quest is one of exploration, advancing towards the unfamiliar. This encapsulates the essence and core motto of Tibet. As for the Monster Festival, it marks the inaugural grand celebration in Tibet, commemorating the first seasonal month since the cataclysmic downfall. On this day, the Council of Elders generously provides free meat and water, hosting a grand feast in the streets where all may partake without charge, reveling throughout the night. "Good morning, Anzi," greeted an amiable old blacksmith clad in animal hides. As he exchanged pleasantries with Suin. "Good morning, Uncle Tai," Suin replied with a smile. Good morning, and go. It's been several days since we last saw each other. Have you had breakfast? If not, come to my home and share a meal. Brotherin, I haven't seen you in days. Are you going hunting tomorrow? You're quite impressive with that big head of yours. Suin cheerfully greeted his neighbors. In Tibet, he had assumed a new identity as an S-rank awakened being who had wandered through the desert and, in a haze, arrived in Tibet. Consequently, he became an S-rank hunter for the Eagle Adventure Group. He had also purchased a home in Tibet, occasionally visiting, or stopping by the Hunter S Guild to accept tasks to pass the time. The survivors in Tibet are predominantly friendly, embodying a spirit of mutual assistance, a refreshing current in the apocalyptic era. Since Su An's arrival, he had yet to encounter any man-made troubles. In fact, being a newcomer, his neighbors had offered him considerable help. This was a significant reason why Suin refrained from engaging in rampant plunder in Tibet. After a leisurely stroll around the streets with Dong Li, Suin made his way directly to the council hall at the city's center. The guards, recognizing Suin, did not impede his passage. Instead, they greeted him warmly and allowed him entry. However, they would pause momentarily upon seeing Dong Li, giving Suin a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Nge, you're amazing. Your wife is truly beautiful." Dong Li smiled in gratitude. Suin confidently approached a door, pushing it open to reveal a library. The shelves were brimming with books, primarily crafted from paper or the hides of monsters. These tomes contained the invaluable knowledge bequeathed by human civilization, encompassing agricultural science, chemistry, and even fairy tales. Though human civilization may have vanished, there remain those who diligently document and cherish this wisdom. In their pursuit of the unknown and embrace of new civilizations, they do not forget their roots. This may well represent the most righteous path forward in the age of apocalypse. As the door swung open, an elderly man at a desk, meticulously organizing and correcting books, slowly lifted his gaze. Upon recognizing Suin, a broad smile spread across his face. "At long last, you have arrived. I had almost presumed you had been devoured by the stone dragon after days of your absence. Ha ha ha." Suin waved his hand, pulling Dong Li to sit on a chair. "Old Fu, please do not curse me. I merely wandered about the desert for a few days. I have just returned to see you." This old fellow, named Fu Bo, is a member of the Council of Elders. Despite being in his twilight years, his mind remains sharp, a wellspring of knowledge. "Ah, this young lady seems somewhat unfamiliar," Old Fu remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Dong Li. "I found her in the desert and brought her back as my wife," Suin replied with a shrug. Old Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that even permissible?" Dong Li smiled quietly, leaning a bit closer to Suin. "Goodness," Old Fu exclaimed, raising an eyebrow and muttering, "Poor my dear granddaughter." Rising from his seat, Old Fu retrieved a book from a dusty corner of the bookshelf. After flipping through a few pages, he abruptly declared, "Young man, why do I have this persistent feeling that the apocalypse will return? Am I losing my faculties?" Suin chuckled softly, spreading his hands. "Pray tell." Old Fu adjusted his tattered reading glasses and continued, "Consider this. During the zombie apocalypse, life was exceedingly arduous, yet it did not render survival impossible for all. It symbolized existence and elimination. Upon arriving in the desert, we encountered oases, clear gathering points that consolidated the scattered populace, signifying unity. The next apocalypse is unlikely to be far off. We will probably need to abandon the oasis, as the catalysts will deplete, and the protective wood will inevitably wither. The supplies from the mobile oasis cannot sustain such demand. Based on my calculations, the next apocalypse will arrive in no more than 8 months. Perhaps even as little as 6. At that juncture, we shall be compelled to leave the desert and venture into an unknown world, symbolizing progression. Chapter 168. The final expedition. One must concede that Old Fu's conjecture is rather astute. To be precise, there are 8 months remaining until the next apocalypse. Aligning closely with Old Fu's estimations, the old fellow possesses considerable foresight. Suin nodded in agreement. "You are not mad. I share your suspicions. What do you intend to do next?" Without hesitation, Old Fu replied, "Of course, we must hasten to explore this world. What if we cannot return? How much will we lose, especially in our research data? I must tell you, I have already formed a preliminary understanding of this world's ecology. We have discovered numerous creatures in the desert, not merely carbon-based life, but also semi-silicon-based entities. Do you comprehend what this implies? This represents an entirely new evolutionary pathway. I once believed that only a select few algae possessed the ability to evolve silicon-based shells. This world is simply extraordinary." Observing Old Fu passionately expound upon his excitement, Suin could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Knowing that the new apocalypse approaches, his first thought is to seize the opportunity to explore, fearing he might never return. Such an intense obsession with discovering the unknown is indeed remarkable for an old scholar. under the influence of such a scholar. The region has transformed into what it is today, populated by fierce hunters with simple yet robust customs. Grandfather, I heard that Suin has returned. Has he visited you? Just as old Fu was speaking animatedly, a tall, striking woman with a single ponytail, a prominent nose, and a fiery outfit hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing Suin, her expression brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a pout. You often vanish for days without a word. Do you know that everyone in my guild is quite worried about you? The girl's name was Fu Shaoling, the beloved granddaughter of old Fu, and one of the 12 S-rank hunters in the region. Suin's first encounter in this land was with Fu Shaoling. With her assistance, he successfully settled in the area and obtained certification as an S-rank hunter from the Eagle Hunter Guild. Both being S-rank hunters, they had completed several missions together, making Fu Shaoling one of Suin's familiar acquaintances in this land. Suin casually waved his hand. I just returned after wandering around for a few days. Aren't you afraid of getting lost in the desert again? I won't come to rescue you this time. Fu Shaoling retorted with a hint of annoyance. She then glanced at Dong Li, who was standing close to Suin. Even Fu Shaoling, as a girl, had to admit that Dong Li was truly beautiful, especially with her naturally elegant and vintage charm that made it difficult to look away. Such beauty was scarcely seen even before the apocalypse, surpassing the allure of any celebrity. Who is she? Fu Shaoling inquired. My wife, whom I just brought back from the desert, Suin clarified. Dong Li smiled sweetly and introduced herself. Hello, I am Dong Li. My husband has been under your care. Fu Shaoling was left utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning, and stood frozen for a moment before stammering. Why, you are his wife? Brought back from the desert? Indeed, Suin replied, while Fu Shaoling's face fell in despair. How can this be? You were clearly the one I rescued. Suin shrugged and said nothing further. He then stood up and took Dong Li's hand, saying, Old Fu, you carry on with your work. I'm taking my wife out for a stroll. Old Fu quickly inquired, will you be joining the expedition tomorrow? I hope you can come with us. Your strength would make the expedition smoother, and it might be our last. The so-called expedition consists of a team formed by the strongest hunters, delving deep into the desert. Powerful hunters are tasked with slaying high-level monsters, bringing back valuable monster materials and rare ores from the depths of the desert, materials that can be crafted into weapons and equipment. The gear crafted from top-tier monster materials rivals even high-grade alloy equipment in strength. Additionally, there are accompanying scholars within the expedition team, responsible for documenting exploration routes and categorizing the types of monsters in the area, while also studying the habits of desert creatures and their ecology. It is precisely due to the existence of such expedition teams that the overall strength of the region remains formidable, as the S-rank hunters devote their hearts not to the pursuit of power, but to the allure of the unknown, engaging in battles with formidable monsters. Suin contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall partake in the expedition, he declared. To be honest, he found a certain joy in participating in such ventures. During these expeditions, everyone united in a collective endeavor, venturing into the unknown, continually discovering one astonishing creature after another, and challenging powerful, enigmatic beasts. Unlike the treachery characteristic of the apocalyptic era, these journeys were imbued with a romantic essence. After all, what man does not harbor a dream of embarking on adventures in a fantastical realm? It also presented a perfect opportunity to whisk Dong Li away on a honeymoon. Moreover, this might indeed be the last expedition. Upon leaving the Elders' Hall, Suin strolled leisurely around with Dong Li. As it was her first visit to the Hidden Land, Dong Li felt a sense of novelty. Although it was also a sanctuary for survivors, the Hidden Land was distinctly different. The inhabitants had wholly assimilated into this world. From weapons and equipment to furniture, clothing, and trinkets, every aspect of life was adorned with the unique products of the desert region. The variety and extensive application of these goods far surpassed those found in Jiangland. It felt as though they had stepped into a fantastical world straight out of a movie, leaving Dong Li with the impression that she had traversed into a cinematic adventure. Curiously wandering between various shops, she purchased small trinkets and baubles, intending to bring them back as gifts for her sisters. At the corner of the street, after tailing them for quite some time, Fu Shaoling peeked her head out, observing the affectionate duo shopping, and couldn't help but tug at her own sleeve in frustration. Her charming face seemed to don a mask of anguish. How infuriating. I arrived first. Suin noticed Fu Shaoling and waved her over with a resigned smile. No need to hide. I've seen you for a while. Caught in the act, Fu Shaoling felt embarrassed to continue hiding, and thus stepped forward with a slight blush. Feigning nonchalance. What a coincidence, huh? She then turned her gaze, moving closer to Dong Li and taking her hand. Since you are new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings, allow me the honor of being your guide. No one knows shopping better than I do. However, the moment she grasped Dong Li's hand, she sensed something amiss. Chapter 169. The Monster Festival and the Bride. Feeling the delicate skin of Dong Li's hand, Fu Xiaoling looked at her in bewilderment. Sister Dong Li, why do you have no calluses on your hands? Your skin is so fair, without a trace of sun or wind exposure. Although life had improved considerably since the fall of civilization, it remained arduous. Everyone had to toil under the glaring sun. And even the fairest skin would inevitably tan to a wheat-like hue, developing calluses in the process. Fu Xiaoling was a testament to this. Her once proud fair complexion had long since transformed into a sun-kissed tone. Certainly, the areas not exposed to sunlight remained quite fair. Dong Li smiled shyly and remarked, I usually take some care of my skin, and when I go out, I dress very warmly. Not only she, but nearly all members of the Longevity Adventure Group pay considerable attention to their upkeep. A substantial portion of their honor points each month is spent on skincare products. The reason is quite simple. Women adorn themselves for those they wish to please. There are also many who are purely envious of the leader's physique, striving to enhance their own appearance to boost their competitiveness. Fu Xiaoling sniffed and murmured, it smells lovely, like jasmine shower gel. Who is this? A wanderer from the desert? More likely a princess from somewhere. A wave of frustration washed over Fu Xiaoling as she compared her looks, skin, and attire against Dong Li's, feeling utterly overshadowed. However, in an instant, she seemed to conceive a brilliant idea. She tugged at Dong Li, leading her forward while enthusiastically introducing the local specialties. Suin, with his hands resting behind his head, trailed behind, accompanying the two as they strolled, occasionally reaching into his pocket to pay for their purchases. As time passed and dusk approached, the streets became increasingly bustling due to the Monster Festival, adorned with vibrant decorations and a festive atmosphere. Long tables filled with a communal feast were set along the street, inviting the public to partake in the free offerings. In the square, lion dancers entertained the crowd, while others paraded dressed as desert creatures, and groups gathered around bonfires to dance. The celebratory spirit was palpable, filled with laughter and joy, reminiscent of an unconventional dragon boat festival. The trio found a spot to sit, enjoying their meal while observing the festivities. Although the food was complimentary, it primarily consisted of monster meat, which for Suin lacked flavor. He merely nibbled a few bites to satisfy his appetite. Despite the unpalatable nature of the monster meat, Dong Li savored it with delight, her brows arched in joy, her lovely eyes crescent-shaped with happiness, one hand entwined with Suin's beneath the table. It appeared she was thoroughly enjoying this honeymoon excursion. Beside them, Fu Xiaoling rested her chin on one hand while holding a skewer of monster meat in the other. She found it quite unappetizing, taking a lackluster bite and complaining about its sourness. As night deepened, Suin expressed his fatigue and suggested they part ways for the evening. Fu Xiaoling reluctantly bid farewell to the two. After spending the day together, the two women had grown quite fond of each other. Though Dong Li was not very talkative, she possessed a gentle warmth akin to soft water, reminiscent of a refined lady from a scholarly family, and her voice was melodious. Fu Xiaoling was quickly becoming an ardent admirer. Yet, the more exceptional Dong Li appeared, the more Fu Xiaoling felt a pang of envy. At their parting, the more she thought about it, the more irritated she became, intending to give Suin a little trouble. She slyly remarked to Dong Li, Sister Dong Li, you must keep an eye on this fellow. Don't let him attract all the butterflies. Many girls in the guild often throw him flirtatious glances. Dong Li responded, are there many? Fu Xiaoling nodded earnestly. Indeed, there are at least a dozen. Dong Li chuckled softly. It seems my husband is quite charming. With a dozen girls eyeing him. With a playful glint in her eye, Dong Li looked at Fu Xiaoling and asked, are you one of them? Fu Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly denied, I did not. I am not. Please do not speak nonsense. With the prospect of an expedition looming the next day, she excused herself, saying, I shall return to rest now. Sister Dong Li, farewell, and fled as if pursued. Observing Fu Xiaoling's panicked retreat, Dong Li couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. What I say doesn't. Not at all excessive. There are 800 more at home. If Fu Xiaoling were to discover that Suin actually harbored hundreds of beautiful sisters, of whom she was merely one, I wonder what her thoughts would be. She then turned and affectionately linked her arm with Suin's, inquiring, shall we head home, my dear? Are we returning to the base? Or do you intend to spend the night here? Dong Li smiled gently. This place is just fine. The couple subsequently returned to the modest two-story house Suin had purchased. Though the dwelling lacked the opulence of Su's commanding villa, with minimal furnishings that rendered it somewhat austere, it was cherished for its tranquility. Upon entering the bedroom, Suin casually pushed open the wooden window, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade in, while faint sounds of revelry wafted in from the distant streets. Dear, please do not turn around just yet, Dong Li whispered, seemingly a touch anxious. All right, came Suin's reply. Gradually, the room was illuminated by the flickering candlelight. All right, my dear. Suin slowly turned. On the table, a pair of red candles flickered, casting a warm glow over Dongli, who sat quietly at the bedside. Her hands folded on her lap, adorned with a red veil, reminiscent of a newlywed bride. Suin raised an eyebrow in amusement. Quite the playful one, aren't you? My dear, it is getting late. We should rest soon. Suin decisively strode over, ready to unveil the mystery. Let's lift the veil. Oh, I apologize. It's my first time lifting a veil, and I lack experience. Allow me to assist you with your attire, she giggled, as the night echoed with the calls of cuckoos amidst the wind and rain. The following morning, Suin and Dongli arrived early at the dock outside the city. The expedition team had already gathered a considerable number of individuals, busily loading supplies onto the sand ships essential for their journey. Upon noticing Suin's arrival, they greeted him warmly. When they learned that Dongli was Suin's new bride, a chorus of compliments ensued. The sand ship was the premier vessel for traversing the desert, capable of navigating its vast expanse with ease. Although its construction was not particularly complex, few survivor enclaves possessed the expertise to create them. Sangdi was notably the only place that had perfected the use of sand ships, boasting not only small vessels that could carry 4 or 5 individuals, but also massive dragon ships exceeding 100 meters in length, equipped with formidable ramming prows. The former served merely as a transport, while the latter was designed for combat against large monsters. This expedition was significantly grander than any before, deploying 2 dragon ships and over 30 small sand ships, with a contingent exceeding 100 individuals. All were seasoned hunters, including 12 S-rank hunters. Even Elder Fu, a venerable elder of the council, was set to join this expedition. Furthermore, the duration of the expedition promised to be the longest yet, anticipated to last at least a month. Chapter 170. The expedition set sail, heading towards the Sand Sea. Fu Shaoling arrived at the dock early, directing everyone in the unloading of goods. Upon spotting Suin, she hurriedly approached, her long ponytail swaying gracefully behind her. After a cheerful greeting with Suin, she took Dongli's small hand and said, "Good morning, Sister Dongli. Did you sleep well last night?" Fu Shaoling's inquiry was casual, yet it struck a chord with Dongli, who blushed slightly and replied, "It was fine." She couldn't help but cast a flirtatious glance at Suin. Dongli had a penchant for playing musical instruments, effortlessly handling the guzheng and pipa, her S-class soundwave abilities resonating perfectly with her character. However, she was not adept at playing the xiao and di, yet Suin had insisted that she learn. The mere thought of it still made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Noticing Dongli's unusual demeanor, Fu Shaoling pressed on. "Sister Dongli, are you feeling unwell?" Dongli hastily waved her hand, instinctively responding, "I'm quite comfortable, actually. I just meant that I was a bit tired last night." Her words carried an undertone that hinted at something deeper, yet Fu Shaoling, oblivious, could not comprehend the nuance. Can one really be tired from sleeping? "Sister Dongli, you must be too weak. You need to exercise properly," Fu Shaoling declared, patting her chest. "You should be like me, robust and healthy. I could sleep for hours and still feel invigorated." Fu Shaoling, with her inherent muscularity, had always been more inclined towards combat than anything else. From a young age, she had fought her way through kindergarten, bullied elementary school students, and engaged in brawls with delinquents in middle school, so many times that her parents had lost count of the meetings with the principal. It was precisely because of her fighting prowess that she and her grandfather had survived the zombie apocalypse. However, as she grew older, the undeniable surge of hormones began to remind her that she was, indeed, a girl. Only then did she start to exhibit some semblance of femininity. Unfortunately, her understanding of romantic matters remained at an elementary level, rendering her unable to grasp the subtleties in Dongli's words. Dongli shyly remarked, "Well, I suppose once I get used to it, I won't feel so tired anymore." "Probably. Yes, I will help Sister Dongli. We can exercise together." Fu Shaoling chimed in, while Suin shook his head in disbelief. The two were clearly on different wavelengths. Dongli had metaphorically run over Fu Shaoling with a truck, and yet she remained blissfully unaware, unfazed by the impact. As the transportation of goods neared completion, old Fu and the accompanying clerks responsible for documentation arrived at the dock. The next step was to allocate the vehicles. 2 Dragon Strike boats would serve as the main force, each capable of accommodating 50 individuals. There were also 20 small sand boats, each designed for 3 people, 1 to steer, 1 to scout, and the last to rest, with positions rotating thereafter. 4 swift reconnaissance vessels, each with a capacity for 2, were the smallest but fastest, typically leading the fleet and scouting the surroundings. The remaining 2 were to be towed by the Dragon Strike boats as reserves, along with 10 medium-sized sand boats, each capable of carrying 10 individuals. Suan Dongli and Fu Shaoling were assigned to a medium-sized sand ship, a privilege indeed bestowed upon Suan. His prowess was well known. During his initiation into the Hunters Guild, he effortlessly bested Du Shan, the strongest S-rank hunter of the region, with a single punch. His strength was widely acknowledged, placing him at the pinnacle among S-rank hunters. Moreover, he exhibited little interest in the rewards or monster materials during missions, occasionally even working pro bono, which led to him being regarded as the most affordable S-rank hunter in the region. Consequently, Suan enjoyed a respectable reputation among the people of the region, with many holding him in esteem, making such privileges quite justifiable. Additionally, the affection between the couple was palpable, deterring others from intruding upon their intimacy, except for Fu Shaoling, who relished in it. With all preparations complete, the expedition team was poised for departure. A throng of citizens gathered at the dock to bid farewell to the expeditionaries, their cheers resounding in the air. The expedition team represented the most formidable assembly of hunters in the region, serving as a steadfast pillar of spirit for the people. The term Eagle aptly described the reinforcement squad. Following a heartfelt blessing recited by a silver-haired elder, the drummers atop the city walls commenced their rhythmic beats. "Set sail," called out old Fu. As the sails unfurled, revealing a flag adorned with the elegant image of an eagle in flight, the ship embarked. With a resounding cheer, the fleet moved in unison. Amidst the fervent drumming and the jubilant shouts of the crowd, the ships gracefully departed the harbor, heading towards the boundless sea of sand. Leaning against the ship's railing, Suan turned to gaze at the receding crowd, whose joyous sounds lingered in the air, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Though not a native of the region, he felt an inexplicable desire to be part of the moment, akin to a soldier setting forth on a valiant campaign. A rush of fervor igniting within him. Dongli, perched on the railing, curiously observed the surroundings, marveling at the experience of sailing through the desert for the first time. "My dear, could we construct such a vessel? I find it exceedingly practical," she inquired. "The Chongqing Adventure Team does not possess sand ships," Suan replied. "We could create one, but it is unnecessary. We will have better vehicles in the future. Sand ships are not difficult to make. Yet the fuel, composed of a silicon-based crystalline material, can only be sourced from high-level monsters or excavated from deep within the earth, making the process somewhat cumbersome. The Chongqing Adventure Team lacks nothing and has no need for an expedition. With a mere 800 individuals in Oasis 1, a significant number must be dispatched daily for its patrol. Furthermore, sand ships are only viable on sandy terrain and are of no use within the oasis, rendering them superfluous for our needs. As for future vehicles, we will have superior options." Dongli nodded in understanding, leaning her head against Su and shoulder, her expression sweet. "Hey, Suan, could you take the helm for a moment? I'd like to chat with Sister Dongli," Fu Shaoling playfully urged, her tone feigning impatience. Suan waved his hand dismissively. "We've only just begun. I'll take my turn in a couple of hours." Fu Shaoling pouted slightly. "Oh." Dongli glanced at the sorrowful-faced Fu Shaoling. It seemed that little Sister Shaoling was quite obedient to you. Despite her demure demeanor in front of Suan, Dongli had clearly witnessed Fu Shaoling's ferocity at the port. If anyone dared to provoke her, she would retaliate with a fierce kick, exhibiting an alarming level of violence that made everyone steer clear of her. In the Eagle Hunter Guild, Fu Shaoling was even affectionately dubbed the Mother Tyrannosaurus. It was simple. Mischievous children often misbehave due to a case of restlessness, and a good spanking usually rectifies the situation, Suan explained. When he first encountered Fu Shaoling, she was quite fierce, baring her teeth at the slightest provocation. He had always preferred to win people over with kindness, but dealing with such explosive little ones necessitated a more hands-on approach. A good thrashing in a secluded alley would often do the trick. After a few such lessons, she became quite docile. Now, just the lift of his hand would prompt her to instinctively cover her behind. This, indeed, was the essence of deterrence. Chapter 171. Semi-silicon life forms. Ialong species sand thunderbirds 4 hours later. Under Fu Shaoling's mournful gaze, Suan lazily took hold of the ship's helm, tossing her a large, bright red apple. Fu Shaoling hurriedly caught the apple, her eyes widening in astonishment. An apple? Upon seeing the vibrant fruit, she instinctively took a bite. Her pupils constricted, and her previously sorrowful expression melted away, transforming into one of sheer delight. "How sweet! Hee. Soon." She clutched the large red apple and began to dance joyfully, exclaiming excitedly. Dongli, watching from the side, couldn't he help but chuckle, feeling a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the family pet, Wankai. As the fleet gradually ventured deeper into the sandy sea, they had already sailed far beyond the oasis, leaving civilization behind. The surrounding environment subtly shifted. Firstly, the monsters encountered were predominantly above level 10, with a growing variety among them. Carnivorous desert beasts, upon spotting the fleet, would chase the sand ships in packs. However, due to the swift speed of the vessels, the creatures found it challenging to keep up. Moreover, desert monsters possessed a sense of territoriality. Once the ships crossed their territory, the beasts would cease their pursuit. Not all desert monsters were aggressive. Some were massive yet timid, turning to flee at the sight of the sand vessels. As they delved deeper, the forms of the monsters underwent significant transformations. Some bore thick mineral shells or crystalline exteriors, even transparent glass-like surfaces, hinting at an evolutionary trend towards silicon-based life forms. This constituted the unique ecology of the Sandy Sea. The fleet continued its journey until dusk, finally anchoring beside a patch of oasis. However, this oasis merely consisted of a dense thicket of cacti, towering to heights of several dozen meters. These cacti harbored numerous avian monsters, lizards, rodents, and gigantic scorpions. For an ordinary hunter, this place was fraught with peril, and one would certainly hesitate to linger here. However, for the expedition team, equipped with over a dozen S-rank hunters and 100 seasoned high-level hunters, these monsters posed little threat. The cactus forest, devoid of any peril, instead served as an optimal supply point. Cacti, being edible and rich in moisture, are not only easy to preserve, but also a rare treasure. Moreover, the abundant supply allows for ample storage on the ship, alleviating concerns about water. Simultaneously, it provides a refuge from the wind and sand for overnight rest. As the sun descended, the temperature gradually dropped, and the expedition team ignited one bonfire after another amidst the cacti. The members gathered around the flames for warmth while heating their food, savoring bites of monster meat interspersed with succulent cactus flesh, finding immense comfort in the moment. Suen exchanged casual greetings with others before returning to the ship with Dongli. Retrieving a large blanket from the expansive space, the two reclined upon it, gazing up at the stars. In the pitch-black night sky, countless stars twinkled with brilliant radiance, dazzling like gemstones. The sky remained unchanged, the stars familiar. Yet this world had irrevocably transformed. A profound sense of the endless passage of generations and the constancy of the moon over the river emerged. "Are you satisfied with this honeymoon trip?" Suen tightened his embrace around Dongli. She nodded, her voice gentle as she replied, "Yes, Dongli loves it. Thank you, my husband." In an effort to further please her, Suen resolved to guide her in learning new knowledge. At that moment, Fu Shaoling climbed aboard with monster meat in hand, exclaiming, "Sister Dongli, why didn't you eat earlier? It's unhealthy to go hungry. No wonder you're so weak." Dongli quickly sat up, and Fu Shaoling slowly made her way onto the deck. "Hey, Dongli, why are you sneaking some good food?" Dongli opened her mouth, unsure how to explain. "I was just having a late-night snack," she said, and Fu Shaoling believed her, lying down beside Dongli, resting her hands behind her head, extending her long legs, and gazing at the stars. "They're so beautiful, even brighter than the night sky back home." Suddenly, Fu Shaoling seemed to recall something. Sitting up in surprise, staring at Dongli and Suen. "Where did you get that blanket?" A week swiftly passed, and the expedition team continued to navigate the Sandy Sea, albeit at a significantly slower pace than before. The level and number of monsters were on the rise, and the environment grew increasingly bizarre. Hunters frequently disembarked to clear monsters, while accompanying researchers also descended to survey the surrounding areas, record observations, and collect samples for return. Over these days, Suen had scarcely engaged in any combat, either lingering on the ship with Dongli or exploring the surroundings. The honeymoon trip was indeed delightful. However, Fu Shaoling's mood was less than cheerful. The ship housed only 3 cabins, one for storing supplies and the other 2 for accommodation. Naturally, Suen and Dongli shared a room, leaving her with a cabin to herself. Whenever I recall Suen and Dongli, who share a tender embrace each night, I find myself alone, clutching a beast's skin, unable to find solace in sleep. Oh, the cruelty of fate. On the 9th day of the expedition, the team unexpectedly halted. Above the fleet, a colossal bird circled ominously, a creature with a wingspan of 20 to 30 meters. Its body was devoid of feathers, adorned instead with black scales, and its back was encrusted with purple crystalline protrusions. The bird's beak was extraordinarily large, and its wings were composed of a membranous structure interspersed with crystals. As it soared, faint green sparks flickered around its formidable form. Suen fixed his gaze upon the giant bird, and its details materialized before him. Sand Thunderbird, LV-20, race, subdragon species, life form, semi-silicon-based organism, skills, crystal absorption, dive, shatter, corrosive blast. Thunderstrike, Chapter 172. Dongli takes action. It was evident that the expedition team had spotted the Sand Thunderbird, prompting the fleet to cease movement. "Disembark and lure it away," "We cannot engage on the ship," bellowed a muscular man, Dushan, who wielded a massive black sword. As he leapt from the Dragon Strike ship and sprinted towards an open area. Before Su An's arrival, Dushan had been the most formidable hunter within the Hunters Guild, possessing not only immense strength but also a keen tactical awareness, making him an exceptionally seasoned hunter and the battle commander for this expedition. The Dragon Strike vessel was constructed from resilient and rare monster materials at both the bow and stern, yet its center remained vulnerable. The Sand Thunderbird, being a flying creature of considerable size, posed a threat. Should it dive and attack those aboard, it could inflict irreparable damage to the ship. Do not move the Dragon Strike. Supply units, take cover. Combat units, follow me to the open ground. Elemental awakened beings, unleash ranged skills to divert its attention. Upon hearing Dushan's orders, the hunters swiftly responded. The combat team leaped from the sand ship while clerks and logistical personnel, including Lao Fu, retreated to the cabin. Concurrently, several elemental awakened beings ran towards the Sand Thunderbird, releasing their abilities as they went, not necessarily aiming to hit, but primarily to draw the creature away from the fleet. Disturbed, the Sand Thunderbird quickly locked onto the fleeing group and dove towards Dushan and the others. Evade. Dushan's voice resonated as the Sand Thunderbird crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a substantial crater in the sand. As the dust settled, the massive form of the Sand Thunderbird was revealed. Estimates suggested it weighed at least several tons, appearing somewhat rotund. Despite its capacity for flight, it was clear that the Sand Thunderbird was not adept at soaring, preferring ground combat instead. Had it struck the Dragon Strike vessel, significant damage would have ensued. Thanks to Dushan's foresight, no casualties occurred during the Thunderbird's dive. After a deafening roar, it charged toward the hunters. In an instant, Dushan and his fellow hunters engaged in fierce combat with the Sand Thunderbird, which, at level 20, represented a formidable opponent among the desert creatures. However, should the adversary merely be an ordinary monster, even at level 20, it would scarcely withstand the onslaught of over 100 elite hunters, accompanied by a dozen S-rank hunters. Yet, the term Yalong undoubtedly possesses significant weight. Its defensive and offensive capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, rendering it nearly immune to elemental abilities, while its physical defenses are alarmingly high, allowing it to endure prolonged assaults without succumbing. I too joined the fray. With a delicate exclamation, Fu Shaoling leapt from the sand vessel, single-handedly propelling herself toward the Thunder Sandbird. Fu Shaoling's ability is classified as S-rank specialized wind combat technique, a quintessential combat-oriented power, specializing in close-quarters combat. With commendable speed and endurance, its sole shortcoming lies in the absence of ranged attack capabilities. Nevertheless, it proves ideal for confronting colossal desert beasts, securing her position consistently among the top 3 in the Hunter Guild. Her weaponry is rather unique. On her left hand, she wears a ring embedded with a violet crystal, enhancing her defensive and offensive prowess, utilized to deliver powerful punches. Her right hand is adorned with beast hide wrappings, sacrificing some defense for increased agility, facilitating grappling and throwing. With Fu Shaoling's involvement, the Thunder Sandbird found itself in retreat as the hunters pressed their advantage. Enraged, the creature soared aloft, its crystalline adornments radiating brilliant light amid crackling electricity. With a thunderous roar, it opened its enormous maw, unleashing torrents of potent lightning toward the crowd. "Everyone, gather close and take shelter behind me," Dushan bellowed, leaping forward to shield the group, driving one hand into the sand. With a tremendous effort, he wrenched forth a colossal hand of sand and stone, spanning 100 meters, which subsequently intercepted the surging electric onslaught. This was Dushan's ability, S-rank specialized earth hand, a highly coveted power in the desert environment. Although it could only manifest a singular sandy arm, the quality of this Qilin arm far surpassed that of ordinary earth abilities, endowing it with immense strength. Despite its flaws, it remains an exceedingly potent specialized power. Witnessing its lightning being thwarted only fueled the Thunder Sandbird's fury. It flapped its massive wings, soaring high above the throng, continuously unleashing streams of lightning in a wide-ranging assault, complemented by corrosive acid mixed within the electric barrage. While Dushan and his fellow S-rank hunters managed to cope, the lower-ranked hunters were not so fortunate, suffering grievously as they cried out in agony, succumbing to the electric strikes, their bodies convulsing and plummeting helplessly. Dushan could merely strive to intercept the lightning to protect his comrades, gritting his teeth as he shouted toward the sand vessel where Suan was stationed, "And go, we cannot hold out much longer. Come quickly." Though Dushan and a few S-rank hunters were in no mortal peril, their companions were in grave danger. Should this continue, they would undoubtedly face numerous fatalities, rendering any victory over the Thunder Sandbird a hollow one. Meanwhile, Suin languidly leaned against the railing. He held little interest in the sandstorm bird. What he sought was no longer extraordinary abilities, experience points, or monstrous skills. Rather, it was a being of rank surpassing that of mere powers. Since he had plundered 100,000 abilities months ago, his ability to plunder had evolved anew. Plunderer, the capacity to seize a rank higher than his own. Ranks are the ultimate pursuit of survivors, more potent than abilities. However, such entities were not yet available. They would only emerge with a minuscule probability after the third apocalypse. The sandstorm bird appeared formidable, yet it was merely an ordinary creature devoid of rank. Suin languidly remarked to Dong Li, "You should assist them." Dong Li nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, my dear." She then drew a jade flute from her flowing sleeves, raised it to her lips, and gently blew. Melodious notes danced forth from the flute. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting Dong Li into the air as she floated toward the battlefield. Clad in ethereal white garments that fluttered in the wind, her figure resembled a graceful swallow. And coupled with her exquisite beauty, she appeared as an otherworldly fairy, untouched by the mundane. The hunters were left awestruck. In the next moment, Dong Li played the flute once more, transforming the previously soothing melody into a sharp and soaring tune. A translucent wave of sound rippled outward, hurtling toward the airborne sandstorm bird. What seemed like a mere sound wave resonated in the bird's ears with the force of thunder, exploding in its mind. With a pained cry, the sandstorm bird plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 173. The Stone Dragon Pursuit. Sister Dong Li is also an awakened, and an S-class soundwave ability. Fu Shaoling gasped in astonishment, gazing at the ethereal Dong Li, as if she were a celestial being. She had always thought Dong Li to be an ordinary person, only to discover that she too was an awakened, and of the rare S-class. This ability, although not specialized, could only manifest in those adept in music, making it exceedingly rare. While its lethality might not be overwhelming, its functional versatility was vast, providing both buffs to allies and soundwave assaults against foes. It was a high-quality ability that combined both support and offensive capabilities. After bringing down the sandstorm bird, Dong Li once again played the jade flute, the melody softening into tranquility as the sound waves rippled through the group of hunters. They collectively felt a notable enhancement in their physical abilities, approximately a 20% increase, a remarkable effect only comparable to S-class pure support abilities. "Stop dawdling. Let's finish off that foolish bird." Du Shan was the first to regain his senses, raising his Kirin arm and charging at the sandstorm bird. With a massive black sword in hand, he unleashed a flurry of 5 lightning-fast strikes. The others, awakened from their stupor, scrambled to their feet, rushing toward the sandstorm bird. Take advantage of its weakness. Attack. Foolish bird, taste my blade. Witness my heavenly horse meteor fist. Surprise attack. Invincible left hook. Sprinting right whip kick. At this moment, the sand thunderbird's head swam with confusion, its combat prowess significantly diminished, having lost its ability to fly, rendering it utterly vulnerable. Under the relentless onslaught of the hunters, it soon met its demise. Despite the creature's sudden death, the hunters did not relent. Instead, they hastily prepared to dismember the sand thunderbird, transporting its parts back to the ship. The flesh of high-level monsters is generally edible, while their bones and scales serve as exquisite materials for weapon crafting, and hides provide excellent defensive gear. The purple crystal atop the sand thunderbird's back is particularly valuable, serving as kinetic fuel for sand vessels and enhancing weapon power when affixed. In short, every part of it is a treasure, with not a single hair deemed wasteful. Fu Shaoling did not attend to the sand thunderbird's remains. Instead, she dashed towards Dong Li, launching herself in an exuberant leap. "Sister Dong Li, you are incredible. An S-rank soundwave ability. I've never seen one before. When we return, you should join the Hunters Guild." Originally, there were 12 S-rank awakened in the hideout. With Su An's arrival, that number had risen to 13, and with Dong Li's inclusion, it would become 14. However, there were no supportive S-rank abilities among them. If Dong Li joined, the expedition team's strength would experience a significant qualitative enhancement. "I will heed Su An's decision," Dong Li replied with a gentle smile. In truth, her prowess could be considered merely average among the female members of the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild. Currently, the high-ranking officials of the guild all possessed dual S-rank abilities, with Chief Instructor Li Xiaoyu boasting 3 S-rank powers. Dong Li could only manage to take down the Sand Thunderbird. Had Instructor Xiaoyu been present, it would likely have been dispatched within 3 minutes. The cumulative effect of S-rank abilities is exceedingly formidable, far beyond a mere addition of strengths. He will surely agree. "I'll go speak with him," Fu Shaoling declared, noticing Dong Li's demeanor, which suggested complete reliance on Su An's judgment. She then hurried off to find Su An suddenly. A tremor shook the earth, and the ground began to quake. A massive shadow raced towards the fleet from the distance. It's the stone dragon. Quickly, everyone aboard. The hunters scrambled back onto the sand vessel, which promptly set sail, navigating swiftly through the desert. The stone dragon is a colossal desert monster, measuring hundreds of meters in length and towering over several dozen meters. It resembles a massive lizard covered in black scales, lying horizontally like a skyscraper on the ground. Adept at traversing sandy terrain. With a level of 25, its sheer size grants it immense charging power. However, its offensive capabilities are quite limited. Apart from its formidable bulk and high resistance, it possesses little else. The Dragon Strike vessel was specifically designed for such beasts. Dushan nimbly climbed the mast to the lookout, rhythmically waving a small flag. Scatter! The sand vessel fleet dispersed in an orderly manner to evade the stone dragon's charge. The massive creature pursued relentlessly from behind. Several small sand vessels broke away from the fleet, reducing their speed to draw closer to the stone dragon. On each small vessel, one person operated the ship while the other two attacked the beast. Though they could not inflict significant damage, their efforts served to slow the stone dragon and firmly capture its attention. Two Dragon Strike vessels deftly maneuvered away from the fleet, circling to the rear of the stone dragon. The hunter responsible for the ramming angle swiftly adjusted it. With a deafening crash, the sharp impact horns of both vessels struck the relatively softer rear of the stone dragon. A piercing roar erupted from the creature as it plunged into the sandy ground, vanishing from sight. Scatter! Commanded Dushan from the mast, directing the Dragon Strike vessels to disperse while simultaneously accelerating their speed. The injured stone dragon would retreat underground, but would periodically resurface to breathe. As long as they could strike during those moments, victory was assured. With just a few more collisions, the creature was destined for demise. The value of a single stone dragon was immense, making it a coveted prize for the expedition team. Bringing one back was practically a guaranteed profit. Within mere minutes, the stone dragon resurfaced. To everyone's astonishment, despite its anguished cries, it exhibited no intent to retaliate. Instead, it frantically attempted to flee. While the stone dragon's temperament was not inherently vicious, it was still capable of furious attacks when injured. In such instances, faster, smaller sand vessels would need to restrain it, allowing the Dragon Strike vessels to find opportune moments to strike. Yet, the current stone dragon appeared exceedingly docile, devoid of any aggression. Dushan was poised to command the Dragon Strike vessels to charge once more when Suen suddenly soared in, grasping the small flag in Dushan's hand. "Hey, what are you doing? If we hit it a few more times, we'll finish it off," Dushan exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Suen smacked Dushan on the head and calmly replied, "Look behind us." Reluctantly, Dushan covered his head and glanced back. 2 seconds later, he swiftly turned his head and raised the flag with urgency. "No more ramming. Accelerate, accelerate, hurry up." The flag in Dushan's hand waved with such fervor it seemed to blur. The stone dragon? What stone dragon? That thought had completely fled his mind. In the far rear of the fleet, a colossal mountain shimmering with a purple hue was surging through the sand, barreling toward them with alarming speed. Its size dwarfed that of 10 stone dragons combined, standing at an impressive height of 700 to 800 meters, with a width exceeding 300 meters. This was merely the portion visible above ground. Estimates suggested its length was at least 7,000 to 8,000 meters, and it was a living creature, its body constantly undulating. Though the expedition team was seasoned and well-traveled, they had never encountered a creature of such staggering proportions. The mere sight of it from a distance was suffocating. Chapter 174. The Giant Haoshan Dragon. Wealth or doom lies in the balance today. The rest of the expedition team soon spotted the massive beast, their spirits plummeting in terror. "Good heavens, what in the world is that?" they gasped. "Quick, quick, accelerate, accelerate. It's charging at us." Without needing Dushan's commands, the sand vessels reached their maximum speed, as if desperate to install additional power systems. What began as a pursuit of the stone dragon had abruptly transformed into a frantic escape. Suen stood atop the mast of the Dragon Strike ship, quietly observing the colossal creature not far away. It was merely a gigantic crocodile, its body encrusted with a rusted metallic shell. A massive spiral horn adorned its head, while its back and sides were lined with formidable spikes of a metallic texture. Atop its back was a mound of shimmering, multicolored gemstones. Externally, it resembled a titan forged from jewels and metal, a veritable steel beast. Simultaneously, detailed data about the creature presented itself. Haoshan Dragon, LV-50, Sands of Transformation, Race, Ancient Dragon, Life Form, Semi-silicon-based giant organism, Skills, Filter feeding, Mineral refinement, Crushing impact, Sand burrowing, Neutral organism with low aggression. With a level of 50, it was the highest among all desert creatures discovered thus far. Its race was far superior to that of the sand thunderbird, being an ancient dragon. Despite its enormous size, akin to that of a whale, it was a filter feeder and exhibited low aggression, classifying it as a neutral being. From this perspective, the Haoshan dragon did not seem intent on the fleet. It was merely passing by. Given its immense stature, it was an invincible entity amidst the sands, careening through the terrain without regard for vessels. As it was indifferent to their presence, merely crossing its path. After a moment of contemplation, Suen took the command flag from Dushan and began issuing orders to the other ships. Retreating was not an option. It was against his principles to shy away from a challenge. The vast crystalline veins on the Haoshan dragon were worth millions of tons. Indeed, a single bite could yield immense riches. However, the creature's size posed a significant challenge. Its sheer mass rendered it unwieldy to confront directly. Killing it would be no simple feat, but there was no need for such drastic measures. Merely extracting some minerals would suffice without taking its life. Upon seeing Suen's command flag, everyone was taken aback. Disperse. Reduce speed. Maneuver to the rear. They exclaimed. Are we truly going to collide with this monster? Dushan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his expression one of distress. Brother, let's not jest. We should make a swift retreat. This creature is not something we can simply ram into like the stone dragon. The stone dragon was but a few hundred meters long, and its 30-meter-long horns could indeed inflict damage. However, the Haoshan dragon was a gigantic entity stretching thousands of meters. The dragon strike's horns would be akin to toothpicks before it. Not only would they struggle to inflict harm, but they would likely fail to even penetrate its metallic shell. Who said anything about ramming it to kill or injure? Suen clarified. The purpose of approaching is to get closer to it. Just look at the treasures adorning its back. Dushan scrutinized the Haoshan dragon closely and, upon noticing the vibrant mound of gemstones atop its back, could not help but swallow hard. Goodness, so many energy crystals. The energy-storing crystal possesses the remarkable ability to function as both a bomb and a source of illumination, while also serving as the kinetic fuel for sand vessels. This is merely the extent of its known applications at present, with many more yet to be explored. Undoubtedly, the energy-storing crystal is far more precious than the seeds of civilization. Even the most ordinary high-level monsters yield but a small fragment of this crystal. And the entirety of the crystals in the concealed lands pales in comparison to even a fraction of what resides upon the back of the majestic mountain dragon. If one could extract a few and bring them back, this expedition would be immensely profitable. Dushan grasped Suen's intent. It was time to ascend the dragon's back to mine. All right, I'm in. Let's seize this opportunity and transform our humble bicycle into a motorcycle. Dushan resolved with determination. Whether the concealed lands could be transformed from a mere hunting ground into a treasure trove hinged upon this bold venture. Missing this chance would render future opportunities exceedingly rare. Furthermore, to extract resources from such a formidable creature was indeed a thrilling endeavor, aligning perfectly with the ultimate dream of every hunter. Dushan then took the command flag from Suen and began directing the fleet. Meanwhile, Suen leaped onto the dragon-striking vessel to discuss matters with Old Fu. At that moment, Old Fu was sprawled on the deck, his gaze fixated on the mountain dragon, eagerly scribbling notes in his notebook. The other scribes were busy creating illustrations of the dragon. This was the most significant discovery in the history of the expedition team, prompting Old Fu to burst into an ecstatic, unhinged laughter, so absorbed in his task that he barely noticed Suen's approach. Old Fu, have your team prepare. We're about to undertake something monumental, Suen said, patting him on the shoulder. Old Fu waved him off impatiently. Do as you please. Just don't interrupt my observations. This is extraordinary. My observations suggest it is a filter-feeding creature, though its classification remains elusive. Is it an ungulate like the whale? If only it would remain still long enough for me to study it. Ideally, I could obtain some tissue samples for future genetic sequencing. Its skin exhibits a metallic sheen, likely a result of filtering organic materials from the sands, inadvertently ingesting metallic substances that adhere to its exterior and form this metallic shell, polished through friction with the sand until it reached its current form. Old Fu was utterly captivated, his focus entirely on the mountain dragon. Suen, meanwhile, flitted back and forth between the two dragon-striking vessels, relaying crucial information to the hunters. The general combat strategy resembled that employed in the pursuit of the stone dragon. However, this time, there was no need to deploy smaller sand vessels to distract the mountain dragon, as it exhibited no overt aggression. There was also no requirement for dragon horns to engage in combat with the creature. The aim was simply to approach the mountain dragon closely and send individuals to mine from its back, thereby achieving their objective. Yet, while the concept was simple, execution proved daunting. The unpredictable nature of the mountain dragon's descent into the sands posed a grave danger. One moment of inattention could result in being dragged into the depths below, with dire consequences. Thus, only a select group of seasoned hunters would ascend the dragon's back, while the rest remained below to provide support. When necessary, they would also need to engage the mountain dragon, buying time for those on its back. The hunters initially expressed their fears with shaking heads, yet with Du Shan's agreement, along with Lao Fu's consent and the leadership of Suen, the most formidable hunter, they steeled their resolve and decided to proceed. After all, they constituted the strongest expedition team in the Tibetan region, forged through trials of blood and fire. One could hardly enter such a team without a modicum of courage and spirit. Brothers, charge forth. Whether we achieve untold wealth or meet our doom rests upon this day. Under Du Shan's command, 2 Dragon Strike ships swiftly responded, detaching from the fleet to maneuver on either side while reducing speed. About 20 small sand vessels awaited in the front. The remaining ships, laden with supplies, kept a safe distance from the battlefield to avoid the impending chaos. Despite the meticulously crafted plan, no one could guarantee its smooth execution. While the hunters had encountered stone dragons before, this was their first encounter with the majestic Haoshan dragon, an awe-inspiring giant. The dangers it posed were entirely unknown, and they were essentially gambling with their lives. Yet, much like their initial confrontation with the stone dragon, was that not a gamble as well? Someone had to take the initiative, stepping forth to seek better living conditions for the entire Tibetan region. Much like the elegant eagle depicted on the Hunter Guild's emblem, once one spreads their wings to soar, what fear is there of the frigid heights? The Dragon Strike ships reduced their speed, gently settling behind the lofty body of the Haoshan dragon. However, before they could approach, the ships were tossed about by the swirling sands, akin to powerless boats amid turbulent waves. Should one fall overboard at that moment, the shifting sands alone could consume and bury them, rendering the dragon's intervention unnecessary. As the Dragon Strike ships gradually drew nearer to the Haoshan dragon, anxiety gripped the hunters, rendering them breathless. The closer they approached, the more they felt the immense sense of oppression emanating from the dragon's towering form. Looking up, this colossal and bizarre creature surpassed ordinary comprehension, appearing less like a living being and more akin to a massive, animated mountain range. In comparison, even the Dragon Strike ships, measuring over 100 meters in length, seemed insignificant, akin to mere ants. Perhaps it was precisely because both the hunters and their vessels were so diminutive that the Haoshan dragon continued its leisurely advance, scarcely acknowledging their presence. With a gentle opening of its massive jaws, it swallowed an entire sand dune, only to filter it out from the gill-like structures on the side of its head, sending clouds of dust into the air. A mere flick of its tremendous pectoral fin could conjure a whirlwind, transforming the airborne dust into a raging sandstorm. In the midst of the hunters' trepidation, the Dragon Strike ships finally edged closer to the side of the Haoshan dragon. However, a direct collision was out of the question. The dragon's movements were too expansive, and its vast size meant that any close approach risked capsizing the ships in the surging sands. Thus, they could only draw near, maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters, which was already pushing the limits. Unfortunately, this meant that very few would be able to board the dragon's back, no more than 40 individuals at most. While S-rank hunters would have no trouble, most A-rank hunters could manage it, but only a select few B-rank hunters would succeed. Upon ascending the back of the dragon, mining remains an essential task before returning. Aji must confront the peril of the Haoshan dragon potentially submerging into the quicksand at any moment. Those lacking sufficient strength are relegated to providing support from the ship. It is nearly time. Let us mount the dragon's back. With a flourish of Du Shan's small flag, the hunters, who had been poised for action, surged towards the Haoshan dragon. Some utilized their extraordinary abilities to momentarily soar through the air, while others relied on their physical prowess to leap directly onto the dragon's back, each displaying their unique talents. Once atop the dragon's body, a considerable journey still lay ahead, targeting the mines at the apex of its back rather than on its scales. The dragon's surface is adorned with a smooth metallic shell, and one misstep could result in tumbling into the treacherous quicksand below. The hunters clung tightly to the dragon's form, gradually ascending. Meanwhile, Suen had already reached the dragon's back, seated upon a lofty crystalline mound. He casually lit a cigarette, savoring the dry, fierce winds caressing his face while gazing out at the endless expanse of sandy seas. His spirits lifted. This expedition had taken on an air of thrilling adventure. However, he did not hasten to mine. Rather, he first employed a probing method of plunder. The outcome was clear. Plundering was not feasible. It was not that the Haoshan dragon exceeded his plundering capacity, but rather that its armor was too formidable. His fingers merely grazed the thick, ancient mud enveloping the dragon's exterior, failing to meet the requirements for plundering. To successfully plunder, He would need to either displace the mines from the Dragon-S back or penetrate the protective armor. He was confident in the latter, as the metallic shell was merely a dozen or so meters thick. Yet, breaching the armor would likely have dire consequences for the expedition team. A single painful roll from the Haoshan dragon could spell disaster, ensnaring both men and their vessel. He remained unhurried in his plundering efforts, as the dragon's abilities were, in truth, not imperative. It was impractical to replicate the Dragon-S skills merely to extract crystals from the sands. With his slight frame, even a day's worth of sand consumption would yield scant minerals, potentially leading to health issues. The principal value lay in the energy crystals residing on the Dragon-S back, readily available and abundant. The sole complication was that these crystal mines were integrated with the Dragon-S essence, constituting a part of its body. While he could store smaller, low-energy life forms in the expansive spatial pocket, the colossal Haoshan dragon was beyond such containment. Thus, the immediate objective was to devise a means to excavate the crystal mines. At that moment, the expedition's weary hunters finally reached the Dragon-S back, having endured numerous falls. Fortunately, they were caught by those below, sparing them from grave peril. As the hunters stood atop the Dragon-S back, gazing at the crystalline mounds, excitement surged through them, each one animatedly celebrating. These mounds represented true mountains of gold and silver, captivating anyone who laid eyes upon them. "Why are you all dawdling? Let us begin mining." Suin's calm voice brought the hunters back to reality. Even mountains of gold and silver must be transported back. The hunters promptly produced their pickaxes and began the rhythmic clinking of mining. The energy-storing crystal is exceedingly hard and exhibits immunity to most elemental abilities. It can only be excavated with specialized monster pickaxes, and even then, the efficiency is far from optimal. Those endowed with strength-enhancing powers fare slightly better, while other abilities prove largely ineffective, relying solely on sheer human effort. Mere extraction is insufficient. One must also devise a means to transport the mined crystals to the ship, for tossing them onto the ground would result in their burial beneath the quicksand. Thus, despite the abundance of crystal mines, the process of mining and transporting is undeniably time-consuming. Even with dozens of individuals laboring over a single mine, the inefficiency is glaring. Yet, none can predict how long the formidable Haoshan dragon will permit this endeavor, spurring the miners into a frenzied rush, driven by desperation to extract every last crystal, even to the point of exhaustion. After unearthing over 100 pieces of crystal, Fu Shaoling found herself utterly fatigued, gasping for breath. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Suin perched atop the mountain, idly toying with something in his hands. Anxiously, she called out, "Suin, stop loafing about, and come help with the mining. If you don't hurry, we won't have enough time. I promise to share half of what I've mined with you." She recalled that Suin possessed a lightning specialization, a power of immense might that allowed him to fly inexplicably, rendering him nearly invincible against both foes and monsters. However, when it came to mining, he was no stronger than an ordinary person, perhaps leading him to simply slack off. But Fu Shaoling was different. She excelled at mining. Her abilities significantly enhanced post-augmentation, making her strength and speed unparalleled among S-rank hunters. While she could not rival Sister Dongli in beauty, she resolved to support Suin through her mining prowess, and perhaps even pamper Sister Dongli in the process. With one arm wrapped around Suin and the other cradling Dongli, she was invigorated by the thought, driving her to mine with renewed vigor, her pickaxe creating phantoms in the air. "I am the golden miner," she cackled. Chapter 176, A Thread Through the Mountains. Before long, the hunters had unearthed numerous heaps of crystal ore. After sending a portion down, they hurried back to continue their labor. The relentless cycle left the hunters utterly exhausted, gasping for respite. None could have imagined that they would find themselves worn thin by the act of mining. It was excruciatingly laborious. They wished they could simply transport the crystals without the need for excavation. What a ridiculous thought. Yet, Fu Shaoling seemed invigorated as if under the influence of a stimulant. Never pausing in her relentless mining, her cackling laughter echoing around her. Meanwhile, Suin remained unfazed, seated atop the mountain, diligently manipulating the energy in his hands. A layer of shimmering threads had begun to accumulate around his feet. Those attuned to the energies would discern the threads pulsating with the force of a cataclysmic explosive power. These threads, forged from a myriad of elemental abilities, displayed a terrifying combination of hardness and flexibility. Even an S-rank defensive ability wielder would find themselves severed with a mere tug. He intended to utilize these threads for mining, as extracting each crystal by hand would be an endeavor taking an eternity. After all, one would not shear wool with bare hands. A shearer is required. With the threads nearly prepared, Suin slowly rose to his feet. With a mere flick of his finger, The ethereal threads of his extraordinary ability shot forth like a serpent, swiftly entwining the small mountain of or beneath his feet. Step aside, everyone, and beware of being crushed, Suin shouted to the hunters. Upon hearing his call, the hunters scampered away, clutching their small pickaxes. Is Brotherin about to make a move? He is indeed formidable in combat, but can he mine? Who knows, perhaps he possesses some unique method. It seems he's wrapped the threads around the mountain. Could it be that he intends to use this for mining? I doubt it. It's not like cutting tofu. Just as the hunters speculated, Suin tightened the threads and pulled back sharply. With a swift whoosh, the threads pierced through the crystalline or effortlessly. Thunderous rumblings followed as the mountain of or began to tremble and slid sideways, completely severed at its base. The hunters stood petrified, their pickaxes clattering to the ground. Suin once again wielded the ethereal threads, directing them to slice through the mountain. In no time, the entire hill was transformed into uniformly sized blocks of crystal. As the crystalline fragments rained down like a shower, the hunters fell to their knees in disbelief. Is this how one can mine? A single thread has shattered an entire crystal mountain. Can he truly be human? Their expressions were filled with astonishment as they gazed at Suin. They had initially thought him strong enough to take down Dushan with a single blow, and though they had never underestimated him, it was only at this moment that they realized their evaluation of Su and had been far too conservative. The power wielded by this young man, who had suddenly joined the Hunter Guild, was beyond their comprehension. Dushan's lips twitched in disbelief. Had Suin used those threads against him back then, he would likely be 6 feet under by now. Fortunately, he had only received a single shoulder throw. Stop standing around. Quickly move the goods. Suin's command snapped the hunters from their stupor. Brotherin has already done the hard work for us. Let's hurry and move the crystals. Thank you, Brotherin. Thank you for nature's bounty. We're going to get rich. The hunters, elated beyond measure, rushed to gather the crystals. They had saved an immense amount of time in mining, significantly boosting their efficiency. If they could transport this pile of crystals back, it would indeed be a fortune. As for the other dozens of small mountains, they were beyond consideration. They could not be transported, and they simply lacked the manpower. Just moving this one mountain would be a great achievement. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the imposing Haoshan dragon sensed the shift on its back, its massive body swaying as if trying to shake off tiny pests. The hunters atop the dragon stumbled, barely managing to maintain their balance. Once the Haoshan dragon regained its composure, Dushan quickly began directing everyone. Everyone, hurry and move the goods. Put in some effort. I fear this behemoth may decide to retreat. If the majestic dragon were to conceal itself beneath the sandy terrain, the freshly excavated crystal mine that Suin had meticulously prepared would be rendered utterly futile. The hunters recognized the gravity of the situation, fervently laboring to transport the precious ore. However, the previously spirited Fu Shaoling stood in a daze, her plan to support Suin having met with complete failure. With each swing of her pickaxe yielding but a single fragment, Suin effortlessly claimed entire mountains of, or with a mere tug. This is simply intolerable. Fu Shaoling pouted, casting the pickaxe to the ground, nearly on the verge of tears. Beside her, Dushan mistakenly interpreted her stunned silence as a sense of inferiority upon witnessing Suin's formidable strength. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering solace. Child, it's best to forget him sooner rather than later. He is not of our world and will inevitably depart. Suin had arrived in the hidden realm unexpectedly. No one knew of his past, his origins, or the true extent of his power. How could such a figure possibly be a mere wanderer in the desert? Could a drifter possess such strength while remaining so pristine and unblemished? He appeared more like a tourist, indifferent to the world around him. Everyone could perceive Fu Shaoling's feelings to some extent. Yet, such a person would not be retained in this land. Although Fu Shaoling was indeed exceptional in her own right, she paled in comparison to the ethereal beauty he had recently brought along. Take my advice, you cannot secure him, Dushan murmured, unless you aspire to be a secondary wife. Fu Shaoling turned to him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Being a secondary wife is not quite appropriate. My grandfather would never consent to it. Dushan slapped his forehead. Fine, let it be as if I said nothing. But if your grandfather were to agree, would you truly consider it? Different fates for different people, he remarked, shaking his head as he resumed his labor. Though Fu Shaoling had a fiery temperament, her looks were striking, and her figure captivating, earning her the moniker of the Eagle Flower within the Hunters Guild. She had no shortage of admirers, with at least 80 suitors vying for her affections, including many promising young talents. Yet, each had been met with a swift rejection from Fu Shaoling. Now, however, she found herself contemplating the prospect of becoming someone's second wife. The critical point was that Suin's wife was equally remarkable, an S-class awakened being without a single flaw. For an ordinary person to marry either of them would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. To dare to dream of having both was simply outrageous. Truly, it was a matter of drought and flood. Chapter 177. Shaving the Majestic Dragon's Head. Meanwhile, the members of the Hunter-S Guild busily toiled to relocate the crystal mines. Suwon, on the other hand, manipulated his ethereal threads, entwining them around one crystal mound after another. From the recent behavior of the Majestic Dragon, it was evident that while these ores were connected to its corporeal form, they lacked any connection to its nervous system. Even if the ores were entirely severed, it would not experience pain, akin to trimming one's nails. Nonetheless, it would still react. Should he continue to sever the ores, it might indeed retreat deep beneath the surface. Suwon resolved that if he were to act, he would do so decisively, cleansing the crystals from the dragon's back in one grand sweep. As the expedition team diligently transported the remnants of the initially small hill, Suwon finally completed the intricate entanglement of the energy silk, binding it from the dragon's head to its tail. He then rose, stretching his limbs and invigorating himself, taking a deep breath before assuming a stance for a sprint. With a commanding shout, his left hand erupted with boundless power, pulling the energy silk back with a swift motion. In the blink of an eye, the silk traversed from the dragon's head to its tail, severing all energy mines silently at their roots. Within a mere second, every ounce of ore was extracted. Suwon then surged forward, moving with the swiftness of a tempest. Along his path, he gathered every crystal mine into a vast spatial realm. In just a few seconds, he had traversed over 10,000 meters along the dragon's back, racing from the tail to the head. The once rugged and undulating terrain of the dragon's back transformed instantly into a smooth, mirror-like highway, devoid of even a small pebble. The hunters stood bewildered, their gazes lost in confusion. Where had the massive heap of ore disappeared? The majestic Haoshan dragon abruptly froze, halting its movements. Feeling an unexpected chill on its back and atop its head, it extended its enormous forelimb to touch its barren crown. The crystal mines on its back were gone. The ones on its head had vanished as well, and not only the crystals, but a significant layer of its protective iron shell had been stripped away. How could this venerable ancient dragon, the tyrant of the desert, be reduced to such a state in an instant? After a brief moment of stupor, the Haoshan dragon's eyes ignited with fury, and it raised its head to unleash a thunderous roar. The sound waves from its bellow rippled outward, causing all the sand vessels to sway perilously. The hunters, clutching their ears, dropped to their knees, fearing their eardrums might burst from the sonic assault. Fortunately, the dragon's roar did not last long enough to incapacitate them entirely. While those aboard the sand vessels fared better, the hunters on the dragon's back were in grave danger. Following its roar, the Haoshan dragon suddenly accelerated, leaving all the sand vessels far behind. Then, with a powerful push, it leapt high into the air, its colossal body twisting as it turned its back toward the ground, crashing down with tremendous force. It aimed to crush the tiny pests on its back. The hunters atop the dragon were gripped by terror. If they were struck, even the sturdiest among them would be reduced to mere pulp. Moreover, the dragon's sudden acceleration left no time for escape. It was far too late to flee. Just as they resigned themselves to their inevitable demise, they suddenly felt their bodies being propelled uncontrollably to the side, swiftly drifting away from the dragon's back and floating serenely in midair. Simultaneously, the massive form of the Haoshan dragon plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. The earth trembled violently, and the area where the dragon landed had transformed into a colossal pit, several thousand meters wide and 500 to 600 meters deep. The shock wave surged forth, sending towering waves of sand and stone soaring 1,000 meters into the air. With that single impact, the force unleashed was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Like the simultaneous detonation of dozens of missiles, the power unleashed could only be described as cataclysmic. In a pre-apocalyptic scenario, a single collision of this magnitude could instantaneously obliterate an entire city, claiming the lives of countless souls. Even an S-rank specialized ability awakener would appear feeble and insignificant, akin to an ant, in the face of such devastating might. The sand fleet of the expedition team was thrust several kilometers away by the shockwave, with one dragon strike vessel capsizing and several smaller sandboats disintegrating during the tumult. Fortunately, the Haoshan dragon had leapt after a considerable dash, sparing it from catastrophic consequences had it jumped from a standstill. Nonetheless, the expedition team suffered grievous losses, rendering them incapable of continuing their mission and necessitating a retreat. In the sky, Suwon waved his hand, sending dozens of hunters back to the ground with gravitational force. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground. Pale with fear, their gazes towards Suwon were filled with gratitude. for they understood he had saved them from a gruesome fate. "Let us go. We must rescue others." Fu Xiaoling gritted her teeth, rising with effort and sprinting towards the fleet's location. The vessels had been affected, while the hunters likely possessed the means for self-preservation. There were numerous accompanying clerks, including old Fu, who lacked any abilities. The other hunters hastily followed suit. After the collision, the Haoshan dragon slowly turned, shaking off the mud and debris, and unleashed another roar toward the heavens, seemingly believing it had rid itself of the pesky insects on its back. Suen, however, regarded the colossal creature in the pit with a calm demeanor. The sheer power of this behemoth was terrifying, and even he could not hope to match its strength. The dragon's immense size conferred an innate advantage in power, but such bulk also brought drawbacks. Agility was severely diminished, and even turning over required considerable effort, alongside a tremendous energy expenditure. The leap and impact it had just executed would likely be beyond its capabilities for some time. At that moment, the Haoshan dragon noticed Suen watching it, realizing that this small insect was the source of its earlier humiliation. How could the might of an ancient dragon allow itself to be provoked by an ant? Without hesitation, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a furious roar, creating a sonic blast directed at Suen. Yet, Suen did not flinch. With a single hand raised, dozens of defensive walls composed of elemental energy materialized before him. The sonic blast collided forcefully with the elemental barriers, producing a cacophony of thunderous noise mingled with the sound of shattering. The sonic assault obliterated several of the defensive walls before dissipating. Infuriated by the failure of its strike, the Haoshan dragon unleashed another sonic projectile. However, Suen had no intention of remaining a stationary target. In an instant, he teleported from his position, reappearing beside the dragon's head. Thousands of abilities activated simultaneously, channeling immense energy into his fists, which transformed into two colossal appendages. He then unleashed a flurry of military-style punches toward the dragon's visage. The colossal form of the Haoshan dragon was sent tumbling backward under the relentless onslaught of a series of martial strikes, leaving the tyrant of the sandy sea utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, it had been rendered almost unrecognizable. Were the Haoshan dragon capable of speech, it might have uttered but two words: "I'm done." By the time Suen completed his set of military-style punches, the Haoshan dragon was left with a battered visage and numerous injuries. Yet, one must concede that its robust physique rendered it resilient. Most injuries were merely superficial, with only a slight discomfort persisting. The Haoshan dragon had never anticipated being so thoroughly thrashed by a mere insect. With its fiery spirit nearly extinguished, it disregarded its myriad wounds and began to burrow underground in a hasty retreat. At times, a temporary withdrawal can constitute a survival strategy for ancient dragons. As the Haoshan dragon burrowed away, Suen had no means to detain it. However, adhering to his usual practice, he seized the opportunity to grasp the dragon's tail and obtained a plunder package. Skill acquisition successful. Mineral refinement. Sand traversal. Special item acquired. Energy crystal mine essence X1. Upon hearing the system notification, Suen frowned in dissatisfaction. So stingy. Given that the Haoshan dragon was a semi-silicon-based life form and an ancient dragon at that, only 2 of its 4 skills had been replicated, and they could not be extracted. Lacking the imposing physique of the Haoshan dragon, even if he were to acquire all its skills, they would yield little utility. The energy crystal mine essence, however, was quite promising. Energy crystal mine essence. The essence derived from the crystallized energy of water, capable of nurturing energy crystal veins. Possessing this item was akin to having a mine at home, though the production capacity remained to be verified. Yet, having harvested all of the Haoshan dragon's crystal mines at once, Suen had amassed a veritable network of small mines. In the near future, he would not find himself lacking in crystal resources. As the Haoshan dragon made its escape, tranquility once again enveloped the desert. Just then, an unexpected commotion erupted. A cacophony of rustling noises echoed from afar, and soon a multitude of small black dots surged forth like a tide. Alarmed, the hunters, still shaken, scrambled to their feet, preparing for battle, fearing yet another monstrous threat. However, as the wave of black dots drew nearer, they realized that it was merely a vast school of sandfish leaping through the sandy terrain, clearly a magnificent aggregation of these creatures. The direction of their advance aligned precisely with the path traversed by the Haoshan dragon, as they sought nourishment amidst the disturbed sediments it had left behind. The school of fish surged forward, leaping across patches of sand, and even over the boats. Many unfortunate sandfish found themselves stranded upon the vessels, flopping helplessly, and soon, every sandboat was laden with these creatures. Exhausted, the hunters exchanged glances and reclined upon the sandy expanse, gazing at the airborne sandfish and erupting into hearty laughter. Having journeyed through the endless sea of sand, witnessed the grandeur of colossal beasts, and marveled at the surreal landscapes of the desert, they ultimately returned with bountiful spoils. This was the unique romance that belonged solely to the hunters, despite the significant losses suffered by the expedition fleet. With numerous injuries and half of the small sand boats rendered inoperable by the shockwave of the imposing storm dragon, and one dragon-slaying vessel severely damaged. These tribulations pale in comparison to the bountiful harvest achieved. Setting aside the acquisition of an entire small mountain of crystal ore, the sheer volume of sandfish, amounting to several tons, was an impressive gain in itself. As the hunters reflected on their fortune, Suwon, unfurling his luminous wings, swiftly soared to catch up with the tide of sandfish. He descended abruptly before the school of fish, striking the ground with one hand, causing the earth to instantly harden and collapse into a large pit. This sand pit took on a funnel shape, effectively obstructing the advance of the fish swarm. The multitude of sandfish, leaping in exuberance, surged into the expansive funnel. At the bottom of the funnel, Suwon stood calmly, collecting one fish after another. These diminutive life forms, characterized by their low vitality, could easily be stored within his vast spatial realm. However, once contained, they perished, and the deceased sandfish lacked the delectable freshness of the living. Yet, with such an abundance of sandfish, what more could one desire? In a matter of 10 minutes, Suwon amassed over 100,000 tons of sandfish. The colossal wave of sandfish was completely seized, leaving not a single one behind. Even the vultures soaring above were struck down by stones, only to be packed away into his spatial realm. This expedition proved to be both a fruitful endeavor and a delightful interlude. Suwon emitted a radiant laugh, exclaiming, "All mine, all mine." The distant hunters were left in utter disbelief. Such a vast school of sandfish. How could it vanish so abruptly? Wasn't Tiangu an electric-type ability user? When did he become adept in earth manipulation? Only Dongli remained composed, her gaze towards Suwon imbued with tenderness. After spending such a considerable time together, the members of the Chongqing Adventure Group had come to understand Suwon's spatial storage abilities. They also recognized the arduous efforts he must have exerted to gather such abundant resources amidst a world where everyone struggled for survival. He single-handedly sustained the mouths of hundreds, if not thousands, within the Chongqing Adventure Group, while also caring for hundreds of thousands of disciples. The weight of expectations he bore was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The sisters felt a pang of guilt and concern for him. This was a significant reason for the harmonious unity within the group. Upon Suwon's return to the fleet, the hunters awakened from their stupor, rushing to his side, lifting him high. Long live Ngu. Ngu is incredible. Ngu forever. Had it not been for Suwon, their expedition would likely not have gone as smoothly, let alone yield such a wealth of spoils. He single-handedly repelled the colossal storm dragon, a feat akin to that of a deity. Nearby, Lao Fu gazed at Suwon with a newfound complexity in his expression. He had always regarded Suwon as exceptionally capable, possessing a broad perspective and profound understanding of the Sand Sea, a young man of both courage and strategy. However, after this encounter, he realized he had grossly underestimated this mysteriously origin young man. The ability to shake mountains and traverse the earth evidently transcended the realm of human capability. Upon this realization, old Fu could not help but produce a pristine notebook, beginning to meticulously document his thoughts. He intended to dedicate this notebook entirely to Suwon, chronicling every minute detail of his existence. Perhaps he had discovered his ideal subject for observation, a being that transcended the realm of biology, an ultimate life form. The endeavor of recording and studying this extraordinary entity would become his paramount research pursuit. That night, the expedition team established a camp to rest. Hunters gathered around a fire, heartily consuming roasted fish. Despite the absence of condiments, they relished every bite. The sandfish was a rare delicacy in the desert, far surpassing the taste of monster meat, a treat they seldom encountered. Suwon, Dongli, and Fu Shaoling were also gathered by a small fire, grilling fish. However, Suwon's feast was decidedly more sumptuous, featuring ripe Chilean melons, fresh vegetables, chilled beer, and indulgent fizzy drinks, all complemented by Lu Hui's special dipping sauce. Old Fu merely passed by and cast a glance, yet found himself rooted to the spot, desperately rubbing his eyes. Am I hallucinating? Chapter 179, Malevolent Thoughts from the Clouds. Ultimately, Old Fu, with unwavering determination, managed to secure a place at the dining table. Sipping on the long-missed chilled beer and savoring the aromatic roasted fish slathered in sauce, he nearly burst into tears. The familiar yet foreign fragrance was something he had almost forgotten. It was not merely a matter of taste. It was the essence of civilization, a civilization humanity had lost. To partake in such a meal once more filled old Fu with profound sentiment, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. Fu Xiaoling, on the other hand, was untroubled by such reflections, eagerly boasting as she alternated between bites of vegetables and fish, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Dongli, concerned for Fu Xiaoling's well-being, offered her a glass of juice, gently advising her to take her time, assuring her there was plenty more to come. Thank you, Dongli, Fu Xiaoling replied, her words a bit garbled. Su-in, unhurried, continued to enjoy his fish and beer. The duo of grandfather and granddaughter exhibited an insatiable appetite that could rival 3 individuals. Nonetheless, Su-in's reserves were substantial, rendering this modest quantity a mere drop in the bucket. The expenses for the Eternal Life Adventure Group were exceedingly high, with hundreds of young women requiring luxurious provisions beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Initially, the group operated at a deficit, relying solely on him to sustain all expenses. However, as the women's abilities flourished, each became self-sufficient, eliminating the threat of survival and fostering overall development. With the presence of over 100 energy-collecting water taps, the Eternal Life Adventure Group was never short of water, negating the need to cultivate guardian trees for extraction. Instead, they had transformed vast expanses of land into fertile fields, utilizing seeds collected during the early days of the apocalypse to grow melons, vegetables, corn, and potatoes. Water for daily use was dedicated to irrigation. The food supply had reached a level of basic self-sufficiency, even yielding surpluses that required him to periodically store in a vast space for preservation. Additionally, they had begun to produce other simple necessities autonomously. Utilizing monster oil and monster shells, one can create soap. With monster fur, exquisite clothing, furniture, bags, and more can be crafted. The era of struggling for survival has long passed. What began as a fight for mere existence has transformed into a pursuit of a better life, with aspirations elevated to new heights. Even if he were to completely abandon all efforts and do nothing, the mere presence of several hundred charming companions would ensure a life of utmost comfort. The initial investments have finally yielded their rewards, evoking a sense of accomplishment reminiscent of a character graduating from a nurturing game. His dirty clothes and trousers are eagerly washed by the ladies, who take turns dining with him, and each day, he strolls with a different companion. Su-in cannot help but admire his sagacious decision to form a female entourage at the onset of the apocalypse. In this day and age, where could one find such a plethora of beautiful and obedient companions to recruit? Initially, he had contemplated living as a solitary wolf, free from attachments and the burdens of life, seizing every opportunity to revel in the grandness of the world. He possessed the means to lead a better life. Yet upon reflection, he realized that while freedom is precious, the value of companionship is even greater. When compared to his female entourage, both could be cast aside. After dinner, old Fu lay contentedly on the sandy ground, belching in satisfaction. Would he return to the Tibetan region? Old Fu abruptly inquired. It was evident to him that Su-in's presence in Tibet was akin to a playful engagement. His strength was unparalleled. He lacked for neither wealth nor resources, and certainly not for beautiful women. The only thing that could possibly entice him was the prospect of an expedition. This would be his final journey, for afterward, Tibet would hold little allure for him. Departure was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing old Fu's words, Fu Xiaoling paused, holding a grilled fish, staring blankly at Su-in. He merely smiled faintly and suggested, perhaps on the return trip. Old Fu, astute and perceptive, recognized this, and it came as no surprise. After this expedition, Su-in would indeed visit Tibet less frequently. With a soft thud, the grilled fish slipped from Fu Xiaoling's hand, her delicate face paling as she stammered. Where do you plan to go? Of course, home, Su-in replied. I have my own adventure team, and in a few months, the next apocalypse is likely to arrive. Preparations must be made. The ladies at home cannot do without me. As he spoke, he poked at the campfire, which crackled and popped as the wood burned. Fu Xiaoling felt a tightening in her chest and quickly pressed for more information. Will you come back? Perhaps when time permits, he responded. Fu Xiaoling's expression fell momentarily before she mustered a strained smile, saying, I'm tired. I'll head back to sleep. With that, she dashed away, growing increasingly distant, her sobs faintly echoing in the air. Su-in felt a mix of exasperation and bemusement. It wasn't he a permanent farewell, so why such sorrow? Dongli stifled a giggle, aware that Su-in could effortlessly traverse between Jiangdi and Tibet, returning in the blink of an eye. The truth was, he was merely too comfortable at home, indulged by the ladies, rendering him reluctant to wander. Yet, Fu Xiaoling remained oblivious to this fact. Nonetheless, Dongli preferred Su-in to be a bit lazier, ideally spending all his time at home, lest he attract even more alluring companions back with him. In the captain's quarters, there were already over 10 individuals present, including Li Xiaoyu, Xue Qingyu, and several high-ranking executives, along with 8 guards. Upon returning, she intended to move in as well. Previously, Lu Hui had invited her to reside in the captain's villa, but she had declined, wanting to experience a honeymoon alone with Suen first, ultimately giving herself to him. This had been a modest wish of hers. Now that her desire was fulfilled, this honeymoon journey exceeded her wildest imaginations, both in splendor and memorability. Upon hearing that Suen would soon depart, Old Fu quickly pulled out his notebook and began interviewing Suen, posing all the questions that piqued his curiosity. "You don't have children yet?" he inquired. "No," Suen replied. "Why not?" "It's simply not the right time," he said. In this tumultuous era, he had no inclination towards fatherhood. Adjusting his glasses, Old Fu remarked seriously, "Is it not due to reproductive isolation?" Suen, bewildered, responded, "What reproductive isolation? Do you not consider me human, you old coot? I could single-handedly repel colossal beasts, and if you claimed I were an alien, I might just believe you." Alas, this conversation cannot continue. The next morning, after the expedition team was fully prepared, they set off anew. However, the expedition intended to return after just one more day of travel. Having been out for nearly half a month, while the desert teemed with monsters, their food supplies remained adequate. Yet, their water reserves had dwindled to less than half. Insufficient for prolonged exploration, returning was their only viable option. At that moment, they noticed dark clouds suddenly gathering in the sky not far off. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, everyone rushed to the deck, gazing upward at the ominous clouds. "It's a thunderstorm. It's going to rain." Ha! They had not witnessed rain since the cataclysm of the fallen world, and excitement buzzed among them. Suen observed the thickening thunderclouds, his brow furrowing slightly. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, as if something within the obsidian clouds were watching him, a malevolence both chilling and sinister, reminiscent of the depths of a hellish abyss. As the expedition fleet ventured further, the thunderclouds continued to expand, swiftly covering the sky above. The surrounding environment began to alter dramatically. A colossal black volcano emerged abruptly on the horizon, its summit belching thick, dark smoke, clearly indicating it was an active volcano. This marked the first time since their arrival in the desert that they had encountered terrain other than sand. After another half-hour of travel, the fleet reached the base of the gigantic volcano. Looking up, they beheld the towering black edifice, resembling a titanic beast exhaling plumes of smoke. At the mountain's foot lay an expanse of milky white stone formations. Yet, as the fleet drew closer, it became evident that these were not mere stone formations, but vast stretches of bleached bones. These skeletal remains belonged to gigantic creatures, their sizes so immense that they created the illusion of a white stone forest from a distance. Among these remains were stone dragons several hundred meters long, ground-shaking worms, and unknown entities stretching over 1,000 meters. In terms of size, they were once the sovereigns of this desert. Yet now, they lay scattered across the ground like refuse. Gazing upon the colossal skeletons strewn about, even the boldest of hunters could not help but feel a chill creep over them. Above, the thunder rumbled incessantly. Despite it still being daylight, the obscured sun rendered the surroundings dim and foreboding, adding an eerie atmosphere to this desolate land. Old Fu stood on the deck, scrutinizing the remains with a furrowed brow. The bones bore unnatural fractures, accompanied by unknown bite and claw marks. The bodies were arranged in an irregular manner, suggesting a demise not of natural causes, but rather as remnants left by some creature, and not just one species. After a moment of contemplation, Old Fu's pupils suddenly contracted. "We must leave, quickly. We have entered a monster's feeding ground." He instructed Du Shan to turn the fleet around without delay. A fervent scholar he may be, but he was no fool. The mysteries of the Sand Sea were profound, and the unknown creatures within were countless. One misstep could lead to irretrievable doom. Respect for the unknown is a fundamental virtue of every scholar, and it was time to retreat. Suen spoke calmly. It is already too late. He was now 100% certain that since the appearance of the thunderclouds, the fleet had been targeted by an unidentified formidable creature. With multiple S-level psychic abilities enhancing his perception, he was far more attuned than the average person. He then slowly ascended from the sand ship, positioning himself before the fleet. Gazing upward toward the volcano's mouth, Old Fu and the others followed Suen's line of sight. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a massive shadow with wings could be discerned, crouching at the volcano's summit. The shadow loomed high above, silently observing the fleet, akin to a malevolent spirit poised to devour its prey in the night. Suddenly, the dark figure unfurled its wings and soared into the stormy clouds. The thunderclouds grew increasingly agitated, swirling violently, morphing above the fleet into a colossal, spiraling cumulonimbus. The sound of thunder was relentless. In the next moment, a gigantic shadow burst forth from the thundercloud, radiating blinding electric light, diving toward the fleet like a colossal thunderball. Old Fu's eyes widened, and he shouted fiercely, "Dodge!" The monster approached far too swiftly. Escape was now impossible. Faced with this mountain-sized thunderball, the consequences of a direct hit on the fleet were unimaginable, leaving their chances of survival exceedingly slim. "Quick, get out of the way, you fool!" cried Fu Shaoling anxiously from aboard the ship. Yet, Suen, suspended in the air, grinned widely, devoid of any fear. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement, sensing he had encountered a formidable opponent. With a mighty roar, he called upon dozens of amplifying abilities simultaneously. A torrent of electrifying power surged forth, enveloping him in a brilliant sphere of lightning. As the crackling sounds of electricity echoed around him, the energy for a counterattack was now primed and ready. Then, instead of retreating, he charged towards the descending monster. In a fleeting moment, two colossal thunderballs collided midair. Contrary to expectations, there was no thunderous explosion. Instead, the two thunderballs adhered tightly to one another, compressing against each other. The clash of electric arcs emitted a blinding white light, accompanied by sparks. Suddenly, a resounding tearing sound echoed. The thunderball above was propelled away, soaring like a cannonball and crashing into the volcano with a thunderous roar, sinking into the mountainside. As the lightning dissipated in the air, Suen's figure emerged unscathed. Clearly, it was the monster that had been sent flying moments before. Du Shan swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Did we win? We won, truly. Brother N is a god among men." "Not yet. We must leave quickly while we have the chance," Lao Fu said solemnly. A creature capable of harnessing lightning energy amidst the storm clouds possessed an astonishing level of physical resilience. It would not be easily defeated with a mere collision. They needed to retreat swiftly, taking advantage of the time Suen had gained. The ensuing battle was likely beyond their capacity to influence. Under Lao Fu's command, the fleet swiftly turned around and anchored several miles away, keeping a safe distance from the combat zone. Suen gradually descended from the sky, quietly observing the gaping hole in the mountainside. Amidst the clattering of falling debris, a dragon-like creature, adorned with scales and emanating electric sparks, emerged slowly from the cavern. The detailed information about the monster finally unfolded before Suen's eyes. Apocalyptic catastrophe, harrowing dragon, level, LV-60, race, ancient dragon, biological form, semi-silicon-based life form, rank, mid-tier grantor, skills, thunder absorption, catastrophic fire absorption, catastrophic water absorption, catastrophic earth absorption. Attribute conversion catastrophe, thunder absorption, immunity to 90 of lightning damage, absorbing it for personal use. Fire absorption, immunity to 90 of fire damage, absorbing it for personal use. Water absorption, immunity to 90 of water damage, absorbing it for personal use. Earth absorption, immunity to 90 of earth damage, absorbing it for personal use. Attribute conversion, capable of freely switching among the four elements of thunder, fire, water, and earth. Upon witnessing the monster's detailed information, Suen was taken aback. Its level reached a staggering 60, boasting 5 formidable catastrophe-level skills. Among these 5 skills, 4 pertain to elemental absorption, granting immunity to 90 of damage from lightning, fire, water, and earth. Not only could it withstand damage, but it could also absorb and utilize it. The ability to convert attributes allowed for effortless transitions among these elements. This creature effectively countered most elemental awakeners. Furthermore, the ancient dragon's scales and exoskeleton were exceptionally resilient, providing extraordinary physical defense and impressive resistance to impacts. Both physical and magical defenses were maxed out, delivering substantial damage while retaining remarkable durability. Most astonishingly, Suen noted that this creature was indeed a being of rank. In simple terms, the concept of a rank represents an additional attribute capable of transcending biological limits. With the attainment of a rank, one can surpass the inherent growth limitations of their species, making it an essential requirement for the evolution of advanced organisms. For survivors, the most fundamental ability granted by a rank is the capacity to exceed the maximum character level. Likewise, monsters that possess a rank can also break through their growth constraints, simultaneously awakening their intelligence. Ranks are categorized into 3 distinct phases: granting, elevation, and breaking, each of which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Each enhancement of a rank signifies a profound transformation. It is rumored that upon reaching the breaking phase, one may ascend to the status of a genuine deity, akin to Leviathan, transcending the biological realm to become a divine being. However, The acquisition of a rank is a phenomenon that only occurs post the fourth cataclysm. We are currently in the latter stages of the second cataclysm, thus it remains a distant prospect. The sudden emergence of a mid-tier granting creature in the desert left Suwon, despite his vast experience, somewhat taken aback. Should a few more entities of this kind appear in the desert, the survivors would be compelled to abandon their struggle, resigning themselves to an early grave in a shaded spot. The ruinous dragon resembles a lethal boss in a game, one that, upon triggering, guarantees instant annihilation. Unfortunately for the expedition team, fearlessly wandering through the sandy expanse, they encountered this formidable beast. Under ordinary circumstances, death would be inevitable. Suwon could sense the overwhelming malice and a pure intent to kill emanating from the ruinous dragon. This malevolence was not solely directed at the survivors, but at any creature daring enough to intrude upon its territory. Such territorial instincts are common among predators. Yet the ruinous dragon's territorial awareness was exceptionally potent. Even Suwon himself felt a degree of pressure. Lacking a rank, he was at a substantial disadvantage, facing a creature 2 whole life tiers above him. As the ruinous dragon took flight, landing not far from Suwon, it refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, its throat vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a series of low-frequency sound waves, seemingly attempting to communicate with Suwon. Through his mental perception, Suwon surmised the essence of the creature's intent. Due to the language barrier, he could only discern that its message was imbued with hostility rather than benevolence. To illustrate, it was akin to the prelude of a brawl, filled with taunting exchanges. Unfazed, Suwon raised a middle finger in a universally recognized gesture, accompanied by an expression of defiance. The ruinous dragon momentarily paused. Endowed with a rank, it possessed considerable intelligence. From Suwon's haughty demeanor and attitude, it was not difficult to infer that it had been met with a rather impudent greeting. With a resounding roar, the ruinous dragon unleashed its fury, purple lightning crackling across its body. It lunged towards Suwon with the intent of pulverizing this audacious lower creature into dust. "Come at me." Suwon retaliated with a sound wave-based counterattack. As the supernatural abilities awakened, his body expanded to a towering height of several meters, enveloped in a radiant brilliance. Suwon resolved to engage in pure hand-to-hand combat, closing in for close-range confrontation. His elemental powers would solely serve to augment his own strength, not for offensive purposes. A careless invocation of lightning, fire, water, or earth abilities would allow the abyssal dragon to swiftly absorb and regenerate its vitality. Raising his fist, he struck fiercely at the abyssal dragon. In an instant, man and dragon collided with tremendous force. The earth quaked beneath them, rippling with shockwaves. Each of the dragon's claw strikes ignited sparks upon Suwon's body, while its massive tail left deep gashes in the ground. Furthermore, the creature unleashed elemental attacks of lightning, flames, ice shards, and boulders. Suwon transformed into a giant radiating with splendid light, employing both hands and feet, each punch infused with a tempest, mercilessly pummeling the abyssal dragon, which howled in agony. Observing the titanic clash of these two behemoths, the hunters in the distance were rendered immobile, jaws agape, their worldviews shattered. They had never imagined that a human could engage in such combat with a monster. It was as if they were witnessing a special effects scene, akin to a battle between Ultraman and extraterrestrial beasts. If Suwon were to discreetly produce a transformation device at that moment, it would seem entirely fitting. He and Ultraman were merely separated by the utterance of Diga. The hunters, nervously glancing at Suwon's chest, half expected a small red light to emerge, fearing that would spell their doom. While the hunters' imaginations ran wild, Suwon was relishing the fierce battle with the abyssal dragon. Truly, this advanced life form of mid-tier status was formidable. He found it impossible to defeat his opponent outright, and breaking through its defenses required his utmost effort, resulting in a stalemate. Moreover, the dragon was unscrupulous, frequently employing its tail for surprise attacks, causing Suwon considerable frustration. It was at this juncture that Suwon realized that as his own strength escalated, the foes he encountered would only grow more formidable. His power was undeniably at a higher tier, yet his equipment lagged far behind, remaining at the level of a post-apocalyptic zombie era. Faced with such a colossal foe, heavily armored and highly offensive, he found himself essentially unarmed, battling barehanded like a savage. He vowed that upon returning, he would procure a 40-meter-long nanoalloy blade. Despite the lack of weaponry, the multitude of supernatural abilities bestowed upon him provided a considerable advantage. After several hundred exchanges, the abyssal dragon had indeed taken a beating, with several of the spines on its back snapped off. Although broken, they could regrow. Yet, this shameless creature resorted to using its own spines as weapons against him. To slay the dragon, one must also strike at its heart. With a furious roar, the abyssal dragon took flight, unwilling to concede defeat. As an ancient dragon, it reluctantly acknowledged its inability to best this adversary in hand-to-hand combat. Each punch that landed felt as though its bones were near disintegration. Observing the stationary foe below, the abyssal dragon revealed a disdainful smirk, relieved to possess the ability to soar. At that moment, Su-En's body shimmered with a metallic luster, transforming him into a colossal iron giant. The surge of electromagnetic force surged within him, enabling his steel form to ascend into the air, albeit at a pace far inferior to the tempestuous speed of the desolate dragon. Observing this, the desolate dragon's contempt deepened to its eyes. Su-En's flight was no different from that of a mere fly or mosquito. Yet, in the next instant, a massive pillar of stone shot up from the ground like lightning, crashing heavily into Su-En. Instantly, he became a steel cannonball, hurtling towards the desolate dragon. Following this, he executed a powerful kick. With a resounding impact, the desolate dragon had no time to react before being struck squarely, its hardened scales yielding as its chest caved in from the blow, sending its body flying backward. Su-En seized the dragon's tail, swinging it around in the air before delivering a forceful smash to the ground. Chapter 182. The Disengagement of Rank. A fierce battle unfolded between man and dragon. Soaring from the earth to the heavens and back again, they exchanged blows for over half an hour. The desolate dragon was battered and bruised, its tail forcibly severed by Su-En, one of its wings shattered, a row of fangs broken, and one eye rendered blind. In stark contrast, Su-En thrived amidst the conflict, bolstered by an inexhaustible regenerative ability, becoming an unwavering machine of combat. His dazzling fists unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, creating an afterimage as he relentlessly pummeled his foe. While the desolate dragon initially boasted superior explosive power, defensive capabilities, and size, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Su-En's high-intensity attacks. Su-En systematically wore down the dragon's health, akin to a knife scraping against flesh. After another round of furious strikes, the desolate dragon, filled with suppressed tears of frustration, crashed to the ground. Although defeated, it was not entirely vanquished. "Human, you cannot kill me. The great ancient dragon is immortal." The desolate dragon communicated telepathically with Su-En regardless of Su-En's assaults. The dragon clung to life, refusing to perish. This exemplified the insurmountable rank disparity between advanced and lower life forms. Despite Su-En's formidable strength, he remained a lowly life form, lacking the rank necessary to truly challenge the dragon. In a broader context, he was akin to an ant compared to the desolate dragon, both existing as lower life forms that had not transcended the limits of existence. Lower life forms cannot extinguish the life of a rank bearer. This is an immutable law. The desolate dragon's mental realm existed in a dimension far removed from Su-En's, thus he could never inflict true death upon it. Su-En was acutely aware of this fact, yet he continued to strike tirelessly at the desolate dragon. "Damn it! I will surely kill you." The desolate dragon roared weakly in fury. In response, Su-En unleashed another round of brutal attacks. He was waiting, biding his time for the moment when the desolate dragon would drop in rank. Although advanced life forms cannot be annihilated by lower life forms, they are not invincible. Prolonged states of severe injury can lead to a decrease in rank. The desolate dragon was a mid-tier rank bearer, and a single drop would demote it to the status of a low-tier rank bearer. By that time, the disparity in rank between the two individuals would be but a single tier, allowing Su-En to unleash his plundering abilities. He would strip the rank from the desolate dragon, thereby acquiring it for himself. Without its protective rank, the desolate dragon would be perilously close to its demise. Moreover, this would enable Su-En to attain rank 2 versions ahead, reclaiming his status as a future warrior. A moment of exhilaration would lead to an eternity of delight. After a brief interval, the information regarding the desolate dragon finally altered. Its rank abruptly dropped from intermediate rank giver to junior rank giver. The desolate dragon, realizing the shift in its rank, let out an enraged roar. Yet, this fury swiftly transformed into boundless terror. In that instant, Su-En, with a sinister smile, grasped the dragon's neck. "Bring it forth." Detected a plunderable target. "Would you like to proceed with the plunder?" "I want it all." Skill replication successful. Acquired skills: lightning absorption, disaster level flame absorption, disaster level water energy absorption, disaster level earth energy absorption, disaster level attribute conversion. Skill stripping successful. Acquired transferable skills: lightning absorption, disaster level flame absorption, disaster level water energy absorption, disaster level earth energy absorption, disaster level attribute conversion. Acquired special items: Heart of the Ancient Dragon, Ancient Dragon Scales, Ancient Dragon Armor, Ancient Dragon Claws, Ancient Dragon Fangs. Acquired wealth valued at 120 billion. It has been transferred to the expansive space. Please check promptly. Rank replication successful, acquired rank, junior rank giver. Rank stripping successful, acquired transferable rank, junior rank giver. In but a fleeting moment, the desolate dragon was rendered utterly alone, devoid of scales, fangs, and claws. Transforming from a majestic ancient dragon into a hairless mole. Not only had the desolate dragon itself vanished, but the multitude of skeletal remains surrounding it also abruptly disappeared. Upon hearing the system's notification, Suin was momentarily taken aback. The acquisition of skills and ranks was anticipated, yet the staggering wealth of 120 billion was somewhat unexpected. He hastily examined the expansive space, where a number of gem-laden hills had inexplicably appeared. A kaleidoscope of vibrant gemstones adorned the landscape, with even the most mundane being high-quality energy crystals. The rest comprised an array of enchanting gems, essential materials for crafting top-tier weapons. Exceedingly rare, even in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Who would have imagined that this wretched dragon hoarded such treasures, likely accumulating them over several centuries? Suin shrugged and laughed heartily. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. I adore such hoarders. Curse you, human. What have you done to the esteemed desolate dragon? The dragon, regaining its composure from the initial terror, bellowed fiercely. The loss of rank had relegated it to the status of a lowly creature, transforming its previous arrogance into horror and indignation. Suin, pulled back to reality by the dragon's roar, shook his head and remarked, I must swiftly silence this creature. Oh, I mean, slay the dragon. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed lord of the abyssal dragon for bestowing upon me the magnificent super rocket. Allow me to demonstrate a bare-handed strike to shatter the dragon's head. With that, I raised my fist, unleashing a torrent of abilities, gathering an immense force. No, human, you mustn't. The abyssal dragon's words were cut short as my fist thunderously descended upon its head. A deafening roar echoed as the ground beneath me collapsed into a vast pit, the shockwave creating a tempest of sand swirling through the air. As the dust settled, I remained standing in the depths of the crater, while the abyssal dragon lay utterly lifeless, devoid of vitality. A being that had existed for countless eons had met its end. With a single wave of my hand, I summoned the dragon's remains into the vast spatial realm. The dragon's head, blood, and bones are invaluable treasures, especially the flesh of the dragon. Consuming it would fortify my strength, making it a delightful addition to a hot pot feast with my companions. The bones could be fashioned into weapons and armor, while the dragon's blood could be brewed into a potent elixir. Having concluded my dealings with the abyssal dragon, I exhaled a deep breath, my colossal form gradually shrinking back to its original size. Though my body remained unscathed, my nano-armor bore the marks of claws and punctures, rendered thoroughly inoperative. Fortunately, the essential components remained intact, sparing me from an embarrassing predicament. I retrieved a coat from the vast space to drape over myself and leaped out of the pit. Chapter 183. Cousin, you are astute. Upon my return to the expedition team, the hunters regarded me with expressions filled with dread and reverence. Those who had previously greeted me with jovial banter now approached with trepidation, hesitant to speak. True strength does not inherently instill fear. However, when one ascends to a realm beyond mortal comprehension, the surrounding individuals instinctively distance themselves, categorizing the individual as a monstrous entity. It was clear that in the eyes of the hunters, I had transcended humanity, becoming a formidable creature that straddled the line between man and monster. Such aberrations provoke an innate fear and aversion among people. I had grown accustomed to this perception, having left my mark on various survivor outposts. Even a glimpse of my power would compel others to shun me. Whether enemy, comrade, or friend, all would swiftly regard me as a taboo, avoiding any mention of my name. This is humanity's most fundamental instinct for self-preservation, a tendency that even the inhabitants of the hidden lands could not escape. Dongli leaped into my embrace, her voice soft with concern. My dear, are you unhurt? I gently stroked her hair and replied with a smile. I am well. Merely a bit soiled and in need of a bath. The expedition team was preparing to embark on the journey back to the hidden lands, and I had no need to accompany them. My own expedition was drawing to a close. Overall, the bounty from this venture had been quite gratifying, with ample food, crystals, and gems gathered. I then bid farewell to old Fu, saying, I shall take my leave now. I will visit you when time permits. Do take care not to overwork yourself and risk your health. In this tumultuous era, scholars as erudite as old Fu have become a rarity. As an elderly man in declining health, each day he survives amidst such harsh conditions is a testament to his resilience. With his notebook in hand, he diligently records the intricate details of Suin's recent skirmish with the ferocious Long. Upon hearing his words, he glanced up and shot Suin a disapproving look. You little rascal, I am still young enough to endure. Cease your incessant wishes for my demise. Remember, you promised to return. I have many matters to discuss with you. Suan shrugged, noncommittal. At that moment, Fu Shaoling hurried over to his side, her expression tinged with melancholy. Are you leaving? Won't you return with us? She inquired softly. Suan shook his head slightly. No, I shall not accompany you. Fu Shaoling bit her lip, hesitating to voice her desire for Su and to take her along. After much contemplation, she ultimately refrained from speaking. She was not alone. Old Fu required her care. Regardless of his esteemed position in the Tibetan region, he remained a frail old man at heart. If she were to leave, he would truly become a solitary figure. Without her encouragement, one could only speculate how long it would be until he succumbed to exhaustion. Yet, she was uncertain if Suan would ever return in this desolate world. Their parting could stretch into an indefinite future. The thought brought a prick of moisture to her eyes. Dongli, sensing Fu Shaoling's turmoil, gently took her hand and offered comfort. Do not be disheartened. My husband and I shall return to visit you. Fu Shaoling raised her gaze. Really? Do not deceive me. Dongli smiled slightly, her expression playfully mischievous. Of course, you are my husband's little sweetheart. How could he bear to neglect you? Fu Shaoling's cheeks flushed crimson. Sister Dongli, please do not speak frivolously. I am not. She cast a furtive glance at Su and seeing him remain silent. A spark of joy flickered within her heart. As for the notion of a second wife, in this current society, many powerful male awakeners maintained multiple partners as a norm. The same held true for formidable female awakeners. In essence, strength dictated status. Possessing power ensured one lacked neither influence nor resources, and with status and resources came companionship. Little did Fu Shaoling know, Suan was an authentic Sea King, with the number of women in his life starting in the triple digits. And the True God sect had prepared even more. A second wife? That was merely a fraction. 200 had long been reserved. Although Suan occasionally vanished for a day or two, this time his absence stretched into an unprecedented span of over half a month, leaving everyone in uncertainty regarding his whereabouts. Meanwhile, the Chongqing Adventure Group continued to operate seemingly harmoniously, yet unease began to brew among its members. Worry etched on every face, particularly among the trio of Qiao Qiao, Li Xiaoyu, and Yukiki. Li Xiaoyu had recently found even the simplest pleasures, like eating fish, to be devoid of flavor. The three had ceased their aimless wandering, instead spending their days perched on the balcony, anxiously awaiting Suan's return. Do not mention just 3 young maidens. Even Lu Hui and Xue Qingyu felt an unshakable sense of unease, fearing that Suan might never return after his departure. They all dreaded the thought of being abandoned by him. Jean Dark visited almost daily, eager to see if Suan had come back. Though the Eternal Adventure Group appeared steadfast, the absence of Suan, its unequivocal linchpin, would undoubtedly expose a multitude of issues, unsettling the hearts of its members. This was the greatest flaw of the Eternal Adventure Group. As everyone was lost in their thoughts, a brilliant light flashed through the courtyard. Suan and Dong Li suddenly materialized in their midst. Daddy! Qiao Qiao spotted Suan and immediately climbed onto the railing of the 3rd floor, leaping towards him. Suan swiftly sidestepped to catch her, playfully patting her pert backside and jesting. What if you fell and got hurt, despite using your abilities to cushion your landing? Qiao Qiao giggled, sticking out her tongue and burrowing into Suan's embrace. Admitting, Qiao Qiao knows she was wrong. Leader, husband, came the astonished exclamations from Li Xiaoyu and Yukiki overhead. Suan's lips twitched, and he had no choice but to reach out to receive them. That night, the Eternal Adventure Group was ablaze with light, and tables and chairs were being set up in the expansive training ground. At the center stood a grand table adorned with a freshly prepared dragon leg. The kitchen staff was busy slicing and cooking the dragon meat, and a rich aroma wafted through the oasis. In celebration of Suan's return, a dragon meat feast was hastily organized. The ingredients included the hind leg meat of the wild dragon, sandfish, and freshly harvested vegetables unique to the Eternal Adventure Group. Numerous overlords of the oasis were also invited to the banquet. Though Jiangdi was ostensibly shared among all, in reality, it had completely transformed into a domain governed by the Eternal Adventure Group. Almost every oasis had become a subsidiary of theirs. Xue Qingyu, known for her decisive and assertive nature and endowed with dual S-class abilities, commanded an impressive presence. She organized the various oasis overlords with clarity, leaving them all as obedient as little chicks. Even Bai Li Bing, the icy beauty, felt an overwhelming pressure when faced with her cousin who had once been gentle and quiet, but now exuded a starkly contrasting demeanor. The interior of the Eternal Adventure Group was lavish, with artificial mountains, pools, and the melodious chirping of birds accompanying the blooming flowers. They feasted on dragon meat, sipped fruit juices, and donned fine garments. Bai Li Bing couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, pondering how Suan had transformed the once modest adventure group, consisting of only a few hundred maidens, into the most formidable faction, unifying all the oases. With a bitter smile, she remarked to Xue Qingyu, "Cousin, you are truly clever." Chapter 184. The Gift of Life. The Mobius Strip. The banquet continued until the depths of the night before gradually coming to a close. Niu Meng and Xiu Chun were thoroughly intoxicated, being carried back by the guards. Bai Li Bing and Xue Qingyu sat conversing quietly in a pavilion, reminiscing about the early days when Xue Qingyu had not yet revealed herself publicly, merely serving as the unrecognized vice leader of the Eternal Adventure Group. Yet now, he has transformed into a figure of immense power, standing just below the pinnacle in the entire Jiang region, commanding over 700 S-rank awakeners. This status is indeed lofty and unattainable. Even the Oasis sovereign, Bai Li Bing, appears diminished in his presence. Qingyu remarked, "I never imagined you could develop the Eternal Life Adventure Group into what it is today. At times, I even question whether you are still the cousin I once knew." While 800 individuals may seem substantial, in the vast landscape of Oasis powers, it is but a meager number, less than that of a combat battalion. Yet, wherever these 800 go, they become the unequivocal rulers, with not a single entity capable of rivaling them. Even the 100,000-strong army of Wu Hongyi seems utterly impotent before them. At this point, the Eternal Life Adventure Group could likely conquer any oasis with the mere deployment of 2 10-member teams. The strength of the Eternal Life Adventure Group evidently exists in an entirely different realm compared to other factions. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingyu smiled and shook her head. "It is all his merit. I merely assist him with trivial matters." When the conversation turned to Suan, her gaze drifted towards the leader's villa, her eyes sparkling with a joyful light. The icy demeanor that typically enveloped her melted away, revealing the warmth of a woman basking in sweetness. It was only when discussing Su and that such a demeanor graced her countenance. Bai Li Bing did not contest her words, taking a sip of juice in frustration. He was indeed formidable, unlike ordinary men. Although she harbored disdain for men, she could not deny Suan's exceptional skills and strength. He was decisive and unwavering, his prowess so profound that it eluded comprehension, rendering any speculation futile. His formidable power, abundant resources, and uncanny foresight seemed almost supernatural, as if he possessed the ability to foresee the future. However, his flaws were equally apparent. He was known for his lecherous nature. The entire group comprised beautiful women, transforming the adventure team into a personal harem. Even the cat he kept was female. Could he truly manage this? The most perplexing aspect for Bai Li Bing was the remarkable harmony within this harem, a mystery she could not fathom. Bai Li Bing inquired, "Qingyu, with so many women around him, do you not feel jealous? Do others not feel envy? Wouldn't there be conflicts? Logically, the more beautiful the woman, the prouder and more possessive she tends to be." Xue Qingyu pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "It's difficult to articulate in just a few words. Throughout our journey, he has sacrificed so much for us. Without him, many of my sisters would not have survived until now." She hesitated, realizing that, despite Bai Li Bing being her cousin, certain matters could not be explicitly stated, particularly concerning Suan's extraordinary abilities. By now, many outside speculated that Suan could conjure S-rank awakeners out of thin air. Otherwise, the Eternal Life Adventure Group could not possibly amass such a multitude of S-rank awakeners. However, speculation aside, Xue Qingyu did not wish for this topic to be openly discussed, even by herself. This is the foundation upon which the Eternal Adventure Group survives, as well as Suan's greatest secret. Since it is a secret, it is best to maintain its mystery. In any case, there are many things one can only truly understand through personal experience. For us, he is no longer merely a man in our lives. He has become our belief. Rather than indulging in petty jealousy, what we fear most is the day he may leave us behind. He may exist without us, but we cannot exist without him. Bai Li Bing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is it really that exaggerated? He is just a man, after all. Should we truly believe he is as omnipotent as those fanatics from the True God sect claim? Xue Qingyu pondered for a moment and replied, "One could say so. In my impression, Suan seems capable of anything." "I can't believe that. You are too deeply ensnared," Bai Li Bing retorted stubbornly. "Why don't you join our adventure group, cousin, and experience it for yourself?" With a sudden burst, Bai Li Bing spat out her juice, repeatedly shaking her head. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have an extreme aversion to men, both physically and psychologically. Sharing a bed with him would be tantamount to my demise. Even in the presence of her male relatives, she would feel extremely uncomfortable, even to the point of allergic shock." Xue Qingyu was well aware of Bai Li Bing's fear of men. With a teasing smile, she looked at her cousin and said, "I merely suggested you join the group. I did not imply." Bai Li Bing froze for a moment, her face suddenly aflame. Realizing her slip of tongue, she playfully swatted at Xue Qingyu. You little rascal, making jokes at my expense. The two women instantly erupted into playful banter. Though Xue Qingyu had merely spoken in jest, she genuinely contemplated the idea. Suan had mentioned that the apocalypse would come again, and the future world would remain fraught with danger. The pressure that Bai Li Bing faced as the sole leader of an all-female adventure group was immense and challenging. It would be wonderful if she could join the Eternal Adventure Group. At the very least, there would be ample safety assurances. Moreover, her cousin possessed exceptional beauty and charm, a rare gem among women. Suan would surely appreciate that. However, her fear of men and her cold, aloof demeanor posed significant challenges, potentially unfavorable to Suan. All she could do was take it one step at a time, working on persuading her cousin. Perhaps she could find ways to pique Suan's interest in her. At that moment, Suan was reclining by the large bath in the captain's villa, resting his head on Lu Hui's lap. As she gently massaged his temples with her delicate hands, Xiao Qiao had taken over Dong Li's duties from a few days prior, diligently practicing her musical instrument. Suan exhaled a deep breath, closing his eyes in enjoyment, while also organizing his newfound abilities. To be precise, it was neither a skill nor a supernatural power, but rather a new life gift bestowed upon him after attaining a rank. Every living being, upon initially gaining a rank, receives two benefits. The first benefit is the ability to surpass their growth limits. In this regard, Suan was utterly useless. He possessed boundless growth skills, unbound by any levels. However, he did have a life talent. A new label appeared in his character attributes. Life talent. Mobius ring, self-devouring entity. Destruction is also rebirth, an infinite cycle. Upon seeing his life talent, Suan was taken aback. He had never encountered such a thing before. The talent annotation was ambiguous, providing no clear details. Thus, he could only rely on his limited knowledge to speculate. The Mobius ring, in essence, resembled an Ouroboros, a symbol that has transcended time, representing infinite cycles. Beyond that, he could not fathom further implications. Suan couldn't help but sigh. Although he possessed thousands of abilities, his own were quite few. Only the powers of Plunder and Civilization Guardian, along with the newly acquired Mobius ring. Most of his other abilities and resources belonged to others. In comparison to his own, he was far more familiar with those of others. With two god-level abilities of unknown limits and the Mobius ring remaining a mystery, there was nothing left but to conduct a personal experiment. With that thought in mind, Suan activated his life talent. In the next moment, he felt a warmth radiate from his back, and then everything vanished. There were no further changes. Doubtful, he opened his character panel to take a look. To his astonishment, his skill bar was entirely empty. All those thousands of abilities gone. Suan sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Where are my abilities?" As Suan abruptly stood, Xiao Qiao stumbled backward, covering her mouth and beginning to cough. Suan quickly supported her, apologizing. "I'm sorry. Are you hurt, dear Xiao Qiao?" She shook her head, still concerned. "I'm fine, Daddy." "What is wrong with you?" Suan waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, just remembered something suddenly." Though he spoke lightly, beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. "I need to use the restroom." With that, he dashed into the bathroom, sitting on the toilet, questioning his very existence. Having spent his days hunting, he had now been pecked by the very geese he sought. How could it be that he, Su, had always taken advantage of others, yet found himself at the mercy of others? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his life talent had exploited him, leaving him with no outlet for his frustration. After a few moments of composure, he once again examined his character panel. Indeed, the abilities section was devoid of any entries. He attempted to unleash an ability, but there was no response. Even the expansive space had vanished. Not only were his abilities gone, but upon closer inspection, his monster skill bar was also completely empty. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. "This is disastrous." Suan gasped, feeling utterly despondent. Without abilities and skills, he was rendered utterly helpless. The vast storage of resources he had amassed was now lost. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it wasn't a matter of survival. After all, he had cultivated relationships with hundreds of maidens, and even if he had to live off their kindness, he would manage to thrive. In an instant, he felt as though his head was as heavy as a bull's, wishing he could slap himself for his reckless curiosity in exploring the mysteries of innate abilities. After a moment of emotional turmoil, Suan resumed his investigation into these life endowments, realizing that such matters could not be approached with ignorance. He must at least discern their underlying principles. Beside the Mobius strip, a peculiar icon had appeared, a circular and bizarre pattern, composed of 4 distinct layers. The innermost layer presented a black and white yin-yang symbol, while the second layer bore the characters for life and death. The third layer illustrated the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The outermost layer was encircled by an intricate Ouroboros, enveloping the entire disk. At first glance, it resembled an odd compass. Suen furrowed his brow in contemplation before activating his life endowment. With a low hum, a sudden resonance emanated from him, and 2 identical, translucent Ouroboros compasses materialized upon the backs of his hands. As these compasses emerged, he felt an exhilarating sense of mastery over his extraordinary abilities. He then spread his palms and attempted to summon flames. A series of mechanical sounds emanated from the compass, and moments later, a brilliant blaze leapt from his palms. A beautiful sky blue hue illuminating the space. The instant the flames ignited, the temperature in the restroom surged dramatically. The varying colors of flames corresponded to differing temperatures. And this sky blue fire exceeded 3,000 degrees, and, due to its supernatural nature, could reach even higher, potentially doubling or tripling in intensity. Previously, he could summon such flames only with the aid of several S-class fire enhancements and energy accumulation. Yet now, he conjured them effortlessly. He sensed a newfound finesse in his control over the flames, as if they were extensions of his own will. With a mere thought, the fire morphed into a fiery dagger under his command. To his astonishment, it possessed a tangible quality. Gently grazing the floor, he sliced through the tiles with ease, leaving a smooth incision as if gliding through the air, rendering the phrase cutting through iron rather inadequate. Suen then intensified the flames, transforming them into an array of weaponry: daggers, spears, swords, polearms, and even threads as fine as a hair. He wielded complete control over the size of these weapons. He subsequently experimented with summoning other elemental abilities, achieving results comparable to his fire powers. Each summoned element reached several times their original strength without the need for amplification. To draw a simple analogy, their power was approximately tenfold that of an initial S-class ability, and further enhancement was possible, ranging from 2 to 100 times, with the latter being the absolute limit. This meant that his abilities had inexplicably mutated and evolved. Abilities of the same attribute intertwined, devouring one another, merging into a cohesive elemental category. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as light and darkness, engage in a dynamic interplay of mutual creation and destruction, evolving into new attributes such as wind, thunder, and ice. Their power has intensified, rendering their application increasingly straightforward and swift. The abilities related to physical enhancement and healing have vanished, supplanted by the essence of life itself. Upon activation, one's defensive capabilities have become remarkably formidable, surpassing even a body fortified tenfold. Furthermore, the capacity to unleash healing abilities remains, but no longer necessitates the contemplation of which healing power to employ. One can now effortlessly manipulate the range and intensity of healing in accordance with one's will. Death embodies a synthesis of psychic, toxic, corrosive, and curse-related abilities, similarly driven by the mind. As for spatial and sonic abilities, as well as specialized powers, their scarcity may have prevented them from meeting integration standards, thus remaining unchanged. The powers of plunder and guardianship of civilization also persist unaltered. Abilities have not only been regained, but have also been augmented. A certain individual was overcome with emotion. Nearly brought to tears, he was but a hair's breadth away from being forced into an undesirable situation. Chapter 186. The 7 Nuns. The following morning, Suen emerged from his bedroom with an air of indifference, stretching and inhaling the fresh morning air. He could now, with utmost confidence, assert that no one comprehends the augmentation of abilities better than he. Since all powers merged into the Mobius ring, his mastery over them has become exceedingly refined. In simpler terms, abilities that previously required individual activation now activate collectively upon the engagement of the Mobius ring, allowing for free release and control of power at will. He had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of these abilities. With their enhancement, his dignity had also ascended to new heights. He promptly proceeded to the True God sect to seek out Jean. As developments unfolded, the True God sect gradually revealed its remarkable potential. Its followers were nearly ubiquitous throughout the Jiang region, boasting a membership exceeding 1 million, second only to the Chongqing Adventurers Guild in overall strength. With the energy reservoir provided by Suen, offering a continuous supply of water around the clock, the True God sect managed to stave off any water shortages, thus ushering in a period of explosive growth. Despite its vastness, the sect remained cohesive, thanks to the stringent management of Jean and Old Man Chu, maintaining an orderly structure. Suen felt a sense of satisfaction in this regard. Although he was undeniably selfish, prioritizing the interests of his sister, he had nonetheless extended considerable assistance to the True God sect. Naturally, he was pleased to witness its flourishing development. Concurrently, the devotion of the sect's members towards him had reached an unprecedented level, with unwavering belief in his divine status. Since its inception, the True God sect had scarcely engaged in combat. Under the protection of the True God, it had not only acquired Oasis No. 2, but had also claimed Oases No. 8 and 9 without expending a single soldier. This clearly demonstrated the benevolence and selflessness of the True God. Upon Su-En's arrival at the True God sect, the faithful would uniformly kneel in reverence, proclaiming, "All hail our Supreme Lord, the True God. All hail our Supreme Lord, the True God. Hail to the Supreme Lord, the True God." The fervor and reverence among the followers are palpable. The attitude of the True God Church towards Su-En is entirely distinct from that of the maidens of the Eternal Life Adventurers. While the latter hold Su-En in great esteem, their admiration is often tinged with personal affection, viewing him as both a master and a beloved. In contrast, the devotees of the True God Church exhibit a veneration devoid of personal desires, embodying an exalted faith. Su-En arrived at the Divine Hall, meticulously crafted for him by the adept wielders of earth-based abilities. This magnificent structure, hewn from colossal stones, stands independently, towering at nearly 100 meters with a breadth spanning several dozen jang. Its walls are adorned with exquisite reliefs, while majestic alabaster columns rise within, each draped with the emblematic banners of the True God Church. A lengthy crimson carpet unfurls from the entrance to the hall's farthest end, where a grand throne rests atop elevated steps. The entire hall exudes an air of dignity and solemnity, instilling awe in all who behold it. Naturally, Su-En took his place upon the throne, resting his chin upon one hand, surveying the assembly of high-ranking officials and devotees below. "All hail our Supreme Lord, the True God. All hail our Supreme Lord, the True God. All hail our Supreme Lord, the True God." The congregation placed one hand upon their hearts and knelt. Bowing in unison, Su-En waved his hand lazily and remarked, "Please rise." By this juncture, he had fully acclimatized to the identity of the True God. "Thank you, our Supreme Lord, the True God. Thank you, our Supreme Lord, the True God. Thank you, our Supreme Lord, the True God." The congregation stood upright, maintaining a respectful silence. With a single gesture, Su-En summoned several tons of energy crystals from the vast expanse, casting them onto the ground. There was no need to construct labor-intensive edifices like the Divine Hall again. Within 6 months, sufficient sand vessels would be crafted to ensure the safe evacuation of core followers when the time came. The impending third apocalypse loomed, necessitating the departure from the oasis. And having an ample supply of sand vessels would facilitate a smoother retreat. The True God Church had become one of his subordinate factions, possessing its own value, and it was imperative to evacuate them as well. Most importantly, they were obedient and self-sustaining, alleviating any concerns he might have. The energy crystals served as the kinetic core for the sand vessels, and their recharging could be accomplished directly through abilities. They offered excellent cost-effectiveness and decent endurance, though their durability was rather limited. Frequent recharging would lead to the crystals aging and shattering within a year. The several tons of energy crystals were sufficient to construct hundreds of large sand vessels, and the True God Church had ample reserves to meet their needs. "Obey the will of our Lord God." The followers naturally complied with Su-En's commands. "Now, you may all return to your duties," Su-En stated casually. After bowing, the congregation exited, leaving only Jean Dark and 7 nuns behind. Su-En embraced Jean, who offered no resistance, her demeanor gentle as she lowered her gaze, lips pursed. Su-En glanced at the several nuns and inquired, "Are they specifically chosen divine attendants responsible for your daily care?" Joan replied gently. The nuns were all slender and exquisite, each a paragon of beauty, and all of them were awakened beings. The True God sect had always been quite zealous in selecting beautiful women, a lingering obsession since the inception of the church. The younger ones had already been chosen in droves by Lu Hui, who meticulously nurtured them. However, Su-En did not accept the older ones. He merely allowed them to remain within the True God sect. Upon Su-En's refusal, the sect, reflecting on their missteps, did not yield but instead believed that Su-En's standards were too lofty, deeming ordinary beauties as unworthy of his attention. They endeavored tirelessly, sifting through millions of followers, ultimately assembling these 7 pure and stunning women. In terms of beauty, Su-En was certainly not lacking. His household brimmed with hundreds of women, making it unnecessary to bring more home. Nevertheless, he found these 7 nuns quite satisfactory, each deserving of no less than a score of 95. Moreover, their favorability towards him was at its peak. Su-En, not one to be overly sentimental, graciously accepted them, yet he did not intend to take them home, preferring instead for them to remain with the True God sect. The sect's overall strength was commendable, yet it lacked formidable combat power, with Joan being its pinnacle of strength. He planned to cultivate these 7 nuns to serve as the main combat force of the True God sect. Chapter 187. Favorability soars unabated since cultivation was the goal. It was essential to empower them. Consequently, Suin bestowed upon the 7 nuns 2 S-rank abilities each, along with 2 zombie skills. Additionally, he granted Joan the top-tier specialized ability known as Soldier Body. Although his own powers had largely merged into the Mobius Ring, he still retained the ability to bestow powers and monster skills. Thus, the 7 nuns were henceforth referred to as the 7 divine attendants, while Joan remained the sole war god attendant. While somewhat juvenile in its flair, the True God sect thrived on such pretensions. The higher the status, the better. With Suin's newly granted abilities, the combat strength of the True God sect would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, especially with Joan acquiring the new ability Soldier Body. She had reached the zenith of abilities. Coupled with her original War Angel skill, her combat prowess likely surpassed even that of Li Xiaoyu, leaving no one but Suin as her potential rival. With Joan's presence, the True God sect could indeed feel secure. Aside from this, Suin refrained from further meddling in the internal affairs of the True God sect, allowing them to develop on their own. For even if he were truly a god, he would certainly be a self-serving one. His compassion had long since been nearly extinguished. He could not and would not adopt the True God sect's benevolent philosophy towards humanity. However, this did not mean he would entirely reject such ideals. In some respects, the True God sect resembled the warmth of the humanity he had long abandoned. Of course, whether it was warm or not, and the essence of humanity mattered little to him. He was more intrigued by the fact that whenever he discussed the chivalric path with Joan, she was always quite articulate and remained steadfast in her original intentions. This is perhaps the beautiful quality that a righteous female knight should possess. As for the 7 nuns, they stood by, listening intently to the teachings. In the eyes of the followers of the True God sect, Joan of Arc has always been a figure of strength, nobility, integrity, and purity. They had never witnessed such a display of humility before. Speaking of integrity, Suin couldn't help but think of Qiao Zhijie, a woman who also embodied pride and righteousness. However, she lacked the sanctity of Joan and instead exuded the essence of a strong woman. Consequently, after departing from the True God sect, Suin transported himself to Dragon City, setting the coordinates directly in Qiao Zhijie's office. At that moment, Qiao Zhijie was engaged in discussions about the management of Dragon City with Tong Xiaoyu. With a resident population of tens of millions, Dragon City stands as the largest stronghold among all survivors. Even though Suin had dismantled the Dragon City Alliance and other large adventure groups, countless factions remained, making management a formidable challenge that required the collaboration of Tong Xiaoyu, the Underground Queen. Since Li Xuanyu's death, Tong Xiaoyu had undoubtedly become the most powerful awakened being in Dragon City. With her assistance, Qiao Zhijie could navigate her responsibilities with greater ease. Wang Yingxiu and the twins were also present, along with several guards. In a sudden flash of light, Suin appeared unexpectedly in the office. Zhijie, be careful. Wang Yingxiu did not hesitate to launch an attack, swiftly followed by the twins. Although Qiao Zhijie held a position of great authority, she was fundamentally a healer with limited combat capability, making her vulnerable. Given her high status, security was a paramount concern. When an unknown individual suddenly manifested in the office, Wang Yingxiu and the others acted without hesitation, prioritizing Qiao Zhijie's safety by subduing the intruder. However, upon catching a glimpse of Suin's face, Wang Yingxiu's fierce demeanor faltered, and she abruptly halted, losing her balance and tumbling onto the floor before Suin. The other guards recognized Suin as well and came to a standstill. The twins, undeterred, leaped into Suin's embrace, one on each side. "Brethren, you finally arrived. We haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you," they exclaimed. Suin caught both of them effortlessly, observing the drool at the corners of their mouths. He chuckled softly. "Are you missing me? Or are you craving snacks?" The twins shyly scratched their heads in unison both. Hee. Suin then retrieved 2 large snack packages from the expansive space and handed them to the twins. "Thank you, brethren. We love you the most," they chimed joyfully, dancing with glee while clutching their treats. "Boss." Tong Xiaoyu also rushed into Suin's embrace, her face radiating happiness, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. They had agreed to meet weekly, yet Suin had arrived half a month late this time. Tong Xiaoyu had been restless, fearing that Suin might have abandoned her. Suin wrapped an arm around Tong Xiaoyu and guided her to the sofa, smiling as he greeted Qiao Zhijie. "Chairwoman Qiao, it's been a while." "Boss, you have arrived," Qiao Zhijie remarked as she rose to pour Suin a cup of tea. Suin took a sip and replied nonchalantly, "Please, have a seat. I am merely here for a casual visit today. Xiao Zhidia nodded and instructed her bodyguards. You may leave for now. Do not disturb unless I summon you. The bodyguards acknowledged her command and departed. I will step out for a moment, Wang Yingqiu said as she took the two little ones with her. However, they did not truly leave. Instead, they quietly concealed themselves behind the window to observe from the shadows. Leaning languidly against the sofa, Suan inquired, How have you been, President Xiao? Meanwhile, he playfully entertained Tong Xiaoyu in his arms. Due to her inherently proud nature, Xiao Zhidia's fondness for him had always fluctuated, lingering between 60 and 70. After a fortnight apart, her feelings had slightly increased to 71. However, her expression remained impassive as her fondness abruptly plummeted to 61. Thank you for your concern, boss. She replied in a rather indifferent tone. Noticing her reaction, Suan flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites, and internally mused how amusing the situation was. He then shifted his attention entirely to Tong Xiaoyu, treating Xiao Zhidia as if she were invisible, ignoring her presence. Xiao Zhidia clenched her teeth in irritation, wishing to turn on her heel and leave. When had she ever been so disregarded? Internally, she cursed, that insufferable rogue. Her fondness fluctuated, rising and falling, reflecting her turbulent emotions. After an hour, Xiao Zhidia's fondness stabilized at 65, with little room for further change. Suan, seeing this, pulled her closer and, with an authoritative tone, stated, We need to have a serious conversation. You will be assisting me in the future, and certain matters must be clarified. There cannot be any barriers between a leader and their subordinate. With his silver tongue, he skillfully persuaded her, ultimately raising her fondness from 65 to 80. Delighted by such a significant increase, Suan couldn't help but commend himself inwardly for his high emotional intelligence and adeptness in nurturing relationships. After elevating Xiao Zhidia's fondness to 80, Suan, along with Tong Xiaoyu, headed to Shirley Street. Xiao Zhidia instinctively swallowed hard, and then excused herself to the restroom to splash her face with cold water. Behind her, curious voices chimed, Sister Zhidia, how did it go? What happened? With her face flushed, Xiao Zhidia muttered in irritation, that insufferable rogue is too eloquent. Despite her harsh words, her defenses against Suan gradually lessened, and her fondness for him grew in earnest. It became evident that Suan's rhetoric had a profound effect on Xiao Zhidia. As the dignity of the strong woman began to crumble bit by bit, Tong Xiaoyu predominantly resided in Shirley Street. Living in the luxurious suite that originally belonged to Qiao Junyi, which was closely adjacent to the tour company on Shirley Street. The decor of the room has been meticulously revamped to reflect Suan's preferences, with a fully equipped kitchen and bathroom, exuding a distinct sense of homeliness. However, Suan seldom spends the night at Tong Xiaoyu's place. Currently, the entire Shirley Street falls under Tong Xiaoyu's jurisdiction, with the once humble tour guide having ascended to the status of queen in the underground realm of Longqing. The once dismissive dignitaries now bow their heads and greet her with deference. The sisters from the tour company have also benefited significantly, no longer treated as mere commodities, but rather as legitimate guides. Previously, the earnings of the guides were divided in a 30-70 ratio, with the company taking the larger share. Now, it has shifted to a more equitable 50-50 split, bringing about a notable improvement in the lives of the female guides. Of course, those superiors who once bullied and berated Tong Xiaoyu have long since become fodder for desert monsters. Once again, Tong Xiaoyu accompanied Suan on a leisurely stroll through Shirley Street. When Suan first visited this place, he arrived with a purpose, burdened with a sack of catalysts. Appearing quite the fool. Returning now, his experience is transformed. He wanders freely and relaxed. Tong Xiaoyu is personally by his side, prompting curiosity from onlookers. Who is this young man? He seems unfamiliar, perhaps the heir of a large adventure group? Observing Tong Xiaoyu and Suan together, whispers circulate among the crowd. Shoo, keep it down. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see? That person is a bona fide killing god, the one who took down the Longqing Alliance. I have to go. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Wait for me. My mother is calling me home as well. Didn't she die long ago? Can't you think of something better? A portion of the crowd recognized Suan, although he had only made a high-profile move once in Longqing. That singular act left an indelible shadow over its inhabitants. They regard him with a mix of fear and reverence, as if he could effortlessly end their lives with a mere gesture. Rumor has it that while Longqing is ostensibly governed by Xiao Zhidia and Tong Xiaoyu, in reality, they are merely puppets of the killing god. The two queens, one in the light and the other in the shadows, have long since become subservient to him. Such discussions are reserved for hushed tones, as no one dares to speak openly about it, without delving into the extent of the killing god's terrifying prowess. The Longyu Adventure Group undeniably reigns supreme in Longqing, bolstered by Tong Xiaoyu, the most formidable awakened one, operating from the shadows. Only those with a death wish would dare to broach such taboo topics. After spending half a day in Longqing, Suan returned to the Chongqing Adventure Group. He first instructed Lu Hui to gather detailed information about all the female members, subsequently categorizing their supernatural abilities and types. Although the Chongqing Adventure Group's strength now overwhelmingly surpasses nearly all survivor factions, their potential for growth remains. Currently, each member possesses at least one S-level ability, with the diligent and fortunate having awakened dual S-level powers. The numbers have met the requisite standards, and the next step is to delineate their respective combat roles. The elemental class of supernatural abilities possesses remarkable long-range output capabilities, delivering substantial damage over an extensive range, albeit with relatively weak melee combat abilities. Thus, they are categorized as ranged units, tasked with providing firepower suppression from a distance. Next, we have the composite enhancement type abilities, characterized by moderate attack range and lethality, decent defensive capabilities, and commendable melee proficiency. This category is predominant and can serve as the primary combat force, adept at both defense and offense. Defensive abilities, on the other hand, are solely melee-oriented, exhibiting lower damage output but exceptional defensive strength, acting as a frontline assault-type unit. The auxiliary type abilities are the least common and occupy the final tier, offering buffs and healing support to combat units. Functional abilities serve as guerrilla units, adaptable to the dynamics of the battlefield. Subsequently, 20 individuals awakened with speed-enhancing abilities were selected and divided into 4 teams of 5, forming a strike force. They were further dispersed into several 5-member squads, a 50-member unit, and a 100-member battalion, to effectively respond to a variety of battles of differing scales. Suan's plan was swiftly disseminated, leading to the rapid assembly of all members of the Chongqing Adventure Group, who began the classification of units and the formation of teams. Suan was solely responsible for drafting the plan, leaving the execution to Lu Hui and Xue Qingyu. Once the unit classifications and teams were established, the next step involved training and familiarization, a process anticipated to be quite protracted. However, the Chongqing Adventure Group lacked for nothing. They were not compelled to toil for a livelihood, allowing everyone to devote all their time to training. With approximately 6 months remaining until the third apocalypse, time appeared to be on their side. Once the training was completed, the Chongqing Adventure Group would officially enter its full operational phase. While his sisters trained vigorously, Suan leisurely wandered about. On one day, he visited the True God sect, and the next, he ventured into the sandy seas for some outdoor cooking. Occasionally, he would take 3 young ladies on their mount, Wangkai, to seek out mobile oases for fishing. Naturally, he would also sporadically visit Longqing to catch up with Qiao Zhijie. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. After several conversations with Qiao Zhijie, her initial resistance began to wane, and the barriers between them gradually dissolved. Though she still uttered dismissive remarks about him being a lecher, her affection for him was undeniably growing. Words may deceive, but genuine feelings cannot be fooled. Chapter 189. The third apocalypse approaches. 5 months swiftly elapsed. Under Xue Qingyu's management, the entire Jiangdi region thrived with vitality. The majority of survivor levels surpassed level 5, with members of the Oasis forces commonly reaching levels 7 or 8. As the survivor levels increased, their fear of monsters diminished, and they faced such foes with decisive force. Food supply had long since stabilized, with no one facing starvation. However, water resources remained scarce, necessitating careful conservation. Sandships gradually replaced manual labor, becoming the primary mode of transportation in the desert. People had fully adapted to life in the desert, seemingly forgetting the past civilization, deeply rooting themselves in this primal world. The Eternal Adventure Guild remains the unrivaled sovereign of Jiangdi, instilling fear in none. The True God sect occupies the second position, while the Black Rose holds the third. On a serene morning, Suan reclines on the balcony, sipping chilled fruit juice, with Qiao Qiao attending to him, pouring tea and water. Wang Kai sprawls nearby, basking in the sun, having indulged in ample food and sleep, growing noticeably plump. In the open space of the oasis, the young women are diligently training. Over the past 5 months, the ladies of the Eternal Adventure Guild have honed their skills significantly. The division of military units is clear, with distinct roles within each team, and their camaraderie has blossomed into a profound understanding. They are now equipped to handle a variety of battles, regardless of size or terrain. The Eternal Adventure Guild has undoubtedly reached its pinnacle, emerging as the strongest force in this post-apocalyptic world. Beyond training, Suan also encourages the guild members to engage in artistic endeavors, inspiring them to write novels, sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Dong Li has long moved into the guild leader's quarters, assuming the role of the head of the arts department. She is responsible for coordinating the artistic creations. The enthusiasm among the young women for artistic expression is palpable, resulting in a plethora of outstanding works. Of course, some offerings elicit nothing but a shake of Su-in's head, such as the second-rate romance novels featuring him as the protagonist. Like the overbearing leader fell in love with me, a date with the leader, and 3 sentences to get the leader to take me to the quarters. Despite their cringe-inducing nature, these stories remain the favorites among the ladies. The best-selling title is Dong Li's Sand and Sea, which recounts her experiences with Su-in during their expedition in the Tibetan region, chasing a stone dragon in a sandboat across the Sea of Sand. Witnessing the majestic mountain dragon, and how Su-in, akin to a divine being, defeated the fearsome dragon, all while their relationship blossomed. Based on a true story, its authenticity, combined with Dong Li's exquisite prose, captures the fervor of adventure, insights, and budding romance, allowing it to dominate the sales charts upon release. Moreover, Dong Li has indeed settled into the guild leader's quarters, enjoying a position of influence, naturally inspiring the other women to follow suit. However, this situation has provoked jealousy among the trio of girls led by Li Xiaoyu, who constantly surround Su-in, yearning for their own moments of intimacy. Unfortunately, Su-in's lethargic disposition has been in full swing. When asked about it, he merely promises, next time, for sure. After 5 months of preparation, the third apocalypse is on the horizon. As the time draws near, Su-in first travels to Dragon City, instructing Qiao Ji-dai and the others to be ready for an imminent evacuation from the oasis. He does not delve further into details, as he is not particularly invested in Dragon City, merely offering a gentle reminder. Next, he turns to the True God sect, which has been prepared for relocation. Boasting an abundance of sandboats, thousands of them, large and small, along with ample supplies of food and water. Not only the True God sect, but also the other oases in Jiangdi have been forewarned by Su-in. All are well aware and have made their own preparations for migration, awaiting his command to embark. Niu Meng, Qiu Chun, and others had long realized that regardless of what the future held, aligning themselves with the Chongqing adventure team was undoubtedly the right choice. Su-in's word was law. If he directed them east, they would not waver westward. To become one of Su-in's loyal followers was considered a success in itself. Pride? What was that? They had never encountered it, nor did they comprehend its significance. After some contemplation, Su-in, accompanied by Dong Li, returned to the Tibetan region. He harbored a certain fondness for this place and greeted Old Fu, requesting preparations be made in advance, so that when the apocalypse arrived, it would not be met with undue haste. 5 months had elapsed, yet the Tibetan region remained unchanged, characterized by its resilient, united, and amicable spirit. This harmony stemmed from its vast expanses and sparse population. With abundant resources and few inhabitants, such tranquility was to be expected. Upon seeing Old Fu again, he was still buried in the library, poring over manuscripts. The moment he spotted Su-in, his face lit up with joy, and he bombarded Su-in with questions, nearly inquiring about the color of his undergarments. As he questioned, he scribbled notes in his notebook, the cover adorned with the bold title, Chronicles of Non-Human Anomalies, the Su-in edition. Su-in thought to himself, were it not for the concern that this old fellow's frail frame might shatter, he would have been tempted to give him a good shove. Old Fu was resolute in his intention to expel Su-in from humanity. Upon learning of Su-in and Dong Li's arrival, Fu Shaoling hurried over, clad in her tight leather attire and shorts that showcased her long legs, exuding a poised demeanor with her high ponytail. Sister Dong Li. Fu Shaoling joyfully leaped into Dong Li's embrace. The two women, having been apart for months, naturally engaged in a lively exchange, hand in hand. Old Fu recounted the events following the return of the expedition team, mentioning how Su-in had procured numerous energy crystals from the dragon of Haoshan. He firmly believed that the third apocalypse was inevitable and, after much deliberation, decided to allocate all these energy crystals towards the production of sand vessels. As it stood, the Tibetan region boasted over 3,000 sand vessels, sufficient for the entire population's relocation. Old Fu's foresight was commendable, and his decisions were undeniably astute. Su-in then conveyed his purpose, informing Old Fu that in a month, the third apocalypse would indeed arrive. It would be prudent to evacuate the oasis in advance, heading eastward. Old Fu did not express much skepticism towards Su-in's words, as he had already anticipated the impending doom. After their discussions, Su-in had no intention of spending the night in the Tibetan region. He intended to return. Fu Shaoling, sensing his departure, expressed her reluctance. Approaching Su-in, she hesitantly inquired, "Well, Sister Dong Li mentioned that she wouldn't mind if you had a second partner. What are your thoughts? Is there someone you fancy?" Su-in pondered briefly. A second partner? That concept seemed to have faded away. He felt a twinge of self-derision. Once, he had harbored a strong disdain for the promiscuous playboy archetype, yet unconsciously, he had morphed into the very embodiment of what he despised. He had indulged himself, descending into a state of apathy. Was this truly the demeanor one should adopt after a decade of survival in an apocalyptic world? Where had his sense of urgency gone? What had become of his ambition and thirst for knowledge? Why has it come to this? It appears I simply did not rest well last night, and my vitality has yet to recover. Well, that settles it. Chapter 190. Preparations for the Great Migration. Early the next morning, in the Hidden Land, the Eternal Life Adventure Group and the Dragon Language Adventure Group simultaneously issued a proclamation, announcing that in 3 days, a significant relocation would take place, completely abandoning their original dwelling and departing from the oasis, heading eastward. Those wishing to survive were urged to pack their belongings, prepare food and water, and brace themselves for the forthcoming arduous journey. Upon the announcement, the populace was astounded. No one anticipated such a sudden decree. To forsake the oasis? How would they live henceforth? What could the Dragon Language Adventure Group possibly be up to? Surely, they must be facing a grave situation. I refuse to venture out and wander in the desert. What difference is there between that and seeking death? Yet, given the declaration, there must be sound reasoning behind it. They possess considerable resources. If they are unafraid, why should we, the less fortunate, harbor fear, regardless of others' decisions? I have resolved to accompany the Dragon Language Adventure Group in their exodus. Although the Dragon Language Adventure Group reigns as the uncrowned king of Dragon City, their rule has been brief and their prestige limited, rendering them unable to rally everyone to follow suit. Nevertheless, many chose to place their unconditional trust in them, intending to migrate alongside the Dragon Language Adventure Group. After all, their strength is evident, and their foresight is unparalleled. They may have received extraordinary intelligence ahead of time. In contrast, the situation on the Zhangdi side was markedly better. Following the announcement from the Eternal Life Adventure Group, while it indeed stirred a wave of commotion and uncertainty, the majority promptly returned home to gather supplies, readying themselves to depart the oasis with the Eternal Life Adventure Group. The leading figures of the major oasis factions immediately ordered their teams to prepare resources and be ready for relocation at a moment's notice. What the Eternal Life Adventure Group stated was undoubtedly the will of Suen. He called for a withdrawal, and thus, they would withdraw. No questions asked, no concerns. Simply follow along. Aligning oneself with Captain Su was surely a wise choice. In the Hidden Land, the situation was even more straightforward. With the Elder Council coordinating efforts and the Hunter Guild ensuring support, the entire populace responded enthusiastically to the call, poised for immediate departure. Thanks to prior hints from Old Fu, the revelation did not come as a surprise to many, as everyone busily prepared supplies and sand vessels for the imminent departure. The Eternal Life Adventure Group maintained an air of calm and normalcy, proceeding with training, meals, and tending to the crops as usual. Suen reclined in a kayak by the pool, clad in swim trunks and sunglasses, leisurely basking in the sun. Although the announcement had been his directive, he appeared utterly unconcerned. Xue Qingyu, accompanied by Lu Shishir, approached the poolside and gently inquired, "Darling, are we not preparing any sand vessels? The True God sect mentioned they have over 100 surplus sand vessels available for us. During the past 6 months, the Eternal Life Adventure Group had not manufactured sand vessels on a large scale. The few small vessels they possessed were primarily utilized for routine patrols of the Oasis territory. Clearly, these were insufficient for a large-scale migration. However, it is now too late to construct a vessel. Fortunately, the True God sect had long since prepared for the Eternal Life Adventurers expedition. Suen lazily pushed his sunglasses up and remarked, "No need for that. Let the sand ship be used by them. We have our own means of transportation." With a casual wave of his hand, he retrieved a mound of catalysts from the vast spatial realm and piled it next to the pool. He then pointed to a dry well beside the pool and instructed, "Have someone continuously pour catalysts into it for 24 hours, but be careful not to spill over. Pour steadily and slowly." This dry well had existed from the very beginning, remaining unremarkable over the past year, devoid of any distinctive features. Initially, it was to be removed during the construction of the stronghold, but Suen insisted that it be left untouched, cautioning everyone not to disturb it, as it would prove invaluable in the future. Although no one knew the well's purpose, they naturally adhered to Suen's orders without question. Xue Qingyu understood that Suen must have his reasons for such instructions. What he said was undoubtedly correct. Thus, she arranged for the return of the sand ship sent by the True God sect, and personally led several high-ranking members and captains to stand guard by the dry well, pouring catalysts into it, as per Suen's command. Initial measurements indicated that the well was approximately 100 meters deep, with an internal diameter of less than half a meter, and its bottom was a solid rock devoid of water. The women opened the lids of the catalysts and began to pour them in. As the catalysts flowed to the bottom of the well, a blue luminescence unexpectedly began to shimmer along the walls, growing increasingly radiant. The women exclaimed in wonder and continued to pour in the catalysts. The more they poured, the quicker the well filled, and within a short time, several hundred pounds of catalysts had been deposited. Were an outsider to witness this, they might very well be driven to despair. This was the most precious of catalysts, currently traded in drops. Yet the Eternal Life adventurers poured hundreds of pounds into the dry well, as if squandering a divine gift. The women of the adventurers group paid no heed to such concerns. Their master had ample catalysts to spare, and they were free to indulge as they pleased. After all, hundreds of pounds were but a fraction of the several tons piled nearby. As the catalysts continued to flow, the blue glow beneath the well grew ever brighter. Miraculously, the old poplar tree beside the well began to show signs of life once more. From its long-dead trunk sprouted tender buds and new shoots, and the tree's growth surged upwards. Once standing at a height of 5 or 6 meters, it quickly doubled in size and continued to reach for the sky. The catalysts were poured throughout the day, and as the sun began to set, the old poplar had grown to over 10 meters tall, its canopy of vibrant green, adorned with new branches. It had transformed from a dying deadwood into a flourishing emblem of spring. Yet, despite pouring catalysts all day, there still remained a substantial amount. The women observed that the dry well seemed perpetually insatiable, as the catalysts disappeared into its depths almost as soon as they were poured. If one were to lean down and listen closely, a muffled sound would occasionally emanate from the depths of the well, reminiscent of a drumbeat. The young women diligently poured the catalyst, and at this pace, it would require at least 2 more days to complete, perfectly timed to coincide with the Great Migration. Suen stretched lazily before retreating to his bedroom, where he reclined on the bed, indulging in films. The bedroom boasted an 80-inch LCD screen, powered by solar panels on the roof, with energy stored in batteries within the warehouse. Although the captain's villa featured a private cinema, the young women preferred to watch movies from the comfort of their beds to pass the time. The films were copied from the computers of an old villa complex belonging to the Chongqing Adventure team, encompassing a diverse array of genres, numbering in the thousands. However, prior to the apocalypse, Suen had been quite the couch potato, having watched most of the popular films available at the time. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he retrieved several USB drives from the vastness of space. These treasures, obtained from Master Hu, contained invaluable learning materials, spanning a wide range of subjects from both Eastern and Western cultures, transcending borders. In this new era of desolation, such educational resources had undoubtedly become intangible cultural heritage. Su was determined to study them thoroughly, for history and culture must not be forgotten, and ancestral skills must not be lost. Chapter 191. The Third Apocalypse, when Li Xiaoyu, Yu Kiki, and Xiao Qiao returned to the bedroom. Their playful banter led them to spot Suen engrossed in his research on history and culture. Despite his thick skin, he cleared his throat and turned off the movie. Li Xiaoyu quickly snatched the remote and turned it back on. Wow, darling, where did you get these materials? A friend of mine gave them to me. I see. Does your friend have any more stock? Perhaps a little, Suen replied. Li Xiaoyu feigned a grab. I want them all. For an aspiring artist brimming with creativity, these materials held immense reference value, offering insights into shooting angles, editing techniques, and more. That night, Suen found himself compelled to watch a plethora of cultural documentaries with the young women. What began as mere viewing evolved into a session of active engagement, where he led by example and imparted knowledge. The following morning, when Suen stepped onto the balcony, he wore an expression of serene tranquility, his heart as calm as still waters, seemingly transcending the mundane world. Today, however, the oasis appeared markedly different, beset by a fierce, dry wind that howled relentlessly, stirring up clouds of sand and dust. The air was thick with particles, casting a shroud over the entire oasis community. The survivors had endured the desert for over a year, becoming accustomed to such sandstorms. Yet this particular storm felt distinct. The winds blew unceasingly eastward, growing stronger and diminishing visibility. Amidst the swirling chaos, one could faintly hear the roars of wild beasts echoing from the vast expanse of sand. The day dawned with unfavorable weather, rendering a leisurely stroll impractical, prompting Suen to retreat to the dormitory once more. By the desolate well, the young women continued their relentless task of pouring catalysts, albeit now under the shelter of a large tent hastily erected to shield them from the sandstorm. After a day and night of diligent watering, the ancient poplar tree beside the well had grown to an impressive height of 20 to 30 meters, becoming increasingly robust. Meanwhile, The other survivors braved the harsh winds and sand to gather supplies. The more monster jerky they could stockpile, the better, along with water, some protective cloaks, and heat-resistant boots. Among other necessities, various adventure teams even went so far as to dismantle their home base, discarding anything they could not transport and utilizing everything salvageable. Sand vessels and other means of transport were being constructed at an accelerated pace. The True God sect also dismantled everything possible, having begun preparations 6 months in advance. They were well equipped with sand vessels and supplies, managing their resources with ease. However, they chose to leave the Divine Hull untouched, leaving its contents undisturbed. On the third morning, the relentless sandstorm dissipated, restoring tranquility to the oasis. This sudden calm brought relief to those who had been anxiously fearing the storm would persist indefinitely, particularly for the few who did not intend to leave the oasis. With most having departed, the resources of the oasis would become abundant, allowing those who remained to revel in comfort without the need to venture into the treacherous sands. Many shared this sentiment. Had Suin not been forewarned of the impending events, he certainly would not have chosen to leave the oasis, his comforting haven. Yet, the reality was that in the time to come, the oasis would lose its protective qualities, and remaining there would yield no benefits, but rather plunge one into a perilous predicament. There are 3 types of guardian trees: supply trees, livelihood trees, and attack trees. Supply trees provide water, while livelihood trees yield cotton, hemp, and rubber. One ensures survival through drinking water, while the other produces scattered rubber for exploration in the desert. And what of the attack trees, meant to defend the oasis against intruders? They were less practical than human guardianship, as the value of guardian trees far outweighed that of human lives. Consequently, attack trees were deemed rather superfluous, and few chose to cultivate them. This leads us to the third stage of the fallen apocalypse. In a few days, an endless sandstorm would strike, obscuring the sun and rendering hunting impossible, forcing everyone to huddle within their strongholds, thus marking the transition to the second stage of the apocalypse. The sandstorm would persist for a week, followed by the final stage, colloquially known as the Great Migration. A violent whirlwind would gradually sweep from west to east, obliterating everything in its path. The desert monsters, sensing the impending danger, would flee toward the east in increasing numbers, eventually culminating in a monstrous tide. At that point, the oasis would lose its protective function, and a multitude of desert creatures would surge in, feasting like gluttons to store energy for the forthcoming Great Migration. By that time, the offensive wooden shield would truly come into play. It was upon the reliance of this shield that the survivors could avoid being utterly annihilated by the monstrous tide. However, the time spent in the oasis was ultimately finite. As the tempest from the west gradually swept closer, the survivors would inevitably have to abandon the oasis. They would find themselves retreating eastward amidst the chaos of battling the encroaching creatures, a scene of utter disarray. In the frantic rush of a mass exodus, the fate of countless survivors on the migration route remained uncertain. To avert this calamity, Suin resolved to take decisive action, initiating an early migration while the second phase had yet to commence. This was the extent of his capabilities. Those who believed would follow him, their hopes of survival exponentially enhanced. Those who chose to remain in the oasis, languishing in despair, would inevitably face dire consequences. The survivors above the river had long been prepared, awaiting their departure. Thanks to the immense charisma of the Everlasting Adventure Group, 90% were inclined to leave, while merely 10% wished to stay. Within the core stronghold of Oasis 1, the last of the catalyst had been poured. This diminutive, desolate well was akin to a gold mine. The ancient poplar beside it had reached a height exceeding 200 meters, its vast canopy resembling a colossal umbrella, casting shade over the heart of Oasis 1 during the sweltering days. It loomed like a giant, surveying the entire oasis. As the final vial of catalyst was emptied, Suin strolled beneath the tree, inhaling deeply. He placed a hand upon the tree's trunk and gradually closed his eyes. Before long, the earth began to tremble, and the entire core area of Oasis 1, along with the cluster of villas, suddenly began to rise. The villas ascended higher and higher, swiftly lifting several hundred meters off the ground. Four enormous elephantine legs broke through the earth, supporting the ground as they slowly stood. A massive blue crystal head emerged from the soil. Chapter 192, The Great Migration. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the core stronghold of the Everlasting Adventure Group had come to life. More accurately, it was not that it had come to life, but rather that beneath the stronghold, a colossal beast had suddenly emerged. The creature was so immense that it rivaled the size of a small neighborhood. A cursory glance revealed that it was a gigantic tortoise. Its armor a dark gray, while its limbs, head, and tail were composed of blue crystals. On the back of the tortoise rested the core area of the Everlasting Adventure Group, the cluster of villas, and the sturdy old poplar tree. Thus, the Everlasting Adventure Group had been physically relocated onto the back of the great tortoise. Everyone stood agape, at a loss for words to express their emotions. This spectacular and terrifying scene had transcended their comprehension. No one understood what had transpired within the Everlasting Adventure Group, nor could they fathom the emergence of this gigantic tortoise. As they stood in bewilderment, a resounding voice from atop the tortoise broke the silence. To the east, we shall advance, with Suin's command. The enormous tortoise let out a deep bellow and began to move, stepping beyond the confines of the oasis. With each stride of its massive legs, the ground quaked beneath them. The robust trees succumbed to its weight, snapping underfoot and leaving a profound imprint in the earth. The colossal tortoise bore the entire Eternal Adventure Group, striding majestically into the sandy expanse. The remaining survivors, after a prolonged moment, awoke from their reverie. Onward, everyone follow. The giant tortoise of the Eternal Adventure Group led the way, with various adventure factions trailing closely behind, followed by a throng of survivors that seemed endless. Families, laden with their belongings, resolutely advanced beneath the scorching sun. Thus, millions of survivors slowly journeyed eastward, departing from their cherished oasis, stepping into an unknown world. The pace of their march was not swift, and could even be described as languid. Perched on the edge of the tortoise's shell, Suin gazed out over the boundless sea of sand, with a group of young women standing behind him, their excitement palpable, punctuated by gasps of wonder. Although Suin had previously informed them that the Eternal Adventure Group possessed superior modes of transport, none had anticipated such a colossal creature to carry away the very core of their stronghold. The entire group had transformed into a mobile fortress, replete with a touch of the fantastical. Observing the enthusiastic expressions of the young women, Suin smiled faintly. He had been aware of the true secret of the oasis long before. It was a revelation from a past life following the fourth apocalypse. Overheard from an individual of a formidable power. The desolate world of the fallen apocalypse was, in fact, a complete desert ecosystem. And the oasis had not merely appeared from thin air. Each oasis was, in truth, a gigantic tomb, concealing the remains of a once mighty creature, a colossal silicon-based tortoise. This creature was an authentic silicon life form. Upon its demise, the energy released from its silicon crystals birthed the oasis. Strictly speaking, the true value of the oasis lay not upon its surface, but beneath it, within the carcass of the giant tortoise. This constituted the oasis's treasure. Due to its nature as a silicon life form, the tortoise's remains did not decompose after death. Rather, it entered a state of suspended animation, having exhausted its energy. In a bid to preserve its last vestiges of life, the tortoise used its remaining energy to nurture an ancient poplar tree. This tree gradually absorbed energy, and after countless millennia, when the tortoise had amassed sufficient energy, it would awaken once more. This venerable poplar was the lifeblood of the giant tortoise, offering the potential for resurrection. However, this came with a caveat. It diminished its life form and exposed its greatest vulnerability. By manipulating the ancient poplar through wood-based abilities, one could easily control the giant tortoise. The prerequisite, however, was possessing a sufficient amount of catalyst to aid in the tortoise's revival. The average individual would struggle to provide such an abundance. A mere 10 tons of catalyst would only cover the initial cost. This endeavor was exceedingly resource-intensive, necessitating the expenditure of dozens, if not hundreds, of tons of catalyst thereafter. Thus, even if the greatest treasure of the oasis were discovered, very few could afford to utilize it. Yet, the immense investment promised correspondingly substantial rewards. In the face of the third apocalypse, humanity shall confront not the land, but the boundless ocean, with the colossal tortoise serving as the quintessential vessel for navigation, ensuring maximum safety. However, the journey to the coastline remains a protracted endeavor, requiring no less than half a month. Along the way, one must contend with the extreme weather of the desert and the onslaught of monstrous creatures, rendering the path to migration fraught with challenges. Yet, these tribulations hold little relevance for the eternal life adventurers, with the giant tortoise acting as a formidable bulldozer. The threats of desert monsters and severe weather become mere trifles. The only adversaries that might rival the silicon-based giant tortoise are heavyweight contenders like the Haoshan dragon. Common monsters stand little chance, as the tortoise could easily crush swathes of them underfoot. The stronghold perched atop the tortoise's back is as secure as one could wish for, with hardships and suffering belonging to others. However, Shi Yuan is not a malevolent being. He does not hasten the tortoise's pace, both to conserve fuel and to allow other survivors to keep up. With the giant tortoise paving the way, the number of marauding desert monsters diminishes significantly, thus enhancing the safety of the survivors. Although he harbors little concern for the lives of others, in the impending apocalypse, the challenges extend beyond the harsh environment, encompassing encounters with other foreign survivors. As a fellow citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Shi Yuan does not mind extending a helping hand to his compatriots. With Shi Yuan and the other Oasis overlords departing, chaos once again descends upon the Oasis communities. Those who remain engage in fierce battles for Oasis resources. Although the scale of these conflicts is considerably reduced compared to before, in the absence of dominant powers to impose order, the Oasis swiftly descends into turmoil, with violence and plunder erupting in every corner. Meanwhile, in Dragon City, the Dragon language adventurers, accompanied by a substantial number of survivors, commence their migration. Yet, the following contingent is not particularly large, comprising less than 30% of Dragon City's population, while the remaining 70% choose to remain in the Oasis, reluctant to abandon their comfort zones. Nevertheless, even with this 30%, the vast population of Dragon City translates to millions. The sight of such a grand exodus of survivors is undoubtedly a spectacular spectacle. In the region of the Tazang, activities have also commenced. However, due to its smaller population, which is under 1 million yet well-developed, the number of sand vessels is ample, allowing for the swiftest migration. Thousands of sand vessels, both large and small, set sail towards the eastern Sand Sea. Chapter 193. The swimwear beauty pageant. Dragon City, Tazang, and Jiangdi, the three hubs of survivors, have embarked on a grand migration. Yet, the remaining survivor settlements persist in their usual routines, with many believing they may have to spend their lives in this desert. However, some have begun to notice peculiar changes. Recently, sandstorm occurrences have increased noticeably, and most intriguingly, the number of monsters surrounding the oasis is rapidly escalating. A multitude of desert wanderers have been relentlessly besieged, suffering greatly as they retreat towards the oasis regions in search of refuge. However, the oasis dwellers themselves are not without their own tribulations. They have discovered that the desert monsters have begun to extend their assaults beyond the wanderers, now targeting the oasis territories. Initially, these beasts lingered at the periphery of the oasis, testing the defenses without provoking the guardian trees. As their audacity grew, they brazenly commenced public attacks on humans. Such incidents have become increasingly frequent, often accompanied by ferocious sandstorms, rendering the situation exceedingly difficult for the inhabitants. What exacerbates the plight of the oasis leaders is the emergence of the earth-shaking worms, which have also begun their assaults on the oasis. These colossal creatures traverse the sandy terrain with astonishing speed, appearing and disappearing without a trace. They can erupt from the ground and devour several adults in a single gulp. For the average awakened individual, encounters with these monsters often result in near-fatal consequences. The threat posed by the earth-shaking worms is especially dire, as they possess the ability to induce seismic tremors, causing widespread destruction to streets and buildings. Where these worms tread, only ruins remain, collapsed homes, sunken cellars, and devastated streets. The devastation wrought by the earth-shaking worms is staggering. In response, the oasis leaders have reluctantly formed elite squads to hunt these formidable foes. Even the ferocious earth-shaking worms cannot escape their doom when besieged by thousands of high-ranking, awakened individuals. As the populace cheers in triumph, they remain blissfully unaware that the apocalypse is drawing ever closer, with hordes of monsters converging upon the oasis. The duration of the sandstorms is also increasing. In the days to come, everyone will once again be reminded of the terror once governed by the apocalypse, until they are ultimately driven from the oasis, forced to embark on a migratory journey. The apocalypse has never truly departed, it has always lingered. In stark contrast, the Chongqing Adventure Group resides in a state of serene harmony, seemingly unaffected by the chaos elsewhere. Due to the limited space on the turtle's back, only a small portion remains dedicated to vegetable patches, a cluster of villas, and a grand swimming pool, with little to occupy their time. The women often wander to the edge of the turtle's back to gaze at the scenery. However, after a few days, their initial enthusiasm wanes, and they return to their customary daily routines. It is at this juncture that the Chongqing Adventure Group's annual celebration approaches. Last year, they marked the occasion amidst a zombie apocalypse, and now they find themselves in a fallen world. For this paramount festival, the women place great importance on preparations, commencing several days in advance. Decorations abound, with lanterns hung and couplets displayed, echoing the traditions of the spring festival, albeit with slight modifications. Originally intended to last for a day, a collective decision has extended the festivities to 3 days. During this time, the entire group will be on holiday, reveling in the celebrations. As befits a momentous occasion, feasting and entertainment are essential. Lu Hui is tasked with overseeing the logistics team in preparing delectable dishes, pastries, snacks, and In addition, making dumplings for the New Year's feast. Dong Li is responsible for the New Year's Eve gala in the evening, collaborating with talented young women to prepare the programs. Undoubtedly, the spotlight is on the swimsuit beauty pageant organized by Xue Qingyu, in which all the young women of the group are to participate. Simultaneously, the group members also serve as judges, selecting the top 10 beauties of the Eternal Adventure team. The prize consists of substantial honor points, with even more lavish rewards for the top 3. As in the previous year, the prizes include either honor points and vouchers or the opportunity for Su-in to fulfill a certain wish. This news has thrilled the young women immensely, as last year's top 3 winners have all moved into the captain's dormitory. For many, securing a place in the top 3 is tantamount to obtaining an entry ticket to the captain's quarters. The Eternal Adventure team has long established a formal hierarchy, featuring a strict classification system. Below Su-in is the vice captain, Xue Qingyu, followed by senior management, squad leaders, and dormitory heads. Gaining access to the captain's dormitory through backdoor means is exceedingly difficult. Shortcuts are not easily traversed. The swimsuit pageant undoubtedly represents the most viable shortcut. With everyone possessing commendable beauty and physique, the differences in appearance are minimal, thus instilling confidence in each participant as they prepare with fervor. A large runway has been temporarily constructed by the poolside for the contestants to showcase their talents. Across from the pool is the viewing area, which also serves as the judging panel, allowing them to relax in the water while observing the event. As the sun blazed at noon, the beauty pageant officially commenced. The young women had already donned their desired swimsuits, and upon hearing their numbers, they took to the stage to strut their stuff, striking poses to display their splendid figures and reciting lines. Su-in reclined in the pool, enjoying the view as the contestants donned a variety of revealing and vibrant outfits, flaunting their alluring forms with enticing poses. From sizzling bikinis to youthful one-pieces and even daring 3-piece swimsuits, the array was a feast for Su-in's eyes. As the organizer of the pageant, Xue Qingyu discreetly slipped away from the base, descending from the turtle shell to the ground, where she sought out her cousin, Bai Li Bing, among the Black Rose team. Her intention behind hosting the beauty contest was twofold: to align with the wishes of the young women, while also encouraging Bai Li Bing to participate. Despite her somewhat aloof demeanor, Bai Li Bing's beauty and physique are undeniably exceptional. Should her cousin capture Su-in's attention, it could ensure her safety. Especially in such tumultuous times, being close to Su-in is the safest option. As for her cousin's willingness, that could be cultivated over time. However, without a moment's hesitation, Bai Li Bing flatly refused Xue Qingyu's proposal. Impossible, I will not participate. The thought of wearing revealing swimwear for Su-in, a man, was simply intolerable to her. Both her physiology and mindset were vehemently opposed. Expecting this reaction, Xue Qingyu smiled and instructed her accompanying guards to bring forth a box of her mother's spicy sauce. Is monster meat really that unpalatable? This is due to the lack of seasoning. Once the beloved mother's spicy sauce is sprinkled and mixed, the flavor inevitably emerges. Such beloved mother's spicy sauce has become a luxury among luxuries, a coveted item that even wealth cannot easily procure. Upon witnessing a whole box of this sauce, Bai Li Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. The executives of the Black Rose team were equally frozen in place, their gazes suddenly igniting with fervent desire as they swallowed repeatedly. Cousin, if you agree to a few conditions and participate, I will gift you half a box of beloved mother's spicy sauce. If you manage to secure a spot in the top 10, I shall grant you another half box. As these words fell, all eyes turned to Bai Li Bing, filled with anticipation. A whole half box of beloved mother's spicy sauce. It felt nearly equivalent to being given for free. Xue Qingyu further added, Cousin, you wouldn't want to disappoint everyone, would you? Chapter 194, The Ongoing Beauty Pageant. Bai Li Bing's collapse. The beauty pageant was in full swing. Li Xiaoyu and Yu Kuku ascended the stage together. Both donned modest swimsuits, concealing rather than revealing. However, their slightly petite figures lent an air of youthful innocence to their beauty. Su-in couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Spot on. Next, Lu Hui and her daughter Qiao Qiao graced the stage, both clad in identical, alluring bikinis. One exuded a mature and enticing elegance, while the other radiated a pure and lively charm, complemented by their 7 parts resemblance and features, a truly rare sight. Su-in was utterly captivated. Now, let us welcome our special guest, the leader of the Black Rose Adventure team, Bai Li Bing. The host, Lu Shi, announced with enthusiasm. Su-in raised an eyebrow, completely taken aback that Bai Li Bing, a woman known for her aversion to men, would choose to participate in a beauty contest. Surely, she wouldn't attend with him around. Just as Su-in was lost in thought, Bai Li Bing was pushed onto the stage by Li Xiaoyu. Clad in an exceedingly revealing bikini, she stood on stage, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. The once icy facade was now adorned with a rosy hue. Her demeanor awkward. Seeing Bai Li Bing's graceful figure, Suen felt a twinge of surprise. This woman, who typically dressed so conservatively, possessed an unexpectedly splendid physique. Lu Hui, with her mature figure, might have been the envy among the younger ladies, yet Bai Li Bing, a blossoming flower, had the potential to rival her. She was slender where she ought to be, curvaceous where appropriate, her skin as fair as snow, now tinted with a blush of embarrassment, exuding an indescribable allure, like a perfectly ripe peach. Unbeknownst to Suen, Xue Qingyu had arrived at his side, wrapping her arm around his neck, leaning in to inquire. What do you think? My cousin has a splendid figure, doesn't she? Isn't she exceptionally beautiful? Suen rubbed his nose. She's all right, but not as beautiful as you. Xue Qingyu smiled sweetly, planting a light kiss on his cheek, then leaned closer to his ear to whisper, do you like it? Suen nodded and then shook his head. She is indeed beautiful, but a tad too cold. I suspect she might be made of ice. He had known Bai Li Bing for what felt like 2 lifetimes, yet in either past or present, he had scarcely witnessed her smile. She truly was a natural-born ice princess. He preferred women who were gentle and warm, as soft and obedient as a lamb, much like Xue Qingyu. Xue Qingyu giggled. How could that be? My cousin simply struggles with words. She is sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. She is a good person, and you will come to realize that with time. Suen shrugged, remaining silent. From the onset of the apocalypse until now, he had spent a considerable amount of time with Bai Li Bing, nearly 2 years. Had anything changed? No. He felt no attraction towards this cold beauty and had no intention of taming this little wildcat. Though Qiao Zhidai also belonged to this type of wildcat, Suen would act without hesitation when it came to her. His lack of interest in Bai Li Bing was primarily due to Xue Qingyu's influence. Xue Qingyu was the vice-captain of the Chongqing adventure team and had been by his side from the very beginning. He typically acted as a hands-off manager, delegating all matters, big and small, to Xue Qingyu. She had not disappointed him, managing the team with remarkable efficiency, showcasing her prowess as a strong woman while expending considerable energy in the process. Bai Li Bing, being Xue Qingyu's cousin, was somewhat akin to family. Suen had no desire to provoke Bai Li Bing or impose any demands upon her. After all, he had no shortage of women in his life and saw no reason to press his face against a cold shoulder. Sensing Suen's thoughts, Xue Qingyu leaned closer to him, playfully suggesting, why don't you take my cousin out for a walk tonight? She bears the weight of managing an entire adventure team alone, which is quite taxing. I would like you to help guide her. Moreover, you are aware of her aversion to men. She loses her composure at the sight of the opposite sex. This cannot continue, for if she encounters a formidable male adversary in the future, it may prove detrimental. If you could, please assist her in overcoming this aversion. What do you say, darling? By the end of her plea, there was a hint of coaxing in her tone, artfully presenting the idea of selling her cousin's company with righteous logic. Suen certainly perceived the underlying message in Xue Qingyu's words. Though she was typically gentle and obedient, she had never before suggested such a scheme involving her cousin. Did she not realize that this pushed Bai Li Bing into a proverbial fire pit? He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Are you certain? Upon seeing Suen's flicker of interest, Xue Qingyu nodded vigorously. Are you not afraid that I might lead your cousin astray? Not at all. This is all for her benefit, she replied. Suen glanced at Bai Li Bing on the stage, then back at Xue Qingyu in his arms. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he suddenly conceived a bold idea. Leaning down to Xue Qingyu, he said, it's not an impossibility. But if it is for your sister, you must also contribute, right? Upon receiving a prompt agreement from Xue Qingyu, Suen swiftly devised a plan within the confines of his mind. He intended to tease Bai Li Bing, the enchanting beauty, due to the overwhelming number of contestants. The competition would span 3 days, the first day for preliminary selections, the second for the semifinals, and the third for the finals, coinciding with the Group's festive celebration. Unsurprisingly, Bai Li Bing, with her formidable prowess, successfully advanced to the semifinals. Immediately after stepping off the stage, Bai Li Bing was eager to change her attire and leave. She felt utterly humiliated and ashamed, having not anticipated that the swimsuit provided by Xue Qingyu would be so revealing. For the sake of a box of Laogan Ma chili sauce, she had braved this embarrassment. However, faced with Suen's unmistakably lecherous gaze, she found herself overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame and discomfort. Just as she contemplated a hasty retreat to change, she was intercepted by Li Xiaoyu, who spirited her away to the photography studio. Li Xiaoyu explained that, to help the audience better understand the contestants who advanced to the semifinals, each participant was required to shoot a video and a photo collection. Don't be nervous. This is quite standard, she reassured. Under Li Xiaoyu's relentless coaxing, Bai Li Bing reluctantly complied, and endured the filming of both the video and the photo shoot. Yes, just like that. Spread your legs a little more, bend your waist, and bite your finger. Perfect. Under Li Xiaoyu's direction, Bai Li Bing struck one embarrassing pose after another, her mind swirling in a chaotic haze. Amidst her breakdown, she silently rejoiced that the one filming was Li Xiaoyu, not Suen. By the time Bai Li Bing stumbled away, it was already dusk. She appeared somewhat dazed, never having imagined that filming could be so exhausting. However, having already participated, she found herself without recourse. Moreover, she had received half a box of her beloved chili sauce. There was no way to take back what had already been done. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu promptly handed over the precious footage to Xue Qingyu. "Qingyu, it's all set," she exclaimed, flashing a peace sign with a broad grin. Although Bai Li Bing seemed icy and aloof, it turned out she was unexpectedly docile. One might assume her demeanor indicated strength, yet it became evident upon closer interaction that she was quite passive. The decision to film the video was indeed a conspiracy hatched between her and Xue Qingyu, as the ladies of the Chongqing Adventure Group had already filmed their segments prior to the competition. It must be said that Li Xiaoyu relished the opportunity to playfully tease Bai Li Bing. The seemingly cold and unyielding beauty turned out to be a remarkably naive individual. Who could resist the temptation to poke fun at her? As Xue Qingyu watched the footage, captivated by the alluring images of her cousin, her cheeks flushed slightly. She had not anticipated her cousin would be so cooperative, feeling that Li Xiaoyu had indeed taken advantage of her. As night deepened, the temperature in the desert began to drop significantly, and with low visibility, the surviving group halted their migration to set up camp for the night. As dawn approached, the expedition team of Eternal Life prepared for their journey. Within the group, meals were served punctually, and in celebration of the festival, the feast was particularly sumptuous, featuring an array of delectable dishes: charcoal grilled stone fish, poached prawns, stone slab beef, pan-seared lamb chops, braised pork with chestnuts, yellow braised pork knuckle, dry fried potato shreds, oyster sauce lettuce, and fruit salad. In this post-apocalyptic era, such a culinary banquet was a rare luxury, exclusive to the Eternal Life expedition team. Xue Qingyu arranged for 20 servings to be sent to Bai Li Bing, and after some thought, she also dispatched another 20 servings to Jean Dark. Being aware of the relationship between Xue and Jean, as well as the 7 stunning nuns of the True God sect, Xue Qingyu found herself in a position of not only managing the entire expedition team, but also mediating relationships among the women. Overall, the camaraderie among Xue and his companions was relatively harmonious, yet the inevitable frictions of prolonged cohabitation required her and Lu Hui's intervention to resolve. Simultaneously, Jean and the 7 captivating nuns were also contestants in the beauty pageant. However, due to Jean's overwhelming schedule, she was compelled to skip the preliminary rounds and advance directly to the semifinals the following day. With her exceptional attributes, reaching the finals would likely pose little challenge. After dinner, Xue and Xue Qingyu departed from the Eternal Life expedition team and arrived at the stronghold of the Black Rose. Naturally, the members of Black Rose were familiar with both Xue and Xue Qingyu. Xue was regarded as a significant ally of Black Rose, having provided them with countless advantages, while Xue Qingyu, as the cousin of their leader and the vice leader of the Eternal Life expedition team, had extended considerable support to them. The lavish feast sent by the Eternal Life expedition team that evening nearly tempted several executives of Black Rose to abandon their allegiance in favor of joining the Eternal Life team. Had it not been for the latter's closure to new members, Xue conveyed his purpose for the visit, seeking to discuss a matter with Bai Li Bing. The executives exchanged knowing glances, realizing that their leader, Xue, was finally poised to take action. The excitement was palpable. This was indeed momentous news. Without further ado, they eagerly brought Bai Li Bing forth. The sacrifice of one leader for the happiness of many was a bargain too enticing to resist. Upon seeing Xue, Bai Li Bing's expression turned somewhat awkward. Instinctively, she placed a hand over her chest, recalling the embarrassment of posing in revealing swimwear before him earlier that day. "You need me for something?" she stammered, avoiding eye contact and struggling to articulate her words. For someone as proud as she was, the situation was undeniably mortifying. Noticing her reaction, Xue felt a flicker of amusement and remarked, "It's nothing grave. I merely intend to scout ahead for our journey tomorrow. Would you care to join me?" Before Bai Li Bing could respond, Xue Qingyu affectionately linked her arm with Bai Li Bing's, urging her along. "Cousin will undoubtedly go, as we often find ourselves upon the back of the giant turtle. During our migrations, we rely on her to navigate and scout the terrain ahead, which is certainly beneficial." Bai Li Bing hesitated, pondering the necessity of such reconnaissance. Isn't it sufficient to follow the Chongqing Adventure Group? Though he indeed bears the weight of leading the survivor team, it is merely a nominal role. The clear division of labor exists solely to foster cohesion and order among the survivors, facilitating a smoother migration. Otherwise, a chaotic throng without oversight would undoubtedly lead to numerous troubles. Seeing Bai Li Bing still wavering, several executives from the Black Rose pushed him forward. Rest assured, Captain, we will manage everything efficiently. You may enjoy yourself. No, you can focus on your terrain scouting. It matters not if you do not return tonight. I'll have someone wash your bedding. The Black Rose members were eager for Bai Li Bing to bond with Su Wen, preferably to the extent of sharing a bed. Reluctantly, Bai Li Bing acquiesced and departed with Su Wen, who immediately wrapped his arm around Xue Qingyu's waist. Before Bai Li Bing could react, he pulled her close, denying her any chance to protest, and soared into the sky, heading deep into the desert. As Su Wen embraced her, Bai Li Bing instinctively struggled, but within moments, she found herself suspended at a great height. Although she was an S-class awakener, she lacked the ability to fly. Falling from such a height would surely spell disaster. After a few futile attempts to break free, she ceased her struggles entirely. Overcome by the masculine aura emanating from Su Wen, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, nearly on the brink of unconsciousness. Unsurprisingly, her aversion to men flared up. Time lost its meaning as Bai Li Bing gradually sensed the howling wind dissipate, and her feet finally touched the ground. Instinctively, she pushed Su Wen away, nearly losing her balance, but was fortunately steadied by Xue Qingyu. Su Wen observed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that Bai Li Bing harbored a profound reluctance towards men, likely a psychological issue. He had no confidence in swiftly overcoming it, and would have to seek an alternative approach. He wondered if the same tactics he used to deal with Qiao Ji Dai would be effective with Bai Li Bing. Simply inundating her with affection? Efficient and expedient. Chapter 196. Xue Qingyu. Rest assured, cousin, he is quite honest. Although the purpose of inviting Bai Li Bing was not truly for terrain scouting, appearances must still be maintained. Furthermore, Su Wen had recently become quite reclusive, rarely venturing outside. Daily, he was subjected to rigorous studies on geography and culture by Li Xiaoyu and others, which naturally drew the other members of the team into the discussions. Over time, while Su Wen seemed to be idle, he was, in fact, burdened with responsibilities, leaving little time for outdoor excursions. Having not acquired anything for a considerable period, he succumbed once more to his mischievous tendencies. This outing naturally presents an opportunity to acquire some spoils to bring back. Although the desert is bereft of resources, it teems with monstrous creatures, especially as night descends. Su Wen transformed into a shooting star, hurtling into the desert. The Mobius ring activated instantaneously, accompanied by a resonant hum. A colossal Ouroboros compass materialized behind Su Wen, which then began to whirl furiously. On the compass, the interplay of yin and yang, life and death, and the fusion of the 5 elements initiated the simultaneous activation of myriad extraordinary abilities. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted in the night, as dazzling flames of supernatural energy flickered across the desert. The bright luminescence was visible for several kilometers, illuminating a vast area around Su Wen as if it were daylight. In the darkness, one by one, the desert monstrosities raised their heads to gaze at the radiant glow. After a series of guttural roars, they charged towards the source of the light. The echoes of their roars reverberated through the night, and soon a massive horde of beasts began to form, numbering well over 10,000. More and more creatures continued to converge. Such a large-scale beast tide would overwhelm even the mightiest of Oasis factions. Naturally, no one would willingly venture into the desert at such an hour, attracting such a multitude of monsters. Nevertheless, Su Wen believed the number of creatures was still insufficient. The more, the better. Since the purification of his abilities, he had yet to thoroughly test their might, and these desert monsters were the perfect subjects. The civilization seeds within the monsters could be retained. Although he had plenty, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. The flesh of these creatures could be brought back to nourish the survivors of the expedition. The Chongqing Adventurers Guild rarely celebrated, so it was only fitting to share the joy with others. Su Wen, for once, displayed a measure of generosity. The carcasses of tens of thousands of desert monsters would certainly provide a hearty feast for the migrating survivors. As the monsters gathered in sufficient numbers, Su Wen waved his hand, summoning a flaming longsword forged from concentrated fire. Amplify, he commanded, and the sword instantly elongated to over 40 meters. Its blade engulfed in swirling flames, resembling a blood-red harbinger of death. Su Wen weighed the fiery blade in his hand. It felt just right. With his current strength, ordinary weapons were of little use. Even the nanotech combat blade felt cumbersome. Only this weapon, born of his own skills, was barely adequate. In the next moment, Su Wen plunged into the tide of monsters. The blazing longsword swept through the throngs, severing vast clusters of creatures with ease, transforming into the scythe of death. reaping batch after batch of vibrant life. On a distant sand dune, Bai Li Bing gazed in awe at Suan, who had morphed into a harbinger of destruction. Though she had witnessed his prowess numerous times before, each occasion left her breathless with trepidation. Glancing at Xue Qingyu beside her, Bai Li Bing remarked, "You are indeed fortunate." She couldn't help but acknowledge that having found such a formidable man as Suan to rely upon, her cousin was undeniably blessed. What made this even more remarkable was Suan's lack of desire for power. He entrusted almost all authority to Xue Qingyu, bestowing upon her absolute confidence. "Indeed, encountering him has been the greatest fortune of my life." Xue Qingyu nodded, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Were it not for Suan, she might have perished long ago, and today would have never existed. She could never forget the day the apocalypse descended, when Suan burst through the doors of the photography studio and rescued her. She had never imagined that the happiest period of her life would unfold amidst the chaos of this apocalyptic world. With him by her side, everything felt secure. "Let us pitch the tent first and prepare some hot water for tea. He will surely return weary and in need of warmth," Xue Qingyu suggested. While she presented herself as a cold and formidable woman to the outside world, in Suan's company, she always embodied the gentle and virtuous demeanor of a devoted wife. Bai Li Bing wrinkled her nose, sensing a hint of romantic sentiment in the air. Nevertheless, she assisted Xue Qingyu in setting up the tent and starting a fire for water. However, halfway through pitching the tent, Bai Li Bing encountered a realization. "Wait, why are we setting up a tent? Are we intending to spend the night here?" Xue Qingyu nodded. "Yes, we will stay here tonight. Can't we return?" Bai Li Bing inquired. "As you've seen, he has slain so many monsters in one go. He must be utterly exhausted and lacks the strength to fly us back. We have no choice but to make do with sleeping here for one night." Without Suan needing to concoct an excuse, Xue Qingyu had already devised a reasonable explanation. Bai Li Bing pondered for a moment and found no fault in her logic. It seemed quite sensible. "Is there only this one tent?" "Yes, just this tent. Xue Qingyu and Suan are a couple. It's perfectly acceptable for them to share a space, but for me to squeeze in as well would be rather inappropriate. Rest assured, he will be too worn out to notice. He'll fall asleep as soon as he lies down, and he is quite docile in his slumber. The tent is spacious enough for 3. Never mind, I'll keep watch outside tonight. I want tea sleep." Bai Li Bing shook her head vigorously. She felt discomfort at the thought of sharing a tent with a man, even if her cousin would be present. "Cousin, you'll catch a cold out there in the chill of the night. You mustn't. If you fall ill, who will lead so many people? The Sisters of the Black Rose cannot do without you. You wouldn't want to cause us all worry, would you?" Bai Li Bing felt a twinge of familiarity with what Xue Qingyu was saying. It struck her as if she were being compelled by her cousin. Yet, ultimately, she could not withstand Xue Qingyu's gentle persuasion and reluctantly acquiesced. However, she firmly insisted that Xue Qingyu sleep in the middle, with Suan on one side and herself on the other. After about an hour, Suan finally returned, wielding his 40-meter-long blade, looking languid yet triumphant. What a refreshing kill. After a few hours of experimentation, he discovered that his extraordinary powers had indeed significantly increased. However, he could only provide a rough estimate, suggesting an enhancement of perhaps 20 to 30 times. Yet, he could not delineate the exact level of his abilities, as he still lacked a suitable opponent capable of compelling him to unleash his full strength. Consequently, even he was unaware of his current prowess. Perhaps it would only be after the 4th cataclysm, when confronted by more formidable adversaries, that he could truly gauge his capabilities. Chapter 197. Desert Nightfall. Upon seeing Suan return, Xue Qingyu greeted him with a warm smile, holding a cup of hot tea in her hands. "You must be tired. Have a sip of this warm tea to soothe your stomach," she said gently. Suan chuckled, replying, "I'm rather dirty. I'll freshen up first." His combat style had always been rather brutal, marked by a disregard for minutiae. It was common for him to crack skulls. During battles, he paid no mind to the splattering of blood and grime, resulting in him being covered in blood and bits of flesh after each encounter. He then raised his hand to summon a column of water, diving into the swirling torrent, allowing the vigorous current to wash away the stains of battle. Such forceful water pressure was something only he would dare use for cleansing. For an ordinary person, it would feel as though their skin were being stripped away in layers. Nonetheless, the cleansing effect was remarkable, and within moments, he was rid of the gruesome remnants of combat, albeit at the expense of his clothing. Bai Li Bing gasped in surprise and quickly turned away, witnessing Suan brazenly bathing in cold water, especially in the frigid desert temperatures. Xue Qingyu shot him a teasing glare, exclaiming, "You are always so reckless, not caring for yourself at all. What will you do if you catch a cold?" Unfazed, Suan donned a robe and playfully pinched Xue Qingyu's nose, grinning. "Ah, but my dear, you do care. I'll help you dry your hair," she added. Bai Li Bing, observing the affectionate couple, felt somewhat superfluous. Reflexively, she remarked, "It seems I arrived at an inopportune time. Had I known, I would have stayed away." Suin smiled widely. "No, your presence is perfectly timed." He then summoned tables and chairs from his spatial pocket, along with a bottle of red wine, 3 glasses, and several exquisite pastries. He arranged firewood on the ground and ignited it with a wave of his hand. Although the desert lacked many comforts, its night view was undeniably splendid. Bai Li Bing had long since become accustomed to Suin's extravagant lifestyle. No one knew just how many treasures he harbored. Akin to carrying a treasure trove with him, effortlessly producing rare items like nearly extinct luxuries such as red wine without a hint of hesitation. Bai Li Bing, not one to be overly coy, graciously sat down and took a sip of the sweet red wine. The wine was delightful, the campfire warm, and the starry sky dazzling. In the vast expanse of the sandy sea, they enjoyed the tranquil scenery, savoring fine wine in the company of beauty. Such splendid days were indeed lived by someone like Suin. Bai Li Bing feared that prolonged contact with him would lead her to succumb to the decadence and ease of such a life. The beautiful sisters of the Eternal Life Adventure Group's unwavering affection for him is indeed justifiable. With the surrounding monsters swiftly dispatched by Suin, the atmosphere is devoid of peril, allowing for a restful night's sleep without the need for a watch. The three engage in idle chatter, primarily Snow Qingyu and Bai Li Bing reminiscing about past amusing anecdotes, while Suin listens attentively, occasionally interjecting. However, he remains engaged in the conversation. As they converse, Snow Qingyu unknowingly nestles into Suin's embrace. Suin, feeling a twinge of mischief due to the idle moment, finds her unusually docile demeanor endearing. She continues to share laughter with Bai Li, her cheeks slightly flushed, perhaps due to the influence of alcohol. Bai Li Bing, noticing Suin's subtle gestures, shakes her head disapprovingly at her cousin's sheep-like innocence, unable to contain her irritation. She soon excuses herself, claiming fatigue, and hastily retreats to her tent to sleep. Snow Qingyu playfully taps Suin's chest, a mix of reproach and shyness in her demeanor. It is not that she holds him accountable, rather, it is her cousin's presence that stirs her modesty, as she did not anticipate Suin's boldness. The following morning, Bai Li Bing sits atop a sand dune, lost in thought as she gazes into the distance. She feels utterly bewildered, struggling to untangle the events of the previous night, where dreams and reality intertwined in a surreal dance, both tangible and ethereal. However, one thing is certain, Suin is undoubtedly the architect of this chaos. How else could she have experienced such peculiar dreams? Was that person in her dreams truly her? Before long, Suin and Snow Qingyu arise. Having completed their exploration of the terrain, he leads the two women back, as they must continue their participation in the beauty pageant. This time, Bai Li appears less averse. Showing no signs of shock, Suin nods in satisfaction. The initial effects of treatment are evident, which is quite promising. Upon their return to the back of the giant tortoise, the beauty pageant is just commencing. Joan of Arc arrives with 7 stunning nuns. Although the Holy Divine Church is Suin's direct authority, it remains a sect, and thus, its distinctive style is pronounced. The 7 nuns are clad in peculiar attire, each wearing black robes with white trim, their faces obscured by black veils that conceal their eyes and noses, revealing only delicate lips and chins. Each veil bears a large red numeral from 1 to 7, one for each nun. Their weapons, too, are uniformly blood-red scythes, crafted from nanoalloy. Joan remains unchanged, donned in knightly armor, a knight's sword at her waist, and a blood-red cape that billows dramatically, exuding an aura of valor. This once whimsical girl has transformed into a true knight, righteous, noble, brave, and greatly revered by all. She leads the true God sect with unwavering conviction, forging ahead through adversity with a resounding determination. It appears that I am not being considered for a book review, despite my performance being passable and meeting the required standards. Yet, without a proper recommendation, I find myself disheartened after pouring forth over 400,000 words. Throughout this journey, I have faced numerous challenges, enduring illnesses while consistently updating without taking a single break. I have refrained from utilizing the monthly leave I am entitled to, striving to give my utmost. Many have criticized my work, hurling insults and maliciously downvoting it, yet I choose not to engage in disputes. I merely wish for readers to experience my writing with fewer distractions and greater tranquility. This book has its flaws, yet its essence remains unchanged. It is a tale of sheer delight, a sweet indulgence, with my role being to write and yours to relish in the enjoyment. So simple is the arrangement. This is my first attempt at expressing such sentiments in a short essay. I humbly request my fellow readers to lend a hand by promoting it, urging for updates, rating if they have not yet done so, and leaving reviews to generate some momentum. I am genuinely eager to continue this narrative until its complete conclusion. However, should the momentum wane, I may find myself unable to proceed. I implore your support. Chapter 198. A spectacle of fireworks. The preliminary round of the beauty pageant is held as scheduled. Over 800 contestants were meticulously evaluated, culminating in 100 advancing to the finals. Among them, the most popular are Xiao Xiao and Lu Hui, followed closely by Jean and the nun attendants. Jean, seeking efficiency, brought 7 nuns on stage with her, though Jean's swimwear is rather modest. Her regular exercise has endowed her with a well-proportioned and healthy physique, radiating vigor, coupled with the exquisite features typical of a mixed heritage. She resembles a fairy emerged from a painting. Each of the 7 nuns possesses unique characteristics, and even in swimwear, they maintain their veils adorned with numbers, revealing only the lower halves of their faces. This very concealment enhances their allure and mystique. The True God sect continues to grow stronger, adopting a more formal structure, reflecting its deeply entrenched religious nature. These nuns, having sworn to dedicate their bodies and souls to Suin, have become his private possessions. His gaze is the only one permitted to behold their beauty. This situation underscores a troubling aspect of the sect. Nevertheless, the True God sect's behavior remains relatively normal, showing no signs of devolving into a cult. The third most popular duo consists of Yukiki and Li Xiaoyu, embodying vibrant energy and sunshine, garnering considerable attention. At this juncture, the members of the Eternal Life Adventurer group finally recognize that individual efforts alone are unlikely to secure victory. With little room to differentiate themselves based on looks, they must seek additional enhancements to stand out. Consequently, the girls begin to form teams, such as the Glasses Girls Ensemble. The group of close friends has formed, the band has assembled, the ballet troupe is ready, the artistic young ladies have gathered, the twin-tailed group is present, and the ensemble of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting is complete. They have begun to engage in peculiar competitions once again. As for Bai Li Bing, she has spent the entire day in a state of bewilderment, often reminiscing about the dream she had the previous night. The impact of that dream has indeed weighed heavily on her spirit, exacerbating her mental exhaustion. Consequently, when Li Xiaoyu dragged her into recording another embarrassing video, she complied blankly, as if in a daze. In the evening, Suin and Xue Qingyu sought out Bai Li Bing once more, insisting that she accompany them to scout the terrain, without even offering a change of excuse. Are we really going? No, I'm not going. Bai Li Bing immediately shook her head, genuinely afraid. Suin was unruly, and her cousin obediently followed his lead, leaving her feeling powerless against him. Faced with Suin, she had no confidence whatsoever, especially after having received so many benefits from him. However, Suin merely smiled broadly, disregarding Bai Li Bing's reluctance, and directly took Xue Qingyu along, lifting Bai Li Bing and shooting off into the distance. Bai Li Bing seethed with frustration at Suin's forceful demeanor, but felt utterly helpless, silently cursing him in her heart. Nevertheless, her aversion towards Suin had lessened. She no longer exhibited signs of shock. As before, Suin ventured off to hunt monsters and gather some meat to bring back, while Bai Li Bing and Xue Qingyu set up the tent and boiled water for tea. After he finished, Suin returned to take a shower, and the three of them engaged in idle chatter beneath the moonlight. The familiar routine and flavors lingered in the air. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply, and they retreated to the tent to sleep. Suin leaned against the blanket, reviewing videos on his camera. The content was none other than the provocative promotional video that Li Xiaoyu had previously filmed for Bai Li Bing. Xue Qingyu expressed her desire to join in the viewing, but Suin declined to share, suggesting she practice music like Dong Li instead. Xue Qingyu glanced at the seemingly asleep Bai Li Bing, her heart racing, yet she felt an inexplicable thrill. Leaning closer, she cast a seductive glance. Bai Li Bing grew increasingly uneasy, ultimately unable to resist turning her head to look. She froze in place. Suin calmly extended his hand, weaving another dream for Bai Li Bing. This time, however, he weakened his powers, preventing her from slipping into deep slumber, leaving her in a state between dreams and wakefulness. From Bai Li Bing's perspective, it seemed as if she and Xue Qingyu had swapped roles. The following day marked the final day of the Chongqing Adventure Group's team-building festival, coinciding with the final of the beauty pageant. After another day of intense competition, the top 10 emerged. Third place, the duo of Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao. Second place, the sister duo of Xue Qingyu and Bai Li Bing. First place, the combination of Joan of Arc and 7 divine maidens. This outcome left everyone astonished. The young women of the Chongqing Adventure Group were filled with indignation, unable to accept that the first prize had been claimed by an outsider. The entire group was abuzz with chatter. Despite the harmonious and friendly atmosphere within the Eternal Life Adventure team, The dynamics changed drastically when faced with external circumstances. The ladies, each possessing an air of pride and unwavering confidence in their beauty, found themselves unexpectedly defeated. How could they not feel indignant? Su-in, observing the scene, felt a peculiar tension in his eyelids, having significantly underestimated the women's fervent desire for victory. Reluctantly, he promised to present everyone with a gift that evening, successfully pacifying the crowd. After this brief interlude, everything returned to normal. Preparations for the evening's performances were underway. The logistics team busily prepared delicious meals, and the stage construction was in full swing. Everyone was thoroughly engaged, their faces radiating joy. Su-in then made his way to the True God sect, delivering the monster carcasses he had hunted over the past 2 days to Old Third Chu. In the name of the True God sect, the monster meat was distributed to the survivors. Although everyone had left the oasis with rations, the long journey had rendered their supplies insufficient, particularly for the ordinary individuals and wanderers whose combat capabilities were low. In the harsh desert, acquiring food posed a significant challenge. The provision of monster meat by the True God sect undoubtedly offered them a glimmer of hope for completing their migration. The sect's reputation soared to new heights. Furthermore, when distributing the monster meat, it was made clear that it was a gift from Su-in, as today marked the celebration of the Eternal Life Adventure Team's anniversary. A day of communal festivity. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, the migrating forces had already set up camp and started cooking. However, on the back of the giant turtle, the Eternal Life Adventure Team was shrouded in darkness, their lights temporarily extinguished. All the ladies stood in the square, gazing up at the sky. Above them, Su-in floated serenely, with the immense Mobius ring and the colossal Ouroboros compass manifesting behind him. As he spoke, the Mobius ring began to spin wildly. Taking a deep breath, Su-in shouted, and a torrent of elemental powers surged forth, coalescing into an enormous energy sphere that was hurled into the sky. Upon reaching great heights, the energy sphere erupted in a magnificent explosion, illuminating the night sky with vibrant flames. As more energy spheres were unleashed, the explosions grew increasingly frequent, enveloping the heavens in a kaleidoscope of dazzling colors. A sight reminiscent of a dream. The ladies of the Eternal Life Adventure Team gazed in awe at the spectacular display above, and moments later, they erupted into joyous cheers, embracing one another in celebration. The survivors, gnawing on monster meat, also looked up, captivated by this beautiful spectacle of fireworks they had never witnessed before. Most were filled with exuberance, reveling in the free monster meat and the enchanting rain of fireworks, reminiscent of the festive seasons before the apocalypse. However, some washed with tears streaming down their faces, oblivious to the monster meat that had fallen from their hands to the ground. Huddled on the ground, they wept, their faces buried in their hands. Loved ones, children, and family members were mostly gone, leaving them to navigate this chaotic world alone, clinging to the thread of existence. The world swelled like a tide, and humanity flowed like water. In this desolate end of the world, where might one find a home?